Others cultivate using spiritual energy, immortal energy, and demonic energy, while you cultivate using marsh gas, toxic gas, and natural gas. In order to be admitted to the best chi cultivation academy in the world, you collected everyone's feces in the village and built a septic tank. You practiced in front of the septic tank for a full 2.5 years, finally reaching the 3rd level of chi cultivation, barely meeting the admission requirements of the Yuanqing Academy. The enrollment day at the college is coming soon. You fill out the form at the admissions office and wait in line for the first round of interviews. Name, age, gender, family affiliation. A slightly chubby teacher dressed in a teacher's uniform asked. Ink Zay, 16 years old, male, no family. You answer respectfully. What? No family. The slightly plump teacher picked up the form, with a look of surprise on his face, and carefully examined your information form. You saw the change in expression and frowned. Do you have to be a family member to sign up? No. The slightly chubby teacher smiled awkwardly. In fact, most of the acupoints in this world are controlled by the aristocratic families, with very few belonging to ordinary practitioners, which is why he is surprised. What kind of gas is this marsh gas of yours? Why haven't I heard of it before? Show me how you use it. Looking at your information, the slightly chubby teacher frowned and asked, Are you here? Not very convenient. You said awkwardly. The slightly plump teacher said unhappily, What's the inconvenience? I just asked you to release it and take a look, not to attack. My biogas is a bit smelly. You said, lowering your head in embarrassment. The slightly plump teacher chuckled. Isn't it just smelly? Corpse gas, goo gas, foul gas. Which one isn't smelly? Stop being so fussy. The other students behind are still waiting. When you see him, you have no choice but to look. So a small wisp of light blue gas appears in the palm of your hand. The slightly plump teacher curiously leaned over to take a closer look. Quickly put it away. Then started retching on the side. After the urge to vomit subsided, the slightly chubby teacher quickly wrote on the document with a look of disdain, biogas, lower 5th grade, characteristics, smelly, overall qualifications, poor, recommended to be placed in the yellow level class 5, then quickly let you pass this level. Next is to wait for the new student entrance test the next day. It is said that if you can enter the top 100, you will be given special attention by the college. If you can enter the top 10, then you will be considered a genius among this year's freshmen. Not only will you receive a lot of rewards, but you will also have the opportunity to be taken in as a direct disciple by the college's top management. The next day, you excitedly waited on the playground, and soon the invigilator arrived. There were a total of 10 platforms, each with 4 invigilators responsible for invigilation, and you were assigned to platform number 8. With the judge's command, the students' arena competition officially begins. After several rounds of competition, it is finally your turn to step onto the arena. What kind of gas is this biogas? Have any of you teachers heard of it? A teacher named Wang looked at your information in surprise and asked, I haven't heard of it. The other 3 teachers also shook their heads one after another. One of the teachers named Zhao said, It says above, 5 grades lower. With the characteristic of being smelly, it looks like garbage at a glance. There is nothing worth noting. The other 3 also nodded in agreement. Also, what use is being smelly? Can it really stink the enemy to death? With the judge's begin command, you take the lead and a mass of marsh gas envelopes the head of this chi refining stage 3rd level student named Zhao Shanfan. Vomit. Zhao Shanfan instinctively felt an indescribable stench hit him. His eyes instantly turned white, and he fell straight down on the table, foaming at the mouth. The 4 invigilators' faces changed drastically, and they all stood up together. It is important to note that no casualties are allowed during the entrance exam. What did you do? Don't you know that you can't use force during the entrance exam? The referee shouted, then hurried over to check on Zhao Shanfan's condition. The judge just fainted. Pour some cold water on him. He'll wake up in a while. You look aggrieved. The judge found that Zhao Shanfan did indeed just faint, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If there had been a loss of life in his arena, he would have been severely punished. With a wave of his hand, a water ball appeared out of thin air and poured directly on Qian Shanfan's head. In just a moment, Qian Shanfan woke up. The 4 invigilators sat down calmly when they saw that everything was fine. Vomit. The first thing Qian Shanfan did when he woke up was to vomit violently, until he had almost vomited out all the stomach acid. He felt a little better. Judge, he cheated. I refuse to accept it. Boo-hoo. As he spoke, he cried and started vomiting again. My temper is like this. Otherwise let's compare again. You raised your hands helplessly. The judge also said speechlessly, take a break, and then you can compete again later. At these words, Qian Shanfan hastily shook his head, his bloodless face even paler. No, I admit defeat. I won't compete even if I die. Vomit. Mose wins. With a shout from the referee, Inks happily stepped off the stage. The crowd of trainees watching the battle were in an uproar, and all of them showed contemptuous gazes at Qian Shanfan. The swamp gas was controlled by Mose to appear near Zhao Shanfan's nose, plus the ring was also relatively large, so the surrounding participants didn't smell much. Among them, there was also a trainee surnamed Mo who poo-pooed at Qian Shanfan and mocked, "Can't even tolerate the stench of the district. It's simply a disgrace to our Qi practitioners." The four invigilators glanced at each other and were speechless for a while. They didn't expect that this trainee's attack would really sting people to death. Crooked ways, not to be promoted. Teacher Zhao directly wrote the evaluation of Yellow Order lower grade on the report card, and at the same time wrote this sentence on it as well. The other three teachers also felt that Mr. Zhao's words were very reasonable, and they also gave their ratings of yellow grade lower. After the next couple of rounds, it was Moses' turn to take the stage again. Sun Zihao. Mose to the ring, the referee shouted, and then he and that Sun Zihao slowly walked to the ring. As a Qi refiner, to actually use such despicable means to win. I feel shame for you. Sun Zihao had a proud and disdainful face. Be reasonable. Okay, where am I, shameless? My Qi is like this. Mose had an innocent and unconvincing face. Sun Zihao had a cocky face. Humph. Still sophistry. I'm strong-willed. Not that guy in front of me who would be defeated by such despicable tactics as yours. After saying that, he also released the aura of the fourth level of Qi refining cultivation, and at the same time, he also danced the long sword in his hand out of a sword flower, with a look of a sword in his hand that the world is mine. It's actually an expert of the fourth level of Qi refining. Countless trainees under the stage exclaimed in shock. According to past experience, the fourth level of Qi refining could basically enter the top 100. I hope you can still be so tough talking later. Tadpole pretending to be a frog. Pretending to be your mom. Is the fourth level of Qi refining great? I'll let you pull a floor later. Can you two start? The referee said coldly. Wait. After Sun Zihao finished speaking, he found 2 balls of cotton from somewhere and stuffed them into the middle of his nostrils, then said to the referee, "You may begin." With the referee's order, Sun Zihao was the first to attack, wielding a long sword with a strong fury towards Mose. It's actually a 4th grade upper-ranked baneful Qi. This time this one called Mose is in danger. Some trainees under the stage who had extraordinary insight began to exclaim in shock, realizing that breaking Qi was notorious for its strong attacks among the 4th grade Qi, and the stage of the Mose is a face of Mu Ran. At the same time, in the heart of disdain read, "Thought you can how much backbone it." The district of Cotton want to block his swamp gas, not too whimsical it, with just a wave of his finger. A large mass of swamp gas enveloped towards Sun Zihao. Sun Zihao, who was rushing over, only felt an unspeakable sourness drilling straight into his nose, which then quickly invaded his brain and then spread throughout his body. At the same time the brain instantly went blank, the eyes involuntarily rolled up, the stomach was even more convulsive, and white foam rose out of the corners of the mouth uncontrollably. Void sth. With a fluttering sound, Sun Zihao, who had rushed over, fainted directly to the ground. Phew! The trainees watching the battle around them let out a marked sound in unison in disbelief. Acting out. I'll never believe that the district stinks to this extent. That's it. It's definitely an act. Someone has been match fixing. Please ask the referee to make a fair judgment. Many of the participants watching the battle under the stage shouted in disbelief. Silence. The referee let out a loud shout and the stage fell silent. If you guys think the match was faked, you can go to the school inspector's office to report it. Now please don't interfere with the match, or else I will not be blamed for punishing you severely. With these words, no one on stage dared to beep again. After the referee woke up Sun Zihao with a water balloon, Mose sneered with a smirk on his face. Is it convincing or not? Do you still want to continue the competition? After vomiting all the stomach acid in his stomach, Sun Zihao hurriedly shook his head. Big brother, I'm convinced. Vomit. After saying that, he proceeded to vomit again. Mose wins. With the referee's shout, Ink Zephyr strutted out of the ring, thus ending the morning's matches. After waiting for the afternoon to defeat 2 more stubborn trainees, Inkbrand ended the first day of the competition smoothly. At the same time, his infamy also spread unknowingly in the school, and the students who watched the fight secretly nicknamed him ******** God. But even though it was rumored to be divine, there were still many people who didn't believe it. After all, in the information, he was only a small Qi refining 3rd layer Qi refiner who possessed the 5th grade of inferior Qi. So how much more powerful could he be? Only those trainees who had fought against him knew his terror, because for the next 3 days, they would vomit whenever they ate anything, even if it was white porridge. Walking out of the campus, Mose was in a great mood. According to the current situation, he felt that he entered the freshman 100 should be the nail in the coffin, so it should be able to be assigned to a good class. As he was rushing back, he saw the young man who had pitted him for 200. 000 tales of brokerage fees in the first place again, and secretly shouted, "Bad luck." So he turned his head and walked in a different direction, and that young man saw him as well, and instantly brightened up, shouting, "Mr. M.O. Wait a moment." Then the ass ran over. "What the hell? You want to cheat me out of money again? I'm not buying a house anymore, and I won't introduce others to buy a house from you." Mose had a look of disdain, like he didn't know you very well. The young man laughed. "Don't tease me, Gonzi. Now that the school year has begun, the cadets who should have bought a room have already done so," he said, handing Mose a pamphlet. Mysteriously, "What I'm selling now is this freshman data book, which contains detailed records of every freshman's cultivation, grade attributes, and the favorites to win the championship." Speaking here, he also raised his eyebrows and looked at Mose compulsively as he continued. "You can even go directly to the auctions and casinos to place your bets according to the rankings above, and you're guaranteed to make a fortune." Chapter 7, Almost Fooled Again. "Oh, this information is accurate?" Mose asked, a little heartbeat. If he can learn the opponent's information in advance, then down the game is very helpful. The old ancestor said, "Well, know your enemy and know yourself. 100 battles are won." Don't worry, it's absolutely accurate. You can question the character of our agency firm, but you definitely can't question the professionalism of our agency firm. The youth patted his chest with a serious look. Mose's eyelids lifted. "How much?" The youth hemmed and hawed. "Seeing as you're my regular customer, 100 taels." Without saying a word, Mirazawa turned around and walked away. Hey, you don't go Shing, I say. Also Shing, you return the price The young man quickly pulled Mose. "Mr. M.O. You just return a price. If it is suitable I will sell it to you." Mose sneered. 50 taels, counteroffer cut in half. This is what grandma taught him in his previous life. "Deal. Take the money." The youth tossed a pamphlet into his hand, while Mose was hesitating to buy it. A dry and thin young man came over and shoved a small booklet into his hand while smiling. "Big brother, you just bought the freshman information book from me and forgot to take it away." Just as Mose was in a daze, the youth pointed at the dry and thin teenager and cursed. "Shan Xing Sheng, you have guts. We'll see." After saying that, he slipped away in gray. Shan Xing Shang looked at the youth's back and poo-pooed, "Traitor." Then he said to Mose, "This big brother, this freshman information book, the faculty office only sells it for 2 taels of silver. The most we can sell is 5 taels. This Woody is ruthless and often cheats foreign freshmen." Mose revealed a look of dawning realization and gratefully arched his hand. "Thanks to little brother Shan. Or else I'll have to trick this guy again today." Shan Xing Shang heatedly smiled. "Big brother, don't be polite. This is my business card. If you need help in this Lingen city, you can find me. I'll take any job." Took out a business card and handed it over. Mose took a look at it. It read, "Xingjia Intermediary Line Single Line Businessman." "Okay, my name is Mose. I'm a freshman in this class, and I'll be sure to be the first one to call on you if I need to buy anything in the future." After saying that, he collected the business card and at the same time handed him 5 taels of silver, which was considered as the money for buying the new student's information booklet, and then took his leave and walked towards the auction house ahead. Shan Xing looked at Mose's back with a look of envy in his eyes. "Mother, don't worry. The businessman will soon be able to save up enough money to enter the preschool, and when I become a chi practitioner, I will definitely seek justice for you." After saying that, the deep eyes of Shan Xing flashed with hatred. The preschool class was specially organized by the Yuan Xing Academy for those ordinary people who had no background. As long as they could pay a high enough registration fee before the age of 16, they would be given the opportunity to enter the academy and cultivate in a specific 5th grade, lower grade Qi acupoint. However, the cultivation technique needs to be prepared by yourself. Moses' side was looking at the book of freshman information that he had just bought while walking, and finally saw his own information at number 234. Mose, 3rd level of Qi refining. Cultivate the 5th grade of inferior methane gas. Characteristics, strange odor. Martial arts, no. Arms, none. Family, none. Predicted to rank around 156th. What kind of garbage information is this? Actually saying that I can't make it into the top 100. I'd like to see what can be ranked number 1. Mose looked at his ranking and showed a look of indignation, then flipped directly to the first place. Ren Chang, 5th level of Qi refining. Cultivate the 3rd grade upper class sword Qi. Features, sharpness, attack bonus, speed bonus. Martial art, yellow grade upper stage Tian Yuan sword technique. Weapon, yellow rank Xianxiao cold light sword. Family, granddaughter of the Academy Sword Pavilion's Rin Pavilion Master. Predicted ranking number 1. Li Chan, 5th level of Qi refining. Cultivate the 3rd grade of the Emperor's Qi. Features, dominance, attack bonus, defense bonus. Martial art, yellow grade upper stage bearing dragon gun technique. Weapon, Yellow Order top grade hexagonal silver spear. Family, 16th Prince of the Dali royal family. Predicted ranking number 2. Feng Tianchen. 5th level of Qi refining. Cultivate 3rd grade medium Xian air. Features, attack bonus, speed bonus. Martial skills, yellow grade intermediate rank silver moon triple chop. Yellow grade intermediate rank Shinkon divine walking steps. Weapon, Yellow Order upper grade shadow chopper. Family, the 3rd youngest son of the Feng family. Predicted to be ranked number 3. Holy, these family children are too perverted. After reading the top 20, Mose couldn't help but shout in surprise. The top 10 were surprisingly all at the 5th level of Qi refining, and each of them had practiced various martial arts, as well as a variety of high-quality weapons. You have to know that in this world, one has to wait until after the age of 15, when the Zifu Qi Si is stabilized, before one can start practicing Qi. That meant that these new students had only been cultivating for a year or two at most, and it was impossible for the family's Qi acupoints to be used all the time by a child who had just stepped into the Qi practitioner's shoes. Now it seemed that ranking him at 156 was too high for him, but his marsh Qi wasn't that easy to resist, and he couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh at the thought. At that moment, he happened to see a new student holding a pamphlet and was about to rush into the skybound auction house. Hey, this student, how much did you pay for the freshman materials in your hand? Mose hurriedly pulled him with one hand and asked curiously. This cadet held up the pamphlet in his hand and smiled. The school's teaching office bought spent 2 taels of silver. The school is really a ing pit. Just this broken pamphlet. The cost is definitely not more than 2 wen. Ha ha, yeah, school is really pitiful. Mo smiled awkwardly, and in his heart, he was thankful that he had luckily met Shan Xing Shang today. Otherwise, he might be cheated by that Wu Dai again. Although 50 taels is not much, but no one likes the feeling of being cheated. Wu Dai, remember this, I will definitely have to take this revenge, Mose muttered secretly in his heart. The student looked at him with the pamphlet in his hand as well and said with a confident smile, Classmate, my name is Mu Changhe. I'm ranked 130th on the profile, but I think it's definitely not a problem for me to enter the top 100 with my strength. So if you want to earn money, just buy me to win. After saying that, he gave him an encouraging look, and then walked straight into this auction called Tianxing to place his bets. Mo smiled back and followed him into the auction house, searching and finding his own name, Mauser, in the top 100, 1 to 10, 50,000 taels. Press Mose, said Mose, without hesitation, handed 50,000 taels of silver bills to the person in charge. The person in charge gave him a surprised look, then skillfully took the silver ticket before opening a voucher for his bet. Collecting the vouchers, he wandered around the auction house a bit more before stopping at the artifact section. Looking at the introduction of a pair of shoes on the shelf, green wind and flowing clouds crawl yellow grade high grade special magic treasure. Features can enhance the speed of the body. Chapter 8, The Horrors of Methane Gas. The only martial art in the world was fast. If he could get this magic treasure and then rely on the characteristics of the marsh gas, then the top 10 was not impossible to make a dash. Mose pressed his excitement and asked the beautiful waitress to the side, how much does this boot cost? The beautiful waitress smiled, this pair of yellow grade high grade green wind flowing cloud boots, 100,000 taels of gold. Nice guy. At that price, you wouldn't dare focus with her without selling a couple of sweets. 100,000 taels of gold is also 1 million taels of silver. Mose took a deep breath and said seriously, can it be cheaper? I really want to buy it. The beautiful waitress continued to smile, sorry. Tianxing auction house. Childish and honest. No bargaining. A mischievous wink followed, if you think it's expensive, you can wait until after the freshman tournament is over to come back and buy it. All the artifacts will be reduced in price at that time. Looking at this waiter with an expression of, poor people can't afford to buy quickly roll. Mose had a gloomy face and turned around. 100,000 taels of silver tickets to press Mose into the top 100. In the betting hall, Mose threw 100,000 taels of silver tickets onto the betting table with a crazy look in his eyes. Instantly the scene fell silent, and countless bettors looked at him in unison. Classmate has courage. I appreciate you. The staff over there gave him an appreciative look, then skillfully collected the silver ticket and handed him the betting voucher. That Mu Changhe, on the other hand, was showing admiration as he came with great strides. Mr. Mo, I originally thought that I was arrogant enough, but I didn't realize that you were even a bit more arrogant than me. Since that's the case, then I will also bet 1,000 taels of silver tickets on you. Ha ha ha, no need to worry. When the competition ends, it will be the day you reap your wealth. Mose raised his chin, his eyes firm and full of confidence. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and pounded it hard on his chest, and after casting a reassuring smile at Mu Changhe, he turned around and left. going straight back to his home. At this moment, the biogas pool only has the initial ability to produce biogas, and in the short term, it is not yet possible to enhance one's own cultivation through cultivation. If you want to increase your strength, it seems that the only way is to diligently practice the red shadow body technique, or to use external power to help. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the playground above the Yuanxing Academy was bustling with activity, and Mose was in high spirits and fighting spirit. He had to win all of today's matches or bankruptcy awaited him. Soon it was his turn to go to the ring against a son of a worldly family named Changbin. I've heard that you're so despicable that you actually used a stinky breath to win. Let me see how stinky it really is. Changbin looked at him with confidence plus disdain. Mose sneered and didn't answer, playing ing pussy again. Right. I hope you can still keep your poise like you are now later. With the referee's command, vomit, in less than 3 seconds, Changbin's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground with foaming mouth. Hey, another one down. Does it stink that bad? Is this really not shady? I also think it's shady. All chi practitioners, who would be stunned by the stench of the district. It's ridiculous. No, the cadet who fought against him yesterday is my friend, and he's still throwing up after he went back. That situation is old and tragic. I don't believe it. It must be a trust. That's it. It's definitely ATO. These rich worldly kids are really capable of anything and everything in order to win. Regarding Mose's strength, the trainees on the stage had questionable gazes. Without experiencing that sourness firsthand, they would not understand how terrifying the swamp gas was. With a few rounds of bouts later, his second round of bouts began, and this time, the opponent was actually a female cadet named Shuechener. Classmate Mose, I'm a girl. Can you not attack me with your stinky breath? It's just too disgusting, Shuechener said with a bitter face, and at the same time threw a wink at him. I'm sorry, that's the nature of my chi. I can't control it either. Mose had a disdainful look on his face. Humph. Women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Can we start? The referee urged coolly from the sidelines. Referee teacher, wait a little longer. Shuechener politely saluted, then took out 3 masks and put them on layer by layer before making an OK gesture to the referee. With the referee's order, Shue Lily was the first to launch a ball of fire, and it was obvious that she was cultivating the 4th grade fire Yuanxi. Murasawa dodged the fireball with a magnificent walk, and then a cloud of swamp gas enveloped him. And there was obviously no way for the district's mask to resist this refined marsh gas of ink brands. Void STH. In less than 3 seconds, the beautiful cadet collapsed in the ring with her eyes white and foaming at the mouth. Mose wins. With the referee's high and cold voice, the match ended. Asterisk. This god. It's so disgusting. To treat a girl like this. That's just it. That's so ungraceful. I wish him the best of luck in finding a girlfriend in his life. Countless trainees under the stage were talking and discussing, and all of them looked at Mose with a bad look on their faces. Mose looked at the faces of the people on the stage and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. Ignorant mortals. Do you think this is the end? The fear has just begun. How horrible the swamp gas really was. Inkbrand had experienced it firsthand, and passing out the first time wasn't really a big deal. Because you have lost consciousness. The terrible thing is the aftereffects of waking up. When Mose but 3 days did not eat, even drinking water will vomit. Sure enough, the first thing Lily Shue did when she woke up was throw up. Vomit. Have been vomited until the stomach acid are vomited out. Only a little better. At this time this beautiful cadet no longer have a youthful and beautiful look. Instead, his eyes were lifeless, his little face was white, his hair was disheveled, his body was still covered with the unknown yellow liquid he had spit out, and his whole body was powerless as he sat on the ground and kept crying. Oh, I want to go home. Puke. Mom, I don't want to go to school. Puke. Looking at this miserable look of hers, Mose couldn't bear to turn his head over. The ones who competed with him yesterday were all male students, and people didn't feel that it was so horrible. They just felt it was exaggerated and disgusting. And today this woman performed the horrors of methane gas to the fullest, especially those female trainees. Looking at this miserable appearance of Shue Lily, all in the heart rose a chill. If they also become this appearance in public, then they simply do not want to live. When he went to the school cafeteria for lunch, the crowd had looked at him with all kinds of strange looks. From fear, to disgust, to indignation. None of them dared to come up and pick a fight, though, because so far nothing had been found to counteract the stench. After this incident, no one questioned him about cheating anymore. Meanwhile Mose's name also rushed to the school's hot forum once again. Inside a VIP box in the school cafeteria, a handsome-looking teenager asked the beautiful young girl eating at the side. Chang, if you met this Mose cadet, how would you crack it? Ren Chang hummed in a high and cold voice, evil way. just for him with a cultivation of the 3rd level of chi refining. I can beat him down 10 times in a minute with my breath closed. The handsome teenager laughed out loud, worthy of being the first seeded player of this freshman class. It's really powerful. After lunch, Hugh took a short break and the afternoon matches started in earnest, with a win in both afternoon matches. Then the 150,000 taels of silver he had bet on could be turned into 1.5 million taels and become a millionaire again. If he lost, then he would lose all his money and might have problems living in Lingen City in the future. Chapter 9 Advancing to the top 100. Soon after his first game of the afternoon, at this point the opponent was a handsome young man named Yen Guanhao, and after the two of them came onto the stage, Yen Guanhao cupped his fists in a salute and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Mo's, the academy has allowed us to compete with each other, aiming to understand our true strength. You shouldn't win by stinking, but should fight us for real, so that the invigilator can truly understand you and teach you better in the future." The 4 invigilator teachers nodded their heads in unison after hearing this, and they could not help but feel better about this Yen Guanhao. Actually me. Moses' face was dark, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart before smiling apologetically. Hey, this is my exclusive stinky chi magic skill. In order for the invigilator to better understand how good I am, I'm going to go all out this time, and maximize my stink. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Yen Guanhao's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot as he pulled out 2 sealing clay from his pocket and quickly stuffed them into his nostrils, then opened his mouth like a dog and said triumphantly, "Ha ha, I'm breathing through my mouth. Let's see how you can still smother me with stench. Shameless guy, I'm going to beat the crap out of you and revitalize my Yu-inching academy." After saying that, he held a large axe and emitted astral energy all over his body as he lunged towards Moze. Oh, right, why didn't I think of it? Just don't use your nose to breathe, so it's so easy to restrain the odor. Countless trainees praised Yen Guanhao's method, finally not having to worry about being smoked by the stench anymore. Instead, Mo sneered and looked at him like a fool, muttering in his heart, "This ignorant mortal, doesn't he know that the mouth and nose are actually connected?" Just seeing his right hand gently waving, a stream of methane gas flew into Yen Guanhao's mouth like an arrow, and then he controlled the methane gas to go down the windpipe, surging to the nasal cavity from the inside out. Ahem! Vomit. There was a fluttering sound. Yen Guanhao's white eyes rolled over, foaming at the mouth, and fell straight to the ground. "I'm going to." The cadets who had just been praising this as a good idea sighed with one hand on their foreheads. "Inks wins!" With a shout from the referee, Ink Zephyr easily stepped out of the ring, and Yen Guanhao started vomiting nonstop after being woken up by the referee. Since he kept his mouth open, he clearly felt a wave of something strange go through his mouth, and the feeling was literally 100 times worse than eating. Vomit. 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 His vomiting was worse than any of the previous cadets. Not only did he vomit out all the stomach acid, but he also had threads of blood. At the same time, the fear of the crowd of trainees towards Moze went up a level even more. Soon after a few rounds were over, it was finally Moze's turn for the final round, and this time, the competition with him was actually a female cadet named Guan Yanyan. After getting on stage, Guan Yanyan looked cold and arrogant and said, "Moze, if you are a man, don't use that stinky breath and fight me squarely." Moze let out a grim smile, "Whether I'm a man or not, you'll know if you come to my house at night and try." After saying that, he also recklessly surveyed Guan Yanyan's concave and convex body. Not to mention, this girl's body is not bad. Many of the male trainees in the crowd under the stage also let out a burst of lewd laughter, while the female trainees all angrily cursed shamelessly. "Succubus, you're shameless." Guan Yanyan's little face was red with shame, and she looked at the referee angrily. "Referee teacher, he insulted me. I demand that he be punished for not being allowed to use his smelly chi ability." Holy, what a sinister girl. The old ancestors were right. The prettier the woman, the worse she is. "Referee teacher, unjustly, I want this Guan Yanyan student to go to my house at night and ask my father if I'm a male or a female." Moze hurriedly explained to the referee. "I'll go." Countless male trainees under the stage, all of them gave their little thumbs up to Moze. The referee didn't pay any attention to the duo and said indifferently, "Ready or not? Start the match when you're ready. Don't waste any more time." "I'm ready." Mo smiled coldly and said in his heart, "Dead girl, I'll make you look good later." Guan Yanyan looked indignant and said through gritted teeth, "I admit defeat." Then with a vicious glare at Mauser, he walked out of the ring without looking back. She had long ago inquired about the miserable conditions of those students who had been defeated by Moze, and since there was no hope of winning, she decisively admitted defeat. Moze wins! With a loud shout from the referee, Moze officially advanced to the top 100. After the match ended, Moze excitedly rushed into the skybound auction house at the first opportunity. "Redeem your winnings. Mo's excitedly tossed a $50,000 wagering voucher onto the table. Then the exchange clerk carefully checked the authenticity and after making sure it was correct, he handed him the 500,000 taels of silver tickets. Little brother, good luck. Mose laughed and happily accepted the silver ticket before handing over the 100,000 wager voucher. Help redeem this one as well. 100,000. The exchange clerk said in surprise, waiting to verify the authenticity of the 100,000 taels of gold tickets handed him. Little brother, the strength is good. Do you want to bet again? The top 50 bets are bigger. Of course. Mo smiled broadly and accepted the golden ticket before heading towards the artifact section of the auction house. After paying the 100,000 gold tickets, Mose excitedly put away the green wind and flowing cloud crawl before walking towards the betting hall once again. The crowd that was placing bets let out a gasp of surprise when they saw Mose arrive, and then they all congratulated him, knowing that he had made a large sum of money by betting on himself to win yesterday. Mose also responded with a smile on his face, and when he approached to take a look at the odds on the betting table, he directly froze. The odds of Murray Z making the top 50 are, surprisingly, 1 to 0.2. I go, why is it so low? In fact, his previous high odds were due to the fact that the skybound auction house had misjudged his strength. Now that everyone has seen his strength, the auction house naturally has to update the odds. While he was pondering, a familiar voice came from him. Mr. M.O., remember me? Who are you trying to press today? Wu De, you come over and bet too? Mose looked at this Wu De, who had cheated him twice, and suddenly couldn't help but have a plan. Wu De hemmed and hawed, can't compare to Mr. M.O. I came over to earn some less money, then secretly said, tomorrow 100 into 50. I pressed you to win 100 taels. Mose laughed, that's how much money you can earn. Then he said mysteriously, if you wanna bet on me to lose. It can't be. Sir Mo's opponent tomorrow is only an ordinary chi refiner at the 4th level of chi refining. How could you lose? Wu De had an unbelievable look on his face. Mose hemmed and hawed, it's hard to win. Isn't it easy to lose here? Wonder's eyes widened, could it be that you want? That's right. Think about it. With my strength, even if I win this one, so what? I won't be able to enter the top 10 anyway, and my goal was already the top 100, and I've already reached it a long time ago. Then Moses' words turned to stare at Wonder compellingly and continued, but if I lose, the odds are 1 to 7. It's no more real than that top 50 false name. After saying that, he placed 100,000 taels of silver tickets on the betting table. 100,000 taels of silver. Pressed Moses' opponent to win. Chapter 10 Gambling. Then the betting man looked at the crazy ink Zephyr for a second and cursed in his heart. Doesn't this know that playing a fake match will get you kicked out of Yuanqing Academy? Is it worth losing your future just for this amount of money? However, he didn't remind Mose, but skillfully collected the silver ticket to hand him the betting voucher. The surrounding trainees who heard Mose and Shan Xing Shang didn't remind him of this, but waited for him to leave and bet all their silver tickets on top of his opponent. Wu De looked at Mose's confident expression as he walked away, and couldn't help but get excited as he took out a stack of silver tickets from his pocket and flung them fiercely onto the betting table. 1,300,000 taels. Bet me on Mose's opponent to win. Collecting the voucher for the bet, Wu De walked out of the auction house with a 6-parent pace, and the single line of businessmen in the corner who had just listened to the conversation between Mose and Wonder all too clearly also walked over excitedly. Only his eyes were bloodshot. Then he rushed towards the betting table and yelled, 973,000 taels. All bets are placed on top of Mose's opponent. Holding the betting voucher in his hand, Shan Xingshang muttered to himself with tears in his eyes, Mom, watch out in heaven. The businessman will soon be able to save enough money. After returning home, Mose Chaozhuang dressed up a bit before sneaking to Tianxing auction house once again. 500,000 taels of silver tickets. Bet on Mose to take first place in the freshman competition. Mose handed the 500,000 taels of silver tickets to the bettor like a thief. Are you sure that all of these 500,000 taels of silver tickets are betting on Mose to win first place in the freshman competition? The bettor looked at the odds of 150 for Mose's first place on the wall. Once again, he confirmed with Mose. I'm sure. Mose nodded affirmatively. The betting agent collected the silver ticket and skillfully opened a voucher for him to place the bet. After he left, the bettor finally realized that the bettor was Mose himself and lamented, where did this kid get his confidence? Then remembering the previous move, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This kid is so insidious. How many people will have to lose their money this time? But what does this have to do with him? The following day, in the Yuanqing Academy playground, many students gathered here, and the referee shouted out that the match had officially begun. Those who were able to enter the top 100 were basically Chi practitioners above the 4th level of Chi practitioner, and the few of them who were at the 3rd level of Chi practitioner were the best who had cultivated the 3rd grade high level of Chi as well as powerful martial arts techniques. At the same time, Moze also saw the first seeded player of this grand competition, Ren Chang, who was worthy of being the proud daughter of Yuanxing Academy. No matter her looks and temperament, she was a first-class existence. It was soon his turn to take the field, and his opponent was a Qi practitioner of the 4th Qi practitioner level named Su Yiping, who cultivated the 5 elemental Yuan Qi, Jin Yuan Qi, and whose weapon was a large sword of the lower yellow level. Moze politely cupped his fists and saluted him, and he returned the salute before nervously pulling out a helmet and putting it on his head. Obviously he had done a lot of work on it as well. Looking at him like this, Moze couldn't help but laugh lightly in his heart. Unless this helmet of yours is sealed, it's impossible to block his stench. Just what he didn't know was that although Su Yiping's helmet wasn't sealed, he did put several bottles of perfume inside. With a start from the referee, Ink Zephyr took the lead by enveloping a large mass of swamp gas towards him, while controlling the silk swamp gas to seep inside the crack of his helmet. 3 seconds later, Su Yiping, who was wearing a helmet, collapsed into the ring with his head lolling. Hey! Sure enough, it still doesn't work. A few trainees kept shaking their heads. Countless people these days were thinking about how to crack Moze's stinky aura. That's when several miserable voices came. No! Mauser, you liar. Ah! Moze, you big man. You returned my hard-earned money. Woo! Some of those who knew the inside story couldn't help but sneer. Serves you right. 9 out of 10 gamblers cheat. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Not to mention the fact that you would actually believe in the words of someone like the god of dot. Silence. Anyone who makes any more noise will be thrown out of the arena directly. With the referee's shout, the crowd quieted down, only to have countless grudging gazes that kept staring at Moze in death. Moze had a sneer in his heart. You can't blame me. It's you who are greedy. When the first day of the tournament was over, Moze walked home with countless people staring at him dead in the face with strange eyes. There is resentment, jealousy. If it wasn't for the strict laws of this Lingyan city, it was estimated that many people would have already come over to fight him. Looking at this particular situation in front of him, Moze is not at the Tianxing auction house today, ignoring the crowd's gaze and walking straight to his home. Just as he reached the door of his house, a downcast, eyeless young man suddenly appeared in front of him staring at him indifferently. Moze said somewhat sheepishly, Shan Xing Shang, why are you here? I was just trying to pit Wu De. I didn't expect you to be there. He has heard people say that this has staked his entire fortune. Shan Xing Shan laughed, I don't blame you. It's all my own fault for being too greedy, said head rising slightly, 2 lines of tears running down from the corners of his eyes. Then he turned around like a puppet and walked towards the tall tower across the street from the Murazawa mansion, all the while whispering, it's over. There is no hope. Looking at the disoriented Shan Xing Shang, Moze shouted from behind, this Lingyan city has strict laws. Don't do anything stupid. And the single traveling merchant did not pay any attention to Moze, still climbing up the tower on his own. Slowly Moze finally realized what this guy wanted to do. He wanted to jump to his death in front of his house. So hastily running his body quickly rushed up to the high tower looking at the single line trader on the edge and shouted, as for? It's just some money. If you don't have it, then you'll earn it. You're still so young. You still have a lot of opportunities. Oh, chances are I don't have a chance. Shan Xing Shang, with tears streaming from his eyes, twisted his head to look at Moze and said indifferently, do you know how long it took me to save this money? 7 years, 3 months and 5 days. Moze's face changed slightly, and he thought in his heart, is it necessary to remember so clearly? This person either has a bag in his head, or something is wrong with his head. Over the years, in order to save enough money to enter the preschool class of Yuanxing Academy, I saved my money and ate white flour buns every day, and I didn't even dare to add a packet of pickles, and now it's all over. Speaking of this, he cried and shouted to the sky, Mother, the traveling merchant is useless. The traveling merchant will come down here to accompany you. After saying this, he was ready to jump down. Wait a minute. Preschool class every year. This time cannot go on next year, and become a Qi practitioner so many ways. This cannot also other methods. Moze persuaded him. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shan Xing Shan's body, which was about to jump downwards, paused for a moment before letting out a low, cold laugh. You children of the world, how would you know the hardships of us ordinary people becoming Qi practitioners? I'll be 17 soon. If I can't succeed in practicing Qi into my body this year, the academy won't accept me once I'm 18. Looking at Shan Xing Shang's pitiful appearance, Moze couldn't help but think of the 5 years when he had just arrived in this world and sighed as he continued to persuade. Even if you can't become a Qi practitioner, it doesn't matter. There are many ways to live life. If everyone is like you who can't become a Qi practitioner and then seeks death, then more than 90% of the people in this world won't be able to live. And besides, your mother in heaven wouldn't want you to live lightly at such a young age. Chapter 11, Targeting the Championship. You wouldn't understand. If I can't become an alchemist, I won't be able to take revenge on that man, and then my mother will never rest in peace. Speaking here, Shan Xing-shan's fists clenched tightly, and a monstrous hatred erupted from his body. Then he shook his head helplessly and said to Moze, "You don't have to feel guilty about anything. I don't hate you. It's all my life, and I'm happy enough that you've been talking to me for so long. If I've soiled your place, then I can only say I'm sorry, and the sanitation team will clean it up in the morning. Wait, how about we bet again?" Shan Xing-shang froze. Bet on what? Moze took out 20,000 taels of silver tickets and placed them on the ground. Here are 20,000 taels of silver tickets. Count them as my loan to you. Take him and go to the auction house again and bet on me to win the first place in the grand competition. The odds are now 150. If you win, then you can go ahead and enroll in your preschool. If you lose, big deal, how about you die again? After saying that he no longer cares about the single line of merchants, self-conscious down the tower. Anyway, he has also tried his best. Do people ask for a clear conscience can be the single line merchant on the high tower, the silver ticket on the ground not far away. His mother's figure appeared in his mind once again, firmly walked over and pulled up the silver ticket, and then went straight to the Tianqing auction. Looking at the black figure coming down from the tower in front of the house, Moze couldn't help but show a heartfelt smile. This is a new house for me. How unlucky if someone died at the door. 20,000 taels of silver tickets. Give me a bet on Moze to win the championship. The betting agent looked at the young man with bloodshot eyes and gave an "oh" of surprise, then took the silver ticket and skillfully opened the betting voucher to him. Shan Xing-shang took the voucher, as if holding a life-saving straw, carefully put it away, and then returned home to quietly wait for news. The following day, a new round began. It was also finally his turn in the ring after a few quiet rounds of great competition. Do you guys think this shameless god can still advance smoothly today? Impossible. His opponent today is Zhao Shan, who is at the 5th level of qi refining. The god will definitely lose. That's right, this Zhao Shanshan is a top 10 seeded player, cultivating still a 4th grade earth aura. The 7-star ancient moon blade in his hand is even a yellow grade high level treasure. As long as he closes his breath for a minute, it's enough to knock down a god at the 3rd level of qi cultivation several times. Countless trainees were heatedly discussing about the fight between Moze and Zhao Shan. It was a sharp-eyed cadet who noticed something wrong and shouted, "Look guys, what is the god wearing under his feet?" "Holy, that's a yellow rank advanced magic treasure Qingfeng Luyun Crawl. I've seen it before at the Tianqing auction house, but unfortunately it was too expensive to buy." "Holy, this god can't still know body combat techniques. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he doesn't know body combat techniques, what did he buy the green wind flowing cloud crawler for? Does it look good on him? It can't be. It's not written on this profile. You fool, if he has never used it, how can this information be recorded? Now I only hope that the speed of his stance battle technique isn't too fast, or else Zhao Shanshan is in danger." As the crowd chattered, Moze and Zhao Shan slowly walked up to the ring. Moze first politely saluted, then took out the gas mask and put it on. This Zhao Shanshan's strength is not extraordinary. Today may have to be indiscriminately open big. After the referee shouted to start, Zhao Shanshan hurriedly closed his breath, then his whole body was bubbling with earth-colored yuan qi, and with the 7-star ancient moon blade in his hand, he chopped an earth-colored blade qi at Moze. Moze operated his stance with his calf gently lifting, a flexible walk, easily avoiding the harsh blow, while hitting several swampy air clusters to surround Zhao Shan's surroundings. Zhao Shan attacked a few more times, but he was not good at speed since he cultivated earth yuan qi, so he could not catch up with Moze. Looking at Moze jumping up and down like a rabbit, he was so anxious that his face turned red and he couldn't help but open his mouth to scold, "You." Before he could say anything, an unspeakable sourness struck him, and suddenly his head went blank, his eyes turned white, he foamed at the mouth, and directly fell to the ground trembling. Moze wins. With a shout from the referee, the match was officially declared over. Hey, can anyone cure this guy? Based on the speed this just showed, it would take at least a top 5 seeded player to defeat him in a minute. Don't let this shameless guy take the championship by such despicable means, or else we freshmen of this class will never be able to raise our heads. Thinking of this, all the new students could not help but feel a chill. At the same time looking at Moze's look of calmness, they all had eyes showing a look of hate and fear. After watching everyone finish their matches, Moze no longer chose to go to the Tianqing auction house, but instead went straight home to prepare for the next day's matches. Since the news of Moze's purchase of the green winds and flowing clouds crawl spread, he had risen to the 5th seeded player in the rankings. As a result, the odds of buying him to win were now extremely low, which basically meant that he wouldn't make much money. The single line of merchants hiding at home after getting Moze into the top 25 right after, is also a big breath of fresh air. Currently in the entire Ling'an city, other than Moze and Zhou Dashan, It was probably only Shan Xingshang who didn't want Mose to lose. Within a woman's boudoir in the Yuanqing Academy, Ran Cheng was taking a bath. Suddenly all of a sudden the whole person was rooted into the water, and then scurried out more than a minute later, panting heavily. The maid at the side asked in confusion, "Miss, why have you been closing your breath for the past 2 days?" This freshman class, an extremely disgusting guy came out. The only means to restrain him now is to close the air. After saying this, Ren Chang once again plunged into the water. Meanwhile, all the top 25 freshmen, except for Inkbrand, were practicing closing their chi in different ways at home, because no one knew if they'd meet that disgusting guy in the next match. As for the hard resistance to the stench, now no one dared to have this idea anymore, because there was already a teacher who had tested it, and no chi practitioner below the Three Blossom Gathering could resist Mose's stench. The next day, on the playground of Yuanqing Academy, the top 25 freshmen were fiercely competing for the top 13 spots. This freshman competition and other rewards are also very generous. First place reward, 1 yellow grade high-level storage ring and 1 million silver tickets. Reward for second place, 1 yellow grade middle rank weapon, 800,000 taels of silver tickets. Third place reward, 1 yellow grade low grade weapon, 500,000 taels of silver. Fourth place reward, 700 academy credits and 300,000 taels of silver. Fifth place reward, 600 academy credits, 200,000 taels of silver. Sixth place reward, 500 academy credits, 100,000 taels of silver. 7th through 10th place were rewarded with academy points of 400, 300, 200, 100, and 100,000 taels of silver tickets, respectively, and up to 20 places are also entitled to 50,000 taels of silver tickets each. Mose looked at the introduction of that storage ring. His heart was on fire. Although storage-type magic treasures were not considered rare in this world, but they were treasures in the hands of low-level chi refiners. Chapter 12, The God is Scary as Hell. There was a chance for one person to take a turn in this round, but unfortunately Mose didn't have such luck. His opponent was a beautiful chi practitioner at the 5th level of chi practitioner called Wang Xioma, who cultivated the 4th grade of compassionate chi. Soon it was his turn to compete, and the countless trainees around him began to talk about it again. There was no way around it. Who made him the center of attention in the school? Do you guys think the god will still succeed in advancing today? It should be fine. This Wang Xiuma's overall strength isn't as strong as Zhao Shanshan from the previous round. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Someone please take this vile god in. I don't think so. Oh, do you guys think Wang Xiuma's parasites would be afraid of the stench? Yeah, those bugs have a different sense of smell than humans. At that moment, countless people showed a ray of hope. Wang Xiuma was walking towards the stage with a gloomy face, when a girl next to her raised her hand and made a fist gesture and said to her, "Classmate Wang, you must defeat that shameless god and take out a vicious breath for the girls in our class." Wang Xiuma smiled awkwardly. "I'll try my best. Go Wang." Countless students watching the battle shouted in unison with anticipation in their eyes. Aha! Wang Xiuma nodded solemnly and slowly walked onto the ring with the expectations of all the new students. Mose looked at Wang Xiuma, who was dressed in a green dress and a veil on her head, as she had been dressed in her previous life as a decimal nation. He didn't know if the marsh gas could deal with the parasites. At the same time, he secretly held a flint in his hand, so that if he couldn't, he would ignite the marsh gas to fight for his life. With a start from the referee, Mose hurriedly put on his mask, and several clusters of swamp gas flew towards Wang Xiuma. However, Wang Xiuma had already closed her breath in advance. The marsh gas did not cause her any harm. As she opened a bamboo tube, countless tiny flying insects came out. Looking at the countless flying insects attacking, Mose did not dare to be careless, even opened large. Countless swamp gas centered on him, quickly spread out in all directions. Meanwhile the flint was held tightly in his hand, ready to ignite the field full of methane at any moment. In fact, the sense of smell of bugs was much more sensitive than that of humans, and countless flying bugs fell like rain and fainted as the swampy gas of the Murray drifted over. Wang Xiuma cried out anxiously at the sight. I admit, the word lose hadn't been uttered yet when a strange sourness came. Vomit. All of a sudden, his eyes turned white, he foamed at the mouth, and he also fainted to death along with the parasites. At the same time Murasawa's swamp gas had spread. Outside the ring, the first 3 rows of students watching the battle all fell without surprise. Some of the students in the back of the room were smart enough to back away with their breath closed in a hurry, while the ones who weren't were vomiting and backing away in a panic at the same time. For a while, the entire playground was in chaos, and countless teachers above the 3-flower gathering realm rushed to organize rescue efforts. A teacher covered his mouth and nose, invoking a hurricane of wind to disperse the methane gas from the field. Mose looked at the referee, who came over angrily and said sheepishly, I'm sorry, Teacher, I'm only at the 3rd level of chi refining now. I'm still unable to control my marsh chi as I wish. After saying that, he even bowed respectfully. And the referee didn't speak to him, only just gave him a hard stare and then said seriously, Merzel wins. Puke, puke. Just now he also accidentally inhaled a mouthful of swamp gas. And although he carried it off with his profound cultivation, the feeling of vertigo and the sour stench still kept lingering in his mind. Meanwhile in the school infirmary, countless trainees who had turned awake variously crouched in different corners and started vomiting in various different positions. For a while, all kinds of vomiting sounds, as well as the peculiar odor emanating from those vomits, made a mess of the school infirmary. The teacher in charge of the infirmary also cursed at Mose, claiming that the infirmary would refuse to treat Mose if he was injured in the future. Meanwhile, under the influence of the ink swamp gas, some trainees had vomited and were too weak to compete, so the morning session had to be forced to be suspended and delayed to continue in the afternoon. At lunchtime, a few sporadic trainees sat in the cafeteria to eat, ordering still mostly white porridge and greens, etc. But even so, there were still quite a few people vomiting. Only Mose ordered a table of sumptuous meals, where he ate himself. After all, he successfully advanced to the top 13. Eat something good. Celebrate. Very reasonable. The students who were eating around him, on the other hand, were all staring hard at him with murderous gazes, but none of them dared to go up and cause trouble because they were vomiting every few minutes. After eating, he didn't go back to watch the battle, but went home on his own. And indeed, he was afraid that someone would knock him on his monstrosity stick. After all, this time, he had let down a large number of trainees. After this, those students who hadn't encountered Mose had experienced the terror of the god firsthand. Some students even joked that when the god of comes out, there will be mourning. Meanwhile at home waiting for news of the single line of business, hearing the news from the school, eyes flashed with excitement. I can't imagine that he's that strong. Mother, just watch. I'll be able to avenge you soon, right? In the evening, Mose was working hard on practicing his stance, while the other 12 students, one by one, were practicing closing their chi in various ways, and now there were already people who could close their chi for more than 3 minutes. The next day, in the midst of countless murderous gazes, Mose strutted into the school playground, learning from yesterday's lesson. Around the ring today, a boundary was set up by a teacher of the 5 Qi dynasty realm to ensure that no odor could be transmitted. This time, his opponent was a handsome young man named Yen Ruoyan, cultivating the 3rd grade Xin Ming Qi that was known for its speed, with a cultivation level of the 5th level of Qi refinement, and was a seeded player in the top 5. After the duo went on stage, there were quite a few teenage students under the stage shouting, Ruoyan, I love you. Ruoyun-san, please make sure to ruthlessly wait for me to teach this shameless guy a lesson. Yen Ruoyan was also like a star in her previous life, waving enthusiastically to the students who were shouting from the stage. There was another cheer from the stage. The referee, who couldn't look away, said coldly, ready or not? Start the match when you are. Mose put on his mask and Yen Ruoyan saluted each other before saying in unison to the referee, ready. With a start from the referee, Yen Ruoyan hurriedly closed her breath and fully activated the Xian air in her body. The whole person was like an elegant swan, wielding a yellow-grade middle-rank longsword and swiftly flew towards Mose. Damn! So fast! Without saying a word, Mose hurriedly opened up, while the red shadow body technique was fully executed, and with the support of the green wind and flowing cloud crawl, he transformed into a red-colored figure and dodged with all his might. Just like that, one white, one red, 2 figures, quickly performed a chase and jump in the ring. More than a minute later, Yen Ruoyan looked at the referee with a face full of suffocating redness, and took out a white handkerchief from her bosom and held it up high. Did you say you want to concede? The referee said coldly. Chapter 13, The Final 4. Yen Ruoyan's face was already black from holding her breath, and she hurriedly kept nodding her head. The referee then shouted, Mose wins. At the same time a gap was opened in the ring boundary. Yen Ruoyan hurriedly flew out from the gap, gasping for air, and after calming his breath, he said to the crowd in a dashing manner, I'm sorry, gentlemen, Mr. Mose is too fast. I couldn't catch up with him. Ruoyun-san, it's okay, you did your best. You'll always be number 1 in our hearts. Wakomo-san, we love you forever. Countless brainwashed fans of Yen Ruoyan cheered loudly in the audience as if he had won this match. The real winning party, on the other hand, only harvested countless murderous gazes. Soon the top 7 finishers were out, with one lucky winner taking a turn to advance directly. Instead of choosing to continue the game in the afternoon, the school administration told them to go back and get some rest, and the 7-in-4 game will be held tomorrow at noon. After the crowd of trainees went back, the other 6, with the exception of Mose, continued to practice closing their chi. Inside the Yuanqing Academy, inside an indoor martial arts practicing ground, Ren Chengqingjun closed his breath while practicing his sword. 3 minutes later, Ren Chengqing stopped dancing with her sword. Her small face reddened as she panted heavily, while countless cold auras flashed through her eyes. Shameless guy, if I catch you, if I don't beat the out of you, I'll be sorry for what I've suffered all this time. Time always passes quickly in practice, and the following day, after listening to a long burst of speeches from one of the faculty members, the competition soon began in earnest. It's 7-4 this morning and 4-2 in the afternoon, with the finals as well as the awards ceremony tomorrow. This time the last turn still didn't fall to Moze. At this time his opponent was a beautiful Qi practitioner named Luo Xiuchuan, cultivating the 4th grade cold ice true Qi. As Moze and Luo Xiuchuan stepped into the ring, the referee said solemnly, "Start the match if you're ready." Luo Xiuchuan looked at Moze in a complicated manner, and finally shook helplessly and said, "I haven't practiced body combat techniques. I admit defeat." The surrounding countless trainees issued a burst of booing. In fact, Luo Xiuchuan's approach is wise. Since the fight cannot be won, why ask for pain? If not in the closed time, timely concede defeat. The stench is not so good to smell. The referee nodded his head silently and said, "Moze wins." And so it was that Moze managed to become the first student of Yuanqing Academy to enter the 4th place of the freshmen with the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi refining. Soon the results of the other 2 competitions also came out. The other 3 advanced students were Ren Chengcheng, Li Kan, and Feng Tian Chen. This result was basically similar to the prediction in the freshman information booklet, with the exception of the dark horse, Moze, which they hadn't counted on. After the game, everyone was eating in the cafeteria at noon while countless discussions were going on about the results of the game. Do you guys think this shameless god can win the title? By no means. Feng Tianchen cultivates but a 3rd grade Xianqi that is known for its speed, and at the same time, he has also cultivated a yellow grade middle level stance, so he can definitely catch up with the god in less than a minute. I'll sneak you guys a piece of news. I heard that Ren Chengcheng has already cultivated to the 6th level of Qi refining, and as far as the god that shameless bastard is concerned, if he can win the championship, I'm going to eat. What? Is this for real? If Ren Chengcheng has really cultivated to the 6th level of Qi practicing, with the attack speed of sword Qi, this god is dead. Hearing this news, countless trainees immediately became agitated. If they were really taken the title by this shameless god, they didn't dare to imagine how difficult these 5 years of schooling would be. Inside the Yuanqing Academy's alchemy pavilion, a beautiful teacher with disheveled hair was pondering non-stop, scratching her hair from time to time and biting her fingers from time to time. At this moment, a handsome elegant middle-aged man walked in with a bright smile on his face. "Pavilion Master Qi, busy again?" Pavilion Master Qi raised his head in confusion and said in surprise when he saw the visitor, "Pavilion Master Ren, how come you're free to come to my dirty refinery pavilion today?" Pavilion Master Ren hemmed and hawed. Pavilion Master Qi is joking. This refiner's pavilion is an important place of the academy. Where is it dirty and where is it messy? Lord Qi Pavilion hemmed and hawed, and suddenly his tone turned cold. "Speak, what is it?" Pavilion Master Ren smiled awkwardly and rubbed his palms together. "It's not a big deal. It's just that I want to borrow your yellow grade high grade extreme shadow red ling boots for a bit." Pavilion Master Qi revealed a look of surprise. With Ren girl's strength, she actually had to come to me to borrow the extreme shadow red ling boots. It seems that this freshman class has produced an interesting character. Then he said with a smile, "No borrowing, you're cheating. Be careful, I'll go to the principal and tell him off." Oh. Pavilion Master Ren's face instantly darkened as he took out a dark green stone from his storage ring and said through gritted teeth, "Extreme shadow red ling boots. Lend them to me for 2 days, and I'll return them to you after the competition tomorrow." The ink dusk crystal rock, with an ecstatic look on his face, Pavilion Master Qi snatched it up and laughed happily. "Pavilion Master Ren, you're too polite. You and I are both colleagues. If you really want the extreme shadow red ling boots, can I not lend them to you?" Saying that, he took out a pair of red boots and handed them over, saying generously, "Don't worry about using them, not to mention 2 days. 5 days is no problem. Ha ha ha." Pavilion Master Ren took the shoes with a grim face, turned around and left, and behind him came Pavilion Master Qi's happy shout, "Pavilion Master Ren, come and play often when you have time." Walking to the door, Pavilion Master Ren spit a mouthful of water in the doorway. "Who wants to come to your refinery pavilion?" "Ah, a woman all day long do not cultivate the appearance. Unkempt, simply degrading." The little guy outside, "Don't blame me. It's really because this hypocrite is giving too much." Wow, haha. The Qi Pavilion Master inside the house touched the ink quartz crystal rock in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Soon after the lunch break, the 4-2 matches were about to begin. According to the draw, Moze faced Feng Tianchan and Ren Chengcheng face Li Chan. As the referee yells, the match begins. After Ren Chengcheng and Li Chan saluted each other, the two of them struck out at the same time and stood fiercely together. Li Chan exuded an overbearing imperial aura, holding a silver spear that danced with a dragon-shaped aura. Ren Chengcheng, on the other hand, exuded a stern sword aura, a white long sword in her hand, cutting out countless sword chi, while her body swiftly flew around Li Chan's surroundings and attacked non-stop. And that's when countless others noticed the brilliant splash of red on her feet. A puzzled cadet asked. On Ren Chengcheng's feet. What is that? Gosh, that's Pavilion Master Chi's yellow-grade high-grade phantom red ling boots. No wonder her speed has increased so much. Before, it wasn't written on the information that Ren Chengcheng had a yellow-grade high-level speed-shaped magic treasure. Isn't this cheating? How is it cheating? The people who have the statistics didn't get it right. What has it got to do with our goddess Chengcheng? As a result, countless trainees were chattering and arguing about the issue of cheating. Both of them had quite a few fans in the academy. But in the end, it was Ren Chengcheng's fans that were superior. After all, the academy was Ren Chengcheng's home turf. Chapter 14, the final round begins. In the ring, Li Chan was basically being pressed by the speedy Ren Chengcheng, and after barely defending for a moment, Li Chan could only admit defeat helplessly. With the referee shouting, Ren Chengcheng wins. Thus today's first second-ranked contestant was officially born. While countless watching participants shouted loudly, Goddess is invincible. Chengcheng is invincible. Next Moze and Feng Tianchan also walked up to the ring in unison. After the two of them politely saluted, Feng Tianchan said in a condescending manner, Despicable brat. You're lucky to be able to walk here with a cultivation level of the third level of chi refining. But that's the end of today. Moze laughed. Who doesn't know how to say big words? I hope you'll still be so tough talking after the match is done. With the referees called, the game began. Feng Tianchan hurriedly closed his breath while emitting a white light all over his body. Exercising the body technique Xin Air Divine Walking Steps, the whole person was like walking in the air, rapidly flying towards Moze. As for Moze, he wasn't the least bit slow. His red shadow stance dodged with all his might, and with the added power of the green wind and flowing cloud crawl, he kept escaping around the ring while a large amount of swamp gas filled the ring. Feng Tianchan originally thought that with his stance, plus the Xin Air to add a bit, should be able to quickly chase this shameless guy, which know that a minute passed even the other party's clothes and feet have not touched. As the time was getting closer, he couldn't help but get anxious. Although after these few days of training and closing his breath he could already close his breath for about 3 minutes, but according to the current situation he was bound to lose. So he secretly run the family within the unique heart method. Suddenly speed again a few points faster. See immediately to catch up with Moze, he quickly raised the hand of the big knife as ready to chop down when, suddenly, I felt a rush of air rushing through my nose. Cut! A sneeze escaped, and the breath holding broke at once. Vomit! With a fluttering sound, Feng Tianchan's eyes turned white and he collapsed on the ring with foaming mouth. The crowd of spectator trainees burst into a gasp of shock, letting out cries of disbelief. It was so close. How could this Feng Tianchan suddenly sneeze at such a crucial time? The crowd began a heated discussion on why Feng Tianchan would sneeze at a critical moment. But in the end, there was no result. Even Feng Tianchan himself, who woke up, was confused. At that time all his attention was on Moze. He didn't even notice why his nose was itching. It was actually Moze, controlling countless strands of tiny swamp gas, sparing him an itch on Feng Tianchan's nose. These people will not hold their breath. So Moze recently came up with such a detrimental trick, tickling. He does not believe that they can still successfully hold their breath in the case of tickling. As the referee shouted, Moze wins. The top two winners of the freshman competition were born. Moze, Ren Chengcheng. After the meeting was adjourned, Moze did not make more stops at the academy, and directly went home to rest. Today's battle was really too thrilling. He did not expect that this Wen Tianchan's speed would suddenly skyrocket, and if not for the last surprise move he would have been eliminated today. At the same time, Feng Tianchan's side was also surrounded by countless people. He said with a pale face and a weak body, I told you, I really don't know why I sneezed. I just thought my nose was a little itchy at the time. Nothing else. Vomit. Vomit. He said and started to involuntarily vomit again. The crowd looked at Feng Tianchan's pitiful appearance, and seeing that they really couldn't ask anything, they could only do nothing but disperse. Shan Xingsheng, who was hiding inside the house, couldn't help but shout in excitement when he heard the latest news from the academy, the last game. As long as I win another game tomorrow, I'll be able to turn over a new leaf. After saying that, he knelt down to his mother's statue inside the room and prayed, Mother, in heaven's spirit, you must make sure that Moze wins tomorrow's match. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless were discussing the final destination of tomorrow's champion. The odds offered by Tianxing Auction House were 1:2. Ren Chang Chang 1. Moze 2. Regardless of the fact that Ren Chang Chang's stats were too much higher than Moze's, but that sneeze at the last minute by Feng Tianchen today had been lingering in the minds of the crowd. While Ren Chang Chang was still practicing closing his breath, Moze was studying the various techniques of rapping. Soon the final match of the second day was about to start, and all the freshmen were gathered around the playground, while many people were also gathered around the entrance of the campus. All of them were people who had placed heavy bets on Moze and Ren Chang Chang. As the two began to greet each other, the match officially began with a start from the referee. Moze didn't dare to be careless. Bringing up the antivirus mask, he quickly opened his big move, while staring at Ren Chang Chang to see how she was going to make her move. After Ren Chang Chang closed her chi, she exuded stern sword chi, waving the white long sword in her hand, and quickly attacked towards Moze. Although she had then yellow grade high level phantom red ling boots as well as the speed bonus from her sword chi, her speed was actually a little bit worse than yesterday's Feng Tianchen. This couldn't help but let Moze slightly put his heart down, and just as he was about to get close to him, the aura on Ren Chang Chang's body suddenly soared. The original cultivation of the 5th level of chi practicing instantly skyrocketed to the 6th level of chi practicing, and at the same time his speed also increased by a large margin. Countless trainees under the stage exclaimed, 6th level of chi practice. Ren Chang Chang has really reached the 6th level of chi practice. This time this shameless god is dead. Goddess Chang. Go for it. Goddess Chang. Invincible. Ren Chang Chang's countless brainwashed fans shouted madly. On a high building in the distance, the head of the school discipline office, Mr. Huang, was surprised and said to Pavilion Master Ren, who was at the side, "Your love. What a high talent." Pavilion Master Ren said with an intentional smile, "It's not bad. This talent is about the same as mine back then." Teacher Huang's face twitched as he cursed in his heart, "You hypocrite. Do you think I don't know what you were like back then?" Moze in the ring was inwardly shocked and cursed. Sure enough, the prettier a woman is, the worse she is, actually hiding her cultivation. So he hastily backed away with full power of his body technique, while several tiny channels of marsh gas that had been laid out in advance quickly drilled towards Ren Chang Chang's eyelids, ears, and nose. Ren Chang Chang, who had long been secretly on guard, suddenly stopped, and then directly plopped down on the ground, shaking his body to disperse the countless tiny swamp chi around him, covering his mouth and nose with both hands, trying to control the desire to sneeze. At the same time, she finally understood why Feng Tianchen had suddenly sneezed yesterday. On the other hand, the crowd of observing trainees were stunned and looked at each other with some uncertainty. What's going on? How did Goddess Chang Chang suddenly get down and look like she's in pain? I don't know. Is this shameless god pulling some kind of dirty trick? It goes without saying it must be this shameless god cheating. Cheating! Stop the game! Cheating! Stop the game! Ren Chang Chang's brainwashed fans kept shouting loudly. Chapter 15, The Champion at last. After close to a minute of control, Ren Chang Chang finally was able to stop the desire to sneeze, and after getting back up, he viciously raised his middle finger at Moze. See? Goddess Chang Chang gave her middle finger. This shameless guy thinks he's using some underhanded tactics. Goddess Chang Chang, go for it and defeat the shameless god. After seeing the goddess get back on her feet, the crowd of brainiacs no longer shouted to stop the match, but instead cheered Ren Chang Chang. Instead, Moze shrugged his shoulders and said with a hefty smile, "Run, the competition is based on the means. You are being very rude." He tried to stall for time by talking, but Ren Chang Chang clearly recognized his strategy, only to see her picking up the long sword on the ground and scratching off a long piece of cloth on her skirt, then wrapping it around her face, and then waving her long sword as she quickly chased after him. For his part, Moze hurriedly ran his stance with all his might and began to walk, while also shooting out countless tiny swamp chi to harass Ren Chang Chang, who knew that he would definitely not be able to catch up with Moze at this rate. Suddenly injected his entire body's sword chi into the white flying sword, and then shot it directly towards Moze. Yes, the crowd of spectator trainees shouted in excitement. At this moment, the longsword flew towards him rapidly with endless sword chi, and in just 2 breaths the longsword flew in front of his eyes. In a split second, he quickly calmed down, staring dead on at the flight path of the longsword, and just in the nick of time his figure veered to the side, relying on precise micro-manipulation, narrowly avoiding the blow. Hey! Countless trainees under the stage let out cries of resignation. Wait, there's still a chance. With an excited shout from a cadet, countless cadets once again looked towards Moze. It turned out that although he had just avoided the flying longsword, the sword chi carried on it had actually chopped the antivirus mask on his face into 2 halves. Frightened, Moze hastily covered his mouth and nose, and looked at Ren Chang Chang, who had already been suffocated with a reddened face, from afar with a horrified face. Seeing that the long sword had fallen outside the ring, Ren Chang Chang also gave up going after Moze and instead sat on her knees, looking like she was going to compete with Moze to see who could hold their breath better. Although Ren Chang had been holding her breath for more than 2 minutes, she had deliberately practiced closing her breath every day these days, and those who cultivated sword chi had amazing wills themselves. Instead, Moze never thought that one day he would need to compete with others in holding his breath, and now he could only do his best to cover his mouth and nose and try to hold on for as long as possible. The crowd on stage also shouted, Chang, go for it, goddess, hold on." As time passed by, countless people under the stage stared at them even more nervously than the duo on stage. Just as Moze was about to lose consciousness, a wail from the crowd and the referee's voice announcing his victory came to his ears. Finally a win. A triumphant smile appeared on Moze's face. Void STH. Half a quarter of an hour later, Moze and Ren Chang both woke up from the school infirmary. The duo then began to vomit on themselves in front of the odd eyes of the countless people around them. And after vomiting almost all of the stomach acid out of their stomachs, the duo finally felt a little better. Competition. Each according to the means. What's wrong? You cannot afford to lose. Vomit. After all, Moze had experienced it once, so his face was slightly better than Ren Chang. I'm telling you, this isn't over. Vomit. Ren Chang warned and then vomited. Inkbrand didn't pay any attention and waited until he felt a little better before walking himself out of the infirmary. Today this situation, the lunch is not eaten. Find a big rock lying on the ground to rest, and from time to time also vomit. The surrounding passing trainees yelled, serves you right. By the time the afternoon rolled around, it was finally time for Inkbrand's most anticipated moment, the awards ceremony. With a shout from the host, Moze, Ren Chang, Li Chan, the three of them walked up to the podium. Li Chan looked at the duo who vomited from time to time and couldn't help but gloat for a while. Within the top 5 trainees, he was the only one who hadn't suffered from the scourge of the methane gas so far. As the 3 awarding teachers walked on, Moze finally got the storage ring he had been longing for, which could be used after the blood was dropped to recognize the owner. The award ceremony ended after a faculty member finished a round of words of encouragement. Here, redeem my bonus. Moze rushed into the skybound auction house and slammed the redemption voucher towards the redemption counter. Mr. Mo. Good tactics, an elderly exchange clerk said appreciatively, then handed him the 2,050,000 taels of gold tickets. This time it exploded into an extraordinarily large cold. Although Moze earned a hard time, the auction house earned a lot. Then the old man handed him a golden card and said, old man's name is Wu. You can call me Wu Lao. This is the VIP card of the Tianxing auction house. In the future, if student Mo has any needs, you are welcome to come over to the auction house to look for me at any time. Moze laughed and graciously accepted the card. Elder Wu. Thanks a lot then. Then he happily rushed back. And when he reached the door, a figure suddenly scurried out and knelt down directly in front of him. Benefactor Moze, please accept my obeisance. Shan Xing Sheng, you don't have to be so polite. It's all your own luck. Get up quickly. Moze hurriedly helped him up. Then he invited into the house to have a seat. Inside the house, Zhou Dashan has already made a table of food and wine. Moze invited Shan Xing Sheng to sit down with him. Shan Xingshang hastened to shirk but could not resist Moze and Zhou Dashan's warm invitation. Single line of business over the years in order to save money has been frugal, which has eaten such a good meal. At first more reserved, slowly began to wolf down the food. Seeing the meal he made, Shan Xingshang ate so flavorful, Zhou Dashan cheerfully and vigorously give him food. Single line of business eating suddenly cried, which Zhou Dashan startled quickly asked how, is not the meal does not fit the appetite. Only to see the corners of Shan Xingshang's eyes glistening with tears, he was moved to say, I'm sorry, I've lost my temper. Other than my mother, no one has ever been so kind to me. Looking at the pitiful Shan Xingshang, Zhou Dashan smiled compassionately, good boy, if you don't mind, you're welcome to dine at our house often in the future. Yeah, you're more than welcome to stop by here if you'd like. Thanks. Shan Xingshang was so grateful that he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then volunteered to tell his story. It turned out that his mother's name was Shan Yi, who also became a chi practitioner through the preschool class, and after joining the academy, because of her good looks, she soon caught the attention of the son of a small worldly family called Chen Ernan, who at the same time launched a fierce pursuit of her. Although at first Shan Yi is not cold, but can't help the master Chen Ernan's level of picking up girls is high. Under the attack of a variety of flowery words, the simple Shan Yi soon fell. Chapter 16 Yellow Class 5. After the two got together, Chen Ernan began to show operations, pretending every day as if he was trying to cultivate hard for the happy future of the two of them, while all the time lamenting that his family did not give him enough resources for cultivation. Addicted to love, Shan Yi, in order to help her lover boy, began to frantically do quests within the academy. while the credits and most of the resources gained were given to her lover boy to cultivate, and at the same time gave her a son. But when the 5 years of academy life were over, that Chenernan said that he wanted to go back to the family to compete for the position of family head, and promised her that when he became the family head, he would come over to her and receive him into the family in style. A man's word can be believed. A sow can climb a tree, but there are some women who will believe it. Shawnee E had waited for him for 5 years in this Lingen city, and had not waited for a single hair. Finally, unable to resist the longing, he went to the city where Chen Ernan's family was located to look for him, only to find that he had already started a family and his children would already be calling out for his mother. Shawnee E found Chen Ernan and said she didn't mind being a concubine, but the reply she got was that Chen Ernan said the family elders disliked the fact that she had problems with her household registration and didn't agree to her entering the Chen family's door. However, if she could help the family fetch the earth's heart flame and enhance the quality of the family's earth vein chi point, then she married into the Shan family. Love stinks and can be memorialized and recalled, or it can turn brains to water. So simply single EE will single line of business, entrusted to a close friend to look after. They went alone to look for the earth's core fire to go, never to return. After that, that close friend of his mother's also moved away, and as he had to wait for his mother to return, he insisted on living alone in Lingen City. A year later, he received word from his mother's best friend that she was dead. As a son, he can't stand it when his mother is being toyed with like this. Naturally, he couldn't. So the single-line trader began to try to get money and vowed to be a rich man. Of course, after becoming a rich man, he would join the preschool and become a chi refiner. Then he would work hard on his cultivation to get justice for his mother. After listening to his self-explanation, Mo's a burst of sighs. Really, love brain is not to use common sense to speculate to take away. The brain does not have 2 or 3 liters of paste is absolutely not to do this kind of thing. It's not enough to leave your son alone to lick a man. It's not enough to lick a man. It's enough to lick his whole family. Xing Sheng, but there are so many people in the preschool class every year, and less than 20% of them end up becoming chi practitioners. Are you sure you can succeed? Moze also inquired about the situation of the preschool class, and was not optimistic about this move by Shan Xingshang. Shan Xingshang bit his lip and said, "But this is my only chance. It's now or never." Looking at his determined gaze, Ink Brand sighed, "Walker, what do you think of my swamp gas?" Shan Xingshang gave a thumbs up and said with incomparable admiration, "Big brother Mo, to be able to become the champion of the freshman competition, your marsh gas is naturally powerful beyond compare." Zhou Dashan, who was on the side, understood what Moze meant and hurriedly kicked Shan Xingshang. "Then what are you waiting for? Don't be quick to kneel down and worship the master." Being reminded of this by Zhou Dashan, Shan Xingshang immediately reacted and hurriedly knelt down and gratefully kowtowed 3 times to Moze. Apprentice Shan Xingshang, pay respects to master. Well, get up. Let's forget about today's special circumstances. Don't just kneel down in the future, said Moze hastily. Help him up. For a single line of business he is still very satisfied. As the saying goes, a good man 3 help. Although this guy is a little stupid, but after all helped himself once. Besides, instead of throwing a million taels of silver into the preschool to blow it all away, it would be better to give it to him so that he could have one more free laborer. Cool. But master, if you privately accept a foreigner as your disciple, will your family agree? This is the world family are very important to the household. Almost will not accept foreign surnames as disciples, so single line of merchants cannot help but be a little worried. Most hammed and hawed, our family. We don't look at the account, we only look at the ability, and there are only 3 of us counting you at the moment. Shan Xingshang froze, a bit disbelieving. Zhou Dashan also laughed, then remembered the Lin family, looked a bit forlorn, sighed and said, "Actually, Zayer's life is very similar to yours." Shan Xingshang's eyes widened in disbelief with a hint of disdain. "Father Zhou, I can't imagine that you are also that kind of person." Zhou Dashan glared at him. "What are you thinking? I'm not Zayer's real father." "Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked." Shan Xingshang hurriedly giggled in embarrassment. Moze waved his hand, interrupting their boring conversation. "Alright, let's not talk about that. Do you have a chi refining technique yourself?" "I have." Shan Xingshang carefully took out a booklet from his arms and said, "This is a technique called the Sacred Elemental Chi Nascent technique that I spent 500,000 taels of silver tickets on at the auction house." Moze took a look. "This is just a lowest level cultivation technique. If you follow this technique, even if you succeed in practicing chi, it is estimated that you will only be able to enter the yellow level class next year." Moze handed over his Hongyu Chi refining technique. "You cultivate this single line of business not took a look actually is the yellow level middle stage chi cultivation spell. Cannot help but be greatly moved. Eyes once again flashed tears. "Many thanks master." Looking at the single line of business touched a look that can be for him at any time. On the mountain of swords under the sea of fire. Mose nodded. This free labor force properly. Then he took out a gas mask and gave it to him and put one on himself. Then the two of them meditated and practiced chi together in the courtyard. Shan Xingshang's talent didn't seem to be very good, and he didn't succeed in refining his chi into his body until the early hours of the morning. But this made him excited. With an apprentice, there are many things that you no longer need to do yourself, such as in order to ensure the concentration of methane gas and the level of odor in the digester. Every half a month you need to order a lot of rotten fish, rotten eggs, and all kinds of stinky garbage, etc. to put into the digester. The next day, Mose cheerfully walked into the Yuanxing Academy's teaching office, thinking that he had become an honorable Yuanxing Academy cadet. He felt that today's flowers were all particularly fragrant and the grass was particularly green. Teacher, are you mistaken? I am the first place in the freshman competition. How could I be assigned to the yellow grade 5 class? Looking at the data sheet in his hand, Mose's face was full of disbelief. There was definitely a dark secret in here. That teacher said with a look of disdain, so what if you're the first place winner of the grand competition? 5th grade inferior marsh chi, 3rd layer of chi refining cultivation. If you don't go to the 5th class of the yellow level, where else can you go? But those at the 6th level of chi refinement are all my losers. Even if they don't assign me to a heaven level class, they should at least assign me to a earth level class. If he was assigned to the worst class in the whole school with the top grade, then he would definitely be made fun of. So how could he wave and flirt in the future? No way. This feels no good. He has to fight back. Humph. You still have the nerve to say, what kind of despicable tactics you used yourself? You know it yourself. The academy didn't give you a punishment is already very right for you. If you don't want to enroll in school, give me the information sheet. The gate is on the left side. Don't send me away. After saying that, the teacher made a gesture of please. Mose's face was black with anger, and he wanted to lash out on the spot, but he was the most disobedient person in his life. So he walked towards the yellow grade 5 class with his head held high. A good man is not a good man. 2.5 days. One day, I'll get this back. When he walked into the yellow grade class 5 classroom, all the trainees stood up in unison. Good day, class president Mose. Mose was startled, then laughed. Hello everyone. Then pointing at himself warily, he asked, when did I become the class president? One of the male classmates, none other than Xian Shanfan, who he had fought with before, said with a face of admiration, Class President Mose, as you are the first one to enter the yellow class 5 with the first place in the grand competition since the school was founded, all of us have unanimously elected you as our class president. Chapter 17, honored to be a squad leader. Mose revealed an expression of that was the case, then laughed dryly. I'm really not interested in being the class president, so you guys should hire someone else. Zhao Shanfan stood up and tilted his head, bullishly saying, that won't do. We all serve you. Except for you. We don't serve whoever is the class president. We obey no one but you. Mose looked at everyone's adoring eyes, contemplating two yellow grade 5 class trainees, more than 50 people. When the class president is more or less a leader, which people do not like to be a leader. Not bad. Looking at it this way, this yellow grade 5 class doesn't seem so bad. Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll be the class president. Those teachers who look down on themselves, just wait and see. Who says that yellow level 5 has to be the worst class in the whole school? Yeah. The crowd of trainees applauded excitedly when they saw that Mose had finally agreed to be the class president. Their thoughts were simple. Mose was so powerful. If they were bullied in the academy in the future, they could ask the class president to back them up. When Mose found a seat and sat down, Zhao Shanfan immediately came over with a fawning face. Class president, are you going to live in school? Pick my dormitory. I promise I'll take care of all the hygiene in the dormitory from now on. Zhao Shanfan, you shameless guy, class president and I will live in a dormitory. I'll cover all your food expenses from now on. Squad leader, share a dorm room with me. I can give you a massage. I like girls. I love legs. And I live with a bunch of you big old men. What kind of international joke is that? Classmates, I've already bought a house outside. I don't live on campus. Mose could only show an awkward and unobtrusive smile in response to the enthusiasm of these male classmates. The trainees could only return to their seats in disappointment when they heard him say that. At this time a chubby teacher walked in and kindly said to everyone, hello everyone. I'm the counselor of your yellow grade 5 class. Lu Liang, you can call me Mr. Lu. I'll start the roll call below. As he finished his roll call, he continued, not bad, everyone is here. There will be no classes for you on the first day today. Those of you who live in the school will go back to your dorm rooms and pack up your own rooms, and then all sorts of stroll around the campus to familiarize yourselves with the environment. With that he left on his own. so the people were left to their own devices, but it was proposed that they should all join together at noon to treat the class president to a meal. Looking at everyone's such high passion, Mose couldn't bear to spoil everyone's fun, so he happily agreed to do so. White John happy and refreshing. He liked it. As for the crowd of yellow grade class 5 trainees, seeing that they had a chance to lick their champion class leader, each and every one of them were also excited. So a friendly and joyful gathering was held at the Tong Fu restaurant outside the college. Inside the meeting hall of the Academic Affairs Office, Vice Dean Pang Leeson took Mose's information and threw it on the meeting table. All of you tell me, what's going on here? The champion of the freshman competition would actually be assigned to the yellow grade 5 class. If this gets out, it won't make people say that our academy is deliberately suppressing the students. Teacher Wang, who was supervising the exams, stepped forward. Vice Dean, this Mose? With a cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refining and a 5th grade of inferior marsh Qi, it's very reasonable to be assigned to the 5th class of the yellow level. Vice President Pang was infuriated and laughed. With a cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi refining and a 5th grade of inferior Qi, to be able to take the grand competition championship. You guys are thinking that I'm little cute. That teacher Wang continued, but that's what the information says. It's just a fluke that he took 1st place. Ha ha ha. Vice Dean Pang continued to laugh. Fluke. Why don't you fluke one for me to see? And who rated this methane as a 5th grade inferior and didn't test it carefully? Mr. Wang looked at a teacher with glasses next to him and said, Mr. Lee, haven't you tested it yourself? Quickly talk to the Vice Dean. This teacher Lee froze for a moment and said in surprise, when did I say that I had measured it? Isn't it always Mr. Ouyang who is responsible for testing the Qi of trainees? Next to him, a teacher with a thin body stood out and said, I've been at the testing center these days. No one has brought Mose here for testing. Ha ha ha. Vice Dean Pang laughed out loud, then suddenly got up and slammed the table in a stern reprimand. So is this how you all usually do things? The teachers hurriedly bowed their heads, and they did not dare to speak. At this time the teacher Wang whispered, it can't be blamed on us. What kind of methane gas everyone has never heard of? Vice Dean Pang laughed. Without having heard of it you guys rate people at the lower 5th grade. Without having heard of it you guys place people in the 5th class of the yellow grade. At this time, that teacher Wang stood out and said stiffly, no matter what. Anyway, this Mose? I don't want it for my heavenly class 1. He had someone behind him. He wasn't afraid of the Vice Dean. I don't want it for my heavenly class 2 either. I don't want it in my earth class 1 either. I don't want it in Shin class 4 either. The counselors have taken a stand. None of them willing to accept ink brand. Good, good, good. I hope you won't regret it. All of you get lost. Vice President Pang snorted coldly, then began to drive people away. Yuanqing College is mainly divided into 2 factions, respectively, the main Dean Yao Runman faction, and Vice Dean Pang Leeson faction. Just now those counselors are basically the Dean Yao's faction. After these counselors had all left, Pavilion Master Ren respectfully said, Teacher, it's true that none of us have ever heard of this swamp gas. Do you want me to go and find student Mose to come over and test it? Vice President Pang laughed, more than you guys haven't heard of it. There are at least dozens of great worlds that I've broken into, just as I haven't heard of it. Pavilion Master Rin was surprised. What? With your experience as a teacher you don't even know the provenance of this marsh gas? Vice Dean Pang nodded seriously. And I'm sure that in our world, there has never been such an oddball Qi. So this Mose either has amazing luck, or a talent that is heaven-defying. What? You're saying that this Qi might have been self-created by him? Pavilion Master Ren exclaimed with some incredulity. Vice President Pang laughed. The world is a big place. Nothing is strange. Everything is possible. I feel like I'm going to pick up a big leak today. Ha ha ha. Teacher, I'll have someone arrange for Mr. Mose to go back to the test now. Rengu bowed and was about to go out. Wait. Vice Dean Pang smiled mysteriously. Such an interesting brat. Of course I have to go myself. After saying that, he dashed away and disappeared. At this time Mose was walking, alone, within the academy, after dinner. This Yuanqing Academy is so large that grades 1 through 5 are taught separately. As he was walking to the edge of a lake, suddenly a cold and arrogant voice with a hint of lethargy came from behind him. You are Mose? Mose turned around only to see a handsome middle-aged man with a hint of gangliness looking at him with a smile. Hello teacher, I'm Mose. The person who came was obviously a teacher, and he didn't dare to be careless, even bowed and saluted. The middle-aged man nodded. Not bad. I'm Vice Dean Pang Leeson. This time I won the championship, but I was assigned to the yellow grade 5 class. Do you feel aggrieved? Hearing that the visitor was the Vice Dean, Mose was shocked in his heart, so he didn't dare to hide it and said more respectfully, back to the Vice Dean. There was in the beginning, but now there isn't. Oh, Vice President Pang asked curiously, why? Mose smiled to himself. Actually, in my situation, going to that class would be the same. Vice President Pang laughed out loud. Not bad. Indeed. Chapter 18, Earth Level Chi Refining Decree. I've heard that your chi is very special. Hit me with all your might and I'll see how special it is. Vice President Pang looked like he was instructing him. Lu Chen looked embarrassed and said with some hesitation, Vice Dean, my chi, it's strangely stinky. I'm afraid of offending you. Vice President Pang, however, was unimpressed and said with a smile, how stinky can it be? I've even eaten poisonous gentian in raw form. What can you do to me with your mere third level of chi refining? He thought that he had experienced all kinds of sinister environments and poisonous substances and would not be affected by Lu Chen's chi. Seeing his look of certainty, Mose secretly shook his head. This is what you asked for. So a large mass of marsh gas flew towards him. As Vice President Pang watched a huge cloud of methane gas fly towards him, not only did he not dodge, but instead, he poked his head forward and took the initiative to burrow into the bubble of methane gas, inhaling deeply. At the same time, an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. This operation directly stunned Mose, as if he had seen an evil spirit. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and he couldn't close it for half a day. However, in less than 3 seconds, Vice President Pang's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Vomit, vomit, vomit. He bent over and kept vomiting up, but didn't pass out on the floor. Mose secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart, thinking, this Vice President Pang is really great, actually able to tough it out and endure the stench of the methane gas for so long. No one understands how unpleasant and irritating that odor is like he does. Instead, this Vice Dean was actually just dry heaving. He couldn't help but say in admiration, Vice Dean, you're too good. You can even endure this. You know that isn't even as good as 1/10,000th of this breathmaking I'm doing. As soon as these words came out, a huge yellow palm slapped at him. Bang! Ink Zephyr was unresistingly slapped hard into the lake by a huge force, and the huge splash of water choked him to the point that he coughed for a while, before he could regain his senses. A yellow rope of light quickly tied him up, and then he was dragged up and hung upside down from the tree. Mose's face paled and he panicked. Vice Dean, you asked for this, you have to be reasonable. Vomit, vomit. Vice President Pang also had a pale face and dry heaved 2 times. You this gas. Stink is just average. Not yet into the poisonous dragon bile half, but this nausea is indeed the old man has seen the most. Gag. Vice President Pang dry heaved 2 more times, and with a grim expression he continued, you kid. Very dishonest. Vice President Pang, where am I being dishonest? It's obvious that it's you who can't afford to play with yourself, and you still want to put the on my head. Mose's heart was speechless for a while. Humph, oily mouth. You said you have no family. I clearly felt the aura of the Yi family's bloodline on you. Are you an undercover agent sent over by Xianyu Academy? Said Vice Dean Pang with a murderous face staring fiercely at him. Gag. Looking at Vice President Pang staring viciously at him for no more than 2 seconds. And then dry heaving on the side. Mose had no choice but to tell the story about himself and the Lin family. So you're the son of that girl Yi Qingning. I can't imagine she ended up in such a situation. Vice President Pang looked regretful, with a puzzled look on his face. Mose asked, Vice President, you know my mother. Your mother came to Yuanqing Academy as an exchange student before. I've met her twice. And the matter between her and that asshole father of yours back there was a big deal at the time. A lot of people knew about it. He said and dry heaved 2 more times on the sidelines, then said with immense regret, I just didn't expect that her end would be so miserable, to know that at that time, her pursuit could be lined up from Xianyu Academy to Yuanqing Academy but in the end, she chose your bastard father. Vice Dean, my name is Mose now. I have no relationship with the Lin family anymore. And that Lin Tianhu is not my father. He had long since seen through the indifference and hypocrisy of these families and naturally no longer wanted anything to do with them. Vice President Pang laughed. Lineage is the most important bloodline. This relationship is something you can break just because you want to and the Yi family is still a 1,000-year-old great lineage. Anyway, my name is Mose. What is the Lin family? Yi family? They have nothing to do with me. Mose's eyes were filled with determination. Seeing him speaking seriously, Vice Dean Pang nodded with satisfaction, then said seriously, do you really want to sever your relationship with the world family? You should know that the Yi family is not a small force in this world. If you can get their help, it will be a lot of help for your cultivation. Mose said with a serious face, what does the size of their Yi family's power have to do with me? I can still stand proudly at the top of this world by myself. After saying that he exuded a strong confidence like the Haori. Yi Qingning had been left out in the Lin family for so many years, and she hadn't seen any Yi family members come over to take a look at her. And this Yi family naturally wasn't any good. Good. Have backbone, but without strength. You are nothing, said Vice Dean Pang taking out a token and inserting it in Mose's waist. Your chi refining technique is too low level. With this token you can go to the Academy's hidden pavilion and choose any one of the Xian rank advanced chi refining techniques. Moze was overjoyed. But it was a pity that he couldn't salute now that he was hanging, so he could only arch his hand. Many thanks to Dean Peng. I will definitely go to hell and back for the Academy in the future. Ha ha ha. Vice Dean Peng laughed out loud, seemingly amused that Moze had called him Dean, then held his chin and thought for a moment, as if making some sort of determination to continue. Tell you what, don't go to the hidden body pavilion to choose any chi refining techniques. I'll pass on to you this local level middle stage spectral chi swallowing technique that I myself have cultivated. Saying that, from his storage ring, he took out a roll of parchment and inserted it into his waist, and continued. As for that token, you'll go to the hidden body pavilion and choose any yellow rank battle skill. This is also considered compensation for you being assigned to yellow rank class 5. At this time, Moze had already upgraded to a level of respect and love for this Vice Dean Peng, and hurriedly and excitedly thanked him. Many thanks to Dean Peng. You have an outstanding demeanor and are the greatest person I've ever seen. I, Moze, will definitely look up to you in the future. Vice President Pang laughed out loud. Alright, that's it for today. You cultivate well and don't let me down on my expectations of you. Wait, Dean Pang, you put me down first before you go. Moze shouted anxiously in a hurry. Humph, you dared to disrespect me. This is what counts as your punishment. Vice President Pang finished by dry heaving a few more times on the side. Moze looked at the dry heaving Vice President Pang, and cursed in his heart. What kind of punishment is it? It's clearly an opportunity to retaliate. I've told you not to sniff it. You still have to sniff it. If you can't afford to play, don't play it. Moze was in a big hurry and hurriedly shouted, Dean Pang, don't go. I know I'm wrong. Just put me down. Unfortunately, there was no response, so he proceeded to yell, Dean Pang, even if you don't let me down, at least tell me how long you're going to hang me. Chapter 19, Tested in Person. In the Academic Affairs Office, Pavilion Master Rin and Director Huang of the School Discipline Office were discussing something when suddenly Vice President Peng flew in. The two of them hurriedly got up and saluted. Vice President Peng waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for the two of them to be courteous, when suddenly, the nauseating feeling struck them again. Gag! Looking at Vice President Peng who was dry heaving, Pavilion Master Rin said with a complicated expression, Teacher, you don't have to personally smell it even if you test it. Vice President Peng blankly glanced at him. Testing? Is it as accurate as my personal experience? Another bout of dry heaving ensued, and Pavilion Master Rin and Director Huang glanced at each other in disbelief. Then Dean Peng added with a serious look, this marsh gas grade should be in the 4th grade medium gas, but with its special attributes, its power can almost be compared to the 4th grade upper grade gas, especially in the low grade chi refiner stage. It is almost an invincible existence. Then he just pondered, if I go and get him a few poisonous dragon bile, is it possible to make it evolve a bit? If it succeeds, it's not impossible for this marsh gas to become a 3rd grade low grade gas. The 3rd grade chi energy was huge, and all of them had very strong characteristics, and those who could generally use the 3rd grade chi to practice chi into their bodies were all outstandingly talented prides. Director Huang was shocked. Teacher, what virtue or ability does this boy Moze have that deserves such cultivation from you? The poisonous dragon is the existence of the dragon world comparable to the 6th grade of the refined god realm experts. Listen to the teacher, this meaning is for this one refining the 3rd layer of the guy, to go to the dragon world to slaughter dragons. How can this let him not be shocked? Vice President Peng's eyes flashed with a hint of color. You guys don't understand. I have a vague guess. If the guess is true, then this kid is definitely a demon. At this he dry heaved a few more times and then addressed Director Huang. It's just that there seems to be a bit of a problem with this kid's identity right now. It seems like he's a bit involved with the Yi family. I'm going to go and make sure of that myself. You help keep an eye on him these days. Don't let old man Yao's people snatch him up. Director Huang respectfully bowed. Yes, Master. I will definitely keep an eye on him. Humph. Vice Dean Peng nodded, then flew towards Guangha City, while secretly saying in his heart, Kid, I hope you don't lie to me, or don't blame me for being merciless. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he thought of this. The 4 major academies of the Great Li Empire, Hao Ri, Xian Yu, Yuan Xing, and Yunchen. Although they all belonged to the subordinate branches of the Tianyu Sacred Academy at the same time, they all had a strong competitive relationship with each other. The Yi family and the Xianyu Academy were inextricably linked, and if Moze intentionally concealed his relationship with the Yi family, he would be expelled from the Yuan Xing Academy in a light case, or directly killed as a spy in a heavy case. At this time, the upside-down hanging Moze had already been discovered by many people, and countless trainees were pointing at him. Classmate, don't just look at it. Help solve it, okay? Moze looked at a female classmate next to him and pleaded. Ugh, Serves you right. The female classmate spat on him and walked away. Hey, you're such a pretty female student. Actually spitting in public. So unqualified, Mose shouted without surprise. Ugh, you shameless bastard. A male student spat as well. Hey, you kid have the balls to put me down for a one-on-one fight. Mose yelled as he pointed at him. Ugh, you scum. Countless people who had been scourged by him spat at him. And finally 2 yellow grade class 5 students walked over. Zhang Wei, Gao Xiaofeng, you're finally here. Quickly put me down. I'm going to go on a killing spree today. Mose's eyes were red, spewing endless fury. Zhang Wei and Gao Xiaofeng's 2 heads shook like rattlesnakes as they refused. What do you mean? I'm the leader of your class. The 2 of you actually don't save me. Are you going to revolt? Mose shouted angrily. Zhang Wei said aggrievedly, squad leader. It's written on your back, insult the division commander. Hang upside down for 3 days. No one is allowed to rescue you, or you'll be punished for the same offense. Holy! Mose let out a roar of indignation. At this time, Zhao Shanfan with a large group of yellow-level class 5 students also walked over, pushing Zhang Wei and Gao Xiaofeng away with one hand. 2 goons. Let me do it. Saying that, he walked up to untie the rope on Mose, and the rope, as if it were alive, quickly lengthened and directly bound Zhao Shanfan as well, and then hung upside down on the tree as well. This sudden turn of events startled the rest of Huang 5th class, and they hastily stepped back. The other trainees beside him laughed, and a trainee at the 4th level of Qi refining mocked. Idiots of the yellow 5th class. This rope is clearly made of the academy teacher's Qi. Just you little rookies at the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi cultivation want to untie it. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Mose's face was ironic as he directly waved out a ball of marsh gas and flew it into the mouth of that 4th level Qi refining trainee. Vomit. That trainee's eyes instantly turned white and he fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. The crowd of trainees watching the show took 3 steps back, and the countless trainees who had been victimized by the scourge of the methane gas turned pale and did not dare to come any closer. Classmate Shanfan, I'll remember this favor of yours. From now on you're my brother. Looking at Zhao Shanfan who was hanging with him, Mose said guiltily and gratefully. Zhao Shanfan was overjoyed. Instantly hanging upside down wasn't too hard anymore, and hurriedly shouted excitedly, many thanks, brother Mo. In the future, if he had Mose to cover him, he could walk sideways in this first year. After a few of the trainees who were watching the show were put down by ink brand swamp gas, no one dared to come near the place anymore. Meanwhile, with some prying eyes, the students were finally able to find out who dropped Murray Zephyr where. Holy, this shameless god, so bold, actually dares to smoke Vice Dean Peng with his stench. A cadet gloated and mocked. Yes, to think that this shameless man, to be hanged there for 3 days, I am very relieved. Go after class in the evening, go to Tong Fu Lu to drink 2 cups. Ha ha ha. Go with me, go with me. 3 days later, the 2 of them, Mose and Zhao Shanfan, were hanging in a bit of a trance, when suddenly the ropes disappeared and the 2 of them fell hard to the ground. After returning home, Mose hurriedly took out that volume of Earth grade middle stage spectral Qi swallowing skill to cultivate. The effect was more than 10 times better than his Hongyu Qi practicing skill. Now he finally also understood why Ren Chang was able to cultivate to the 6th level of Qi refining at the age of 17. No wonder they, the casual cultivators, couldn't compare to the children of the great families. This huge gap in feats was simply not something that could be compensated for by effort. The next day, Inkbrand returned to the classroom and finally made his first class official. Counselor Lu glanced at Mose and nodded. Students Mose and Zhao Shanfan, you haven't been in class for the past 3 days. Go find a classmate to borrow some notes to review on your own after class. The 2 Morrisers stood up. Yes. Thank you teacher. Counselor Lu saw that the class was all here and nodded with satisfaction. Today we will divide the realm of Qi refiners. Qi practitioners are mainly divided into 10 major realms, which are Qi practicing realm, Qi transformation realm, 3 flowers realm, Mingyi realm, Chaoyuan realm, alchemy realm, cave heaven realm, void breaking realm, unity realm, and undying realm. With the teacher's incessant explanations, Mose finally had a general understanding of the Qi refiner's cultivation system. Chapter 20 Aspiring to Live Forever. Alright, that's all for this section of the class. Next class we'll talk about the grades and basic characteristics of various Qi. With teacher Lu's sentence of dismissing the class, there was a commotion among the students below. In fact, not everyone was as attentive to the lecture as Mose, because there were many family sons and daughters who had already learned this content at home. However, there were still very few yellow-level class 5 students from the world's families. Basically all of them came in through the preschool or inside some small families. As the 20-minute break arrived, Counselor Lu came back in to start the second class of the day. The Qi of this world is divided into 5 grades among them. The first grade of Qi are Immortal Qi, demonic chi, divine chi, meditative chi, void chi, tai-in chi, solar chi, etc. The second quality chi are 5 elements aura, demonic chi, ghost chi, dragon chi, star chi, Buddha chi, etc. Third grade chi, sword chi, emperor's chi, hao ran chi, tai hao chi, fighting chi, xian chi, kuan ning chi, xian huang chi, and jiu yu chi, etc. As for the fourth grade, the fifth grade chi is even more. The teacher won't talk about them one by one. Students can go to their books to check it out on their own after class. Saying this, Counselor Lu glanced at all the students and asked, "So does anyone know what the biggest difference between second grade chi and third grade chi is?" One of the trainees raised his hand and said, "It should be even more powerful. It is said that in order to break through to the sixth order alchemy god realm one must melt second grade and above chi in order to do so." Counselor Lu mysteriously shook his head and said, "Powerful is inevitable. But the fundamental difference is," saying this, he wrote the word everlasting life on the top of the blackboard. There was a gasp of surprise from the trainees, and Mose was even more excited, his eyes flashing with longing. Yes, chi above the second grade basically has the effect of prolonging life and even immortality. Tutor Lu looked at each excited student under the stage and couldn't help but show a smug smile. But there is no chi practitioner who isn't interested in longevity. Mose stood up with longing flashing in his eyes and asked, "Teacher, then how are we going to get these second grade or higher chi?" Counselor Lu laughed. "Of course it's robbing. Our human race is a famous bandit in the heavens and the worlds. The human world is unable to give birth to more than the second grade of chi. Nowadays the dragon veins, spirit veins, immortal mansions, ghost domains, etc. in our human realm are all robbed by our human great powers in the heavens and the worlds." Then Lu Counseling suddenly turned his words around. "But these are still too far away for you guys. If you want to cultivate second quality chi or first quality chi, you have to wait at least until you cultivate to the 5 chi Chao Yuan realm of Chao Yuan." Mose stood up again with a strong desire to know and asked, "Teacher, must we reach the Chao Yuan realm before we can cultivate first and second grade chi?" Lu Tutor nodded his head. "Yes, chi above the second grade. Not only is the energy powerful, but it will also involve the divine soul. Less than the Chao Yuan realm, rashly touching it will inevitably explode the body and die." Saying this he suddenly smiled mysteriously. "It is said that there are even more powerful super quality chi above the first quality chi, and it is said that if one wants to become the legendary immortal existence, one must cultivate super quality chi to be able to do so." Looking at the crowd of trainees under the stage with another outcry, Counselor Lu smiled smugly. "Alright, today's class ends here. Class dismissed." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the classroom, and the trainees were engaged in heated discussions, as if they were about to become chi refiner powers the next moment, shaking the heavens. As a traverser to get Mose is also a burst of excitement, although he suspected before the chi practitioner's cultivation to the end should be able to live forever, but now to determine to make him full of infinite yearning for the future. If you cultivate to the gene realm of longevity, is it possible to return to Earth to visit it? Although things may have changed by then, but it is home after all. After class Moseko had been thinking about the token given by the vice dean on his body, so he walked straight toward the bookstore. But while walking to the playground the road ahead was blocked by a sea of flowers, to be precise. I don't know who it was, but they arranged countless flowers on the playground, and in the center they made a huge heart shape with flowers. In the middle of the heart shape there was also a woman's appearance spelled out with flowers of various colors, which after careful identification was found to be that of Rin Chung Chang. Obviously, this was specially arranged by an unknown tycoon in order to pursue Rin Chung Chang. Originally, Mo's can also go around. But why? This playground is everyone's. You put so many flowers here to block everyone's way. What do you mean? Want to take this place as you open the bell room? So Mirazawa just kicked away all the flowers that were in his way, and even kicked out an SB in that heart shape in the center. Looking at his own masterpiece, Mo's satisfied point. Ren Chang Chang. Cultivation is the real pain. Men can actually be replaced. You have to understand my peace of mind. Yuanqing Academy. Teaching building. With a class bell ringing, countless trainees have walked out of the classroom. Some go to the cafeteria to eat. Some go back to the dormitory to rest. There are also ready to go out of the school door to go outside to have a good drink 2 cups. Run Cheng Cheng also packed up her things and was ready to go home to eat with her parents, when a female trainee came over with an envious face and handed her a bouquet of roses. For me? Ren Cheng Cheng had a puzzled look on her face. Pavilion Master Ren had disciplined her very strictly, and rarely let her go out of Yuanqing Academy since she was a child, and very few people other than her elders had given her gifts. The female cadet nodded, signaling her to head out the door. Curious, she walked out of the classroom, when another cadet handed her a rose, while signaling her to walk in the direction of his arm. Not long after, another cadet handed a bouquet of roses, and so on and so forth. She soon gathered 99 roses in her hand, while the person also arrived at a playground covered with countless flowers. Just after seeing the surrounding scene, Ren Chang, who was originally full of joy, suddenly had a black line on her face, while an inexplicable feeling of absurdity rose in her heart. Surrounded by countless flowers, as if destroyed by a gust of wind, became a mess. In the center, there is a huge heart made of flowers, in the middle of which you can vaguely see your own appearance. But the too large SB in the center is so blinding and eye-catching. Which asshole did this? At that moment a roar suddenly came from the side. Ren Chang looked at the sound, only to see a handsome teenager with a handsome figure and starry eyes, wearing the school uniform of the first class of the heavenly grade, who was furious and roaring angrily with a red face. Mr. Li Chan, are these flowers from you? Li Chan tried to suppress the anger in his heart and scratched his head awkwardly. Chang student, I'm sorry, I wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be spoiled by some bad guy. Li Chan was the 16th prince of the Great Li Empire, and had been amazingly gifted since he was a child, and had successfully practiced qi into his body with the third great emperor's qi for the first time, squeezing his way into the ranks of the juvenile prides of the heavens. But because his several royal brothers were too strong, he chose to stay away from Dianjing and came to this Lingyan city's Yuanqing Academy to study. Chapter 21, Wave-Eating Fire Defense. As an aspiring, promising young man, how can you not have a great girl by your side? So he quickly locked on to his target. Ren Chang, Yuanqing College new generation leading pride of heaven, but also the freshman top 10 beautiful women. Long that is a diabolic eyebrow like a painting, high face value, shapely body, fairy gas floating, is the dream of hundreds of millions of men, hundreds of millions of rolls of paper factory's nightmare. His father was the Academy's sword pavilion pavilion master, a top expert of the Fifth Order Chao Yuan realm, as well as one of the Academy's establishment figures, and his mother was the counselor of the second year Heavenly Class 1, with a cultivation level that was also a Fourth Order Mingi realm expert. If he could chase Ren Chang into his hands, not only would he be able to easily enter the third grade Chi Point Sword Pavilion to train, but he would also be able to gain the support of a large number of experts from the Yuanqing Academy sect, which would be a great help to his future competition for the throne. And after a few days of contact, he realized that Ren Chang seemed to be high and cold, but in reality, she was a simple woman who was not deeply involved in the world. There are thousands of skills in chasing women, and romance and excitement account for half of them, so he spent a huge amount of money to set up all of this, which was intended to create a romantic surprise, but the result was that he didn't know which old six had destroyed the sea of flowers that he had so carefully set up into such a state. Ren Chang looked at the embarrassed Li Chan and suddenly snorted a smile. Thank you for the flowers. Suddenly a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. A classmate just saw it. It seems like all this was destroyed by yellow grade class 5 Mo's. So it's him. I won't let him go, Li Chan said angrily with a look of gnashing teeth. Forget it, his chi is too shameless. You're no match for him. And he's quite pathetic. He's clearly the first place winner of the great competition, yet he's been assigned to the yellow grade 5 class. He can go to the academy if he's angry. How can he spill it on these boneless flowers? Alright, I received your thoughts. If it goes to the academy, it's not good for everyone. After saying that, Ren Chang smelled the flowers in her hand with a very happy look. Chang, this is actually my gift to you, said Li Chan as he took out a delicate wooden box and opened it up. Inside was a gold and jade thread compiled a sword spike. This is the golden chalcedony sword spike. Ren Chang showed a shocked look on her face, then hastily shook her head. No, this is too expensive. I can't have it. The golden silk chalcedony sword spike was a special auxiliary yellow grade middle rank treasure weapon, which had an excellent effect on cultivating sword chi, although its quality was only of the middle Huang rank. Due to its special characteristics, its value was far greater than that of an ordinary Huang rank high-ranked treasure weapon. Li Chan smiled faintly and said generously, flowers match the beauty, and the sword is given to the hero. This sword spike can only be matched by you, so just take it. Ren Chang firmly shook her head. I accept your thoughts, but I really can't have this sword spike. My parents are still waiting for me to go back for dinner, so I'll leave first. Then, without waiting for Li Chan to say anything, he turned around and walked away, and at a distance of roughly 3 meters away, he turned around and shook the flower in his hand and said with a smile, thank you for the flower, I like it a lot. Then, red in the face, he ran away as if he were fleeing. Li Chan looked at Ren Chang's back and only helplessly will be the sword spike first put away, originally in accordance with his plan next to invite Ren Chang out to dinner. But look at her reaction as long as in the extra effort, it should be very easy to take her down. Mauser, we'll see. Li Chan remembered those trainees who had been tortured by the swamp gas, and now he didn't have the courage to go and find trouble with Mo's. so he could only take a small notebook and write it down first. The book pavilion was one of the important buildings of the academy, which contained countless secret books of merit, and its Kong pavilion master was also a 5th stage Chao Yuan realm expert, but usually he was basically in seclusion, rarely minding the affairs within the academy. After Moze arrived at the book collection pavilion, he respectfully handed the piece of token sent by the vice dean to the teacher at the door, while indicating that he wanted to enter the book collection pavilion. After that teacher received the token, he let him in after a slight inspection, and at the same time warned him that if he was choosing a martial arts technique he could only choose the yellow ranked ones, because the Shen ranked ones could only be cultivated at the 3 flowers realm or above. But if it is a chi practicing dharma, it doesn't matter. But currently the book depository only contains the highest and highest Qian grade high level chi practicing dharma. Moze entered the book depository, then went directly to the martial arts area. Looking at the dazzling array of various martial arts introductions, he couldn't help but have a burst of redness in his eyes, and couldn't wait to take them all back to study them slowly. In the end, he hesitated for a long time between a yellow grade high grade body technique, a yellow grade high grade defense body training technique, and a yellow grade high grade fire control technique. In the end, he still chose that one yellow grade high priced fire control technique called Devouring Waves Fire Control Technique. After all, the main attribute of marsh gas was burning. After choosing one, the teacher of the book depository copied in a copy for him and warned him not to spread it out without the permission of the academy. In Guanghe City, Vice President Pang stood on top of those 4 methane pools abandoned by Moze, carefully inspecting them, when suddenly a wave of residual methane gas gushed out. Vomit! 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 Vice President Pang burst into a fierce dry heaving while his eyes flashed with shock. So this is how this marsh gas was born. My guess was not wrong. This kid really has the ability to create marsh gas pockets. A kick to the top of the digester ensued with an odd look on his face. It's just that this method is so disgusting, isn't it? Another bout of vomiting ensued. In the academic affairs office, Pavilion Master Rin and Director Huang were leisurely playing chess when Vice President Pang rushed in dusty. The two of them hurriedly got up and saluted, and Vice President Pang ignored the two of them and dry heaved on the side by himself. Director Huang went over and patted Vice President Pang's back. Puzzled, teacher, after the previous students smelled the stench, they were basically fine after 2 or 3 days. Why are you vomiting more and more? Vice President Pang pushed him away, and then proceeded to dry heave for a while. He in order to study how the methane gas was born, but bearing the methane pool smelled for a while. If not for his strong cultivation, it is estimated that early fainted. After Vice President Pang slowed down a bit, Pavilion Master Rin asked, Teacher, is there any problem with this Moses origin? Vice President Pang threw a stack of information in front of them. See for yourself. Then he dry heaved again. Pavilion Master Rin stood up in surprise at the sight. Holy! He's actually Goddess Ye's son. Back then, when Yi Qingning came to Yuanqing Academy as an exchange student, he was one of the suitors. But it was a pity that Yi Qingning couldn't see him. Director Huang shook his head as he watched. Tisk, TSK, TSK, miserable, really too miserable. Pavilion Master Rin read in a low voice a poem that Moze had previously mocked Lin Tianhu for doing. The frost is white and cold, and the wind is bitterly cold. A heartless man with no love. A woman with a broken soul has no place to tell her. The child is 16 years old, and cries alone in the twilight of his years. Changing his name and forgetting his past, he has been proudly treading the road to the top ever since. Then a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. How desperate it was to make this poem. Lin Tianhu, this bastard is too hateful. Actually forced such a good woman as Goddess Yi to die alive. It's really outrageous. You do not want to do not rob well. Think of their own white moonlight. Was scourged so miserable. Run Pavilion Master on the gas cannot hit a place. Director Huang also looked indignant. No wonder this kid wants to sever all ties with the World family. If this were me, I would definitely exterminate the entire Lin family. Chapter 22, You Can't Be Friends. After Vice President Pang slowed down, he said stoically, Moze, this son, his talent is exceptional and his character is even better. An old slave who was kind to him, he directly recognized as his righteous father and was willing to retire for him. Based on this alone, he is superior to many heartless and unrighteous people. Director Huang and Pavilion Master Rin both nodded in agreement, and Vice President Pang suddenly stared at Pavilion Master Rin and said, Chang, that girl, I watched grow up. Don't be like Yi ahead when the time comes. And I heard that Li Changai seems to be pursuing Cheng Chang. Royalty can never be a good thing. Pavilion Master Rin was shocked. What? When did this happen? How come I didn't receive any news at all? Director Huang also said meaningfully, I've also heard about this. The day before yesterday they made a big commotion in the playground and sent a big bouquet of flowers to Cheng Chang on their way out. Asterisk. Who got this Li Ken in? Ah, he's a royal son. He's not studying properly at the Xianyu Academy in the country's capital. What's he doing running to our Yuanxing Academy? After Pavilion Master Ren finished speaking, he panicked and ran towards his home. Vice President Pang and Director Huang glanced at each other and both revealed a worried look. People from the royal family are notorious for flirting with girls. I'm afraid that with Ren Cheng's simple nature, it would be hard for this girl to resist. Mose has suffered a lot since he was a child. You arrange for him to enter the school discipline division and take good care of him. I will go to the Dragon Realm in 2 days, Vice Dean Pang said with a serious face. Okay, teacher, I understand. After Pavilion Master Ren anxiously returned home, Ren Cheng was practicing his sword in the courtyard after his lessons. Cheng, what's with that bouquet of flowers? Renga pointed at the large bouquet of roses in Ren Cheng's room, his face as gloomy as water. Ren Cheng put away her sword, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said flatly, a gift from a classmate. Pavilion Master Ren continued to press harshly, which classmate? Is it that fellow Li Kan? Dad, what are you doing? Cheng, I've told you many times, you're still too young to fall in love. Dad, what's wrong with you today? I'm not in a relationship. I'm just an ordinary friend with Li Chan. Ren Cheng was speechless. Although she had a crush on Li Kan right now, she hadn't decided whether to accept him or not. What? This is only a few days. You guys are friends. Cheng, I'm telling you, the worst of the royal family, and also particularly philandering. Look at those emperors and princes. That one is not a triple wife and 4 concubines. Hurry up and break off with this Li Kan. Friends can't be done. Pavilion Master Ren looked serious and persuaded meaningfully. Dad, I'll be 18 next year. Who I make friends with is my freedom. Ren Cheng was dissatisfied. 17 is the age of rebellion. Often the more their parents don't allow them to do so, they prefer to do it. Hearing his daughter say this, Pavilion Master Ren became even more anxious. No, you can't make friends with Li Kan. If you really want to make friends, go make friends with Mose. What? Dad, are you crazy? You want me to make friends with that shameless god? Ren Cheng stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression. You're misunderstanding people. In fact, Mo-san has a very good character. Pavilion Master Ren explained bitterly. Ren Cheng let out a cold laugh. Does that shameless guy have any character? I wouldn't be friends with that despicable guy even if I were to make friends with a pig. No matter what. Anyway, you just can't be friends with that Li Kan guy. And also you don't want to go to this heavenly grade 1 class. I'm going to transfer you to a different class. Pavilion Master Ren pondered for a moment before continuing. Just transfer to the yellow level class 5. Jesus, Dad, you're actually letting me go and be with that bunch of trash. Ren Cheng roared incredulously. Pavilion Master Ren let out a cold laugh. Rubbish. Then what does that make you? The defeated underling of this garbage. Seeing her father's firm attitude, Ren Cheng gritted her teeth with a pale face and said, Master Ancestor is not going to agree. Teacher, he would have agreed. I don't believe it. Master Ancestor loves me so much. He definitely won't let me go to yellow class 5. I'm going to find Master Ancestor. After saying this, Ren Cheng angrily ran towards Vice President Pang's residence. Looking at Ren Cheng's back as he ran out, Pavilion Master Ren laughed. If teacher doesn't agree with me swallowing the sword to commit suicide. At night, Shan Xingshang watched Mose turn the marsh gas into a fire dragon one moment and a firebird the next after setting it on fire. With a look of envy in his eyes, Mose laughed. Don't look. This is the Academy's technique. Without the Academy's consent it can't be outsourced. When you enroll in school and save enough credits, naturally you can go to the book depository to exchange for the fire control technique you want. Shan Xingshang nodded, gulped a bit, and then continued to go cultivate away. Mose looked at the flame in his hand. His eyes were full of satisfaction. Only that after this methane gas burned, it would emit an even more unpleasant odor. Even if he was wearing a gas mask, he would still feel pungent. It seemed that he would have to upgrade his gas mask in the future, or else as he improved his cultivation, the sourness of this swamp gas would probably be too much for him to bear. The next day, after class, Mose came to the refining pavilion. As a 21st century science student, the profession of refining was simply tailor-made for him. The students of the alchemy pavilion watched Mose come in and didn't stop him thinking that he was here to customize weapons. Ha! Aren't you the cadet named Narazawa? Mose looked at the disheveled woman in front of him and immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, Pavilion Master Chi. Pavilion Master Chi covered her mouth and laughed. You kid can do it. You can actually defeat Ren Cheng. Mose laughed. Pavilion Master Chi overpraised. It's just luck. Lord Qigong patted his shoulder in satisfaction. I've heard a lot about you, kid. It's not something that luck can do. I'm happy that you were able to teach that Ren Cheng girl a hard lesson. Say what weapon you want. I'll give you a discount. Pavilion Master Chi. I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to apply to learn the art of refining weapons. This is my enrollment information. Look at it. After saying that, Moze handed her his information. What? Don't you read the announcement? In order to learn the art of smithing, you have to be able to know fire attribute Chi. Pavilion Master Chi looked at him like a little cutie. Looking at him like, Moze looked around to see that no one was around and whispered, my marsh gas has a fire attribute. What? Pavilion Master Chi looked carefully at the information in his hand with a puzzled expression. Moze hemmed and hawed, that's not allowed up there. Pavilion Master Chi gave him a strange look, alright, you come with me. He then brought him inside a refining room before smiling at him, you show me the flame attributes of your marsh Chi. Mirazawa pulled out a gas mask and handed it to her, then awkwardly said, I have a bit of a smell from the swamp gas, and I need some protection. Ki giggled, did not refuse, looked at the mask in her hand with new curiosity, then put it on. Naturally, she had heard of the legend of Moze. Although with her cultivation that stench couldn't help her, it was estimated that no one would be willing to take the initiative to smell that stench except for Vice President Pang. Chapter 23, Biogas 4 Products. After seeing the Chi Pavilion Master put on a mask, Moze also put on one himself, then took out a flint to ignite his own marsh gas, and then under the control of the wave-eating fire royalty technique, he turned into a firebird one moment, and a fire refinement the next. Looking at Chi Gua staggering, this that gave you a test. You are properly a 4th grade Chi and it is at least a 4th grade middle stage. This was followed by an odd look, just do you have to light it with a fire guide every time? Murray Zephyr nodded and said, actually, my methane gas mainly provides energy to the flame, allowing it to burn, and is essentially a fuel that provides energy. Provide energy? Pavilion Master Chi said stoically, and as he spoke, a flame actually appeared out of thin air in his palm. Then try to provide me with a bit of energy for this flame. Moze maneuvered the marsh gas and slowly drifted towards the flames. The moment the flames came into contact with the marsh gas, the fire rapidly increased and the temperature plummeted by more than double. As Pavilion Master Chi witnessed this, his face changed slightly, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Then she nodded slightly after pulling Moze through several consecutive experiments. Moze, this swamp gas of yours, in the refining of weapons together, does have great use? I was wrong just now. This gas of yours should be a 4th grade high grade gas, and in the case of us refiners, its role is no less than that of a 3rd grade gas. She then brought Moze to her office and personally gave him the formalities of being a refiner. At the same time, she asked him to come to the refining pavilion every day after class. She was going to personally teach Moze the art of refining weapons. In fact, the main purpose was that she wanted to use Moze's swamp Chi to raise the temperature of her own flames so as to enhance the quality of the refining weapons. Just like that, Moze became an honorable reserve refiner. The next day, all the trainees of the yellow grade 5 class were already seated, when Counselor Lu walked in with the reluctant Rin Chung Chang. Everyone, today we all introduce a transfer student. She is Rin Chang Chang. Everyone applaud. The crowd of trainees looked puzzled, followed by sparse applause. Counselor Lu smiled awkwardly, I can't imagine that both the champion and the runner-up of this freshman class are in my yellow class 5. Rin Chang Chang, student, you come up and say a few words to everyone. Ren Chang Chang walked up to the podium and stared at Moze dead in the face. Moze, you bastard. What the hell did you say to my father? There is a story. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all looked at Moze with odd expressions on their faces. Moze himself was surprised, pointing at himself innocently, I haven't even met Pavilion Master Ren. Then Counselor Lu walked up to the podium, quiet everyone. Ren Chang Chang's transfer to another class is Vice Dean Peng's intention. It has nothing to do with Moze's classmate. Ren Chang Chang, you find your own place to sit. Ren Chang Chang walked next to Moze's table and slammed the table fiercely. You get the hell behind me. The cadet gave Moze a sly look, then gathered his things and found a seat in the back row. So the whole class Ren Chang Chang was staring at him viciously, and finally he couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and said, Teacher, classmate Ren Chang Chang is interfering with my studies. Counselor Lu coughed dryly, Student Ren Chang Chang, pay a little attention. If you have any grudges, you can go to the competition arena after class to settle them. Ren Chang Chang grunted, then turned her head to sleep on her stomach. What the teacher taught in class, Ren Pavilion Master had taught her long ago. After class, Ren Chang Chang slammed the table. Moze, let's go to the competition arena. Moze shook his head, no go, I want to review. Then he began to read the book seriously. Ren Chang Chang snatched his book and threw it right away. You have to go today. Mauser wasn't going to spoil her and went straight for her face with a cloud of swamp gas. Vomit. So Ren Chang Chang's eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth as she continued to lie on the table sleeping. Squad leader is awesome. Squad leader is awesome. The yellow grade 5 class cheered. Moze laughed. Everyone continued to review. Then he picked up the books on the ground and continued to review. Ever since he knew that Ren Chang Chang's yellow grade high grade phantom redling boots were returned to Pavilion Master Chi, he was no longer afraid of her. By the time the second class was halfway through, Ren Chang woke up shakily, and after vomiting for a while, she gritted her teeth and rushed towards Mose. I'll fight you. The helpless Mose is another ball of swamp gas. So Ren Chang continued to lie on the table sleeping. Counselor Lu gave Mose a thumbs up and then continued his lecture. The yellow grade 5 class had an excellent learning style under Mose's leadership. It was one of the best classes he had ever taken in so many sessions, and everyone studied very actively and hard, so he had a very good feeling about Mose. After Mose finished his lessons, he went to Pavilion Master Chi's place to learn the art of refining weapons, and didn't go back until the evening, and started practicing Chi next to the methane pool with Shan Xingshang right after dinner. Due to the Earth-level technique spectral Chi swallowing skill, the speed of absorbing the marsh gas was too fast. Soon he and Shan Xingshang felt that the 4 marsh gases were beginning to be insufficient for the 2 of them to use, so I had a single dealer by the side yard along with it, with the intention of opening it up and building 4 more digesters. The next day in class, Ren Chang did not come to Mose know that she probably vomited at home and could not climb up. The crowd did not care about her. Everyone continued to class. After class, a trainee came over to him and said that Pavilion Master Ren had called him over. Mose suddenly burst into bitterness. No, you a Pavilion Master as to be so protective? I didn't really do anything to your daughter. However, he couldn't help but follow that cadet to the Sword Pavilion Master's office. Pavilion Master Ren. Hello. After entering, Mose respectfully took the initiative to greet him. Classmate Mose is here. Sit. No need to be polite. Pavilion Master Ren warmly greeted him as he sat down, and then also made him tea. This made Inkbrand feel instantly flattered and uncertain at the same time. Chang, this girl is too willful. What you did was very right. You should let her suffer, so that she won't suffer big losses outside in the future, said enthusiastically handing him a cup of tea. No. Pavilion Master Ren, you are too polite. Mose respectfully received the tea and put it aside. At the same time, he also put his heart down. As long as he wasn't looking for trouble, it was good. Pavilion Master Ren suddenly smiled mysteriously. It's in this way. How about I give you 500 credits and you do something for me? Mose stood up without saying a word and patted his chest. Pavilion Master Ren, you can just command me. I promise to complete the task. Just kidding. 500 credits. How many tasks does this take to save up? Pavilion Master Ren said appreciatively. Good. I really haven't misjudged you. Li Kan of the first class of heaven knows it. Mose nodded. I know. What do you want me to do? A cold glint flashed in Pavilion Master Ren's eyes. You teach him a good lesson for me. The matter of Li Chan chasing away Ren Chang was a big deal in the academy, and Mose had naturally heard about it, so he instantly understood what he meant. It was really pitiful. A small matter, but only the Pavilion Master. To what extent should I teach a lesson? Please also enlighten me. Chapter 24 Bullying Li Chan. Pavilion Master Ren hemmed and hawed. As long as there are no fatalities, you give me the death penalty. It doesn't matter if you break your arms or legs. I'll cover everything for you. And if you can get him to drop out of school for me, I'll give you an additional 1,000 points. At that moment, Mose jumped up excitedly. Student understands. Pavilion Master Ren, just watch and see. I guarantee that I'll make it impossible for him to stay in Yuanxing Academy. 1,000 points. That can be exchanged for another yellow grade advanced martial art. How can this not make Mose excited? Li Chan, you are finished. The first year teaching building of Yuanxing Academy had 4 floors, with 5 classes on each floor, where the yellow level classes were on the first floor and the heaven level classes were on the 4th floor. At this moment, Mose was walking down the stairs with his 4 ponies, towards the 4th floor, and countless trainees were looking at them with strange eyes along the way. In a while, you guys be smart, pay attention to my hand signals. The situation is not right. Immediately put on the mask, otherwise you cannot blame me if you are mistakenly injured. Mose a serious caution behind the 4 people. The reason why to bring the 4 of them to find Li Chan trouble, purely because of the prestige. That big brother does not bring a few ponies around it. Zhao Shanfan and the others nodded their heads in succession. Their eyes flashed with excitement as they gripped the gas mask in their hands. They had never thought that they could actually climb up to the highest floor of this school building. Usually, the yellow level class trainees didn't dare to go upstairs. After all, as the lowest class among the trainees, they had always only been bullied. If they ventured upstairs, they would definitely be stopped by those upstairs trainees with all kinds of ridicule and mockery, and they would even make a move on them and drive them down. But today was different. With Mose taking the lead, those trainees only dared to watch from afar. None of them dared to come up and look for trouble. At the entrance of the first class of the heavenly grade, Mose stopped a random trainee and said arrogantly, "Call out Li Kan from your class." Mose's reputation was too loud, and the cadet's face turned white as he turned around and went to call someone. Not long after, Li Kan brought 4 minions with him and walked over with a depressed face. Fellow Moze, what are you looking for me for? He didn't think that he hadn't gone to look for Moze's trouble for destroying his flower sea yet. This Moze actually came over to look for him first. Moze tilted his head 45 degrees and looked at him with contemptuous eyes. Brother, you didn't apologize for the dust you raised when you passed by me this morning, dirtying my clothes. Then his expression chilled. Are you looking down on me? Li Chan's expression was stunned and he was silent for a few seconds. Then he said with a grim expression, fellow Moze, we have not met this morning. With a twinkle in his eye, Murazawa continued sternly, I had a dream last night that you raised dust and soiled my clothes when you passed by me today. What kind of excuse is that? If you're looking for trouble, can you find a better one? Li Chan thought about Moze's horrifying battle record for a moment, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and bowed to Moze. If I have unintentionally offended fellow Moze in any way, I apologize to you. If you don't mind, I'm willing to set up a table at Tong Fu Lu to make amends to you. Moze grunted, there's no need to make amends. I'll give you guys a little lesson today, so be more careful next time. After saying that, a large ball of swamp gas enveloped towards Li Kan and the 4 ponies behind him. They didn't expect Moze to really dare to make a move, and were caught off guard and couldn't close their breath in time. Vomit. The 5 instantly fell to the ground with their eyes white and foaming at the mouth. Holy, Moze, what do you mean? You actually dare to come to our Sky Rank Class 1 to cause trouble? Dozens of trainees who had befriended Li Kan instantly angrily surrounded the 5 people of Moze. In a group. Why are you bullying fewer people based on the fact that there are more of them? Said Moze directly put his mask on. Zhao Shanfan and the others also immediately put their gas masks on. Then a huge, unmistakable and disgusting odor spread out from all around him. Not good. Everyone hurry and close your breath. Countless trainees of the first class of the heavenly grade made a mess. Some people covered their mouths and noses with their hands. Some people hurriedly backed away. And there were also countless people who couldn't react in time who fainted in unison. At the same time, there were also a few people who closed their breaths and attacked him. But with their flamboyant positioning and superb micromanipulation, these people could not even touch the corners of his clothes. The only one in the entire first year who could compete with him in terms of stance was Feng Tianchen. But it was a pity that he didn't really deal with Li Kan either. So naturally he wouldn't stand up for him. A few moments later, the doorway of the first class of the heavenly grade fell down on the ground horizontally and vertically. And in the distance there were still some people looking at Moze and the others in shock, vomiting on the ground. At this time they once again experienced what is called, when the god of goes out. There is a lot of grief and woe. After walking downstairs, Zhao Shanfan and the others were all excited. Class president, you're too bullish. We never thought that one day we could go to the heavenly grade 1 class and bully people. It's too damn good. In the school discipline division, Director Huang was dealing with official business when a cadet walked in. Teacher Huang, Moze brought 4 students to cause trouble in the heavenly grade 1 class. Director Huang looked up at the cadet. Is anyone hurt? Not technically, the cadet said with an oddly thoughtful face. Director Huang laughed. Verbal altercations between trainees are normal. Our school discipline office isn't so bad as to even care about this trivial matter. Student understands. That student understood that Director Huang was trying to favor Moze's intentions, so he saluted and walked out. At night, Pavilion Master Chi looked at this heavenly rank class 1 cadet in front of him with an odd expression. Speak. What do you want from me? That student respectfully said. The student would like to buy the Pavilion Master's phantom red ling boots. Yellow grade high-priced magic treasures were not so easy to refine. Especially some auxiliary types were even more precious. Pavilion Master Chi let out a cold laugh. Not for sale. Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. I'm very busy. With that, he gave an expulsion order. That student hurriedly and respectfully said, wait, Pavilion Master Chi, it's fine if you don't sell it for rent. The student is willing to rent it for a day with 500,000 taels of silver. Pavilion Master Chi looked at Moze, who was helping him refine weapons in the room, with an odd expression, then scolded the cadet. Get lost. How did this Li Kan offend you? You're going to straighten him out like this? Pavilion Master Chi returned to her room and asked curiously. The incident in Tian's first class during the day was a big deal and she had naturally heard about it. Moze hemmed and hawed. It's just a task for me. Who told him to try to vault over someone else's good cabbage? So it was the hypocrite's idea. This matter is like his style, said Chiga. Suddenly turned his tone and asked with a look of a curious baby. How much favor fee did he give you? Moze smiled awkwardly. Embarrassed, it's not much, just 500 credits. Lean, this tycoon. The next time someone from the sword pavilion comes to my place to refine a sword, the fee must be increased by another 20%. Pavilion Master Chi looked indignant. The next day in class, Ren Chengchun walked into the classroom with a pale face. After yesterday's baptism of methane gas, she no longer dared to look for trouble with Moze, and honestly laid down on the table to sleep. With the sound of Counselor Lu dismissing the class, Zhao Shanfan walked over with an excited face. Brother Mo, are we still going to find trouble in Tianyi class today? Moze sneered, of course. Saying that, he was about to walk out with his 4 ponies. Wait, Moze, what did you guys just say you were going to do? Ren Chengcheng opened her hands with an ironic face and stopped in front of them. Moze laughed. Ren Chengcheng, there is no need for you to be in charge of this matter. After saying that, he led the 4 of them around Ren Chengcheng and walked straight towards the 4th floor. Chapter 25. Joining the school discipline team. Moze, don't go too far. Li Chan gritted his teeth and looked at the arrogant Moze 5 in front of him. Li Chan, so what if I go overboard? This isn't your Dali Empire Imperial City. You'll have to step up your tail for me here. Moze had a cocky look on his face, and when he finished speaking, he was ready to fire the marsh gas. At this time, Ren Chengcheng rushed out from the side and stopped in front of Li Can, saying viciously, Moze, what are you guys doing? This is Yuan Xing Academy. I forbid you to bully your classmates. Cheng, why have you come? Li Chan's eyes flashed with a touching tear. A cold light flashed in Moze's eyes. Ren Chengcheng, do you think you can stop me? After saying that, he directly turned on the big one, and countless swamp gas quickly spread out with Moze as the center. The 2 Ren Chengcheng and Li Chan hastily closed their breath and retreated, while Moze quickly followed with his windy positioning and kept circling around Li Chan. More than 2 minutes later, Li Can once again lay on the ground with both eyes white and foaming at the mouth. Moze, you asshole! Ren Chengcheng in the distance angrily yelled. Just in the way of the terror of the marsh gas also did not dare to come over. Moze laughed and didn't pay any attention to it, taking the 4 ponies and heading downstairs. At that moment 2 cadets wearing the uniforms of the school discipline team came over to them and said, Mr. Moze, you come with us. From afar, Ren Chengcheng shouted excitedly, classmate Moze, you shameless bastard. Now that the school discipline team is here, I'll see how you can still be arrogant now. One of the school disciplinarians shouted to Ren Chengcheng, student Ren Chengcheng, you have to come along too. Ah, I'm going along too. Ren Chengcheng looked puzzled, then thought of something and nodded, okay, I'm going to testify that this guy bullies his classmates. The school discipline team has finally stepped in. This shameless god. Finally someone can cure him. Countless cadets who had been scourged by the stench flashed hatred in their eyes. Do you guys think there's any chance this shameless god will be expelled from the academy this time? Impossible. Li Chan and the others were not materially harmed. At most they will be penalized with a demerit and a little bit of credit. This guy, he's too arrogant. If only he could be kicked out of the academy. Watching the 2 of them, Moze and Ren Chengcheng, being taken away by the people from the school discipline team, the surrounding students all revealed expressions of great joy. And at this time, Moze's heart is also a burst of apprehension. Ren Pavilion Master, you did not say that everything is borne by you? Now what kind of thing is this? School Discipline Division. Director Huang, who was checking the information in front of his desk, smiled when he saw that the duo of Moze and Ren Chengcheng had come over. So you 2 came over. The purpose of this idea of inviting you over is to invite you to join the school discipline team. What? How can this guy join the school discipline team? Ren Chengcheng stared in disbelief. Director Huang laughed, student Moze, with a clean family background and exceptional talent, it's normal to join the school discipline team. Director Huang, this guy is only at the 3rd level of chi refining. How is he gifted? Ren Chengcheng looked like he didn't understand. Director Huang gave her an odd look, but he won the freshman competition with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the chi refining stage. Isn't that talented enough? Ren Chengcheng was choked for a moment, but still said unconvincingly, but he bullied his classmates wantonly. How can such a person join the school discipline team? There is? I haven't heard. Why not? The whole 4th floor and so on trainees have seen it. And Li Chan students are still unconscious now? Director Huang looked at a nearby cadet who had brought them in and said, all unconscious. Mingzhi, you hurry up and get the medicine pavilion's healing team to see if the injuries are serious. Mingzhi covered his mouth and laughed a little. Commissioner Huang. The medical team has looked at it and said that no one was injured. Director Huang nodded, oh, that's just an ordinary verbal dispute between classmates. It's not a problem. Young people, understand. Looking at the way the 2 of them, Chief Philosopher Ming and Director Huang, were singing in unison, Ren Chengcheng seemed to understand something, biting her lip and said, Uncle Huang, is this something my father instructed? Director Huang coughed dryly. Chengcheng, public occasions should be handed over to call Director Huang. Your father is the Sword Pavilion Master. How would he go to make things difficult for an ordinary trainee? But you are also, a young age should be focused on academics, and you can't fall in love. You guys are too much. How could Ren Chengcheng not understand the beginning and end of this matter now? And finished crying and ran out. Hey, this girl, We haven't talked about business yet. Huang Rank looked at Rin Chang Chang's back as he left for a while and shook his head helplessly, then said to Moze, what do you mean? Would you like to join the school discipline team? After graduating from the Yuanqing Academy, there are 3 main places for students to go, and the sons and daughters of those families will generally return to their families to continue their cultivation, and those without backgrounds either choose to join some family force, or become loose cultivators to wander around looking for resources. The last one is to join the Yuanqing Academy to become a teacher or school staff, and joining the school discipline team is equivalent to being enrolled in the school in advance, and the school will surely cultivate it with all its strength next. And this time, the school disciplinary team was inducted into a total of 2 people. One was Rin Chang Chang, who was originally a full member of the academy. The other one was Moze. His talent and background had been personally verified by the vice dean to be fine, so he was naturally the best candidate to join the academy. Director Huang, Moze is willing to go through fire and water for the academy. Moze's eyes flashed with excitement, so that in the future, he could have a proper identity when he was fooling around in the academy. Good, Mingzhi, Moze will be led by you from now on. Director Huang nodded in satisfaction. As for Rin Chang Chang's side, she had a big fight with Pavilion Master Ren when she went back, and then she locked herself in her room to sulk. Pavilion Master Ren was also enraged by his daughter, when a beautiful woman in a palace dress walked over and said mockingly, Xing Tian, you've gone too far, at least you're a Chaoyuan realm powerhouse, actually going to make things difficult for a new student. Pavilion Master Ren said with a serious face, Su Yun, you don't understand the situation. That brat Li Kan has bad intentions and is attempting to scourge our daughter, and you're well aware of the style of the royal family, so how can I just stand by and watch Cheng Cheng jump into the fire pit? What? Hu Suyun's face changed dramatically, and the teacup in her hand was instantly crushed. He then told her about Yi Qingning's tragic fate, but concealed the fact that Moze was her son. Xing Tian, you did the right thing. Suddenly, her tone turned cold. Why are you suddenly concerned about Yi Qingning? Do you still have any feelings for her? A flash of panic flashed in Pavilion Master Ren's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said righteously, absolutely impossible. Yi Qingning and I haven't said a total of 3 words, and this news was told to me by my teacher. If you don't believe me, you can ask old Huang. Hu Suyun nodded half-heartedly, then said regretfully, when Yi Qingning broke with her family for love despite everything, I don't know how many women of the world regarded her as an idol, but I didn't expect to end up like this. Chapter 26, the mission seems to be failing. A sunny and handsome cadet pushed open the door and walked in respectfully in the office of counselor Hu in the second year Sky Class 1. Hu Suyun had a frosty face. Chi Hao, you're here. Chi Hao was the class president of the second year Celestial Class 1, as well as the number 1 person in the second year, and was rumored to have already begun preparing to cultivate the second Dao Qi. Teacher, you're looking for me? Chi Hao bowed respectfully. Hu Suyun put down the pen in her hand and said coldly, Chang Chang, being bullied, do you know? Chi Hao scratched his head in embarrassment. I think I've heard of it. It's that yellow grade class 5's Moze. Student will go and teach him a lesson. Although it was a shame for a second year cadet to bully a first year newbie, but if it was his own teacher's request then he couldn't care less. What Moze? You guys usually don't pay attention to the news within the academy at all. The one who bullied Cheng Chang was Li Chan from the first year Tian E class, said Hu Suyun looking at Chi Hao seriously. Cheng Chang is your senior sister. I will never allow her to marry a member of a family in the future, especially the royal family. Do you understand? Chi Hao's eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement. Student understands. If he followed Hu Suyun's words, then he had high hopes for Ren Cheng Cheng's husband in the future. After Chi Hao left Counselor Hu's office, he rushed into the classroom and yelled, come on a few people, fight with me. Instantly a couple of cadets rushed out and said, squad leader, what's going on? Who are we going to beat up? Chi Hao's eyes flashed with madness. Go to the first year and beat up someone named Li Kan. No way. Class president. It's not good to go and bully a freshman. The other trainees had a hard look on their faces. Chi Hao's eyes were filled with anger. But this guy hit on our teacher whose daughter. You guys say he should be hit or not? Asterisk 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 asterisk. He dares to bully Cheng Chang. Countless trainees immediately clapped their hands. In the first year Yellow Class 5, Moze's first class had just ended, and he was pondering how he should go about bullying Li Chan when suddenly a sharp whistle came from outside. Moze's complexion was shocked, and he hurriedly ran out. When the sound of the school disciplinary team assembling was heard, Ink Zephyr, go to the first year Sky Class 1, where there is a group fight. A member of the school discipline team saw Moze come out and hurriedly shouted at him. After Moze and the others went up to the 4th floor Heavenly Class 1. At this time, all the first year Heavenly Class 1 trainees were lying on the ground screaming miserably. As for Li Chan, he had already been knocked out by now. But Chi Hao and the others still didn't stop, still punching and kicking at his body. Ren Cheng also rushed over at this time, and hurriedly pushed Chi Hao and the others out of the way, her eyes flashing with tears, angrily roaring, "Senior Chi Hao, what the hell are you doing?" Chi Hao said bitterly, "Cheng, you are still young. There are a lot of things you don't understand. This kid is not a good thing. You mustn't be fooled by his flowery words." Another second-year cadet also persuaded, "Yes, this brat is properly studying at the Xianyu Academy in the Imperial City, and he has chosen to come to our Yuanxing Academy. His intentions are very unsophisticated. Chang, don't be fooled." At this time, the surrounding onlookers also understood what was going on, and at the same time, they also probably understood why Moze had been targeting Li Chan these days. "Serves you right. Who let you come to pick up our Yuanxing Academy's goddess and be so high profile?" At this moment, this was the heartbeat of most of the male trainees. Mingja dryly coughed, "Chi Hao, you assaulted a classmate for no reason. Come with us to the school discipline team." Chi Hao made his move, naturally understanding the consequences, and didn't resist. "Alright, I'll go with you guys." In this brawl, all the students of the first year Heavenly Class 1 were beaten up and had to take 3 days before they could resume their classes, while Li Chan was seriously injured and couldn't get out of bed at all without 2 months of recuperation. Finally, after the discussion of the school leadership, Chi Hao and his group of 16 people to big bully small. The nature of the bad. The circumstances are serious. Chi Hao was fined 500 credits as the main offender, cleaned the campus for a week, and received 1 demerit. 15 others, each fined 300 credits, cleaned the campus for a week, and warned. Since Li Kan was hospitalized in the medical department, Moze naturally had no way to trouble him, so he had a rare 2 days of leisure. On this day, Mo Zhejian was reviewing his homework, when 2 second-year cadets walked up to the entrance of the yellow grade 5 class and shouted, "Is classmate Moze here?" Moze had a puzzled look on his face. "I am. What is it that you 2 seniors want?" The 2 seniors smiled awkwardly. "Come out for a moment. We have something to talk to you about." Moze was on the school discipline team, so he wasn't afraid of them being unfavorable to him, so he went out with them. When we got to an out-of-the-way place, one of the seniors said mysteriously, "Mr. Moze, all of us in the second-year Sky class have gathered 500 credits and would like to ask for your help to teach that bastard Li Chan a hard lesson again." Moze was overjoyed. "Sharing my seniors' worries is my job. Don't worry, I'll definitely screw him to death." Then he took out his student ID and handed it over. The 2 seniors also naturally transferred 500 credits to him, after which the 3 of them looked at each other and let out sinister smiles in unison. When Moze returned to yellow grade 5, Zhao Shanfan asked with a worried face, "Brother Mo, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" Moze laughed, "Don't talk nonsense. Seniors are all high-minded people. How could they just make things difficult for us juniors? Unless that person is a..." Zhao Shanfan also laughed out loud. "That's right." Moze put his books away with a hefty smile. "Student Li Chan is seriously injured, so we, as classmates, should go and see him." Zhao Shanfan's eyes flashed with intolerance and said, "Mo, your love for your classmates is really touching. Li Kan's classmates will surely faint with excitement when they see us visiting him." Then the 2 of them looked at each other and let out a loud laugh. In the ward of the medical department, Ren Cheng looked at Li Chan, who was wrapped up in a dumpling-like manner, and was filled with a guilty look. "I'm sorry. This is all because of me." Li Chan said in a hoarse voice, "No, it's not your fault. I'm the one who doesn't deserve you. But no matter what they do to me, they won't be able to stop my love for you." Ahem. At that moment, Moze and Zhao Shanfan walked in with them, and Moze was thoughtful enough to bring a bouquet of flowers. "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" Moze and Ren Cheng asked their questions almost simultaneously, looking at Li Kan, who was lying on the bed pretending to be pitiful, and looking at Ren Cheng, who had a guilty face. Moze's face darkened and he cursed in his heart. "It's over. It's over. The mission seems to be failing. What am I here for? And you still have the nerve to ask?" Moze's eyes were ice cold. Looking at Ren Cheng seriously, "I'm asking, why you didn't go to class in the morning?" "So what? It's up to you." Ren Cheng looked like, "I don't know you well." Moze let out a cold laugh. "You're a student of Yellow Level Class 5. I'm the class president of Yellow Level Class 5. I have the obligation to supervise your classes," said a ball of methane gas appearing in his hand. "Do you choose to go back to class with me on your own, or do we carry you back?" You're shameless." Ren Cheng's eyes were filled with rage, itching to eat him alive. "Well, it looks like you've chosen to have us carry you back." With that said, he was ready to throw the methane gas over. Chapter 27, the 4th level of Qi practicing. "Wait, I'll go back with you guys." She really didn't have the courage to smell Moze's stench all over again. Then she looked at Li Chan and said gently, "I'll come back to see you after class tonight." Then he followed Moze and left, leaving Li Chan alone to hiss and yell behind him, "Chang, Chang Chang. A cloud of swamp gas sneaks up on Li Chan's head at the last moment when Murasawa leaves the hospital room. After Rin Chang Chang returned to the classroom, she directly fell asleep on her desk, and finally waited until class was over. She yawned and was about to get up. At this time, Moze walked to the podium with a gloomy face and said seriously, "Everyone wait for a moment. I announce that from today onwards, our yellow class 5 will have evening study until 9 o'clock in the evening every day from today onwards. If anyone has something to do, they can ask me for a leave of absence." Ren Cheng Chang slammed the table and said angrily, "On what grounds? Yuanqing Academy has never had the expression of evening self-study." Moze laughed, "Just by virtue of the fact that I'm the yellow level class 5 class president." Saying this, a ball of marsh gas appeared out of thin air in his hand, staring at Ren Cheng Chang and letting out a cold laugh. "You!" Ren Cheng Chang was furious, but she couldn't do anything about Moze, so she could only stomp her feet in place in anger. At this time a female student stood up and said shyly, "Class president, I have something to do in the evening. Can I take a leave of absence?" Mo smiled faintly. "Go on." The female student was ecstatic. "Thank you, class president." Then she packed up her things and happily left the class. Ren Cheng also stood up and gave a fake laugh. I need to take a vacation too." Mauser grunted, "Not approved." Ren Cheng's lips were shivering with anger. "Why are they allowed to take a leave of absence?" "But I can't. You're under house arrest. I'm going to sue you at the school discipline team." Mose patted the badge of the school discipline team on his chest. "This student. Do you want to see me for something? You. Shameless." Ren Cheng was so angry that she directly fell on the table and cried. How could the crowd not understand at this point that this evening self-study was aimed at Ren Cheng? So a lot of people had asked Moze to take a leave of absence, and in the end half of the people left here to accompany the two of them to self-study. At 8 o'clock in the evening, two trainees from the second-year Heavenly Grade 1 class came in carrying a bunch of late-night snacks and spoke to them kindly. Our counselor who said that class 5 of the yellow level took the initiative to ask for evening study, and this spirit of hard study is really worth promoting. So we ordered night snacks for everyone. A cheer went up from the crowd. "Thank you, Mr. Hu." Then that trainee continued, "In order to reward everyone this with a positive spirit of learning." Hu counselor also said that in the future, but all the students who stayed for the evening self-study, every day, they can collect 5 credits reward from her. What? The crowd was overjoyed, and they all shouted again, "Thank you, Mr. Hu." Only Rin Cheng snorted coldly and cursed in her heart. This is clearly using credits to tell these people to look at themselves. Then those two seniors glanced at Rin Cheng at the same time. "Every night our second-year class will send 2 seniors over to study with you all, as well as instruct you on your homework." Moze was overjoyed and hurriedly led the way to salute the 2 seniors. "Many thanks, senior. There are 2 second-year seniors watching. Then he doesn't have to accompany Ren Cheng every night. It's really pitiful. Ren Cheng, you silly girl better wake up." After saying this, a senior took a late-night snack and handed it to Ren Cheng, saying with a smile, "Cheng, this was specially ordered for you. Roll." "I'm not eating." Ren Cheng directly slammed the outside hard on the floor with one hand, then sat down on the seat to sulk. After the evening study session, 2 second-year seniors personally sent Ren Cheng back to Pavilion Master Ren's home. After returning home, Ren Cheng had a big fight with her parents, and then she was punished with 3 days of confinement at home, which made Mose relax for 3 days. In the book collection pavilion, that teacher was reading a book. When he saw Moze walking over with a smile on his face, he was surprised and asked, "You're here again. Vice Dean Pang is really good to you. Bring the token over." Mose hemmed and hawed, "Teacher, there's no token. This I'll exchange for credits." Saying that, he handed over the student ID in his hand. Such a teacher examined it and realized that there were indeed more than 1,000 credits in it, and said with even more surprise, "How did you do that as a freshman?" Mose scratched his head awkwardly. "A classmate named Lee gave it to me. He's so generous." The teacher didn't pursue the matter any further after he crossed the credits over, so he let him go into the book collection to make his own selection. The Fire Cloud Evil God had said that the only martial art under the sun was speed, so this time, he didn't hesitate and directly chose a high-priced yellow grade stance called Pengxing Juchuan. In the refining pavilion, Pavilion Master Chi looked at Moze's skillful technique and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. You can now try to refine weapons on your own, and strive to refine a yellow-ranked treasure weapon as soon as possible." Then she changed her tone. "Also, you've been coming to the alchemy pavilion less lately. Do you have your eye on Ren Cheng? Is 500 credits as much as to make it into something like that?" Ren Cheng was put under house arrest by the yellow grade 5 class. This thing she naturally also knew. But people's parents didn't care about them. These teachers were even less qualified to say anything. Murasawa coughed dryly. "They added another 500 credits. And there's another 1,000 credits when it's done. Damn capitalists, said the direct kick to Mose, double the task today. Then she seemed to have discovered something and suddenly said to Mose, hee, you're at the 4th level of chi refining? Mose twisted his head to look at Keeg and rightly said, what's wrong with that? The others don't have a problem. But you have a problem. The academy doesn't even have a marsh chi cave. So where are you going to practice chi? Mobile chi point. Or carry-on cave? Pavilion Master Chi speculated in her heart. But she didn't pursue it. It was after all someone's secret. This cloak of darkness is for you. Credits I will deduct from the quests you do for me, said Lord Qigong, giving him a gray cloak. Dark Cloak of Concealment is a special treasure weapon of the middle yellow level, possessing the special effect of concealing cultivation and hiding the figure, in addition to enhancing the user's movement speed to a certain extent. After reading the introduction of the item, Mose's eyes were glowing. This is a divine weapon for killing, setting fire, and plying, so he hurriedly and respectfully thanked him. After practicing for this period of time, even though he couldn't refine a treasure weapon yet, he had refined a lighter. Moreover, he had also refined a grenade with marsh gas, the power of which could almost be equivalent to the full force of a chi practitioner at the 8th level of the chi practitioner stage. 3 days later, Run Cheng ended her confinement and once again came to the classroom for her lessons, and Mose instructed the students of Yellow Grade 5 to watch over her throughout the day, while warning her that if she didn't do her lessons properly, then she would go and treat Li Chan to a swamp gas. In this way, after 2 months Li Chan was finally discharged from the hospital, during which Ren Cheng never went to see him again. That night the two of them secretly arranged to meet in the grove at the back of the college. Seeing the right goddess, Li Chan excitedly walked over and grabbed Ren Cheng's hands, satisfied, and softly said, Cheng, you've lost weight. The intoxication can be wine, sorrow, or a woman's hand. Just as Li Can was intoxicated. Suddenly Ren Cheng pushed Li Can away and shouted in panic, watch out, only to see a ball of light blue swamp gas fly past where Li Chan had just stood. Chapter 28, No Relationships in College. What are you two doing? Don't you know that the academy doesn't allow romance? In the distance, Mose led his 4 little brothers to run over in a windy manner. Mose, you asshole. Ren Cheng's angry gaze was like a knife, staring fiercely at Mose. Mose, when did the academy have a rule that you can't fall in love? Li Chan said through clenched teeth. Mose glanced at Zhao Shanfan. No? Zhao Shanfan revealed an awkward smile. Brother Mo. This really doesn't seem to be there. Mose stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully, then revealed an evil smile to Li Chan. Now there is. Saying that, he also rubbed the school discipline team badge on his chest. You. A spark of hatred flashed in Li Chan's eyes, then he took a deep breath and replaced it with a pleasing expression. Fellow Mose, I know this is all at the behest of Pavilion Master Ren. Here are 1 million taels of silver bills. Will you let us off the hook? Trying to corrupt me. Not bad. Continue next time. Only to see Mose take the silver ticket and say with great righteousness, how dare you? Actually dare to openly bribe the school law enforcement officers. The stolen money is confiscated. After saying that, he directly drove big towards Li Can and rushed over. 3 minutes later, Li Chan's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground with foaming at the mouth. Looking at Ren Cheng, whose eyes were red and already on the verge of exploding, Mose said without the slightest fear, are you involunteering to go back with us to study late? Or do you want us to carry you back? Mose, you wait for me. One day I will make your life worse than death. After saying that, Ren Cheng walked straight towards the classroom. In fact, Ren Cheng did not particularly like Li Chan. Just in the rebellious period of her, the more you do not allow her to do so, she had to do so. The next day, at the weekly classroom meeting, Director Wong took out a proposal and handed it to the teachers. This is a proposal from Ink Zephyr of Yellow Class 5. It's mainly about the matter of trainees falling in love. So let's all talk about our respective opinions. Pavilion Master Ren's eyes flashed with brilliance after looking at the proposal. I think this proposal is very good. Cadets should study well and not fall in love early. Ms. Hu of the 2nd grade Tiani class hurriedly nodded along in agreement. Teacher Wang of the 1st year Tiani class said with an odd expression, I don't think the academy should interfere too much in the private matters of the trainees. Pavilion Master Ren knocked on the table with a somber expression and said in a deep voice, many trainees are only 16 or 17 years old. So what can they know? Do you know how many trainees have missed the best time to cultivate due to falling in love and regretted it for the rest of their lives? Numerous teachers nodded their heads. However, most of them still felt that they should not interfere too much with the freedom of the cadets, and in the end it was unanimously decided that the cadets would not be allowed to fall in love during their first year. When it was time for the lunch break, the school loudspeaker suddenly blared. Attention all teachers and students. A new school rule is now urgently inserted. In order to clean up the atmosphere of the academy and enhance the learning atmosphere, It has been decided to adopt the suggestion of Mr. Mose. In the future, first-year cadets are not allowed to fall in love, and once discovered, they will be given a demerit once, and in serious cases, they will be expelled directly from the academy. Within the academy, once you have 3 major demerits, you will also be expelled outright. Ink thief, we are sworn to be at loggerheads with you. Shameless man, I curse you for not being able to find a girlfriend in your life. Countless men and women who were dating in various corners of the academy cursed angrily. At night in Ling City's villa area, Feng Tianshan was practicing martial arts in the villa he had purchased when an underling came to report that Li Ken had come to visit. After Feng Tianshan had them brought to the parlor, he single-handedly said, "There's nothing to do. What is it that Brother Li has to do? Why don't you just say it?" He didn't have a good impression of this Dili Empire's prince. Li Ken saluted Feng Tianshan and said with a sad and angry face, "The thief, Mose, has repeatedly bullied and humiliated our heavenly Class 1 trainees, and nowadays, among the entire first-year trainees, you are the only one who can compete with him in terms of speed, so I'd like to ask for your help in dealing with him." Vomit, said another wave of nausea hit him, so he puked to himself on the sidelines. Having been humiliated by Narazawa again before school ended today. Serves you right. Who told you to make such a big deal out of arching other people's cabbages? Brother Li, you're overestimating me. Compared to Mose, my speed is still a step behind. It's impossible to defeat him in 3 minutes. Nowadays, everyone knew that Li Ken had offended Pavilion Master Ren, so Feng Tianshan didn't want to get involved in their affairs to avoid being implicated. After the vomiting feeling got a little better, he took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. What if we add this yellow-grade middle-rank spirit crane wind chasing boots to it? As long as Brother Wind agrees to help deal with Mose, it will be yours. Feng Tianshan opened the wooden box on the table and looked at the pair of white boots inside that sparkled with flowing light, and greed flashed in his eyes. Good, I promise, but no matter if this matter is a success or a failure, the shoes will be mine. Li Chan nodded in satisfaction. Deal. The next day, just shortly after class, Zhao Shanfan anxiously walked over. Brother Mo, it's not good. Feng Tianshan challenged you on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Mose laughed. No time, I'm not going. Brother Mo, you can't refuse. Then Zhao Shanfan explained to him what was meant by the Heaven's Pride ranking. It turns out that each grade has a Heaven's Pride list, and the top 100 cadets automatically receive, each day, the credits corresponding to their rankings. After paying a certain number of credits, the trainee at the back of the ranking can challenge the trainee in front of him, and once the trainee in front of him refuses 3 times, it will be judged as an active surrender, and once the trainee at the back of the ranking succeeds in his challenge, then he will gain the ranking of this trainee. Mose was the champion of the freshman competition, and there had been no one who dared to challenge him, so he was now the number 1 in the first-year Heaven's Pride ranking. Feng Tianshan, on the other hand, was in 3rd place, so he could only accept it unless he didn't want the first-place treatment. Humph, this Feng Tianshan is nothing more than my defeated man. There's nothing to worry about, Mose said with a sense of concern. This Feng Tianshan is obviously coming here on purpose. Brother Mo, you must be cautious in dealing with it, Zhao Shanfan admonished with a solemn face, his eyes filled with worry. Inkbrand threw him a reassuring look, and immediately afterward, he headed towards the arena. By the time Mose arrived at the competition arena, the place was already overcrowded. Feng Tianshan felt the gusts of special power coming from the spirit crane wing chasing boots on his feet, and his heart couldn't help but well up with full confidence as he said to Mose below, Mose, today I will make a clean sweep of my previous shame. Mose slowly walked onto the stage. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes as he looked at Feng Tianshan. You think you can defeat me with just a pair of shoes? It seems like you've forgotten the terror of the marsh gas. Feng Tianshan recalled the sickening smell of the marsh gas, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit terrified, but he quickly firmed up again. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Chapter 29, Defeating Feng Tianshan again. With the referee's call for the start of the match, Feng Tianshan quickly put the 5 masks on and closed his breath at the same time, holding the yellow-grade high-grade shadow chopper, stepping on the Xian Air divine walking steps, and exuding arcane Xian Air all over his body as he quickly attacked towards Mose. Although his was a lot faster than before with the boost from the spirit crane wing chasing boots, but Mose has long been not the original Wu Xiae Mang. Body method not only changed into the yellow level high price of Rockline 9 turn, and moreover, there are 2 pieces of speed type treasure weapon to add support, only to see him easily turn around a few times. That is, he dodged several of Feng Tianshan's attacks. As for Feng Tianshan at this moment, he was horrified in his heart. How is it possible? How could his speed increase so much? I thought I was going to be able to fake a big one today, but now I feel like I'm going to have to pull a big one on stage. At the same time, he had already sensed countless swamp gases permeating around him, and as soon as he opened his mouth, the extremely disgusting odor would surely rush into his mouth and nose, so he could only do his best to speed up his attack, hoping to knock Inkbrand out before he fainted. But how could Mose do what he wanted? His stance was in full swing like a rock, up and down, left and right. With his flexible positioning and exquisite micromanipulation, he kept wandering around him. 3 minutes later, Feng Tianqian, who finally couldn't hold on any longer, fell to the ground with his face as gray as death, his eyes glowing white, and foaming at the mouth. The countless trainees in the surroundings let out bursts of ruins. They thought that this Feng Tianqian had come in a fierce manner and really had a way that could deal with the god, but it turned out to be a silver spear waxing its head, which was not useful in the eyes of the beholder. Hey, this shameless god! His speed is getting faster and faster. When are we going to catch up with him? He's only at the 3rd level of chi refining even if he's fast, and the academy doesn't have any marsh chi points at all, so I don't believe that we can't beat him when we've cultivated to the 8th or 9th level of chi refining. That's right, even if I still can't beat him at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement in my cultivation, after I cultivate to the 3 flowers realm, I'll definitely double the shame he gave me. The gazes of countless trainees were staring at him fiercely like a sharp knife. If gazes could kill, then at this moment, Mose had already been hacked into red blood cells. Ever since he proposed to the academy that first-year cadets could not fall in love, he had become the public enemy of all cadets. Looking at the 50 credits that had arrived, Mose nodded with satisfaction and then said to Li Chan, whose eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness, on the stage, if you don't come up and try, I've just had a fight and I'm very depleted. You don't take such a good chance. Li Chan secretly said in his heart, you consume a ghost. The whole battle was only 3 minutes. Looking at that idle look of yours, I guess you didn't even give your best. Then grimly, he said to the 4 ponies around him, let's go. Then he prepared to leave. Wait, did I let you go? Mose stomped his foot on the edge of the ring, his eyes flashing with disdainful scorn. Mose, what do you mean? Li Chan gritted his teeth in anger. I suspect you of abetting your classmates in a malicious brawl. Come with me to the school discipline team. Mose naturally touched the badge of the school discipline team on his chest. What evidence do you have? Li Chan stared hard at him, but his heart was a little weak. Mose let out a cold laugh. Once you go to the school discipline team, you'll have the evidence. Then he had someone bring Feng Tianqian along with him to the school discipline division. Li Chan's mouth was very hard. Even after being fainted twice by Mose with his swamp gas, he still refused to let go of his mouth. But Feng Tianqian wasn't so backbone, and when he woke up, he saw that Mose was still going to get him with the swamp gas, and was so scared that he explained everything. So Mose reported it, and after the decision of Director Huang, Li Can was given 1 demerit, while Feng Tianqian was given 1 warning because of his positive attitude in admitting his mistakes. This result made Mose exceptionally happy. As long as he also let Li Chan get a second major offense, he could kick him out of the academy. It was as if he could already see 1,000 credits beckoning to him. Ling'an City Villa area. Li Chan returned home and angrily smashed all the furniture before vomiting on the ground again. Ever since he was targeted by Mose, he had never had a proper meal, and now he had lost a large amount of weight compared to when he first came to the academy. Eunuchly, I can't take it anymore. If this Mose doesn't die, I'll never have a chance to enter the sword pavilion. Li Chan double-glowed red and shouted angrily at Eunuchly, whom his mother had sent over to protect him. Eunuchly looked gloomy and bowed respectfully at the side. Your Highness. In fact, the root cause of this matter does not lie in Mose. What does the eunuch mean? Li Chan asked in disbelief. Eunuchly smiled sinisterly. The root of this matter lies with Pavilion Master Run, and Mose is just doing a job for someone else. Even if we kill him at the risk of being driven out of Ling'an City, there will still be a second Mose. Li Can had also calmed down by now and nodded approvingly. Not bad. Then, Eunuchly, what do you think I should do now? According to the current attitude of Pavilion Master Rin towards me, it's impossible for me to enter the sword pavilion to cultivate. In fact, this matter is also very simple. If your Highness and Rin Chang raw rice cooked rice, then Run Pavilion Master does not agree must also agree. After saying this, he handed Li Can a small porcelain bottle, and his eyes were full of lustful intentions. This is our family in the Imperial Hospital brought out, called the Jade Lady Soul Scatter. No matter what the other side of the chastity of the martyrs, as long as a drop of it will be immediately confused into a desire for women cannot be extricated. Li Chan carefully received the porcelain bottle. Although doing so, his conscience was a bit uneasy. But who among the royal family speaks of conscience? Although this method is good, but right now Chang is being watched very closely by Mose. I can't reach out at all. Eunuchly laughed and said without a care in the world, Mose, this bastard treats your highness like this, we naturally deal with it. Li Can's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement as he said excitedly, Eunuch, there is a way? Eunuchly nodded, this Mose can be so arrogant. His own strength is one aspect, but it's mainly because there are academy executives harboring him. Speaking here, he suddenly turned his words around and smiled evilly with a grim expression. But what if Mose is a despicable villain with corrupted private morals? Once his reputation becomes infamous, then I'll see how the academy can still harbor him, when he himself are difficult to protect the time, which still have the mood to care. Rin Chung Chang. To time this is your highness your opportunity. Once Rin Chang Chang and you have a husband and wife reality. Rin Pavilion Master side is do not want to recognize you as a son-in-law, but also cannot be by him. Wonderful. Eunuch Li is brilliant. No wonder mother consort wants to let choose you to be my guard. After saying this, Li Kan humbly gave a salute. As a member of the royal family, for the point of courtesy he still did very well. Eunuch Li nodded with satisfaction. Your highness, don't worry. This Mose will be given to me to deal with. Your side to look after Rin Cheng Cheng is good. Once there is an opportunity. Immediately seeing the needle. Chapter 30. In the evening, Mauser hummed a ditty from his former life and headed home happily. Yesterday, he made Li Kan write off once, which put him in a good mood, and at this rate, it shouldn't take long to kick this imperial son out of the academy. Li Chan, don't blame me. Color is empty. You have to be empty to have a good body. It's all for your own good. When I came to an alleyway, I found 3 large, vicious men holding wooden sticks and beating a poor woman in a green floral dress. Outrageous. Women can be used for pain or stabbing, but you use a wooden stick. This is not right. Lang Lang Chin Kuan, you few actually dare to commit murder in Ling'an City. Do you not want to live? Mose looked at the 3 big men with a furious face and roared. These 3 people were just ordinary people, so he was not false. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business. After saying that, one of the big men came at Mose with a wooden stick in his hand. Mose let out a light laugh. His figure flashed, easily avoiding the wooden stick swung by the big man, then flew up and kicked him to the ground. The other 2 big men saw their companions fall and angrily lunged at him. Mose's body nimbly dodged, and these 2 big men were also kicked over by him and lay on the ground moaning unceasingly. That woman came over with pearly blossoms and rain and made a deep bow to Mose, saying gratefully, "My little daughter Zhu Chuier, thank you for saving the benefactor." Looking at this lovely-looking and still shy woman, Mose hurriedly helped her up. Miss Zhu, no need to be polite. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. It turned out that she had come here to Ling'an City to look for her relatives, but she just didn't know if she had found the wrong address or if her relatives had already moved. Anyway, she just couldn't find them. Just as she was wandering around the city, she encountered 3 large men who tried to molest her, and when she did not comply, they beat her. Mose saw her poor, originally wanted to take her home to live for a few days, but thought that the family is full of big men, and they still have to use the methane pool to cultivate. There is an outsider is really inconvenient. So, he gave her 100 taels of silver tickets, found an inn, and arranged for her to stay there, so that she could take her time to search for her family during the day. The next day, Mose was in class, when suddenly 2 cadets from the school discipline team walked into the classroom, looked at him with an odd expression and said, "Mose, you need to go to the school discipline office with us right away now." Looking at the expressions of the school disciplinary team members, Mose frowned slightly. He vaguely felt some uneasiness, and after instructing Zhao Shanfan a few words, he followed the school disciplinary team members to the school disciplinary office. As soon as he entered the school disciplinary office, he saw 3 beaten and swollen big men shouting angrily at him. That's him, relying on the fact that he is a chi practitioner from Yuanqing Academy. Not only did he forcefully rob the people's women on the street, he also beat us like this. Leaders, Ling'an City is a society of the rule of law, so you must do right by us. At this time Mose which still cannot know what is going on it. Yesterday he is beating these 3 beasts, but which hit so serious? Bitter meat trick is it? He bowed respectfully to Director Huang, who was seated on the upper seat, and then spoke in detail about last night's events. One of the big men stood up and roared angrily, "You're talking nonsense. This Ling'an City has strict laws. How could we openly beat someone on the street? Last night, it was clearly him who molested my wife, and after we found out, so he beat us up on the grounds that he was a chi practitioner from Yuanqing Academy, and at the same time threatened us, saying that it was a blessing for us to look at my wife, and if we dared to go out of Ling'an City." This word out around the school discipline team have face odd color. In the heart they do not believe that Mose will do this kind of thing, but look at this big man. A look of words seem to be not like lying. Director Huang frowned tightly and stared at the big man named Qin Erso with a serious face. "Zhu Chuier is your wife?" "Yes." Then Director Huang instructed Mingzhe, who was next to him, "Go and bring Zhu Chuier here." Mose looked at Mingzhe's back as he went out, and the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger, and he vaguely felt that this was a bureau against him. A few moments later, Zhu Chuier was brought over. Director Huan looked cold and exuded a majestic aura. Zhu Chuier, I'm asking you, did he molest you last night? Zhu Chuier made a bow to Director Huang and said pitifully, no, Oz didn't molest me. When this statement came out, Moze was overjoyed. His heart was greatly relieved. With Zhu Chuier testifying for him, the false accusations of these three assholes would not be broken. Then before he could be happy for long, Zhu Chuier's next words directly knocked her into the abyss. I and Oz is true love. She said as long as I divorce my husband, he will marry me. Please leaders for the little girl, said kneeling on the ground Pearly crying, a look of how pitiful to be more pitiful. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding school disciplinary members sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Moze with a shocked expression. Next to him, Qin Erso was also furious and shouted, adulterers and adulteresses. It turns out that you guys hooked up a long time ago. Nonsense. Zhu Chuier, we just met yesterday. This is true love. Your true love is too cheap. Moze was so angry that his lips started to tremble. He didn't think that he had saved a white-eyed wolf in a moment of kindness, and that it had come back to bite him. Zay, you said you would love me for the rest of my life, and also gave me 100 taels of silver tickets to stay at the inn first, so that after driving my husband out of Ling'an City, you can be with me openly and honestly. Saying this, he also took out a crumpled 100 taels of silver ticket in his bosom. This is what you gave me. I've never been able to use it. Then with a soft face, he looked at Moze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You, who told you to frame me? Said Moze as he exuded a stern killing intent and stared at Zhu Chuier dead in the face. Enough! Director Huan got up with a shout, and all of them quieted down at once. Qin Erso, Zhu Chuier, I've got a rough idea of what happened, but we can't just listen to your side of the story and hastily convict Moze. If what you say is true after our investigation in the end, then the Academy will definitely punish Moze severely, and if it turns out to be a false accusation in the end, then I'll let you know that the glory of the Yuanxing Academy isn't that good to tarnish. After saying that, his eyes showed a cold light and swept a glance at the two of them. Come on people, first invite the four of them down. Qin Erso had wanted to say something, but he was a little weak from Director Huang's horrified gaze, and finally walked out speechlessly with the other three following a school disciplinary officer. Director Huang, you have to believe me, they are setting me up. Director Huang looked at the furious and anxious Moze and waved his hand to quiet him down. I know, such a low-level tactic, how could we not see it? It's just that there's no evidence right now. You go back to class first, and when the school disciplinary team members find out about it, they'll naturally clear your name. Chapter 31 Counterattacks. At this time, a noisy shout came from outside, and when Moze and Director Huang went out to take a look, they found that countless first-year cadets had surrounded the school discipline office. Moze, with his corrupt private morals, has no business being a school disciplinarian. Moze, with his mouth, saying that cadets can't fall in love, but he himself is out seducing people's wives. Please ask the Academy to punish him severely. Punish Moze severely. Punish Moze severely. Looking at the raging demonstration trainees, Senior Huang's face was gloomy and watery as he said in a serious tone to Moze, see, these tactics are low level, but they are very practical. In the end, in order to calm the anger of these cadets, Director Huang had to first take away Moze's school discipline team medal and announce that if it was eventually found out that Moze did indeed have a private morality problem, then he would definitely be severely punished. After Moze came out from the school discipline team, he walked on the road of the academy, and countless pairs of eyes stared at him in disgust, pointing at him, and there were even people spitting at him, saying that cadets can't fall in love, but they themselves are fooling around outside the school. What a scum! Listen to Moze's old folks say, he used to knock on widows' doors in the middle of the night, and he also made 80-year-old women pregnant and tied up 3-year-old children. So it's bad. I really don't know. How did the school disciplinary team recruit him in the first place? Man, I've got a ing hometown. It couldn't be helped. He had offended almost all of the first-year cadets, and now that he had been caught in the act, he had instantly become the target of the academy under the incitement of those who had the intention to do so. Even during class, countless people would gather outside the classroom and keep hurling insults at him. After being raped verbally all day long by these spammers, over and over again, he finally couldn't take it anymore, so he snuck home and had an earful. As for the black hand behind all of this, he knew with his ass who it was. Li Chan, you! I stopped you from falling in love for your own good. How dare you shade me like this? How dare you? You forced me to do this. After class in the evening, a female trainee secretly handed Ren Chang a note. The Tongfu restaurant was the highest-end restaurant in Ling'an City, where lodging, meals, and entertainment were integrated. Its main customer group was the trainees of those big families within the Yuanxing Academy. In a luxury suite, Li Chan ordered a large table of meals and waited with real excitement and thrill. Suddenly the door was opened with a creak, and Ren Chang, dressed in a white pleated skirt as if she was cheating, walked over nervously. Li Kan looked delighted and hurriedly got up to hold her hand and asked nervously, Chang, I finally see you. That Mose didn't come along this time, right? Ren Chang snorted, that shameless bastard. He's been scolded by the trainees these days for cowering in his home and doesn't dare to come out at all. Then his complexion changed as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, I can't imagine that he looks like a serious guy, but he's actually that much of an asshole. Knowing the face of a man is not knowing his heart. There are some people who look upright but are actually dirty inside. This Mose is this kind of person. Alright, let's not talk about him. Come and see the gift I prepared for the elaboration. After saying that, Li Kan took out an exquisite gift box. Ren Chang curiously slowly opened, only to see that inside is an emerald green jade bracelet. Above the carving of this countless arcane runes, inside the vaguely visible two dragons shadow and the inside of each other entangled. So beautiful. This is the yellow-grade high-priced Dragon Spirit Heart Protector bracelet. Li Chan, this is too expensive. Ren Chang held the bracelet in her hand. The love in her heart was self-evident. Li Chan smiled faintly. This jade bracelet will form a shield when it is activated, and it can withstand the full force of a three-flower realm expert's strike. I want it to protect you for me if I'm not around, so let me put it on for you. Aha! Ren Chang nodded, her little face turning red with shame, her heart seeming to jump out. Li Chan will hold Ren Chang's hand and gently put the bracelet on for her, then said with a smile, Chang, you are also hungry. Let's eat. Ren Chang bowed her head and answered, then took a seat at the table. What she didn't notice was the flash of a lecherous smile in Li Chan's eyes. Knock. At that moment there was a knock at the front door. Who? A hint of doubt flashed in Li Chan's eyes. Waiter, serve your food. Wasn't my order served? It was ordered for you by an elderly gentleman named Li, who said he wanted to surprise you. Oh, come in then. Li Chan thought that eunuch Li had ordered it for him, so he didn't think much about it and got up to open the door of the suite. A witless waiter, with no cultivation, walked in with a dinner plate covered with a lid. Two honored guests. This is our store's specialties. There will be a surprise at the moment of opening it. Please come closer for a moment. The two looked at this waiter with a mysterious look on his face and curiously came over, staring earnestly at the lid on the dinner plate. However, the moment the lid of the meal was opened, a familiar sourness came from it, and at the same time that waiter quickly put on a gas mask for himself. He was none other than Mose's disciple, Shan Xing Shang. Finished. These two words appeared in Li Chan's mind before his eyes turned white and he fainted on the dining table with foaming at the mouth. Ren Chang was no exception, following in Li Chan's footsteps and collapsing on the dining table. It turns out that after Mose went home, he had been asking Shan Xing Shang to find someone to keep an eye on Li Chan, and after realizing that he had booked a room at the Tong Fu restaurant, he had Shan Xing Shang wear the cloak that could hide Shio and pretend to be a waiter waiting for an opportunity to make a move here. A few moments later, Mose carried the fainted Zhu Chuer and walked in. Seeing Ren Chang next to him, he was surprised and said, "Why is she here?" Shan Xing Shang shook his head, then pointed at the wine on the table and said, "The wine has been drugged with an extremely powerful and potent aphrodisiac." Mose held up the potent aphrodisiac configured with aminopropyl dummy in his hand. More powerful than this one of mine? More than 100 times more powerful. It turns out that this guy and he played an idea only he is trying to let this wronged him Zhu Chuer and Li Chan get together, and then he is arranging for people to come over to catch the adultery. In revenge at the same time can also return their own innocence. And this guy actually wanted to use drugs to give Ren Chang a blood recognition, so that he could use this to force Pavilion Master and Mrs. Run to give in. So close. Almost his mission is a failure. Worthy of being a member of the royal family? This means is really ruthless. Afterwards, he put the bottle of wine with potent aphrodisiac, and gave Li Chan and Zhu Chuer all of them respectively, and at the same time poured a basin of cold water on the two, so that the two of them poured and woke up. Under the terrifying medicinal power of this jade maiden soul shedding scatter, the two of them quickly lost their minds and entangled with each other, while Mose and Shan Xing Shang sneaked away with the unconscious Ren Chang, truly achieving the matter of whisking away the clothes, deep hiding the merits and fame. Not long after Zhao Shanfan broke in with a large group of people, looking live here, and as the commotion here grew bigger and bigger, the number of people watching the live broadcast increased, and there were also quite a few people from the school discipline team. Chapter 32 Biogas Digester Explosions. Worthy of being a member of the royal family? This flowery speech, this posture, is simply breathtaking. Cultivating the third quality chi is different. This physical ability is awesome. It's been almost an hour, right? There's no intention of stopping at all. This Zhu Chuer isn't simple either. No matter what moves Li Kan makes, she can keep up with them. She looks like a veteran. In the countless people's discussion, eunuch Li was finally rushed over with people. Looking at the Imperial Sun who was doing the live broadcast, his face was gloomy as water. 2 palms will be 2 people knocked out, and then will be wrapped up with a quilt, carried back to Li Can's villa. The crowd looked at the backs of Eunuch Li and the others, and eventually slowly dispersed in an unfulfilled discussion. At the same time, on the side of the Academy school discipline team, they finally found out the true identity of Qin Erzho and the others. All 3 of them were bandits from a mountain fortress outside of Lingen City, and Zhu Chuer is not the wife of Qin Erzho, but a young lady in a greenhouse doing import and export trade. In this way, those rumors of wrongly accusing Mose were not broken, and Li Chan, as the mastermind of this action, was forfeited all his credits, as well as being given 1 demerit. After Ren Chang was sent back to Ren Pavilion Master's home by Mose, she was directly confined. For the sake of her reputation, Ren Pavilion Master requested Mose not to report the fact that Li Chan wanted to rape Ren Chang, or else he could be expelled from the academy for that single row. Thinking that he still only needed 1 major fault to kick Li Chan out of the academy, Mose agreed to Lord Ren's request. After all, he was the father of the A-side. Lingen City. Inside the villa area, Li Can was lying weakly on the bed, his expression filled with shame, anger, and unwillingness. Eunuch Li, I must let Mose die. After the failure of the blood recognition ceremony, he and Ren Chang never had another chance. Eunuch Li's expression was icy cold, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Your Highness, have you thought clearly about the consequences of killing someone in this Lingen City? Li Chan firmly nodded. Can't care about that much. With your strength of the 3-flower realm, you should be able to take him out unknowingly. Besides, even if I'm found out, with my status as a royal prince, Yuan Xing Academy will at most expel me from the academy. After saying that, he vomited again, and then said with a pitiful look, otherwise, at this rate, even if I don't get kicked out of the academy by Mose, there's no point for me to stay here. Eunuch Li nodded his head after a moment of contemplation. Then let's do as your Highness wishes. Now that Li Chan had lost his reputation in the Yuan Xing Academy, and had offended both Master and Mrs. Ren as well as the school discipline department, even if he stayed here with a dead skin, he wouldn't get any cultivation, so he might as well go far away after killing Mose. In the evening, Mose hummed a ditty from his previous life and walked happily towards home. He was in a good mood after making Li Chan mark a big mistake once today. He was about to open the door with the key, when his face suddenly sank, and then he rolled away to the side with all his strength. Boom! A gray arrow shot out, rushing straight towards where he was standing, and the gate was instantly blasted into pieces. Damn it! This is a 5th grade medium killing chi, and judging by this power, it's at least a 3-flower realm expert. Mose cursed in his heart, and when he saw the identity of the visitor, a sense of fear rose in his heart and he shouted loudly, Senior, you should know the consequences of making a move in this Lingen City. As long as you keep your hands up, I promise not to pursue today's matter and will definitely not target student Li Can in the future. Eunuch Li snorted coldly, only the dead can keep secrets. Saying that, he was about to attack again, and Mose opened up at full power, a swampy aura quickly spreading out in all directions, while a flip quickly fled towards home. Eunuch Li smelled this swampy gas and disgustingly spat twice aside, then said with a disgusted face, such disgusting gas. No wonder His Highness was tortured so miserably. Then covering his mouth and nose, he quickly chased after the room. Right at the moment he entered the courtyard, Mose directly used his lighter to ignite the methane gas and turned into a fire dragon to attack him. A long sword suddenly appeared in Eunuch Li's hand and chopped out a cold and icy true chi, instantly destroying the fire dragon while showing a surprised look on his face. Your chi actually has a flame attribute. Then this is even more so that you can't stay. You said the body of the bloodlight rises greatly. It is the 4th grade upper stage blood chi. 3 inches from the crotch of the pants. The power of the battle is really high. Seeing that this dead eunuch was about to attack again, Mose hurriedly shouted, Wait! Elder wants to want the swamp chi cave or not? Eunuch Li, who was walking over, suddenly froze in his stature. What? You have this swamp gas chi point. Judging from this kid's performance, this marsh gas is at least a 4th grade upper order gas. If you can get this gas point, thinking about it, this old eunuch can't help but be moved. Mose laughed. Senior, if I don't have a marsh chi point, then how can I cultivate marsh chi? Take a look at this. Saying that, he threw 2 grenades over, and Eunuch Li, who happened to be standing on a large digester, caught the 2 grenades in a moment of inattention, and was about to come and see what these 2 strange things were. Bang! Bang! 2 grenades exploded directly, followed by boom! 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 4 huge explosions rang out as the 4 large methane pools were detonated by grenades and a huge cloud of mushrooms rose up. Eunuch Li was at the center of the explosion and was directly blown up on the spot by this powerful energy, while Mose was also viciously lifted off by the huge air wave, and the person directly fainted. At the critical moment a 7-colored glowing chi suddenly appeared on his body to protect him, and then in an instant it was invisible to his body again. Meanwhile far away in the east, a silver-haired middle-aged man who was in seclusion suddenly opened his eyes and cried out in shock, "This one is the aura of super-quality chi." It was just that the aura flickered away, and when he tried to trace it, he could no longer detect any aura, and after Mose fainted, after the 4 large methane pools exploded, the countless amounts of methane gas that had accumulated quickly spread out to the entire Lingen city. Shan Xingshang and Zhou Dashan, who were maintaining the 4 newly built biogas digesters at the next door Dean, bore the brunt of the blow and directly fainted with white eyes and foaming at the mouth. Then it was the residents around the Moser's house, then the villa area, the academy, and half of Lingen city that were enveloped in this disgusting swamp gas. All the people below the 3 blossoms gathering realm without any surprise fainted with their eyes white and foaming at the mouth. It was as if countless people had seen their own 7th granduncle on this day. Countless rays of light in the academy shot up into the sky and quickly flew towards the center of the explosion. Master Chi Pavilion picked up the unconscious Mose in the ruins and said to the school's teachers with an ugly expression, "The cause of this incident should be that student Mose encountered an assassination and detonated the methane gas point in his hand." Director Huang's face was as cold as ice. "Who is the murderer?" With endless killing intent in his eyes, Pavilion Master Rin pointed to the corpse of Eunuch Li, who had already been blown into 2 halves, and said, "This is the servant beside Li Kan, a 3-flower realm expert who cultivates killing chi, blood chi, and cold ice true chi." Chapter 33 Expulsion from the Hospital. Director Huang shouted angrily, "The great Li royal family is so bold and imposing, actually daring to openly assassinate our Yuanqing Academy students within Lingen City. This matter must surely give us a statement." The teachers were also all with sky-high anger in their eyes. Yuanqing Academy hadn't been attacked for over 1,000 years. What if this time could make them not angry? Then dozens of teachers, inviting the wind, after more than 2 hours, finally blew away the swamp gas that filled the sky. The medicine pavilion. The school doctor's office went all out to help all the fainted students and residents of the city. In the next 4 or 5 days, people could be seen everywhere in Lingen City vomiting non-stop. All the restaurants in the city were closed for the past few days, as no one was in the mood to eat on these days either. And after Li Chan woke up, he realized that he was already in the dungeon of Yuanqing Academy. And those ordinary trainees of the Yuanqing Academy also finally learned the whole story through various channels. This Li Kan has too much guts. He actually dares to kill people in Lingen City. Now he's dead. Death shouldn't be a problem. The great Li royal family won't care. It's just that after this incident, he should have no chance regarding the throne. Actually, he's not to blame for this. Mose did go too far. You guys, that shameless god, blowing up his chi points. How can he cultivate in the future? Countless trainees laughed excitedly at the thought, and all of them felt as if the stench of the air was still mixed with a hint of fragrance. And Mose finally woke up in a coma, and the next thing he felt was a sharp pain all over his body, as if the bones in his body were being torn apart. Before he could speak, Chi Pavilion Master's voice transmission came from his ears. "Mose, listen, if anyone asks you about what happened, just say that it was the result of detonating the mobile chi point in your hand." Mose nodded gratefully to Pavilion Master Chi, and sure enough, a teacher immediately asked him about what happened, and he answered them one by one as Pavilion Master Chi had intended. After realizing that what Mose said was more or less the same as what they had speculated, they didn't ask too many more questions, and finally consoled him to get well and recover from his injuries, and the academy would surely help him to ask for this justice from the Li royal family. Finally, after various bargains with the great Li imperial family, in addition to compensating Yuanqing Academy for various cultivation resources, Yuanqing Academy was also given 4 places to enter the royal chi cave to cultivate the emperor's chi, and Li Chan was expelled from school, and was forbidden to enter Yuanqing Academy for life. At the entrance of Yuanqing Academy, at this time, Li Kan was hanging his head, his face was pale, his eyes were lax, and he looked at the signboard of Yuanqing Academy with a strong color of hatred flashing in his eyes. He secretly vowed that one day he would lead an army and step on the academy that had ruined his reputation, and sooner or later, Mose would have to split him with 5 horses. At that moment a white figure, with a face as heavy as water, came toward him with an icy frost. Li Chan excitedly walked over and held the hands of the visitor. "Chang, I can't believe you would still come to see me. Will you go to Bianjing with me?" Ren Chang pushed his hand away and said angrily, "Shut up. I didn't expect you to actually dare to kill someone in Lingen City. Yuanqing Academy is my home. I won't go with you." She had grown up in the academy and had a strong sense of belonging to the academy, and the fact that she had agreed to be with Li Chan before was just to piss off her parents. Chang, I'm doing this all because of you," Li Chan shouted as he tore his heart out. Ren Chang laughed a cold smile. A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. "For me? so give me a potent aphrodisiac in the wine. At these words, Li Can's face turned pale. 2 lines of clear tears slid down from the corners of his eyes, and his voice trembled as he said, I have no choice but to do this. If not, Pavilion Master Ren will not agree to us being together. Beast! I can't afford this. Give it back. Ren Chengcheng removed the dragon spirit heart protecting bracelet from her hand and threw it at him with such force that the bracelet hit the ground and shattered into 8 pieces. When this jade bracelet was refined, in order to protect the coloring beauty of this piece of jade, the refiner only inscribed a defensive body protection spell formation inside, and did not do more reinforcement. After all, the employer's requirements at the time were that the grade was high and the row was good, and it was just a special prop to please women anyway. Get lost. You're not welcome here, said Cole. Li turned around and returned straight to the college. In her heart the glory of the college cannot be violated. Li Chan looked at Ren Chengcheng's back. His eyes were also filled with hatred. If it wasn't for her, why would he do this? At the same time in the heart cursed, you a dead. Pretend what to pretend? Return things will not return properly? Yellow grade high-priced special treasure weapon. Just like this for you to fall. Putting away the fragments of the bracelet on the ground, Li Chan walked towards the distance without looking back. The 2 of them, Pavilion Master Rin and Hu Su Yun, who were in the distance, smiled heartily and nodded their heads in satisfaction. This time, this kid Mose did a good job. Pavilion Master Rin smiled and stroked his beard. Mose, this child is really good. This time for Chang Cheng can really take a lot of effort. Just his chi points are gone. In the future cultivation will not be okay. Hu Su Yun couldn't help but ask worriedly. I don't know. I really have never heard of this swamp gas. I don't know where else there are chi points that can be used for his cultivation. I'll go and check on him later. And by the way, I'll give him his payment. After saying that, Pavilion Master Rin walked towards the school medical office. Pavilion Master Rin, you're here. Mose, who was sleeping, looked at Pavilion Master Rin coming over and hurriedly tried to sit up. Don't move, and recuperate properly. Pavilion Master Rin hurriedly held him down and made him lie down properly. This time, for the sake of Chang Cheng's matter, it made you blow up your chi points. Will it have an effect on your future cultivation? Pavilion Master Rin asked worriedly. Mose would smile. Pavilion Master, don't worry. I can still continue to cultivate. Then I am relieved. Hearing him say this, Pavilion Master Ren's expression finally relaxed as well. Then added, Mose, this time the Academy took 4 Emperor's Chi cultivation slots from the Greatly Imperial family, and will reward you with a cultivation slot in the Academy's 3rd grade Chi point. You choose Xian Huang Chi, understand? Why? Pavilion Master. But I prefer Sword Chi. Mose had a puzzled look on his face. Yuanqing Academy had 2 3rd grade Chi points. One was the Sword Chi of the Sword Pavilion, which mainly focused on attacking, and after cultivating to the 4th stage Mingyi realm, one could fly with a sword, and was tawdry and incomparable. As for the Xian Huang Tower's Xian Huang Chi, it mainly focuses on defense, and after cultivating it to its great completion, it can condense a Xian Huang body, which is not harmed by swords and knives, and is not invaded by water and fire. Compared to that, he preferred sword energy, and as an earthling who had traveled across, who could refuse to fly with a sword? Pavilion Master Rin gave him a meaningful look. You're silly. With our relationship, if you want to cultivate sword chi in the future, how could I not open the back door for you? This way, you'll have the qualifications to cultivate the 2nd Dao 3rd grade chi, and you won't have to worry about chi points until you've cultivated to the 3rd stage 3 flower realm. Mose was overjoyed. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. Alright, take a good rest. This time you did a very good job with your mission. I'll give you 500 more credits. You cultivate well and try to break through to the chi transformation stage as soon as possible. When Pavilion Master Rin finished speaking, he transferred 1,500 credits to the top of his student ID card, and then excused himself and left. Chapter 34, Thunder and Lightning Body Shaping Technique. Take care, Pavilion Master. Next time Pavilion Master has any other tasks, be sure to remember me. Looking at Rin Ge's back, Mose shouted excitedly. This mission to engage Li Chan had experienced some twists and turns, but the rewards were also quite lucrative. After Mose was healed, he immediately went straight to the book collection pavilion, and after that teacher Zhu saw him, he once again showed a shocked face. You're here again. This time it's a token or credits. Mo smiled slightly. Credits, he said, handing over his student ID. Teacher Zhu scratched away 1,000 credits from his student ID and asked curiously, how did you accumulate the credits? The 5th year students aren't as fast as you are. Mo's laughed. They're all from classmates. Who's so atmospheric? Teacher Zhu's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt as he handed him his student ID card, and seeing that he seemed unwilling to say more, he didn't pursue the matter any further, waving his hand and letting him enter the book depository. This time, He mainly wanted to choose a body training technique, and he was hesitant between the fiery flame body training technique and the thunderbolt body shaping technique. The flame body refining technique quenched the body through flames, and the effect was better than the thunderbolt body shaping technique. However, the thunderbolt body shaping technique could also increase speed in addition to increasing the defense of the physical body, which made Mose a little heartbroken. In the end, he decided to carry on with increasing his speed to the end, to be a man who would make his enemies untouchable, so he decisively chose the thunderbolt body shaping method. As for the fact that he didn't have lightning attribute chi, this problem was easily solved. He only needed to refine a few generators. Collecting his handwritten copy of the thunderbolt body shaping technique, he walked towards the classroom in a happy mood. While passing through a small forest, he saw 4 female cadets bullying a female cadet. As the school discipline team, Mose naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. He immediately rushed up and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" The 4 female trainees of the bully obviously recognized Mose's face showing fear. The lead female trainee said arrogantly, "Mose, this is none of your business here." Mose pointed to his school discipline team medal and said, "What do you mean it's none of my business? Don't you guys know what this stands for?" Then pointing at the 4, he said sternly, "Tell me why you're bullying your classmates." A slightly chubby female trainee among the 4 said angrily, "It's Yilian, she seduced student Tianchen." Yilian was so anxious that she cried, "I didn't. Feng Tianchen himself wanted to pursue me. I don't like him at all." Mose probably understood what was going on, so he snorted coldly, "Don't you guys know that you can't fall in love in the first year of the academy? All of you come with me to the school discipline office." At the same time, he had someone go and call Feng Tianchen over as well. After Feng Tianchen arrived at the school discipline team, he looked at Mose with a dumbfounded and at the same time fearful face and said, "I've been very honest lately. I definitely don't have any thoughts of dealing with you." Mose laughed and proceeded to tell him about the situation, and finally looked sternly at Feng Tianchen and the 4 female cadets who were bullying their female classmates. "The 5 of you don't study hard. You just want to fall in love. It's just as bad as it gets. All of you get 1 demerit." Those 4 female trainees instantly turned pale. Looking at Feng Tianchen, who was staring at them dead on with anger in his eyes, they lowered their heads in shame. Then Mose looked at this Yilian with white skin like jade, willow waist, like a pure white lotus. He couldn't help but nod secretly. And, worthy of being a woman ranked 3rd in the list of first-year beauties. No wonder she could charm that boy Feng Tianchen to the point where his legs were wobbling and he couldn't straighten his back. As for you, there was no move to initiate a relationship, so there will be no punishment. But remember, if anyone else comes after you or harasses you in the future, they can come over to me. After saying that, he also coldly glared at Feng Tianchen and the 4 female trainees. Yilian's eyes flashed with countless adoring little stars. Her little heart fluttered, and she said with a grateful expression, "Thanks, Mr. Maja, I'll remember." Mose nodded with satisfaction and smiled, "Not bad. Study hard. All disperse." After Feng Tianchen and the others walked out of the school discipline office, the female cadet who took the lead pulled his arm in embarrassment and said, "Brother Tianchen, I'm sorry." Feng Tianchen shook off her hand and roared angrily, "Get lost. I don't want to see you guys in the future." Then with a gloomy expression, he walked back to the classroom. In the evening, all the other classes had already gotten out of class, but the yellow grade 5 class was still lit up. Although, because Li Chan had already left the academy, Mose no longer forced his students to attend evening study sessions, but everyone still stayed for evening study if they didn't have anything to do in the evening. Only now there were no more seniors coming over to tutor everyone, and Ren Chengchang would sometimes sit in her seat and quietly watch the discussion. Only she never interjected, and the other students didn't dare to talk to her. Isn't there any way to raise everyone's cultivation level as soon as possible? Mose looked at the number of students who were still at the 3rd level of chi refining and couldn't help but feel a pang of anguish. Zhao Shanfan also said bitterly, "Most of the students in our yellow level class 5 are scattered cultivators from the preschool class as well as the sons and daughters of some small families, and most of the chi cultivation techniques we cultivate are very low level, and everyone is relatively poor, and we want to go to the academy's chi caves to cultivate for a large amount of credits each time. Want to quickly enhance the cultivation level? Advanced cultivation techniques are essential, and the techniques exchanged by the academy cannot be given to others to use." Thinking of this, Mose cannot help but stand up and shouted, "Aren't there any other channels available for advanced cultivation techniques? The Tianxing auction house sometimes sells high-level chi refining spells, but it's so expensive, and every time it appears it'll basically be bought by people from those big families." A female student said as she slumped over the table with her head hanging down. At that moment an icy voice rang out, "There are still other ways." At that moment, everyone looked in unison towards the place where the sound was made, and it was none other than Ren Chengchang who was patting on the table and pretending to sleep. Mose walked over with a cheap grin on his face. "Student Ren Chengchang, what is the method?" Run Chang lazily opened her eyes a little. Why should I tell you? Mose laughed. We are all classmates. Is it right to help each other? Run Chang didn't answer and directly closed her eyes, pretending to snore out. This left the crowd speechless for a while. And finally Mo said coldly, haven't you always wanted to fight me fairly? I'll fulfill you. Run Chang instantly opened her eyes to stare at him. What do you mean? Mose looked serious as he took out a gas mask from his storage ring and handed it over. Run Chang quickly snatched the mask with one hand and laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, shameless Mose. You're dead. If I don't beat the out of you today, I'll take your last name. She had dreamed of how she could wildly beat up Mose. And now that the opportunity was right in front of her, how could she not be excited? Chapter 35 Off-Campus Assignments. The corner of Mose's mouth lifted. Let's go. Let's go to the competition arena now. At the same time, he secretly muttered in his heart. It's not certain who will beat the out of who. Inside the Yuan Xing Academy's competition arena, it was nighttime at the moment, so there was no one else present other than the 24 yellow-level Class 5 students. Which one of them do you think will win? That goes without saying. It must be the class president. Since the class president dares to agree to compete with this little silly girl, he is bound to have the certainty of victory. The crowd of yellow Class 5 trainees nodded their heads in agreement. During this period of time Ren Chang had been fooled by Mose. Behind her back everyone called her a little silly girl. In the ring, with both of them putting their masks on, Ren Chang couldn't wait to be the first to cut out a sword chi. Mose ran his stance and easily dodged the sword chi with a flash. At the same time, he directly enlarged his stance and countless swamp chi surged in all directions. Ren Chang took a few deep breaths, and sure enough, she could hardly smell the stench that made her afraid, and was instantly relieved, and at the same time, she also sighed at the magic of this mask. Mose, no one can save you today. I'm telling you, the dean can't even stop you when he comes. Run Chang shouted through gritted teeth under the mask. After saying that, her body exuded a stern sword aura, and the top-grade yellow weapon in her hand, the Xianxiao cold light sword, danced with sword blossoms as she chopped towards Mose. But with Mose's current speed, he easily dodged it. I'll see how long you can hide, without the threat of stinky breath. Run Chang was not at all afraid of fighting a protracted battle with Mose, and as long as she defended for a long time, she would lose. As long as she was given a chance to seize it, she could definitely beat up Mose to the point that his mother wouldn't even recognize him. Only to see the long sword in her hand dancing, her body moving with the sword. Countless sword chi surrounded her, making her like an exiled immortal descending to the earth. As she pointed her long sword, countless sword chi like a big river quickly surged towards Mose, only to see Mose mysteriously smiled. A lighter suddenly appeared in his hand, and threw it to the ground. The swamp gas all over the ground was instantly ignited, and the ring was turned into a sea of fire at that moment. Ren Chang was shocked. His sword quickly recovered. At the same time, the long sword in his hand swung. The sword chi formed a sword wave around him, forcing the surrounding flames away. With a slight frown of confusion, she asked, when did your stench have the property of flame? Mose let out a light chuckle. There always has been. It's just that none of you have been able to get me to go all out. Damn it! You are by no means only at the 3rd level of chi refining. Run Chang gritted her teeth. You think everyone is like you, only knowing childish love all day long. Saying that, Mose radiated the cultivation of the 5th level of chi refining all over his body. You! Damn it! I'll fight with you. After saying that, Run Chang swung the long sword in her hand forward, and then raised it high. Her body's sword chi condensed in the sword body, and ruthlessly chopped it forward, and a huge white sword shadow sped away rapidly. As Mose's fingers flew, the flames, under the control of the wave-devouring fire royalty skill, quickly transformed into a fire dragon and slammed towards the sword shadow. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful wave of air exploded between the two of them, and Mose quickly dissolved the recoil by virtue of the Pengxing 9 revolutions, and Ren Chang fell back 5 steps and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. I lost. Ren Chang was stupefied, an unbelievable look in her eyes. She, a proud daughter of heaven in the 3rd stage of immortal cultivation, would actually lose to a casual cultivator in a dignified manner, thought, and suddenly sat down on the ground with a wow sound and cried, well, actually your talent is very strong. It's just that you've been slacking off these past half a year. If you cultivate to the 7th level of chi refinement, I will definitely be no match for you. Don't you think so, Miss Mo? Looking at Ren Chang, who was sitting on the ground and crying, he couldn't help but comfort her, while reaching out his hand to pre-help her up. Scram! Ren Chang opened Mose's outstretched hand, then stood up herself. Alright, willing to bet. Tell us the method of obtaining advanced spells, said Mose as he reached over and asked her to return the gas mask. Ren Chang said nervously as she tightened her grip on the gas mask, I can tell you the method, But you must give me this mask. With this mask she would never be afraid of that disgusting stench again, so she would never hand it over easily. A gentleman's word is a promise. Run Chang Chang, you can't say nothing, Mose said with a serious look. I am a woman, not a gentleman. Anyway, I don't care. This mask I will not hand it over even if I die. Saying that, he hastily grabbed the mask in his hand in a death grip, as if he was afraid that someone else would snatch it away. In the end, no matter how Mose said, Ren Cheng Cheng just refused to hand over the gas mask. Helplessly Mose can only enter about the law. This mask can only be used by herself, shall not be sold or loaned out. As for how to get high-level chi practicing techniques, according to her, in this world, apart from them, the formal academies and famous sects, there are also quite a few evil cultivators as well as evil organizations, who also have not on advanced feats in their hands, and can apply to the academy to go out on missions after reaching the 3rd year. Once the mission was completed, even if one could not obtain a high-level cultivation technique, one could still be rewarded with a generous amount of credits. These missions are so dangerous, however, that 1st and 2nd year students must be vouched for by 3 teachers who can also take on academy missions, and one of these 3 teachers must be their own counselor. But it's so dangerous. Will the teacher vouch for us? Moses' face was bitter, his brow furrowed. Run Cheng Cheng played with the mask in her hand, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. I can try to convince my dad, and Counselor Lu should agree. So that's as long as we can convince one more person a teacher. Mose firmly nodded his head. Alright, then it's decided. I'll figure out what to do with the remaining 1 teacher. At night, when Pavilion Master Ren looked at the gray-haired and burnt Rin Chang Chang, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yo, did you get into a fight with someone? Then looking at the mask in her hand, and the faint stench that emanated from her body, disgusting to say the least. That smell. You fought with Mose and lost, letting you fall in love every day. Now you're being outdone. Humph. Run Chang Chang's small mouth pouted, then questioned, did you guys already know that Mose's chi was in 5th grade? Pavilion Master Ren laughed. What's the matter? You've suffered a loss? Don't go around talking about this beforehand. Mose has a good talent. Don't let the dean's people find out so that they don't grab it from us at that time. Run Chang Chang snorted coldly, despicable. No wonder they call you a hypocrite. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll have something to talk to you about later. After saying that, she went straight to her room. What hypocrites? That's because they're jealous of me. Pavilion Master Ren roared in exasperation from behind. When Ren Chang Chang finished her bath, she reverted back to being that one high-flying, gorgeous, beautiful young girl. Pavilion Master Ren let out a loud growl. What? You guys are going out on an off-campus mission. I don't agree. After hearing his daughter's request, he rejected it sternly without even thinking. Chapter 36 Away for Trial. What a newborn. Do you know how dangerous it is out there? 50 years ago, 20 people from the 2nd year Sky Rank class went on a mission outside the school, and all of them didn't come back, which means that since then, the following 3rd years are not allowed to take on off-campus missions. But father, with my cultivation speed, I will be able to cultivate to the 9th level of chi refining by the 2nd half of the semester at the latest, and with my current credits, even with your and mom's help, wanting to gain entry into the Xian Huang Tower is still difficult. After saying that, Ren Chang Chang's eyes flashed with longing. Pavilion Master Ren let out a long sigh. Of course he understood his daughter's heart, but the qualification for the cultivation of the 3rd grade chi point was too precious. That is, he as the Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion. Ren Chang Chang could only enter the Sword Pavilion to cultivate the 3rd grade of the Sword Chi. However, if he entered the Huan Yuan realm with a 4th grade of Chi, no matter if it was his daughter or him, he was very reluctant to do so. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire Mose's good luck. Only at the Chi practicing stage he had already obtained a cultivation qualification for a 3rd grade of Chi acupoint. In fact, if he was willing to trade the Sword Pavilion's cultivation qualifications with others, there were still quite a few forces willing to trade their own 3rd grade Chi points. But the Sword Pavilion is the academy's, he is only the administrator. Ren Cheng Cheng can enter the Sword Pavilion to cultivate the first Chi as also his own credits in exchange. Alright, I agree. There are still 2 months left in this semester. You must cultivate to the 7th level of Chi refining in these 2 months. Otherwise everything is exempt. After saying that, Pavilion Master Ren patted his daughter's shoulder and proceeded to walk out. School Discipline Office. Director's Office. 2 people, 1 chess game, 1 tea. Do you think I'm right? Pavilion Master Ren sipped his tea with one hand and placed a white piece into the board with the other, forming a 2-sided attack. Director Huang laughed, casually placing a black piece into the board. Is defense impervious? How can you grow without experiencing setbacks? Can you still protect her for the rest of her life? Pavilion Master Ren grunted. It's not your daughter. Of course you say that. Then he played another hand of white chess and laughed. Old Huang, You lost with my 8-character formation. Director Huang blankly glanced at him. You only focus on the gains and losses in front of you, but you don't care about the crisis in the distance. Saying so, he placed a black piece on the other side of the board, where 5 black pieces had quietly lined up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Yellow, you're as sinister as ever. One more. Director Huang rearranged the board and took the lead in placing a black piece in the middle of the board. Cheng Chung has such a good talent. How unfortunate it would be if he doesn't go for the Continental Heavenly Pride ranking. Continental Heavenly Pride lists the genius list arranged by Yan Huang Sacred Dynasty. The most basic condition for entering the list is that it must be a 5 Qi Chao Yuan Realm Heavenly Pride with all Qi being above the 3rd grade. Director Huang and Pavilion Master Ren were both experts at the 5 Qi Dynasty realm with only 4 3-point Qi. And currently the one who had the most hope of entering the Dynasty realm with 5 3-point Qi in the entire academy was Pavilion Master Qi. She was now at the peak of the Mingi realm with 4 channels of 3rd grade Qi. And as long as she could find a suitable 5th channel of Qi, she could become a Heavenly Pride of the Chaoyuan realm with 5 Qi at any time. 3rd grade Qi points were already rare, and they were all great treasures in the hands of the major powers. In the Gradely Empire, wanting to collect the right 5 3rd grade Qi for oneself was simply as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Even if Pavilion Master Qi was the personal disciple of the Dean of the Yuan Xing Academy, all of them were still short of a single one. Yellow Class 5. Counselor Lu's head shook like a rattle when she heard that they were going to pick up an off-campus assignment. Moze firmly said, Teacher Lu, if we can't obtain a large amount of credits and advanced cultivation techniques, we'll never be able to compare ourselves to those heavenly and earthly level students. We Yellow Level Class 5 aren't willing to be a permanent member as the bottom class of the academy. Yes, Teacher Lu, please make us whole. I'm just a small family collateral descendant. Without a heaven-defying chance, I'll never be able to break through to the 3-flower realm in my life. Ms. Lu, I know you also came in from preschool. You can't be more clear about how hard it is for us learners without backgrounds. If I don't put up a fight, I'll never have a chance. Teacher Lu, we're not afraid to die, but we're afraid we'll never have a chance to get out. Looking at the eager eyes of all the trainees, Counselor Lu couldn't help but think of himself at the time, so he nodded helplessly. Alright, I agree. I'll submit a request to the academy, but the remaining 2 teachers, you'll have to figure it out yourselves. Thank you, Mr. Lu. The crowd of trainees burst into cheers. At the Teaching Affairs office, Director Huan looked at Moze in front of him, gently tapped the desktop with his hand, and said meaningfully, why? With your current situation, cultivating to the 3-flower realm is completely unnecessary to worry about resources. Inkbrand said with his head up and his eyes firm, because they called me class president and I'm responsible for them. Director Huang nodded and picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper for a while, handing it over. This is my letter of recommendation. Take it over. Moze was overjoyed. I thought it would take a lot of words, but I didn't know that it was so easy to get a letter of recommendation, and I quickly thanked him. Just as he was about to pick up the letter of recommendation, Director Huang suddenly raised his hand and looked at him seriously. Pay attention to safety. Then he placed the letter of recommendation into his hand. Feeling Director Huang's concerned gaze, he couldn't help but have a touching tear flash through his eye. Thank you, Director Huang. Now, although they had already obtained the guarantees from the 3 teachers, Pavilion Master Ren strongly requested them that they must make every effort to raise their cultivation in the last 2 months of the semester and be fully prepared before they could take on the Academy's mission during the winter break. In the next period of time, all the Yellow Level Class 5 people cultivated frantically, using all means to raise their cultivation. Ren Cheng was also opened the back door into the Sword Pavilion retreat by Pavilion Master Ren, and for this reason, he also found her a Huang rank high-level body technique 7-star sword steps and a Huang rank high-level body practicing technique Tian Yuan sword body. It is true that some people spend their whole life searching for Rome, while some people are in Rome at birth. Moze exhausted his efforts to exchange 2,000 credits for 2 yellow-level high-grade techniques, and Ren Cheng got it casually. These 2 months Moze also did not idle. Lightning body shaping method was used by him with 4 generators with the huge electric current emitted by the methane gas as fuel. Finally, also in the cultivation to the small completion realm. Now his speed even in the Qi transformation realm is also considered to be relatively fast. At the same time, during this time, he was frantically refining methane grenades, equipping each trainee with 10 of them, so that they could save their lives in critical moments. After everything was ready, Mo stood on the class podium and looked at the trainees with a serious expression. Students, I must emphasize once again that this outgoing trial mission is full of crises. Do you really not give it any more thought? Class President, we will never back down from such a rare opportunity. The students had firm eyes. In the end, all 56 members of the class chose to participate in the mission, and no one backed out. When all the other trainees went home, Moze led all the trainees of Yellow Grade Class 5 towards Mo Lin City. This mission was the simplest one that Pavilion Master Ren had selected from the many missions, intending to give them practice first. About 3 years ago, an organization called the Blood God Cult suddenly appeared in Mo City, claiming that as long as one believed in their blood god, one could be protected from all diseases and live a long life, and at the same time, they would also help the fanatics to become chi practitioners. The Academy had speculated after much information that it should be some chi transformation realm casual cultivators who were using the blood and flesh of ordinary villagers to create blood chi points as a way to cultivate, and with the special characteristics of the Mo's swamp chi, as well as Rin Chang's current cultivation at the 7th level of the chi practicing stage, coupled with the various undercards given to her by Pavilion Master Ren, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with these scattered chi practitioners with no background. Chapter 37, The Blood God Cult. In the village of Litang, 50 miles outside of Mo City, a tall, thin, clear-eyed youth, carrying a Tujin fish in his hand, walked into the dilapidated house with a stoic face. "Sister, look what I caught today." He held up the fish in his hand in a calm tone. "Wow, what a big fish. We're blessed today." A young girl dressed in plain clothes, with pale skin and delicate cuteness, replied in surprise. The young man's name was Yang Tianqing and his sister's name was Yang Tianmeng. When Yang Tianqing was 11 years old, his parents never came back after going out to see to fish. Since then, he has grown up with his 8-year-old sister. When he was 14 years old, he had wanted to move to Ling'an City with his sister, looking for a chance to join the preschool program of Yuanqing Academy. However, Yang Tianmeng suddenly became seriously ill and was unable to travel far, so, Yang Tianqing had to stay behind to take care of his sister, and has been doing so ever since. A few moments later, a pot of delicious fish soup was brought up, and the brother and sister duo quietly enjoyed it. "Brother, did you not go to the Blood God sect again today?" Yang Tianmeng pouted her little mouth and said seriously. Yang Tianqing scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. "I'm 20 years old, long past the age of refining qi into the body." Yang Tianmeng's eyes were filled with naivety. "But, I heard them say that the Blood God sect can refine qi even if they are over 18. Yang Tianqing laughed. "How can that be? They must be lying." Yang Tianmeng pretended to be angry and said, "Just go for a while. What if you can? Isn't it your dream to become a chi practitioner? And I've also heard that they can cure 100 diseases. Maybe they can cure my leg." After saying that, she looked at Yang Tianqing with an expectant face. "Alright, then I'll go and take a look tomorrow." Yang Tianqing looked at his sister's paralyzed legs and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in his heart, while secretly praying, "I hope they can really cure my sister's legs." After 5 days of traveling, Moze and the others finally arrived outside of Litang village, and the headquarters of the Blood God sect was not far away on Black Twilight Mountain. Moze said to the trainees, "This Blood God cult is taking people everywhere, but only sparing this Litang village. There must be something odd here." The trainees nodded their heads gravely. Before they only read on the information that this Blood God cult went around tricking people into joining the religion, but after arriving at Mo City, they realized that they were tricking people and taking them captive, doing everything they could. But they are extremely good to the villagers of this Litong village. Not only never go to the village to wreak havoc, but also often to the village widows and orphans send rice and oil. Mose had some of the trainees stationed outside the village, and himself and a few of the resourceful ones split up to poke around the village. "This big brother, can I go in and ask for a cup of water to drink?" Mose looked at a youth who was doing farm work in a dilapidated courtyard. Yang Tianqing raised his head and revealed a kind smile and said, "Yes, come in." He then scooped up a ladle of water with a worn-out ladle and handed it to Moze who came in. Moze took the water ladle and didn't mind, directly drank a big mouthful. This natural mountain spring water is just fragrant and sweet. After drinking the water, Moze took out a large piece of cake and ate it, while also handing Yang Tianqing 2 pieces of cake. "Thank you, big brother, for your water." Yang Tianqing carefully took the cake. "Little brother, you're too polite. Are you also coming over to join the Blood God sect?" Moze was worried about how to lead the topic towards the Blood God sect, but it turned out that this youth actually took the initiative to mention it, so the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Yeah, I heard that this Blood God cult can make people become chi refiners. Is it true?" "It should be true. I heard that quite a few people in the village have succeeded in refining chi into their bodies. Tomorrow I'll go and try too," said Yang Tianqing as he looked in the direction of Black Twilight Mountain. A look of longing flashed in his eyes. "Ah, big brother, you this year. Your age, ah." Moze's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. This youth looked to be over 20. "Right, hardly a teenager." Yang Tianqing laughed. "I'm 20, but I heard that the Blood God sect can allow even people over 18 to successfully refine chi into their bodies." Moze's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Really? This Blood God cult is really powerful." At the same time there was a burst of contempt in his heart. Bragging, after the age of 18 the Violet Mansion has been closed. How can he still refine his chi into his body? Why don't you eat? Don't worry. This cake is clean. Mose looked at himself and ate 3 of them, while the youth didn't move a single one. So he joked. Yang Tianqing smiled awkwardly, then lowered his head and said, I'll save it for my sister. At this time, a voice as clear as a yellow warbler also came out from inside the house. Brother, are there guests? Yang Tianqing raised his head and shouted, yes, it's a little brother who wants to join the blood god sect. Then why don't you invite someone to come in and have a seat? Yang Tianming shouted from inside. Yang Tianqing smiled awkwardly and said, the house is simple. If little brother doesn't mind, come in and have a seat. Mose raised his eyebrows and smiled, don't mind. Then he entered the inner room with him. The inner room was very simple, with a table, a chair and a bed, on which sat a delicate and lovely young girl, with a pair of large clear and bright eyes, as if she was curious about everything in the world. Although the young girl's lower body was paralyzed, she did not have a trace of sadness and decadence, but was full of optimism and positivity, and her body seemed to have some kind of magical power, which instantly filled Mose with good feelings and pity for her. So he said several cold jokes from his previous life in quick succession, and the young girl giggled at his amusement. Looking at his sister laughing so happily, Yang Tianqing also heatedly giggled on the side. It's getting late. Brother Aze, do you want to just stay for dinner? Originally, he was actually just being polite. After all, his own family was too poor to take anything that could be used to entertain Mose, which knew that Mose directly went down the slope. Good. Then thank you, big brother Tianqing. Yang Tianqing smiled awkwardly, and finally helplessly took out some leftover sweet potatoes from home, as well as the leftover fish soup from the morning. And Mose didn't mind. After all, he had nibbled on white buns for 5 years in the first place, and at the same time he took out his own dry food to share with them. After the meal, Mose thanked them for their hospitality, so he offered to say that he would make a wheelchair for Yang Tianmeng. The two worked late into the night, and a wheelchair made of wood and iron was finally completed. Brother Aze, Tianmeng can finally walk by herself. Giggle. Yang Tianmeng excitedly sat on the wheelchair, smiling from ear to ear, while there was a hint of imperceptible teasing deep in her eyes. Watching this innocent, cute and optimistic child sitting on the wheelchair he had made with his own hands, moving back and forth incessantly, Mose's heart couldn't help but surge with a feeling of relief. Since it was too late, Yang Tianqing's siblings strongly requested that Mose rest at their house for the night, and then go with Yang Tianqing to join the blood god cult the next day. Mose didn't push back. After all, if there was a local leading the way tomorrow, he could better probe the blood god cult situation. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Yang Tianqing fought 2 fish and came back, making 2 bowls of fresh and delicious fish soup for Mose and Yang Tianmeng, because Mose made a wheelchair for his sister yesterday, which made Yang Tianqing grateful to him. After the 3 of them finished breakfast, Yang Tianqing took Mose and set off towards the blood god sect's headquarters. According to Yang Tianqing, this blood god sect was very friendly to the people of their Litang village, and usually as long as they went, they could basically join the blood god sect without any problems. Chapter 38, Joining the Blood God Cult. Do you think the blood god cult can really cure my sister's leg? I don't know. Skydream's leg has been broken for a long time. Normally it should be hard to recover. Mose was afraid that he would be too sad when he found out that the blood god cult was a fraud, so he gave him a precaution first so that he wouldn't get his hopes up too much. About 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the Black Curtain Mountain. At this time, far away, a young man wearing the refined blood sect's refined chi stage layer 1 enthusiastically ran over to the Jia brother Tianqing. You should have come a long time ago. Yang Tianqing smiled awkwardly. Little tiger, are you alright here? Yang Xiaohu laughed. Good. Very good. Saying this, a blood light appeared in his hand and then said smugly, how cool is it? Yang Tianqing's eyes were filled with envy. So powerful. Then can I still practice chi? Yang Xiaohu nodded seriously. Of course you can. Although you're already past the age of practicing chi into the body, the sect master said that you have to wait until after the blood sacrifice. Then you can cultivate. Yang Tianqing was instantly delighted. Really? Of course, the blood god is omnipotent. Saying this, he led Yang Tianqing and Mose into the blood god cult's main altar in a big way. Lord sect leader, this is from our Litang village. Come and join our blood god sect. Yang Xiaohu respectfully said to an old man who was probably at the chi transformation stage. The blood god cult nodded slightly. It's from Litang village. Ah, then go over there and do the formalities. Yang Xiaohu made a salute and was leading him to the other side of the hall for formalities. Mose looked at the hand of a bag of rice, and a basket of eggs. Heart in rose a burst of ridiculous feeling. He hadn't thought it would be so easy to join a cult. He didn't even ask where he came from. He just registered his name and actually delivered rice and eggs. That's a much better deal than joining the Yuan Xing Academy. Yang Tianqing excitedly looked at the eggs and rice in his hand. If I had known that you can send eggs and rice when you join the religion, I would have come a long time ago. This time I can properly replenish Tianming's body. Then Yang Xiuhu told them to come over 3 days later to hold the Blood Oath Conference. Usually nothing can be arranged freely. If the Blood God sect meets, they will be notified in advance. Eating rice and eggs in the evening. Yang Tianqing's siblings were excited for a while. I have already said that my brother will definitely be able to join the Blood God sect. This egg is really delicious. And the rice also smells good. While saying that, his little mouth was still chewing on the rice. Yes, if I had known that the Blood God cult was so good, I should have gone there a long time ago, so that I could also let Tianmeng live a good life earlier, Yang Tianqing said guiltily while eating. Yang Tianmeng giggled. As long as I can be with my brother. Tianmeng feels that every day is a good day. The deep brother-sister relationship between the two made Mose envious for a while, but unfortunately he was an only child in his last life. And in this life it was there but not as good as not there. After a day of poking around, he probably understood the strength of the Blood God sect. The sect leader was around the second level of Qi transformation, and there were about 40 deacons from the first to third level of Qi practicing, so they should be able to deal with it easily with the strength of their yellow level class 5. So he secretly contacted the trainees outside the village, and together they made an appointment to strike out together 3 days later when they held their Blood Oath assembly to wipe out the cult in one fell swoop before returning to the school to collect their high credits. Time flies. 3 days passed quickly. These 3 days he and Yang Tianqing pushed Yang Tianmeng a moment again on the big mountain to eat barbecue, a moment on the boat fishing and eating hot pot. Looking at his sister's face as she excitedly ate the fish head hot pot, Yang Tianqing said in admiration, "Zhe, you're really great. Any ordinary ingredient will become delicious after your processing." Yang Tianmeng, who was shabu-shabuing the fish fillets, also nodded frantically. "Zhe brother, I still want to eat barbecue tomorrow." The evening was when they were going to make their move. Looking at the innocent and cute Yang Tianmeng, Mose felt a pang of regret inside, saying, "Tomorrow, Zhe brother, there might not be time." Yang Tianmeng smiled wryly. "I think Zhe brother will definitely have time tomorrow." Giggle. Yang Tianqing chided from the side. "Tianmeng, you can't keep pestering us like this. People have business to attend to." At night in a valley at the back of Black Curtain Mountain, the valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and right in front of it was a large altar made of granite, while around it stood countless blood god cultists in blood-red robes. With a shout, the Blood Oath assembly began, and the many blood god cultists immediately quieted down. Then a blood god sect guard next to him shouted, "We have an invitation for the sect master." The old man of the Godfather walked up to the altar with a smile on his face. "Please, second sect master." A middle-aged man who was probably around the 4th or 5th level of Qi transformation walked onto the altar. Mose under the stage was dumbfounded. How can there be a second sect master? But with the strength of their yellow grade class 5, and many undercards, they were not afraid of one more Qi transformation realm. "I have an invitation to the 3 sect masters." In Kettle on the stage had a black face. "I have an invitation to the 4 sect masters." "I have an invitation to the 5 sect masters." "Please, 6th sect master." Mose under the stage asked Yang Xiuhu next to him with a gloomy face, "How come we have so many sect masters in the Blood God sect? We have 6 divisions, and each division has a sect leader. What's wrong with that?" Yang Xiuhu said doubtfully. "No problem." Ink Zephyr gave a secret. Okay, wait. I'll just turn on the big rush and charge up. With my special attribute of swamp gas, catching them off guard, I should be able to stink them all out. Please, Grand Elder." With a shout from the attendant, an old man in a blood-red robe walked up. Mose under the stage immediately changed his face. A chill surging through his heart. This is an expert of the 3-flower realm. How come we still have elders in the Blood God sect? Mose once again asked Yang Xiuhu who was next to him. Our Blood God sect is at least a big sect in this 100-mile radius. Isn't it normal to have elders? Yang Xiuhu replied rightfully. Finished, completely finished. Right now, Mose could only secretly pray that the trainees of the yellow grade class 5 found the abnormality over here and didn't show up. Please, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, please, 10th elder. As one of the elders of the 3-flower realm walked out, Mose's heart completely sank into the water. While cursing in his heart, Director Huang, "How did you guys do this intelligence? It's called a small cult with only a few Qi transformation realm, a whole 10 3-flower realm experts." At the same time, he recognized the 5th elder among them, who was none other than the academy's traitor Mu Zifeng, who was wanted by the school discipline division. Then there was another shout from the attendant. "We have an invitation for the Lord God Emperor." A middle-aged woman with a veil over her head walked up to the altar. The stage Mose a burst of horror. A cold air from the buttocks straight to the brain. Scared him just a little bit of. are held back. This breath far beyond the three flowers realm is likely to be the fourth order of the mini realm of the experts. Why? We still have divine ambassadors in the blood god sect. Mose asked Yang Xiaohu, who was next to him, with an ironic expression. Yang Xiaohu looked at him with an odd face and said, Mose, what's wrong with you? Of course there will be a divine messenger in our name. Blood god cult. With this one divine messenger shouting, Great blood god, your servants are forever loyal to you, please accept our offerings. The blood god shines brightly in the world, and the light lasts forever. All the religions on the stage shouted in unison, the blood god shines in the world, and his light endures forever. Chapter 39 Blood God's Divine Son. With a wave of the divine messenger's hands, the crowd instantly quieted down and said in a deep voice, Today's blood oath assembly, in addition to expressing our loyalty to the great blood god, we also need to elect a divine son. After saying that, he took out a large red ball and threw it into the air. The ball exploded above the crowd, and countless white feathers floated down and, among them, there was also a red feather that was particularly conspicuous, fluttering in the wind above the heads of the crowd and eventually landing on Yang Tianqing's head. With a shout from the divine messenger, Greetings to the divine son. Then he bent down and bowed to Yang Tianqing. The crowd also made a bow to Yang Tianqing. Greetings to the divine son. Mose also followed the crowd's example and bowed to Yang Tianqing, secretly saying in his heart, This stupid kid has even become a divine son. Has the blood god sect always done things so casually? Yang Tianqing himself removed the red feather from his head. Momentarily bewildered, an attendant came and helped him up to the altar. The divine messenger personally draped him in the outer robe that symbolized the identity of the Son of God, and then respectfully bowed to him. Welcome the Son of God to his throne. Welcome divine son to the throne. The blood god cultists all paid their respects, and Mose was no exception since, right at this incomparably serious moment, more than 50 yellow grade class 5 trainees, weapons in hand and murderous, rushed over from the hill on the left. Who are you people? The divine envoy shouted in a loud voice, while releasing the pressure of a fourth-stage mini-realm powerhouse. The crowd of yellow-grade Class 5 was immediately horrified, directly frozen on the spot, not knowing what to do, dumbfounded, looking at the powerful people on the altar, while cursing in their hearts. Wasn't it agreed that there would only be one sect leader at the highest level of chi transformation? What the is this now? For a while, the scene was bizarre and incomparable. Mose secretly screamed in pain and hurriedly rushed out to bow to the divine envoy at the same time shouting, Reporting back to Lord God Emperor, they are the ones I invited over to join our blood god cult together. Jia Shanfan hurriedly bowed to the divine envoy like Mose did. Yes, Lord Divine Envoy, we admire the blood god cult so much that we made an appointment to come together to join the blood god cult. The divine messenger had a puzzled look on his face. Since you're here to join our blood god sect, then why are you all murderous and armed? Zhao Shanfan said with a calm face, reporting back to the divine messenger. We are not murderous, we that are excited. As for the weapons, but this journey is really not peaceful. We have been holding them in our hands and forgot to put them away. Mose also helped out at the side. Yes, Lord God Emperor. They've gone through a lot of trials and tribulations on this journey to reach here, so they're a bit excited. At this time, a congregation below shouted, Nonsense. I know them, they're from Yuanqing Academy. What? At that moment, those elders and divine envoys were all looking at them with murderous aura in their eyes, especially that traitor Mu Zifeng who had already started to take his weapons out. Yes, we are cadets of the Yuanqing Academy, but we have already rebelled from that Tai Academy. Please Lord God Envoy investigate clearly, said Mose as he bowed deeply to the God Envoy, his expression filled with determination. At these words, all those present froze and looked at the divine messenger in unison. You said that you have rebelled against the Yuanqing Academy. Do you have any proof? Why did you rebel against the academy? The divine envoy's eyes were ice cold as he stared at them tightly. Lord God Emperor, you don't know, Mose said in a calm tone. It's true that we're students of Yuanqing Academy, but we're all students of the first year Yellow Class 5. Saying that, Mose took out his student ID from his body and handed it to the divine messenger to check. Yellow Level Class 5 is the lowest class within the academy. We are all casual cultivators and small family descendants with little background. It's the lowest level of existence inside the academy, and those heaven and earth level classes bully us all day long. Moreover, the academy requires credits for everything, and those good quests are often controlled by the heaven and earth level classes, so those of us don't even have the slightest chance. As for feats and chi points, we can only use the lowest level ones. Instead of being treated like trash inside the academy and being bullied, it would be better to sentence the academy and join the blood god sect to be free. At this time, that traitor Mu Zifeng also stood out to assist. He's right. I was a Xian level class in the academy back then. and I was also highly bullied. Their yellow level class is even one level lower than me, and they are bound to be ostracized even more. After saying that, he put his weapon away, patted Mose's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, you've come to the right place. Our blood god sect loves each other and will never suppress the congregation. And there are also third-grade special blood chi points to cultivate. So you're bound to make great progress in your cultivation in the future and come out on top." At this time, the third elder walked out and pointed at Rin Chung Chang and said, "No, you said that you are all yellow level class 5 trainees, but look at her overpowering sword chi. It is clear that she is cultivating the third-grade sword chi and it has all reached the 7th level of chi cultivation. This is the strength that a yellow level class trainee can have." Mose slapped his thighs. "I almost forgot the main thing. She is the daughter of the Sword Pavilion Master of Yuan Xing Academy. She is the one we held hostage to use as a submission to join the Blood God cult. Please God envoy Sir Smile." And Zhao Shanfan was very cooperative, kicking Rin Chung Chang out with a black kick, and Ren Chung Chang's face was red with fear and anger intertwined, staring at him and Mose in death. If not for the special occasion now, the sword in her hand would have already come out of her body. The divine envoy couldn't help but look at Rin Chung Chang with a glint in his eye. "Well, you guys have a heart. If they had the daughter of the Sword Pavilion Master of the Yuan Xing Academy in their hands, then in case the academy came in force, they would be considered to have a hostage in their hands." Nope, still not right. If you say that the girl child is your pitch, then how do you explain yourself? Although I can't see through your cultivation, but from your aura, you don't look like a student of the yellow level class either. The third elder had an "I've seen through you" look, and there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Mose sighed, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness as he continued to make things up. "You all don't know that even though I am a cadet of the yellow grade class 5, I am also the champion of this freshman competition. You're fooling the devil. The winner of the freshman competition will be assigned to yellow class 5, but I was indeed assigned to the yellow grade 5 class, and all of this is only because my breath is a bit stinky, and I can't fake my student status," Mose said with a serious face, with a bit of resignation in his eyes. Mu Zifeng, who was on the side, came out again and said, "He is indeed a freshman of the first year yellow class 5, and this student ID card is tamper-proof." Suddenly Mose hissed and shouted, "You guys say on what grounds? I'm obviously the champion, yet I'm still assigned to the worst class." Speaking here, his voice suddenly lowered. "Originally, I could have endured all of this, but my girlfriend Heilian and I were in love, and had even made a private arrangement for life. The hateful thing is Feng Tianchen from that day's grade 1 class. Do you guys know what he did to me?" On the side of Mu Zifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of tears. He seemed to see himself in Mose at the time. Clenching his teeth tightly, he said word by word, "What did he do to you?" 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from the corners of Mose's eyes. "That shameless man, relying on his identity as a direct disciple of the Wind family, gathered a group of traitors and bullied me in school all day long. Not only that, he also proposed to the academy to forbid students from falling in love, while he himself pestered my girlfriend all day long. In the end, under his pestering, my girlfriend broke up with me and got together with him." Chapter 40, All join the Blood God cult. Outrageous. "One day, we will definitely kill our way back to Yuan Xing Academy." Mu Zifeng's face was gloomy, and there was also bloodthirsty hatred in his eyes. When he thought about it, he and a cadet of the heavenly class were in love with a female cadet at the same time, but that heavenly class cadet bullied him all day long due to the fact that he was outnumbered, and that female cadet, in the end, also threw herself into the arms of that heavenly ranked cadet. Unable to bear the humiliation, Mu Zifeng finally killed that cadet in secret one night, after which he rebelled from Yuan Xing Academy. I can't imagine that Yuan Xing Academy is so dark. It's good that we didn't go there in the first place. Otherwise we might have been bullied into what kind of situation. Yeah, it's still our blood god sect that's good. Not only do they give us eggs and rice, but they also have blood chi points for us to casually cultivate. Countless blood god sect's gang members kept whispering, and they were all fighting for them. Aha, since Yuan Xing Academy looks down on us, there's no need for us to be bullied and humiliated there. So I took our entire class and escaped from Yuan Xing Academy in the middle of the night. And I'm also asking for Lord Divine Envoy to take us in." After saying that, Mose bowed deeply to the Divine Envoy. "Please still ask Lord God Emperor to take us in." Those yellow level class 5 trainees were also very cooperative as they bowed in unison. There was no way not to cooperate. "Even though you're talking nonsense and making sense, I even feel that something is a bit off somewhere." The third elder still looked like he didn't believe them. Mose raised his eyebrows and bowed to the third elder. "Then elder, what do you say? What is the purpose of our coming over? Even if we want to be spies, there is no need for so many people to come together." Then the corner of his mouth popped up in an evil arc. "You wouldn't think that we, cadets of the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining, are coming over to attack the blood god sect, would you?" The third elder was momentarily stumped by the dislike. He really couldn't think of what the purpose of this group of people was. As for attacking the blood god sect, just kidding. As far as the strength of this group of people was concerned, coming over to send them to their deaths wasn't even enough to qualify. At this time, Yang Tianqing also froze and said, Lord God Emperor, I don't think that Brother Mose looks like a bad person. The Divine Envoy nodded kindly, since Lord Divine Envoy has said so, then we, the Blood God cult, will accept you, and from now on, we are all family, and the Blood God cult won't treat everyone poorly. Although these yellow-level Class 5 cadets were the lowest-level cadets of the Yuanxing Academy, they were all heavenly prides when compared to the gangs that their Blood God sect had casually taken in. Many thanks to the Divine Messenger. Many thanks to the Divine Son. Mose bowed respectfully to them. At this time his back has been wet with sweat. If not now as a special occasion he is absolutely already paralyzed on the ground motionless. Many thanks to the Divine Messenger. Many thanks to the Divine Son. The 50 or so yellow rank Class 5 trainees also bowed in unison. At this time they have no words to express their admiration for Mose, which is hard enough to round them off. At the same time, everyone's backs have long been wet with cold sweat, and a few of the fragile ones have even been shivering against each other in the middle of the crowd. As for this Sword Pavilion Master's daughter, let's put her in the dungeon first. The Divine Envoy looked at Ren Chang Chang, whose eyes contained anger, and commanded the people below. Ren Chang Chang, who was being dragged by the two gang members, had reddened eyes. Her whitened lips were still trembling slightly, and the anger in her eyes seemed to be overflowing as if she was going to overflow. Staring at Mose with a deadly stare. If anger could kill, Mose would probably have been burned to ashes, while her heart was screaming, why should she be the only one to become a prisoner? Obviously everyone is together. If she hadn't still been thinking about the big picture, she would have lifted the table and died with everyone else. Watching Ren Chang Chang being dragged down, Mose secretly chanted, little girl, just go in peace. We'll save you. Who let you have high talent? In this way the entire yellow grade 5 class, except for Ren Chang Chang, everyone else shifted to become honorable blood god cultists. The next thing the crowd did was to change into the red uniforms of the blood god cult before joining the bonfire party with all the congregation. And everyone happily gorged themselves on meat and wine in a happy manner. And at this time Ren Chang Chang with handcuffs, ankle chains, a person squatting in the corner of the dungeon drawing circles, constantly cursing Mose, and from time to time outside the window there is also a burst of roasted meat smell, as well as the sound of everyone's joyful laughter. When Mose and Yang Tianqing returned home, it was already late at night. Yang Tianqing looked at the various meats on the table and couldn't help but sigh with excitement. I'm so lucky today. I can't believe I just became a divine son of the blood god cult, and I'm even giving us meat and oil. Mose smiled awkwardly, yes, what luck. At this moment, he was thinking about how to get out of the trap. How could he be in the mood to pay attention to this young Tianqing who was bursting with luck? Wow, brother, you're awesome. You actually became the divine son of the blood god cult, so you'll definitely become a powerful chi practitioner in the future. Yang Tianmeng pushed her wheelchair over, her eyes filled with admiration. A confident smile also flashed in Yang Tianqing's eyes, and Lord God Envoy had also assured him that when the blood sacrifice was made, he would help him reopen his purple mansion, so that he could successfully step into the ranks of chi refiners. Wow, that's a lot of meat. Brother Zay, so can't we eat roasted meat tomorrow? Yang Tianmeng innocently looked at Mose and asked excitedly. Mose touched her little head and said with a smile, yes, tomorrow we will go to the back of the mountain. Zay brother will roast meat for you to eat. It was as if Yang Tianmeng had some kind of magic in her, making him unable to resist agreeing to any of her requests. Yeah, Yang Tianmeng giggled excitedly, while a wryly smug smile flashed out of the corner of her eye. The next day, at dawn in the morning, Yang Tianqing had already prepared a hearty breakfast for them. Then the three of them packed up the ingredients to make a barbecue and went to the back of the mountain to trek. By noon, Inkbrand made a barbecue for the two of them, while secretly catching a few fish in the river with methane gas. Mose also enjoyed this kind of relaxing and casual time very much, which reminded him of his previous life when he went out for a spring trip with his family. Yang Tianqing picked up a roasted fish and handed it to Yang Tianmeng. Sister, don't keep eating meat, come have some fish. Yang Tianmeng had hastily shook his head, I don't eat. This fish stinks. Then he struggled to jerk the meat skewer in his hand. Where does it stink? Yang Tianqing brought the fish over and smelled it, then nodded as he took a bite and said, it doesn't stink. It's delicious. Yang Tianmeng said with a disgusted face, if you want to eat, you eat, I don't eat anyway. Yang Tianqing looked at his capricious sister for a while and shook his head, really, so big and still picky about food. After saying that, he just finished the fish in his hand, while secretly saying in his heart, Zay's handiwork is really good. Some days learn a few tricks from him, otherwise after he leaves, my sister will only be able to drink fish soup with him every day again. At night, Mose strutted into the dungeon with a group of trainees, and several guards rose to greet him upon seeing him. Good day, Deacon M.O. Mose nodded slightly. Not bad, everyone has worked hard. Chapter 41, The Academy comes to the rescue. Due to his merits in offering his daughter, the divine envoy exceptionally promoted him to a first-class deacon. And upon learning that all of them trainees were actually only practicing yellow-grade early-stage chi cultivation techniques, he very generously gave them a Xian-grade early-stage blood demon chi refining skill. This caused the crowd of trainees to be ecstatic, kowtowing and thanking the divine messenger. This made the god emperor also believe even more that they were being bullied at the academy. Or else why would they be so excited over a Xian-grade early-stage technique like this? Thus, their main goal of coming out this time was accomplished. And the next step was to figure out how to retire with their accomplishments. As for destroying the blood god cult, that was a joke. After sidetracking the guards in the dungeon, Mose secretly threw a roasted chicken to Rin Cheng in the cell. Whoa woo, you guys are too much. Why are you eating and drinking outside while I can only freeze and starve here? Rin Cheng cried about Mose and their ruthlessness while frantically gnawing on the roasted chicken. Alright, don't cry. The situation was special at that time. If we didn't do that, everyone would have to die. Looking at Rin Cheng's pitiful appearance, Mose was also a bit unable to bear it. Why me? Can't you guys have a few people to keep me company? I'm a girl. It's cold and wet here. Do you guys know how I came over last night? After Rin Cheng finished eating the roasted chicken, she looked at them angrily with hot tears in her eyes. Mose nodded helplessly and continued to comfort. I know that you have suffered. If this mission is completed, the credits will give you a big head start. And I have already sent someone to notify the academy. I think it won't be long before the academy sends someone over to support them. In the end, Rin Cheng could only nod pitifully. You guys have to hurry up. Oh, it's just too overwhelming here. Mose gave an in, and said with a kind face, I know, don't worry. I will have my classmates come down from time to time to bring you food. Take care of yourself. Then in the eyes of Rin Cheng's grumbling eyes, Mose led everyone out of the dungeon. Over the next few days, Fifth Elder Mu Zifeng took them on a tour of the blood god sect's blood chi caves. It was a huge blood pool, with countless runes inscribed around it, surrounded by 4 strange monster head sculptures, and blood was still flowing from the mouths of those monster sculptures into the blood pool. As for where all this blood came from, Inkbrand knew with his ass what was going on. The blood chi itself was only a 4th grade chi, and the blood chi in this blood pool didn't know what method this blood god sect had used to actually harden it to a 3rd grade. As for these elders and divine ambassadors of the blood god sect, they usually stayed mainly in the blood pool to cultivate, and the 5 sect masters were mainly in charge of things outside. This was the main reason why the academy had failed to find out the true strength of the blood god sect. However, all of these trainees had already succeeded in refining chi, but because they had not yet broken through to the chi transformation stage, they were unable to cultivate the 2nd channel of chi, and the only way to do so was to wait for the blood sacrifice when the blood god, with his supreme greatness, forced them to switch to cultivating blood chi. Already succeeded in refining chi, you can still switch to other chi? Mose was full of questions. Mu Zifeng showed a smug look on his face and said, I didn't believe it initially either, but after witnessing all the miracles of the blood god cult, I was convinced. The blood god is a deity, and its abilities are unfathomable. Looking at Mu Zifeng, who had already been successfully brainwashed, Mose was speechless for a while. At this moment, he was able to conclude that this so-called blood god cult was a huge organization of liars. All of its members were either practicing deception or deceiving themselves and others. Soon enough news came from the Yuan Xing Academy, and a mini-realm teacher Chen arrived in great numbers with 15 members of the school discipline team from the Three Flowers realm. In a small mountain village 10 miles outside of Black Twilight Mountain, Mose warmly shook hands with Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, I'm troubling you this time. Please make sure to ensure the safety of the trainees. Teacher Chen nodded guiltily. This is inevitable. Everything is done with the safety of the trainees in mind. This time it was also mainly a major failure of our intelligence. You guys have done a good job. Next they carefully discussed how to rescue the cadets and Rin Cheng. The other trainees were fine. Although they were all trapped in the blood god sect's main altar, they didn't interfere too much with their freedom. The one who was more troublesome was Rin Cheng. The location of the dungeon was not far from the blood pool, and a slight lack of attention would startle those elders and divine messengers within the blood pool. Once they used Rin Cheng as a hostage, then they would be very passive. In the end, they decided that Mingzhu would bring 5 school discipline members of the Three Flower realm and sneak into the Black Curtain Mountain dungeon quietly, and then Mose and the 50 cadets would advance in the dungeon to join with them inside and outside together to take control of the dungeon first. After successfully rescuing Rin Cheng, he immediately sent a message to Mr. Chen, who then led a large force to kill the blood pool directly from the front. Instead, they killed their way out of the dungeon and cleaned up those ordinary blood god cult gang members. After agreeing on the exact time of the operation with Teacher Chen and the others, Moze went back to the blood god sect to prepare properly. After making a special spicy hot pot for Tian Meng this day, Mo said meaningfully, Tian Meng, in the future, if Brother Aze is gone, you have to be good and listen to Brother Tian Shang. Okay. Young Tian Meng ate the bowl of spicy hot pot, revealing a satisfied look. I don't want Brother Oz to leave. I want Brother Oz to cook for me for the rest of my life. Moze helplessly shook his head. Tian Meng, there's no such thing as an unbroken banquet under the sky. I'll eventually leave. Yang Tianmeng capriciously said, no way. I want Brother Oz to cook for me all the time. Saying that, she began to pout non-stop. Moze was annoyed by her and had no choice but to helplessly nod his head. Okay. Zay brother promise you. Hearing Moze's promise, young Tianmeng giggled happily as she sat in her wheelchair, while an undetectable cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. At night, Moze first arranged the 50 or so trainees near the dungeon, and after Mingjia came over with his experts, they would cooperate with Mingjia to quietly solve the dungeon guards before rescuing Rin Chengcheng. Everything was ready and now we were waiting for the appointed time to come, when the God Emperor walked away with an odd look on his face and said to Inkbrand, Moze, this swamp chi of yours is really rare. If you really can't do it, you should do the same as them and wait for the blood sacrifice to turn to blood chi together. Although your cultivation will fall in the realm, but with your talent you should be able to repair it back soon. Moze laughed awkwardly. If it's really not possible it'll have to do. Just then the blood pool side surprised a vast and demonic powerful breath, which flickered and disappeared in an instant. A wave of horror rose in Moze's heart. A deep fear rushed straight to his head, and with a trembling voice he asked, Lord God Envoy, did you feel anything just now? Chapter 42, Demonic Aura. The Divine Messenger laughed, there's no need to be alarmed. That's our Lord Blood God, boosting the purity of our blood chi for us. Otherwise you'd think that why our blood god cult's blood pool can give birth to a third-grade blood chi. Moze asked with a pale face, is there another blood god lord in our blood god sect? How come we haven't even seen him? The Divine Messenger had a serious face and a look of blind adoration. We're called the blood god cult. Of course there will be a blood god. It's just that the blood god lord doesn't like to see people, and usually I'm the one who conveys any oracles on his behalf. Moze's heart was now as if it was dead, because that aura just now far exceeded the third-grade chi he had come into contact with. That ancient and demonic feeling, if he hadn't guessed, it was demon chi. Demonic chi was a second-grade chi that could only be cultivated at least at the 6th stage god refining realm, which meant that the blood god sect was still hiding a great power that was at least at the 6th stage god refining realm. After weighing the pros and cons, Moze bowed to the God Envoy and said, Lord God Envoy, I just found a few sneaky people over there. It looks like they should be trying to rescue Rin Chengcheng. If I'm not wrong it should be someone from Yuanxing Academy. A trace of color flashed in the God Emperor's eyes. Oh, this Yuanxing Academy is really shady. On Mingjia's side, he brought 5 experts of the 3-flower realm with him, wearing the clothes of the blood god cult that Moze had provided over, and quickly ran towards the dungeon according to the map. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the dungeon, countless torches lit up around them, and the god's envoy and the 10 elders quickly surrounded them from all sides, looking at them with a mocking expression. My uncle, don't I just stink a bit? I let you look down on me, and now you've finally fallen into my hands. Ha ha ha. Moze stood beside the Divine Messenger and laughed madly. A hint of suspicion flashed in Mingjia's eyes. You betrayed the academy. Moze had a villainous look. So what? Who let you guys look down on me? Bully me every day, and don't allow me to fall in love. Hard to break me and my girlfriend apart. Lao Zi is against it. If you know what's good for you, just tie your hands, or don't blame us for being blinded by our swords. Mingjia and a few others looked at each other and finally raised their hands. We surrender. Moze laughed triumphantly. Count yourselves sensible. Then a few blood god cultists suppressed the 6 school disciplinarians in handcuffs and ankle chains from the 3 flowers realm into the dungeon, locking them up next door to Rin Chengcheng. This scene dazzled the 50 or so yellow grade class 5 trainees, all of whom had an uncertain look on their faces. Ren Chengcheng grasped the cell door and asked in disbelief, Chief Philosopher Ming, didn't you guys come over to save me? How come you've all been arrested? Mingjia shook his head with a bitter smile. Moze betrayed us. Ren Chengcheng's face changed drastically with an unbelievable look. Impossible. How could he betray the academy? Mingjia said with a serious expression, it should be that some special situation has arisen and he doesn't want us to have casualties while. He then looked in the direction of the academy and worriedly continued, now there's trouble. College Academic Affairs. Director Huang convened a meeting with all teachers above the Mingyi realm and school. This is the latest news about the blood god cult from Moze. Everyone say what to do now. said Director Huang, placing a note on the table. Just 3 were written right on the note. There is a demonic spirit. At that moment, the surrounding teachers sucked in a breath of cold air in unison, and Pavilion Master Chi said with a grave expression, "Is the news certain?" Director Huang nodded. "It should be certain. This matter is indeed a dereliction of duty on the part of our school discipline team. For a person of such strength to enter Desert Lin City, we actually did not receive any news at all." Pavilion Master Ren's expression was filled with anxiety. Now that the dean is in seclusion and the vice dean has gone to the dragon realm, how should we help? Had he known this, he would have killed himself and not let his daughter go out on some trial mission. Director Huang looked at Pavilion Master Ren and said seriously, "Pavilion Master Ren, don't be anxious for now. As far as the current situation is concerned, the trainees' lives are not in danger yet." He then looked at Pavilion Master Chi and said, "This matter has exceeded the limits of our abilities. Can we ask the dean to step out?" Pavilion Master Chi nodded. "I'll go and ask my teacher to come out of the gate. It's still unclear what realm the other party is at. To be on the safe side, we'll have to ask for help from the Heavenly Yu Sacred Academy." The Tianyu Sacred Academy was the superior power of all of their academies, and academy powerhouses could apply to go to the Tianyu Sacred Academy to further their training if they had cultivated to the 5 breaths realm, and if it was a Chaoyuan realm powerhouse whose 5 channels were all of the 3rd quality of Qi, then they could apply to directly join the Tianyu Sacred Academy. Only the Tianyu Sacred Academy would have 2nd grade as well as 1st grade Qi caves available for those strong people above the 6th rank to cultivate. During these few days, apart from going to the Blood God sect for a meeting, Mose was pushing Yang Tianmeng around every day to swim in the mountains, eat, drink and have fun. After waiting anxiously, they finally waited for the news from the academy side that Dean Yao had come out of the gate. But the situation was now complicated, and the academy still had hostages in their hands. The academy requested that he try to find out the exact identity and specific cultivation of that mysterious powerhouse from the Blood God sect before the strong men from the Heavenly Yu Sacred Academy came to his aid. Looking at the mission requirements in his hand, Mose was angry and cursed, actually asking him, a Qi refining stage cadet, to spy on a person who was at least a 6th order powerhouse. It's really thanks to them for thinking of it. In fact, the academy couldn't do anything about it. If they couldn't get a clear picture of their opponents and hastily startled them, not only would they not be able to guarantee the safety of those captives, but their academy would also suffer heavy losses. At the Blood God sect's main altar, where 5th Elder Mu Zifeng resided, Mose carried a lunchbox and a few jugs of good wine, and walked in with a fawning face. "Elder Mu, I got something good today, and I've come to honor you." Saying that, he raised the lunchbox in his hand with a burst of cheap laughter. Mu Zifeng laughed. "It's rare that you have the heart to do so. Come in and sit down." Mose came in and brought out the rice in the lunchbox, pointing to a pot of meat and said, "This is the yellow civet I caught in the mountains today. You try it." Saying so, he also poured him a cup of wine. "Hold it down. Delicious. Mose, you're absolutely amazing at this." Mu Zifeng ate several bites of meat in a row and drank another glass of wine. Then they started gossiping, all the time berating the cadets of those heavenly classes at Yuanqing Academy as well as the teachers of the various factions. After waiting for the wine to pass 3 rounds, Mose went with the flow and asked, "Elder Mu has been in the Blood God cult for so long. Has he ever seen the great Lord Blood God?" Mu Zifeng's cheeks slightly reddened as she shook her head. "Lord Blood God, mysterious and incomparable. No one else within the sect has seen it except for the divine envoy. I guess this Lord Blood God should be from the demon realm." Mose asked gruffly. "Oh, why would Elder would think that?" Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression on his face. "Lord God Emperor had told us that as long as we do our best for Lord Blood God, in the future, if we cultivate to the realm of the 5 Qi, we will be able to go to the demon vein to cultivate." He drank a cup of wine and continued. "In this human realm, other than the 3 factions, 2 courtyards, and 1 dynasty, there is absolutely no other major power that possesses a Qi cave of the 2nd grade or above, unless it's the demon realm." Chapter 43, The Demon is Right Next to Me. The 3 factions, 2 courtyards, and 1 dynasty were the Heavenly Dao faction, Divine Heaven faction, and Beginningless faction. The 2 courtyards were the Tianyu Sacred Courtyard and the Huanyu Sacred Courtyard. The 1 dynasty was the Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty. The emperor of the Sacred Dynasty of Yanhuang is a superpower in the realm of indestructibility, with the super quality of Yanhuang Qi. Rumor has it that during the invasion of the immortal world, the human emperor fought against 2 great immortal emperors without losing, and was respected by all the people. From what he had learned from Mu Zifeng, it was highly likely that the Blood God was from the demon realm, and might not even be human. After Mose came out of Mu Zifeng's place, he headed towards the God Envoy's room. According to what Mu Zifeng had said, the Divine Envoy was the only person who had seen the Blood God. "Mose, you're here. I was looking for you." The Divine Messenger showed a look of surprise. Mose's face showed surprise. "Oh, What is it that Lord God Emperor seeks me for? In this case, because you were meritorious in informing on the Yuan Xing Academy last time, the Blood God Lord signaled that he would reward you well. After saying that, 3 secret books appeared on the table out of thin air. Mose rejoiced that there is actually such a good thing, and hastened to carefully check the introduction of the 3 secret books, one of which is a yellow-level high-grade body method, a yellow-level middle-grade sword method, and a yellow-level high-grade defense technique, the stance he already had, and although sword chi was powerful, it wasn't necessarily as strong as his own fire control dharma, and in the end, he chose the high-priced yellow-grade dharma called Flame Shield. The God Emperor put away the rest of the secret books and said, "What is it that you came to see me about?" Mose hemmed and hawed, "I have great admiration for the Blood God Lord. Can you let me pay my respects to the Lord's divine face? Lord Blood God doesn't like to see people, but when you wait until the day of the blood sacrifice in a month's time, you should have the chance to see her," the divine messenger said with a reverent face. "Then just how strong is our Lord Blood God?" Mose asked in mock adoration. The divine envoy made a salute in the direction of the blood pool and replied with an air of entitlement, "Our Lord Blood God is naturally invincible under the heavens." "Okay, you win." And seeing that this divine messenger had the appearance of a fanatic believer, Mose also gave up the idea of prying further information from her. This blood god sect had a simple terrain. Apart from the blood pool, there was nothing to hide people in, and those elders cultivated in the blood pool all day long, and none of them had ever seen the blood god. So the first thing to rule out was that it would be the blood god's hiding place. Thinking about it, the only place that he absolutely had the possibility that the blood god was hiding was the village of Kuretang. The blood god cult was too good to the people of Litong village. All the surrounding villages had suffered the scourge of the blood god cult, only not here, and also often send rice and oil to the people of Litong village. There is no catnip in this, he said, nothing to believe. In the next few days he often pushed Yang Tianmeng, and went around various places in the village, trying to find out that there was something special about this village. But he searched for a long time hard not to find a doubt. The village old people are all very kind. The children are also a very good behavior and lovely. The village of the old people are all very kind. The children are also a very good behavior and lovely. No one had gone missing from any of the homes either. Not even an animal had been lost. It was a very peaceful village by any stretch of the imagination. But the more this happened, the more certain Mose was that the blood god must be hiding in this village. Looking at young Tianmeng pushing the wheelchair, picking wildflowers without stopping and then braiding them into a beautiful garland to put on her head, Mose couldn't help but have a bright smile on his face. "Do I look good?" Yang Tianmeng shook a flowery hand at Mose. Mose smiled lightly. "Good looking. Tianmeng is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. What a nice girl. To be subjected to such an ordeal and still be able to remain so naive and kind-hearted." Suddenly his heart pounded and his cold hairs exploded steeply. If there was really anything unusual in this village, it was this little girl in front of him. She was naive and sunny in excess. How could an ordinary person suffer such an ordeal and not have any sadness at all? Unless she wasn't human. Moreover, during this period of time, every time she wanted to eat something, the blood god cult would always send young Tianqing something. After connecting this one thing, Mose was finally certain that the blood god he had been looking for was this harmless girl in front of him. No wonder young Tianqing could so easily become the god of the blood god sect. No wonder he could go wherever he wanted in the blood god sect's compound, as if he was in no man's land. "Ah, Zay brother, I'm tired. You push me back." Young Tianmeng's small mouth pouted, seemingly a little unhappy. Oh, okay. "Ah, Zay brother, this will push you back." After saying that, Mose walked behind her with a calm face and pushed the wheelchair slowly towards the house. At the same time in his heart he wildly thought, "Be calm. Must be calm." Suddenly young Tianmeng innocently asked, "Brother Aze, did you find what you were looking for?" "Ah." Mose froze, then laughed. "I wasn't looking for anything." Yang Tianmeng hummed arrogantly, "Brother Aze, you've been leading Tianmeng around the village for a dozen times, and you still say you're not looking for something." She suddenly sighed when she said this, and then continued in a naive and romantic manner, "Brother, the biggest dream is to become a chi refiner. Ah, Zay brother, you will definitely fulfill him right." Mose secretly screamed in his heart, "It's over. He's been discovered." At the same time with a smile on his face he affirms, "Of course, big brother Yang's dream is my dream." Giggle. "Oz brother, you're so nice." Yang Tianmeng covered her mouth and laughed straight away. Suddenly Mose hesitated and finally asked a question that he had been wondering about. "It's just that brother Yang has already passed the age of 20, and the purple mansion has long been closed. Can he really succeed in refining chi into his body?" Yang Tianmeng nodded. "Our demon clan has secret methods that can help people reopen their violet mansions with supreme greatness." Then she twisted her head and glanced at Mose. "When the time comes, you and your classmates can come. Even though you all have already opened your violet mansion, The huge energy at the time of the blood sacrifice will prop up your violet mansion even more so that in the future, your chi practicing efficiency will be more than a few times higher than it was before. Saying that, she suddenly changed her tone. But if you try to stop me, I will kill all those classmates of yours as well as that little lover of yours in the dungeon. How could it be? I promise that we will cooperate properly with you to help Brother Young to step back onto the path of chi refiner. Mose patted his chest and said with a serious face. Then he also turned his words around and asked curtly, when Big Brother Yang has become a true chi refiner, will you be able to let us go? Yang Tianming cackled. After it's done, they can all leave. But you can't. Why? Inkbrand looked puzzled. These days he was self-conscious that he was still very good to this little demon girl. Yang Tianming said with a smug look on her face, Brother Aze, have you forgotten what you promised me? Mo scratched his hair awkwardly. Did I say anything? Chapter 44, I'll take you to the demon world to be a boy's pet. Ah, Zay brother. You're also too scummy. Right. Forgetting all about the oath so quickly, the corner of Yang Tianming's mouth raised a wry smile as she pouted. But you promised me that you would cook me delicious food for the rest of my life. After the blood sacrifice, I'm going to take you back to the demon realm and cook for me every day. Mose heard, like a lightning strike, stayed on the spot. A chill welled up in his heart, and that wheelchair, unpropelled, moved forward on its own, while a clear laugh came from it. Mose bit his lip and cursed in his heart. I'll go, you dead demon girl. Lao Zi treats you so well. You even want me to go to the demon realm to be a cook for you. Although he was upset in his heart, Mose still walked over with a joyful smile and continued to push the wheelchair, smiling fawningly. Look at my memory. Tian Meng is so cute. Of course I'm willing to cook for you for the rest of my life. Now the situation is stronger than the people. This demon girl is completely temperamental. Everything wait for the academy strong man again. Now do your best or do not disobey her first. He then pretended to be worried and said, but would it be inappropriate for me, a human, to go to the demon realm? Yang Tianmeng smiled innocently. It won't be. Your human race is known as the #1 bandit of the heavens and the worlds. Which realm doesn't have the existence of the human race? Ah. Then she changed her words. Don't feel aggrieved. When you cultivate to the Chaoyuan realm, I will give you a spot to enter the demon vein to cultivate. Oh, this is a second-grade demonic chi. Mose immediately pretended to be excited and said, really? Legend has it that practicing second-grade chi can prolong one's life and even live forever. Is that true? Yang Tianmeng lifted her little face and said proudly, that's for sure. Which one of us demon kings hasn't lived for hundreds or thousands of years? As long as we don't fall, we're almost immortal. Oh. Mose hurriedly made a secret note in his heart. So this demon girl is a 7th-order demon king. At the same time, his heart was secretly anxious. The dean is only at the 6th order refined spirit realm. If they rashly bring people to fight over, then it will be over. No, this message had to be sent out. Only now this demoness might not let him go so easily. We're home. After I go over to the blood god sect for a meeting, I'll come back and make you a delicious meal. After saying this, he pushed Yang Tianmeng into the room and turned around, ready to leave. Don't. There's no big deal on the blood god sect side. Just stay inside with me, said Yang Tianmeng giggling, a pair of lovely big eyes blinking as she stared at him. Mose wiped his palms with both hands against each other and laughed. Since there's no big deal, I won't go over there. Tianmeng, what do you want to eat at night? Ah, I'll go prepare it for you. Yang Tianmeng propped her chin with both hands and said with an expectant face, I want to eat 8 precious chicken today. Mose smiled gently. Good. Ah, Zay brother will make it for you. While cursing in his heart, dead demon girl, really ing good at eating. In fact, it's not Yang Tianmeng's fault, who let his own mouth be cheap, bragging about how delicious this 8 precious chicken is again. Luckily, Mose was a food lover in his previous life and often followed recipes to make some food. Otherwise this 8 precious chicken could not have been made. In the evening, Yang Tianqing came back from the blood god sect's main altar with all kinds of meat and vegetables, and Mose knew that Yang Tianmeng wanted to eat barbecue tomorrow. Ah Zay, why didn't you go to the party today? Everyone ate meat and danced together. It was lively. Yang Tianqing put down the ingredients and asked with a puzzled face. Mose laughed. Tianmeng is a bit uncomfortable today, so I'll stay here with her. When Yang Tianqing heard this, he immediately felt very guilty. Tianmeng, brother is sorry. I'm too busy over at the blood god sect recently. I don't even have time to accompany you. Yang Tianmeng giggled. It's alright brother. It's the same with brother Oz. Look at this time he made me the 8 precious chicken. It's delicious. Yang Tianqing patted Mose's shoulder and said with great emotion, Mose, thank you for taking care of my sister. Mose laughed and said without a care in the world, you're welcome. Tianmeng is so cute. I'm more than happy to take care of her. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, Yang Tianqing you big and small cute. This sister of yours then needs me to take care of her. Ah, I'm already thankful if she doesn't get killed. Meanwhile over at the Blood God Sect's headquarters, Zhao Shanfan secretly brought a few pieces of roasted meat and a few roasted chickens to Ren Changchang and Mingxia. Ren Changchang asked with a puzzled expression, have you guys seen Mo Zhe today? Zhao Shanfan shook his head and said, Brother Mo. Said that he suspected that the blood god should be hiding in Litang village, and has been poking around over there these days. Mingxia nodded gruffly, no matter what, Mo Zhe will exchange messages with us every night, and today it's so late and he hasn't even come yet, so it seems like there's a problem on his side. As the crowd listened to him, they all looked worried, and Zhao Shanfan said seriously, tomorrow, I'll look for an opportunity to go over to Litang village and take a look. Now that everyone is trapped and shut down, it's up to him to step in. The next day Yang Tianqing said he wanted to stay and take care of his sister, but was sternly rejected by Yang Tianmeng, saying that he must become a chi practitioner in order to cure her leg. After Yang Tianqing left, Mo Zhe prepared the materials for the barbecue, pushed Yang Tianmeng on a piece of lawn in the back of the mountain, spread a large cloth, and then prepared to catch fish in the small river next to him. At this time, Yang Tianmeng's silver bell-like voice came from behind her, Brother Zhe, if you catch fish with your stinky breath, I won't eat it. Dead demon girl, making it for you to eat, and still so many demands. Mo's hemmed and hawed, okay, I promise I won't use swamp gas, but even without the use of methane, with his hands, he still caught 2 not-so-small fish. Yang Tianmeng, who was beside her, kept clapping her hands in excitement. Zhe brother, you're great. Giggle giggle. Mo Zhe took the 2 fish and struck a flirty pose, then skillfully disposed of the fish's internal organs, then suddenly said, Tianmeng, when did you come to the human realm? Yang Tianmeng frowned slightly. 5 years ago, I guess. I encountered a great enemy in the demon realm, and was accidentally stranded here under heavy injuries, and at the critical moment I took over this body, and slowly recovered my vitality. Mose nodded, what about the original Yang Tianmeng? She too weak. When I took over her soul, her divine soul was directly dispersed by me. Saying this, Yang Tianmeng's naive look, as if she was saying that she had just stepped on an ant, looking at Mo Zhe's heart sent a chill down his spine. After the barbecue was done, Yang Tianmeng happily took a few meat skewers and ate them cheekily. Zhe brother, I'm really liking you more and more. I've decided, when we get to the demon realm, I'll let you be my male pet, and make sure that no one can bully you. He. Damn demoness. Let me be the cook even if it's not enough, but actually crave for my body. Outrageous. A good man refuses to be forced to do so. Mo smiled and said, yes, Tianmeng is so beautiful. I like it too. At the same time, the heart sighed for a while, what do I have to do to get the news out? I really don't want to go to the demon realm to be a male pet for a demon. Chapter 45, The Blood Sacrifice begins. Just as Mose was thinking hard about how he could spread the word about this demon girl's strength, a familiar voice came from the distance. Brother Mo, why didn't you go to the party yesterday? Elder Mu asked me to ask if you're going back tonight. He caught another yellow flower civet. It was Zhao Shanfan who ran over in a huff. Zhao Shanfan, you came over If not, come over and have some. Mo smiled and handed him over a few grilled meat skewers. Zhao Shanfan accepted the meat skewer with a cheap smile on his face, then graciously sat aside. Thank you Brother Mo, I happen to be hungry. Mo Zhe laughed, then introduced him, this is Divine Son Yang Tianqing's younger sister, Yang Tianmeng. Zhao Shanfan wiped the oil from his hands and saluted, good day, Miss Tianmeng. Yang Tianmeng covered her mouth and laughed, good day Brother Zhao Shanfan. Then she said to Mo Zhe, Brother Zhe, I'm a bit tired. Mo Zhe stood up, alright, we'll go back now. Then he said to Zhao Shanfan, you go back and tell Elder Mu that I have something going on lately. I won't even be going over to the general altar. And that yellow-flowered civet, you can let him roast and eat it by himself. Alright, I'll go reply to Elder Mu. Then Zhao Shanfan got up and went back over to Black Curtain Mountain, taking a handful of meat skewers on his way out and eating them as he walked. Looking at Zhao Shanfan's back, Mose nodded in relief, then packed up his things and pushed Yang Tianmeng in the direction of his home. Then Yang Tianmeng said that she had just been disturbed and had not eaten enough, and now she wanted to eat roast duck. Dead demon girl, did not eat enough? So many roasted barbecue you do not eat. To eat roast duck, do roast duck how much trouble you know. How not to eat death you. Outrageous. So Mose could only go and make her roast duck with a smile on his face. After Zhao Shanfan came out of Litang village, he headed towards Black Curtain Mountain in high spirits. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he suddenly turned his head and quickly ran like a rabbit in the direction of Emolin City, his face filled with a look of panic. 50 miles outside of Emolin City, Yuan Xing Academy had stationed a military camp here. Dean Yao led the academy's elites all gathered here, anxiously waiting for news from the Blood God Sect's side. and at the same time looking forward to the strongest person from the Tianyu Sacred Academy's side to come to their aid. At that moment, two streams of light crossed the sky and transformed into two middle-aged men. Brother Zhu, Brother Qian, you guys are finally here. Dean Yao greeted him with joy. The duo also saluted Dean Yao before saying with a serious face, "What's the situation now? Is the demon's location locked?" Dean Yao brought the two of them to a map and pointed to the location of Litang village, saying, "It's basically certain that it's here now." The two looked at each other and nodded. "Good, then we'll kill him now. No matter what kind of demon he is, the three of us will fight one. We still don't believe we can't clean him up." The three sixth-order God-refining realm experts nodded their heads in unison, a confident glint in their eyes. At this time, Director Huang anxiously ran in. "Dean, Senior Zhu, Senior Qian, someone from the Blood Demon sect side has sent a message over, saying that the Demoness is most likely a 7th-order Cave Realm Demon King." "What? Cave Heaven Realm?" The three of them were shocked at the same time, and their faces instantly became unsightly. Then Zhao Shanfan was brought in directly. Dean Yao asked with a serious look on his face, "Student Zhao Shanfan, right? Is the news certain?" Zhao Shanfan said with a stony face, "It's basically certain that Mo handed me 7 grilled meats as soon as he saw me, and at the same time, I also noticed that the skewers on the grill were each in 7 pieces, and the grilled fish was also divided into 7 pieces." After hearing this, Director Huang asked suspiciously, "Could this be a coincidence?" Zhang Shanfan shook his head, "Impossible. In that situation, Brother Mo must have had a deeper meaning in doing so, and I also took 7 skewers of barbecue meat when I left, indicating that I understood what he meant." Dean Pang looked at the other two God-refining realm experts with a serious expression, "Two elder brothers. What do you think?" The duo exchanged glances with grave expressions and said in unison, "Call for help. This kind of thing can't be done sloppily." Joking. If this is true, then the three of them rushing to fight over here is to give others food. Who can cultivate to the 6th stage of the God-refining realm? Who is not a person with a careful mind? Dean Pang also nodded, then proceeded to request support from the Tianyu Sacred Academy while looking at Director Huang and reprimanded, "I now doubt that you have the ability to do a good job as the director of the school discipline division." 5 days later, after finishing one of the squirrel cinnamon fish that Moze had made, Yang Tianmeng contentedly wiped the grease stains around her mouth, and then her small mouth curled up. "Brother Aze, tomorrow night is the day to hold the blood sacrifice ceremony. Your last prayer is not to have any accidents or else all those classmates of yours and that young lover who cultivates sword chi will die." Tianmeng, ah, you're hurting Brother Oz's heart by saying that. I've been with you every inch of the way these past few days. Moze had an aggrieved look. Yang Tianmeng giggled and suddenly stood up from the wheelchair, hooking her finger on his chin fondly. "Don't worry, as long as the ceremony is successful tomorrow, I won't treat you poorly when we get to the demon world." After saying that, he even touched his face. The following night, Moze and the yellow level class 5 students stood under the altar, along with the Blood God Cult's gang, and after listening to a lengthy speech delivered by the divine envoy, they only heard her shout, "Welcome to the Blood God's descent." A bloody light fell from the sky and transformed into a red female figure standing on the stage. An ancient, powerful, vast, and demonic aura emanated from this figure. The Blood God shines, and his light endures forever. Countless gang members fell to the ground and shouted in unison. With a cold shout from the Blood God, the blood sacrifice begins. Moze and all the trainees of Yellow Class 5 as well as all the elders were invited to enter the blood pool, and Yang Tianqing, who was the son of God, was also arranged to sit in the very center of the blood pool. After all the personnel were in place, the Blood God's finger made a point in the air, and a huge red formation enveloped the entire Black Twilight Mountain. At the same time, the entire Blood God sect congregation of Black Twilight Mountain fell to their knees and all of them made great prostrations to the sky. The Blood God shines, and his light endures forever. As the Blood God let out a green ha, the entire Black Curtain Mountain, except for the blood pool and the dungeon, exploded itself into a mist of blood. Under the manipulation of the formation, these blood mists had converged to become a river of blood, flowing towards the blood pool. As for the people sitting in the blood pool, they only felt a powerful energy rushing straight to the Violet Mansion. Just then a shout came from the air, "Your Excellency is the Demon King. To openly sacrifice mortal blood in the human realm like this, isn't it too much of a disregard for our Yin Huang sacred dynasty?" The two rainbow lights quickly flew to the front of Black Curtain Mountain and transformed into a middle-aged man in armor and an old man with black hair and beard. The Yin Huang sacred dynasty was the largest power of the human race, and in the strictest sense, all the powers of the human race were under the management of the Yin Huang sacred dynasty. After the two of them exchanged glances, they simultaneously launched an attack at this massive blood-colored array. The blood god above the blood pool said to the divine messenger with an icy expression, "You will preside over the grand formation. Remember to never interrupt it." Then turned around and flew out into a sea of blood. blocking the attack of the two cave realm powerhouses, and then fought 1 against 2. Actually did not lose the wind for a while. Chapter 46 Mission accomplished. While the 3 cave heaven realm powerhouses were entangled in the sky, Dean Yao and the other 3 god-refining realms with countless academy elites also quickly rushed towards the Black Curtain Mountain, and the crowd used their full strength to attack the blood sacrifice formation. The divine envoy flying above the blood pool, her face pale as she fully supported the grand formation. Just as she was about to be unable to support it, she roared at the 10 elders. All the elders quickly join me in maintaining the grand formation. The 10 experts of the 3 flower realm heard the order and immediately got up, injecting their blood chi into the grand formation, and got a slight gasp of relief from the new power god's messenger. Brother Mo, what do we do now? Zhao Shanfan, who was meditating in the blood pool, looked at the divine envoy and elder who were maintaining the formation and asked in a low voice. Moze sighed and smiled bitterly. A battle of this level is not something we can participate in, so everyone make good use of this energy to expand their violet mansions. Then after thinking for a moment he continued, let all those who cultivate the 5th quality chi switch to blood chi. As for the 4th quality chi, I don't think it's necessary. Although this blood chi appeared to be 3rd grade, its essence was still only 4th grade blood chi. It only contained a trace of demonic chi temporarily evolved. They chose to have too low a cultivation level, and there was no benefit in being exposed to demonic chi too early. Zhao Shanfan nodded approvingly, then whispered Moze's meaning one by one, and after Yang Tianqing's purple mansion was finally reopened under this huge energy, he was refining this surrounding blood chi with an excited face. At the same time, he rejoiced in his heart, this divine messenger really didn't lie to me. So is there hope that my sister's leg can be cured as well? Thinking of this, he worked even harder to refine the blood chi. As time passes, the 10 elders' faces are getting paler and paler, and finally one elder couldn't hold on and suddenly blew himself up, followed by the second, third. The divine messenger screamed out in the dark, directly shooting out a bloodlight to roll up Yang Tianqing, and then disappeared into the distance. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge blood sacrifice formation was broken open, and Moze and the others were directly stunned by a powerful wave of air directly. As for the blood god, who was fighting with the 2 cave realm powerhouses in the air, a mouthful of blood directly spewed out the instant the great formation broke open. The aura on his body also instantly weakened by a large margin, and the 2 cavernous realm powerhouses seized the opportunity to simultaneously emit 1 white, 1 gray, and 2 powerful sword lights. Bang! With a sound, the blood god's body was directly blown to smithereens, and his divine soul transformed into a bloody light that instantly vanished into the distance. This blood light was too fast. The 2 of them looked at each other and shook their heads in unison to give up the chase. By the time Yuanxing Academy's people rushed into the Black Curtain Mountain, the entire blood god sect's gang members in the general altar had long since been blown into a blood mist to be absorbed by the blood sacrifice formation, and they ended up in the dungeon floor where they found the people who were locking up Ren Chang and the others, as well as the comatose Moze and the others who were in the blood pool. After Moze and the others woke up, they were already lying in the hospital room of the Academy's medical office. Due to their serious failure of intelligence from the school discipline office on this mission, Director Huang was fined 100,000 credits and warned once. Originally, the dean wanted to remove the director of Huang, and finally in the Ren court master and other teachers of the vice dean's faction of the rationale under the argument, and ultimately still retained the position of director of the school discipline department. But 100,000 credits is also a very serious punishment, and they, yellow grade class 5, not only didn't have a single casualty under such a complicated situation, but also kept 6 varsity players safe at the critical moment. It also sent out important information about the exact strength of the demoness at the most urgent moment, so that the academy could make appropriate countermeasures in time, avoiding the academy's huge losses. This caused the academy's higher-ups to express their appreciation for yellow grade class 5 in droves, and also greatly increased the rewards for their mission. The class leader, Moze, is awarded 10,000 credits. Zhao Shanfan is awarded 5,000 credits. Ren Chang is awarded 5,000 credits, and the other students are uniformly awarded 2,000 credits. The main reason why Zhao Shanfan's reward was so high was because he sent out the information about the demoness at the most critical moment, avoiding the situation where the dean and the other 3 god-refining realm experts went to their deaths, and Ren Chang spent the entire time inside the cell counting mosquitoes. And being able to get such a high reward was mainly due to the fact that she had a pair of good parents. Of course her talent was also really high, and the academy had deliberately cultivated her. This collective mission of the yellow grade class 5, not only did everyone get a blood demon chi practicing skill of the early Xian grade, but the purple mansion was also greatly expanded once, and at the same time, they even got a generous amount of credits from the academy. so it could be said that they were full of rewards. Inside the dean's chamber of the Yuanqing Academy, Dean Yao respectfully handed a cup of tea to the black-bearded, black-haired cave realm elder. Teacher, it's fortunate that you came this time, or else our Yuanqing Academy would definitely have to plant a big head this time. The black-haired old man took a sip of tea. This time Xian was lucky to find out early. This demon king, besides cultivating demon chi, is a top-level demon king who carries a first grade of Taiyin chi. If it wasn't for the injuries General Bai and I wouldn't necessarily be able to deal with her. Then he put his teacup down and said, by the way, how come I haven't seen Lee Sin? Dean Yao smiled awkwardly. I heard that senior apprentice brother Peng went to the dragon realm to practice. The black-haired old man grunted. He's always like this. He doesn't cultivate properly and runs around. You're about to break through the cave heaven realm and he's still hovering in the middle stage of the refined spirit realm. It's really a waste of such a good talent. Although school brother Peng's cultivation isn't very attentive, his ability to teach students is still very good, and he has cultivated quite a few talents for the Sacred Academy over the years, Dean Yao respectfully explained. The black-haired old man glanced at him and nodded approvingly. You mentioned to me earlier about the upgrade of the Yuanqing Academy. I've looked for a few old guys in the Sacred Academy to discuss the matter, and the Sacred Academy can agree to your request. Dean Yao was overjoyed. Really? On behalf of all the people at Yuanqing Academy, I thank you, teacher. The black-haired old man suddenly reached out and interrupted. Don't get too happy too early. There are conditions. First you must enter the top 5 in the next 100 courts competition. Secondly you must have the ability to independently cultivate a 5th-ranked heavenly pride, which means that your academy must have at least 5 third-ranked chi points. Dean Yao nodded seriously. Understood. Teacher, we will definitely do it. The black-haired old man said appreciatively. It's good that you have confidence. Okay, it's getting late. I should go too, he said and turned into a rainbow light and flew away into the distance. Looking at the direction the teacher flew away, President Yao's eyes were full of confidence. A firm light. The upgrade of the college to a first-class college is his lifelong desire, no matter how difficult he must achieve. Time flew by and soon the second semester began. Last semester the students were mainly learning some theoretical knowledge, and next semester everyone's main task was to raise their cultivation. Moze was currently at the 6th level of chi practicing, and he had to try to break through to the 9th level of chi practicing before the end of the semester, or else his position as the number 1 in the first year might not necessarily be saved. And if they're yellow grade class 5 if they wanted to shed the title of the worst class in the entire school at the end of the term, the cultivation of the entire staff would have to break through to at least the 6th level of chi practicing. However, all the trainees on this mission had received Shen level early stage cultivation techniques, and there were also a large number of points. Mose's ambition was no longer just to help yellow level class 5 get rid of the worst class. Is there anyone who stipulates that the first in the grade can't be a yellow grade class? Thinking of the ridicule that admissions office teacher had directed at him when he enrolled in school, Moze's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of anger. At the entrance of the demon realm, Yang Tianqing had an evil smile on her face, and her voice was a bit male and a bit female. Zay brother, wait for me. I will definitely get you to the demon realm to love you properly. Giggle giggle. Chapter 47, Biogas Bombs in Action. In the evening, today was the first evening study of the new semester for the yellow grade 5 class, and everyone in the class was not absent. After the last mission, Run Chengcheng also finally integrated into the big group of yellow grade 5. Last time, all of them received 2,000 credits, and according to Moze's proposal, they all exchanged a high-level yellow grade martial art in the book collection cabinet, and the remaining 1,000 credits were used to enter the academy's chi cave for cultivation. As for Zhao Shanfan, the tycoon, he had chosen a yellow rank advanced body technique and a yellow rank advanced blade combat technique respectively. Although everyone's harvest this time is generous, it's still not enough. So let's all think together if there's anything else we can do to raise our cultivation or battle power. Moze stood up and looked at all the trainees, finally landing on Ren Chengcheng. Ren Chengcheng dryly coughed. Actually, everyone's efficiency in refining chi is different. Although we all have Shen level techniques, it would be even faster if there are pills to assist. A trainee named Wang Wei said dejectedly, Sister Chengcheng, we're not like you. The Chi Yuan pill is too expensive. It's simply not something that ordinary trainees like us can afford to spend. Ren Chengcheng snorted coldly and said somewhat unhappily, I'm just the way I know. Whether it can be done or not is your business. After saying that, she sat down in her seat and stopped speaking. Yuan Chi Dan is sold in the Academy Dan Pavilion for 100 credits a bottle of 10. Each can be used to cultivate for 2 hours. Outside the Skyline auction also sells 100,000 taels of silver tickets a bottle. Moze coughed. Chengcheng is right. Elixir is a good way. I'll figure out the money problem. He had more than 20,000 credits, and now he basically didn't need any battle skills or techniques. The chi acupoints had their own and didn't need to be exchanged for credits. And there were still quite a few of the more than 2 million golden tickets from before. Brother Mo. Improving strength is everyone's own business. There's no need for you to take it all on yourself. And there are so many of us. You can't afford to consume so many people even if your family is rich. Zhang Shanfan said with a serious face. Yes, class president. We'll work hard on our own. We can't take the elixir you gave us. The crowd of trainees also said that they had to rely on themselves. Let's put it this way. Count it as a loan to you. Count the interest of 10%. After all, now everyone is laying the foundation of the time. Wait for your future cultivation to be accomplished in the return to me. One person being strong wasn't considered strong. Everyone being strong was really strong. And anyway, for the current Mo's, there wasn't too much of a need for money or credits. The crowd saw Mo's resolute attitude and no longer refused. At this time a cadet named Li Shaokai came over and said shyly, Class President, can I borrow your mask for a while? What do you need this for? Although he was puzzled, Mo still took out a gas mask from his storage ring and handed it to him. Li Shaokai hemmed and hawed, Class President, I haven't even used the methane bomb you gave me last time. I think with this, I can go for the Academy's first year's Heaven's Pride ranking. Talent Mo's nodded appreciatively, then said to all the students, Classmate Shaokai, this idea is very good. The reward of credits for this Heaven's Pride ranking is still very generous. Run Cheng cursed disdainfully, shameless. She could foresee what kind of devastation the next cadets of the first year Heaven's Pride ranking would receive. The crowd left her alone though. After all, not everyone could get 5,000 credits for counting mosquitoes in a cell like she did. At noon the next day, the 21st ranked first year's Heavenly Pride Sui looked at the challenge in his hand and said with a surprised face, Who is this Li Shaokai? Is he crazy? With a cultivation of the 4th level of chi refining, he actually dares to challenge me. Does he think he's a ***** god? One must know that he was at the peak of the 6th level of the chi refining stage, and was just a little bit short of breaking through to the 7th level. But since someone wanted to come over and give away credits, then of course he gladly accepted. Yuan Xing Academy Competition Arena. I don't know who leaked the news that there was a little cutie at the 4th level of chi refining to challenge the 21st ranked Heaven's Pride ranking expert. It immediately attracted countless people to come and watch, and there were even quite a few trainees who had opened a betting pool, and the odds between Li Shaokai and Suyin were 1 to 10. Mo's walked over to these betting tables and all bet on 50 credits for Li Shaokai to win, and those sitting at the tables looked at him like he was a little cutie. They couldn't think of any chance for Li Shaokai to win, and they were all betting on how long Li Shaokai could last. Mo's well, all these betting tickets are one by one put away. These are rich credits, a total of 11. Looking at the tickets in his hand, he could not help but sigh. Yuan Xing Academy's gambling culture is to be properly cured. In the ring, Sui looked at the 4th level chi refining opponent in front of him, his eyes filled with disdain and playfulness. When did all the yellow level trash from the academy become so bold? A mere 4th level of chi refining actually dared to come and challenge the Heaven's Pride ranking. Li Shaokai didn't pay any attention to him and directly put the gas mask on, then said to the referee, You may begin. Wait a minute, Suyin from the opposite side shouted in a hurry, then said in a voice slightly tinged with fear, If you fight, you fight. Why do you wear a mask? It couldn't be helped. These trainees were just too terrified of this mask. Li Shaokai laughed, Did it say no masks? The referee glanced at them and said helplessly, Ready or not? Start the match when you are. Humph. You guys think you can scare me by wearing the same mask as him? Let me tell you, you've succeeded in angering me. I'm going to beat you up so much that you won't even recognize your mother later. Suyin growled angrily at Li Shaokai. After all, who was hooked out of that past unbearable one twilight will be angry. As the referee shouted to start, Suyin took the lead, carrying a long spear and quickly attacking towards Li Shaokai. Just as he was about to attack in front of Li Shaokai, suddenly he threw out a black orb. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Suyin fortunately reacted quickly to dodge the blow of the methane bomb explosion. Then at the same time a familiar smell quickly spread out and filled the entire ring. Vomit! Suyin slowly closed his eyes unwillingly, while uncontrollably spitting white foam from his mouth. Li Shaokai wins! With a shout from the referee, it was announced that the 21st place in the Heaven's Pride class had officially changed hands. Seeing this, the trainees under the stage shouted unwillingly, Cheating! Cheating! The referee snorted coldly, If all the cadets have any objections to the results of the match, they can go to the school disciplinary office to report it. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. At this time those 11 students who opened the betting center have rejoiced. Did not expect to burst a cold door? This time they are earning a lot of money. Mose walked over to a booth and gave Jan the betting voucher in his hand. This trainee smiled and said, You have a good eye. Here are 500 credits. I'll scratch them for you. After saying that, He was about to reach for the piece of betting voucher. With a sneer, Mose put away the betting vouchers and said seriously, not 500 credits, but all the credits you gambled. Chapter 48 Soul Weapons. This stall owner looked stunned. What do you mean? Mose laughed and hung out the school discipline team's badge. Illegal gathering of people for gambling. Confiscation of all gambling money. 1 warning penalty. This stall owner had already recognized Mose by now, so he begged bitterly, Student Mose, give a way out. Arrested and guilty as charged. With a frosty face, Murazawa was then ready to take out his special whistle and pretend he was going to call for backup. Wait, I'll pay it all. In the end, this stall owner gritted his teeth and transferred all the credits he had wagered to Mose's name. When Mose left, such a stall owner poo-pooed on the ground with an iron face, dead traitor. I, Ma Shangfeng, am at loggerheads with you. As it was, 11 gambling stall owners were caught in the net, and in the end, Murray Zephyr gained more than 20,000 credits. It seems that I'm still too good to you guys. Actually have so many credits for gambling. Mose is indignant. To know that he was born into death also only but 10,000 credits reward. In the afternoon, there was another challenge match in the arena, and when this 12th ranked cadet saw his opponent wearing a gas mask, he roared with a face of anger, if you're a man, fight me squarely. A clear female voice came out from within the mask. I'm sorry, I'm not a man. An explosion followed, and the 12th place in the Academy's first-year Heaven's Pride ranking was officially changed. At the same time, this also caused countless trainees to curse darkly, but the Academy did not have any rules saying that they could not use these concealed weapons, and there were even quite a few trainees who were majoring in this category. After watching the match, Mose Delight was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, when a female cadet came over with a lunchbox full of blush. It's been a long time, classmate Halian, Mose greeted with a smile. Halian said with a shy face, Mr. Mose, it's been a long time, are you going to eat? Mauser nodded, yeah, you want to come along? I have a meal here for you, said Halian, shyly lowering her head. Although Mose is not poor now, but dabbling is a good habit, so he took the lunchbox and said shyly, you gave me the lunchbox, what about you? When Halian saw that Mose had taken the lunchbox, she was bursting with joy, classmate Mose, eat it while it's hot, I still have it. Alright, then I'll make myself at home. After saying that, he sat down on the stool next to him and feasted. Elaine-san, did you make this meal yourself? After taking 2 bites, Mose said meaningfully. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Halian's eyes, yes. Is it good? Elaine-san, you'd better not cook in the future. After saying that, he dumped the box of rice, which was obviously made with care, into the trash can next to him, looked at the side of the Halian a burst of heartache. That is she did all afternoon, only to make out. They did not even spare a taste. Of course if she had tasted it, she probably wouldn't have brought it over to Inkbrand. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner in the cafeteria. After all, people were kind enough to treat him to dinner, so it was only right that he treat them back. Well, good. Halian's mood, which had just been a bit depressed, was instantly swept away. During the meal, Mose learned that the original Halian was actually also a pill refiner. He immediately became interested and said with a gentle face, classmate Halian, then can I buy yuan chi dan from you? Halian nodded happily, of course, if you want to buy it, classmate Mose, I'll give you a discount. Mose's eyebrows raised in anticipation. How many discounts can I get? Halian happily stretched out 8 fingers, how about 20% off? Looking at Mose's unchanged expression, she bent a finger sheepishly, 70% off? Mose's face still didn't change as she lowered her head and bent a finger again, 60% off? Looking at Halian's expression on the verge of tears and ready to bend another finger, Mose hurriedly grabbed her hand and said seriously, 60% off, just 60% off. Drunkenness can be wine, or sorrow, or a lover's hand. Feeling the temperature coming from her hand, Halian was mesmerized for a while. As for what Mose said in the end, she no longer remembered. She knew that she must help her male god to practice pills properly. When Mose transferred 5,000 credits to her, her face instantly paled and she said in a slightly trembling voice, this much. She had thought that Mose was just planning to buy some pills from him for his own cultivation. That's why the price was quoted so low. She just wanted to be an obedient licking dog for Mose. How did she know that now she actually had to lick the entire yellow grade 5 class, and immediately felt her tongue go a little numb. Mose said a little awkwardly, I know it's a bit much. You could have delivered it in installments. Looking at Mose's handsome faceplate, Halian finally nodded her head and said with tight lips, okay, I promise to complete the task. Then thank you, Elaine-san. Mose thanked him with a smile on his face. Then after finishing his meal he walked towards the refinery pavilion. Halian looked at Mose's happy expression as he left, and instantly felt that this 5 000 credits task wasn't that difficult. To say that Mose knew Elian's feelings towards him, he really didn't know now. In his previous life as a standard science man, and he was still quite inferior to feelings. Even if a girl said I love you in front of him, he would think that the other person is just trying to figure out his waist. As soon as he entered the alchemy pavilion, Pavilion Master Chi said with a conspiratorial expression, Egu, our hero, finally willing to return to my tiny alchemy pavilion. I'm sorry Pavilion Master. I've really been too busy lately. The time to come to the alchemy pavilion had indeed decreased recently, and he hastily apologized honestly. Pavilion Master Chi snorted coldly, double the task for me today. You must enter the yellow rank refiner stage as soon as possible, and in the time that passes I will need you to assist me in refining a soul weapon. Mose was startled. Pavilion Master, you can refine soul weapons? Pavilion Master Chi smiled mysteriously, no, but I can try if I have you on the side to assist me. Soul weapon is a special weapon born with its own consciousness, which can be refined and incorporated into the body by the chi refiner, freely changing its size. The soul weapons could become stronger on their own as their owner's strength increased, thus it had no rank, but currently the worst soul weapons could only be forged by an earth-grade refiner. Pavilion Master Chi was not even at the Chaoyuan realm yet, and if she could refine a soul weapon now, she would be the first mini-realm earth-level refiner in the history of chi refining. He didn't leave the artifact refining pavilion for the next 5 days, and according to the Chi Pavilion Master, if he couldn't succeed in refining a low yellow-grade treasure weapon, he would never leave the artifact refining pavilion. While he was working hard on his iron, a student from the refining pavilion came over to call him. Student Mose, someone is looking for you. Mose walked out to see that it was none other than Elian who was carrying a lunchbox. Only a slight frown was seen. Elaine, you really aren't fit to cook. Elian's little face instantly turned red. I didn't make this. This was packed outside at Tongfu Lu. In that case, sorry, I misunderstood. Thanks. Saying that, Mose smiled broadly and took the lunchbox in Elian's hands. Chapter 49, Yellow Grade Weapon Trainer. What a big restaurant does is different. Watching Mose finish all the rice in his lunchbox, Elian had a satisfied smile on her face. Then she took out 10 pill bottles and handed them over. Mose, these are 10 yuan chi pills. Take a look. You refined 10 bottles so quickly. Elian, you're really great. Mose left 1 bottle behind and handed the rest back to her saying, I have a mission right now. Can I trouble you to help me deliver it to yellow level class 5? After receiving Mose's praise, Elian was very happy and readily agreed to his request. Seemingly sensing that Elian had something on her mind, Mose asked with concern, Elian, do you have something on your mind? Elian's brows were slightly wrinkled, her cheeks slightly red, and she lowered her head and said, I recently fell in love with a classmate, and my parents don't agree. Mose's eyes narrowed as he said meaningfully, Elian, you're still young and should focus on your studies. Elian's mouth pouted and said defiantly, I'll be 18 soon, and according to the school's rules, I'll be able to fall in love next semester. Mose shook his head. If you fall in love so early, it's easy to meet a scummy guy. Elian's eyes flashed with adoration. He's different. He's passionate, kind, upright, focused, and often helps the weaker classmates. And most importantly has never been seen in contact with any other female classmates. Is there such a good person? Looking at the face of love brain Elian, Mose helplessly said, if you do like him, be brave and go after your own happiness. After all, the future is yours to live. It has nothing to do with your parents. Then he made a point of adding, remember you can't fall in love in the first year of the college. Elian nodded excitedly, I understand. I will not confess to him until after I turn 18. After saying that, she shyly fled as if she had left. Looking at Elian's back, Mose shook his head and sighed, what a good girl. Let's hope she doesn't meet a scumbag. Then proceeded to go back to finish his ironsmithing business. And with his relentless efforts, he finally built his first yellow-grade beginner-level longsword entirely on his own after 5 days. Looking at the longsword in his hand that shone with a gleaming cold light, Pavilion Master Chi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You're qualified. It's just that this sword is too fancy. Remember that weapons must be practical. Mose quickly said that he knew and would pay attention in the future. But in fact, in his heart, he was unimpressed. A pretty weapon and an ugly weapon at the same level is a cutie. Both will know how to choose. In the back, the Qigong master told him that he was now a full-fledged yellow-grade practitioner, and that he could independently refine weapons on his own in the future. But if it was a treasure weapon refined with materials from the academy, it had to be sold to the academy in exchange for credits. But of course it must be below the market price. If it was made from his own materials, feel free to do whatever he wanted with it. After he exited the refiner's pavilion, he realized that the first-year Heaven's Pride ranking had now changed, and that the top 50 had all been taken up by the 5th class of the yellow grade, with the exception of the 3rd place, Feng Tianchen. This also made Feng Tianqian panicked. He had long been scared by Mo's swamp gas. At the same time, he secretly planned in his heart that as long as the people from the yellow grade class 5 dared to go on stage, he would immediately admit defeat, and whoever wanted to sit on the third place of this heaven's remarkable ranking would be able to do so. Unfortunately, as the second fastest runner in the first year, the yellow class 5 was very self-aware and no one had been going up to challenge him. It wasn't until Zhao Shanfan finally cultivated a yellow grade high-priced body technique to its great completion that he mustered up the courage to challenge him, not knowing that he would immediately admit defeat to the referee before the match had even begun. This made the other people in the yellow grade 5 class sigh for a while. If they had known that this guy was such a wimp, they would have gone up and challenged him long ago, knowing that it was the third place on the Heaven's Pride list. After Mo's went home, he ate a yuan qi dan and began to work hard to cultivate his marsh qi. Last time in the Blood Pool Violet Mansion was expanded. Now his efficiency in practicing qi was greatly improved. With the help of the yuan qi pill, his cultivation grew rapidly, and he soon broke through to the 7th level of qi refining. The entire class's cultivation resources were now pressed on him, and although he did have quite a bit of savings, he would sooner or later go bankrupt if he sat on his ass. So he had to find a new way of wealth, and this refining was a good choice for the future. Since ancient times, alchemy and refining were the two major profiteering industries in the cultivation world. He bought a large batch of weapon refining materials at the skybound auction house. Then he continued to return to the refining pavilion to refine his weapons. After more than 2 months of hard work, he had successfully practiced 50 yellow-grade low-grade weapons, and his refining technique had become more and more skillful, which saw the QI pavilion master greatly appreciated him. During this period of time, after He Lian delivered the 5,000 points of elixir, Mo's placed 3 more orders with 2 million silver tickets each time again. This scared the little girl so much that her hands kept shaking, but looking at the encouraging smile on Mo's face, she felt that she hadn't reached her limit yet, so she gritted her teeth and accepted the order. As for the yellow level class 5 students, with the support of sufficient pills and a large amount of credits, each and every one of them had their cultivation sword. On this day, he sold 50 yellow grade early stage weapons to the Tianxing auction at 100,000 silver tickets apiece, and then carefully selected various weapon refining materials in the materials section. At this time a waitress came over to him with a smile and said, "Mr. Mo, our supervisor has something for you." Mo's had a puzzled look on his face, but still followed him into a box, only to see that inside the box, a beautiful woman in a fancy dress with incomparable nobility was sizing him up with a condescending face. "You're the yellow grade class 5's Mo's." The woman's condescending look was still filled with disdain. Mo's frowned slightly. Although his heart was very uncomfortable, he still bowed politely. "I'm Mo's. May I ask who the lady is?" The woman sneered. "My name is Yu Huaying. Here is 500,000 taels of silver tickets. You leave my daughter." Mo's expression froze. Then he was overjoyed, and while receiving the silver ticket, he gratefully said, "Don't worry Mrs. Yu, I will definitely stay far away from your daughter. I can't imagine that there is actually such a good thing falling on him. It's silly not to take the money." Yu Huaying's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery as he nodded and said, "Not bad. You're quite knowledgeable." Mo's hemmed and hawed and suddenly thought of something and asked with a puzzled face, "May I ask who your daughter is?" At these words, a cough suddenly came from behind the screen, obviously hiding someone. Yu Huaying's face was as frosty as he gritted his teeth and said, "Heavenly Class 3 Helian." Mo suddenly realized, so the good man that Helian said before was him. That's not surprising. Who else in the whole first year could be better than him? So he patted his chest and assured, "Auntie, you don't worry. I will definitely keep a distance from classmate Lian." After saying that, he hurriedly collected the silver ticket. Yu Huaying also nodded with satisfaction. A screaming voice came, "Mom, how could you do this?" Lian ran in with an angry face. Yu Huaying said with slight embarrassment, "Elaine, you guys don't fit." Chapter 50, Stirring Up. Mo's, after all, had received the money and followed suit. Lian, "Auntie is right. Love without bread won't be happy." Lian wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and pouted. "Who said we don't have bread? Here's 1 million taels of silver bills. You return the money to her." Mo's eyes lit up and hurriedly took the 1 million taels of silver bills before placing the 500,000 taels of silver bills on the table and said with a serious face, "Mrs. Yu, we are true love." This scene infuriated Yu Huaying to the point that her lips began to tremble. She took out another handful of silver tickets from her storage ring and held them up, shouting angrily, "Here are 2 million taels of silver tickets. Leave my daughter immediately." Mo's face changed as he handed the 1 million taels of silver bills in his hand back to Yi Lian and said seriously, "We think that we should still listen to our parents. Brother Mo's, how could you do this to me?" After Yi Lian finished speaking, she ran out crying sadly. Looking at her daughter's back, Yu Huaying anxiously shouted. Lian, Moze, on the other hand, grabbed the silver ticket in Yu Huaying's hand and tried to pull it over, but the result was that he actually didn't pull it. Mrs. Yu, don't worry, I will definitely stay away from Elaine's classmates. Saying that, he once again exerted force on his hand and finally ripped the 2 million taels of silver bills over, while putting away the 500,000 taels of silver bills on the table together. When Moze left, a middle-aged man who covered his mouth and snickered came out from behind the screen, and he was none other than Lian's father, He Zhengcheng. Yu Huaying gave him a blank look. Your daughter is like this, and you're still in the mood to laugh. He Zhengcheng coughed dryly. It's fine. When she's cried, she'll be fine. This Mose is a bit interesting. Yu Huaying snorted coldly. What's the point? A guy who sees money. He Zhengcheng shook his head. If he really is a money-minded person, then he definitely won't break up with Lian. Not to mention how powerful our He family is. Just with our daughter's status as an alchemist, it's not something that can be compared to a measly 2 million taels of silver. Yu Huaying said unconvincingly, that's because he's short-sighted. He Zhengcheng said in disbelief, you think that Lian's vision would look at a short-sighted person? Speaking here he let out a long sigh, he just doesn't have eyes for our daughter. What? Just this poor look of his, how dare he look down on our daughter? Yu Huaying's nose was crooked with anger. He Zhengcheng laughed, after all, it's the first in the grade. It's normal to be a bit arrogant, but the character seems to be okay. At least it won't pit our daughter. If it's just to be a friend, I'm still not against it. Yu Huaying said disdainfully, what grade number 1? He's just taking advantage of the situation. With his 5th grade low-grade chi, what can he achieve in the future? Anyway, I won't agree to them being together. He Zhengcheng picked up the teacup on the table and took a light sip before letting out a long sigh. His eyes filled with regret as he looked in the direction of Yuanqing Academy. Indeed, a 5th grade inferior chi was really difficult to match with their women. Moze took the huge sum of 2 million taels of silver bills and happily purchased the materials for refining weapons. As for He Lian, he felt that he would be fine after crying for a while, although he also had a crush on He Lian, but he only wanted to become stronger every day when he had wolfberries with black tea. Women will only wear down his will, sap his spirit, and make him unable to lift his sword and straighten his back. Strolling through the materials market, he suddenly stopped in front of a ground stall and casually picked up a green stone and asked, how do you sell this? The stall owner had a smile on his face, this green iron or is 5,000 taels. Moze laughed, for the iron content in this stone, 1,000 taels would be too much for me. After saying that, he picked up another yellow piece of iron and asked, how can I sell this piece of yellow fine copper? The stall owner hemmed and hawed, sir, you are an expert. This one is 2,000 taels. Moze threw the brass to the ground and sighed, I'm not bothering to choose. How much are you packing all this? The stall owner's face was delighted as he smiled broadly and said, sir, if you sincerely want it, 200,000 taels. You can take it all. Without saying a word, Moze got up and was ready to leave. The stall owner quickly pulled him down with a smile and said, this is business. There is bargaining is a good thing. Or you open a price. Suitable I will buy. Moze sneered, you're the one who asked me to make a price. 10,000 taels of silver. Deal. Pay up. The stall owner looked at Moze with a sincere face and stretched out his hand to ask for money. Did I overstate it? Moze took the 10,000 taels of silver bills and reluctantly handed them over. The stall owner hurriedly snatched the silver ticket and put it away, smilingly saying, not high, definitely not high. With so many things, how can it be worth 10,000 taels? While saying that, he also took out a bag and put all the ores in it, then handed it to Moze, and then happily closed the stall. Seeing that the stall owner had already gone away, Moze took out a large dark red iron block and a pile of ores. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be a 4th order ground molten shin iron. After carefully checking it out, he put it away in his storage ring and excitedly rushed towards the refinery pavilion. Pavilion Master Chi, help me see if this is a 4th ranked earth molten shin iron. Moze respectfully passed over a large iron courier. Lord Chi's eyes glistened, snatched it and stroked the iron block, saying, not bad. Where did you get it? I'll take it for 1,000 credits. Moze heatedly smiled, bought in the market. Pavilion Master, I am now lacking a weapon. Can I trouble you to help me refine one? I don't ask for a high yellow grade, high rank will do. Seeing that Moze refused to sell the ground molten shin iron to her, the Chi Pavilion Master threw the ground molten shin iron into his hands and said angrily, as a refiner, you refine your own weapons yourself. Then he turned around and left. Moze scratched his head helplessly and had to do it himself. He first designed a beautiful shape with reference to the leaning sword from his previous life. Then, he would choose several auxiliary materials and place them in the refining furnace along with the piece of earth molten shin iron ore for calcination. It was just that he had overestimated the temperature of his flames and was unable to completely melt that piece of earth molten shin iron. and in the end, he could only use the whacking method to whack the earth molten Xian iron into the shape of a sword. After days and nights of work, a sword that looked like a stick finally took shape. After testing the grade of the sword, it had unexpectedly reached the middle yellow grade, and it was thought that it should be due to the material. At this time, Pavilion Master Chi came over and said with a serious face, "Not bad. This sword matches you well." After she said that, the red flame in her hand flashed, and 3 ancient and atmospheric characters appeared on the sword. Stir. Moze was shocked. This Chi Pavilion Master was so vindictive. Just because she didn't sell the ore to her, she retaliated in such a dignified manner. In desperation, he could only continue to place this sword back into the refining furnace for calcination. Yet no matter what method he used, he could not erase those 3 words. Chapter 51, Refining Soul Weapons. Pavilion Master, why have I been unable to remove those 3 words from the sword? Moze asked with a depressed expression. Wanting to remove those 3 words is simple. You just need to surpass me in cultivation. Besides, I think those 3 words are aptly described. Why should I remove them? Giggle giggle. Pavilion Master Chi laughed with a smug expression. Moze has a black line on his face. Okay, you want to play like this, right? Fine. I don't want this sword anymore. Okay? The next day, at a large-scale auction at the Skybound auction house, as the auctioneer walked onto the auction stage with a smile on his face. Next, brought to you is a yellow-grade middle-rank weapon forged by a master within the Yuan Xing Academy's refinery pavilion. After everyone heard the auctioneer's introduction, they all immediately became interested, knowing that treasure weapons of the upper grades could always be in short supply, let alone the middle yellow grade. As the auctioneer ripped off the red silk covering the long sword, while shouting, starting price, 200,000 taels of silver. Everyone looked at the auction stage, the long black stick, and the 3 ancient and atmospheric words on the stick, stirring stick. Countless black lines rose on everyone's foreheads, and for a moment the scene was silent, as the auctioneer continued to shout, 200,000 taels of silver. Is there anyone bidding? Waiting for 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, alright. I announce this auction item genre. This looks sitting in the box Moze face iron green. At the same time the heart-cursed, *******, yellow grade middle level longsword 200,000 taels. Actually no one bought it. Okay, I can use it myself. You should know that the value of that 4th order ground molten Xian iron alone is already worth 200,000 taels. And that's not even counting the auxiliary materials, as well as the labor. After the auction was over, Moze took his long sword and returned home with a depressed look on his face, and began to turn his grief and anger into strength to start cultivating with all his might. After constant cultivation, Moze also finally stepped into the 8th level of Chi refining, while the Chi Pavilion Master's side was also finally ready. Inside the artifact refining pavilion, Pavilion Master Chi's face was grave as he threw a piece of material into the artifact refining furnace, followed by a red-colored flame shooting out, continuously calcining the various materials inside the furnace. Moze, who received the order, simultaneously channeled the marsh gas over. That red-colored flame gradually turned blue after coming into contact with the marsh gas, and the temperature inside the furnace increased dramatically, and those materials inside the furnace began to slowly soften and melt. This scene caused Pavilion Master Chi to secretly rejoice in her heart. Her prediction was indeed correct. With the support of the marsh gas, her flames were finally able to forge 6th rank materials. As time passed, the materials in the refining furnace eventually melted into liquids of various colors. Then Pavilion Master Chi pinched out various spells, and those liquids began to swirl and pool, eventually forming the shape of a furnace. Finally Keeg began to inscribe various runes on it, and this delicate furnace began to emit various rays of light. As she let out a soft cry, congeal, the various rays of light of this exquisite red copper-colored furnace instantly turned inward, and then slowly flew out of the refining furnace. It's done. I've finally refined a soul artifact. I'm such a genius. I've actually really become an earth-level refiner at the mini realm. Pavilion Master Chi kept on laughing madly, while stroking, with a mesmerized face, this red copper-colored furnace. Congratulations, Pavilion Master. Quickly give your soul tool a name. At this time, Moze was already on the side of the room, almost exhausted, but his face was also overflowing with excitement. Pavilion Master Chi glanced at Moze and revealed a satisfied expression, then looked at the furnace and said excitedly, let's call it the Red Flame Golden Furnace. Then a drop of essence blood dripped on top of the furnace, and immediately the Red Flame Golden Furnace glowed brightly, and a moment later turned into a stream of light into the Chi Pavilion Master's violet mansion. This scene looked at Moze with a burst of envy. Pavilion Master, isn't this soul weapon something that anyone can use? QI Pavilion Master today in a good mood. Very patient, and he explained, This soul weapon, although as long as the chi practitioner can drop blood to recognize the owner of the income and the purple mansion. But if you only have the cultivation level of the chi practicing stage, the power it can exert is about the same as a yellow grade weapon. I see. Then could Pavilion Master refine a soul weapon for me? Mose bowed and said with a pleading face. Pavilion Master Chi let out a light laugh. You're a chi refining stage. A yellow grade treasure weapon is already enough for you. This soul tool is of great use to me. I still hope that Pavilion Master will fulfill my request. Mose continued to plead. That's just it. I'm in a good mood today. So if you help me refine weapons this time, I'll count you 50,000 credits. And if you pay me another 50,000 credits, I'll be able to refine soul weapons for you. Pavilion Master Chi generously said. Mose's eyes went round. So expensive. Pavilion Master Chi glared at him. This is a soul weapon that can only be forged by an earth-ranked refiner. 100,000 credits is already cheap. And you can have to prepare the materials yourself. Or of course you can buy them with credits from me. Mose nodded. His eyes firm as he said, Pavilion Master, don't worry, I will definitely save up enough credits. Lord Qigong giggled and said encouragingly, cheer up, brave teenager. After saying that, he walked away excitedly. Mose still had more than 20,000 credits left in his hand after this period of time, and now he was still short of more than 30,000 credits before he had enough to ask Lord Qi Pavilion to make a move. If one were to do the quests normally, then one didn't know when one would be able to save up so many credits, and in that case one would have to think of some special ways to do so. Thinking of this, Mose secretly said in his heart, Yuanxing Academy cadets, don't blame me. I was also forced. At night, on a wooded path in Yuanxing Academy, the gambling stall owner Ma Shangfeng, who had previously been extorted by Mose, was walking leisurely. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of him, blocking his way and looking at him with a cold smile on his face. Mose, what are you doing? I haven't offended you recently, Ma Shangfeng said with a face of fear. Mose laughed and said with a cold gaze, I've heard that there are trainees that have started an underground casino in the academy. Ma Shangfeng's face instantly turned generally white. Panicking and shaking his head in a hurry, this has nothing to do with me. It was the second class of the heavenly level. Zhu Yunming. Who got it? Mose hemmed and hawed. I know, but you know where that underground casino is, right? Ma Shangfeng shook his head like a rattle. Mose frowned. Ha? Ma Shangfeng was busy nodding again. He couldn't afford to offend Zhu Yunming, but he couldn't afford to offend Mose even more. Yuanxing Academy's academic style is strict and the students' recreational activities are monotonous. So this Zhu Yunming set up an underground casino in the boys' dormitory. There were only a few people at the beginning, but more and more people came later, and now it had grown to more than 300 people, and there were even quite a few second-year cadets attending. That night they were in a large auditorium in the dormitory as usual, engaging in various gambling activities. At this time suddenly several black orbs were thrown in through the window, and then suddenly exploded with a bang, and countless foul odors filled the air. No good. It's methane gas. Everyone shut up. Chapter 52 Improvement of School Morale. But how long can you close your breath for? Immediately after Mose also rushed over in the yellow level 5 class with a mask. 3 minutes later, all the trainees involved in gambling collapsed, and Mose tied them up and interrogated them one by one. In the end these people contributed over 20,000 credits to him. After class that day, Li Shaokai walked over with a sly smile on his face and said, Class President, are you thinking about where to get credits? Mose raised an eyebrow. You have a solution? Li Shaokai smiled mysteriously. Class President, do you still remember last semester? At your suggestion the academy enacted that school rule of not being able to fall in love? Mose frowned and said incredulously, it's hard to believe that there are still first-year cadets who dare to fall in love nowadays. Li Shaokai laughed. They are all adolescent young men. How can such things be avoided? Mose stood up and moved around a bit to address the class. Class, it's time for us to straighten out the academy. Next to the Moon God Lake in Yuanxing Academy, this place was where countless love-struck young men and women went on dates at night. Some of them were sitting by the lake and enjoying the moon. Some of them were holding hands and taking a leisurely walk together on the path by the lake. Some of them were leaning on the big tree next to them and kissing passionately. And some of them were doing something indescribable in the bushes next to them. Suzaku, your eyes seem to shine like stars, and my fondness for you is as warm as the sun. Brother Yunlong, I like you too. The young couple was in the middle of their love affair, mesmerized, when two people wearing strange masks suddenly appeared. Student, you have violated the college's rule of no early love. Please be good and follow us to the school discipline office to receive your punishment. The boy was so shocked that he violently pushed the girl and ran off on his own. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard as a black orb exploded beside the male student, and before he could scream out, his white eyes rolled up. he foamed at the mouth, and fainted on the ground. Before that female student could blame her boyfriend for pushing her down and running away first, she smelled a foul odor and vomit. The girl also fainted from the stench. Similar to this scene, quickly in this romantic goddess lake everywhere staged, a time an unspeakable stench will quickly envelop this place. For a moment, the entire goddess lake was in chaos, wailing everywhere, and countless couples were stunk out on the ground. Then they were lifted one by one, with strange masks, onto a flatbed trolley and slowly made their way toward the school disciplinary office. Inside the school discipline office, Mose angrily yelled at the 100 or so men and women in front of him. How many times have I told you that you can't fall in love in first year? You guys just don't listen. Do you have to have me report it to the college and give you a demerit? Don't, Mr. Murazawa. We won't dare next time. Yeah, don't report it to the college. A demerit will affect the graduation evaluation. More than 100 people had begged bitterly, and some weak female trainees had begun to cry. Alright, I'll give you all a warning this time and a fine of 200 credits each. If there's a next time I won't be soft. Thank you, Mr. Mose, for being merciful. More than 100 trainees looked for Zhao Shanfan to pay their fines and fled as if they were leaving. After leaving the school discipline office, one of the male cadets named Yunlong, with a concerned face, went to help the female cadet named Suzaku. Suzaku, are you alright? I was really worried to death just now. Suzy opened Yunlong's hand with a frosty face. Scum, get lost. After saying that, she angrily ran towards the girls' dormitory. Squad leader, what about her? Li Shaokai pointed at a non-stop crying female trainee sitting next to him. Mose looked at her stomach, which was already slightly bulging. With a grim expression, where's the male? Li Shaokai shook his head and said, that kid was very resourceful. As soon as he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately slipped away, and it was too dark at that time, so he didn't see what he looked like clearly. Mose walked over and asked seriously, who's the male? But the female cadet named Zhou Yue said nothing except that she kept crying. Mose helplessly sat across from her and said seriously, Zhou Yue is it? I'll make a bet with you. As long as that man is willing to be responsible for you, I'll let you guys off the hook, and at the same time, I won't be in opposition to you being together. Zhou Yue raised her head, wiped her tears with anticipation and said, really? Mauser stood up and looked at her compassionately. I give you my word on my school record. This assurance is no less for a cadet who has joined the school discipline team than if he had said he was guaranteeing it with his own future. The next day, during the time between classes, Mose summoned all the first-year cadets at the playground in the name of the yellow director of the school discipline office. Mose stood on the stage, pointing at Zhou Yue, who was pale and had demented eyes, and roared at all the first-year trainees. The college has repeatedly emphasized that minors can't fall in love. But you guys just don't listen. And now it's okay, and when something happens, no one is willing to take responsibility. Mose looked angrily at all the trainees once more before continuing. I've already applied to the academy. As long as this male is willing to come forward and take responsibility, the academy will be blameless for all of this. I'm now going to give you a final 10 minutes to think about it. The crowd under the stage was silent. No one had any movement. Mose's expression was cold and continued. If you're still a man, I hope you stand up for yourself and don't let a woman who is carrying your child and loves you dearly suffer through this alone. Far away in the office of the school discipline team, Director Huang asked, do you think this male will show up? Pavilion Master Rin pounded his palm on the table and said angrily, in this case, the man is going to come out early. The children of the world's families are all the same. Director Huang also shook his head helplessly and looked at the pregnant woman in the center with a look of pity. And at this time Zhou Yue inside full of helplessness and uncertainty. She has long known that the man will not come out, because she has already gone to look for him last night. The man replied to her that he couldn't come out because he was one of the heirs of the family and if the family knew about it they would disqualify him from being the heir. At the same time, he knelt in front of her and begged her bitterly not to give him up, or everything would be over for him. As time passed by minute, Zhou Yue let out a sad cry, and then crouched down on the ground and cried miserably. Time's up. You ladies, open your eyes properly. This is what happens when you fall in love early. Mose looked angrily at everyone on the stage and then announced the academy's punishment for Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue of the third class of the celestial level, disobeying the school rules. The circumstances are serious. 1 demerit, forfeiting all credits, and dealing with probation. Originally, according to the meaning of the academy was to be expelled from school, but Mose did not want to push this woman to the brink of extinction, so he got her this probationary treatment. Chapter 53 Insolvency. With Mose's call to adjourn the meeting, the trainees left one by one. Some condemned the scumbag's irresponsibility, while others accused Zhou Yue of not loving herself, but no one felt sad for the baby that was about to be born. Zhou Yue stumbled on her feet and looked helpless as she walked down the avenue of the academy. her eyes dull and lifeless, and her entire person looked incomparably desolate and sad. Taking advantage of the situation, she climbed to the top of the school building and stood by the parapet looking away from the direction of the family. The Zhou family was a small to medium-sized family in Guiyun City, and after learning of all this, the head of the family and the elders angrily expelled her from the family, and it was rumored that her mother cried herself out on the spot. "Mom, my daughter is ungrateful and will repay your kindness in the next life." After saying that, she closed her eyes, ready to end it all. "Wait, Zhou Yue, think about the child in your belly." Moze's anxious shout came from behind her. Getting the news, he immediately hurried over with the people from yellow grade class 5. Zhou Yue stroked her bulging belly, a trace of intolerance flashed in her eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks. She then shook her head and smiled miserably. "The family has removed me. The counselor said I was a disgrace to the class and kicked me out, and there's no place for me in this world anymore." Immediately afterward, she cried again. "My child, I blame mother's own inferiority for all this, so let's pretend that we've never been in this world." "Wait a minute, who said you have nowhere to go? You are still Yuanqing Academy. Yellow level class 5 is willing to accept you. The child is innocent. Give birth and I will help you raise it." Mo Zetian looked at her firmly. His eyes were full of sincerity. "Yes, the child is innocent. We are willing to help you raise it together." So the yellow grade class 5 students also made their positions known. Looking at the yellow grade 5 trainees with a sincere face, Zhou Yue still closed her eyes and shook her head helplessly as she was about to jump down. The fetus in her abdomen seemed to sense something and suddenly kicked her, while a violent fetal movement came. Feeling the still unborn child, came a burst of desire for life. Zhou Yue can no longer hold on, squatting on the ground and cried out. Moze and the trainees rushed over and helped her down. And finally, with the efforts of all the trainees to persuade her, Zhou Yue was finally able to dispel the idea of lightening her life. Immediately after that, Moze went to find Counselor Lu and talked about Zhou Yue's situation. And in the end, he let out a long sigh and agreed to Zhou Yue's request to be transferred to the yellow grade 5 class. Because Zhou Yue was now pregnant, it was inconvenient for her to live in the school dormitory again, and the family had cut off all financial support to her. So Moze could only arrange for her to live in her own home to nurse her fetus. Yuanqing Academy's Refinery Pavilion. Moze finally saved up 50,000 credits and walked over to find Pavilion Master Chi with gusto. "You kid can do it. How long has it taken to save up 50,000 credits? Pavilion Master Chi said as he transferred 50,000 credits from his student ID card. "Most hemmed and hawed, it's all because of the strength of my classmates." Pavilion Master Chi laughed. Of course she knew where these credits came from. Then her words changed. "Alright, tell me about your requirements for a soul weapon." Moze seriously took out a few drawings from his storage bag and handed them over, saying shyly, "Pavilion Master, you can just follow the drawings." Pavilion Master Chi covered her mouth and smiled. "Not bad? Very well prepared." After she received the drawings and looked at them carefully, then her face changed and she directly kicked Moze out of the alchemy pavilion. Scram! Moze, who fell hard on the ground, shouted with an ugly face, "Pavilion Master, you promised me. You can't talk like this." Pavilion Master Chi pointed at the drawing in her hand with an angry face. "Is this a soul weapon? This damn thing actually requires 52 fittings to be combined into it. Do you take me for a donkey? Get as far away from me as you can." After saying that, he threw the drawings towards Moze, turned around and went straight back to the refining room. Moze picked up the drawings on the ground and rushed inside the refining room once again, hugging Pavilion Master Chi's thigh as he begged bitterly. "My humanly loved Pavilion Master Day, this soul artifact is really important to me. In order to save up these credits, I've offended all the students in the entire year. You can't keep your word." Pavilion Master Chi said with a look of disgust. "Che, you've long become the public enemy of the trainees, and you're still afraid of offending them? If you want to refine it, it's fine. You can count this as 52 soul tools, make up a hole for you, and give me another 5 million credits. My good Pavilion Master, even if I robbed all the first-year students, I wouldn't be able to come up with 5 million credits. This soul tool is really important to me. How about this? I'll count it as what I owe you and pay you back slowly in the future. Okay?" With a handful of tears and a snotty nose, Moze tightly hugged Chi Pavilion Master's thighs, and died rather than spreading his hands. Pavilion Master Chi kicked him twice and saw that he just wouldn't let go of his hand, so he stopped caring about him, and then asked suspiciously, "You said that this ghostly thing is very important to you. What exactly is its use?" "She refines no less than 1,000 pieces of weapons. What strange and bizarre treasures have seen. This ghost thing she still saw for the first time." Mo said mysteriously, "I can use it to master the power of lightning." Pavilion Master Chi's expression froze as he said seriously, "You mean your stinking breath, and the lightning attribute?" Mose nodded seriously. It just needs such a special soul artifact to transform it. Lord Chi-Go grabbed him up and looked at him with a serious expression. Are you sure? Mose's eyes flickered for a moment and he nodded. I'm 90% sure. The piece of drawing he gave to Pavilion Master Chi was a method of making a high-power generator. According to his deduction, if he could refine the generator into a soul weapon and then refine it into the Violet Mansion, and then use the methane gas as fuel, wouldn't it be possible to generate electricity within the body? Pavilion Master Chi was silent for a while, but he finally nodded and agreed to refine the soul weapon generator for him. But he had to bear all the materials himself. Outside the refining room, Mose trembled as he held the long stack of refining materials that Pavilion Master Chi had opened for him, and suddenly his brain went dead silent. He roughly estimated that it would be almost 50 million taels of gold. With staggering steps, Mose walked out of the alchemy pavilion to sit on the bench next to the playground, pondering on how to save up enough of this money. At this time, Hylian walked over with a guilty face, sat down next to him, and handed him 10 bottles of Yuan Chi Dan. Brother Mose, I may not be able to refine pills for you anymore in the future. Ever since the last time she ran out of the Tianxing auction house in tears, she felt that Mose didn't like herself. It must be because she wasn't good enough, and if she just stopped taking care of Mose, he will not have pills to practice in the future. His cultivation cannot be improved, that can be done. She cannot want love, but the male god cannot not have pills to practice. So the next day she came over upside down again and stated that whether Mose liked her or not, she was going to make pills for him. In response to her love brain look, Mose was also crying and laughing. Although he was a bit touched, he wanted the elixir. He was not in love. Ah, what's wrong? Elaine-san, did something happen? Murazawa asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hylian lowered her head, red-eyed and embarrassed. I'm broke. Chapter 54, Selling Biogas Caves. When he knew that Hylian had lost money to make pills for himself, Mose was also speechless plus guilty. How much did you lose? Hylian lowered her head, stretched out a finger, and whispered the legend. 1 million taels. Hearing her finish, Mose let out a big breath and took out 1 million taels of silver bills from his storage ring and handed it to her. This is 1 million taels of silver tickets for you to take first. You've worked so hard to refine pills for us. I can't let you lose money. Seeing her serious expression, he thought it would take a lot. 1 million taels of silver. Not a lot for him. Hylian lowered her head and didn't pick it up, but slowly spat out 2 words, gold. What? Mose was directly shocked and rolled his butt to the ground, looking at Hylian, who scowled. For a moment he didn't know what to say. 1 million taels of gold. Even if the average small family poured out all their efforts, are not necessarily able to get out of this girl for a man who does not love their own casually hitching. Love brain is really scary. Is your family rich? A hint of melancholy flashed in Mose's eyes. Our He family's Tianxing auction house is in almost every major city. Then does your family accept chi points? Ah, 4th grade upper chi points. It couldn't be helped. The most valuable thing he had on him right now was the swamp gas cave. Wanting to gather all the materials for refining the soul weapon engine, selling the swamp gas cave seemed to be the only option right now. Hylian's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. Brother Mose, so your marsh chi is a 4th grade top grade chi, but do you really want to sell the chi cave? You don't have to pay back my 1 million gold. Mose stood up, patted the dust on his ass, looked at the direction of the refinery pavilion, and said helplessly, I'm very short of money right now, and even if I don't sell it to your He family, the chi point will still be sold to someone else's. Oh, Hylian nodded thoughtfully. The value of the 4th grade chi point is so great that only my father can make the decision. Tianxing auction house. After Zhang heard his daughter's words, his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and he said with an excited expression, that Mose, he really intends to sell the 4th grade superior chi acupoint to my He family. Next to him, Yu Huaying was also surprised. Isn't his chi of the lower 5th grade? For her mother's questioning, Hylian was obviously dissatisfied. This is what brother Mose himself said to me. That swamp gas has 2 attributes of stinking poison and flame, and that it's a proper 4th grade top grade gas, and that this matter has been certified by Pavilion of Refinement's Pavilion of Chi's Master. Zhangqing drank a cup of tea and calmed down a bit, revealing a look that was just like that. I told you. How can a mere 5th grade inferior chi win the Grade Tianjiao ranking championship? If it's a 4th grade superior chi, then all of this would make sense. Then he looked at Hylian and said with satisfaction, still my precious daughter has vision. Casually fancying a man is actually a genius. If this matter can come to fruition, my father will fully support you and Mose together. Hylian's cheeks were scarlet, pouting, Father, what did you say? No early love at the academy. After saying that, she shyly ran out. She had to immediately arrange for Mose and her parents to meet to discuss in detail about the acquisition of the marsh gas caves. Yu Huaying looked at his daughter's back as she left and murmured, But how will the Mu family side explain? He Zhangqing placed his teacup on the tea table and snorted coldly, ignorant. Any more that the Muir family gives, can it be worth the value of a 4th grade superior chi point? Even if their He family was already a first-rate family in the Great Li Empire, they only had one 5th grade upper grade and one 4th grade medium grade chi point. Once their family was able to successfully acquire this 4th grade upper chi acupuncture point, then in the future, the family would be able to cultivate 3rd order triple blossom realm chi practitioners on their own without having to rely on other forces, which was crucial for a first-class family. Thinking of this, He Zhangqing could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Once this matter was successful, then his position in the family would never be shaken again. Then he looked at Yu Huaying with a serious look and said, acquiring a 4th grade chi point is a matter of great importance. You mustn't mess it up for me. If you can succeed at this time, your younger brother will have hope of entering the 3-flower realm. Don't worry. I know the importance. It's just that Mose doesn't seem to like Yilian. That little scheme of yours won't necessarily work. When she thought of that damnable brat cheating her out of 2 million taels of silver tickets, she was furious. He Zhangqing he smile. Do not care to say, young people, in the feelings of hesitation is normal. We give them a handful of not on the line. I do not believe it. Our Elian so good. He is not at all moved. In the afternoon, Mose, who had received a message from He Elian, rushed to Tianxing auction house in a hurry and entered a conference room under the guidance of an attendant. Nephew Mo Xian is here. Come, quickly sit down. He Zhangqing greeted him with a warm face and sat down, then said to the waiter at the side, quickly, go and bring me the collection of Tianquan ink tea. Uncle, you don't have to be polite. Mose gave a respectful salute to He Zhangqing, and then went straight to the point. Uncle, I don't know if Elaine's classmates have talked to you about the price I'm asking. He Zhangqing laughed, then with a twinkle in his eyes, he said meaningfully, how about this? Not only can I give you 55 million taels of gold, but also in the future, I, the He family, can give my full support to all the resources you need to cultivate in the academy. Then he smiled mysteriously, but on one condition. On what terms? He Zhangqing pretended to sigh. You know how that Elian feels about you? My condition is that you join our He family. Seeing that Mose's expression seemed a bit unkind, he hurriedly explained again. But don't worry, after you and Elian get married, our He family will definitely not interfere in your private lives, where you want to live and what you want to do. It's all up to you. Moreover, in the future, with the He family as your backing, it will be much easier to act, won't it? Mose nodded after a moment of contemplation. I agree, but the matter of marriage still has to wait until after I graduate. After all, he was still touched by what Heilian had done to him, and he didn't seem to have a reason to refuse either in terms of looks or character. And anyway, there was no hurry to get married, so it didn't matter if he agreed to it. After all, the most important thing right now was to be able to refine the soul weapon generator. He Zhangqing laughed out loud. Good. Virtuous nephew is worthy of being a heavenly pride. He really does have the qualifications of a strong man. Mose also smiled and bowed to He Zhangqing. Then my son-in-law will pay his respects to his father-in-law first. The two looked at each other, then let out a satisfied laugh in unison. After Mose signed the contract, he had a meal with He Lian and her mother under the arrangement of He Zhangqing. At the dinner table, Yu Huaying said one after another that he had eyes but did not recognize Tianzhou, and at the same time, he also praised his daughter's good eyes. He Lian, on the other hand, was burying her head in her mouth the entire time she ate, her face red with shame, and every now and then she secretly looked up at Mose, who was drinking with her own father. After dinner, they were accompanied back to the college. Walking on the college avenue, He Lian's face flushed red, suddenly gathered courage and quietly pulled his hand. Chapter 55, Breaking the Contract. Mose's body trembled, but he didn't break free, so he was pulled by her to continue walking. When He Lian saw that Mose didn't refuse, her already red face became even redder, while her heart burst with joy. At this moment, she even thought of what to call her child in the future. Just as she was rambling, an angry roar came from not far away. Mose, you asshole, you said you wouldn't let us fall in love, but in the end, you're actually here secretly picking up old me's girl. Feng Tianchen roared at Mose like a furious lion, his hair exploding all over his body, his face full of iron. Mose and He Lian, on the other hand, were like two frightened rabbits as they quickly walked away. That, classmate Feng Tianchen, don't talk nonsense, we're not in love. Mose's old face turned red and stumbled to explain. Feng Tianchen shouted with a disbelieving face, nonsense, both of you are pulling your hands together, and you still say you're not in love. You're looking at it wrong. We just accidentally bumped into each other while walking. I'm a member of the school discipline team. How could I lead the way in violating the academy's discipline? Said Righteous, stroking his medallion. Then he said to He Lian, I still have things to do, so I'll return to the refiner's pavilion first. After saying that, he fled as if running in the direction of the refiner's pavilion. Feng Tianchen looked at He Elian pitifully. Elian, are you guys really not together? Asterisk 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 off. I never want to see you again. And you want a chick, go find someone else. I'm not your chick. After saying that, he glared at him angrily, then walked straight towards the third class of the heavenly grade, leaving Feng Tianchen alone in the wind. In the refining pavilion, Moze placed the 50 million taels of gold tickets and waved them in front of Pavilion Master Qi, saying with an excited expression, Pavilion Master, we can start refining soul weapons. Lord Chiga picked up the golden ticket and counted it, and said in surprise, who did you kid rob? Moze laughed and didn't hide it from her, so he told her roughly what happened. After hearing this, Lord Chi Pavilion kicked him in his chair and roared in anger. Moze, you actually sold yourself for a mere 50 million taels of gold. Do you know that if the marsh Chi could really master the lightning attribute, it wouldn't be a 4th grade Chi at all, it would be a 3rd grade top grade Chi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pavilion Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Oops, the price was underreported. Moze slapped his thighs in remorse, the expression as if he had missed out on $1 billion. As Lord Chi Go looked at his unrepentant expression, he lifted him up and then pressed him down hard on the chair, his eyes filled with coldness. You brat, do you not know what your status is? A 3rd grade Chi point. Can you just sell it to someone else? Moze was at a loss, a little confused by Pavilion Master Chi, and asked suspiciously, what is my identity? Ignorant. Who the hell recruited you into the school discipline team? Don't you know that joining the school discipline team is equivalent to joining the academy? Ah, I thought it was just the reserves. Master Chigo was rendered speechless by Moze, patiently explaining to him, once you join the school discipline team, it's the equivalent of being a full-fledged member of the academy, and unless you betray the academy, you'll inevitably be a member of the academy after you graduate. Otherwise, what do you think the academy would so easily give you a cultivation quota for a 3rd grade Chi acupoint? And you are extorting cadets recklessly in the academy based on your status as a school discipline team. Do you really think the academy doesn't know about it? Then she sighed and continued in the tone of an elder, the 3rd grade Chi point is a matter of great importance. If you want to sell it, you must consider the academy at the first opportunity, otherwise you are being disloyal to the academy. Do you think the academy will treat you poorly? So what now? The money has been taken and the contract has been signed. Moze lowered his head, as if a child who had done something wrong. It's good that only the Chi points are still there, so you stay here for the next 2 days and leave this matter to me, I'll take care of it. Speaking here, she suddenly changed her tone, her expression was incomparably cold. Good Yuhi family, actually daring to rob our Yuan Xing Academy, simply bold. That when you guys go to the He family, can you try to be a bit more gentle? After all, this Chi point is the one I first took the initiative to sell. Moze sat on the chair with a somewhat guilty expression. Humph, what's the matter? Is it that you can't let go of that little skin, He Elian? A sneer flashed across the eyes of Pavilion Master Qi. Then he hurriedly walked out. In the dean's office, Dean Yao was rummaging through a pile of information to find something, when a knock sounded on the door. Come in. When Pavilion Master Qi came in, he bowed with respectful colors. Teacher, I have something to report. So it's Mengqi. What's going on? It actually made you come out of the alchemy pavilion. Dean Yao looked at his favorite disciple with a satisfied smile on his eyes. Although he was the dean of the Yuan Xing Academy, he really didn't have many students who could hold their own, and it was only the Qi Pavilion Master who fought for a little bit more. Not only was he a very good refiner, but he was also a top 4th-ranked Mingi realm expert with 4 channels of 3rd-ranked Qi. It was just that she hadn't been able to find her a suitable 5th Dao of 3rd grade Qi, or else in the future, with her talent, it should be very possible for her to enter the Continental Heavens Pride ranking. Listening to Pavilion Master Qi finish the matter of Moze wanting to sell the 3rd grade Qi acupoint, Dean Yao laughed out loud in excitement. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes without finding a place to find one, and getting it without making any effort at all. He had been worrying about the 5 3rd grade Qi points needed for Yuan Xing Academy to advance to a first-class academy for a while, but he didn't realize that someone from his own academy had a 3rd grade Qi point, and it was actually someone from the school discipline team. I'll personally go and talk about the He family's matter. The 3rd grade Qi acupoint is not something that their He family can get their hands on. I don't mind destroying their He family if He Zhengqing doesn't know what's good for him. Dean Yao's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. Then his expression changed and said with a smile, this Mo student is very good. He took great credit for the blood god cult last time. He's your student. Pavilion Master Qi frowned slightly as he shook his head and said, currently, he is only a student of the alchemy pavilion, but it seems that Vice President Pang intends to accept him as a personal disciple, and he has even passed on the underworld Qi swallowing skill to him. This old Pang strikes fast enough. Then Dean Yao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, intentionally? That means he hasn't worshipped the master yet. Pavilion Master Chi's expression froze, and then he understood his teacher's meaning and nodded his head. I understand. I will now go and accept Mose as a personal disciple. No need. I'm going to go personally with this Mose. After saying that, Dean Yao turned into a rainbow light and flew towards the He family auction house. Tianxing auction house. Inside the president's office, President Yao slammed the 55 million taels of gold notes onto He Zhengqing's desk and said with a haughty expression, bring out the acquisition contract for the methane gas cavern. He Zhengqing looked bitter and said in disbelief, Dean Yao, a 4th grade chi point is just a chi point. Why would you, a 6th order god refining stage powerhouse, do this? Dean Yao sneered, you don't have to care about this. Anyway, this marsh gas chi cave is not something you guys can get your hands on. He Zhengqing suddenly thought of what he understood, and said with a shocked face, could it be that this methane gas cave is? Chapter 56 Return of the Vice President. Dean Yao nodded his head, it's good that you understand. Don't spread this around for me. He Zhengqing let out a long sigh, it's our He family that's not blessed anymore. Wait a moment. I'll bring the contracts over to you. After saying that, he took out a pair of contracts from the bookshelf and handed them to Dean Yao. Dean Yao took the contract and nodded with satisfaction. When and if this chi cave is built, you can give your He family a place. He Zhengqing was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed respectfully to Dean Yao. Many thanks, Dean Yao. Although this chi cave was originally supposed to belong to his He family, but god-refining powerhouses could not be humiliated. And now that he was able to obtain a quota to enter the chi cave to cultivate, he was already very content. Who let their He family not have any top-tier powerhouses? After Dean Yao left, He Zhengqing looked at the light rain falling outside the window and couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Originally he was very optimistic about Mose, even going so far as to use his daughter to tie him to the He family's chariot. However, if Mose's first chi was a 3rd grade chi, with the importance that Yuan Xing Academy placed on him, they would definitely cultivate him as a seed student, so that his daughter would not be worthy of him. Thinking of his love-brained daughter, He Zhengqing couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Alchemy Pavilion. Mose is boring refining. Chi Pavilion Master before leaving specially ordered not to let him leave the Alchemy Pavilion, although he does not understand, but after all, he has a request from her, or to obey her good. Not bad. Indeed a hero is a young man. Outside the door Dean Yao walked in with a big smile, while Pavilion Master Chi followed behind with a respectful face. Mose hurriedly bowed respectfully, greetings to Dean Yao. Dean Yao threw the acquisition contract onto the table, and said meaningfully, Mose remember, you are now a person of the Academy. Just look for the Academy when you encounter things. If Mr. Liu and the others can't solve it, you can come directly to me. Thank you Dean. The student remembers. Looking at Mose's humble attitude, Dean Yao nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. I've already taken care of the He family's matter, and I've already paid for the 55 million taels of gold. The matter of your soul weapon, Munchi will fully support it. What kind of material you need, you can directly apply to the Academy. All the expenses are counted on me. Mose once again bowed gratefully after hearing this. Many thanks, Dean. Then the student is willing to bow and die for the Academy. Then he handed the dean the 55 million taels of gold notes that he had gotten from the He family head. Here is that 55 million taels of gold tickets from the He family. Please accept it. I'm already very overjoyed to be bothering the dean because of the student's matter. I would never dare to let the dean break the bank in. Dean Yao laughed, and didn't take the golden ticket handed over by Mose. A mere 55 million taels of gold is nothing to break the bank. You are now at the time of laying the foundation, and you need money for a lot of places, so just keep it for yourself and spend it slowly. Saying that, he suddenly turned his words around and laughed mysteriously. Mose, classmates haven't formally worshipped their teachers yet, right? Not yet? Then why don't you worship me as your teacher? I love to promote young and talented trainees. Mose was overjoyed and was about to agree when an angry roar came from outside the door. Shameless old Yao thief, actually taking advantage of my absence to hit on my student. Vice President Peng brought along Pavilion Master Rin and Director Huang and angrily kicked the door of the refining room open. Old Peng, you're back. Dean Yao looked at the angry-looking Vice President Peng and laughed straight. Mose hurriedly saluted, at the same time a little confused. Look at this situation. These two deans are going to rush to accept him as a student. Vice Dean Peng nodded at Mose, then let out a cold grunt at the duo of Dean Yao and Pavilion Master Chi. If I don't come back, my home is going to be stolen by you. Old thief Yao, you're really getting more and more shameless. Pavilion Master Chi stood and said, Vice Dean Peng, please be careful with your words. Student Mose did not worship his master. It is his freedom to be the student of whoever he wants to be. Chi Mengchi, you've been with old Yao thief for so long. You haven't learned anything else, but your cheek is a lot like his. Mose is practicing my underworld chi swallowing technique. How come you're not my student? Danielle laughed and said, it's not just a chi refining technique. No big deal. According to the rules, as long as there is no master worship, it doesn't count. Then he turned his words around and patiently said to Mose, Vice Dean Peng has so many students. How can he have the energy to teach you properly? I'm different. I currently have only one official student in Qigong Master. The resources you can enjoy when you're under my tutelage aren't comparable to what you can get on the Vice Dean side. Shameless old man, don't you know your own teaching level? If it weren't for Chi Mingqi's high talent, you wouldn't have any worthy students under you. Then, Vice Dean Peng also looked at Mose with a serious face and said, don't be fooled by this old thief. His teaching level is poor. I don't know how many students he has harmed over the years. Chi Mingqi's ability to be where she is today is all due to her groping for her own cultivation. Pang Listen, you've gone too far. What's the matter? Am I wrong? You're just misguided. Humph. No matter what. Today, student Mose must worship under me, because I am the dean, and I have the final say in Yuan Xing Academy. Looking at Dean Yao's overbearing face, Vice Dean Peng gritted his teeth and roared, Old thief Yao, do you want to fight? Dean Yao directly took off his shirt, revealing a solid muscle, and gave Vice Dean Peng a disdainful look. A fight? Come on. After saying that, the two people each turned into a rainbow light and flew out. This scene put Mose looked dumbfounded, and the other three have obviously been accustomed to it. Mose, who you want to worship as your master, that's your freedom. No one can force you. Pavilion Master Chi even had to give Director Huang and Pavilion Master Rin a scornful look after he finished speaking. Although her cultivation level was lower than the duo, her talent had shaken off the duo by more than 8 streets, and she was even a refiner, so she didn't really look up to the duo. Director Huang frowned and said to Mose with a serious face, Mose, you can't be so ungrateful. Although teacher didn't formally accept you as a student with you, but in his heart, he has long treated you as a prodisciple. Otherwise, how would he have taught you the exclusive chi refining technique? Pavilion Master Rin said on the side, yes. Mose, if there is no teacher's command, how could you join the school discipline team in the 1st grade? The teacher, in order to upgrade your qualification, he even traveled thousands of miles to the dragon realm and slaughtered poisonous dragons to give you the upgrading swamp gas. You can't live up to this intention of his. I see. At this moment, he finally understood why he in the academy to act recklessly, but no teacher has been out to control him. The original himself has always been someone cover You too, don't morally kidnap it's Moses' freedom to choose who to worship. Then Lord Shigu also said to him bitterly, the dean is also very attached to you. Not only did he personally pay to help you set up the Yi family this time, but he also took on all of the materials you needed for your soul artifact refining. Chapter 57, The Heavenly Pride Mose. Just as they were arguing with each other, outside the door of the alchemy pavilion, Dean Yao wrapped his arms around Vice Dean Peng, who had been beaten up like a pig's head, and said affectionately, School brother, you have already cultivated several heavenly pride for the sacred academy, unlike brother me, who has been the dean for so many years and hasn't even cultivated a single heavenly pride. You have to let me have this Mose. Humph, brother, I'm about to break through to the 7th stage of the cave realm. When I go to the Holy Academy and there's not a single decent student under my door, where is this old face of mine going to go? In this way, I promise you that once I go to the Holy Academy, this dean's seat will definitely be given to you. I need you to let this dean position. Sooner or later, I will snatch it with my skills. Vice Dean Peng angrily roared, at the same time pulling the wound on his face and grimacing in pain. This shameless old bastard. How did his strength increase so quickly? Outrageous. Where is it not good to hit but on my face? With a creak, the door to the refining room was opened once again, and looking at Vice President Peng's injured face, Pavilion Master Rin and Director Huang exchanged a glance and let out a wordless sigh. In their perceptions, teacher and Dean Yao had never gotten the better of a fight, and apparently this time was still no exception. Student Mose? I just had a good reasoning with Vice Dean Peng. He has already agreed that you should worship me as your teacher. Don't worry, I will definitely teach you well. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Dean Yao's eyes were full of complacency, and Vice President Peng stood on the side and did not say anything. The face of the nose bruises and swollen face show the color of despondency, so that people do not feel a few points of heartache. Mose stood out and bowed respectfully to Dean Yao. Vice Dean Peng turned his head to the side, unable to bear to look at him, and there seemed to be tears flashing in his eyes. Dean Yao, on the other hand, smiled even more cheerfully, a look of triumph in his eyes. Pavilion Master Chi was also nodding his head in delight at the side. The two of them, Pavilion Master Rin and Director Huang, had bitterness in their eyes. As people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. They did not blame Mose. This dean's tactics are so smart. they have long since been taught. Dean-sama, I cannot worship you. What? Fellow Moze, I am the Dean of Yuanxing Academy, as well as a powerhouse who is about to break through to the 7th stage of the cave heaven realm. Are you sure you've thought this through? Dean Yao had an incredulous look on his face. Ha ha ha, old Yao thief students have the right to freely choose their teachers. Is it hard for you to force it? Vice Dean Peng's depressed look instantly dissipated, and the wounds on his face seemed as if they didn't hurt anymore. When everyone didn't think highly of me, it was the Vice Dean who passed on his own Earth-level chi refining techniques to me. And that's how I got to where I am today. So even though I don't have the name of master and disciple with the Vice Dean, there's already a time when I'm a master and disciple. As the saying goes, the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid from the spring. I can't let the Vice Dean's heart get cold. I hope that the Dean will forgive me. Moze finished. His expression was as sincere and resolute as possible. If it wasn't for the token and the Earth-level technique spectral chi swallowing technique that the Vice Dean had sent him in the first place, it would have been impossible for him to cultivate so fast, and at the same time, he wouldn't have been able to dominate the entire first year, much less join the varsity-level team. Although he, Moze, was not a saint, he still had a basic sense of gratitude. Moze, good job. I really wasn't wrong about you. Vice Dean Peng laughed happily. He had never been so unrestrained after fighting with Dean Yao for so long. Dean Yao sighed regretfully. Old Peng. I have to say that your eye for people is really good. Since you've already decided, then I won't force myself. Then he changed his words. But the ownership of this methane gas cave must belong to us. What? Old thief Yao. You're too shameless. The swamp gas chi cave has to belong to Moze. If you dare to forcefully rob the trainees, I'll definitely go to the Sacred Academy to sue you. Vice Dean Peng had a face of rage. Dean Yao Yang Han's acquisition contract. A sinister face said, this but spend real money from the He family to buy over. Isn't it just 55 million taels of gold? I'll just give it to you. Ha, do you think I'm short of that kind of money? You're shameless. Same to each other. Holy, so he's waiting here? I said, why is he not willing to accept the 55 million taels of gold tickets? In the end, after some haggling, the ownership of the methane gas cave went to the Dean and them, but the first owner of the pavilion had to be Moze. After Vice Dean Peng left with Moze, Dean Yao summoned all the teachers of their faction to a meeting with a gloomy face. In the faculty office, he flung Moze's information angrily on the table and glared angrily at everyone present, especially the 5 tutors of the heavenly classes. What are you all doing for food? Why would a heavenly pride who was the number 1 in his grade be assigned to the yellow grade 5 class? Teacher Wang of Tianyi class explained, Teacher, this Moze cultivates nothing more than the 5th grade inferior chi. His talent is really too trashy. Winning the championship is nothing more than a crooked way. When the student's cultivation comes up, his stinking chi won't work anymore. Dean Yao held his hand to his forehead, his lips trembling with anger. What kind of sins did I create in my past life to accept you few as disciples? He banged the table hard and roared angrily, 5th grade inferior chi. Talent garbage. If Moze's talent is garbage, then your talent can't even be considered as. Everyone copy Moze's information 10,000 times for me. The crowd was scared white by Dean Yao's expression, and they all looked at Moze's information on the table more carefully. What? The marsh gas is a 3rd grade upper class gas. Holy, self-created 3rd grade marsh gas and has the ability to create a 3rd grade gas cave. When did he become a middle yellow ranked refiner? Teacher Lee of Heavenly Grade 5 asked incredulously, Teacher, is this information reliable? This is too scary. How could someone have such a terrifying talent? It was even if it was a 3rd grade top grade chi, but if they could create a 3rd grade chi cave, it would be too terrifying, knowing that there were only 2 3rd grade chi caves in their entire Yuanxing Academy. Oh, rubbish, mediocre, you guys are good at cooking yourselves. So you think others should be as good as you, aren't you? This information was made by Mengqi herself, looking at these students of his own some short-sighted appearance. In thinking about the likes of Pavilion Master Rin and the yellow level, Dean Yao more than once fell into self-doubt. Is it really not suitable for me to teach students? Pavilion Master Chi looked at the skeptical eyes of the crowd and calmly said, I have personally tested Moze's swamp chi. It possesses smelly poison, flames and even lightning attributes. It's a proper 3rd grade top grade chi without a doubt. Teacher Wang's eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. Pavilion Master Chi, why didn't you say these news earlier? At this time, these first-year teachers had a repentance in their hearts. Even if they wanted to enter the 3rd grade chi cave to cultivate, they would need at least 100,000 credits, and it also depended on whether there was a place or not. Pavilion Master Chi sighed helplessly for a moment. By the time I found out, he had already begun cultivating Vice President Peng's underworld chi swallowing technique. Chapter 58, Left 0. Right fire. Ren Cheng, you guys said it's Ren Tianqing's daughter. There's no way. This genius that was delivered to the door. You guys said that people are trash, and you hard pushed people to old Peng's side for me. You guys take a look at the first and second year Heaven's Pride list. How many of them are your students? Dean Yao became angrier and angrier as he spoke. A group of teachers lowered their heads in shame, while secretly muttering in the bottom of their hearts, "You didn't teach us to be so good." In the Academic Affairs Office, Vice Dean Peng gazed at Mose, his expression growing more and more elated. He had been fighting with Dean Yao for a long time, and this was the first time he had the upper hand. "Mose, you made a wise move by choosing me as your teacher. Old man Yao has taught numerous students, but none of them have become great. But unlike me, I have cultivated 6 fifth-order celestial pride, and 2 of them have even broken through to the 6th-order God-refining realm." After he spoke, Vice Dean Peng's face showed pride. His ability to teach students in the Great Li Empire was truly unrivaled. "Teacher, didn't Dean Yao say that he only has one official disciple in Pavilion Master Qi?" Mose asked with a puzzled expression. As soon as the words fell, Vice President Peng's trio burst into laughter. Pavilion Master Rin laughed before explaining. "Our Dean Yao, in terms of heart, is the #1 person in the Great Li Empire. You see this time, when he made a slight move, he not only captured the marsh gas Qi point, but also almost snatched you away as well. However, when it comes to his teaching level, it's a real mess, and he's of the vegetable and fun-loving variety. Any student with a little bit of talent, he would fight to take under his tutelage. As for why he said that there is only one official disciple, Pavilion Master Qi, it's because after he found out that those trainees he taught were unable to become successful, he said that they were poorly gifted and not worthy of being his official disciples." After that, the 3 of them burst into another fit of laughter. Then, Director Huang added, "To say that Pavilion Master Qi's talent is indeed heaven-defying. After she was taken under the tutelage of Dean Yao just happened to be going into death closure. Thus, Pavilion Master Qi could only learn on his own. By the time Dean Yao had left the gate, not only had Pavilion Master Qi become a genius who had fused 4 channels of 3rd-grade Qi, but he was also a master refiner. Thus, Dean Yao had the cheek to say that Pavilion Master Qi was taught by him, and even promoted Pavilion Master Qi to be the Pavilion Master of the Alchemy Pavilion. Mose nodded, revealing the original look, and at the same time was very glad for his choice. "Mose, originally, I went to the Dragon Realm this time to hunt poisonous dragons for you, wanting to use the poisonous dragon's bile to raise your marsh Qi to the level of the 3rd-grade Qi, so that you could have the qualifications to become a celestial pride. I didn't expect your methane gas to be so amazing that even I didn't measure his true grade. This poisonous dragon gallbladder doesn't have the ability to raise your Qi to the 2nd grade, but it can also raise your smelly poison attribute again. So take it and upgrade your Qi points." After saying that, Dean Yao took out a fist-sized, shimmering green gentian as well as a poisonous dragon endoderm and handed it over. At the same time, an extremely unpleasant stench emanated from the gentian. Vomit. The 2 of them, Pavilion Master Rin and Dean Qi, turned pale and dry-heaved in unison. The moment Mose smelled that flavor, he hurriedly closed his breath while putting on the gas mask, then carefully put the poisonous dragon gall into his storage ring. "Teacher, this poisonous dragon gall is really too stinky. If you want to take it out, at least say hello. I won't be able to eat properly in the next 2 days." Pavilion Master Rin said with a pale face. "Humph, let you 2 brats laugh at old man before." Vice Dean Peng had a smug look on his face. This poisonous dragon's bile was not the same as the marsh gas. The marsh gas was unparalleled nausea mixed in with the stench, while the poisonous dragon's bile was an extreme stench. Half a month later, the Academy had built 4 new super-huge methane pools under Mose's guidance, while in the center of the 4 pools was a large hall with a plaque that read Methane Pavilion. 3 big words. The biogas court has 12 chambers, which are connected by pipes to 4 huge digesters. Watching Mose commanding the crowd to put all sorts of garbage, demonic beast corpses, as well as a large amount of stinky fish and shrimps into the methane pool, Dean Yao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It turns out that this biogas is the result of taking all kinds of bioenergy, fusing it, and fermenting it to form biogas, TSK. This nature is truly magical. Then he looked at Vice President Peng. "Old Peng, didn't you kill 3 poisonous dragons in the Dragon Realm before? Don't hide them. Drop their corpses and enter Dawn in. The poisonous dragon is my personal property. Why would I put it in?" "Old Peng, you're being narrow-minded. We're all part of the college. It's only right that we make some contribution to the college. Do you know why you can only be the vice dean? It's because you're narrow-minded." "No, I just don't. If you want poisonous dragons, you go to the Dragon World and hunt them yourself. The ones I have here are for Mose to prepare for building another Chi cave in the future." Being petty, Mose is already the owner of the Swamp Chi Pavilion. He will definitely cultivate in this Swamp Chi Pavilion in the future. If you don't make the quality of this Chi cave a little bit higher, Isn't that delaying his cultivation? In the end, after Dean Yao's 3-inch persuasion, Vice President Peng finally threw the remaining 2 poisonous dragon's corpses and inner elixirs as well as the dragon's gall into the methane pool. Watching the digester finally undergo sealed fermentation, Dean Yao couldn't help but sigh. It seems like we still have to go to the dragon realm to kill a few more poisonous dragons before we can do that. The completion of the methane pool meant that the Academy finally didn't have to rely on other forces to produce, on its own, a third-order quasi-heavenly pride, which played a crucial role in the overall improvement of the Academy. In the refining pavilion, the duo of Moze and Pavilion Master Qi, after more than a month of hard practice, had finally finished refining all the components of the generator. Pavilion Master Qi followed Moze's request and carefully inscribed various runes on each component, and as she finished combining the last moment of fittings, a burst of streaming light flashed by, and the soul vessel generator was finally refined. Looking at this exquisite generator in front of him, Moze excitedly put a drop of blood into it, and then proceeded to re-sacrifice to recognize the owner. With a flash of light in his eyes, the generator was instantly included in his purple mansion. How about, can you master the power of lightning? Pavilion Master Qi looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Moze closed his eyes and used the marsh gas in his body as fuel and began to inject it into the generator. As the generator began to operate, a slight electric current began to appear within the Violet Mansion. Then the generator ran faster and faster, and the current within the Violet Mansion grew more and more, while at the same time Moses' closed eyes opened abruptly. Left 0, right fire, thunder God help me, as Moze let out a shout. A red-colored electric light appeared in each of his 2 hands and attacked the Qi Pavilion Master. The Qi Pavilion Master's eyes were glowing with excitement, and he didn't dodge or resist, allowing the 2 red-colored electric lights to hit him. Good coming! Pavilion Master Qi was electrocuted and shivered. His mouth spat out 2 channels of black smoke, and the dirty hair stood up by the roots, completing an ionic perm in an instant. Ah, my 5th Dao Qi. I've finally found it. Pavilion Master Qi let out a crazy laugh. Chapter 59 Qualifications for Biogas Cultivation. Pavilion Master Qi had been suppressing his cultivation at the peak of the 4th order mini realm since he had never found a suitable 5th channel of 3rd quality Qi for himself. And this marsh gas, it's simply tailor-made for them. The refiners, not only can it enhance the strength of her flame, but it also has the attribute of thunder and lightning. Nowadays, apart from Qi above the 2nd grade, she had not heard of that kind of Qi that could control the lightning attribute, and if it wasn't for the fact that this created Qi didn't have the longevity effect of prolonging life, she would have thought that this was a 2nd grade Qi. With the biogas loft fully inaugurated, the digester has begun to produce biogas. At the same time, the news that Moze had dedicated the Swamp Qi Cave to the Academy and was named the first Swamp Qi Pavilion Master spread through the Academy. For a while, Inkbrush was once again on the Academy forums. Damn it, this shameless god, treating the Academy like a garbage recycling station, sending everything to the Academy. Alas, the Academy is also, even gave him a swamp pavilion. I really don't know what those higher-ups are thinking. This kind of 5th grade trash Qi, I wouldn't even cultivate it if it was given to me. That's right. With a shameless and disgusting Qi like this, surely no one would want to cultivate it. Numerous trainees with firm gazes nodded their heads in agreement. Hey, Mr. Xiao, what are you writing? This Xiao student hurriedly covered the application form on the table with his hand, as if he was a thief, and said nervously, Nothing, I'm writing a letter to your family, and it's a little too private to publicize. So, the other student smiled awkwardly. I understand. I'll leave you alone then. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Just as classmate Xiao took a long breath and secretly celebrated, that classmate suddenly turned around and suspiciously said, Classmate Xiao, you're not writing an application form for the cultivation of the marsh Qi points, are you? How could that be? We are at loggerheads with that god. How could I cultivate that trashy Qi? As he spoke, Xiao student's hands tightly covered the paper with a determined face and firm eyes. That classmate laughed. It's good if it's not. Take your time to write. I'll leave first. He then walked out of the classroom and left the building. After making sure that the student had left, Mr. Xiao slowly let go of his hand, revealing the piece of paper with application for methane gas cavity written on it. Although the Academy didn't announce how many grades the marsh gas was, these trainees weren't stupid. From the Academy's attitude towards Moze, and his terrifying fighting strength, most of the trainees knew in their hearts that this marsh gas was by no means simple. In the swamp pavilion, Moze was sitting in his pavilion master's office, leisurely drinking tea. Now that the marsh gas pavilion had been officially formalized, and the first person to cultivate marsh gas was Lord Qi, I can't imagine that this Qi pavilion master, as a woman, would actually dare to cultivate swamp gas, Moze muttered. At least, Pavilion Master Chi was a beautiful woman, and she actually didn't care about that stench of the methane gas at all. But when I think of Lord Qigon's dirty hair and unkempt look, okay, this methane gas goes pretty well with her. While he was mulling over the Qigong master, a teacher walked over with a pile of information. Teacher Li, you're here. Sit down. Teacher Li was someone from the dean's faction, someone who had also come over to assist him in managing the Swamp Chi Pavilion. These are all applications requesting to enter the Swamp Chi Cave for cultivation. Saying this, he divided the pile of information into 3. These are all applications from the academy teacher, second year, and first year respectively. Looking at the tall profile, Inkbrand said in disbelief, why is it so much? Didn't they say that my swamp gas is garbage and they don't even want it when I give it to them? Teacher Wang laughed, these people are just being tough-talking. Although the academy didn't explicitly state the grade of the marsh gas, these people aren't stupid. Mose pointed at the pile of first-year trainees' applications and said, then how come these first-year ones are? They can cultivate the second Dao Qi? Teacher Wang smiled and nodded. It's almost time. Once this semester is over and those first-year students with good talent return from their winter vacation, they should all be able to cultivate to the peak of the Qi practicing realm. So they are applying ahead of time now. However, methane gas is a third-grade stage, so how can it be so easy to apply for it? Let's just dismiss all these first-year applications for now. As for the second graders, you can pick 1 or 2 gifted ones and have them prepare 100,000 credits, so they can enter the Qi cave to cultivate. And these teachers, as long as there are enough positions, have them prepare 100,000 credits and let them go in to train. Mose nodded, then let's do what Mr. Wang wants. As he was the owner of the Marsh Pavilion, 20% of these credits would be allocated to him. And with the Marsh Pavilion as the hen that laid the golden eggs under him, he also finally didn't have to make things difficult for those poor trainees anymore. Yellow grade class 5. Ren Cheng held the rejected application form in her hand, her eyes full of unbelief. She had thought about it for a long time before deciding to cultivate marsh gas. For one thing, she did feel a deep fear of that sourness of marsh gas, and it had almost become a demon in her heart. As the saying goes, if you can't beat it, join it. Since you can't overcome your inner fear, turn it into your own power and make your enemies fear it along with you. Secondly, Mose had also been practicing against her from time to time recently, and she had long known that this marsh Qi was not some 5th grade Qi, but at least a 4th grade high grade Qi. So if she really couldn't find a 3rd grade Qi that suited her, then Swamp Qi was undoubtedly the most ideal choice for her. But she never thought that she, Ren Cheng, the Academy School Direct Line, the second place on the list of Heaven's Pride, Ran actually will be rejected application. If she wasn't even qualified to cultivate marsh gas, then just ask who else could be qualified to cultivate marsh gas. The more she thought about it, the more unconvinced she became. She picked up the application form on the table and headed for the Sword Pavilion. Father, what's going on? Are you behind this? Ren Cheng angrily slapped the application form onto Pavilion Master Ren's desk. Cheng, how do you talk to your father? Am I the kind of person who specializes in making small moves behind Jean's back? Pavilion Master Ren said angrily. It's really not you? Ren Cheng looked like you were that kind of person. It really isn't. Then how come my application form was rejected? Who else in this entire first year is more qualified than me to cultivate this marsh gas? Pavilion Master Ren laughed. You're so powerful. Then why don't you apply to train at the Xianhuang Tower? Ren Cheng's eyes lifted. The Xianhuang Tower is a 3rd grade Qi cave. Father, you mean to say that this marsh gas is? Shoo. Recently, the academy has made a big move, and this matter still needs to be kept secret. So it's good for you to know for yourself. Pavilion Master Ren hurriedly interrupted his daughter's flurry of activity. Ren Cheng hurriedly nodded his head to express himself. No wonder that bastard Mose is so strong. No way. We have to cultivate marsh Qi. Dad, can you help me think of a way? Chapter 60, So I'm dead. Are you sure you want to use marsh gas as your second Qi? Pavilion Master Ren looked at his daughter seriously. I'm beyond certain. For the entire academy to say who understood more about how terrifying swamp gas was, she dared to say that she was definitely in the top 3. Moreover, as long as she succeeded in refining the marsh Qi into her body, and in cultivating the Xianhuang Qi from the academy's Xianhuang Pagoda as well, then with her talent she felt that she could become a quasi-heavenly pride. Alright, I'll talk to Mose. The big deal is that I won't collect credits if he enters the Sword Pavilion to train in the future. It's just that right now Qi, that stinky, is in full force impacting the 5th order of the 5 Qi towards the Yuan, and the methane from the digester has to be excellent to provide to her. So if you want to cultivate you'll have to wait until at least next year. After the school year has started. Ren Cheng nodded. It's fine. It's only 2 months. I can afford to wait. Good. This winter vacation, I've handpicked a mission for you. The reward for this mission is more than 20,000. You prepare some well. After the end of the year grand competition, you'll set off. Ren Chengcheng looked at his father in surprise. With such high credits, it won't be the same as the Blood God Sex mission again, right? Pavilion Master Ren glared at her. What happened to the Blood God Sect mission? But you didn't do anything and got a ton of credits, and you still have the nerve to say that. Ren Chengcheng let out a cold laugh. Hee hee, that's a 7th order demon king. It's a good thing that I didn't do anything in the first place. Otherwise, you might not even be able to find my ashes now. After saying that, Ren Chengcheng no longer cared about the angry blowing his beard and glaring at Lord Ren Pavilion. He went back to the classroom again to go to the evening study. As time passed, Moze's cultivation finally increased to the peak of the 9th level of the chi refining stage after desperate cultivation and diligent meditation. The swamp pavilion, situated on the east side of the goddess lake, underneath was deliberately dug by Moze to create a huge artificial lake, the water of which was introduced by the goddess lake and connected to the entire Ling River. At this time, he stood in a hidden quiet room on the surface of the swamp gas excellency. The quiet room was located in the left side of the artificial lake, which had a large pool, above which there were several pipes followed by 4 large airbags. As he flipped the switch on, the water from the artificial lake filled the pool. Then he let out a soft shout, left 0, right fire, thunder God help me. In his hand, he rubbed out 2 red-colored electric lights and shot them into the cistern, and for a while the fog boiled over. The positive end of the pool begins to rise with countless oxygen rising into the airbag above it along with the pipes, while the negative end rises with countless hydrogen also entering the airbag along with the pipes. This is called electrolysis of water, in which water is electrolyzed to separate hydrogen and oxygen. Moze had already cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of chi cultivation, and as long as he was practicing the second channel of chi into his body, he would be able to break through to the second stage of the chi transformation realm, and hydrogen is his goal. Hydrogen chemical formula H2 is a combustible gas. Although he does not know hydrogen in this world is a few grades, but it is certain that it must be stronger than methane gas. The most important thing is that if he can utilize the element hydrogen to undergo fusion, then could he not create a hydrogen bomb out of thin air? Nukes were the ultimate weapon in his previous life, and although he didn't know how strong they could be in this world, he felt it would be right. That was why the 3rd grade sword chi and Xin Huang chi that he had placed within the academy were not going to be cultivated. But he also had to successfully cultivate the hydrogen chi first. Looking at the 4 airbags above him that had all been filled up, Moze showed a satisfied expression. Then he excitedly all walked into the room connecting those 2 hydrogen gas bags, opened the sealed lid, sat down on his knees and began to use the underworld chi swallowing technique to start refining the hydrogen with all his might. The colorless hydrogen gas took on a faint white color when it was practiced into the body, and with the full operation of the underworld chi swallowing technique, the hydrogen gas within the purple mansion went into saturation, and it had to be slowly refined before it could be cultivated again. Inside the room, Moze's eyes were open, but there was a puzzled look in his eyes. He spread out his left hand and with a thought, a wisp of hydrogen appeared in his palm. Now he was incredibly certain that he had successfully refined hydrogen chi into his body, but his cultivation hadn't managed to enter the 2nd order chi transformation realm. What kind of principle is this? Couldn't hydrogen be cultivated? But it had clearly been cultivated successfully. Moze sat on his knees, searching for the reason while inside the Violet Mansion. But this is clearly the 2nd channel of chi that has been cultivated. Since the problem wasn't in the Violet Mansion, he could only go to his sea of consciousness to look for it. His sea of consciousness was a dead gray color, and there was this faint gray soul fragment around it, which was the legacy of Lin Xinshen, the original owner of this body. His consciousness searched the sea of consciousness for a long time, and finally found an abnormality in the depths of the sea of consciousness. It was a colorful gas like a rainbow. It was vast, mysterious and dreamlike. This is what Lin Xinshen did. Why is there such a mess in the sea of consciousness? Ugh, you're the one who's messed up. I'm not the one who's messed up. No, you're not messed up either. None of us are. You can talk? Moze said in shock. I can't speak. We are communicating with our consciousness. The colorful chi moved slowly, like a ribbon, encircling Moze's consciousness. You can still move? Noticing that the chi didn't seem to have any malicious intent, Moze also put his heart down. I'm not dead. Of course I'll move. This chi cheerfully wandered around Moze. Is it because of you that I can't advance? And who the hell are you? Moze directly sent out a second series of questions. It's my reason for not being able to advance. And as for who I am, that's for you to ask, isn't it? Hee hee. What do you mean? Because I am you. What? It seems like you've really forgotten a lot of things. So let me refresh your memory. Only to see that colorful chi shoot a purple light towards Moze, and all of a sudden he was plunged into reminiscence, and at the same time remembered many things. So I'm dead. Inkbrand murmured to himself. In his previous life, Mose was doing experiments in a lab when he made an operational error and the lab exploded violently, vaporizing his body on the spot. Instead, his consciousness merged and intertwined with the various gases in the lab, eventually forming a special gas with consciousness. If one were to say, according to this world, that there was a conscious chi, it would be a super quality chi. Only his situation was also special. Although he possessed the origin of super quality chi, he did not have the power of super quality chi. After Mose turned into a chi, he kept wandering in the void and also absorbed quite a lot of power. If things continued this way, he would inevitably become a true super quality chi. But suddenly, one day, he heard a call that seemed to be the voice of a child. The evil spirits that roam the infinite void, the all-pervasive evil that floats through the universe. I offer up my soul as a sacrifice, and I implore you to come to me. Inherit my raging hatred and cleanse this world of its filth with your endless fury. Chapter 61, I accept your hatred. Mose followed the call and traveled through the layers of space. So he came to this world. He saw an 11-year-old child in a dilapidated farmhouse, lying naked, in the middle of a mysterious formation drawn in his own blood. As his lips, which were frozen white, finished the incantation, the eyes, which were permeated with endless hatred and anger, slowly closed. Then Mose obeyed the call and drilled into the child's sea of consciousness to take over. Since his body was simply too fragile to withstand such a powerful origin power as Moses, so he could only separate a part of his origin to control his body, while the other part slept in the sea of consciousness, and that was the entire passage of Mose's crossing. This one karma was tied up in a big way. Remembering that stubborn eyes filled with hatred, Mose said aloud to the sea of consciousness, Lin Xianchen, your hatred, I'll take it for you. As these words finished, countless souls within this sea of consciousness space swept towards him without wind, directly transforming into a huge tornado. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes. The memories of Lin Xianchen. In his memory he saw the legendary woman Yi Qingning who was stubborn, independent, dared to love and hate, and dared to challenge the propriety of her family. With a face like Shenhua, eyes of 10,000 colors, hips like the full moon, and pink diadem, it was indeed the most beautiful of all the women he had ever seen without one. At the same time, he understood all the circumstances surrounding Yi Qingning's death, and knew the source of Lin Xianchen's hatred. When Yi Qingning first married over, Lin Tianhu was still very good to her, following her in everything and making her the main mother of the Lin family. Until one day, Lin Tianhu came back drunk. Yi Qingning kindly brought him a bowl of sobering soup, which he knocked over while yelling at Yi Qingning. Are you still thinking about him? Yi Qingning fiercely slapped Lin Tianhu, and with tears in her eyes, she angrily shouted, Lin Tianhu, since I, Yi Qingning, married you, I won't think about other men. After Lin Tianhu was beaten, he angrily rushed out of the room, and 2 lines of tears appeared in the corners of Yi Qingning's eyes. In Lin Xianchen's memory, that was the first time Yi Qingning shed tears, and since then, Lin Tianhu never came to Yi Qingning's room on his own accord. A year later, Lin Tianhu brought back that concubine, Cui Qianwen, and Yi Qingning, who couldn't accept all this, immediately decided to leave the Yi family with the 5-year-old Lin Xianchen. However, it was blocked by Lin Tianhu. Yi Qingnan looked at the completely unfamiliar Lin Tianhu and asked angrily, since you already have no feelings for me, why do you still want to stop me? Lin Tianhu also stopped pretending and directly mocked, Yi Qingning, when I chased after you, it was because I was interested in the power of your Yi family, and even more so, I hoped that I could enter the Yi family's 3rd grade Qi acupoint for cultivation. As a result, you actually severed all ties with the Yi family, and the Yi family is really ruthless enough to ignore you for so many years. Shameless. I'm shameless? Don't think I don't know that you married me only because I have the word Lin in my name like that, man. I was so blind to marry you. Get lost. I want to go back to the Yi family. After the words were spoken, Yi Qingning activated her 3rd stage 3-flower realm aura, forcing back the family guards in front of her, and pulled Lin Xianchen to head out. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianhu suddenly erupted with the strength of the 4th order Mingi realm and punched Yi Qingning straight in the abdomen. Bang! The bang! Yi Qingning was ruthlessly sent flying and fell to the ground, spitting blood furiously from her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected Lin Tianhu to dare to make a move on her. Kobayashi Kenshin stepped in front of his mother, crying bitterly and begging his father not to hurt her. Did you think I would let you go back to the Yi family to bring help? Lin Tianhu whirled around and drew his longsword, picking off Yi Qingning's tendons and hamstrings. Finally, he stomped on Yi Qingning's back, the pleasure of revenge in his eyes. Want to run? No way. I'll tell you, since you've entered the door of my Lin family, even if you die, you'll have to die in my Lin family. Lin Tianhu shouted angrily to the side family member. Escort the lady into the east room, and do not set foot outside without my order. Yes. The houseguests led the order and escorted the severely injured Yi Qingning into the east room. Little Lin Xianchen witnessed the whole thing, and since that day, his hatred for Lin Tianhu and the Lin family had grown stronger. After Yi Qingning was imprisoned in the east room, no one was allowed to visit her, not even Lin Xianchen, and the only person who brought her food daily was the family servant Zhou Dashan, until one day, Yi Qingning finally couldn't stand it and chose to hang herself. The day his mother committed suicide, Lin Xianchen hid outside the window. He did not make a sound, nor did he ask anyone to save her. Up to 5 years of seclusion so that Yi Qingning eye sunken, figure as withered, no longer have the old style. There is only endless sadness and despair. Knowing that his mother had lost her desire for life and wanted relief, he hid under the windowsill and cried silently, tears pouring out like a dike. He hated the Lin family, he hated the Yi family, and he hated the man with the word Lin in his name. He was incredibly certain that such a person existed, because what came out of Yi Qingning's mouth before she died was, Shao Linzi, I don't hate you anymore. He ended up crying under the windowsill and was not found until the next day. Shortly afterward, the new matriarch of the Lin family came to power, and he was kicked out of the Lin family, and had to rely on the family servant, Zhou Dashan, for his life, until one day, he stumbled upon an ancient scroll that contained an evil summoning method using his body as a sacrifice. Moze sighed heavily after browsing through all of Lin Xuanshen's memories. AI. How tragic. The Avengers have got to plan for this. This Lin family is alright. Although Lin Tianhu has the strength of the 5th order Chao Yuan realm, he is not even considered a heavenly pride. When he breaks through to the 5th order Chao Yuan realm, he should be able to easily wipe out the Lin family. The Yi family was a bit of a problem. As the top family of the Great Li Empire, they also held the 3rd grade chi point of the chi of departing fire. There were countless experts in the clan, and there was even an existence at the 6th stage of the God refining realm. Then, let's wait until our cultivation has risen to the God refining realm, or the 7th order cave realm before destroying the Yi family. The last thing is this little forest. Find him and finish him off. After exiting the Sea of Consciousness, Moze also understood the reason why he didn't break through to the 2nd order chi transformation realm. Because he was originally a special chi that had fused various gases from his previous life. He had been cultivating himself all along, and these marsh gases or hydrogen gases are just a part of him. If his origin wants to grow, he still has to cultivate all those gases from his previous life before he can do so. At the same time, if he wanted to truly break through to the 2nd stage chi transformation realm, he would have to still cultivate the chi of this world in order to do so. After understanding all this, then it's okay. Anyway, the oxygen was refined out. So Moze just refined it into his body, by the way. He then proceeded to feel the properties of hydrogen and oxygen. Chapter 62, Who is Kobayashi? Hydrogen, light white in color after refining. Property I, can burn to produce a high temperature flame. Attribute 2, can make the body lighter to enhance speed. Attribute 3, flyable. Oxygen, light blue color after refining. Attribute 1, can be used as a catalyst to assist combustion and raise the flame temperature. Attribute 2, can oxidize everything. Attribute 3, has a certain effect of quenching the physical body. Awesome. Hydrogen, in particular, could actually increase speed in flight, realizing that one had to reach the 4th order Mingyi realm to fly. Who else can catch me if I go picking at widows' doors after this? Of course oxygen is great too, especially for smiths. It's excellent auxiliary chi. Yuanqing Academy. Sword Pavilion. Moze, why do you have time to come to my sword pavilion today? Looking at Moze in front of him, Pavilion Master Ren warmly poured him a cup of tea. Pavilion Master Ren, I'm at the peak of the 9th level of chi cultivation, and the Xianuang Tower's side is full, so I want to break through the chi transformation realm by practicing my sword chi into my body first. With his status as the Vice Dean's personal disciple who also doubled as the Swamp Chi Pavilion's Pavilion Master, as long as he had enough credits, he could apply to train in any chi cave at any time. Of course, the premise is that there is a position. You cannot others to cultivate half. You put others people to drive out is not. Pavilion Master Ren frowned slightly. In that case, you didn't say so earlier. The Sword Pavilion doesn't have a spot right now either. And the earliest we can get a spot is when the next semester starts. Ah, Moze's face showed a helpless look. The position of the 3rd grade chi cave is very tight. You usually have to book half a year in advance, or even a year in advance to be able to do so. Tell you what, I'll register you first and let you know as soon as a spot opens up. Then thank you. Pavilion Master Ren. Moze respectfully bowed. Why are you still polite with me? According to seniority you are still my senior brother? Pavilion Master Ren patted Moze's shoulder with a look of being a member of his own family. Suddenly Moze had a bright idea and asked, Pavilion Master Ren, I heard that you have pursued Yi Qingning before, right? Shoo, keep your voice down. Pavilion Master Rin got up in a hurry and closed the office door behind him with a look of a thief. If anyone hears it, it will not be good if it reaches your teacher whose ears. He knew that Moze was wanting to be inquiring about his mother, so he said with a serious face, I was madly pursuing Yi Qingning for a period of time back then. Which aspect of the matter do you want to know about? How crazy? Anyway, it's just crazy. You didn't just want to ask that. Moze laughed and said with embarrassment, no, what I want to ask is, do you know if you know which of those who pursued Yi Qingning back then had the word Lin inside their names? Lin Tianhu. This dead-licking dog. Among this crowd of suitors, he is the one who can lick the most and has the least bottom line. I didn't expect that in the end. He really got the beauty back. Pavilion Master Rin very unwillingly drank his cup of tea in one go. Moze was speechless, shook his head and continued, then besides Lin Tianhu, is there anyone else with the word Lin in their name? Pavilion Master Rin thought for a moment and said firmly, no. So sure. Moze was a bit unconvinced and continued to ask, Yuanxing Academy doesn't have any. Then is there any over at Bianjing Xianyu Academy? Pavilion Master Rin gave him a blank look, and no. I'm sure. No way. Pavilion Master Ren, how can you be so sure? Pavilion Master Rin stood up and looked out the window, and after a moment of contemplation, he explained, back then, when Yi Qingning came to Yuanxing Academy to be an exchange student, I fell in love with her at first sight, and then launched a passionate pursuit of her. However, she has always been nonchalant towards me. Then she returned to Xianyu Academy after her one-year exchange student time was over, and I applied to the academy to go to Xianyu Academy as an exchange student as well in order to be with her. In the course of pursuing her, we suitors not only investigated each other's rivals to the hilt, but also checked out anyone of the same sex and the opposite sex with whom she had come into contact. So it's clear to me that there's no one with the word Lin in their name that you're talking about. Okay, little Lindsay, you're hiding very well. Let's see how I'm going to find you out. And I have a feeling there's a big melon here. Alright, I understand. Thank you Pavilion Master Rin. Moze arched his hand and thanked Pavilion Master Rin. You're going to such great lengths to find such a person with the word Lin in his name. Is there something else going on with Yi Qingning's death? Pavilion Master Rin asked with a curious expression. Mauser smiled awkwardly, maybe. Then if you find out anything, you must tell me. Yi Qingning is at least my goddess. If she really has any grievances, I won't sit idly by. Pavilion Master Rin said with a serious face. Mose hammed and hawed and joked, I see. The white moonlight is always so memorable. Roll, you brat. Time flies, and soon the semester will soon come to an end, and the cadets will have their all-important end-of-grade exams. From this point on, the assessment was divided into 3 parts, which were cultural achievement, cultivation level, and battle strength assessment. Under Moze's leadership, no one in the yellow grade 5 class dared to not listen carefully in class except Rin Changchang, and they went to the evening study hall almost every day. So cultural scores, first in the class. At the same time, everyone's cultivation level had risen very high under the massive supply of resources, and now the worst of them had a cultivation level of the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage, and both Rin Changchang and Moze had broken through to the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. That's why the cultivation level test is number 1 for the whole year. Since all of the 5 elements of the yellow level were experts in the Heaven's Pride ranking, they didn't need to go to the ring to compete. Just wait for the other students to decide the top 100 to challenge them. 2 days later, Yuanxing Academy Playground. The top 100 cadets of the ring match had already been selected, and at this moment, they were all eyeing, one by one, the cadets in the bottom 50 of the Heaven's Pride ranking. As for the top 50, I'm sorry, but so far no one has had the guts to dare face that nasty swamp gas. At this time a teacher surnamedly came up to the stage and said seriously, in order for everyone to better demonstrate their strength, the use of items other than one's own strength is prohibited in this first year end of term Heaven's Pride challenge, especially swamp gas bombs, and this rule has been in effect since today. After saying that, he also blared viciously at the yellow grade class 5 trainee. There was a moment of silence on stage, followed by a loud cheer. Goodness, academy teacher, finally open your eyes. Being stepped on by this bunch of yellow grade 5 trash for a semester. Today you can finally get your revenge. Yellow level class 5 scum, tremble. I'll take your name if I don't beat the poop out of you. Fong, do you hear me? I finally have a chance to avenge the love between us. For a moment, countless trainees looked at everyone in yellow grade class 5 with a cruel bloodthirsty light in their eyes. Of course, there were 2 exceptions. That was Moze and Rin Changchang. These trainees were very self-aware and understood which people they could not afford to mess with. As for why everyone hated the yellow grade 5 people so much, Ren Changchang had to take the blame for this. Chapter 63, First in Grade. It turned out that ever since Mose had easily forfeited more than 30,000 credits from those cadets who had violated the academy's discipline in his capacity as the school discipline team, Ren Chengcheng suddenly came to the realization that earning credits was so simple. So after she and Zhao Shanfan were recruited by Director Huang to become the school discipline team, she led all the yellow grade 5 classes to search around for cadets who violated school discipline, absenteeism, tardiness, gambling, love affairs, and so on. But whenever it fell into her hands, the Iron Rooster had to be stripped of a layer of skin. The most damaging one was still this kid Li Kai, who even abetted Ren Changchang to find a few pretty girlfriends, and then showed off in front of these first-year male trainees, browbeating them. These hot-blooded youths, where they can withstand this test, have fallen in love. Then, Ren Changchang would then bring the yellow grade 5 trainees out to catch the adulterers, and of course the credits that were forfeited to those female trainees would be returned to them in the end. As for those male trainees, after learning the truth, they said that they would never believe in love again in this life. Since then, Ren Chengcheng's image of a goddess in the hearts of the trainees directly transformed into a great demon, with a status second only to the god Mose after him, with the teacher on the stage announcing loudly, "First Year Heaven's Pride Ranking Challenge officially begins." 100 trainees were excited to challenge the yellow level class 5 trainees. On ring number 3, a student at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage excitedly jumped onto the stage, his eyes filled with endless fury. "Zhao Shanfan, you despicable and shameless person. My sister Ah Zhao and I are so in love with each other, and you even forcefully broke us apart. Today I will beat you to the point of not knowing my own mother as a tribute to my lost love." Zhao Shanfan smiled bashfully. The class president said that color is empty. You have to be empty before you have the heart to cultivate. You should be thanking us. I thank your mom. Go to hell. After saying this, the cadet lifted the sledgehammer in his hand and with monstrous fury, he smashed it towards Zhao Shanfan. Impolite. The referee teacher hasn't even called for the start yet. Saying that, Zhao Shanfan directly drew his own long sword of the middle yellow rank and chopped out an earth yuan chi blade astral. Boom! There was a loud bang. Zhao Shanfan exuded a strong earth elemental chi all over his body, and with a cultivation of the peak of the 8th level of chi refining, he stood still. This challenger, on the other hand, was directly shaken back 5 steps. Impossible. How could you be so strong? This challenger had an unbelievable look on his face. Zhao Shanfan had a proud face. I was originally so strong. Impossible. If you're so strong, how could you have been assigned to the yellow grade 5 class? Humph. The recognized number 1 and number 2 in the grade are both in our yellow grade 5 class. How dare you look down on us? After saying that, he lifted the large sword in his hand and charged forward. After a fierce fight, this challenger, who had been beaten to a pig's head, cried out miserably, "Stop fighting. I admit defeat." Zhao Shanfan has successfully defended the ring and will not accept challenges after half an hour. As the referee teacher shouted, the first challenge ended. This challenger miserably sat on the stage and cried. The crowd of trainees under the stage looked at a female trainee called Qin Zhao in unison. "What are you looking at me for? I don't know him," Qin Zhao roared with a red face. Then several other rings began to fight, and everyone realized that yellow grade class 5 seemed to be different from what they remembered. One by one, their cultivation level was even higher than those of them in the heavenly class. Looking at the others who had their own opponents, Ren Chengcheng and Mose had envious looks on their eyes. There was no way. No one dared to challenge the two of them. Even the strongest person in the heavenly rank class 1, Feng Tianchen, was well behaved like a grandson in front of the two of them. Soon the challengers were explained, and in the end, 2/3 of the yellow grade class 5 remained on the Heaven's Pride ranking, only that the rankings had changed quite a bit, and were no longer clear of the top 50. As for Zhao Shanfan, who was in 3rd place, although his strength had improved greatly, he still lost to Feng Tianchen, who possessed the 3rd grade of empty brightness chi, and eventually dropped to 4th place. However, overall the yellow grade class 5's battle power assessment was far ahead of the other classes, and once again won 1st place. So far, yellow grade 5 has become the top of the grade with the 1st place in 3 examinations, beating out all the 1st grade classes. Yuanqing Academy, Dean's Office. Dean Yao angrily threw the report card in the faces of the 5 heavenly class counselors. "Shame on you. Strange shame. Since the founding of the school, the number 1 grade has never been a heavenly class. When did you let a yellow class and piss in front of you?" The 5 counselors' faces were gloomy and they bowed their heads. They also couldn't figure out how those trash they looked down on. How did their strength improve so fast? "I'm telling you, if you don't take back the honor of being number 1 in your grade next year, all your benefits will be cut in half." Dean Yao huffed and glared angrily at everyone present. At this point a chubby figure in the corner just couldn't help himself and raised his hand in a timid voice. "Dean, am I going to get out?" All the teachers looked at him with an odd look on their faces. Dean Yao looked puzzled and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Next to him, Teacher Wang of the Heaven Grade Class 1, coughed awkwardly. "This is Teacher Lu, the counselor of the Yellow Grade Class 5. "Oh." Dean Yao nodded, looking at Counselor Lu and sizing him up carefully. "Then why are you here?" Lu Counselor had a black line on his face and just wanted to speak. The Teacher Wang on the side once again said awkwardly, "Dean, this Teacher Lu is also one of our people. The first year is only the second class of the Earth class, the fourth class, and the first class of the Yellow class, which are the Vice Dean's people." "Ah, yes?" Dean Yao looked at the other teachers in surprise. The other teachers nodded in unison before bowing their heads in shame once again. This Teacher Lu's cultivation level was low and his talent was not good. His presence in the Dean's camp was very low, so Dean Yao did not recognize him. "Then you're a talented person. Tell me properly how you made the Yellow Grade 5 class's strength improve greatly." Dean Yao's eyes flashed with excitement. This teaching trainees had always been his hard problem. Teacher Lu smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I didn't care about anything. It was all the result of the trainees' own efforts. They took the initiative to go to the evening study every night under the leadership of the class leader." Listen, how do people teach their students? Besides the normal classes, they also know how to go to the evening self-study. Unlike the cadets taught by certain classes, who just know how to fall in love all day long. Saying that, he also glared at the Heavenly Class 3 counselor. "That's a good habit to get into for evening study. So give notice that next year, all classes up to 4th grade will be required to give me evening study." "Yes." All the teachers nodded their heads. "That's it for now then. Mr. Lu, you stay. The rest go down first." Chapter 64, Laughing Gas and Light Gas. After all the teachers left, Dean Yao asked Mr. Lu with a sincere face to teach the students the unique method. "Dean, there really isn't any unique method. This is all due to Mo's. I really didn't do anything." "Mr. Lu, as a teacher, you should be dedicated and publish your methods for fun in order to benefit more students. He's got a lot of talent. I'll give him that. But you're the one who made the whole class improve so much. I told you that hypocrite Ren Tianqing, how could he have placed his own daughter in the Yellow Grade 5 class? So he already knew that you had a hand in it." Teacher Lu cried and laughed. "Dean, I'm really just a very ordinary teacher. I don't have any unique teaching methods." Dean Yao sipped a cup of tea and sighed. "AI. Mr. Lu, I found that this ideological awareness really needs to be improved. Did you know that the Tianyu Sacred Academy has approved our Yuanqing Academy's application to be elevated to a first-class academy? And once the conditions are met, when the time comes, after becoming a first-class college, if the teaching level is still like this, won't it be a joke to people? Moreover, after becoming a first-class academy, the Holy Academy is going to grant us a second-grade chi cave, and at that time, all of you teachers can have a chance to break through to the 6th stage God-refining realm." When he heard about the second-grade chi points, Mr. Lu's eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement, but he really didn't have any unique skills. But looking at how the dean looked, if he didn't say something today, I guess it wasn't that easy to let him leave. "Dean, I really don't have any unique methods, so if you must hear them, then I'll talk about some of my teaching tips. Mr. Lu, as you can speak freely, I'm all ears," said Dean Yao, taking out a notebook and pen from the drawer. Looking at this serious look on Dean's face, Mr. Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement in his heart. "This teaching trainee, I think we must teach according to the talent. Each trainee's talent is different. We must be good at discovering each trainee's flashpoint and specialty, and at the same time release each trainee's nature." The two of them exchanged information until late at night, and Dean Yao looked at the more than 30,000 words of teaching tips that he had sprawlingly recorded, and said with incomparable admiration, "Mr. Lu is worthy of being the mainstay of the academy. If the academy had more teachers like you, why worry about not prospering? Don't worry. From today onwards, your benefits will be doubled. And I've also granted you a special grant of 100,000 credits as, this time, a reward for leading Yellow Grade Class 5 to become number 1 in the grade." Teacher Lu was overjoyed and sheepishly bowed respectfully to the dean. "Many thanks, Dean." As for the 30,000 odd words of insights, some of them are indeed his years of teaching experience, while others are completely made up. After Mr. Lu left, Dean Yao looked at the teaching experience in his hand as if it was a treasure, while muttering to himself, "One day, I will definitely become an excellent teacher admired by all." With the great competition coming to an end and the cadets going home in various ways, this winter vacation, Mose was not on an off-campus mission with the cadets. After all, everyone hasn't been home for a year, and you always want to go home and get together with your family for New Year's Eve. Instead, Mose's arrangement was that he wanted to practice the 2 chi from his previous life again, which were laughing gas, N2O, and light gas, Kosai 2. Laughing gas has a very strong psychedelic and narcotic effect, and was often used by drug dealers in previous generations to make drugs. Phosgene, on the other hand, is highly toxic and was used as a kind of biohazard in World War II in his previous life, and was eventually banned by the United Nations because it was too brutal and too lethal. If he could successfully cultivate these two channels of qi, then his strength would definitely increase dramatically. The main material used to refine laughing gas is ammonium nitrate, and ammonium salt, and sulfuric acid is needed to refine phosgene. Both of these two materials, Moze had already found them through the Tianxing auction house, and had already started to build a refining factory. He was now Vice President Peng's personal disciple and He Ilian's boyfriend, so naturally the He family did their best to fulfill his request. As the saying goes, fear no good deed, fear no good man. Just when everything was going according to his plan, Ren Changcheng came to his house. Moze, I've picked up an off-campus mission. It's simple and has a great reward. Let's go together. No go. I've been busy lately. The reward for this quest can be 20,000 credits, and all you need to do is to go and kill a Qi Transformation Realm Academy traitor, which was carefully chosen for me by my father. Oh, all the more reason for me not to go. Moze scoffed. Last time Pavilion Master Rin said that he personally picked the simplest task for them. As a result, he almost didn't get caught in the demon realm to be used as a male pet for someone. If we go again this time, then we shall not be taken to the demon world to be eunuchs. Aren't you a brother? Not even helping with this favor. Ren Changcheng said angrily. Chang, as the strongest second generation in the academy, what do you need so many credits for? And you've already rated all the first year cadets. It's not enough? Moze looked at her with a puzzled expression. Ren Changcheng helplessly glanced at him. It's all because of you. I have to cultivate marsh qi for my second Dao qi. What a big deal. Based on our relationship, I'll waive the 100,000 credits for this entry into the swamp. Well, go back and spend some time with your parents. I'm still busy. After saying that, Murasame made a gesture of invitation with his divine hand. Ren Changcheng thumped him and said angrily, you don't want the credits. That scruffy old demon woman does. Can't you make it easier to make a methane gas? I can't believe you have to use some kind of soul weapon to maximize your power. And that old hag is the only one who can make it in our academy. It's not like you don't know what kind of relationship my father has with her. She's going to rip us off hard this time. How much is the asking price? Master Kegaku? Pavilion Master Chi was the mainstay of the Dean's faction, and Pavilion Master Ren was naturally on the same page. And it was said that when Pavilion Master Chi entered the Sword Pavilion to cultivate Sword Chi back in the day, he was given a good hard time by Pavilion Master Ren. That old hag is actually asking for 5 million credits. How daring to ask. I wish that she fails in her breakthrough to break through the 5th Order Chaoyuan realm this time, and directly dies in the Dao. Ren Changcheng said angrily with righteous indignation. A cold sweat broke out on Moze's forehead. Otherwise, you can refine the other third-grade Qi first, and this marsh Qi will be refined when I'm able to refine soul artifacts. No way. Ren Changcheng glared at him viciously. This marsh gas has become my heart's demon. I must use it to advance to the second stage of the Qi transformation realm, and then defeat you fair and square. Then she turned her words around and pleaded, if you really want to help me, go on the quest with me. No, big sister. 5 million credits. Even if all of this mission reward is given to you, it's still a drop in the bucket. Give it up. Chapter 65, the third or the fourth. I'll ask Master Ancestor to come out, and by then that old hag will surely sell her face and offer a discount. And with some help from my parents, it should be no problem. Then Ren Changcheng glanced at Moze again and said meaningfully, I know you have a disciple named Shanxing Shang, right? He should be joining the academy this year as well. At that time, if he wants to cultivate sword qi, I'll ask my dad to give him a backdoor. Moze touched his nose. Alright, I'll accompany you then. Now that the two factories were on track, those workers just did as he said, and by the time he came back, this laughing gas and light gas should have been collected almost as well. The goal of this mission is to hunt down a second-year cadet trader named Lord Maya. Ma Jiajue was the scion of a small family in Bin City, cultivating 5th grade hostile qi and 4th grade hurricane true qi, with his cultivation at around the 3rd level of the second stage qi transformation realm. It all started when Ma Jiajue's girlfriend was pried away by a trainee named Wu Xiaofan. He returned to his dormitory sadly only to be mocked mercilessly by his fellow trainees. Those who practiced hostility were already prone to paranoia. So at night, after everyone was asleep, he grabbed his weapon, a sledgehammer, and just smashed 2 of his roommates who were laughing at him to death, then hid their bodies in the closet. And the last roommate, who escaped because he was still on good terms with and had brought him food, was knocked out tied hand and foot, gagged, and locked in the closet as well. Then he asked out that Wu Xiaofan who had robbed his girlfriend, and also beat him to death and hid him in the flower beds of the academy, and then fled out of Ling'an City in the middle of the night and fled in the direction of northwestern Binchang. By the time the academy school discipline team found the student hiding in the closet, it was 2 days later. The impact of this matter was extremely bad, and Director Juan was about to send members of the senior school discipline team to go after them on the spot, but was stopped by Pavilion Master Ren, saying that he wanted to give this task to Ren Chengcheng to practice. After looking at the introduction of the mission, Mo shook his head repeatedly. See, this is what happens when you don't study hard and fall in love. After the matter was exposed, the Ma family in Bingcheng severed all relations with Ma Jiajuad at the first opportunity. But that being said, who knows if they will harbor Lord Maya? Don't be afraid. The Ma family in Bin City only has 1/3 order 3 flower realm family head, and just in case, my father has hidden 3 sword chi in my body, each of which is enough to kill all 3 flower realm experts in seconds. If this Ma family master is insensitive, I don't mind making their Ma family disappear in Bing City. After saying that, Ren Chengcheng's eyes were full of smugness. Since you're already so well prepared, what do you need me for? Mose was speechless. Ren Chengcheng smiled awkwardly. This is not afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the eventuality. After all, Bin City is too far away. In case there are any emergencies, there are you. I feel a little more at ease. After all, you are the one who was taken down as 7th Order Demon King, located on the border of the Great Li Empire. Bin City was a military fortress that was often at war with the Great Qian empires. After preparing everything, Moze and Ren Chengcheng drove the carriage and headed towards Bin City. At 70 mph, the mood is freewheeling. Moze leisurely drove the carriage and sped along the official road. The trees on both sides swept back like flying. The sweeping breeze put him in a happy mood and he couldn't help but sing songs from his previous life. Don't sing. Let me take a nap, okay? Your voice. It's just spoiling the song. Ren Chengcheng's lazy voice came from inside the car. Big sister. You're resting in the car and I'm driving outside. And you still have the nerve to make demands. Moze said indignantly. Phew. Mose hastily braked the carriage. Mose, what are you doing? Want to commit murder? The carriage suddenly braked. Ren Chengcheng was almost not thrown out by this sudden inertia. What's the noise? The front is collapsing. Moze looked at the official road in front of him. It had been completely blocked by the collapsing mud on the hillside. And the rocks. His heart couldn't help but feel annoyed for a while. Ren Chengcheng drilled out of the car, looked to the situation in front of him, and said in a depressed voice, is there any other road? Mo shook his head. There were big mountains on both sides. If he went around the road, it would take at least 10 more days of traveling, and it was deserted all around. If they had to rely on the two of them to clear the road, it would probably take at least 3 days, and they would be half dead from exhaustion. At this time from the back came 7 big men from afar. Moze was overjoyed and rushed to call for help. The 7 big men heard them call and quickly ran over. One of them leading the way looked at Moze and their extraordinary clothes and said respectfully, this young master, have you encountered any difficulties? There's a landslide in front of us. We can't get our wagons across. Can I trouble you guys to help clear the road together? I can pay you guys for that. Moze said in embarrassment. The road ahead could not be crossed immediately, but one could cross it on foot. This was still quite a distance from Bin City, and if he left the carriage behind, then the journey would inevitably be delayed behind him as well. The big man in the lead glanced ahead, then said to the people behind him, brothers, the road ahead is collapsing. Let's help clear it together. At the same time, he smiled at Moze and said, they are all the people of Dili, so the payment is not necessary. With that, he greeted the other 6 men and began to clear the road of rocks and dirt. Good people. It was as if there was an aura about these 7 people that he was familiar with, and he walked over to help along, while saying to the big man in the lead, big brother, if I'm not mistaken, you should be soldiers. The big man laughed, yes, we are all soldiers of the Bingcheng Tiger Whistle Battalion. Sure enough, each of these soldiers was of extraordinary valor and high moral character, and although they were also surprised by Ren Chengcheng's beauty, each of them had clear eyes without the slightest hint of lust. It seems that the commander of the garrison in this Bin city should be a good official. With the help of these soldiers, the road was cleared after half a day. Moze took out some silver bills from and distributed them to the soldiers, but they refused to take them no matter what, so all that could be done was to take out water and dry food and share it with everyone. Seeing Moze change something out of thin air, that leading soldier's eyes were filled with respect. Little brother is a chi refiner, right? Moze nodded his head, yes, my name is Moze. Her name is Ren Chengcheng. We are cadets of Yuan Xing Academy. This time we are going to Bing City to have something to deal with. This is a soldier who smiled enviously and naively. We are all soldiers under General Zhao of Binchang, and we are also all from the same village. And this time, when we finished visiting our relatives, we returned to the barracks together as a group. I was nicknamed Zhou Laosan by everyone because I was the 3rd oldest in my family. After all, people have just helped him. This directly call people nicknames that much less polite. So Mose asked seriously, then what's your real name? Big Brother Joe? Joe Louse and Hamden Hod. My real name is Joe Lousy. Chapter 66 Spies. Ren Chang Chang, who was on the side, snorted and joked. Your father specified that he's hiding something from you. Joe Lauscher shook his head nervously. Impossible. My dad and I are like father and son. There wouldn't be anything he would hide from me. So there's something your mom's not telling you? Ren Chang Chang wanted to say something else, but was glared back by a look from Mose. Brother Joe, we are also going to Bing City, so why don't we just go together? Our carriage is big enough anyway. Mose had a very good impression of these soldiers, and it was as if he saw the shadow of the Liberation Army in his previous life in them. Joe Lauscher hesitated and said, or not, we are all big old men. We are afraid of dirtying your carriage. Brother Joe, it's fine. I don't mind even if I'm a girl. What else do you guys mind? Besides, once you guys are gone, you can still help me drive so that we can relax quite a bit as well. Ren Cheng Cheng said bashfully. She also had a great affection for these honest and righteous soldiers. Seeing that Mose and Ren Cheng Cheng duo were so enthusiastic, these 7 soldiers ended up getting into their carriage. In order to get to Bing City quickly, Mose specially bought a carriage pulled by 3 fine steeds, and the carriage was also very large, so that 3 people could sit in the front, and it was not crowded even if 6 people sat in the carriage. With these 7 people, Moses' journey became a lot more lively for them, and at the same time, he also learned a lot of information about Bin City from these soldiers. Since the Dacian Empire often sent soldiers over to cause nuisance, all political affairs in Bin City were directly under military control. The marshal of the Bing City Border Defense Force was called Chi Chang, a 4th-ranked Mingyu realm powerhouse who had graduated from the Xianyu Academy. It was also with Marshal Chi sitting in the town that Bin City was able to survive the many attacks of the enemy for so many years unscathed. At the same time, this Marshal Chi ruled the army very strictly, and the soldiers under his command never harassed the people, so his prestige in this Bin City is also very high. He is a great hero in the hearts of the common people, and he is also the one who manages almost all the things in this Bin City. Does the Dacian Empire often come to commit crimes? Mose couldn't help but ask in confusion. Joe Lauscher laughed. Often. It's almost like a small battle in 5 days and a big battle in 10 days. But we have Marshal Chi sitting at the helm, and they haven't once breached our Bing City. So are they all coming to attack us? Why yes. Marshal Chi is no wimp, and we often go over to attack their human cities. And was it ever shot down? Joe Lauscher shook his head and said awkwardly, no. The opposite side's commander is called Koming, and he seems to be a formidable person as well. And we've also broken the other side city all at once. Then what's the point of you guys fighting like this? Giving each other heads? Mose was speechless for a while. How can you say that? They killed so many of our comrades. How can we not take revenge? Joe Lauscher growled with an angry face. And do you suffer a lot of casualties in each battle? At these words, the 7 soldiers fell silent in unison, all with a sad demeanor. Eventually Joe Lauscher nodded his head gruffly. The battle losses on both sides are almost always above 50% in every battle. Ren Cheng Cheng and Mose sucked in a breath of cold air in unison, and an incredulous look flashed in their eyes. After so many years of fighting, the 2 sides are just like playing house. There is no result at all, but the casualties are so high, so the hatred between the 2 sides will only get heavier and heavier if it goes on like this. Mose was keenly aware that there should be something wrong here. Seeing the silence of the Mose duo, Joe Lauscher grinned and said without a care in the world, to be wrapped in horse leather is the highest honor of our soldiers. As long as the hundreds of millions of family members behind us are fine, we will never take half a step back even if we are broken to pieces. Right. Never take half a step back. The other 6 soldiers chimed in. Looking at the 7 soldiers with this look of bravado, Moses' eyes couldn't help but get a little moist. In his previous life, he had also heard of a group of people who, in order to protect the hundreds of millions of family members behind them, had been burned by fire and frozen by severe cold, and had never retreated a step. You are the pride of the great Li Empire. Joe Lauscher hemmed and hawed, his old face slightly reddened by Mose's boast. Suddenly his tone changed. This brother Mo, does your Yuanqing Academy have a preschool class right? Mose nodded. Yes, there is a preschool. 16, 7-year-olds, paying 1 million taels of silver, can study there for a year. If you succeed in practicing Qi, you can be directly enrolled and become a student of the Yuanqing Academy. Joe Lauscher did some calculations. Brother Mo, I am now a captain and have made a lot of military achievements over the years. If I were unfortunate enough to die, the pension and some of my savings combined should be enough for 1 million taels of silver. By the time my daughter turns 16, I'll let her go to Yuanqing Academy to attend preschool. So if you have the chance to meet her in the future, please take care of her. Joe Lauscher's biggest wish in his life was to get his daughter out of her status as a poor peasant. If her daughter could become a chi refiner, that would be a more honorable existence than the average minor nobles. Brother Zhou, what sacrifice or not? Don't talk nonsense, you're female to age. Let her directly come to Yuanqing Academy to find me. I personally accept her as a disciple. Moze patted his chest and assured, really? My daughter Zhou Xiaoyu will turn 16 next year. Then let her come to me directly. My name is Moze. I'm very famous in Yuanqing Academy. Then thank you, brother Moze. With that, he gave a big salute to Moze. The fun was always short-lived, and between the gossip of the crowd, they soon arrived at the destination of the trip, the city of Bin. Since Zhou Laoshi and the others needed to go back to the barracks, they were separated from them at the city gates. Before leaving, Zhou Laoshi also greeted the guards at the city gates, allowing them to enter the city without any problems. Bingcheng was under military control, so the identity check was very strict, which saved Moze and the others a lot of trouble. After entering Bin City, Moze and Ren Chang headed to find an inn and prepared to take a good rest. After all, after rushing for more than 10 days, it was really tiring. Just as he and Ren Chang were eating in the hall of the inn, suddenly a commotion came from the front. A dozen or so grey-robed men were besieging a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, and the people on both sides were at the chi refining stage of cultivation. And, while the fight was going on, it was coming this way. Originally, this kind of thing, Moze did not want to care. But Ren Chang was unable to see this kind of behavior of bullying the few with the many, only to see her get up and kick, directly kicking the black-clothed middle-aged man to the ground, and immediately numerous knives were placed on his neck. Gu, I thought that Mistress Ren would help the weak. I didn't realize that you are also a bully. Moze snickered from the side. You're sick. Those grey-clothed people are clearly the people of the Grey Battalion Guards of the Border Guard, and there's a high probability that this black-clothed person is a spy, Ren Chang said without surprise. Because of the relationship between Zhou Laoshi and the others, so they all had a good view of Bin Chang. At this time a leader of the Grey Battalion Guards came over, arching his hand and saying, many thanks to the girl for her help. This man is a great Qian spy. If he gets away, I don't know how many people will have to suffer. Chapter 67, I'm not Mauser. Ren Chengcheng arched his hand and returned the salute. All of them are subjects of the Great Li Empire. This is what we should do. The spy's face was ashen, and he glared viciously at Ren Chengcheng. Then he was taken away by the people from the Grey Camp Guards. After resting for the night, they headed towards the Ma family. They had received exact information that Ma Jiajue had been hiding in the Ma family after escaping from the academy. If the Ma family wanted to harbor it, then Ren Chengcheng would not hesitate and use the sword chi that Pavilion Master Ren had left inside her to kill the Ma family head. Then we'll find out about Lord Maya and destroy the Ma family in the process. This is the Ma family mansion. Are you going to knock on the door? Or am I going to? Moze looked at the mansion's vermilion-painted gate and said seriously, Humph, are you coming over to visit relatives? Still knocking on the door. Directly kick it open is not enough. After saying that, Ren Chengcheng had a frosty face and was about to prepare to lift her foot to kick the door. At that moment, with a creak, the door was opened and they only saw the head of the Ma family and Ma Jiajue leading a group of people, heavily armed and dead set on them. Moze surveyed. Indeed, there was only one third-order Three Flowers realm expert, the head of the Ma family, and the rest were some Qi practicing realm and a small number of Qi transformation realm Xiaokalemi. This pavilion master's intelligence was finally reliable for a while. Thinking of this, Moze secretly couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ma Jiajue, are you coming out to die yourself? Or are you going to drag your entire Ma family with you? Ren Chengcheng's eyes showed a cold light, exuding a strong murderous aura, as if she was a female god of war in the 9 heavens. Ren Chengcheng, this is Bing City. There is no room for your arrogance. Ma Jiajue was not vain at all. His face was filled with tyrannical aura. Then you're just going to resist. Ren Chengcheng let out a cold laugh and was ready to deliver a fatal blow, killing the Ma family head first. At that moment, a large gang of footsteps suddenly came from outside, and countless troops surrounded them from all directions. I knew it wasn't going to be that simple, Inkster said in his mind. A general riding a brown stallion and wearing silver armor slowly walked over with 4 third-ranked Three-Flower Realm lieutenants. You're that shameless Moze. The general stared at him with a fierce face and eyes full of cold light. The general is? Moze looked puzzled. This general laughed out loud. This general's name is Wang Tao. He's the cousin uncle of the 16th prince, Li Kan. You scourged the 16th prince so miserably at the Yuanqing Academy. I'm going to set you back today. Ha ha ha. There was also a sardonic laugh from Lord Majestic in the horsehouse. He had known for a long time that Moze and Ren Chengcheng were going to come over to hunt him down, so he contacted Wang Tao, the cousin of Emperor Li Kan, one of the 4 great generals of Bing City. After giving him a considerable amount of favor fees, He immediately agreed to help him get close to the duo of Moze and Rin Cheng. Moze's eyes stared, his brows furrowed, and he calmly said, General Wang, you're mistaken. I'm not Moze. Ma Jiajue laughed out loud, ha, ha ha, ha ha, you're not Moze. Are you trying to laugh me to death? Moze took a deep breath and saluted Wang Tao, General Wang. This Ma Jiaju lied to you. Moze didn't take this mission. I'm Feng Tianchen from the Feng family. This time, when we came out to hunt down Lord Maya, our Wind family elders are aware of it. Are you sure you want to offend our Wind family for the sake of a Lord Maya? In this world, there are no cameras, and there are generally two ways to leave an image of a person behind. One of them is to find a painter and draw the person's appearance. But this requires a high level of skill for the painter, and Mose remembers that no painter has ever drawn a portrait of him. The second is to use a shadow-retaining mirror to record the person's appearance and voice in full. But the shadow-retaining mirror is a yellow-grade high-level special treasure weapon, and he bets that this Wang Tao and Ma's family members do not have it in their hands. You're Feng Tianchen? Wang Tao had a disbelieving look on his face. Mose, do you think that you can impersonate Feng Tianchen just because no one here has seen you except me? Feng Tianchen cultivates the Feng clan's third-grade Xian air. Do you dare to bring out your stinky air for everyone to see? Ha ha ha, it's killing me with laughter. Ma Jiajue laughed out loud from the sidelines. Moze's expression remained unchanged, and a light white hydrogen gas appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The color of this hydrogen gas was very much like that of third-grade Xian Qi, and it had the same speed-enhancing ability, so he didn't believe that these Qi practitioners from small, remote towns would be able to tell the difference. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Lord Maya had an unbelievable expression like he had seen a ghost. Rin Cheng also had her mouth slightly open, trying her best to control her own shock. Wang Tao and the others also looked demented, as if they didn't know what to do. Moze said with a grave expression, General Wang, this Ma Jiajue is just trying to use your hand to fight against Yuanxing Academy. You should know that our Feng family is the top family in the Great Li Empire. Even if you don't think of yourself, you should think of the 16th prince. Is it necessary to offend our Wind family for such a Lord Maya who deceived you? Are you really Feng Tianchen? Wang Tao still felt that this Ma family didn't dare to deceive him. Mose ran his hydrogen in a circle on the ground, bringing out a trail of residual shadows. General Wang, I haven't even broken through the Qi transformation realm yet. Just this one Xian air. This can still be faked. And this Moses Qi is strangely stinky. He just can't imitate it even if he wanted to. Wang Tao nodded in silence. The Qi of a Qi practitioner could indeed not be imitated. On the side, Ma Jiajue anxiously shouted, General Wang, you have to believe me. He really is Moze. But all the people around him, including the Ma family head and the others, were all looking at him with suspicious eyes together. That ironclad fact was in front of him, and it clearly wasn't a case of not believing him. Moze's face faintly let out a breath and continued. This Rin Cheng over here everyone knows. Yuanxing Academy. The proud daughter of heaven I naturally know, Wang Tao said with a grave expression. The corner of Moze's mouth flicked up, revealing a contemptuous smile. But, did you know? She has another layer of identity. That of Vice President Peng's own granddaughter. Are you sure you want to risk offending a powerful person of the 6th stage god-refining realm to harbor a traitor of the Yuanxing Academy? When these words came out, not to mention Wang Tao, even the Ma family and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Nonsense! Rin Cheng is clearly the daughter of the Sword Pavilion Master, and has nothing to do with Vice Dean Peng at all. Ma Jiajue roared angrily from the side. Moze stood with his hands negatively with a proud look and laughed coldly, ignorant. You think that Ren Tianqing can sit steadily in the position of the Sword Pavilion's master without some background? He's actually Vice President Peng's illegitimate son. Only that very few people know about it. And it was only by chance that I heard about it from one of the elders in my family. You, disliked for a moment. Ma Jiajue pondered for a moment. Check. It was actually possible. At this time, although Ren Cheng's face was expressionless, but in reality, her heart had already turned over. Moze's look of certainty made her wonder if she was Vice President Peng's own granddaughter. Chapter 68, Visiting the Ma family at night. Actually, Pavilion Master Rin is also a son of a family. Only that his family was destroyed by his enemies at a very young age, so very few people know about his heel. Although he cultivated himself later and avenged himself, he rarely talked about his life with others. Ma Daqing, just how many other things are you hiding from me? Wang Tao's face was as heavy as water as he stared at the head of the Ma family, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. General Wang is unjustly accused. I only just learned of these things. Ma Daqing looked innocent. Father, General Wang, this person is really Mo's. You have to believe me. Ma Jiajue was so anxious that his blood was rushing up and his face was red. Shut up, you bastard. Lao Zi spent so much effort to send you to Yuanxing Academy. You don't study properly all day long. What the hell kind of relationship you have? And now you caused such a big deal and even dragged the family into it. Then he pleaded to Wang Tao, General Wang. My Ma family's generation is only Jiaju, a direct descendant of this level. Please also look at the fact that we have been deeply cooperating for so many years. You must help the Ma family. Wang Tao now no longer questioned Mo's identity. The Win family he did not want to offend, and he could not afford to mess with a sixth-order powerhouse. However, this Ma family and his involvement is extremely deep. He has a lot of handle are held in the hands of the other side. And just now the Ma family head of the words also vaguely threatening. He composed himself for a moment and said to the Mo's duo, Duke Feng, Miss Ren, I wonder if you can give me in the 16th prince face and let the Ma family off the hook. How about that? We can spare the Ma family, but Ma Jiajue's sins are so deep that he must die. Mo's eyes were firm with an undeniable expression. No way. General Wang, if Jiajue dies, our Ma family's direct lineage will be cut off. You have to help save our canine son, no matter what. From now on, the Ma family is willing to cede an additional 30% of its benefits to the general. The head of the Ma family was afraid that General Wang would hand over Ma Jiajue to Mo's to dispose of, so he hurriedly grabbed the opportunity to promise heavy benefits. The protagonist of this matter, on the other hand, was already anxiously jumping to the side. He's really Mo's. You guys mustn't give him the slip. Yet no one believes him anymore, not even his own father. Wang Tao coughed dryly and said with a grave expression, Duke Feng, this Bin city is after all under military control. You can't just kill people. I don't care about other places, but you can't touch the Ma family in Bin city. After saying that, he gave a wink to the soldiers behind him, and from the soldiers Chi raised the spears in his hands upwards and shouted, Kill! 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 Mo's face was white as frost. Good. I'll give General Wang and all the generals face. All of them won't make a move in this Bin city, but out of Bin city. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Duke Feng, we only care about Bin city. We don't care about other places. Seeing Mo's compromising, Wang Tao was also secretly relieved. He really didn't want to make too much of a mess with the Win family and the sixth order god refining powerhouse. Good. Then we will take our leave first. After saying this, he saluted General Wang and pulled Rin Chengcheng outside. The soldiers did not stop them, and they made way for the two of them. From behind him came Magatama's heartbreaking shouts, he's really Mo's. You can't let them go. Humph. General Wang glared at him viciously. This Ma Jiajue was such a ing asshole. For the sake of his own safety, he actually fooled himself into a firefight with the Win family and a sixth-order god refining realm powerhouse. It's really outrageous. Ma family head, the Yuan Xing Academy's people won't be here for long. As long as your Ma family members don't come out of Bin city during this period of time, when the next semester starts, you'll naturally be safe. Saying that, he glanced at Ma Jiajue and said disdainfully, it's just that your son's character. He needs to be disciplined properly, or else he'll cause more trouble sooner or later. Many thanks to General Wang. I'll be sure to discipline my canine son properly. Good wine and food have been prepared. Please General and all the generals enter and have a good drink. After saying that, the Ma family head respectfully made a gesture of please. It just so happens that I have something to say to you as well. With that, he led the general into the inner sanctum. He's really Mo's. You've all been fooled by him. At this point, Ma Jiajue was already in a state of madness. Someone come, give me to lock the young master into the study. Reflect properly, and not to come out for 3 months. Yes, young master, please, don't make it difficult for us. The four houseguests made a pleased gesture in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You group of you will regret it sooner or later. In the end, Ma Jiajue was still racked into the study by 4 houseguards. After Mo's brought Ren Chengcheng back to the inn, his calves were still trembling, and his back had long been drenched in sweat. So damn exciting, almost might have to be reborn again. Mo's, this time it's thanks to coming out with you, or else I'd be accounted for. Ren Chengcheng also had palpitations in her heart. Then she curiously continued to ask, am I really Vice President Peng's granddaughter? Mo's rolled his eyes. For this kind of question, you go ask your father. Why ask me? And please can you stop letting Pavilion Master Rin choose your quests for you in the future? I doubt he's washed his hands in 10,000 years. It's so damn smelly. Alright, stop talking. This General Wang is clearly trying to protect the Ma family. What should we do now? Mo's sneered, I just don't believe it. This Magatama has a third-order 3-flower realm powerhouse guarding him 24 hours a day. So let's find a chance to sneak into the Ma family and sneakily assassinate him. And then we'll run away immediately. The Ma family must have been heavily guarded during this period of time. It won't be that easy for us to sneak in. Mo smiled smugly, oh, I only have my ways. God is mysterious. By the way, when did you refine the second Chia? And why haven't you broken through to the chi transformation realm? Ren Chang was full of doubts. Where's the why? Are you the blue cat naughty 3,000 questions? Who is the blue cat? Is it naughty? In the evening, the stars are shining tonight, but there are also dark clouds. Mose stood on the roof of the inn dressed in black, his body agitated with hydrogen. In Ren Chang's shocked eyes, like a hydrogen balloon, it slowly rose high into the sky until it disappeared into the dark canopy. This time, when she came out with Mose, her three views were shattered with the fact that flying had always been the patent of Fourth Order Rui realm powerhouses. Since she couldn't figure it out, she wasn't thinking about it anymore, because at this point, even whether she was surnamed Pang or Rin, she was a bit confused. Vice President Pang has indeed been very kind to her since she was a child. High in the sky, Mo slowly flew over the Ma family mansion by using a dark cloud to cover him. Then he was in his storage ring, that took out a copper telescope and looked down. As a yellow-grade refiner, manufacturing a gadget like a telescope from a previous life was naturally easy to do. When he saw the situation inside the Ma family mansion, he was instantly enraged and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn! How dare they? Chapter 69, Seeking Help for Joe Lauscher. At this moment, inside the Ma family mansion, hundreds of men, women, and children were tied up and kneeling on the ground. These people were plainly dressed and were clearly the civilians of the city. Meanwhile, the countless officials and soldiers standing on both sides were holding sharp blades and staring murderously at the crowd of civilians. Above them, the Ma family head and Wang Tao were talking non-stop about something, while Wang Tao had a disgruntled expression on his face, and a dozen or so Ma family members, armed with long knives, were slaughtering those civilians like pigs and sheep. Bastards! How dare you slaughter civilians? Considering the difference in strength between himself and the other party, Mo still resisted the urge to go down and fight with the other party. Below, the gate of the Ma family mansion, Ma Dacheng had a bitter look on his face. General Wang, this used to be that you all only wanted 300. This now wants 500 all of a sudden. Where are we going to find you so many civilians? And with the strictness of the Bingqing management, it's not like you don't know about it. Humph, don't cry poor to me. This time no matter what, you have to gather 500 for me. General Wang, just be accommodating. We really have no choice. We can't just fill in with our Ma family. Saying this, Ma Dacheng took out a large handful of silver bills and handed them over. Hey, alright, first load all these corpses into the car for me, and I'll figure out the rest on my own. Wang Tao opened the pocket at the bosom of his coat, and Ma Dacheng wisely stuffed the silver ticket into his bosom. Then dozens of houseguests loaded all these corpses onto the carriage, and then the bloodstains on the ground were cleaned up and refreshed, as if nothing had just happened. After everything was ready, dozens of family members escorted the dozen or so carts loaded with corpses and slowly drove towards the city gates, and Mo stayed trailing in the air. With Wang Tao's army escorting them, the city gate guards did not check and directly gave them a free pass. After leaving the city, those Ma family servants drove those carriages loaded with corpses into a barracks, while Wang Tao led the army in another direction. Mose hesitated, still in the air following Wang Tao's army. He had to see what the beasts were up to. After the army had traveled for a while, they came to a village outside the city. It was late at night and the village was quiet. A large wolfhound snarled furiously at the army, as if trying to alert its master. A sharp arrow shot through and the barking stopped abruptly. The big wolf dog was directly nailed to the ground, and blood flowed all over the place, while its body was still struggling, as if it wanted to use its whole body strength to bark again. Then a group of generals, armed with sharp blades, rushed into the house and launched a merciless massacre. Animal. Merzel hid in the dark clouds above him, gritting his teeth in impotent rage, the brass binoculars in his hands, crunching as he pinched them. Wang Tao below seemed to sense something and looked up into the sky, only to see a darkness above. Nothing but a little star in the extreme distance, and a dark cloud. General, have you found anything? The adjutant at the side wondered. Wang Tao shook his head. I feel as if someone is staring at us. There isn't. There's nothing up there. Unless people are hiding in the clouds. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Those who could fly could only be Fourth Order mini-realm powerhouses. And if there were really such powerhouses, there would be no need to play hide and seek with them. It's getting late. Tell the soldiers to be quick on their hands and feet. If it gets light, it'll be troublesome if people see them. Wang Tao instructed the vice general. Aye, General. After a busy period of time, the soldiers packed more than 200 corpses on their horses and then rushed towards the barracks. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Mo flew towards the inn in the city. What? You said that Wang Tao, that scumbag, actually dared to slaughter the village. After listening to Mose's narration, Run Chung Cheng slammed the table to smithereens with a palm, his face filled with devouring killing intent. Tables. Let's go back to the academy immediately now. Report this matter to the academy, and ask strong people to come over for support. Mose shook his head. Calm down for a moment. Yuanxing Academy is a long way away. I don't know how many more changes will be born during this round trip, and since Wang Tao is from the Dai Li military system, it's not really a good idea for the academy to intervene. Then what do you say? We can't just leave these beasts alone, right? Ren Cheng was filled with rage and roared angrily. Mo smiled mysteriously. Since Wang Tao is a member of the military, let's leave it to their military to handle it. Do you remember Zhou Laoshi and the others? You're crazy. Zhou Laoshi and the few of them are just mortals. How can they possibly deal with Wang Tao, a third-order three-flower realm general? Ren Cheng looked at Mose as if he was looking at him. Mose gave her a blank stare. Zhou Laoshi and the others can't deal with it, but the Tiger's Warrior Battalion can. Besides, if the Tiger's Warrior Battalion can't do it, can't Marshal Qi do it? What do you mean? We'll stir this up. And judging from Marshal Qi-chan's style of governing the army, he should be a righteous man that, if he knew that his men were massacring civilians, he wouldn't have stood by and watched. And judging from the way Zhou Laoshi and the others are acting, I think their officer shouldn't be a bad guy either. And there should be no problem for him to introduce Marshal Qi to us. Hearing Mose finish, Ren Cheng nodded approvingly. Then they rushed towards the Tiger's Wuthering Battalion's compound. Before that, Zhou Laoshi had said to them that if they encountered any trouble in Bin City they could go to the Tiger's Wuthering Battalion to look for him. When Mose and his duo were almost close to the military camp, they just happened to see the large army of the Tiger Tsunami Battalion returning to the camp. Two soldiers stopped them and chided. Who are you? Military, wait. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Mose politely said, we are friends of Zhou Lao's surrounding lieutenants. We came over to look for him for something. Can you help inform us? Saying that, he sneaked a silver ticket over. The soldier directly shoved the silver ticket back and said seriously, we don't practice this in Tiger's Whistle Battalion. Put your silver ticket away. Mo smiled awkwardly and only managed to put the silver ticket away. Are you really friends of Captain Zhou? The soldier asked seriously. Mose quickly nodded his head. Thousands of things are true. We really have 100,000 urgent matters to find him. The two soldiers looked at each other, and one of them said, you two stand here and don't move, and I'll go and get through to you. After saying this, the soldier jogged towards the barracks. Looking at the spirit of this soldier was very different from that of Wang Tao's men. Mose knew that he had come to the right place this time. A moment later, the soldier brought Zhou Laoshi over. Brother Mose, it's really you. I didn't believe it just now when I heard the soldier inform me. Mose looked at Zhou Laoshi, whose face had wounds and was still sticky with blood, and asked suspiciously, did you defeat the battle? Zhou Laoshi laughed. I won the battle. This has just returned to the camp and I haven't had a chance to fix it yet. I've made you laugh. Mose looked at the countless soldiers, carrying a soldier-colored corpse into the barracks, and asked with an odd expression on his face, what are they? Zhou Laoshi explained with a saddened look on his face, although we won this time, it was a disastrous victory. The other side's battle losses amounted to 80% while our side also had 60%. Chapter 70, The Death of Lord Majestic. Then he looked at the corpses of those fallen soldiers and lamented, these are heroes. Naturally we can't leave them in the wild to be gripped and pecked at by wild dogs and eagles, so we'll move them back to be properly installed. Mose and Ren Cheng nodded approvingly and respectfully, gave a military salute to those fallen soldiers. The other soldiers on the side couldn't help but eyed them with praise. By the way, what is it that you've come to see me about, Brother Mose? After hearing Mose finish what Wang Tao had done, Zhou Laoshi was also on fire and furious. This Wang Tao is so bold. He dares to disobey Marshal Qi's military order and lay hands on ordinary people. I'll take you to see our General Zhao right now. Don't worry. General Zhao is a man of integrity and hates those evil people who violate military discipline. So he definitely won't sit back and do nothing. With Zhou Laoshi's introduction he soon met Zhao Dongxing, the general of the Tiger Tsunami Battalion. After listening to Mose's narration, Zhao Dongxing looked grave and asked with a gloomy face, are you sure about this? Mose said seriously, this matter is true. I saw it with my own eyes. General Zhao, if you don't believe me you can go with me to that village that was slaughtered to take a look. Zhao Dongxing nodded and said seriously, I believe you. Just this Wang Tao is the general of the Wolf Howling Battalion. And I'm equal in rank. And there are still 50,000 troops in my hands. I can't directly move him and so on, I understand? Student understands. So I want you to report this matter to Marshal Qi. I believe Marshal Qi will not forgive him lightly. After saying that, Mose respectfully saluted Zhao Dongxing. Good. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll take you all with me to meet Marshal Qi. After saying that, he let the people prepare the horses. A few moments later, 3 fast horses quickly went out from the barracks and ran furiously all the way towards the city lord's mansion. Along the way, those guards, looking at the steed's forehead on the Tiger Tsunami Battalion logo, no one dared to go forward to stop. After Marshal Qi beheaded the previous city lord on charges of corruption, the city lord's mansion was renamed the Marshal's Mansion. Since then, this city has also been without a city lord, and has been under the military control system of Marshal Qi. Zhao Dongxing brought the two of them, Moze, to the study of the Marshal's residence after the briefing, only to see the study, sitting a country face, eagle-nose all-righteous majestic middle-aged man. He is the Bingcheng 200,000 border guards of the Commander-in-Chief Qi Chang. Greetings Marshal Qi. Moze Ren Chang also saluted Senior Zhao Dongxing. No need to be polite. Dongxing, didn't you just gather your troops and return to camp? Are you in such a hurry to find me? Is there something wrong? Qi Chang looked at them with a bland expression. Zhao Dongxing arched his hand and then went on to talk about the massacre of civilians by Wang Tao and the Ma family, as well as the identities of Moze and Ren Chang. Qi Chang looked at the duo of Moze and Ren Chang and admiration flashed in his eyes. Moze, I heard that your Vice President Peng's newly accepted Heavenly Pride, thanks to teacher's great love. Tianjiu is really ashamed of it. Qi Chang laughed. You don't have to be modest either. Vice Dean Peng's teaching standards are second to none in the Great Li Empire. His students deserve the word Heaven's Pride. Then his complexion changed, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Tao really has great guts, actually daring to openly disobey my military orders. Zhao Dongxing, you take the Tiger Whistle Battalion and Grey Battalion guards and put Wang Tao on the spot for me, as well as this Ma family has no more need to exist. Marshal, Mr. Mo, Miss Ren, can you be satisfied with how I handled this? Qi Chang looked at the two with a kind face. Satisfied. Marshal Qi is wise. Ren Chang and Moze nodded their heads in a hurry. Marshal Qi, it's just that you don't even check it out. Aren't you afraid that Kid Me will cheat you? Moze asked curiously. Qi Chang nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, the four great academies are already in the same breath, and I am also from the Xianyu Academy, so if I don't trust you, do I still trust the Ma family? And this Wang Tao? I had my suspicions before, not to mention that I now have you as a witness. Marshal Qi is truly worthy of being a great hero, the student admires. Moze respectfully bowed to Qi Chang. Ha ha ha, what great hero, Qi can't afford it, I'm just doing something I should do. After Zhao Dongxing received the military order, he and Moze led 10,000 Tiger Tsunami troops and rushed straight to the Wolf Howling Camp's middle army tent. Because of Marshal Qi's token, all the Wolf Howling Battalion soldiers knelt down, and none of them dared to stop. When he rushed to the middle army tent, a commander of the Grey Battalion guards walked out carrying Wang Tao's head. General Zhao, the evil thief Wang Tao has been put to death. Zhao Dongxing glanced at the heads and exclaimed, good, let's go and eliminate the Ma family now. At the Ma family mansion, Ma Daqing looked at the generals who had heavily defended them, and his face was deathly gray. At this moment, Moze stood at Zhao Dongxing's side with a proud face. Ma family master, it's really a turn of wind and water. Last time, you and Jiang Tao surrounded me here with a large army. This time, in the same position, it was indeed me who led the army to surround your Ma family. I wonder if I can feel anything. Young Master Feng, as expected of a son of a great family, Mr. Ma admires him. Moze laughed. Actually, my name isn't Feng Tianchen. My name is Moze. Ha 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 ha. What? The people of the Ma family all looked shocked. Ha 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 ha. I told you that he is Moze. You guys just don't believe it. Now you regret it. Ha 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 ha, said Ma Jiajue, laughing madly, obviously already delirious. Shut up, you rebellious son. If it wasn't for you, why would our Ma family have suffered so much? Ma Daqing yelled angrily. If he had known that, he should have aborted him in his mother's womb in the first place. Then he made a respectful bow to Moze. Whether you are Feng Tianchen or Moze, the child is innocent. I implore you to spare the young children of the Ma family for a yard. Moze laughed. I'm only interested in Lord Maya. Ask General Zhao about the others. General Zhao's face was cold. Kill. With this order, countless soldiers directly killed into the Ma family, while Ma Jiajue seemed to still want to resist. But his mind was so messed up, where would he be? Ren Chang's opponent, and he was quickly beheaded. Ma Daqing seemed to be trying to say something, but he was also quickly killed by several third stage 3 Flower Realm Grey camp guards. In the Marshal's mansion, Zhao Dongxing brought Moze and Ren Chang, carrying the heads of Wang Tao and Ma Daqing, and came over to resume his orders. Reporting back to the Marshal, the Ma family has been completely annihilated, and Wang Tao and his lieutenant have been executed along with him. Marshal Qi nodded with satisfaction. Good. Pass the order down. In the future, if anyone in the border guards dares to oppress the people and massacre civilians, this will be their example. Yes. Then Zhao Dongxing bowed and retired. Mr. Mo, Miss Ren, have you completed your academy tasks? If there's anything you need, feel free to talk to me. Truly speaking, You guys still have to call me senior, Marshal Chi said with a smile on his face. Chapter 71, Goodbye Spy. Many thanks, Marshal Chi. Our mission has been completed. Ren Cheng bowed and thanked him, his eyes filled with admiration. Marshal Chi, it is truly a blessing for the people to have you in Bingcheng. Moze was also quite impressed with Marshal Chi's character. No wonder he could bring out a good soldier like Zhou Laosher. In the end, under Marshal Chi's warm and generous invitation, Moze and Ren Cheng stayed at the city lord's mansion for the night. During dinner, the two talked with Marshal Chi. His admiration is undisguised. A burst of ass-patting Marshal Chi openly laughed, not the slightest bit of the usual do Marshal's Majesty. The next day, after saying goodbye to Zhou Laosher, they drove the carriage on their return journey back to the academy. 2 days later, the Marshal's study. Zhao Dongshan looked serious as he saluted Marshal Chi above him. Back to Marshal. The Moze duo has already left the northwestern boundary. There's nothing out of the ordinary, is there? No, they are very impressed with what you have done. Marshal Chi put down the books in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This time, Xin was lucky that you were vigilant. If Moze found out about our plan, it would have been a big trouble. Then his tone changed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Damn Wang Tao, actually daring to mess with Yuanxing Academy's people at such a critical moment. If the plan is discovered, he would die 10,000 times and it wouldn't offset his sin. Now how many bodies are we missing? Zhao Dongxing respectfully returned, it's about 50,000 short. Marshal Chi frowned slightly. Prepare for an all-out attack on Yecheng tomorrow, and press all of the Tiger's battalion into action. Yes, Greatly Empire, on an official road, betraying the direction of freedom with the wind, daring to love and hate to bravely break through. Mo sang in a happy mood while driving the carriage in a windy manner. Phew! With a shout from Mo's, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Ren Chang, it's my turn to rest. You come out and drive. Moze walked into the carriage and pushed the sleeping Ren Cheng awake. Mauser, I'm begging you, just let me sleep a little more. Just a little. Big sister, you're tired. I'm even more tired than you. Don't play around. Hurry up and get up and drive for me. I'm a girl. What's wrong with you letting me be? After saying that, Ren Cheng continued to lie down in the carriage and sleep. Playing hard to get. Are you? I'll let you sleep. Saying that, Mose grabbed the carriage and shook it vigorously. Suddenly his complexion changed, and he directly took out his fine sword burning stick and stabbed downward with force. The bottom of the wagon was staked out directly. A big hole, and a black man rolled right out of the bottom of the wagon. Clang! With a sound, Ren Cheng Xian Shao cold light sword came out of his body and chopped out a stern sword chi. The man in black rolled in place, but was still cut by the sword chi with a deep gash, leaving a bead of blood on the grass next to him. When he saw the enemy's appearance, he realized that it was actually the Great Qian spy that Ren Cheng had helped the Grey Battalion guards to catch in Bingcheng before. Apparently he had escaped by some means or other, and then had been hiding under their wagon. But this person's hiding means is particularly clever. If not just Moze wildly shaking the carriage cannot find him, but if you run away, you run away. This seems to be a bit of a wrong direction, right? If you follow them any further, you're going to reach the enemy crystals. It's you! Ren Cheng obviously recognized the other party as well, lifting his long sword and charging up. This black-clothed man had obviously been seriously injured, and in 3 or 2 strokes a few more bloodstains were added to his body. Stay alive! Mo shouted. With a flexible walk, Ren Cheng scurried to the front of the man in black and directly kicked him hard. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood heavily, and seemed to be trying to struggle to stand up, but again, he was directly stomped on the ground by Ren Cheng's vicious foot. Unable to move, Moze walked over, patted the dust on his face and said mockingly, Old Iron, are you running in the wrong direction? Honestly, what plans do you have to sneak into Dali? The man in black was in a state of madness. Yes, that's the direction. Seeing that the man seemed a bit delirious, Mose hurriedly asked after him, where are you going? Tongju. I'm going to Tongzhou. The great leaving Tongzhou Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty Dark Hidden Guard Inspector's office. The human realm was honored by the Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty, and all empires were equivalent to the vassal states of the Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty. The Dark Hidden Guards, on the other hand, are the equivalent of the Jinyui of the Ming Dynasty, responsible for keeping an eye on the various vassal states. Once it is discovered that there are people within the vassals who jeopardize the safety and security of the human race or that the vassals intend to plot against each other, the Dark Hidden Guards will directly intervene. What are you going to do with the Dark Hidden Guard? Moze's face showed a puzzled look, and he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. I will seek justice for the millions of military souls of Great Xian and greatly from these 2 dog thieves, Kuming and Qi Chang. The man in black seemed to have regained his sanity for a bit, his eyes filled with endless hatred. What do you mean? 15 years. It's been 15 years since the Great Li and the Great Qin fought in Bin and Yi cities, and both sides have sacrificed millions of generals and soldiers. Not even a single brick from the other side's walls has been snapped off. And no one finds that strange? The man in black shouted maniacally. Impossible. Marshal Qi has a high moral character and is deeply loved by the soldiers and the people. He feels that he cannot do such a thing. Run Chang was in disbelief. It was as if the man in black had heard a heavenly joke, high-minded. Ha ha ha, let me tell you a secret. Qi Chang and Kuming, they are blood brothers. They are the sinful descendants left behind by the Knight family 25 years ago. What? The sins of the Li family? Are these words true? A hint of coldness flashed in Mose's eyes, and combined with all the things Zhou Laoshi had said to him, he kind of believed this spy's words. The Li family was a top family in the Great Li 25 years ago, and because of their suspected collusion with the Ascension cult, they were exterminated by the dark hidden guards of the Yin Huang sacred dynasty. The Ascension cult is the #1 evil force in the human realm, with its members aiming to ascend to immortality, and its sect leader is the immortal emperor of creation in the immortal realm. To put it bluntly, it was an organization in which the immortal emperor of creation used becoming immortal as an ear to seduce those human chi refiners who were bent on pursuing strength and longevity to sell their lives for him. What do Qi Chang and Kuming want with the corpses of so many people? Mose asked with a grave expression. 50 miles outside of Bin City, in the northwest corner of the East Tai Plains, they've built a huge necrotic gas lair there, and they've also cultivated a group of dead soldiers there. Cough cough, said the man in black, suddenly spat blood from his mouth, and then directly swallowed his breath. Hey, wake up, don't you die. There are still a lot of things you haven't explained clearly? Mose pushed Rin Chang's legs away and kept shaking the black-clothed man's body. Stop shaking, he's dead. Mose blankly glanced at Rin Chang. No, big sister. He's already so seriously injured. Won't you strike a little lighter? Humph, he's a spy. I don't believe what he said. Rin Chang was still unwilling to believe that the Marshal Qi, who was loved by the people, was a bad guy. Chapter 72, Returning to Pennsylvania. Mose expressionlessly nodded his head in agreement and said in a calm tone, I'll go to the East Tai Plains to check it out. Good. We'll go now and make sure to clear Marshal Qi's name. Ren Chang said as she was about to get on the carriage, ready to go back to Bin City again. Wait. I'll go check it out. You go back to the academy first. Mose said seriously as he pulled Rin Chang back. Clank. The longsword was sheathed. Rin Chang angrily pointed her sword at him and growled, Surname Mo. You dare to look down on me. Stop it. What this spy is saying must be false. I'll go over and take a look, and after proving Marshal Qi's innocence, I'll come back immediately. But if what this spy said is true, then the East Pacific Plains is a dragon's den. You can't go alone. Ran Chang's face was as frosty as she gritted her teeth. In fact, although the two of them said they didn't believe it with their mouths, they felt inwardly that 80% of what the spy said was true. Whether it's true or not, I have the means to protect myself. You forgot I can fly. If you go along, you'll only be a burden to me. Ren Chang suddenly sighed and said in an indifferent tone, actually, whether it's true or not, it doesn't have much to do with us. Anyway, we've already accomplished our mission. Go back and report what happened here to the School Discipline Division and the Tongzhou Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty's Dark Hidden Guards Inspection Division. Let them find out if it's true or not. Let's just go back to the academy. Mose shook his head with a serious expression. It will take at least 10 more days for us to return to the academy. And I don't know when it will be again if we wait for the academy and the dark concealed guards to come over to investigate. If what this spy is saying is true, then Zhou Laoshi and their lives will be in danger at any time. In Zhou Laoshi and the others, he saw the shadows of the soldiers in his previous life. He would never allow these heroes to be killed by these dirty conspirators. If he could make it back in time now, he might still be able to save Zhou Laoshi and the others. Mose, if this matter is true, then Qi Chang is involved with the Ascension sect. This kind of matter is not something we can handle. We'd better go back to the academy and think about it in the long run. Ran Chang bitterly persuaded. Ascension sect master is a 10th order indestructible realm powerhouse. But where there is Ascension sect involved there is no small matter. To put it mildly, at this time may not even be qualified to deal with the Yuanxing Academy. It's precisely because the stakes are so high that you need to go back to the academy first to ask for help. Don't worry, I have the means to protect myself. Saying this, he gave Rin Chang a reassuring smile and said mysteriously, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm not actually human. When he finished speaking, Mose's hydrogen she stirred around his body and slowly rose high into the sky, then quickly flew towards Bin City. Mauser, you asshole, come on, you get down here. You're not human. You're a ing animal. Ran Chang shouted angrily from below, and then sword chi burst out around his body, and his entire body was like a sharp sword as he quickly rushed towards the direction of Bin City. Half a day later, Mose flew to the skies above the Tiger's Whistle Battalion's compound in Bin City, and he took his binoculars out to look down. The camp was empty, and his heart sank. Then he continued to drift toward the eastern Pacific plains, searching carefully with his binoculars, and finally spotted a cave under a small hill in the northwest corner. There were quite a few gray-clothed men stationed there, with a heavily guarded appearance. That was probably the destination he was looking for, and he drifted a short distance up the hill and began to recuperate, ready to wait for darkness. Tonight, it was bleak and the sky was overcast with a heavy, depressing air. Mose slowly tried to dive down while the night was still young. The garrison here was around 50 people, 3 chi transformation realm and 20 chi practicing realm. Mose's breath bulged around him, and countless swamp gas silently drifted towards those garrisons. What's that smell? Vomit. These garrisons have fallen to the ground, below the third order 3 flower realm. No one could arrive at this sourness. This was the overbearing nature of the marsh gas. Mose stripped off the clothes of a chi transformation realm member and changed them for himself before sneaking towards the cave. The cave is about 30 degrees down, and should have been cut by hand, with a step at the foot of the. There would be torches every few meters on either side, while a stench of corpses filled the air. A gust of cloudy wind struck, and Mose couldn't help but shiver. And after a few curves he entered the large cavern. Mose's face turned blue as he cursed. Although he had prepared himself mentally before, the sight in front of him still made him incomparably angry and shocked. To the eye were densely packed corpses, laid out in a huge labyrinth according to a mysterious formation. These corpses were not only the soldiers and soldiers of Dali and Dakian, but also more civilians of the two countries. Chi Chang, Kuming, you two dog thieves, you really deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Mose continued to walk forward with a grave expression. In addition to the corpses here, there were quite a few chi refiners dressed in gray and practicing chi who were meditating and cultivating with the corpse chi here. These must be the dead soldiers that Chi Chang and the others had trained, and they weren't surprised to see that Mose was wearing the same uniform as them. Apparently they were already used to it. After Mose walked through a few turns, he finally arrived at the center of the formation. Only in the center of the formation was a large pit, with a mutilated corpse at the bottom of the pit. A broken sword with only a rusty blade could clearly be seen sticking out of his forehead, while emanating a strong aura of necrophilia and fury. Apparently this large formation was set up using the corpse inside the pit as the eye of the formation. This corpse's cultivation in life was definitely more than the 7th rank or above, and even the corpse chi that surrounded it after death had already reached the 3rd grade level, and 3 feet on both sides of the body, respectively, sitting on their knees too. One of them is exactly what he recognized, Chi Chang Chi Grand Marshal. The other should be the Marshal of the Great Qian Kuming. The duo was obviously using the 3rd grade Chi corpse chi emanating from the corpse in the center to cultivate. Without making too many stops, Mose turned around and left. Since he had already determined the truth about this place, it was better to go back and let the Academy's strongmen and dark hidden guards deal with it. After turning a few corners, he was finally able to spot the bodies of Zhou Laosher and the 7 of them. Oi! I'm still late. The 7 of them had obviously been instantly killed by the Chi refiner with a cold ice attribute battle technique, and their facial expressions still retained the way they were before they died. One of them, whose 2 hands had been chopped off, had a hideous face and a big open mouth with a ferocious aura, as if he still wanted to go up and tear with the enemy. As for Zhou Laosher, he looked grave, with a pained look on his face, and with 2 sections of the broken spear still sticking out of his back. His hand maintained its grip on the sword, as if he still wanted to make another move before he died. These fallen soldiers had different looks, from anger, to sadness, to despair, but none of them showed fear or regret. You are all heroes. I know. You guys never took a step back. Mose's eyes moistened a bit as he carefully covered the broken clothes of several soldiers. Hey, why did you come back? A cold, familiar voice came from behind him. Chapter 73, Nuclear Equalization. Mose turned to look. Chi Chang was looking at him with a gloomy face, a hint of regret in his tone. Mose, you are a true heavenly pride. I really don't want to kill you. Join us. Who are you? Ascension Cult. I'm the General Helmsman of the Northwest branch of the Ascension Cult in the Greatly. After joining the Ascension Cult, you can continue to go to school at the Yuan Xing Academy. Moreover, you can also have the cultivation qualification for the 3rd grade corpse chi points. With your talent, you are definitely a supreme heavenly pride who can become a 5 dozen 3rd grade chi, and even ascend to the immortal realm in the future. Oh, so good. Then how do I join the Ascension sect? A hint of teasing couldn't help but float out of Mose's eyes. You have a special status, so you must eat this before you can do so, said Chi Chang as he took out a milky white corpse worm. What is it? The corner of Chi Chang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. This is the corpse insect that was born out of the corpse of that 8th order void-breaking realm powerhouse inside. After a special compulsion technique to refine the corpse compulsion. But you don't have to worry. As long as you don't betray the Ascension sect, I will never drive the compulsion. Ugh, I'll believe the hell out of you. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a traitor. Mose's eyes were filled with contempt for Chi Chang. Chi Chang put away the corpse parasites and said with a bland expression, heaven and earth are not benevolent, and they take everything as ruminants. So what's wrong with us ascending to immortality? Mose, you're still in the academy and can't experience it yet. After you graduate, you'll know how precious chi points, especially those of high quality, are in this world. Then he let out a long sigh. With a hint of vicissitude in his tone, I graduated from the Xianyu Academy at the age of 21 with the Three-Flower Realm, and then joined the military of the Great Li Empire, and soon took the position of the Great General after repeatedly winning battles. However, when I applied to the Great Li Empire for my chi point to break through the 4th Order Mingyi realm, the Imperial Court just wouldn't approve it, and for that reason I was stuck at the peak of the Three-Flower Realm for 8 years. Do you know how helpless and painful it is to be stuck in a bottleneck with that kind of cultivation? In the end, it was only with the support of the Ascension sect that I was able to break through to the 4th Order Mingyi realm, and it also gave me this formation diagram that can raise a 4th grade corpse chi to a 3rd grade one. Saying that, he suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter carried a sense of determination. Now that I don't need the quartz chi acupoints, I can break through to the 5th Order Chaoyuan realm just the same. When the time comes, I'll combine Bin City and Yecheng into one and form a new empire, and then I'll never have to look at anyone's face again. Ha ha ha. So that's why you're using those innocent soldiers who worship you as your corpse chi boosting sustenance. Mose's eyes were filled with endless mockery and anger. Chi Chang laughed out loud. Innocent? Back then, our Li family did nothing, but we were labeled as human traitors and given a full family to exterminate. Aren't we innocent? Mose, I told this world that the strong are the best, the weak are all innocent, and the only way to not be innocent is to get stronger. Mauser. What? You have nothing to say. Chi Chang's eyes were full of smugness. Mose shook his head. I was not wanting to talk to the beast. It seems that you don't want to join us. Chi Ming's angry face was filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to make a move towards Mose, the rear suddenly appeared and 3 sharp swords formed by white sword chi shot towards him. Chi Chang flew into a spin to dodge one of the swords, then struck a flaming hand seal in his hand to meet the second sword. Boom! Boom! However, the third sword chi rapier he was too late to dodge, ruthlessly chopping at his waist and abdomen. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Chi Chang, while a deep, bone-deep wound was also chopped out of his waist and abdomen. What are you doing here? Murazawa exclaimed. We came out together. Naturally we have to go back together. Behind him, Ren Chang was wearing gray clothes that he didn't know where to get, holding a long sword in his hand and staring at Chi Chang dead in the face before slowly approaching Mose's side. She had just stimulated all 3 sword chi in her body in an instant, and had wanted to kill him under a sneak attack, but she hadn't expected that she would actually just injure the other party. Worthy of being the Yuan Xing Academy's pride, it really does have many cards. It can actually injure me at the peak of the 4th Order Mingyi realm. Chi Chang whipped out a green compulsion chi. The wound at his waist stopped bleeding instantly, then stared at Ren Cheng sinisterly. I'd like to see how many sword chi you have. After saying that, he swung out his palm and a huge fiery palm slapped towards him. Look out! Mose shouted. Left hand hydrogen, right hand oxygen. Mouth spit out an electric spark. Hydrogen oxygen ignited in the air, turned into a huge ball of water struck at the flaming palm. The flaming palm directly vaporized the water ball into a puff of white gas and continued to slap towards Ren Cheng, but its flames had obviously weakened quite a bit. Ren Cheng stared dead on at the flying flaming palm, condensing his entire body's sword chi and chopping forward. The endless sword chi transformed into a sword wave and chopped towards it. Boom! Boom! The flaming palm crushed the sword chi, and then directly sent Ren Cheng flying, ruthlessly falling to the side amongst the corpses. Alive or dead? Ching! Don't worry. She's still breathing. Hearing the thoughts coming from his other self in his sea of consciousness, Inkbrand couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're not dead. Broken hands, broken feet, disfigured faces don't matter. Chi Chang was also stunned by the set of maneuvers that Mose had just performed and asked in confusion. Mose, what kind of chi did you refine? If I'm not mistaken, just now you used electricity, fire, and water, 3 attributes at the same time. 3 attributes of chi were rare, and the quality was usually very high, but in principle it was impossible for water and fire to be an attribute of chi at the same time. Moreover, the water still seemed to shoot out of the fire just now, which simply overturned his view of chi refining. Mose sneered and said contemptuously, lesser seen. Someone like you who has been living in the gutter should rarely see the sun in normal times. Chi Chang looked puzzled. What do you mean? The corners of Moses' mouth lifted lightly, revealing a mysterious smile. I mean for you to see the sun before you die. At the same time communicating with his other self in the sea of consciousness. Give me all the power left over that you absorbed earlier in the void. Previously crossing over to this world has already used 90% of it. If you use it now, in the future, we will no longer be able to resist in the event that we encounter a strong person. The seven-colored chi in the sea of consciousness said. Mo sneered in his heart, if you don't use it now you won't have a chance in the future. After saying that, seven-colored light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and his entire aura became immensely ethereal and vast, exuding an appalling aura all over his body. In Chi Chang's shocked eyes, a red ball of light suddenly appeared in Mose's left hand, and inside the ball of light there seemed to be countless other tiny particles colliding with each other. As the ball of light slowly grew in size to about one person high, 4 words were spat out indifferently from Moses' mouth, nuclear leveling. Then the ball of light was thrown by him towards the eye in the center of this corpse chi formation. Then he quickly summoned a 7-colored light shield to protect in front of him, while also reaching out and beckoning Ren Cheng Cheng's body to be sucked over by him. There really is a sun. Chi Chang opened his mouth and watched in shock as a huge sun rose from the eye of the corpse chi grand formation and continued to rapidly grow larger. The terrifying energy contained within it made him directly lose any sense of resistance, and soon he too became part of the sun. Chapter 74 Return to the Academy. The color of surprise flashed in Moses' 7-colored eyes, and with a grab at the center of the nuclear explosion, a rusty broken sword was sucked into his hand and then into his storage room. Finally, he reached out and waved his hand. A 7-colored light flashed, and the space was directly torn into a crack. Then he brought Ren Cheng Cheng to drill into it. The next second the space rift opened, and they appeared out of thin air in that wagon carriage on the distant official road, and they were all unconscious. At the same time, a huge cloud mushroom rose directly from the East High Plains in the distance. 3 figures came across the layers of space and stood high in the sky, staring at this huge cloud mushroom in unison. Greetings, human emperor. The other 2 figures hurriedly saluted the man in the yellow dragon robe among them. Patriarch Skydust, Dean Dongfeng, you are the same imperishable realm powerhouse as me, so there's no need to be so courteous. It turned out that these 2 were the heavenly Dao sect's patriarch, Tian Duanzi, as well as the Tenyu Sacred Academy's Dean Dongfeng Shuabei. Tall, handsome, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, Dongfeng Shuabei said, judging from the properties of this explosion, the attributes of this super quality chi seem to be somewhat similar to the sun chi. The white-bearded, white-haired, immortal-like Tian Duanzi touched his beard and nodded. This super quality chi appeared for about a minute this time and then disappeared. It's very difficult to track. As long as it's in the human realm, we'll find it sooner or later. During this period of time it's forbidden for any outside powerhouses of the Ninth Order Unity realm to enter the human realm. The human emperor exuded a disdainful aura, honorable and domineering. Respectfully, human emperor's holy decree. Dean Dongfeng and Patriarch Skyduster made a bow before dodging away. The human emperor looked at the large crater left after the nuclear explosion and said with a smile on his face, I can't imagine that my human realm is out of super quality gas again. The human race, when it's a big boom, greatly empire, outside Lanfu City, inside a luxurious carriage on the official road. With an agonized shin, Ren Cheng Cheng woke up in a coma, feeling as if her body was falling apart, and she was in excruciating pain. She opened her eyes with difficulty and surveyed her surroundings, and after discovering Mose lying on the side, she crawled over with difficulty and shook his body vigorously, shouting anxiously, Mose, wake up, don't shake, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Mose actually woke up a long time ago, just the whole body is weak, and the pain is unbearable, so it lies on the carriage and does not move. You're awake, why are you crawling wherever and not moving, playing dead? Ren Cheng Cheng said angrily, nonsense, you'd think I'd want to be on my back. Seeing that Mose's life was not in danger, Ren Cheng Cheng was also relieved, and in his storage ring, he took out 2 healing pills, ate one himself, and fed one to Mose. A few moments later, Ren Cheng Cheng drove the carriage and continued to walk in the direction of the academy. How in the world did we get in the wagon? I don't know. What happened to that evil thief Chi Chang in the end? I don't know. Mose, I seem to remember that you ended up using electricity, fire, and water at the same time, didn't you? I don't know. Mose, you bastard. Are you purposely trying to perfume this lady? I don't know. Go to hell. I don't know. After 10 days of, walking, Mose was finally able to walk off the ground. Stop. Phew. Ren Cheng Cheng drove the carriage to a halt and angrily cursed at Mose inside the carriage. What's wrong? Are you going to again? Mose helplessly rolled his eyes. Isn't the front almost at the border of Inkai village? Yeah. What's going on? Let's go to the village for a bit. Oh. Ren Chang Chang nodded with a grave expression. Yingchui village was Zhou Laosher's old home. She probably understood what Moze wanted to do. After some inquiries, Moze was finally able to find Zhou Laosher's home. It was a dilapidated courtyard surrounded by 3 thatched huts. Moze knocked on the door of the room with some apprehension. Who? With a creak, the door to the room was opened and a peasant woman in her 30s poked her head out. Hello, my name is Moze. I'm a friend of Zhou Lao Si Zhou Big Brother. You're Moze. The woman showed a look of surprise and hurriedly invited them inside. You know me. Dongjia a dozen days ago Dongjia wrote to say, want me to bring Xiaoyu, to go to Yuanqing Academy to find you to pay homage to the teacher. I did not expect you to personally come over. Then the woman shouted to the house behind her, Xiaoyu, your teacher is coming over. Come over and say hello. A few moments later, a young girl wearing light yellow rough linen clothes and cutting her hair in a short floppy haircut came over and said in surprise, are you really my teacher Moze? Moze nodded with a smile. Why did you get a short haircut? Although this world does not have the concept of the body hair of the parents, but most women still long hair to the waist for the sake of beauty. I cut this all for the convenience of doing farm work for your mom. Otherwise dad is not at home and mom is too hard on her own. If you don't like it, teacher, Xiaoyu will keep her hair long in the future. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head a little bit in self-abasement. Zhou Xiaoyu's mother also felt her eyes moist when she heard her daughter's words. No, the teacher likes Xiaoyu's short hair. What a sensible girl. It's true that children from poor families are early adopters. Then Moze's expression changed and he said in a grave manner, in fact, there's one more thing I came here to talk to you guys about this time. Seeing Moze suddenly become serious, the woman seemed to have a feeling in her heart, old 4, isn't it already gone? Inkbrand nodded his head in wonder. The woman choked and took a step back, crying sadly, they fight every day there. I've known for a long time that this day is going to come sooner or later. Sob sob sob. Zhou Xiaoyu on the side also cried along. Condolences, Brother Zhou and the others are heroes, Moze consoled. After they had stabilized a bit, Moze continued, I promised Big Brother Zhou that I would take care of you mother and daughter. So I want to pick you up and live with you in Ling'an City. The woman nodded. They were also going to go to Ling'an to look for Moze next year. Just a little earlier now. After simply packing up some things, Moze and the others continued to head towards Ling'an City. Why do I have to drive all the time? Ren Chang Chang said indignantly as she drove the carriage. Neither sister-in-law Qin nor Xiaoyu can drive a carriage. And I'm injured. So who will drive it if you don't? Mrs. Qin is Zhou Xiaoyu's mother. But I'm wounded too? I'm hurt worse than you are. Time passed and they finally returned to Yuanqing Academy. After handing in the mission, he gave all the credits to Ren Chang Chang. As the owner of the Swamp Pavilion, he didn't think much of the 10,000 credits now. Of course, this time, he wasn't completely unproductive. The broken sword within his storage ring used to be at least a heavenly grade divine warrior. Although the 7-colored origin chi has the characteristic of super quality, but now it is just an empty shelf. This time it is even more will be absorbed in the void before all the power has been used up. At the same time there are already quite a few people who have their eyes on it. In the future, until there is no last resort, the 7-colored origin chi should never show its face again. Otherwise, once they were captured by the powerhouses of this world, then they would inevitably be refined as a piece of super quality chi. At the same time, they also told the Academy about Qi Chang and Kuming's plot. But in the end, they united their voices and said that they were saved by a mysterious strong man. Then, he heard that Pavilion Master Qi had finally broken through to the 5th Order Chao Yuan realm. And the first thing he did after he came out of seclusion was to immediately issue a challenge to Director Huang and Pavilion Master Ren, and beat them up respectively. Meanwhile, Zhou Yue also finally gave birth to a child. A big fat boy. Chubby and very cute. It didn't take long for a mysterious strong man to come to the academy. Dean Yao had to nod and bow in front of him. At the same time he named Moze and Ren Chengcheng. Chapter 75, Pavilion Master Ren's Good Daughter. The two heard the summons and rushed towards the Dean's office. Dean. The duo of Moze and Ren Chengcheng have arrived. Dean Yao respectfully resembled a student as he bowed to a handsome young man who was a little too young for his seat. Moze and Ren Chengcheng were a bit confused. Dean. Are you calling yourself or someone else? What are you two still standing there stupidly for? Hurry up and salute. This is our Tanyu Sacred Academy's Dean Dongfang Shuabe, an undying realm superpower. What? The undying realm powerhouse. Student. Greetings to Eastern Dean. The duo bent down and bowed, so respectfully that they almost didn't give an E. The 10th Order Indestructible Realm Powerhouse. They had only heard of it in books. It was an existence that slaughtered immortals and destroyed demons, and today they finally saw a real person. Well, nice seedling. Excuse me. Dean Dongfang nodded his head slightly. I heard that it was said that you guys encountered a mysterious powerhouse in the Eastern Tai Plains. Tell me all about the process. Yes. Then the two repeated what they had agreed to before. Dean Dongfang frowned slightly, a red light flashing in his eyes as he continued to ask Ren Chengcheng, "You've seen that mysterious strong man?" Ren Chengcheng's eyes were mesmerized for a while, shaking her head as if she was being controlled. "Never seen it. So you just said you've seen it?" "It was Mose who told me to say that. When I was knocked out by Qi Chang and woke up in the carriage." Mose flopped to his knees, his body covered in cold sweat. "Eastern Dean, forgive me. It's really because that senior specifically instructed his juniors that they must not divulge his information." Dean Dongfang teasingly looked at him. "Little fellow, you seem to be quite something, actually being able to resist my spirit control." Mose wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and nervously said, "Eastern Dean Senior, forgive me. Senior really didn't mean to do it. Or else if you cast it once more, Senior will definitely not resist." Just now, he only felt a powerful spiritual force coming at him, and the seven-colored chi within his sea of consciousness subconsciously broke it open. Dean Dongfang laughed. "You don't need to be nervous. Just answer me a few questions honestly. Elder Dean, feel free to ask. Which mysterious powerhouse killed Qi Chang and Kuming?" "Yes. Why did he kill Qi Chang and the others?" "Qi Chang and Kuming are from the Ascension cult, and they also used a large number of corpses of soldiers and civilians to create corpse gas chi points, which is outrageous to the gods and people." A hint of color flashed in Dean Dongfang's eyes. "Good. Last question. Is he a human?" Mose nodded his head firmly. "It's the human race, 1,000 times over." Dean Dongfang laughed out loud. "Alright, if you meet him next time, help relay the message that neither the Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty nor we, the Tianyu Sacred Academy, are going to snatch the chance that belongs to him. Rather, if we are in trouble, we will help out in any way we can, because we are all human. I will keep this in mind, and if I meet that senior next time, I will definitely convey it." After saying that, Mose respectfully kowtowed. "Great." He then looked at Dean Yao, who was at the side. "You've done a good job as a dean. I look forward to the day when your Yuanqing Academy becomes a first-class academy." "Thank you, Dean Dongfang. The student will definitely work hard." Dean Yao was excited and hurriedly bowed. Then Dongfang Shurabe directly crossed space and disappeared. At the same time, Mose's thoughts of seven-colored chi came from the sea of consciousness. "That was close. I almost thought we were going to be refined. The two of you have too much guts. Actually daring to lie in front of an imperishable realm powerhouse." Dean Yao shouted angrily at the duo. With Dean Dongfang's departure, Ren Chengcheng was also free of her mental control, but she seemed to have no memory of what had just happened. "Dean, what my junior said is true. There is no such thing as half a lie. If you don't believe me, I am willing to swear on my father's life," Ren Chengcheng said with a serious face. Dean Yao, Mose was also speechless for a while. "Pavilion Master Ring, you really gave birth to a good daughter. If there's nothing else, you guys can back off. I don't even want to see you guys lately." Dean Yao shook one hand and gave a direct expulsion order. After exiting the dean's room, Ren Chengcheng tapped Mose's shoulder and said in a godly manner, "How about it? I'm good enough, right? Just now, Dean Yao pushed me like that, and I kept my mouth shut for you. By the way, when did this Eastern Dean leave? Why don't I have any impression at all?" Mauser gave her a thumbs up. "You're good. You're awesome." Lingen City. Inside the Mose mansion, Inkbrand had New Year's Eve dinner with everyone, and it was one of the most festive years he'd ever had in the other world. "Walker, what place are you aiming for in this freshman competition?" "Teacher, the student will not fall short of your prestige. The first in this session is not mine." Shan Xingshang had a proud face, radiating the cultivation of the 5th level of qi refining. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was looking at the side, had an envious look on her face. She would have to wait until next year to start refining her qi. "Don't be careless. I've heard that Mr. Min of the Xianhuang Tower has a good student who is also a new student in this class." Shan Xingshang didn't care and said condescendingly, "Under the three-flower realm, the marsh gas is invincible." "Aha! Well, that seems about right." He knew that Shan Xingshang also did have such capital, and now his main cultivation technique was the Xian-grade primary blood demon qi refining technique that was obtained from the blood god sect. The yellow-grade high-ranked defensive battle skill flame shield had been cultivated by him to the point of great success, and the yellow-grade middle-ranked red shadow body technique had been practiced to the point of pure perfection. At the same time, he had also bought a yellow-grade middle-ranked attack battle skill called Flame Finger at the Tianxing auction house. Moreover, in order to invest in him, He Zhengqing had also given him a yellow-grade primary fire control dharma called Congealing Fire Technique. Weaponing Zephyr also refined him a yellow-grade middle-rank longsword. Soon came the day when the new freshmen enrolled in school. Countless youths with dreams of being qi refiners came to Lingen City from all directions. The admissions office at One Star College. Name, gender, age, the power you belong to, and what kind of qi you refine. A teacher from the admissions office asked lazily. Name, Shan Xingshang. Sex, male age, 17. Power to which it belongs, none. Cultivating swamp gas. Shan Xing replied respectfully. This admissions office teacher glanced at him, picked up the enrollment form on the table again and asked, "What's the relationship between Mauser and you?" "It's the student's teacher," Shan Xing replied respectfully. The enrollment office teacher threw the enrollment form in front of him. "Rewrite one for me. And write the power you belong to, the Yuan Xing Academy. Then roll yourself in." "Oh, okay, teacher." After filling out the form, Shan Xing walked into Yuan Xing Academy and said with emotion, "So I'm a direct line of the academy." Tianxing Auction House. Moze and He Lian were carefully looking at the various items in the treasure weapons section with serious and composed expressions. Suddenly, a familiar mask caught his eye. "Is this my gas mask?" Moze asked incredulously. "This is his exclusive At present he has not spread the activated carbon filtration technology." "Spread out." He Lian snorted. "This is coming from the refinery pavilion. Damn. This stinking woman. She's crazy about money." Moze gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. The Qigong master will Moze's mask carefully studied. She can refine it. Moze is not surprised. Chapter 76, Heavily Armed. He Lian said, "Aze, you've wronged Pavilion Master Qi. It's a trainee of the Alchemy Pavilion who imitated it." Moze's face sank, secretly sighing in his heart. Really, genius is everywhere. Just so single-line traders want to take the first will have to take some effort. Then Mose went back to the betting table and saw that single-line merchant and a champion named Qin Dong had the highest calls. The odds for the winner of the single-line right are 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. And the odds for the winner of the tandem are 1 minute and 1.2 seconds. This Qin Dong was the true disciple of the one from the Xianhuang Pagoda. And his Xianhuang Qi had been cultivated to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. And his battle techniques and weapons were all of the high yellow grade. Mose himself was using an intermediate yellow grade weapon. So naturally, there was no way to get a high-grade yellow-grade weapon for the single-line trader. And He Lian in the Skyline auction house shopping around. This time he did not bet. After all, this is his prospective father-in-law's industry. Wool-gathering words a little bit cannot be said. After that, he went to the factory where the laughing Qi and light Qi were made. And now that the tack Qi was pretty much stored there, it was time to refine it into his body. Inside the laughing gas manufacturing workshop, as the large airbag above slowly became dried up, in a secret room below, Moze slowly opened his eyes. This laughing gas did not disappoint him. Not only did it possess a strong psychedelic effect, but it could also control other people's nerves and make them laugh unconsciously. If you fight with someone in the future, even the enemy's laughter can be controlled by yourself. Think carefully. And the light Qi had previously been refined into the body, and was likewise incredibly strong. It only had one attribute, and that was poison. The light gas is colorless and tasteless. Once invading the human body, it will quickly cause the lungs to fail and die. Extremely domineering, worthy of the previous generation of the United Nations banned biochemical weapons. After collecting his power, he returned to the Academy's Marsh Qi Pavilion, and Ren Cheng had managed to sneak into the Marsh Qi cave to cultivate under his arrangement, and had not spent a single credit. This was the tacit agreement between him and Pavilion Master Ren, so that in the future, when he entered the Sword Pavilion to cultivate, he wouldn't have to spend credits, or else 80% of the credits would have been surrendered to the Academy. But the Sword Pavilion and the Xianhuang Tower still didn't have a place for him, and he sometimes even wondered if these two old bastards, if they were deliberately suppressing him, how could they still not have a place after so long? On the college playground, the new freshman enrollment contest was being held in full swing. With a shout from the referee, Shan Xing, Wu Min come up to the stage to compete. The 5 invigilators on the stage were silent as they looked at the information in their hands, and all of them cast pitying glances at Wu Min on the stage, without the slightest surprise. With the referee's call for the start of the match, Wu Min's eyes turned white, foaming at the mouth, and with a vomit, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The crowd of freshmen on the stage burst into an uproar and let out unexplained exclamations of surprise. Single-line trader wins. The referee's teacher skillfully dragged Wu Min out of the ring, and a large water balloon slammed down on his single head. A few moments later, Wu Min woke up, and after a bout of wild vomiting, he cried, "Referee teacher, he cheated. I don't submit." "Vomit. Then you'll have another match." The referee sneered in his heart. "There are a lot of people who are not convinced. Who are you?" Wu Min's face turned white, her head shaking like a rattle drum. "No more. Beat to death. Vomit." The 5 invigilating teachers had obviously anticipated this, and had written on the single-line trader's appraisal data, "Excellent qualifications. Recommended to be divided into classes. Heaven level class 1. After the first day of the competition, Shan Xing's great name quickly resounded throughout the entire Yuan Xing Academy, and countless freshmen inquired about Shan Xing's origins. after learning about the properties of the swamp gas, and the experience of the previous champion, Ink Brand. That night, the gas masks at the Skybound auction house were sold until they were off the market. And of course, a large portion of them were provided by Moe's. Anyway, the secret formula had been leaked out, and it was better for him to earn this money rather than letting others earn it. And for this reason he had created a production factory specializing in making gas masks. Such a good thing, he planned to promote it to the whole country, even the whole earth, and even the heavens and the worlds in the future. The next day's competition for the one-line traders was held as scheduled. A small, fat man wearing a gas mask across the street shouted arrogantly, "Surname Sean, now with this mask, I'll see how your disgusting stench can still be rampant." And champion second seated player, "My ass." Shan Xing Shang rushed straight up with a red shadow step, knocked him down with a punch, and then took off his mask, followed by a ball of methane gas that was shoved directly into his mouth. Vomit. This little fatty's eyes turned white and he fell on the stage with foaming at the mouth. A piece of trash at the 4th level of the chi refining realm. How dare you pretend to be a bully in front of me? Really doesn't know how to write the word, right? The crowd of trainees under the stage looked at each other in dismay, and many of them only then reacted to the fact that this stinky guy was still an expert at the 5th level of the chi refining realm. Ignorant. 4th level of chi refining. And you dare to challenge the previous champion's personal disciple. The 5 invigilator teachers also shook their heads in unison, and one of them wrote on this little fat man's assessment, "Paddle in the brain. Yellow grade 5. After a few days of competition, Shan Xingshang easily made it to the finals by virtue of his great strength, as well as his versatility. On the day of the match with Qin Dong, Mo Zhe and Ren Chengcheng also came over to watch in person. One could only see Qin Dong on the stage wearing yellow grade high-level armor, holding a pair of yellow grade high-level purple gold flowing hammers, and on his feet, he was also wearing the yellow grade high-level phantom redling boots that Ren Chengcheng had once worn. The most annoying thing was that there was also a round helmet on his head, the shape of which was similar to the helmet on the spacesuit in his previous life, so he didn't have to think about it. But there must be a gas mask inside the helmet. This is too much. Isn't this considered cheating? And can anyone wear the phantom redling boots? He's not afraid of getting foot odor either. Mose asked Rin Cheng Cheng in exasperation. This equipment, not to mention the freshman, even he couldn't get it right. Rin Cheng Cheng angrily said, "You're the one with foot odor?" Then with a helpless face, he explained, "This is Ding Yao's handiwork. Since their faction was suppressed so badly by us last time, they're going to get the title this time no matter what. And I've heard that Ding Yao has personally accepted Qin Dong as a student, vowing to build him into a heavenly pride comparable to you. And that helmet on the head. It's a yellow grade high grade treasure weapon that Ding Yao specially ordered old Demonist Chi to build out overnight last night, and it's said to be specially used to restrain single line traders." During this period of time, Shan Xingshang had also encountered quite a few powerful opponents, and many of them were just won by him using his fiery finger to shoot the opponent's mask off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is still a fight. And this Qin Dong, isn't he Mr. Min's student? Mose asked suspiciously. Ren Chengcheng blankly glanced at him. It's not the first time that Ding Yao has snatched someone's student. Back then he even wanted to take me as his disciple? Unfortunately, it was rejected by my father. This Qin Dong's talent isn't bad. The 3rd grade Xian Huang Qi has already been cultivated to the 5th level of Qi refining. I just hope that it won't be ruined by Ding Yao. When Ren Chengcheng enrolled in school, she was at the 6th level of the 3rd grade sword Qi refining cultivation. So it was evident that her talent was so high that it was no wonder that Ding Yao would be attracted to her. Chapter 77, Safety First, Victory Second. As for the side of the single line of merchants, Moze's yellow grade high-level clear wind flowing cloud crawler and yellow grade middle-level dark concealment cloak were naturally worn, while also carrying a large backpack. The equipment wasn't bad, but it was obviously quite a bit worse compared to Qin Dong. The referee teacher gave the duo an odd look and emphasized, the competition is designed to let the teacher understand your strength. Safety first, victory or defeat second. Understand? After all, these two were both direct lineage celestial pride of the academy, and it was not good to injure anyone. Teacher, in that case, I think we should all remove our equipment and be honest, so that we can better show our strength. Shan Xingshang proposed. A buzzing voice came from within Qin Dong's circular armor. Teacher, I object. Equipment is also a part of our strength. After all, when we face the enemy in the future, he won't be able to remove his equipment and duel with us. The referee teacher ignored the tit-for-tat duo and shouted, the match begins. Fighting is about encountering the weak first, pretend a hand. Encountering the strong first hand. In short, the field to win, face to have. So the single-line trader took the lead. And instantly a wave of extreme acidity covered the room. But unfortunately that move is now no more. Not to mention Qin Dong on the stage. Even the audience under the stage were almost all human faces, a gas mask. Even the referee teacher and the assessment teacher were no exception. After all, no one wanted to smell that smell. Then the lighter in Shan Xingshang's hand suddenly ignited, and instantly a fire snake shot towards Qin Dong, and at the same time ignited the marsh gas around him, turning the entire ring into a sea of fire. But the surrounding spectator participants couldn't even feel a trace of heat, influenced by the last session of the Ink Zephyr tournament. That's why the ring of the single-line merchant was surrounded by a tightly guarded boundary to prevent the creation of chi from leaking out and injuring innocent trainees. A single action by a single-line trader is as fierce as a tiger and deals damage equal to nothing. Xian Huang's breath is the main defense, plus stamina and durability. With a faint yellow light emanating from his body, Tantan wielded the sledgehammer in his hand, ignoring any damage caused by the flames, and ran like a man tank towards the mono commercials. Single line of business is not the original MOZ, only refining chi third layer. Directly swinging the hand of the long sword, meet the smashing sledgehammer. Boom! The single-line merchant was smashed with a surge of chi and blood, and at the same time, he also used this huge force to quickly retreat. Qindong swung his sledgehammer and continued to pursue the attack, and Shan Xingshan quickly dodged with a few flexible maneuvers, not fighting hard with him, although Qindong's speed is not slow, but the single line of business is obviously faster. For a time, the battle is in a stalemate. On the second floor of the school discipline office, Senior Ranking Officer Huang and Pavilion Master Run were on the chessboard, fighting soundly, with 2/3 of the board already covered with black and white pieces. Director Huang looked in the direction of the playground and said with some concern, "Who do you think will win?" "I don't know. I've seen this kid, Shan Xingsheng. He's slippery. He should still have his bottom card." Pavilion Master Ren looked at the chessboard, bowed his head and thought hard, while secretly reading in his heart, "This old Huang plays chess without rules and regulations, completely not according to the routine. For nothing I studied so many chess games." At that moment, a big hand reached out and picked up a white piece and put it on one part of the board. "Play here. The big dragon has been formed. White will win." The person who came was none other than Teacher Min, the lord of the Xian Huang Tower, only to see him also look in the direction of the ring and say smugly, "Xian Huang's chi, notorious, endurance, lasting high, and Shao Qin than endurance. This single line of business then lose undoubtedly. Ha ha ha." After saying that, he ignored the strange gazes of Director Huang and Pavilion Master Ren and walked in the direction of the ring. Pavilion Master Ren picked up the white piece just played by Teacher Min and threw it away directly, muttering in a small voice, "Lao Zi is playing backgammon. Where did the big dragon come from?" Then he continued to think hard about his strategy. At the ring, Shan Xingshang shot out a few flaming fingers as a distraction, striking Qindong's armor with a clanking sound, and likewise did not cause any damage to him. Then just as the single-line merchant threw the backpack on his back upwards, a cloud of fiery fingers shattered the backpack, and countless small black orbs fell down, instantly covering the entire ring. Running Qindong's feet slipped, and his body suddenly tilted downward, as if he was about to fall. The crowd of trainees on stage let out a gasp, using this black orb to make the opponent fall. This despicable tactic, worthy of a shameless second-generation dead god. Idiots, have you guys ever seen a guy in high yellow boots wrestle? Sure enough, Tandon on the stage took an incredible angle, righted himself, and continued his pursuit. What are these black orbs on the stage? Looks like a carbon ball. Carbon balls were similar to the coal in the previous world, and some junior refiners, when the flame temperature was not enough, would often use it to raise the flame temperature and assist in refining. After seeing the carbon ball land in the distance, Pavilion Master Qi suddenly changed his face drastically. Not good. Shao Qin is going to lose. Then he turned into a rainbow light and quickly flew in the direction of the playground ring. Director Huang, Pavilion Master Ren's face changed as they simultaneously got up and flew towards the playground, landing in front of Pavilion Master Qi. "Master Qi Ge, what are you up to? Qi Mengqi, are you going to interfere with the game?" The two spoke out almost simultaneously. Pavilion Master Qi laughed. "I don't see any use for this boundary, so why don't we remove it?" The two looked at each other and shouted at the same time, "No, this boundary is used to protect the trainees. It cannot be opened." Director Huan looked at Pavilion Master Qi with a grave expression, although he didn't know her purpose, but if the enemy was in favor of it, he was against it. "It's safe to watch the participants. Where is the need for this boundary guard? It's better to withdraw." Before the words of Lord Qi Pavilion fell out of his mouth, Qin Dong, who was in the ring, angrily waved his sledgehammer and slammed it into the ground. The powerful Qi energy set off countless fire-roasted red media balls that shot out in rapid succession toward the ring's surroundings, hitting the boundary and splattering ripples. "Lord Qi Gao, Pavilion Master Qi, don't worry, it's impossible for Shao Qin to lose." Teacher Min came from the distance in triumph. Pavilion Master Chi's face was gloomy. If the boundary is not removed, Xiao Qin will lose. Teacher Min said with a face full of disbelief. Impossible. Not to mention that Xiao Qin is covered in high-level yellow-grade equipment. Just by virtue of the strong defense of the Xianhuang Qi, just by standing still and letting this single line of businessmen fight, he can't break the defense. Then you just watch. This Pavilion Master doesn't care. After saying that, Pavilion Master Qi angrily flew back to the Alchemy Pavilion. Ren Pavilion Master watched the situation in the ring for a while, and suddenly smiled knowingly and flew back to the second floor of the school discipline office to continue thinking about his chess. Not a bad approach. Director Huang nodded his head. His eyes were filled with appreciation. At this point he had also understood. Then he said to the referee, Teacher Zhu, you can't open the boundary before victory or defeat. Yes. Director Huang. Teacher Min looked at Director Huang's back as he left, a puzzled look on his face. Playing God. I just don't believe that. In this situation, Xiao Qin would lose. At this time, Mo Zhe, who was standing in the audience, also understood Shan Xingshang's plan and laughed out loud. Worthy of being the one I've been looking at. It's true that he's half as smart as I am. Ha ha ha. Next to her, Ren Chengcheng was dumbfounded. What are you smoking? Chapter 78, The Dean's Apprenticeship. You come and hit me. You come after me. At this point in the ring, Shan Xingshang ran away when he got tired of fighting, while Qin Dong rested in place when he got tired of chasing after him, allowing Shan Xingshang to attack. Have you guys noticed a problem? The speed of the one-way traders seems to have slowed down. Well, Tanden's speed has slowed down too. And what's he doing? Shaking his head every now and then, isn't it? Shan Xingshang made some underhanded move. It is said that his teacher, Mo Zhe, used to make underhanded moves to tickle people. That goes without saying. It must be. You guys see how the single-line trader looks like he's sweating profusely. It's not hot today. This statement has awakened countless streamers. Holy, despicable. This ring is surrounded by a boundary blockade. The cool air from outside can't blow in, and the hot air from inside can't get out. With the ring now covered in blazing fire and countless red-hot media balls baking on the floor, you can imagine how hot it is in the ring right now. As this student finished speaking, countless trainees in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes filled with shock. On the ring, Shan Xingshang sweating like a pig. At this time he also in the can't care about what image. Directly the top off, wiped a head full of sweat. With that, he took 2 more bottles of water out of his pants pocket, one to gulp down and one to pour directly over his head. Those toned 8-pack abs, in combination with that handsome appearance with a hint of melancholy in it, had shaken the wet hair. The countless women who watched the show were flustered and weak, and their eyes were mesmerized. The men in the show were so flustered that they didn't dare to fart. And on the other side of the ring is Tantan, wrestling his round helmeted head like crazy. As to why he shakes his head, it's because of the heat, of course, and to ward off the pervasive swamp gas of the Lord Qigong had purposely designed this armor to fit tightly, and had also fused the helmet and gas mask into one. As the temperature of the ring rose, Qingdong's body had long been drenched in sweat, and he wanted to wipe his sweat like a single-line trader, but he was wearing a helmet, so all that could be done was to keep shaking his head in an attempt to shake the beads of sweat off his face as well as his forehead. Qingdong, who knew that there was no way he could catch up with him in a short period of time, had also given up his attack at this point and stood still, intending to compete with Shan Xingshang in terms of endurance. Anyway, let's all get hot together and see who can't hold out first. And when Shan Xingshang saw him doing so, he used the fire control technique to turn the flames into a fire python and surrounded Qingdong in a circle. Since he wants to compete in endurance, let's see who can't carry it first. A moment later, Shan Xingshang was a bit regretful. Just now, in order to be cool, he directly drained the 2 bottles of water in one go. He should have left a little bit. The 3rd grade Xian Huangqi really lived up to its name. And now that the temperature in the ring was so hot, this guy didn't look like he was in the least bit bothered. On the other hand, Qingdong on the other side, was far from as easy as the single-line trader thought. This armor was just too muffled, especially this helmet. At this time he was like a sauna. His body had long been soaked, his eyes were dizzy, and he was supporting himself by willpower. It was just that he was covered in armor, so others couldn't see his wretched appearance. That Xiao Qin, we are all Academy direct lineage. In fact, there is absolutely no need to put up such a fight, or else you admit defeat. Shan Xingshang was exhorting loudly. Xiao Shan, you're right. As long as you're willing to admit defeat, I'll put this ghostly beating on my head. Yuck. This yellow-level high-grade helmet to you. He was the one who shouldered the hope for the rise of the Xian Huangqi lineage in the academy. So naturally, he would not easily admit defeat. The two of them stalemated, and after another quarter of an hour or so, Qingdong finally couldn't hold on any longer. and he felt that he was already being roasted. The honor, the hope, had all been left behind, and he now wanted to remove his helmet and breathe in the fresh, cold air. Woohoo! Can't take it down. The helmet, which the Qigong master had only given him early this morning, hadn't even had a chance to study how to take it off yet, and in the eyes of everyone on the outside, Qin Dong was scratching his head nonstop as if he was thinking of a countermeasure. Rowan, Rotan Kuwei Fun not blindry. What? It's hard to hear. I'll hold back the count. I'll make up the pussy. Woo woo. Unfortunately, he wasn't very lucid anymore, and his voice was still small. The referee didn't even hear it. In the end, Qin Dong, who could not hold on, had 2 black eyes and directly fainted on the ground. The referee rushed to open the boundary. A powerful heat wave came to the surface, and Mr. Min on the stage picked up Qin Dong and quickly ran towards the school medical office, and Shan Xingshang also weakly half-kneeled at the edge of the ring. As the referee shouted, "Shan Xingshang wins," he slowly closed his eyes while murmuring under his breath, "Teacher, the student has not disgraced you." The next day, the single traveling merchant walked on the road of Yuanqing Academy, and Ding Yao suddenly scurried out next to him, saying with a kind face, "You're Shan Xingshang, aren't you? You're really a talented person." "You are? I'm the Yao Dean of this Yuanqing Academy. I'm the biggest in the entire academy, and I've always liked to promote my juniors, so you'll be my student." When Ding Yao finished speaking, his eyes were filled with a condescendingly smug demeanor. "Ding Yao, I'm sorry I already have a teacher," said bowing deeply. "You've already worshipped the master?" Ding Yao's eyes were filled with resignation. This old Pang can't do it fast enough. "Yes, Ding Yao, I've already worshipped Mose as my master." "Mose? How can he be a teacher when he's still a student himself?" "It doesn't count. You'd better worship me again." Saying that, he took out a secret book from his arms and continued. "This is the old man's unique qi refining technique, the Tongxian qi practicing decree at the early stage of the earth level, so you should hurry up and worship the master." As soon as Shan Xingshang pushed the gongfu over, he firmly said, "Dean, I am not going to worship another person as a teacher." After saying this, Shan Xingshang righteously walked towards the first class of the heavenly grade, leaving behind an embarrassed face of Ding Yao, one person messing up in the air. At this time a tawdry figure at the school entrance caught his attention. It was none other than Zhao Shanfan, who had returned from his winter vacation. This arrogant guy looks so familiar. What's his name? Ding Yao was lost in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. It seems to be called Zhao Shanfan. When he was eliminating the blood god sect, he performed very well. His cultivation is already at the perfect level of the qi refining realm. That's not a bad talent. It's just that this qi grade is a bit lower. 4th grade earth yuan qi. Didn't Lao Fu just happen to obtain a pair of Yin-Yang Yuan magnet hearts some time ago? The Yuan magnetic heart was an Earth system spirit item that could allow the 4th grade Earth energy to evolve into the 3rd grade Yuan magnetic energy, which was precious and unattainable. With a flash, Ding Yao suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Shanfan and called out with kind eyes, "Student Zhao Shanfan." "Good day, Ding Yao." Zhao Shanfan was startled and hurriedly saluted respectfully. This respectful attitude made Ding Yao very comfortable. Nodding his head in satisfaction, "Are you willing to worship me as your teacher?" Chapter 79 Exchange Student Programs. The student is willing. Zhao Shanfan looked overjoyed, and hurriedly knelt down to perform the ritual of paying homage to the master. What kind of luck did he have today? Actually being valued by the dean. I knew I was a supreme genius, and today I finally shine. I'll see who else dares to mess with me in the future when I'm at the academy again. Good. Ha ha ha. Ding Yao laughed happily, then took out the secret book that he had just given to the single line of merchants to reject and a half-black, half-white mysterious qi cyclone, and said seriously, "This is the earth grade cultivation technique Tongxian qi refining decree and Yuan magnet heart, even if it's your gift for worshipping the master today." "Many thanks, teacher." The student is willing to die for teacher, with his liver and brain. After saying this, Zhao Shanfan respectfully kowtowed 3 times, then excitedly proceeded to the secret book and Yuan magnet heart. "Cultivate well. If you don't understand anything you can always come and ask me." Suddenly he paused for a moment and continued, "Or go to the refinery pavilion and ask your senior sister. Master Qi Pavilion is also fine." "Thank you teacher." The student remembers. Zhao Shanfan looked at Ding Yao's back as he left and murmured excitedly, "Now I'm also a strong 2nd generation in the academy." "Ren Chang, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Ha ha ha." In the sword pavilion, Moze sipped the tea handed to him by Pavilion Master Ren. "Pavilion Master, Chang has already broken through to the Qi transformation realm. Is there a place in the sword pavilion?" "There's a spot." Pavilion Master Ren laughed, and then said with a change of expression and gravity, "Do you still remember the 4 spots to cultivate the Emperor's Qi that the greatly imperial family compensated the academy for back then?" "Remember." Inkbrand nodded. teacher and I have discussed this, and we plan to let you go to Xianyu Academy as an exchange student this semester, and use the imperial family's quota for the third-grade emperor's Chi cave. Moze was silent, bowing his head and pondering the pros and cons of this matter. Although the royal family had lost the 4 third-grade Chi acupoint slots, it was certainly not willingly. What's more, there was also a 16th princely Kan, his mortal enemy, who was bound to be targeted in various ways this time over. And Bianjing was someone else's home turf. But the benefits are also huge, one more chance to cultivate a third-grade Chi acupoint. Just by looking at the fact that Qi Chang and others were willing to risk universal condemnation and slaughtered millions of soldiers and people for a third-grade Qi point, we can know how precious it is. Moreover, Bianjing was the Yi family's stronghold, and that legendary Shaolinzi should also be in Bianjing. And having received such a great favor from Lin Xianchen, his revenge could not go unrewarded. Although his cultivation was not enough right now, it was necessary to go and get some information. Good. Pavilion Master Ren. I'm willing to go to Xianyu Academy as an exchange student. Pavilion Master Ren nodded his head in delight. Not bad. Young people are the ones who should have the drive. It's a pity that Cheng Changshi has already succeeded in refining the marsh Qi, or else there must be one of him in these 4 spots. And who are the other 3? Pavilion Master Ren smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Go back and get ready. We'll leave in 10 days. Yuanqing Academy. On the Ring of the Heavens Pride Competition. Zhao Shanfan. What kind of wind have you drawn, actually daring to challenge me? Feng Tianqian had a disdainful look on his face. As an outstanding disciple of a top family, he had always looked down on those commoner Qi refiners. Except for Moze of course. Humph. Feng Tianqian. You brain dead. You don't deserve to sit at the 3rd position of the heavens' remarkable ranking. I'm going to reclaim the glory that belongs to me today. Zhao Shanfan's eyes showed a determined look, while a powerful confidence erupted. Feng Tianqian's face was full of contempt. Zhao Shanfan. You need to have some face. How did you get the 3rd place before? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? If it wasn't for kneeling to Moze, you'd have the position you have today. Zhao Shanfan said angrily. Feng Tianqian. You actually dare to insult Boss Missouri. You're dead. I tell you. Zhao Shanfan. Don't sow discord. I didn't mean to insult Moze. I just insulted you. Cut the crap and start fighting. If he said more, he was really afraid of being taken to the ditch by Zhao Shanfan. Moze that was not something he could mess with right now. Then he took out a gas mask and put it on. There was no way he had to defend himself against the people of yellow level class 5. When he was ready, he took the Xiankong divine walking steps and swiftly chopped towards Zhao Shanfan with the yellow-grade high-grade shadow chopping blade in his hand. Zhao Shanfan didn't avoid or dodge. His eyes were filled with ridicule. And just as Feng Tianqian's blade was about to cut him, there was a flash of black and white light in his hand. Feng Tianqian felt that the knife in his hand was being pulled by an inexplicable force, and it actually turned around without his control and slashed to the side. Yuan magnetic energy. How is this possible? Feng Tianqian's eyes were filled with horror. Yuan magnetic Qi possessed strong control and confinement attributes. It was the nemesis of their speed-type Qi. How is it impossible? Zhao Shanfan smugly laughed, and in his hand suddenly appeared a yellow-grade high-level weapon broken wave blade, and with the light of the blade, he chopped towards Feng Tianqian. Feng Tianqian didn't dare to be careless, fully operating Xian air with both hands raising his sword to block, when suddenly he felt that the waistband of his pants was actually being pulled by an inexplicable force. His face paled and he hastily loosened one hand that held the knife, pulling himself dead center by the waistband of his pants. He, Feng Tianqian, could be hacked to death, but he definitely could not be killed by society. It was impossible to imagine the embarrassing scene he would face if the waistband of his pants was ripped off in this public place. Zhao Shanfan slashed at the hilt of his one-handed sword, and the powerful force sent him flying out viciously, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Despicable. To actually use such underhanded tactics. You won. Feng Tianqian cursed angrily with a face full of sorrow and anger. If I can win, I don't care if you're martial or not. Zhao Shanfan had a cheap smile on his face, and the Yuan magnetic heart in his hand flashed again. A tugging force once again came from the 9 metal buttons on the waistband of Feng Tianqian's pants. I concede. I concede. Feng Tianqian's face turned pale as he placed his long sword on the ground and grabbed the waistband of his pants with both hands in a death grip. The referee gave Zhao Shanfan an odd look and shouted, Zhao Shanfan's challenge is successful. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Shanfan stood in the ring and laughed wildly in triumph. He was now the true 3rd heavenly pride of the first year of the academy. After walking away from the ring, Mo stared at the high-grade yellow weapon in his hand and asked enviously, where did you get that? From Lord Qigong. Why did she give it to you? Zhao Shanfan smiled smugly. I'm now Din Yao's personal disciple. Mose had an odd look on his face and muttered in his heart, holy. He wasn't really picky when it came to robbing students. He had already heard from Shan Xingshang about Din Yao wanting to take him on as a student. Alchemy Pavilion. Chi Pavilion Master's Office. Mose carefully pushed open the door with a fawning smile. Pavilion Master Chi. Busy. He. The Chi Pavilion Master smiled when he saw him come in. Then his face suddenly changed. Say something. Nothing. Get lost. Ha ha. It's like this. Pavilion Master Chi. I'm going to Xianyu Academy as an exchange student soon. Do you know? Humph. Pavilion Master Chi nodded, signaling him to continue. Chapter 80. What are you worth? Look. Zhao Shanfan has a high yellow rank weapon. And I, the number 1 in my grade, is still using a middle yellow rank weapon. Isn't this a disgrace to the academy when we go to Bianjing? Pavilion Master Chi laughed. Who made you not choose Dinyao in the first place? But you're also right. As the number 1 in the academy, taking a yellow grade middle ranked weapon to the Xianyu Academy is indeed disgraceful. Mose was overjoyed. Pavilion Master Chi. I'm not asking for much. First, it's better to have something that looks cool and, secondly, it would be nice to have a little attack speed added to the 28. This sword must be strong. 29. I've got a lot of swamp gas. This sword has to be very melting. That's all for now. Pavilion Master Chi. When are you going to refine my sword? Mose looked at Lord Chi Gu with an expectant face, his eyes blinking as he tried to look as dopey as possible. Woke up from your dream? Pavilion Master Chi said with a teasing expression. Ha, 2,000 credits and I'll beef up your churn. This, Pavilion Master Chi. You should still help me to refinish a long sword. I can pay for the materials myself. The attributes mentioned just now casually satisfy 1/3. No 1/5 will do, Mose said with a pleading look. Pavilion Master Chi gave him a blank stare. Refine or get lost. Refine. Lord Kegaku, please try to make the appearance slightly better, and you can just see to the rest. Saying that, Mose handed his favorite sword stirring stick to Pavilion Master Chi, and then folded his hands together and made a pleading gesture. 2,000 credits. Come and get your sword in 3 days. After saying this, Master Chi Ga handed his teacher's license towards Mose. After exiting the Alchemy Pavilion, Mose headed towards the Book Collection Pavilion. Nowadays, he could create water by setting hydrogen and oxygen on fire, so he needed a water control technique. There were countless people who wanted to enter his Swamp Chi Pavilion to cultivate now, so there was no shortage of credits at all. After circling around the book depository, he finally chose a Waterlinglong's yellow-grade high-grade water control technique, as well as a yellow-grade high-grade sword stance called 13 Strikes Against the Wind. Sword moves and sword techniques were different. Sword moves could be cultivated and used by anyone, while sword techniques had to cultivate sword chi in order to be performed. The time for exchange students was 1 semester, and although there was a summer vacation in the middle, they probably wouldn't come back in order to be able to cultivate the 3rd grade Emperor's chi to perfection as soon as possible. That means he and Elaine Ho, for a long time to come, will not be able to see each other, although at first he accepted Elaine Ho's love because he was moved to do so, but after getting along, he also gradually fell in love with this gentle and kind girl. Moreover, Ilian had also been quietly paying for him, almost single-handedly taking on all of the elixir supply for their entire yellow grade 5 class. At the same time, the long hours of intense alchemy had also caused Ilian's alchemy to skyrocket, and there was a hidden tendency for her to become the number 1 alchemist in her grade. The underground chamber of the Swamp Court. Ah Zay, this is the gift you're giving me. I love it so much. Ilian looked at the 4 large airbags above with an excited face, even though she didn't know what it was or what it was for. And even the 4 strange airbags were a bit ugly, but it was from Oz, and that was the best gift ever. Mo smiled awkwardly. The airbag isn't. What's inside the airbag is. Ilian blushed slightly. What's inside? Can I open it and take a look? Mose shook his head mysteriously. Inside is chi. You can open it when you cultivate to the 9th level of chi refining. Gas? Is it swamp gas? A shocked look appeared in Ilian's eyes, but she actually didn't particularly want to cultivate swamp gas, for the reason that it was just too stinky. No, it's called hydrogen, and while I haven't had it tested, I'm sure it's at least 3rd grade. Ah Zay, are you saying that it's 3rd grade chi in here? Are you sure? Ilian's beautiful eyes rounded with an incredulous look. Mose nodded his head proudly. Not only is it a 3rd grade chi, but it's also a chi that's perfect for alchemists and artifact refiners. This is my secret, so you must remember not to spread it out. Ilian nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Aze, I understand. I can't imagine that besides being able to create methane gas, you can also create this hydrogen gas. You're really great. Being from a worldly family, she naturally understands the truth that a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. The stock here should be enough for you to cultivate for a year, and I'll leave you the token of the Swamp Chi Pavilion's owner, so you'll be able to freely come and go here from now on. With that, He handed a blue token to He Lian. Ah Zay, thank you for the gift. I like it very much. He Lian received the token and was moved to go forward and hug Mo Zay before printing her sexy lips on it. This flavor was punchy, moist, and so refreshing that I couldn't stop eating it and wanted more. 3 days later, the Alchemy Pavilion. Mose was silent for a while as he looked at the sword in his hand whose shape was almost unchanged from before. In fact, it wasn't completely unchanged. The 3 big words, asterisk 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 stir, were even more conspicuous, obviously having been purposely bolded. What? Don't want it? Ha? Then put it here. Pavilion Master Chi smiled bashfully. Why yes, the reinforcement is very good. I like it very much. Mo Zay gritted his teeth and said, accepting this Huang rank high-grade longsword with hatred. As time waned, Mo Zay and He Lian said their reluctant goodbyes before heading to the school discipline office to meet up with the other 3 exchange students. Feng Tianchen, why are you here? Mo Zay asked with a puzzled expression. The ones who went with him to Xianyu Academy this time were Zhao Shanfan, Feng Tianchen, and Chi Hao from the 3rd year Tianyi class respectively, while the person leading the group was Pavilion Master Ren. Zhao Shanfan was now Dean Yao's new favorite, and it wasn't surprising to Mose that he could get a spot. But Feng Tianchen was the son of a worldly family, and he didn't believe that the academy would give up such a cherished opportunity to someone from a worldly family. I'm also now Dean Yao's personal disciple, so it's normal for me to have a spot in this exchange student. Feng Tianchen had a haughty face. No way. Dean Yao is so hungry now that even the people from the lineage are starting to grab them. Mo Zay had an odd look on his face. Pavilion Master Ring coughed awkwardly. Feng Tianchen has already been sold to the academy by the Feng family, so he is also considered a direct lineage of the academy. How much was it sold for? A hint of gossip flashed in Mose's eyes. 1 spot each for the Sword Pavilion and the Xianhuang Tower. Mo Zay looked Feng Tianchen up and down and said indignantly, where is he worth this price? Zhao Shanfan also looked disgusted. You! Feng Tianchen's face turned blue and he just wanted to get angry, but thinking that he couldn't beat Mo Zay, he forced down his anger and said with a kind face, Boss Mose, I'm a direct descendant of a lineage, and I've even cultivated the 3rd grade Xin Qi. It's definitely not a loss for the academy to exchange 2 3rd grade Qi slots for me. Chapter 81, Departure from Bukyung. So this is what a nest egg looks like. Ha ha ha, and Boss Mose, is that something you can just call? Zhao Shanfan snapped. Boss Missouri Zay is the boss of the entire grade, and naturally, he is also my boss. Not to mention that I've joined the academy now, so it's only right that I should look up to Boss Missouri Zay. Feng Tianchen had a righteous and rightful look. I've long heard that the children of the world's families are thick-skinned. It's really better to hear than to see. Feng Tianchen's doggy look made Zhao Shanfan feel like his position had received a serious provocation. Mo Zay no longer paid attention to the bickering duo and saluted Pavilion Master Rin. Pavilion Master, how come you're the one leading the team? Don't you care about the Sword Pavilion? The Sword Pavilion is managed by the Vice Pavilion Master, Mr. Nyo. For a period of time, there is no problem. It's really that this period of time is too short of credits, and this mission is also something I took the initiative to fight for. After saying that, he also gave a grudging look at Mo Zay. Mo Zay probably understood what was going on and asked curiously, how many credits did Pavilion Master Chi ask for in the end for refining Chung Cheng's soul artifact? This is a dead. Vice Dean Pang personally refused to let go. And finally some bargaining. 2.5 million credits. She should never have the chance to fall into my hands. Pavilion Master Ren gritted his teeth in anger. That's dark. Mo Zay sighed helplessly as he thought about the love sword in his storage ring. Alright, everyone, when you're ready, let's set off. With that, Pavilion Master Ren's hand made a move, and a green-colored flying sword appeared out of thin air, and then quickly grew larger and hovered in front of him. Mo Zay and the others jumped onto the flying sword out of thin air along with Pavilion Master Ren, their eyes filled with envy. Flying with a sword, the dream of billions of men. As Pavilion Master Ren struck a spell, the green flying sword carried them up into the sky and straight into the clouds. Looking at the surrounding scenery flying backwards, not a moment later flew into the clouds. Mo Zay and the other people's eyes are full of novelty plus envy. The wind was howling outside the flying sword, but the crowd was not affected at all, as if there was an invisible air shield enveloping them. Although Mose had also experienced flying and had taken an airplane in his previous life, but compared to the immediate future, it was the difference between a small bird and an eagle. Pavilion Master Ren took out several futons and a tea table from his storage ring and instructed everyone to sit down. Mo Zay and the others were drinking tea and looking at the sea of clouds outside. It's still Pavilion Master Ren who knows how to enjoy himself. At the same time, Mo Zay strengthened his determination to cultivate sword chi. Although cultivating other chi, to the Mingyi realm can also fly, but it is definitely not so cool. You all know that the academy has been preparing recently. For the promotion to a first-class academy, right? Pavilion Master Ren asked them leisurely as he sipped his tea. The 4 people here were not ordinary trainees, so they had naturally heard of it and nodded their heads. One of the conditions for upgrading to a first-class academy is to take the top 5 in the next 100 courts competition. Is it hard to be in the top 5? Mose lifted his eyes without any concern. He hadn't been afraid of anyone in the same generation. Even Ren Chang, who was claimed to have the best talent in the 500 years of the academy, was crushed by him without any resistance. Pavilion Master Ren let out a cold laugh. Mose, I admit that you have good talent, but there's still a gap between you and a true heavenly pride. The 100 Institutes Grand Competition is something that all the institutes in the lineage of Tianyu Sacred Institutes will participate in. Pavilion Master Ren looked towards the distant east and reminisced. 3rd grade chi points are precious here in our place, but in the Tianyu Sacred Courtyard it's about the same as Chinese cabbage. And the winner of the 100 courtyard competition in every session is the outer courtyard of the Tianyu Sacred Courtyard. No way! The Tianyu Sacred Academy will also be competing. Mose's eyes showed shock. What's the point of playing around with this? The Celestial Sacred Academy is their superior. The Tianyu Sacred Courtyard is divided into an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard, of which the inner courtyard is where 6th Order God Refining Realm powerhouses as well as 5th Order Chao Yuan Realm Heavenly Pride's train. On the other hand, the outer courtyard was a place for ordinary students below the 5th rank to study, and because of its special background, the resources of the outer courtyard of the Tianyu Sacred Academy were more than 100 times that of other academies. Their teams in each session were all quasi-Heavenly Pride players, and they had perennially dominated the championship for so many years. In addition to the Tianyu Sacred Academy, you'll also have to face the teams of the 4 first-class academies, Liu Guang, Yun Meng, Blood River, and Hong Tai. Although the first-rate academies are not comparable to the Tianyu Sacred Academy, their teaching level and resources are several blocks away from our second-ranked academies. We have to squeeze a team from a top-tier academy out if we want to get into the top 5 this time. After listening to Pavilion Master Ren's explanation, Mose and the others couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Pavilion Master, then has our academy's team been finalized? Mose asked seriously. The current confirmed ones are Captain Mose, team members Ren Chang, Zhao Shanfan, Feng Tianchen, and one more person who was delayed, or else the last exchange student spot wouldn't have been Chihao's turn this time. Chihao awkwardly drank a cup of tea. Is it that hard to choose? There are so many talents in our academy. I think our yellow class 5, Li Kai, is pretty good. Pavilion Master Ren blankly glanced at Zhao Shanfan. To be able to take the top 5, the players must all be truly Heaven's remarkable talents in order to have any hope. And of the few of you, only Mose and Ren Chang are qualified. Feng Tianchen and you are both still quite a bit behind. But this is the best genius the academy can select. The best genius. After saying that, Pavilion Master Ren sighed heavily. Back then, he had also participated in the 100 courts competition, but unfortunately, he didn't even enter the top 10. So if you guys come to Xianyu Academy this time, you must unite and help each other, cultivate a good tacit understanding, and improve your strength as much as possible to prepare for the 100 courts competition in 2 years. Pavilion Master. The 3 nodded seriously. After chatting for a while, Feng Tianchen suddenly said awkwardly to Mose, Boss, I actually have a rival in Xianyu Academy. Can you help deal with it when the time comes? Said also very politely handed over a stack of silver tickets. Mose eyeballed it. Should be almost 1,000,000 taels or so. Mose laughed and naturally took the silver ticket. Don't worry, now that we're on the same team, your business is my business. When the time comes, I'll definitely help you fix him up hard. Many thanks, boss. From now on I will be your most loyal junior. Feng Tianchen was overjoyed. Then his complexion changed. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Boss, his name is Feng Tianming. He is the first son of the Feng family. He is arrogant and domineering, loves to pretend, and has a cleanliness fetish. When I was in the Win family, I was pressed in everything and bullied a lot. I think, right, just practicing for a few meals is far from enough to relieve my anger? So what do you want? Kill. With an odd expression on his face, Mose made a meaningful neck-wiping gesture that, if you kill someone, and it's the first son of the Feng family, this price is far from enough. No. Well, it's my brother. How could I kill someone? It's like this. He has a chick named Ji Xiaomao, the 3rd miss of the Ji family. Very long with a lot of energy. Boss, you help me snatch it. Let him taste the pain of lost love. After saying this, Feng Tianchen lowered his head in embarrassment, with a shy look. Chapter 82, The Princess and the Emperor's Son-in-Law. *******. Worthy of being a beast of the lineage, even robbing your own brother's woman. Awesome. Zhao Shanfan gave a thumbs up with a face of admiration. Mose, Pavilion Master Rin and the others also had odd expressions on their faces. Chi Hao said with complicated eyes, "Don't you like He Lian?" "Nonsense. He Lian is Boss Mo's woman. I have long since stopped having any thoughts about her," Feng Tianchen hurriedly explained, fearing that Moze would misunderstand. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, the flying swords finally flew over Bianjing, while dozens of divine thoughts swept over, and after seeing Pavilion Master Rin sitting in front of them, they withdrew their divine thoughts in unison. The flying sword stopped in front of a very luxurious mansion, and the crowd followed Pavilion Master Rin as he jumped off the flying sword. Moze looked up and saw that above the mansion was 3 big words painted in gold, "Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team." Before Pavilion Master Rin went up to knock on the door of the extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side palace had already been opened from the inside, and a man and a woman with several household servants welcomed them out. The male has a handsome sword eyebrow, his face is like a painting, and he is as imposing as he is open. Female skin white as jade, smoke willow waist, 100 charming, immortal. What a bejeweled couple. Prince son-in-law, Your Highness the eldest princess. How can I trouble you all to come and receive it in person? Pavilion Master Ran hurriedly saluted. Brother Ren, what are you talking about? You come over. Xiao Yu naturally want to sweep the cave to welcome you. Fuma Xiao Yu laughed loudly. Jing Yu has met Pavilion Master Ren. Rapunzel smiled and owed a bow. Eldest princess. You can't afford this salute from Mr. Ren. Pavilion Master Ren hurriedly bowed and returned the salute, then shouted to the 4 people behind him, "Don't quickly pay your respects to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and Her Highness the eldest princess. Greetings to the Emperor's son-in-law. Greetings to Her Highness the princess. Your Vice President Peng's new student, Moze, right?" The Rapunzel looked at Moze with a smile. "Yes, Your Highness the Rapunzel." Moze was a bit confused. "Am I famous?" "Indeed. He is a talented person with the talent of a heavenly pride." Her Highness the Rapunzel's eyes were filled with appreciation. "Mr. Moze, Turnip Moon always likes to befriend young celestials, and I've heard that you're the champion cadet of this class, also a student of Vice President Peng, so I've been trying to find a chance to get to know you," the prince consort explained with a smile. "Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, Your Highness the eldest princess, you guys are too kind." Moze hurriedly bowed humbly. Feng Tianchen and Zhao Shanfan looked at each other awkwardly. The princess still wanted to say something, but the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Xiao Yu, interrupted. "Brother Rin and his team have had a hard journey. Let's start the banquet first, or the food will get cold." The Rapunzel laughed, seeing so many celestial pride at once. "Look at how excited I am. Quickly please come in." Feng Tianchen and the other 3 laughed awkwardly. "You seem to be excited about Moze alone. This extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Magnificent, solemn and elegant. Inside the pavilions, gardens, small bridges and rivers. Beautiful." In a short while, the crowd came to a large restaurant along with the extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side and the others, and on the table there were all sorts of delicious dishes and rare and shy game, so people could not help but watch their mouths grow and their mouths water. "Everyone sit down. No need to be polite. Treat it like your own home." Rapunzel smiled and greeted the crowd as they sat down to dine together. After 3 rounds of wine, the maid walked up with 3 wooden boxes, standing in front of Feng Tianchen, Zhao Shanfan and Chi Hao respectively. "A little bit of a thin gift. I hope I don't mind." Her Highness the Rapunzel smiled and reached out her hand to signal everyone to accept it. This wooden box was full of yellow-grade middle-rank auxiliary-type treasure weapons, and it was obvious that the eldest princess had prepared them with all her heart. The 3 of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do, and looked at Pavilion Master Rin in unison. "The Rapunzel has a lot of heart, so you can take it." "Many thanks, eldest princess." As Pavilion Master Rin gave the word, the 3 of them didn't make any pretense and happily accepted the gift. Instead, Moze buried his head to eat, secretly reading in his heart, "Not angry. No, not angry. Who people like to give gifts to is their freedom. No, but why not me? I just said I was my favorite. Oh, it's true. A woman's heart is in the right place." Just as Moze lowered his head and sadly dried his rice, the eldest princess came over and took a yellow jade pendant from her own waist and handed it to him, saying gently, "Moze, the first time we met, I really don't know what to give you. And you yourself are still a refiner. This Huangting jade pendant is something I wear close to my heart, so I'll give it to you today." "No way. This item is too valuable. Moze, you can't take it." Pavilion Master Ren hurriedly got up and shouted, "Huangting jade pendant, yellow-grade high-grade auxiliary class treasure weapon. When activated, it can withstand the full force of a 4th order Mingyi realm late-stage powerhouse, while also having the effect of accelerating the cultivation of the Emperor's Qi." Although he was only at the high yellow grade, to someone who cultivated the Emperor's Qi, he was worth more than a normal Shen grade treasure weapon. "Moze, Just take it. Turnip Moon was so excited when she found out you were coming to Bianjing that she didn't sleep well for days. This Huangting jade pendant is precious. But to Turnip Moon, it is nothing more than a pendulum. The extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side said to them with a smile. Mose looked at the jade pendant in his hand. It was not a good idea to accept it. It was not a good idea not to accept it. And he looked at Pavilion Master Rin in a difficult situation. To be honest, this Huangting jade pendant, his heart was moved. Still can't. This thing is really valuable. He can't take it. Pavilion Master Ren was resolute. Mose, you take it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Then the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side said angrily to Pavilion Master Ren, Brother Ren, are you looking down on us as a couple? Xiao Xiandi, how can you say that? Then Pavilion Master Ren said helplessly to Mose, fine, take it. I'm looking at you straight in the eyes anyway. It's just a favor you'll have to keep in mind for me. Mose was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness the eldest princess. And thank you, Mr. Emperor's son-in-law. Mose, don't be polite. How unpleasant it is to be called Rapunzel. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Yu. Okay? Thank you, Sister Yu. This eldest princess was really too good to him. So good that he could barely stand it anymore. Good. Then I will also call Mose's younger brother from now on. He, said Rapunzel with a happy dimpled smile, as if she had obtained some kind of treasure. After the meal, the eldest princess directly arranged for them to stay in the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team's side. In the evening, he knocked on the door of Rin Pavilion Master's room with many questions. This princess couple was too enthusiastic. So enthusiastic that he was a bit weak. What's the matter, Inks? There's something you want to see me about. Pavilion Master Ren looked at Inks with a mysterious look. Pavilion Master, we came to Xianyu Academy as exchange students. Shouldn't we go directly to the academy? Pavilion Master Ren blankly glanced at him. What's the matter? You're not used to living there. Xianyu Academy side has arranged a room for us as well. You can stay over at Xianyu Academy tomorrow. No, Pavilion Master. We still have to stay at the Emperor's son-in-law's mansion tomorrow. Didn't we come to Xianyu Academy to study as exchange students? Pavilion Master Rin laughed. Does this living in the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team conflict with studying? Xianyu Academy is not far from here. I tell you, I will not only live tomorrow, but also the day after tomorrow. And I will live in the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team every day in the future. Chapter 83, I am invincible at the same level. Pavilion Master, I know that you are on good terms with the Emperor's son-in-law, but it's not good for you to stay at someone's house every day, Mose said with an odd expression. Pavilion Master Ren laughed out loud, and then talked to Mose about the eldest princess and the extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side. It turns out that both the eldest princess and the prince consort, Xiao Yu, are from the Yuan Xing Academy, and Xiao Yu is also Din Yao's personal disciple. If he didn't have to be with eldest princess Turnip Moon, then the current Xian Huang Tower Master should be him. And the princess looks like an honorable and noble person. But in fact, her life is not very good. Although her mother was a palace favorite, she was killed at a very young age by the empress of the time. And the late emperor, who favored sons over daughters, wasn't very kind to her, and didn't even intend to let her enter the Xianyu Academy to study. So she sneaked out of the palace and came to Yuanqing Academy alone to pursue her studies. Unlike Imperial Prince Li Kan, the eldest princess was quite low-key. Hardly anyone knew about her princess status when she was studying, and she had quickly gotten along with the teachers and students of the Yuanqing Academy. At the same time, her talent was also very good, and people cultivated very hard, and she obtained the qualification to cultivate in the Sword Pavilion when she was in the 3rd grade, and he also got together with Xiao Yu, who was Din Yao's personal disciple. However, Din Yao did not agree, saying that she was a demoness seducing his students, and even tried to drive her out of Yuanqing Academy. In the end, it was Vice President Peng who bailed her out, and after graduation, Xiao Yu resolutely quit Yuanqing Academy for love and came to Bianjing to be the emperor's son-in-law. Although Xiao Yu withdrew from Yuanqing Academy, he was well liked in the academy. Whether it was the dean's faction or the vice dean's faction, he was through and through. With the academy's covert support, the Rapunzel slowly opened up in Bianjing as well, becoming a force to be reckoned with in the Great Li Empire. Especially after the death of the late emperor, her power has been expanded rapidly. Since she was very friendly to the Yuanqing Academy, the academy's senior management was also very happy to plant such a nail in Bianjing, so they had supported her more and more over the years. Slowly the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had also almost become Yuanqing Academy's branch in Bianjing City. When Li Chan came to Yuanqing Academy to pursue his studies, he was actually planning to follow the same path as Rapunzel, but it was a pity that he was too tender. After realizing all this, Mose was also relieved, and the Huangting jade pendant in his arms was no longer hot. How about it? Do you still want to move to Xianyu Academy? There's no matter. I can arrange it for you. Pavilion Master Ren looked at him with a smile. Pavilion Master is joking. The eldest princess is my newly recognized sister. Of course I want to stay at my sister's house. After saying that, Mose arrogantly walked out. Knock knock. Who? Sister Moon. It's me, Mose. With a creak, the door was opened. The Rapunzel and the extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side invited him into the house with a smile on their faces. Sister you, Mr. Emperor's son-in-law. Am I disturbing your rest? Mose said with embarrassment. No, we haven't slept yet either. Mose, since you call Sister Turnip Moon, call me brother-in-law from now on. The old name of Emperor's son-in-law seems rustic. Okay, brother-in-law. Mose, you're looking for Turnip Moon this late. Is there something you want? Should I avoid it? Xiao Yu said with a smile. No need. Sister Yu, brother-in-law, you've been in Bianjing for so long. You should be well informed in all aspects. I want to ask you about someone. The Rapunzel giggled. I don't have any other books. But if you're going to say intelligence, if I don't know about it, I guess there are very few people in the whole of Bianjing City who know about it. That's great. Do you know Yi Qingning? Sister Yu? The Rapunzel's smiling face stared and said flatly, I know, but I'm not familiar with it. Then do you know if she ever dated someone with the word Lin in their name before? Lin Tianhu. Except for Lin Tianhu. Rapunzel thought for a moment and shook her head. No. Then is there any man around her who has a better relationship and has the word Lin in his name? Mose continued to ask without dying. The eldest princess then shook her head. Brother Mose, do you have any relationship with Yi Qingning? No relation. It's just a deceased person asking me to find someone. Mose looked at the expression of the eldest princess and the emperor's son-in-law, which was a bit unnatural, and asked suspiciously, Sister Yu, do you have a grudge against Yi Qingning? The Rapunzel laughed and said meaningfully, I have no enmity with Yi Qingning, but I don't have a good relationship with the Yi family. You have a grudge against the Yi family? The Rapunzel shook her head without saying anything, looking a little serious and with some sadness. Sister Yu, I'm sorry, did I say something I shouldn't have? Mose hurriedly apologized. No, in fact it's not a secret. The empress who killed my mother's consort in the first place. The current empress dowager. Her surname is Yi, said the eldest princess. Icy face flashed with a hint of hatred. I see. This is a natural ally against the Yi family. Mose nodded. Actually, technically speaking, I also have a grudge against the Yi family. The friend who entrusted me to find someone who has a great favor for me has a great grudge against the Yi family. The eldest princess giggled. I can't imagine, Brother Mose, that you are so sentimental and righteous. Don't worry, I will have someone help you inquire about the news of this person with the name Lin. Then thank you, Sister Yu. After saying that, Mose bowed and made a big bow. The eldest princess hurriedly helped Mose up. A family doesn't talk about two families. Not to mention that Vice President Pang has done a great favor to our couple. Mose, if you have a grudge against the Yi family, then you have to be careful of Yi Li, the second-year Heaven's Pride champion of Xianyu Academy. The extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side. Xiao Yu warned. Mirazawa laughed and said confidently, soon he won't be the champion. Good. Worthy of being the number one heavenly pride of our Yuanxing Academy grade. You really have the courage. Sister, I'm waiting for you to take it out for me. A wry smile flashed in the eyes of the eldest princess. If she could pull the Yi family's first genius off the pedestal, she would naturally be happy. Mose, this Yi Li's strength is not to be underestimated. You should not take the enemy lightly. Xiao Yu said with some concern. Brother-in-law, just relax. I'm invincible at the same level. Mose patted his chest, his kingly aura leaking out. The next day, they didn't report to Xianyu Academy first, but instead were led directly by the prince consort and headed straight to the Greatly Imperial Clan Ancestral Hall. This was where the Imperial family's Imperial Chi-Chi Cave was located, and after checking their identities, a eunuch of the Third Order Three-Flower Realm led them inside. After a series of tedious processes such as offering incense, worship, kowtowing, etc., this eunuch said to them seriously, this Imperial Clan shrine can be different from the Chi Caves in your academy. You can only practice for 1 day at a time, and only once a month. The 1-year period is up, so whether or not you can cultivate the Emperor's Chi to perfection, you must leave. What the? Isn't that obvious bullying? But the situation was stronger than others. This was someone else's chassis. Mose's 4 could only nod helplessly. Chapter 84, The Emperor's Aura. Bianjing, the residence of the 8th Prince. The 16th Prince Li Kan knelt in front of the 8th Prince as he begged, 8th brother, as long as you can help me avenge my death, royal brother, I will absolutely look up to you in the future. I will never go west if you let me go east. The depths of 8th Prince Li Ji's eyes flashed with mockery. Then he hurriedly helped Li Kan up. Imperial brother, you and I are brothers. We mustn't be so courteous. Don't worry, I've made arrangements on the side of the clan temple. In a year's time, Mose and the others will definitely not be able to cultivate the Emperor's chi to perfection. Not enough. Far from enough. Imperial brother. I want him to die. Mose he must die. Li Kan's face was hideous. Like a madman. This Mose is Vice Dean Peng's personal disciple. It's not that easy to want him dead, Li Ji said with a gloomy expression. Li Chan took out a name card from his storage ring. This is the list of courtiers and military generals that my mother consort has pulled together for me. Anyway, I have no idea about that position now. I'll leave it all to your brother today. I have only one demand, and that is that Mose must die. Li Ji pondered for a moment, weighed the gains and losses, and finally accepted the name card from Li Chan. Royal brother, don't worry, I will arrange this matter. As long as the royal brother sincerely help me, in the future hereditary knighthood, there will be you one. Many thanks to imperial brother. Ken is willing to do the work of a dog and horse. After saying this, Li Ken made a deep bow with a completely submissive look. Bianjing, the royal clan temple. The eunuch brought the four of them into a secret room and said with an icy expression, "This is where you cultivate. Don't run around if you're fine. Disturbing seniors' cultivation and getting killed can't be blamed on others." After saying that, this eunuch was ready to leave. Wait, Mose shouted in a hurry. You have something else? The eunuch looked at him with an impatient face. Eunuch, we are 4 people. Why did you only give us a cultivation room? The eunuch coughed awkwardly. Recently there are more people practicing. There is only this one location. You guys love to practice or not? Founder, my task is to bring you here. After saying that, he also ignored the angry eyes of Mose and the others and walked straight out. Boss, what should we do now? A bloodthirsty coldness flashed in Zhao Shanfan's eyes. This is someone else's place after all. So let's endure for a while, and then go report the situation to Pavilion Master Rin and the others after we finish cultivating today. The 3 of them nodded with unsightly expressions and sat down on their knees. So they began to cultivate. Due to the time constraints, they could only try to introduce as much Emperor's chi into their bodies as possible first, and then slowly refine it when they went out. The higher the grade of chi, the stronger its attributes, and the harder it is for chi to be refined into the body. This was the main reason why many great powers clearly possessed third-grade chi points, but still found it difficult to cultivate celestial pride. The Emperor's chi is overbearing and courageous. Offensive and defensive are of the upper class, and it comes with a spiritual deterrent. It is the more difficult to refine among the 3 qualities of chi. Generally speaking, it would be more likely to accept someone with an imperial bloodline or with an imperial heart, and Mose and the others were obviously not in this category. So they cultivated for half a day with little result. No way. At this rate, not to mention that we only have 1 chance per month, even if we were given 10 chances per month, we wouldn't be able to cultivate the Emperor's breath to the great perfection in a year's time. Just as Mose was anxious, the 7-colored origin chi in the sea of consciousness suddenly sent a faint pressure outward. Instantly, the Emperor's chi, which had just been overbearing and incomparable, was instantly as well behaved as a grandson, actively surging towards them. Mose's heart was overjoyed, and the underworld chi swallowing skill was running wildly, while the Huangting jade pendant on his waist was also flashing with a faint yellow light, which made the speed of his practicing chi into his body speed up even more by 3 points. Although the other 3 didn't understand why this Emperor's chi had become so docile, it didn't affect them from frantically exhaling and rapidly introducing the surrounding Emperor's chi into their bodies. Time flew by, and just as they were cultivating with vigor, a sharp and ear-piercing voice rang out. It's time for you to cultivate. Come out quickly and don't affect the people behind you. The 4 of them opened their eyes at the same time, and one of them had a rounded and bulging stomach. Apparently all of them had been unable to fit in the purple mansion anymore, so they went ahead and put the chi into their bellies. Out of the royal clan temple, the Emperor's son-in-law was already waiting outside for a long time. Looking at their stomachs, the Emperor's son-in-law laughed out loud. It seems that you guys have harvested quite a lot this time. Brother-in-law, why are you the one who came to pick us up? Where is Pavilion Master Ren? Mose asked suspiciously. The Emperor's son-in-law smiled awkwardly. Brother Ren went to Qinghu Fong to relax and asked me to come and pick you up. Hurry up and get on the carriage. Turnip Moon has already prepared wine and food for you. The people boarded the carriage one after another, and as the horseman cracked a whip, the carriage quickly drove towards the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Qinghu Fong is Bianjing famous import and export trade center. Inside the singing, storytelling, and what is that? Anyway, everything. It's a man's paradise, a woman's schoolhouse, a child's dining hall, or run Pavilion Master will enjoy Mose cannot help but a burst of envy. For this Bianjing Shengming's place of fireworks, he also very much want to go to see some. Pavilion Master Ren, you actually dare to steal food. I must tell teacher who. Outrageous. Chi Hao had a face of contempt plus indignation. He was Hu Suyun's favorite student. After returning to the emperor's son-in-law's mansion, they immediately meditated and cultivated, fully refining the emperor's qi in their bodies. In a matter of moments, all three of Mose's men had broken through to the second-order qi transformation realm, and Qihao had crossed the threshold of the third-order Three Flowers realm. In addition to refining the second qi, the qi transformation realm also required a deep level of perception of the characteristics of one's qi, arriving at the effect of transforming qi into power, like an arm. During dinner, Pavilion Master Rin still hadn't returned, so it seemed that this Clear Lake place was indeed a lot of fun. Brother Mose, I've checked all of Yi Qingning's human connections, and I couldn't find anyone you met your criteria. Are you sure that such a person really exists? The eldest princess said with an odd expression on her face. I'm sure. There's no rush on this. I'm sure I'll always find out. Sister, you has worked hard. Mose thoughtfully gave her a piece of fish. Aha! The Rapunzel looked at the fish in the bowl, revealing a joyful expression, and after taking a bite of her meal, she continued, if it is certain that there is such a person, then I wonder if he has changed his name, or if this Lin is just a code name. That's why I've compiled a profile of all the members of the opposite sex who have had intimate contact with her. So take a look and see if you can pick up any clues from it. Saying that, Rapunzel handed over a stack of information. Thank you, Sister Moon. Mozil at ease took the information and hurriedly apologized. I can't imagine that Yi Qingning, who was known to be ice clear and jade clean back then, actually had such a secretive lover. It's true that people can't look alike. The eldest princess let out a sigh of relief. She was also very interested in this kind of dark information about the Yi family. Between the people chatting, Pavilion Master Ren also returned. Moze snickered. Pavilion Master, is Clear Lake Place fun? Chapter 85, Demon Yi Qingyi. Pavilion Master Ren laughed. Not bad. There is a chance to bring you guys over there to see it as well. The girls there are highly skilled in chess. Today I fought with them for 300 rounds in a painful battle. You spent the whole day at the greenhouse, and you told me you played backgammon all day. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad old man in a bad way. Qihao was disbelieving, and mentally took a small notebook to write down that when he went back, he must tell Mr. Hu about what happened here, in its original form. At night, in the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, a dark shadow was hidden in the shadows. Moze, who was meditating and cultivating, abruptly opened his eyes. Ah, color. What's wrong? The seven-colored origin qi in the sea of consciousness had just sent him an early warning. Just now a weird aura suddenly came from this neighborhood. If I'm not wrong, it should be a ghost aura. What ghostly air? Are you sure? Moze was alarmed. Ghost qi was a second-grade qi. That meant that at least a strong person of the 6th rank or above had just appeared in this neighborhood. The Rapunzel and the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side were both only 5th-order Chao Yuan realm powerhouses, and they were extremely kind to him. So if he was sure, he had to alert the two of them immediately. You don't have to be overly nervous. That aura is very much like second-grade ghost aura, but it's incredibly mixed, and its strength is at most equivalent to the human race's third stage of the Three Blossoms realm. Having the characteristics of ghost qi and not having the strength of second-grade ghost qi, that would be a ghost race of around the 3rd rank. This Bianjing is really a mixed bag of all kinds of demons and devils. Knowing that this mysterious ghost clan only has the strength of the 3rd order, Moze will no longer worry. Only the eldest princess and the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team are not in danger. He does not want to care about it. Otherwise it would be a bunch of trouble in case he got caught up in some big conspiracy again. After all, this was Bianjing. Early the next morning, they accompanied Pavilion Master Rin and reported to the Xianyu Academy School Administration Office. Your academy is truly full of talent. This is your temporary student card for Xianyu Academy. It contains 2,000 credits. You can be inside the academy, eat, spend money, and even go to the book depository to pick out skills with no problem. A teacher surnamed Yang from the Academic Affairs Office kindly handed each of them a student ID card. Old Yang, after so many years, you're still a faculty officer. Pavilion Master Rin joked with a smile on his face, clearly having a great relationship with this teacher Yang. Alas, it's not as good as you, master of the Yuan Xing Academy's 3rd grade Qi point. Teacher Yang's eyes showed a look of abject envy. At this time, the door of the faculty office was opened, and a middle-aged man with fair skin, handsome demeanor, and deep, cold eyes that were still permeated with the slightest hint of a murderous aura walked in. He saw that Pavilion Master Ren also seemed to have a hint of surprise and nodded his head lightly, then came over and handed Mr. Yang a copy of the material, saying in a tone almost similar to a command, "Here's the supplies for the University Discipline Office for this semester, so get it in place on your end as soon as you can." Okay, Director Yi. Teacher Yang respectfully received the information. Director Yi nodded and walked out with an indifferent expression, as if Moze and the others did not exist. Who's this? It seems like a good look. Mose had a puzzled look on his face as he sensed the deep scorn that Pavilion Master Ren had for this person. Pavilion Master Ren coughed dryly. This person is a pervert and is strong. You guys are in the academy. It's best not to provoke him. You can't beat him? Pavilion Master Ren nodded helplessly. And next to him, Teacher Yang laughed out loud. This person's name is Yi Qingyi. He's the strongest 5th Order Chaoyuan realm expert in the entire Great Li Empire. Brother Ren also sparred with him a few times at the Xianyu Academy. And every time, he was beaten badly. No way. Before Pavilion Master Qi made his breakthrough, you were known as the #1 person in the Chaoyuan realm of the Yuanqing Academy. Even you couldn't beat him. Mose's eyes flashed with an unbelievable look, knowing that Sword Qi is the first recognized offensive existence among the 3 qualities of Qi. And Pavilion Master Ren, as the Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion, had even practiced his Sword Qi to the extent that it had been perfected. Pavilion Master Ren shook his head in shame. This person is a demon. His talent is simply appalling. How appalling? Do you guys know about killing breath? Mose nodded his head. Contempt flashed in his eyes. I know. Killing Qi? 5th grade medium Qi. Many loose cultivators refine this. You're not going to tell me that he refines killing Qi. The other 3 also looked at Pavilion Master Ren with disbelief. Pavilion Master Ren sneered. But have you guys ever seen the 3rd grade killing Qi? Impossible. Mose and the others looked shocked, while a penetrating chill rose in their hearts. If any Qi wants to be upgraded, it needs an unbelievable chance, or an unbelievable spiritual object. It was already difficult to cross 1 level, and crossing 2 levels was unheard of. Pavilion Master Ren laughed. Unbelievable, isn't it? But that's the truth. According to reason, raising the killing aura to such a level, this person would definitely be revolted by the killing aura and become a madman who knows how to kill. But nothing happened to him at all. And he also got lucky out of nowhere and upgraded his 2nd water elemental Qi to become a 3rd grade weak water Qi. After that, he passed the task of Xianyu Academy, practiced the 3rd grade of Haoyan Qi into his body, and squeezed into the ranks of the 3rd ranked Heavenly Pride with hard work. You guys just say this guy, change or not, demon or not. Mose's 4 people opened their mouths like they were listening to heavenly books, with an unbelievable look. His surname is Yi. He should be from the Yi family. Why doesn't he refine the Yi family's 3rd grade heavenly flame Qi? Mose asked suspiciously. Teacher Yang, who was on the side, explained with a light laugh. Although Yi Qingyi is a member of the Yi family, he was born to an underling of the Yi family and has a low status. It wasn't until he became a 3rd order 3-flower realm heavenly pride that he was recognized by the Yi family's head and adopted as a righteous son, and is now the Yi family's most loyal and vicious dog, as well as the head of Xianyu Academy School Discipline Office. So that's how it was. Mose and the others nodded in understanding. Then is he related to Yi Qingning? Mose asked curiously. Pavilion Master Ren shook his head. When Yi Qingning went to school, he was still just a lowly servant, and didn't have any interactions with him. After he rose to prominence, Yi Qingning had truly and officially become Lin Tianhu's girlfriend, and not long after that, Yi Qingning went to Guanhe City. Mose nodded his head to show that he understood. And then Mr. Yang called the counselors of the 2nd year Heavenly Grade 1 class and the 3rd year Heavenly Grade 1 class to bring them back to their respective classes. Xianyu Academy's 2nd year Heavenly Grade 1 class. The counselor, Mr. Lai, pointed at the Mose trio and said, these 3 students are the Heavenly Exchange students from Yuanqing Academy, and will be studying with you all for a semester. So let's applaud them. Snap! A small white and clean fat man on the stage applauded enthusiastically, and all of a sudden the other trainees, in unison, stared at him. Heartily, he stopped clapping his hands in a hurry, with an expression of who am I, where am I, and I don't know anything. Then the whole classroom fell, eerily quiet. Mr. Li dryly coughed. Alright, you felt the enthusiasm of the students. Each of you go down and find a seat. We'll start the lesson. Chapter 86, We're all garbage here. Mose looked around the class and finally sat down next to the chubby little man who had just applauded. Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen also sat together on the other side. After sitting down, Inkbrand felt countless intentional and unintentional gazes glancing towards him. He returned an affectionate smile to a spiteful gaze from the 3rd row of the 5th row, which was none other than dear fellow student Li Chan. After Li Chan saw his smile, his face was grim as hell and he looked down at his desk, not knowing what he was thinking. Mose no longer cared about him, looked at the little fat man next to him and smiled. What's your name? The little fat man smiled awkwardly. Hello boss Missouri. I'm Pei Xiaohu, the 5th young master of the Pei family. My father is currently the Minister of Households of the Great Li Empire. This Bianjing family was as numerous as dogs, and those who were able to enter the 1st class of the heavenly grade were basically all powerful members of the family. Moreover, there is no preschool class in Xianyu Academy. so the civilian students here are very rare. Even if there were, they would basically be related to a certain family. You know me? Mose asked curiously. The little fatty heatedly smiled. You, as the Yuanxing Academy grade champion, and having driven the 16th prince out of Yuanxing Academy. Who else in this Xianyu Academy doesn't know your great name? So I'm so famous. This is also thanks to the deliberate publicity of those who are interested, he said and glanced at Li Chan over there. Mose nodded in satisfaction. Who is Yi Li here? Pei Xiuhu gave him an odd look and pointed to the fourth one in the third row in the center and said, that's Yi Li, the first person in the Yi family's direct lineage, as well as the class president of the Tianyi class. So who's Feng Tianming? Before Pei Xiuhu could say anything, Feng Tianchen next to him grabbed the answer, the sixth one in the third row on the right. The one who shares a table with him is Ji Shiqing. Mose sneaked a look. What a pair of golden children. Look at that look of theirs. It's clear that the groom is in love and the concubine is interested. Other than that, Feng Tianchen's eye for women was still quite high. As Mr. Lai spoke for an hour on the stage, the bell finally rang. Mr. Li looked at the eyes of his classmates in anticipation of the end of class and gave a dry cough. There was a delay of a few minutes in introducing the new classmates today, so class will end a little later. All the trainees had a pained look on their faces. Teachers who dragged the classroom were really annoying. Ocean is another 20 minutes. Mr. Lai shouted. Well, that's it for today. Class dismissed. As Mr. Lai left, the students did not disperse as usual today. All of them were sitting honestly in their seats one by one, with their gazes darting to the duo of Mose and Li Chan from time to time. They know that today, then there are melons to eat. As expected, they were not disappointed. At this time, 3 cadets at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage got up and walked towards Mose and the others, with an unbeatable arrogant look on their faces. Hey, what's your name? From that family? And what's your bloodline? And how many ranks do your family members hold in the dynasty? Before Mose could say anything, Feng Tianchen, who was next to him, slapped the table and angrily cursed. What kind of dog are you? Daring to talk to my boss Missouri Zay like that? I, Mose boss, a personal disciple of Vice Dean Pang of the 6th Order Alchemy Realm, and 6 5th Order Heaven's Pride level brothers are furthering their studies in the Tianyu Sacred Academy. Master Ancestor is even a tinkling of swords at the 7th stage Cave Heaven realm of the Heavenly Yu Sacred Academy's tinkling elders, and the Emperor of the Great Li Empire isn't even worthy of lifting his old man's shoes to him, said Feng Tianchen with a contemptuous sneer. Dare I ask your excellency? You are from that clan again, and the clan's old ancestor can be qualified to lift my family's master ancestor's shoes. You, this trainee's face turned white. How could he answer that? It's a lot of straddling to say it's not qualified. There's no gravitas. To say it's qualified is to insult the current emperor and exterminate the 9 clans. He knew that Mose and Li Kan had a grudge, so he wanted to come out and give Mose a little embarrassment so that he could kiss the 16th Prince Li Kan's ass. Now when I heard that this Mose background is so scary, I directly stayed on the spot, not knowing what to do. I was swaying and couldn't straighten my back. Get out! Mose coldly grunted. Such a trainee, as if relieved, hurriedly bowed and saluted. I'll get lost. After saying this, the 3 of them ran out of the classroom in a grayish manner. Mose got up and arrogantly eyed all the trainees in the classroom, but those who were in his sights lowered their heads. Even Li Kan and Feng Tianming were exceptions. Just now, after hearing Feng Tianchen say this, they realized that Mose's background was, indeed, quite intimidating. Inkbrand walked over to the only cadet who hadn't bowed his head and sat directly on his desk. You are Yi Li? Yi Li secretly screamed in his heart. Originally he only wanted to sit here to eat a moment of melon. Did not think that actually ate to himself? I would have known that I just left after class. Although he wasn't afraid of Mose, it didn't mean he wanted to mess with Mose. Murasawa-san, we actually don't have any grudges. You shouldn't be looking for trouble with me. After saying that, he even glanced at Li Chan, implying that you don't want to mess with me. To mess with him. Mose couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement in his heart. This grade 1 is a bit of a wimp. Cut the crap and fight. Let me see what level the number 1 grade in Xianyu Academy is. Is it good enough to lift my shoes? Arrogant. Unbridled. When this was said, all the trainees present showed their indignation. Only Pei Xiaohu in the back had a meaningful look flashing in his eyes. Mose's sentence was almost an insult to the entire Xianyu Academy. Mose, you have to take responsibility for what you said. Yi Li's veins bulged out on his face and he roared through gritted teeth. How is it that Xianyu Academy's number 1 heavenly pride is just a mouthful? Fight or not? Give a quick word. Good. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. Tomorrow afternoon after class, in front of the entire school, we'll have a match in the martial arts arena. If I lose, you'll be given the number 1 position in the 2nd year of Xianyu Academy. If you lose, I want you to kneel down in the martial arts arena and apologize to the entire academy. Mose rolled his eyes. You lost. This first is not me. This is equivalent to you have not paid anything. However, his main goal was to humiliate the Shi family's #1 heavenly pride and take revenge for his good sister and Lin Xianchen, and there was no way he could lose. Alright, all according to you. Go back and prepare properly. After saying that, Mose gave a despicable smile and led Feng Tian Chenjiashan Fan out of the classroom. Xianyu Academy was worthy of being an aristocratic academy. That food was just not bad at all compared to the top hotels outside. In a private room, Feng Tianchen ordered a large table of dishes, then greeted Mose and Zhao Shanfan and sat down. The three of us can't eat this many dishes. Can we? Mose said with a displeased expression as he looked at the 2,000 credits in his student ID card. This table would cost at least 500 credits, and AA would cost more than 100 credits each, and he hated wasteful people in his life. Feng Tianchen poured a glass of wine for Mose and said with an excited face, Boss Missouri's you are too handsome today. This meal is on me. Don't have enough to keep ordering. Not bad, said domineeringly. He placed a stack of silver tickets on the table. The cafeteria can also be paid for with money. That's it. Then it's alright. Mose's expression instantly relaxed. Their soft eel dragonfish here seems to be good. Let's order one to try. Janitor. Add food. Chapter 87, A General Prevents 10,000 Men. Zhao Shanfan looked at Feng Tianchen godly appearance and his eyes turned red with envy. Muttering, why, as a disciple of the same dean, I'm so poor. Feng Tianchen laughed out loud. The cliff eagle in the sky is thin, and the naked man on the ground is poor. You mean to tell me that I'm so poor because I don't have a girlfriend? Thinking of Shan Xingshang's old man, and Lin Tianhu, the two assholes who started off with women, Mose couldn't help but nod his head and say, that makes sense. Then he remembered that Yi Lian had made so many pills at a loss for his sake, and he couldn't help but lower his head with some guilt. This noble academy's meals are just delicious. Feng Tianchen picked up his wine glass and toasted him. Boss Mose, isn't it a bit unfriendly for us to do this today? Mose sneered, do you think they're friendly to us? Then he continued meaningfully. We're going to stay at the Xianyu Academy for a year. If we can't give them a scare at once, there will be all sorts of trouble behind us. I see. It's still Boss Mose who is wise. Just as the three of them were in the middle of eating, a cute-looking, shy female trainee walked in and sat directly next to Mose with an adoring face. Hello Senior Mose, my name is Li Wanqing. I'm the 18th princess of the Great Li Empire. I'm a fan of yours. Can I sit here? Mose breathlessly exchanged a glance with Feng Tianchen. Didn't you all sit down already? Are you really a princess? Inkbrand asked incredulously, after carefully sizing her up. Although the woman in front of her was wearing a hint of nobility between her eyebrows, her dress was just too plain, and she actually had a plain face, with no makeup on at all. Li Wanqing nodded her head affirmatively, then smiled to herself. Isn't it very unlike? In fact, I'm really different from the other royal sons and daughters. My mother's consort was just a courtesan who conceived me while serving my father in a bath once, and was later named Promise. Promises, promises, and promises to everyone I meet in the palace. So even though I'm a princess, my status is just a little bit higher than a palace maid. No wonder you look so plain and unassuming. Inkbrand revealed the original look. Li Wanqing snorted and laughed, then said wryly, Mose, this Yili is not simple. Do you have confidence tomorrow? Of course. Li Wanqing nodded, then I am just relieved. But as the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy is the best way to win 100 battles. Here is all the information on Yili. I hope it will help you. Saying that, she handed over a stack of information. Mose continued the information and asked meaningfully, do you and Yili hate each other? Li Wanqing smiled lightly, no, but you are my idol, so I naturally don't want you to lose. Mose rolled his eyes in his heart. I'll believe the hell out of you. And at the same time, he bowed to Li Wanqing, then thank you Princess Wanqing. Princess call. How rustic. You can just call me Wanqing directly. I've never considered myself a princess anyway. Good. Then thank you Miss Wanqing. He. Well then, I'll take my leave. I'll be there to cheer you on tomorrow. After saying that, Li Wanqing walked out of the box. Feng Tianchen looked at the information and said indifferently, so fast. Mose nodded his head in agreement. The matter of his match with Yili was announced less than an hour ago, and Yili's details had already been sent to him. Whatever. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Then they continued to eat, and in the afternoon class, the whole class didn't dare to mess with him. In the evening, the emperor's son-in-law's house. As soon as they returned, the eldest princess immediately greeted them with a smile on her face. Brother Mose, the matter of your match with Yili has spread throughout Bianjing. Even the emperor knows about it. Are you really sure about tomorrow? Mose laughed and said confidently, Sister Yu, don't worry, Tomorrow I will definitely trample this so-called Yi family's heavenly pride, ruthlessly on the ground, and properly give you a mouthful of bad breath. The eldest princess giggled happily, worthy of my good brother. It's not in vain that sister I love you so much. She was still very assured of Mose's strength. After all, Vice Dean Peng had always had a good eye for people. Mose, I know you want to take it out for Turnip Moon, but what you said today is a bit too much. And now you're already a public enemy of all the cadets in the academy. There was a slight hint of reproach in the emperor's son-in-law's eyes. Behind him, Pavilion Master Ren laughed. It's fine. He's a public enemy of the students in Yuanxing Academy anyway. He's long since gotten used to it. Ah, Brother Mose, is he so poorly liked at the academy? Rapunzel said incredulously. Mose smiled awkwardly and said domineeringly, I don't care for those mediocre talents. Well, young man, that's how dominant you should be. Then the Rapunzel took out a gold silk soft armor and handed it over, just in case. This gold silk soft armor is given to you for protection. Mose quickly waved his hand. No, sister this is too expensive. I can't have it. Although he didn't carefully probe the specific attributes of this soft armor, but looking at the luster flickering on it, it was bound to be another yellow-grade high-grade treasure. You've called me sister. This gift is nothing. Consider it as a prize I gave you in advance for beating Ely. Quickly put it on and let sister see if it's handsome. No, I really can't have it. Don't worry sister I have full confidence tomorrow that this soft armor will work for me. Don't be a mother-in-law. If you don't accept it, sister I'll be angry. After saying that, Rapunzel pretended to be angry. There was no way around it. But in the end, Mose put on this gold silk soft armor in front of everyone. Not bad. Wearing this soft armor, brother is even more handsome and handsome. The eldest princess kept nodding her head in satisfaction. Looking at Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen, they were envious and jealous for a while. They also wanted to call the Rapunzel sister. Dianjing, Yi family. The Yi family head looked at Yili and said seriously, tomorrow's competition is about the honor of my Yi family. You must not lose. Understood. Yili will definitely do his best to go all out tomorrow. I want to win, not go all out. Yes, tomorrow, Yili will win. The Yi family head nodded his head in satisfaction. Go to the family treasury and see what you can use. Yili was overjoyed. Thank you, father. The following afternoon, the martial arts pavilion. It was packed with people, and some of the trainees had even come over in the morning to take their places. Even the Rapunzel's sidekick as well as Pavilion Master Ren were watching the battle from afar. One is the first in the second year of Yuanxing Academy, and the other is the second-year champion of Xianyu Academy. So you guys say who has a better chance of winning? Nonsense. Of course it's Senior Yili. This is his home ground. How could he lose to that Mose? That's right. This Mose actually dares to look down on our Xianyu Academy. We must teach him a good lesson today. After Mose and Yili stepped into the ring, a mountainous cry rang out from the stage. Yili will win. Yili will win. Of course, not everyone supported Yili. A cute-looking sweet female trainee, facing this mountainous tsunami, was not afraid at all and shouted loudly with all her strength. Inks will win. Go Inks. It's rather like a general blocking 10,000 men. She was none other than the 18th Princess Li Wanqing. Chapter 88. I just accidentally farted. Mose on the stage looked staggered for a while, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, she's really my Iron Fan? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Traitor, get the hell out of Xianyu Academy. Traitor, get out of Xianyu Academy. Humph, just don't roll. Facing tens of thousands of people's abuse, Li Wanqing shouted without the slightest bit of weakness. Go Mose. Mose will win. This woman is not a pool animal. On the ring, the referee looked at while the two of them expressionlessly, this competition. The focus is on sparring and exchanging. No injuring lives. Yes, meaning, as long as no one dies, feel free to screw the rest. Well, if there's nothing wrong, let's get started. As the referee finished speaking, Yili immediately took out a pair of gas masks and put them on. Mose, I'll see that you're still so arrogant without your stinky breath. Ha ha ha. Yili laughed triumphantly. He had studied the information. Mose's stench was indeed powerful. It could almost be said that it was invincible below the third rank, but as long as it was defended against, then Mose was a toothless tiger. Unbeatable. Brother Mose, there's no problem, right? Seeing that Yili was well prepared, the eldest princess couldn't help but ask Pavilion Master Ren with worry. Don't worry, Mose's strength is far more than what's on the data. Pavilion Master Ren laughed and said without a care in the world, although he hadn't seen Mose at full strength either. He knew that Ren Changchang had privately fought with Mose many times, but in the end, he was actually beaten out of his mind. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the figure on the second floor of the school discipline office and cursed, all ing perverts. That's why you're dragging out the match for a day. Mose looked at the gas mask on Yili's face and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Being told what was on his mind, Yili couldn't help but blush for a moment. He was indeed waiting for this mask yesterday. Cut the crap and get started. Mose let out a light laugh and gave a look to Zhao Shanfan on the stage before taking out a gas mask and putting it on his face. Zhao Shanfan took out 2 gas masks and put one on himself before handing one to Feng Tianqian. No need. I have my own. Saying that, Feng Tianqian took out a sky-blowing gold mask and put it on his face. Slutty. Is that one okay for you? Feng Tianqian hemmed and hawed. Don't worry. The functions are all the same. It's just a layer of gold plated on the outside. Zhao Shanfan let out a cold snort of jealousy, then handed that mask to Li Wanqing, signaling her to put it on. This one is too ugly. I won't bring it. Li Wanqing looked disgusted. It's our organization's logo that we have to carry. Then I'm considered a member of your organization now? Li Wanqing exclaimed with great joy. Count on it. For the heroic act you just performed. On behalf of Boss Mose, I'll grant you permission to join the organization on the grounds of being a special student. Thank you, brother Fan. Li Wanqing happily put on her mask and continued to tear into the tens of thousands of people across the street. A cadet on the opposite side couldn't help but taunt when he saw them wearing masks, watching a game and wearing a ing mask, tattooing frogs on tadpoles, pretending to be your mom. On the stage, as Yili took out his own yellow-grade high-level weapon, the long sword, Mose also took out his own love sword with high pride. Seeing Mose's black and ugly black stick-like long sword, countless trainees under the stage laughed out loud. Yuanqing Academy. If you really don't have any outstanding weapons, you can borrow one from our Xianyu Academy. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Our Xianyu Academy is an aristocratic academy. We can still take these few weapons. Ha 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 ha. You guys see that black stick actually has the words asterisk 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 stirring stick engraved on it. So damn good at naming things. Laughs me to death. Ha 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 ha. Wait, that's a stirrer for him. So what are we? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At once, countless trainees greeted Mose with all sorts of dear greetings. Even his 5 animal grandmothers and 3 maternal uncles were not spared. The referee on the stage looked at the sword in Mose's hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. When you're ready, start the match. Wait, you have something else? The referee looked at Mose with a somewhat unfavorable expression. Teacher referee, these onlookers are so close to the ring. What if we fight later? What if we accidentally injure a student? The impact of this bout was so great that almost all the students from the entire academy came over to watch, and there were even quite a few people from outside the academy. Although the Xianyu Academy's martial arts arena was large, it was also packed with people. The referee let out a disdainful sneer, emanating a fourth-order Mingyi realm's pressure from his body, while pointing at the 3 teachers under the stage and said, "For this fight, besides me there are 3 referee teachers around. If you can hurt the audience on stage, I'll count you as capable. Then I am just relieved." After saying that, Mose bowed to the 4 referee teachers one by one. Don't make this whole thing up. Start the match. The referee teacher impatiently announced the start of the match. Yes. Then Mose stretched his back, and then his expression was so intense that countless swamp chi spread out rapidly with him as the center. Cozy. It had been a long time since he had used this trick, and Inkbrand couldn't help but let out an unimpeded groan. Yili, who was just about to charge up wielding his long sword, saw a scene that shocked him, only to see countless trainees, like pouring dominoes, one by one rapidly falling down, accompanied by countless sickening sounds. Some of the people who had read Moses' profile changed their faces drastically, and they closed their breaths and stepped back. But now people are crowded, and where can they retreat to? They can only fall to the ground with wide eyes and foaming mouth unwillingly. Frightened, the 4 referees hurriedly pulled out 4 boundaries, sealing the ring to death. In a matter of moments, the entire martial arts arena was about a quarter empty, while the school's medical office quickly rushed to the rescue. Horrible as hell. Horrible as hell. Is this the strength of the number 1 heavenly pride of the Yuanqing Academy's grade? Those students and teachers who were still standing looked at Mose with horror and scorn in their eyes. Li Wanqing looked at her opponents, who had just been fighting her soundly, and fell through in an instant, and her eyes were also filled with horror. Touching the ugly mask on his face, he looked at Zhao Shanfan gratefully. Now you know the terror of Boss Mose. Zhao Shanfan laughed triumphantly. Li Wanqing nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Feng Tianqian also laughed. I'm telling you, this is far from over. What do you mean? Li Wanqing asked suspiciously. Feng Tianqian hemmed and hawed and stopped speaking. He could foresee that the business of the cafeteria would be dismal for the next 3 days. When he thought about it, he had been drinking clean water for 3 days in a row, and now he couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure in his heart when he saw others in bad luck. What have you done to them? The referee teacher shouted angrily. He had looked at Moses' profile and knew that his breath stunk, but he hadn't expected it to be this outrageous. Just accidentally farted, they probably passed out from the stench. Is it not allowed to fart in a bout? Then I'll try to refrain from it. I blame it on my cravings for a few more sweet potatoes at lunch, Mose said guiltily, looking innocent. Chapter 89, If you can do it, you do it. Continue the match. The referee teacher shouted with a serious face and gritted his teeth while giving Yili a look. That means I don't want to hear this guy talk anymore. Yili nodded his head to show that he knew, while touching the mask on his face, his heart bursting with happiness. Luckily, I didn't act impulsively yesterday, or else my consequences would have been miserable. Then his body emitted a light red heavenly flame chi, and the long sword in his hand flew, surrounded by several sword lights, quickly attacking towards Mose. Flexible positioning. Floating turn, the love sword in Mose's hand struck one after another, picking off the long swords that Yili attacked. After a few moves, the seemingly evenly matched duo quickly retreated. This guy was so fast. Yili couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Just now it was actually him who had lost the battle. The trial attack ended and a faint purple chi emerged from his eyes. This was none other than the second third grade chi vast chi he had cultivated. Although how Ran chi is average in both offense and defense, it can increase wisdom and enlightenment, and has a certain chance of being able to see the opponent's moves, making it an auxiliary type of chi. A spark came out of the lighter in Moses' hand on his side, and instantly the endless swamp gas on the stage was ignited, turning the entire ring into a sea of fire. Under the control of the wave-devouring fire royalty skill, 4 flame dragons flew out from the sea of fire and surrounded him, staring at Yili on the opposite side with a deadly stare. At the same time, a faint yellow light emanated from his body, a kingly aura leaking out sideways as he looked down on Yili like an emperor. Hooliganism. Yili let out a cold laugh in disdain and was about to launch his attack when he suddenly heard what sounded like someone laughing on the stage. Hey hey, hey, who's laughing? That guy across the street is laughing at me. No, that doesn't sound like it's coming from across the street. Yili was puzzled for a moment in his heart while the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Hey hey, hey, it's myself that's laughing. Leaf was appalled for a moment in his heart and, why should I laugh? There's nothing funny about it. I don't want to laugh either. Hey hey, hey. Not to mention Yili himself didn't understand. The audience under the stage was also confused. Is that someone laughing on stage? Because they were both wearing gas masks. The crowd on stage couldn't see their expressions. The laughter seems to be coming from Yili's side. A senior cadet nodded his head affirmatively and said, it's Yili laughing. But what is he laughing at? Mocking his opponent? It seems like he fell behind in those moves just now. Perhaps he's paralyzing the other side. The crowd nodded, and it seemed to be the only explanation. Only Mose knew clearly that it was actually him who was secretly using his laughing gas to control Yili's laughter, and he wanted to make Yili fear him psychologically. Hey hey, hey. Just when Yili was confused, Mose swung his long sword in his hand and 4 fire dragons quickly lunged at him. Yili didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly collected his mind. The long sword in his hand was raised backward. Then he transported his whole body's Tianyan Qi and chopped forward. Heavenly flame 7 slashes. Had ha. As he shouted, his longsword cut out a red-colored sword light, directly tearing apart the flying fire dragon. Then there was a second chop, and the second fire dragon was also decimated. A 4th chop followed, and the 4th fire dragon was also decimated. Just as his 5th chopping blow was about to chop over, Mose made a flexible walk to dodge the sword light, and the spiritual deterrence of the Emperor's Chi and the psychedelic effect of the laughing Chi were launched at the same time. Yili intuited that the Eti Mose in front of him was tall and tall, while his eyes were mesmerized for a while. Mose sneered. The long sword in his hand tapped on his face, and the black gas mask shattered in response. Yili woke up abruptly. His face changed drastically, and he hastily backed away, holding his breath in concentration. Whoa! There was a gasp of surprise from the stage. They all knew that Mose had been merciful just now, or else it wouldn't have been the mask that shattered, but Yili's head. Hey hey, hey! The corner of Yili's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he quickly calmed down inside. He still had a chance. As long as he could close his breath for those 2 minutes, he could turn the tables. What is Yili doing? Is he laughing or crying? At this point, the mask had shattered and the crowd watching the battle could already see the expression on Yili's face that was worse than crying. Hey hey, hey! Yili is crazy. It's such a time. How can he still laugh? It's supposed to be some kind of ploy, right? Laughing like that, or some kind of ploy. It's hard to scare the other guy to death. Yili on the stage couldn't care about the expression on his face at this moment. He controlled his breathing and chopped the 6th of the 7 heavenly flame choppers at Mose with all his might. A huge sword light whistled toward Mose. Then he didn't care if this strike could hit Mose. He mobilized his entire body's heavenly flame chi and chopped out his strongest strike. The last of the 7 heavenly flame chopping. The powerful sword light transformed into a tiger's shadow, roaring as it followed the previous one and quickly rushed towards Mose. Mose laughed. A magnificent walk, floating turn, easily dodging the first sword light. The love sword in his hand drew a circle in the air, and all of a sudden all the flames on the stage, as if they received a tug, it quickly converged into a powerful flame dragon that opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the sword light and tiger shadow in one bite. Boom! There was a loud bang. The flame dragon was blown apart, and the sword chi tiger shadow wore out. Yi Li's eyes whitened in despair, foaming at the mouth, of collapsing on top of the ring. Hey! Yi Li, who had fainted on the stage, was still twitching on his face, and every now and then he let out a burst of light laughter. Just like a fish after being killed. The muscles of the body still kept pulsing, looking horrible and weird. This scene watched the whole audience a chill. Now they finally understood. This Yi Li's smile, 80% is being made some kind of underhanded trick. This kind of bizarre means, simply unheard of, was looking at Mose with eyes full of scorn. The referee looked at Yi Li on the ground and reluctantly announced, Mose wins. The watching academies were in an uproar, and all of them showed unwillingness. This time Xianyu Academy had lost a lot of face. At this time, Li Wanqing, who had prepared for this, rushed straight up to the ring holding a large bouquet of flowers, like a fanatic fan to give it to Mose, and also hugged Mose. Traitor! Countless trainees gnashed their teeth and cursed angrily. Then I don't know who shouted, one more fight. Then the crowd of trainees were up in arms. They just couldn't accept the fact that Xianyu Academy had lost so miserably. Li Qianzhou fought him. At these words, all the trainees brightened up. Although the first place in the grade had lost, the second place might be able to give it a try. Moreover, Li Qianzhou was the 11th prince of the Great Li Empire and had been deeply hidden, so he could also be able to put up a fight with this Mose. At once the voices calling out for Li Qianzhou became higher and higher, gradually having the momentum of a mountain and a sea. On the side, Li Qianzhou's face changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted out, I can't even beat Yi Li. I'm not his opponent. A cadet angrily poo-pooed, goons. Li Qianzhou pointed at the cadet and angrily cursed, who the hell are you cursing? You have the guts to go on? Chapter 90, We'll fight again tomorrow. Mose looked at the chaotic martial arts arena and let out a cold smile as he shouted at Feng Tianming in the distance. Feng Tianming, don't hide behind a woman. Come up and fight. The crowd of trainees again brightened up and shouted. Feng Tianming, don't be afraid. Him. Feng Tianming, him up. Ji Xiuqing, who was next to Feng Tianming, grabbed his arm tightly and shook her head hurriedly with a nervous expression. Feng Tianming patted her hand to show her that she was at ease, then shouted at Mose, soldier versus soldier, general versus general, you're the #1 heavenly pride in the grade of Yuanxing Academy. I'm only ranked 3rd in my grade at Xianyu Academy. It's not fair for you to fight me. Then he pointed at Feng Tianchen, who was not far away. Do you dare to come up to the ring and fight me? The trainees have nodded their heads. Feng Tianming, this brain turns really fast. Mose cannot fight. We can fight with other people. Anyway, just win and get some face back. Feng Tianchen immediately turned pale. If he could beat Fei Tianming, he wouldn't have been bullied all the time. Stuttering, you're 3rd in your grade and I'm only 4th in mine. It wouldn't be fair for us to fight. Then he pulled Zhao Shanfan towards his body. This student Zhao Shanfan is the 3rd in our Yuanxing Academy's grade. If you want to fight, you fight him. Humph. Rubbish. Feng Tianming sneered disdainfully, then arrogantly said to Zhao Shanfan, do you dare to fight me? Zhao Shanfan had a thick skin and was just about to refuse when Feng Tianchen's voice came from behind him. Brother Fan, 1 million taels of silver tickets. Help me teach him a hard lesson. Zhao Shanfan's eyes instantly glowed with excitement as he shouted at Feng Tianming, vertical sun suffer death. Saying this, he jumped onto the ring with 2 crotch steps. Today, this martial arts arena was made a mess, and there are countless trainees still lying in the school doctor's office. So what I mean is tomorrow afternoon, we'll have another match. He didn't have much of an impression of this Zhao Shanfan, so he couldn't make a rash move. And right now if he was going to fight on this occasion, then he had to win. Are you afraid? Zhao Shanfan said contemptuously. His Yuan magnetism chi was inherently restraining the Feng clan's Xin heir, so he wasn't vain at all. Feng Tianming said with a righteous face, I will be afraid of you. It's just that it's already very late today, and the students still have to attend classes tomorrow, so we can't delay the students from resting. So we'll compete tomorrow. Zhao Shanfan wanted to say something else, but the referee glared at him coldly and said, we're going to get off work today. We'll compete tomorrow. There was no way around it. The referee had spoken and Zhao Shanfan could only agree. The participants then dispersed. In the school infirmary, the unconscious cadets also woke up, and then just vomited. Some of the trainees who hadn't been hit had their faces turned pale. I never imagined that this marsh gas is so terrifying. However, I've heard that it's only as powerful as the early stages, and that by the third stage of the three-flower realm, one can use their willpower and resist the stench. In a VIP ward, countless people gathered around Yili, who had just woken up, and as a bout of vomiting followed, the people around him sent concerned greetings. Yili, how are you feeling now? Weakness of the whole body, dizziness, vomit. Brother Yi, why did you keep smiling during your match? I don't know. I wasn't laughing at all inside at the time, but I just laughed uncontrollably. Yili remembered the horrific scene in the ring. His frazzled face looked even paler. He never wanted to fight with Moze again in his life. In the evening at the Feng family, Feng Tianming carefully studied Zhao Shanfan's information. It turns out that this guy cultivates yuan magnetic qi. Fortunately, this young master is quick-witted today, or else he would have suffered a great loss. Thinking of this, Feng Tianming could not help but feel a pang of fear. Then he headed for his third uncle's dean. Tianming, why are you free to come to my place for tea today? Third uncle Feng Qingshui handed over a cup of tea to Feng Tianming before pouring a cup himself. Third uncle, I'm going to fight someone at the academy tomorrow, and I'd like to borrow your tsunami roar for a while. With your strength and having to borrow my tsunami roar, who will you fight tomorrow? Feng Qingshui looked puzzled. It's an exchange student from Yuanxing Academy. His name is Zhao Shanfan, cultivates yuan magnetic qi, and the academy has already lost one game. I have to win. Yuan magnetic qi, that's the nemesis of speed attribute qi. No wonder you're looking for me to borrow tsunami roar. Saying that, a red summoning formation appeared in Feng Qingshui's hand and a big dog with a snow-white body and a crescent moon-type marking on its forehead scurried out. Master, is this white and clean person the food you prepared for me? Said Tsunami Roar as it was about to charge towards Feng Tianming. Tsunami Howl, calm down. He's not food. Feng Qingshui hurriedly stopped it. Upon hearing that it wasn't food, Tsunami Howl hung his head and sat down on the ground with a sulky look on his face. Tsunami Howl, you go and help Tianming in a fight tomorrow. Okay, and after you win, I'll give you 10 roasted suckling pigs. Feng Qingshui had a consultative tone. This Tsunami Howler has a noble bloodline, great potential and high intelligence, and has the potential to become a 7th-order demon king in the future if it is properly cultivated. Although it was only at the peak of the 2nd order now, it was completely easy to deal with a 3rd-order 3-flower realm expert, and it was Feng Qingshui's favorite. He's too weak. I'm not going. Howling Moon looked at Feng Tianming with contempt. Feng Qingshui dryly coughed, 10 ebony body ds. It's a deal. I want every one of them strong. Tsunami Howl stood up steeply, his mouth dripping with harumph, and a dog whip instantly hardened, still radiating a slight heat. Okay, all according to you. In Feng Tianming's astonished eyes, Howling Moon and Feng Qingshui lifted the equal contract, and then concluded the equal summoning contract with him. When the emperor's son-in-law's mansion, Mose and the others returned, the eldest princess said with an odd expression on her face, Brother Mose, I finally understand why you've become the public enemy of all the trainees of the Yuanxing Academy. Mose laughed, geniuses, all of them are meant to attract jealousy. The Rapunzel snorted, you are indeed a genius, and today you have given your sister a taste of her own medicine, and she is going to treat you all well. Said he led them to the dining room, where a sumptuous table had been prepared. Shan Fan, this Feng Tianming has good strength. Are you sure about tomorrow? Moze asked worriedly as he ate the delicacies in his bowl. I'm not really sure about the others, but the Wind family's people, I'm sky-kicking them. Zhao Shanfan had a confident face. Mose nodded, but just to be on the safe side, he took the gold silk software he was wearing and gave it to Zhao Shanfan to put on. Clear Lake Place, in a hidden private room, little fatty Pei Xiaohu said to Li Wanqing appreciatively, Wanqing, you did a very good job today. Li Wanqing's eyes flashed with suspicion, can this really bring down the crown prince? Chapter 91, The Stripping Technique. Pei Xiaohu nodded his head affirmatively. Moze has a powerful background. As long as he's involved, Yuanxing Academy and the eldest princess will inevitably not stand on the sidelines, either. When that time comes and the forces from all sides push for it, we will definitely be able to bring down the crown prince. Then Pei Xiaohu looked at Li Wanqing with pity and continued to say, only, this is going to aggrieve you. As long as I can pull that demon off the throne of the crown prince, this little personal sacrifice on my part is nothing. Otherwise it would be unthinkable if such a person were to ascend to the throne. Li Wanqing's firm eyes seemed to have endless vicissitudes and sadness in them. The news that the first Tianzhou of the 2nd year of Xianyu Academy had lost and the 3rd Tianzhou was at the Battle Elemental Star Academy instantly spread throughout Bianjing. At the same time, the information of the 4 exchange students from Yuanxing Academy this time had all appeared in the hands of the major powers. Mo's as well as his swamp gas also became the talk of people's mouths in the first place, and they all marveled at the meanness and shamelessness, as well as the power of this kind of gas. And Mo's himself has been deliberately scandalized, saying that he is despicable, shameless and nasty, covered with dark sores and tumors. His body is incredibly smelly and green, and a fart is released to smother thousands of people. You say cow or not cow? The next day, Xianyu Academy. The classroom of the first class of the heavenly grade was heavy and depressing today, and everyone looked at the scorn and fear in the eyes of Mo's trio, and the class president Yili took a leave of absence to come to class. It is said that yesterday after going back to drop rice did not enter, and now cannot get out of bed at all. Noon. Cafeteria. It was still the same private room from yesterday, only there was one more person eating today, and that was Princess Li Wanqing. Although Murazawa knew that she should have some sort of purpose for approaching him, they officially accepted this lovely princess due to her feat of defeating 10,000 people with one yesterday without losing a single step. As far as Mo's was concerned, as long as she didn't hurt herself and the others, it was fine, but of course if she tried to do something bad to her and the others, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Sister Wanqing, I, Zhao Shanfan, have never admired that woman in my life, and to you, I am truly convinced. I'm dry. Feel free. After saying that, Zhao Shanfan raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it all in one go. Li Wanqing giggled and drank the wine in her own cup as well, while a hint of emotion flashed in the depths of her eyes, but it was just a hint. Come on us, let's toast Princess Wanqing together, and at the same time wish Shanfan good luck in his afternoon match. Cheers! 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 Asterisk 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 asterisk. Meanwhile outside the cafeteria, in a hidden corner, a heavenly rank 1 cadet pulled a janitor and said solemnly, "Well, did it get done?" The janitor nodded affirmatively. "It's done. And I saw with my own eyes that the one called Zhao Shanfan took the wine that had been put down with a laxative and gave it a mouthful of it." The cadet nodded in satisfaction and took out a silver ticket and handed it to the janitor. "Remember to keep this a secret. Understand? Don't worry. This matter is absolutely known to heaven and earth." The janitor happily collected the silver ticket, then went back to continue working. This cadet let out a sinister cold laugh. "Zhao Shanfan, no matter how strong you really are, you will definitely lose in this match." In fact, he also wanted to poison. But Zhao Shanfan was the disciple of the sixth order god refining realm powerhouse, Di Niao, so if he found out, then this would be a big deal. And the laxative is just right. The most you can blame is that you ate something unclean. Inside the martial arts arena in the afternoon, today's pomp and circumstance was no less than yesterday's. The trainees of Xianyu Academy needed a victory to prove themselves too much. Under the attention of all the people, Feng Tianming walked onto the ring in a radiant manner. "Tianming will win. Tianming will win. Feng Tianming, if you win today, you can do anything to me. Roll. You dead. Tianming is ours." Feng Tianming on the stage felt everyone's cheers and expectations. He felt that his decision was incredibly wise. As long as he won today, then he would surely become the hero of Xianyu Academy, and the Academy's senior management would surely think highly of him, and he would be able to fight for the Academy's other third-grade Dochi point next semester. Who said that he, Feng Tianming, didn't have the talent of a fifth-order heaven's pride? And a confident smile appeared on his face as he thought of this. Immediately after, Zhao Shanfan also walked onto the ring with a few big strides. In his eyes Feng Tianming was a million taels of silver. "Zhao Shanfan, go for it. Zhao Shanfan will win." Li Wanqing actually carried a banner today and came over to shout and support Zhao Shanfan. "Traitor, get the hell out of Xianyu Academy. Scum, you're not welcome here." A mountainous tsunami of abuse came at Li Wanqing, and she still did not wimp out in the slightest, and actually took out a megaphone and loudly cursed at her. "You bunch of losers. Scum, if you have the ability to fight my boss Mo's, a bunch of goons, silverware, midgets." Saying that, he also excitedly said to the two of them, "Moze and Feng Tianchen, don't be a wimp. Come and curse them to death together." The two took a step back in unison, their heads shaking like rattlesnakes as they looked at her with awe. If he was to fight with tens of thousands of people, Moze would not be a wimp at all. But this is a fight with tens of thousands of curses, or forget it. With the referee's order, the battle in the ring officially began. As the first person in the first line of the Feng family, Feng Tianming was naturally covered in high-grade yellow equipment, and Zhao Shanfan wasn't bad either. Moze even lent him the Qingfeng Luyun crawl. Only Feng Tianming, dressed in a white gold-encrusted robe and holding a golden yellow-grade high-level longsword, stepped in a mysterious pace, transforming into a few residual shadows as he swiftly attacked Zhao Shanfan. As for Zhao Shanfan, he stood in place, dancing a semicircle with the yellow-grade high-grade broken wave blade in his hand, black and white chi flowing around him. forming a bizarre magnetic field around him. No matter which angle Feng Tianming attacked from, he would end up being drawn to the side by the Yuan magnetic chi, unable to hurt Zhao Shanfan in the slightest. After a few moves, the trial attack ended, and Feng Tianming dodged and retreated. The energy of Yuan magnetism is truly extraordinary. Zhao Shanfan let out a cheap laugh. The extraordinary ones are still behind? Suddenly he felt his stomach. A rumbling sound came from it, and his heart secretly screamed. What time does not come? But this time, no must endure. Then the black and white chi flowed in his hands, and the gold threads and various metal buttons on Feng Tianming's clothes were suddenly pulled against each other by an inexplicable force. Put! Feng Tianming's clothes were torn to shreds on the spot, so scared that his face turned pale and he threw the golden longsword aside, hurriedly clasping his hands to his chest and stepping up with his buttocks, like a young daughter-in-law who had been molested. She looked at Zhao Shanfan in shocked colors. Ah! Asterisk. Holy! Bull! The crowd of trainees under the stage let out various exclamations of shock, shyness, horror, excitement, anger, in short, any expression. Li Wanqing wide-eyed, shocked for a time actually forget and opposite the tirade. The two of them, Moze and Feng Tianchen, gave a thumbs up to Zhao Shanfan on the stage with admiration in their eyes. I thought that all these gold wires and gold buttons on your body were pure gold. So the first line of the lineage also carries fakes. Zhao Shanfan disliked with a mocking face. In fact, these gold buckle is not pure gold, but it is added with many precious metals. Its value can be much higher than pure gold. You are shameless and nasty. Feng Tianming cursed angrily with a sobbing voice. Even if he won this time, the glorious image he had built up for so long was ruined. Chapter 92, Food and Beauty. At this time, Feng Tianming's heart that hate if I had known that I would not pretend, directly summoned the tsunami moon roar to defeat the opposite side of that shameless bastard. Ha! On your underwear, it's actually inlaid with gold wire as well. Is that pure gold? Zhao Shanfan asked with a puzzled expression. Don't, master, I beg you, have mercy. Unfortunately, his pleas for mercy had no effect, and with a sneer from Zhao Shanfan, his underwear was ripped open. Ah, wow, so white. Is it big? It was just too fast to see. There was another commotion on stage, saying everything. The referee's face throbbed. He knew that Feng Tianming still had his cards, so he didn't announce the end of the match either. Ha, Zhao Shanfan, if I die. Feng Tianming at this time squatting in the corner of the ring naked, hands clasping chest, knees but dead intensified, full of red face, do not know was being ashamed, or angry. Tsunami roar, come out for me. With his roar, a red arcane summoning formation appeared in front of him. A big, majestic white dog burrowed out of the formation. It's a second-ranked top demonic beast. The tsunami roar. This time Yuanqing Academy will lose. Ha. Tianming, good for you. Even if you have everyone looking at you, I still love you. Unexpectedly, there was such a reversal, which caused the crowd of Xianyu Academy trainees to become excited, and there was no longer anyone to ridicule Feng Tianming, who had been stripped naked. As for Moze and the others, their faces changed drastically and they hurriedly shouted to Zhao Shanfan on the stage, Shanfan, this demonic beast is not something you can fight against. Admit defeat. Zhao Shanfan looked grave as he nodded. I'll give it a try, and if it doesn't work I'll admit defeat. He still didn't want to give up Feng Tianxin's 1 million taels of silver tickets. Only those who have been poor know how attractive this money is to him. Although Dean Yao treated him well, he never gave him money directly like that. Tsunami roar, kill him for me. Feng Tianming gritted his teeth and roared. At this time the great sense of shame had already dispersed his sanity. Didn't you say that you can't kill anyone? Howling Moon looked at the naked Feng Tianming and asked suspiciously, while his eyes were filled with disdain. It's ugly, there's not even a hair on it. Then he ran his paws through his silky fur with a proud look on his face. The crowd under the stage all exclaimed, what a beautiful dog. What a high level of spiritual intelligence. And it can actually talk. Some of the female trainees' eyes were glistening and they could not wait to go up and jerk the dog. I don't care. I want him dead. Howling Moon nodded with a grave expression. If you kill, you have to add money. Add at least 3 more big ES. And this dog wants golden fur this time. I'll give you 10 more. You kill him immediately. Feng Tianming shouted maniacally. Okay, boss. He's dead. Woof woof. The Howling Moon transformed into a silver light, excitedly and swiftly rushing towards Zhao Shanfan. Zhao Shanfan gazed in quiet at his mind. The Yuan magnetic chi flickered, and a magnetic field enveloped his surroundings. The broken wave blade in his hand was clenched tightly, and a powerful blade light chopped out towards Feng Tianming who was crouching on the ground on one side. Capture the thief first. This big dog looked like he was not to be messed with. He only needed to defeat Feng Tianming. Despicable human. Actually trying to sneak up on my boss. Woof. Tsunami Howl raised his dog's paw and swung it at the blade light. A claw shadow came out of thin air and directly shattered the blade light. At the same time, he shouted at Feng Tianming, *******, boss. Don't keep squatting there. You have to be able to run. Otherwise this dog is very passive. Feng Tianming had a complicated expression and hastily shook his head. Wanting him to run around naked was absolutely impossible. Hey, what a stupid beating. How did this dog get a master like you? Howling Moon shook his head helplessly. And suddenly swift as the wind, he rushed towards Zhao Shanfan once again. Fast. Too fast. This speed is more than several times faster than just now. And Zhao Shanfan, who was unable to make a move in time, was directly sent flying by a dog claw, and a mouthful of fresh blood was sprayed out of his mouth. If it wasn't for the golden silk soft armor protecting his body, he might have GA just now with this blow. This dog is so ferocious, it's no match for him at all. After Zhao Shanfan got up, he hurriedly shouted at the referee, "I recognize." Before the number could be shouted out, it was directly hailed on the face by a dog's paw, and the whole person directly turned around in the air, and once again fell hard on the ground. It's not that easy to make lose. Woof woof. Tsunami Howl scoffed disdainfully. Good. Ha ha ha. Feng Tianming laughed madly. Under the ring, Moze anxiously and hurriedly shouted at the referee, "Referee teacher. He's conceded defeat. Quickly terminate the match." The referee gave him a cold look and said, "Did he concede? I didn't hear that." Then he asked around, "Did Zhao Shanfan just admit defeat?" "No." Countless trainees shouted in unison. "See, everyone didn't hear that. You must have misheard me. Mr. Merzel." The referee mocked mercilessly. "Zhao Shanfan is the personal disciple of Din Yao of the Yuanxing Academy. If he dies in the ring, Din Yao won't settle for anything." Moze shouted with a serious expression. The referee pulled his fingers out of his ears and said with full concern, "Don't worry, we won't let either of them get killed. The implication is that it won't kill you. But crippled or half dead, that's not necessarily the case." At this time, the beaten down Zhao Shanfan still wanted to admit defeat, but his back teeth were broken, so he could only make a whimpering sound. "Ooh-hoo, K-How loses. Bladed potato." And in response he was met with another dog claw that ripped several large holes in his pants. At the same time there was a fierce churning in his abdomen, and at this point it was all going to the dogs, so how could he even think about controlling this? There was a sudden leakage, and the unnameable object was ejected, while a foul odor filled the air. Tsunami Howl sniffed with his nose and angrily cursed, "Despicable human. Actually trying to bribe this dog with food. Woof." Then in the shocked, amazed, and unbelievable gazes of countless people, it wagged its tail and ran over, licking a few bites. Then he revealed an expression of enjoyment. Then with a wave of the dog's paw, he directly ripped the pants off Zhao Shanfan's buttocks, and then merrily ate them. An eerie silence fell over the entire room, and no one dared to make the slightest sound. Tsunami Roar. "What are you doing? You're a roar, not a dog. How can you eat that filth?" Feng Tianming felt like he was about to go crazy. He just couldn't accept what was in front of him. "Woof, why can't I eat it? This is much better than that old man's roasted suckling pig from Feng Shimizu. Woof." With those words, Tsunami Howl continued to eat happily again. "Tsunami Howl, shut up and kill him. I'll add 30 ES in your choice of colors." Howling Moon looked up and pondered for a moment, finally choosing between food and beauty, then proceeded to wag his tail and eat happily. Chapter 93, My Master Dares to Poop in Front of Tens of Thousands of People. Heavens! Tsunami Howl, shut up. If you want to eat, my Feng family has plenty. Kill him for me. Feng Tianming shouted at the top of his voice. Tsunami Roar, who had finally eaten almost as much, growled impatiently at Feng Tianming. "What's the noise? You can't have peace when you throw a meal. You're too much of a loser. This dog has decided to get a new master." Woof woof. After saying that, a red equal beast pet contract formation suddenly appeared on Tsunami Roar's head, and with a roar from it, that formation directly shattered. The Tsunami Roar unilaterally dissolved the equal beast pet contract. Then it wagged its tail and walked over to Zhao Shanfan and said condescendingly, "Human, this dog has decided to hang out with you from now on. This is this dog's equal beast pet contract. This dog advises you not to be ungrateful." After saying that, a red equal beast pet contract formation chart lit up in front of Zhao Shanfan. As long as he dropped a drop of blood in the middle of the chart, the contract would be complete. At this time, Zhao Shanfan, who was beaten on the ground and did not dare to move, his heart was overjoyed. There is actually such a good thing. Her mother did not dare to dream like this at night. Without saying a word, a drop of blood was dropped in the center of the formation diagram. Instantly he felt an inexplicable connection with the Tsunami Roar. Tsunami Howl nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Count on you, kid, to be sensible." Woof woof. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That works too. Holy, is he the legendary son of heaven's destiny? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I refuse to accept that. Mose also opened his mouth wide, full of admiration. 666. 6 of my 6th granduncle flew off the walls, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Brother Fan, I'm convinced. I've decided that you'll be my idol from now on. Feng Tianqian was admiring Zhao Shanfan at this moment. Sensing Tsunami Howl's goodwill, Zhao Shanfan summoned up the courage to pet the cute big dog. Then he stood up and shouted angrily at Feng Tianming. Putty throws no blessings to lose. Tsunami Roar arrogantly shouted, Master said that he would get you killed. Woof. Zhao Shanfan looked at this big dog with surprise. Is that what I mean? Feng Tianming's face was a burst of green and white, and he didn't catch his breath. Directly fainted. Zhao Shanfan laughed crazily, tears and snot running down his face, and on his bare buttocks, there was still some yellow unmentionable thing left. Lousy. Hard. Tsunami Roar angrily looked at the countless trainees under the stage and yelled, Master said that all of you are trash. Woof. Zhao Shanfan looked at it with wide eyes and said, Gomud is whole enough. Tsunami Roar once again angrily rebuked all the trainees. Master said, who else dares to come up and challenge? Woof. The crowd stared at the man and dog on the stage with odd expressions. With the referee shouting, Zhao Shanfan wins. The match ended successfully. Then the academies left the martial arts arena in disappointment. This time no one shouted for another match. They could no longer accept another defeat. Li Wanqing excitedly went over and hugged Zhao Shanfan. Brother Zhao, you can even win this. You're great. Zhao Shanfan immediately turned red. He hadn't been hugged by a woman like this before. Pregnant gas. It's all pregnant gas. Howling Moon looked at Li Wanqing in disgust. Master said, you stink too much. Let go of him quickly. Woof woof. Li Wanqing's pretty face reddened and she hurriedly let go of Zhao Shanfan. Then Tsunami Moon Roar looked at Mose and Feng Tianqian and arrogantly said, the two of you are the master's followers, right? Quickly go and get a pot over. This dog suddenly has an upset stomach and wants to poop. Woof. Mose looked odd. Tianqian, what do you want to eat tonight? Feng Tianqian had a black line on his face. Dog meat hot pot. Ignorant human. What's so delicious about dog meat? Master's poop. That's the delicacy of the earth. Woof woof. In the evening, the emperor's son-in-law's house. The Rapunzel and the others learned about Zhao Shanfan's match and laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Brother Run, I haven't been back to the academy for many years. Hasn't it changed a lot? I feel like I can't understand some of these young people now. The prince-in-waiting looked at Pavilion Master Ren, who was still laughing, with a puzzled expression. Thinking of his daughter's transformation from a goddess of the entire academy to a credit-grabbing robber that everyone scorned after entering the yellow level 5 class, Pavilion Master Ren couldn't help but look stagnant and let out a heavy sigh. It's changed quite a bit, and now the number 1 sophomore class is yellow class 5. The eldest princess was finally slowing down from her loud laughter. Brother Mose is so powerful that he can actually lead the yellow grade class 5 to compare a bunch of heaven grade classes. She had studied at the Yuan Xing Academy, so she naturally understood how difficult it was. Just as everyone was chatting, Feng Qingxue brought Feng Tianming and a large pile of gifts to visit his door. The crowd looked at the self-indulgent tsunami howler on the side with odd expressions, then had them invited in. The Wind family actually had a pretty good relationship with the Yuan Xing Academy, or else they wouldn't have sold the family's direct descendants to the academy. Greetings to the Grand Princess, Emperor's son-in-law, and Pavilion Master Ren. Feng Qingxue came in and even saluted the crowd with a big smile. Elder Qingxue, what is the purpose of your visit? The elder princess asked knowingly. Feng Qingxue smiled awkwardly. Tianming didn't know any better and offended a few Yuan Xing Academy celestials, so he was brought here to apologize. Then he said to Feng Tianming, who was at the side, quickly apologize to the students of Yuan Xing Academy, especially student Zhao Shanfan. Feng Tianming's expression was gloomy, and he said sorry to Zhao Shanfan and the others with extreme reluctance. Pavilion Master Ren laughed. Elder Shuiqing is overstating things. It's normal for young people to compete and spar. Feng Qingxue laughed. Yes, it's normal for young people to compete and spar. If Tianming loses, we recognize that. But Tsunami Howl still troubles you to return it. It was borrowed by Tianming from the Wind family. This dog is not going back. The Wind family is boring as hell, and there's not even any poop to eat. Woof. Tsunami Howl, the Wind family is your home. You must go back with me. Also, who said that the Wind family doesn't have any poop to eat? Don't worry. Go back and keep letting you eat enough. Feng Qingxue was speechless, but he had always treated Tsunami Howl as an ancestor, and had given it all the delicacies of the mountains and the sea to eat, but he really hadn't given it any poop. Who would have thought that a demonic beast with such a high bloodline and such spirituality would actually like to eat poop? The Wind family is not my home. What this dog signed with you before was a contract of equality, so you can leave at any time. and this dog doesn't believe you. If the Wind family has poop to eat, why don't you let this dog eat it? Unless you prove it to me live. Woof. Feng Qing had a black line on his face. How am I supposed to prove this? Do you want me to pull one for you on the spot? Then he turned his head over in a plea for help, looking at Feng Tianming on the side. I can't do that kind of thing in public. Feng Tianming hastily shook his head with an I'd rather die look. Tsunami howl. Things like pooping are very private and can't be done in public. You go back with me and I swear, I'll definitely let you have your fill. Nonsense. You bad old man. Trying to trick this dog again. This dog's master would dare to poop in front of tens of thousands of people. Why don't you dare? Woof woof. Tsunami roar barked with a disbelieving face. Chapter 94, You're going to sit in the back. Pavilion Master Ren had just taken a sip of tea and gave it a snort. Moze and the others also laughed. Zhao Shanfan's face was so gloomy that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. This dead dog. Who wants it? Who wants it? He doesn't want it anyway. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Tsunami Roar came to a realization. So you all don't dare to poop in public. That means this dog's master is awesome. It's even more unlikely that this dog will go back to the Wind family with you. Woof. When this statement came out, Moze and the others once again laughed. Feng Tianchen even laughed and lying on the ground and could not straighten his back. Feng Tianming said with a disgusted look on his face, Third uncle, this kind of retarded demonic beast. It's fine for our Feng family not to want it. You boys know a thing or two. Feng Qing glared viciously at him. This tsunami howler has extraordinary potential. Once it grows up it will have at least the strength of the 6th order god refining realm. There was even the hope of breaking through to the 7th stage of the cave realm. That could be given up casually. Tsunami howl. Have you forgotten that there are still more than 50 ES in the Wind family waiting for you to copulate at your pleasure? Moreover, poop can be pooped by anyone. If you come back with me to the needing Wind family, I guarantee that you will have endless poop to eat and ES to sleep with. After saying that, Feng Qingshui looked at Tsunami Roar with an expectant face. At the mention of the howling moon hesitated for a moment, and after bowing his head and thinking for a moment, he said with firm eyes, It's not impossible to want this dog to go back with you, unless you can prove that you're better than my master. Woof. How to prove it? Feng Qingshui asked seriously. If you can poop in front of 100,000 people, this dog believes you are more powerful than this dog's current master. Woof. Wisdom flashed in Howling Moon's eyes, and he seemed to think that this was a great idea as well. Feng Qingshui had a black line on his face and almost didn't pass out from anger. Pavilion Master Rin really couldn't help himself and came over and said, Originally, according to the rules of ring sparring you can't seize your opponent's loot, but Howling Moon isn't an item, and it's still just an equal contract with your Wind family. It has the right to make its own choices. This matter, I think that's it. Feng Qingshui sighed helplessly. Alright, since Pavilion Master Ren has said so, then this is the matter. Pavilion Master Rin stood out at this time. That represented the attitude of the Yuan Xing Academy. And now that the Feng family was working hard to make friends with the Yuan Xing Academy, they naturally wouldn't destroy the relationship that had been established with great difficulty because of this point. Then Feng Qingshui and Pavilion Master Rin and the others, after exchanging pleasantries for a while and re-emphasizing the deep partnership between the two sides, returned to the Feng clan. This stupid dog. I really don't want it anymore. Whoever of you wants it can take it away? Zhao Shanfan said with incomparable disgust. Dog. You stupid master. You actually dare to dislike this dog. This dog tells you. This dog is going to follow you. Even if you unilaterally cancel the contract, this dog will definitely follow you. Woof. In fact, besides the fact that it must follow Zhao Shanfan and likes to eat his poop, the main thing is that it has a natural aptitude that can tell other people's qi. And Zhao Shanfan was the one with the thickest qi, even thicker than the one next to him. Moze. Rapunzel smilingly stepped forward and said, This tsunami howl has a very high spirit. Its bloodline should be very pure and should have the qualifications to break through to the 7th order Demon King. Shanfan, are you sure you don't want it? Zhao Shanfan immediately showed a shocked look on his face and laughed. I suddenly feel that this tsunami howl is quite cute. Ha ha ha. Humph. Master. Now you know that this dog is powerful. Don't hurry up and go prepare a night snack for this dog. This dog is hungry. Woof woof. Tsunami Moon Roar tilted its lofty head with a haughty face. Zhao Shanfan took a large basin with an embarrassed face and walked toward the outhouse. And a few moments later a basin of unnameable things was brought out. The next day, in the classroom of the Heavenly Grade 1 class of Xianyu Academy, Feng Tianchen looked at Feng Tianming and Ji Shouqing in the front row, who were in love with each other, and whispered with a jealous face, Boss Missouri, Fan, you guys have to help me. Pei Xiaohu, who was on the side, said with an odd expression on his face, this Feng Tianming and Ji Shouqing are childhood friends. Wanting to dig this wall is not that easy. Don't worry. A to hoe swing digging deep. 80 old woman can call spring. As long as the hoe swing good, Teenage sister shouting big treasure. Boss, I will help you, Mose said with an air of confidence. Thanks, boss. When our child is born, I'll let him recognize you as his righteous father. During the break between classes, Mose brought Feng Tianchen and the others over to Feng Tianming. You sit in the back. Mose knocked on Feng Tianming's desktop with a look of bravado and arrogance. This kind of thing as the class president Yi Li naturally couldn't stand to watch and slapped the table, angrily saying, Mose, don't go too far. This is Xianyu Academy. You sit down. Mose glared at him viciously, while his kingly aura leaked sideways. Humph. Yi Li grunted angrily. Then there was no more then. He sat down obediently pretending to have seen nothing. Mose gave a disdainful sneer, then turned his head to look at Feng Tianming and continued arrogantly, do you want me to invite you over? Feng Tianming clenched both his fists, angrily slammed the table and roared, I'll be back. Then he gathered his things and angrily found a seat in the back row. Mose stopped Ji Xiuqiang, who got up and wanted to go to the back, and said with a kind face, Miss Haru, it's like this. We just transferred here and we can't keep up with a lot of our homework. So we'd like to ask for your help in tutoring us. But I don't have good grades either. Why don't you ask the class president? He has good grades, Ji Xiuqiang said with a trembling look of great fear. He's a loser. I'm afraid he'll lead us to the ditch. So we'll trust you, he said and glared at Ji Xiuqiang's other tablemate. This tablemate had the good sense to give up his seat. And then Mose, Feng Tianming, and the others smoothly sat in front of and behind Ji Xiuqiang. Xiuqiang, this transforming power with Qi, what are those factors needed? Feng Tianchen took out his textbook and looked like he was humbly seeking advice. Tianchen, you're holding your textbook backwards. Ji Xiuqiang looked at him with an odd expression. Feng Tianchen smiled awkwardly and hurriedly turned his textbook. Xiuqiang, I haven't talked to you for too long. I'm a bit excited. Tianchen, I feel like you've changed since you came back from Yuanqing Academy, he said and also looked at Mose and Zhao Shanfan in awe. Just as Feng Tianchen was trying to catch up with Ji Xiuqiang, the 11th Prince Li Qianzhou walked over and smiled. Hello fellow Mose, my name is Li Qianzhou, the 11th Prince of the Great Li Empire. Mose gave him a disdainful glance, looking for trouble, or wanting to stand up for that guy. Saying that, he skimmed a glance at Feng Tianming in the back. Don't misunderstand. I have an average relationship with him. Li Qianzhou hurriedly waved his hand. Chapter 95, The Prince's Frustration. Mose sneered and nodded his head. Oh, I see. That means you want to take revenge for that guy, right? After saying that, he looked over there waiting for me. Li Chan. This is even more impossible. I don't know that well. Li Qianzhou hurriedly denied it. How unfamiliar. The kind of undercooked that you can't cook in a pot anyway. Ink Zephyr laughed out loud and got up to extend his hand to shake his hand. Get reacquainted. Yuanqing Academy. Ink Zephyr. His principle had always been that the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Li Qianzhou also laughed. Xianyu Academy. Li Qianzhou. Next semester I'm going to apply to go to Yuanqing Academy as an exchange student. At that time I'll also bother Boss Missouri. Take care of me. Well said. I can still say a few words about Yuanqing Academy. Li Qianzhou was overjoyed. Then thank you, Boss Missouri. And if there is anything you need help with in Xianyu Academy, also feel free to ask. Good. Then thanks to Brother Boat, said the two, even hugged, as if they hadn't seen each other for years. Mose had just sat down when Feng Tianchen's voice came from his ear. Boss Missouri's This Li Qianzhou is not simple. Oh, you know his information. Feng Tianchen nodded with a grave expression and said, I've heard of him. He's the 11th Prince of the Great Li Empire, and his mother is the current favored consort, noble consort Shu, and her power is quite extraordinary. Li Qianzhou is sinister and cunning, and he fought with the third year's 8th Prince, Li Ji, at Xianyu Academy. Inkbrand nodded his head in knowledge. After the afternoon session, Mose and the others were about to return to the Emperor's side, harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side, when a commotion came out in front of them and a familiar voice rang out. Buster, he's just Mose. Li Chan walked over with a large group of third-year cadets. You're Mose? Li Ji asked, towering over him like an emperor. Mose gave a disdainful sneer. Who are you to stand up for Li Chan? At this time, Li Qianzhou also stood behind Mose with a large group of people and said, Eighth brother, as the number one in the third year, you came to our second year to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the school disciplinary office? A trace of scorn flashed in Li Ji's eyes as he mocked. Li Qianzhou, you've started kissing Yuanqing Academy's ass so soon, ah? Li Qianzhou snorted coldly. The 4 great academies are in the same breath. Mose is my classmate. It's only right that I stand up for him. Unlike some people, who bully the weaker underclassmen with impunity on the grounds that they are seniors. Watching the two of them fight, Mose was speechless and shouted, Li Ji, right. What the hell do you want to come over here for? Li Ji coughed dryly. I heard that you look down on our Xianyu Academy. I'm going to fight you to see what makes you so crazy. Agu. You're a third-year third stage 3 flower realm trainee, coming over to challenge a trainee who has just entered the chi transformation realm. You're good at it, aren't you? Li Qianzhou mocked without mercy. Mose also gave him a blank look. Get lost. Don't get in the way here. He didn't believe that this group of people would dare to make a direct move in the academy for no reason. You! Li Ji's eyebrows trembled in anger. Then he took out a stack of silver tickets and said viciously, 10 million taels of silver tickets. Beat me, it is yours. Mose, aren't you known as the Heaven's Pride? The Heaven's Pride can all have the ability to challenge over the level. You won't be afraid. In his opinion, a person from a commoner's background like Mose had probably never seen so much money in his life. Tian Chen, give me money to smash him, Mose said angrily. There. Feng Tianchen, who got the order, also directly took out a stack of silver tickets from his storage ring and ruthlessly slammed it on the desk next to him, arrogantly saying, here are 20 million taels of silver bills. Kneel down and call me father. Ha ha ha. Li Qianzhou and his ponies laughed. Outrageous. You, an outcast of the Wind family, actually dares to talk to me like this in such a manner. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. And the Wind family won't even dare to let out a single fart. Bold. I am now the personal disciple of the 6th Order God Refining Realm Powerhouse, Dean Yao, and my master's ancestor is a 7th Order Cave Heaven Realm Elder of the Tianyu Sacred Academy. You're a prince. It's not certain if you'll be able to sit in that position. How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll let my teacher pinch you to death. The greatly royal family still has to say, sit down. Feng Tianchen stepped on the stool and condescended, disliking it back without any hesitation. You! Li Ji's face was red with anger. But if Dean Yao of Yuanqing Academy really wanted to get him killed, the royal family really wouldn't say anything. From afar, Feng Tianming looked at Feng Tianchen, who was so pretentious. He couldn't help but feel a pang of remorse in his heart. If he had known that Yuanqing Academy was so good at mixing, he would have chosen Yuanqing Academy in the first place, which is like this Xianyu Academy. The family is as many as a dog. The royal son is running all over the place. The academy senior and the royal family is a variety of open and secret fights. Although he was a direct descendant of the Wind family, it was difficult for him to obtain more resources. Zhao Shanfan was also envious as he looked at the mighty and domineering Feng Tianchen, and muttered in his heart in a low voice, same as the dean's disciple, why can you be so pretentious? Ji Xiuqing, who was on the side, looked at the spirited Feng Tianchen. Her eyes were also colorful. She felt as if the current Feng Tianchen was different from the one she knew. Get lost, or you can just do it right here and I promise not to resist. With that, Mose stuck his head straight through. How about it? Dare you fight? If you don't dare, back off, or go to the school disciplinary office and sue you for disturbing traffic safety. Li Ji took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart, took out a token and said meaningfully, Mose, I know that you are now cultivating the Emperor's Qi. This is my token. Take it and you can go to my exclusive cultivation room and cultivate for 5 days, said with a confident smile. How about it? Bet or not? You input. I don't want you to do anything. Just apologize to Xianyu Academy in public. Mose's eyes went straight as he looked at the token. 10 days. 5 days per month. Yes, but if you lose, you must kneel down and apologize to Xianyu Academy. Li Ji's eyes flashed with excitement. Good. Now. Reggie shook his head. No. 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 There aren't even many people in the martial arts arena right now. If you lose and casually apologize, it seems too insincere. The time of the match is tomorrow afternoon. Good. Tomorrow afternoon then. Mose's eyes were glowing with confidence. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and under the publicity of those who had the intention to do so, the match between Li Ji and Mose quickly spread throughout Bianjing. Inside the Imperial Palace, the royal study room. Ridiculous. Old 8. This idiot, how could he have the nerve to go and fight against a second-year cadet? Emperor Li Taiyuan slapped the table and cursed angrily. This is not honorable to win. Lost that the majesty of the royal family is lost. But the probability of losing with Li Ji's cultivation is basically zero. The prince's residence. Crown Prince Li Chang was comfortably enjoying the massages of the 4 maids, when a eunuch beside him whispered, Your Highness, the 8th prince has an appointment to compete with Mose tomorrow. Li Chang let out a disdainful light laugh. Idiot. If you lose tomorrow, it'll be a good show. Chapter 96, I want another mask. Bianjing, inside a secret room. Ji Xiuqing knelt on the ground and reported the day's situation to a woman in front of her wearing a red robe and a blockhead mask. The masked woman nodded her head. You did a very good job. This Feng Tianming is a waste and has little value in the future. You make good contact with this Mose. Aye, master. Ji Xiuqing bowed respectfully, remembering Mose's poise during the day. She couldn't help but see an excited gleam in her eyes. And you must remember that you mustn't fall in love, or else your teacher will be your forewarning, the masked woman emphasized. Master. Disciple understands. Ji Xiuqing nodded in agreement. Well, you go back and get some rest. Good. Disciple leaves, said Ji Xiuqing and exited the secret room, then resumed becoming a soft and shy appearance. Good hunters often appear as prey. The palace of the emperor's son-in-law. As soon as Moze entered the room, the eldest princess and the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side anxiously surrounded him. Brother Moze, are you sure about tomorrow? Moze, you're too impulsive today. Moze laughed out loud. Sister you, brother-in-law, don't worry, I have my heart in the right place. What kind of count do you have? Do you know how big the difference is between the second-order Qi transformation realm and the third-order Three Flowers realm? Even though Li Ji has only just broken through as well, it's definitely not something you can fight against. Emperor's son-in-law Xiao Yu looks like you don't know what you're doing. The tsunami moon roar on the side disdainfully said, is the third-order Three-Flower realm bullish? This dog easily takes it. Mo's kid, don't be afraid. Just do it. The tsunami howl is a top-tier demonic beast that possesses a bloodline aptitude and a demonic beast physique bonus in order to challenge it over the levels. Brother Moze, this time you are indeed too impulsive. The eldest princess had a grave look on her face. Li Ji's third Dao Qi was a third-grade Dao Qi, although he had only just advanced as well. It hadn't yet reached the point where it blossomed into a Dao flower and reached the level of three-flower gathering, but it wasn't something that Moze, a Qi refiner at the Qi transformation realm, could resist. At this time, Pavilion Master Rin scurried out from nowhere with a flower on his head from an unknown woman. Moze, how sure are you? For Moze, Pavilion Master Rin was still very assured. In his heart Moze was never an impulsive person. Moze nodded and said confidently, 90%. Wasn't it just one more Qi than him? If you really counted. It wasn't certain who had more Qi. Seeing that Moze answered so surely, Pavilion Master Rin didn't ask any more questions. He knew that this kid had quite a few secrets. Tomorrow, cheer well and fight the might of our Yuan Xing Academy. Pavilion Master Rin patted Moze's shoulder in encouragement. Brother Ren, are you guys crazy? This is just out of this world. Li Ji is a royal son, but a heavenly pride who cultivates the third quality of Qi, far from being comparable to those loose cultivators outside who have no background. Emperor's son-in-law Xiao Yu looked at the taciturn duo with a look of disbelief. Pavilion Master Ren laughed. Moze, the evaluation at my teacher's place is, however, a heavenly pride amongst heavenly prides. Don't you believe in my teacher's vision? This, the emperor's son-in-law, Xiao Yu, couldn't help but look stunned. Vice Dean Peng had taught out 6 true fifth-order celestial pride, and his vision had never been wrong. I believe in Vice President Peng's vision. Brother Moze, cheer up tomorrow. If you win, I'll give you another big gift. The Rapunzel's eyes were full of appreciation. She admired Vice President Peng very much, and she would have been able to become Vice President Peng's personal disciple in the first place if it wasn't for the royal background. At the 8th prince's residence, an old eunuch of the Mingi realm saluted Li Ji. Your Highness, isn't it a bit presumptuous to act during the day today? And there is absolutely nothing to be gained by you winning tomorrow. Li Ji laughed. This Moze acts arrogantly, and many of the higher-ups at Xianyu Academy are dissatisfied with him. As long as I can force him to apologize to the Academy tomorrow, then I'm bound to be looked at more favorably by the Academy's top brass, which will help me a lot in the future, and it will also boost my reputation in the Academy, and after I graduate, I will also then be better able to recruit these cadet geniuses. Of course this was all based on the premise that he could win. If he lost then he would be discredited and might even withdraw from the battle for the crown prince like Li Chan. Would he lose though? It seemed absolutely impossible to him. The next day, the classroom of the first class of the heavenly grade was still heavy and incomparably heavy. Since Moze came, all of them, the geniuses of their grade, were as well behaved as their grandchildren. This caused the teachers to have the illusion that it would be quite good if Moze had been in Xianyu Academy. In the afternoon, the drill ground. This time, there was a huge crowd. Not only did most of the people in the academy come, but a lot of people from outside the academy also came over to watch the battle. They all wanted to see if this Yuan Xing Academy's #1 heavenly pride could break this gap in a large realm. In the ring, Li Ji had a silver spear and a silver armor, exuding the aura of a king, looking out of the world like a god of war. Moze, you will pay for your arrogance today. Moze laughed and fell silent, then put his gas mask back on so that no one could see his expression. At this time a cadet threw a gas mask up and shouted, Your Highness, this guy's breath stinks, so we should still be careful and watch out. Li Ji took the mask and pinched it with force. The mask instantly turned into powder, evil demons and crooked paths. Not enough to worry about. He firmly believed that his third stage three-flower realm's intentional power could fight against Moze's stench, and he not only wanted to win this time, but also to win beautifully. If you wear this ugly face mask, how can you pretend to be a bully? How can you show your demeanor? Moze sneered. Can Enough arrogance. I hope I won't regret it later. This time, the referee learned from the last time, and before the match even started, he quickly sealed a boundary all around the ring to make sure that not a single odor could escape from inside. With both of them ready, the referee gave an order and the fight officially began. Fighting is about loading up the first hand when you meet a weak one, and grabbing a head start when you meet a strong one. So without saying a word, Ink's effort directly took the lead in opening the big one. An endless swamp gas instantly filled the entire ring. An intense sourness instantly filled the entire ring. Li Ji frowned tightly, forcibly resisting that extremely nauseating urge to vomit, and then turned his gaze towards the trainee who had just thrown the mask at him. He was now inwardly very regretful, and he admitted that he had just crushed the mask in a very stupid act of. Although he could resist the stench by virtue of his strong will, he was also smoked very hard indeed. He was very much hoping at the moment that the cadet would throw up another mask for him. The cadet clearly understood what he meant, but he helplessly pointed to the boundary around the ring. Reggie calmed down a bit. In that case it would be a quick fight. With regard to the silver-colored lance in his hand, he danced out a gunflower, and Li Ji's entire body quickly rushed out like an arrow off the string. Chapter 97, Fighting Spirit Transforms Horses. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz came Li Ji. Most calmly casually will be a lighter. Hit the flame after directly thrown in the ring. In an instant, the entire ring was turned into a sea of fire. But this could not stop Li Ji in the slightest. Soon countless gun shadows were attacking towards Moze, only to see his love sword in his hand, constantly waving and blocking. At the same time, the rock-walking 9 turns technique was catalyzed by the hydrogen chi, and the entire body was like a rock, rapidly dodging and retreating. He did have a big gap with Li Ji in terms of strength, and several collisions had shaken his tiger's mouth numb, but in terms of speed, he was indeed quite a bit faster than Li Ji, so he quickly pulled away from Li Ji. The long sword in his hand pointed at the ground, and countless flames were summoned, transforming into 4 fire dragons that kept flying in the air. Hey! Sculpting small skills, how dare you move the door to make a tiger? See my fighting chi 3 breaks. One shot to break the soul. Reggie let out a shout, his face involuntarily twitching with a wry smile. Hey! Then the silver spear in his hand swung out a silver aura to quickly attack towards Moze. Moze made an ethereal turn, a dashing sliding shovel, and with his superior positioning and extreme micromanagement, he easily dodged the blow. Countless spectators under the stage looked at the duo with odd faces. Why do you guys think the 8th prince is always smiling? Is he laughing at Moze's lack of self-importance? Ignorant. Don't you guys find the smile on the 8th prince's face familiar? Aha! It's exactly the same as the one on Yi Li's face last time. AI, the 8th prince, has already been hit. I just hope that this time, he can never lose again, or else Xian Yu Academy will never be able to raise its head again in the future. What kind of swamp gas is this? It's too damn weird. It can actually control other people's smiles. The 8th prince is really too gullible. This Moses weapon, how come it's so diabolical? Can we get the academy to step in and give him a new one? I keep feeling like he's cursing me. In the ring, it comes and goes. With a single point of Moze's love sword, the 4 fire dragons merged into 4 and became a huge flame dragon charging towards Li Ji. Hey! An ant trying to shake a tree, not measuring up. The 3 breaks of the fighting spirit. The second shot breaks the prana. When he finished speaking, he didn't even notice himself that his cheeks were twitching again, emitting a weird and eccentric smile. Hey! At the same time, Li Ji jumped up high, his long spear from top to bottom, chopping out a powerful spear on, directly chopping the flaming giant dragon that pounced over, into smithereens. Then he made a spin and stabbed the lance in his hand forward, shouting, 3 breaks of the chi of fighting, 3 breaks of life, only to see him move with the gun. The human gun united, his body erupted with countless fighting chi, condensed in the tip of the gun, and quickly stabbed towards Moze. Moze gazed at his spirit and quieted his breath. His hydrogen chi was running at full strength, and the Pongxing 9 revolutions were under his urging, and a rock shadow faintly appeared behind him. With a leap, a flash, and a horizontal shift, he narrowly avoided the blow with his exquisite micromanagement. Watching Moze's speed so fast, countless people under the stage had their faces changed drastically, especially Yi Li. At this moment, he realized that the last time Moze fought him, he actually didn't even use half of his strength. I didn't expect you to be so fast. I did underestimate you, but that's as far as it goes. Hey. A wry smile that he himself hadn't even noticed surfaced on Reggie's face. Fighting chi transforms horses. As he let out a shout, endless fighting chi erupted all over his body. And then this fighting chi actually condensed a silver-colored horse of light around him. Under the ring, There was another gasp of surprise. How is it possible? Li Ji has only refined Do Qi for how long and actually comprehended the ability to transform things with Qi so quickly. Terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell. This talent feels like it has the potential to become a fifth-order heavenly pride. After the Do Qi transforms into a horse, the 8th prince's speed increases greatly. This time Mose is dead. In the ring, Li Ji laughed out loud, then leapt straight onto his light horse, like a paladin, and quickly rushed towards Murray Zephyr. Knowing in his heart that he could not escape, Mose's love sword pointed to the sky, and the generator in the Violet Mansion ran wildly. Left 0, right fire, thunder God help me. Powerful crimson electric awnings flashed at the tip of the sword, and as he pointed his love sword, a Bolthic electric on quickly shot towards Li Ji. Li Ji, who was riding on a light horse, changed his face drastically and danced with his lance in his hand, fighting Qi body protection, a layer of silver-white fighting aura that protected his entire body. Boom! A loud bang passed. Li Ji was conscious that his whole body was tingling, and his hands and feet seemed to be unconscious. At this time he no longer had the dashing look when he first came on stage. His body was scorched black by electricity, his hair stood up, and a smoke came out of his mouth. The whole thing looked woefully out of place. Mose, I'm going to break you into pieces. Li Ji, who had always loved and cherished his feathers, saw that he was actually beaten up in front of countless thousands of people, which made him how not to be angry. But even so, he had a wry smile on his face. Hey! Seeing that the time was ripe, Mose hurriedly activated the Emperor's Qi to launch the ability of spiritual deterrence, while the laughing Qi lurking in Li Ji's body was also launched together. At that moment, Li Ji's eyes blinked, and he felt as if the Mose in front of him had turned into his father. Just as he froze, Mose thrust the churning stick in front of his body, and with the 2 fingers of his hands pointing to the sky, endless hydrogen gushed into the soulware generator from within the Violet Mansion. As the generator went into overdrive, he shouted out of the top of his lungs, Pikachu, please give me the power. 100,000 volts. Then both hands pointed towards the frozen Li Ji, and 2 Bolthic crimson lightning bolts quickly attacked towards him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud current sound, the horse of fighting Qi under Li Ji's crotch was directly dispersed, and his person spewed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. After falling to the ground the face was still grinning, bizarre and horrifying as hell. Hey! There was dead silence in the ring. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. A rookie who had just stepped into the second-order Qi transformation realm had actually defeated a third-order 3-flower realm expert who had comprehended the ability to transform things with Qi. Also this marsh Qi is too strong. Too weird. Right. It can actually master the power of lightning. Lightning can always be exclusive to second grade and above Qi. Heaven is above. If this methane gas is not weakened, how is this going to make other people live in the future? This kind of talent is simply heartless, which is probably only comparable to the one in the school disciplinary office. At that thought, a number of people looked in that direction of the school disciplinary office. The Rapunzel at the battle observation place looked at Pavilion Master Ren with incomparable admiration and said, Brother Mose is too strong. Vice President Peng's ability to temper his students is simply divine. Feng Tianchen looked at the ring Mose in shock, trembling and shouting, marsh gas is too heaven-defying. I will definitely cultivate marsh gas. I decided to go back this time and apply immediately. Chapter 98, The Rise of the Celestial Pride. Zhao Shanfan bristled. There are a lot of people who want to refine marsh gas. Who are you? You should know that our entire yellow grade 5 class is still waiting. Zhao Shanfan knew that Mose could definitely win. But he didn't expect Mose's swamp gas to be so powerful. It also set his heart on fire, knowing that he was Mose's #1 lapdog. If one were to say who was qualified to cultivate marsh gas, then he, Zhao Shanfan, would definitely be at the top of the list. With the referee's call that the match was over, the crowd began to exit the arena one after another. This battle refreshed many people's view of Qi refining, and they witnessed the rise of a true heavenly pride. Inside the Imperial Palace, the royal study room, Reggie, you piece of... Emperor Li Taiyuan angrily slapped the desk into smithereens, then said to the eunuchs kneeling and shivering next to him, pass on my decree that the 8th prince be allowed to remain in seclusion at home for a month and not be allowed to go out for a single step. Servant obeys the decree. The eunuch hastily excused himself and went down to pass the decree. In the Wind family, Feng Qingshui had a look of disbelief after listening to Feng Tianming finish the match between Mose and Li Ji. This Mose's talent is too demonic. In the future, he will surely be a 6th-order god refining realm powerhouse, or even a 7th-order cave heaven realm is very likely. It's a good thing we didn't offend him. Third uncle, don't we have 2 cultivation slots for the Yuan Xing Academy's 3rd grade Qi cave? Can we trade for a cultivation slot for the marsh Qi? Feng Tianming had an expectant look on his face. He had been deeply shocked by the power of the marsh gas today. Feng Qingshui nodded his head and said, "Well, I'll go and try to negotiate. Thank you, third uncle. Next year I will apply to go to Yuanxing Academy as an exchange student." After saying that, Feng Tianming bowed and saluted before excusing himself and retiring. In Bianjing City, in a mysterious secret room, the masked woman said to Ji Xiuqing in a serious manner, "This Moze? His talent is too demonic. We must find a way to pull him into our ascension sect. Xiuqing, you have to work harder." Ji Xiuqing nodded seriously, "Master. Disciple understands. I will definitely take it down." Aha! Remember, tactics can be used, but absolutely no emotion, understand? The masked woman's eyes were filled with satisfaction. She was very optimistic about Ji Xiuqing. Not only was her talent excellent, but she was also able to play men in the palm of her hand at a young age. The only concern is the fear of her trapping herself in it. In the evening, when the prince consort's side harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, Mo Zizhen was resting in his room when the eldest princess walked in with a secret book. "Brother Mose, you really opened my eyes today. You really deserve to be the #1 heavenly pride of our Yuanxing Academy." He. "Sister, you overpraised. It's just normal operation." The Rapunzel covered her mouth and laughed, then handed him the secret book. "Didn't I say that I would give you a gift if you won? Let's see if you like it." Moze quickly waved his hand. No. Sister, you've already given me a lot of things. I really can't have them." The Rapunzel glared angrily. "Brother Mose, you're doing this again. Hurry up and take it, otherwise you're looking down on me." Seeing that the eldest princess seemed to be genuinely angry, Moze had no choice but to take the secret book. At that moment, the Rapunzel smiled like a flower, and then took out the token of Li Ji at that moment. "You're your trophy. I got it for you." Mose was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Sister Moon. With this token, then their progress in cultivating the Emperor's Qi could be greatly advanced. Alright, you have a good rest. I'll leave first." After saying that, Rapunzel turned around and walked out with a smile on her face. Moze took out that secret book and studied it carefully. It was the handwritten journal of a great master refiner named Lu Erban, which contained his refining tips and unique refining techniques. Although this handbook was not graded, its value was not at all inferior to a Xian rank advanced technique secret book. After roughly reading over the contents of the handwritten note, Moze lamented, another big favor owed to his good sister. The following day, between classes, Moze brought Feng Tianchen, Zhao Shanfan, and Pei Xiuhu to directly block 11th Prince Li Qianzhou in the corner. "Boss Mose, what are you doing? I never wanted to deal with you?" Li Qianzhou had a panicked expression. Moze patted Li Qianzhou's collar and laughed. "Brother Zhou, don't be nervous. We actually have something we want you to help with." "Boss Mose, your way of asking for help is quite chic." Li Qianzhou laughed awkwardly. "Ha, I'm sorry for making Brother Boat frightened. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. It's better for me to invite you. Boss Mose came to Bianjing and I haven't even done my best as a host yet." "No, let this meal be on Tenzin. He's the one who's going to ask you for a favor this time as well." "Oh, well, respectfully then." In the Xian Yu Academy box, after Moze and the others had drunk 3 rounds of wine, Li Qianzhou had a difficult look on his face. "Boss Mose, if this is caught by the school disciplinary office, he will be heavily punished. A little bit of credit that you can afford to lose. But, is it that you don't want to help? Then in the future when you go to Yuanxing Academy don't say that I covered you." Moze pretended to be angry. Li Qianzhou had a difficult look on his face and finally nodded helplessly. "Alright, this matter, I promise." Moze laughed out loud. "That's right. Who asked you to have a wide range of connections in the academy? We have no choice." Feng Tianchen was also happy at the side and said, "Many thanks, Brother Boat. In the future, when my child is born, I'll let him recognize you as his righteous father." Li Qianzhou smiled awkwardly. "Brother Feng, you are too polite. This is going to be a raw deal, and it better be a 3rd year," Mauser said seriously. Li Qianzhou nodded. "Understood. I'll make arrangements." After classes ended in the afternoon, Feng Tianming held Ji Xiuqing and walked towards the outside of the campus. "Xiuqing, I feel like you've been a bit colder to me lately. Did Moze and the others bully you?" Ji Xiuqing's small face reddened, and she lowered her head in a difficult manner, whispering, "Well, Feng Tianchen and Mose and the others harass me every day. I don't know what to do now," said with tears glistening in the corners of her eyes in a delicate manner. Although she wanted to break up with Feng Tianming now, she wanted to create a White Lotus persona, so she had to find a good reason, preferably one that would make this idiot initiate the breakup. Feng Tianming's fists were clenched and his complexion was ironic. "Damn it, it's all because of that damned Feng Tianchen. If it wasn't for him, Moze wouldn't have set his eyes on you." Right at this moment, 3 senior cadets walked over. arrogantly and incomparably pushed Feng Tianming away directly, then surrounded Ji Xiuzheng. What do you want? This is Xianyu Academy. Feng Tianming roared with an angry, reddened face. One of the seniors directly released the pressure of the peak of the Qi transformation realm and pointed at Feng Tianming in a threatening manner. Our boss, talking to Ms. Suharu about something. Be honest with me. Chapter 99, The Hero Saves the Day. The leading inchman forced Ji Xiuqing back to the corner and said with a lewd smile, Ji Xiuqing, right, old man has his eye on you. Be my girlfriend. Senior, you're breaking academy discipline. You'll be punished by the academy. Ji Xiu's eyes were filled with fear and she had a pitiful expression. It's okay, a little punishment for you is nothing, said the inch-headed man, also shook a bit, his hair that was not there, making a look that he thought he was very handsome. You guys wait for me. I'm going to find someone from the school discipline office right now. After saying that, Feng Tianming angrily walked towards the school discipline office in front of Ji Xiuqing's dumbfounded eyes. See, your boyfriend is a wimp. You'd better follow me. Ha ha ha. After saying that, the inchman and the others laughed in triumph. Just as Ji Xiuqing was at a loss for words, a shout came, let go of that girl. Ji Xiuqing looked in search of the sound, and saw a white-clad, handsome man standing at the intersection, glaring angrily at them. With her intelligence she instantly understood what was going on, and in her heart she couldn't help but roll her eyes. What an earthy bridge. Well, how dare a second-year trash metal. Get him for me. After saying that, the inch-headed man turned to the two ponies and gave them a look. The two horsemen laughed and walked towards Feng Tianchen, when two more voices came out from the side. Outrageous. How dare you touch my brother. The two of them, Mose and Zhao Shanfan, rushed up and tangled fiercely with the two horsemen, then retreated as they fought, and finally disappeared into the corner. Xiao Qing, don't be afraid. I'm coming over to save you, said Feng Tianchen as he emanated third-grade Shen air and angrily rushed towards the inch-haired man. Unfortunately, there was a huge difference in their cultivation levels, and within a few strokes, Feng Tianchen was knocked to the ground. Tianchen, are you okay? Ooh. Ji Xiuqing cried with pearly blossoms and asked with concern. At the same time, there is a burst of speechlessness in my heart. Your 2 old 6 acting skills are too stinky. XIN how this girl has practiced. Otherwise I don't know how to cooperate with you two performances. I'm fine. Su Young, don't worry. I won't let him hurt a hair on your head. Saying that, Feng Tianchen rose up firmly, and majestically blocked in front of Ji Xiuqing. I'll see how hard the bones are. Saying that, the inch-headed man ruthlessly turned on Feng Tianchen, and it was a fat beating Feng Tianchen wailing and screaming. No, dude, you're serious. Feng Tianchen looked at the inch-haired man with an incredulous expression. I'm sorry, brother, do the whole show. Then the man with the inch head, a few more hard punches. Feng Tianchen once again let out a miserable howl. Oh, stop fighting, please stop fighting. Brother Tianchen, are you alright? Ji Xiuqing cried and pleaded to the inchman, at the same time secretly muttered in his heart, not bad. Just now these few times, a little bit of the flavor of the bitter meat trick. If you change the average little girl, maybe it will really be felt. In the foot drop, Zhao Shanfan listened to the miserable howling and said with a bit of intolerance, isn't this a bit too ruthless? Li Qianzhou smiled and shook his head. If you don't eat any bitterness, how can you move others? Listen, didn't they all start shouting, Brother Tianchen? Mose and the others nodded their heads in admiration. Li Qianzhou laughed and said proudly, don't worry, take your time. There's something even more ruthless behind you. On Feng Tianchen's side, the inch-haired man suddenly took out a dagger from his arms, his face as ferocious as it could be. Brat, I'm asking again if you're going to let go. Never. I will not let you touch a single hair on Su Haru's head. Feng Tianchen opened his hands and blocked in front of Ji Xiuqing, his expression determined, as if he would not take a step back even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Ji Xiuqing kept crying at the back, looking as pitiful as she could be. At the same time, the heart spat out, not to mention, although I know that the two of you are acting, but actually a little touched. Good. Then don't blame me. Saying that, he picked up the dagger and stabbed it directly. But a stream of blood spurted out. Good boy. You have guts. After saying that, the inch-haired man fled in panic. Not far away in the corner, Mose asked with some concern, why are you still seeing blood? There won't be any problems, right? Li Qianzhou laughed and said confidently, don't worry, he does things very well. At most it's just a flesh wound. This seeing blood is not only effective against enemies, but also against women. You guys watch? It shouldn't take long before Brother Feng can take the second daughter down. Hi, is in hi. It turns out that Brother Boat is an expert. This time we really found the right person. Mose arched his hand and thanked him, his eyes filled with admiration. Brother Boat? When? Also call me second hand. I also want to fall in love recently. Zhao Shanfan had an expectant look on his face. Good talk, good talk. Li Qianzhou was flattered by the adoring eyes of the crowd. On Feng Tianqian's side, Ji Xiuqing pressed her bleeding wound and cried anxiously. Oh hoo, brother Tian Chen, are you alright? Come someone is injured here. At the same time, she sighed in her heart, you can do it, Feng Tianqian. Picking up a girl is quite a bloodthirsty thing to do. But please end it, my lady can't act any longer. At this time, Feng Tianming also brought 3 people from the school discipline team and rushed over. Xiao Qing, are you alright? Where are those denizens? Feng Tianming asked nervously. Whoa, they ran away long ago. Feng Tianming, by the time you bring people here, the yellow flowers will be cold. Oh, cried Ji Xiuqing. At this time, Mo Zhe and Zhao Shanfan also walked out and looked at Feng Tianqian nervously. Tian Chen, those 2 bandits were fought off by us. Are you alright? Are you seriously injured? Feng Tianqian pretended to be weak and said, I'm not in the way, as long as Xiuqing is fine. Ji Xiuqing was moved to tears. Feng Tianming suddenly thought of something and angrily cursed. Oh, I see. You guys are a gang. Ji Xiuqing cried and scolded angrily. Feng Tianming, what are you talking nonsense about? Brother Tianqian has shed so much blood. How could he be in league with those outlaws? Xiuqing, you yelled at me, and you call him Brother Tianqian? They're lying to you. Can't you see? Feng Tianming stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable look. A hint of coldness flashed in Ji Xiuqing's eyes as she angrily said, Feng Tianming, you just escaped alone by yourself. It really gave me a chill. I was going to get help. They are senior cadets. I can't beat them. Feng Tianming explained with an angry face. Yet, Tian Chen is willing to stand in front of me all the time. That was an act on his part. He was in league with the thugs. And last time in the classroom too. You got one word from Mauser and left me to sit in the back all by myself. Feng Tianming's face went green and white as he was disliked. Chapter 100, The Riotous Painter. Feng Tianming, let's break up. What? You want to break up with me for him? Feng Tianming had an unbelievable look on his face. When in danger, Tian Chen would at least stand in front of me. And you? You only run away every time. Feng Tianming, I'm very disappointed in you. Saying that, Ji Xiuqing's pearly blossoms drizzled with rain. And the disappointment in her eyes was unspeakable. Alright, you guys stop bickering. That injured cadet is going to the hospital medical office to be taken care of. And everyone else is coming with us to the school disciplinary office. A member of the school discipline office helped Zhao Shanfan to go to the hospital medical office to treat his wounds, while everyone else was brought into the school discipline office. You really don't even remember what those 3 thugs look like? A member of the school disciplinary office named Matthew asked suspiciously. Well, I was just so scared and in a hurry that I don't remember it too well. Only that the one leading it was an inch. Ji Xiuqing had tears in her eyes, and she looked like she was having palpitations. Matthew asked to Feng Tianming, who was on the side, what about you? Did you get a good look at the appearance of those thugs? Feng Tianming, who hadn't yet gotten over the blow of his lost love, then said awkwardly, I was just in too much of a hurry to get over here and move help, and I don't remember it too well for a while. Matthew had a black line on his face, then looked at Mo Zhe and Zhao Shanfan. What about you guys? Did you get a good look at the mugger's appearance? Mo Zhe and Zhao Shanfan looked at each other, smiled knowingly, and nodded in unison. I got a good look at the faces of the thugs who were fighting. I also got a good look at the mugger I was fighting. Matthew nodded. Good. Then you guys go over there and work with the painter to draw the mugger's face. Okay. We'll be sure to cooperate. School discipline office, painter's drawing office. Eyes 1 phoenix, 1 tiger. The nose is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The left side of the mouth is a little crooked and the right side is high up. Yes, that's it. A little higher on the left side of the eyebrow and a little lower on the left. A few moments later, Matthew pointed to the 2 portraits in his hand and snarled at 2, these are ing people. Mo Zhe and Zhao Shanfan glanced at each other and hurriedly shook their heads. Senior, we've tried very hard to describe it. It's really because the artist's skills are limited. You can't blame us for that, Mose said with an innocent face. The painter at the painted seedling office in the back clapped his hands and rushed over angrily with a paper cutter. Who are you calling technically incompetent? What the hell are you 2 assholes describing that? What eyes? 1 phoenix eye, 1 tiger eye. Have you ever seen anyone with 2 different eyes? 1 ing eyebrow high, 1 ing eyebrow low. Is that a ing human being? It's just nonsense. I think they're in league with the outlaws. Mose pointed at the painter and disliked him unmercifully. Slander. It's obviously you, yourself, who are not up to par. And you dare to slander me. Do you think I'm afraid of you because you're holding a broken knife? Stab me if you dare. You what you? What I? I'm going to kill you. said the irascible painter who was about to charge at Mose with a paper cutter, but was stopped by two members of the school discipline office. Okay, stop that noise, Matthew shouted, and the crowd instantly quieted down. Matthew stared at Inkbrand seriously. Inkbrand, our director Yi wants to see you. See me? Mose had a puzzled look on his face. This small matter shouldn't need to bother the director of the school discipline office. Matthew nodded seriously, then led Inkbrand into the director's office before backing out himself. Director Yi, hello. Mose looked at the person in front of him who was claimed to be the number one person in the Fifth Order Chabyuan realm, and asked with a bit of trepidation. Yi Qingyi nodded indifferently and said with a cold expression, Mose, your talent is indeed the strongest person I have ever seen. Mose hemmed and hawed and modestly said, Director Yi overpraised. You are the one who is truly gifted. Yi Qingyi shook his head. In terms of talent alone, I'm not as good as you, but to become strong, it's not just a matter of having talent. Mose bowed. I still hope that Director Yi will enlighten me. Yi Qingyi snorted coldly, faint killing intent flashing in his eyes. I didn't call you here today just to chat with you. I know that you have a strong background in the Yuan Xing Academy, but this is the Xian Yu Academy, so you'd better be honest, or else if something goes wrong, Ren Tianxing won't be able to protect you. Understood. Director Yi, don't worry. Students have always obeyed the law, and will definitely not make things difficult for you. After saying that, Mose looked up and suddenly realized that there was actually a grasshopper woven with grass placed on Yi Qingyi's table, and asked suspiciously, Commissioner Yi, do you like grasshoppers too? When these words came out, Mose only felt a coldness in his body, and a murderous aura-like substance pressed towards him. Yi Qingyi's face sank like water as she stared at him dead in the face. Get lost. Mose bowed and saluted, then hurriedly turned around and exited the office, and at some point, his back was already completely drenched in sweat. The first person of the fifth rank in the Great Li Empire was truly worthy of his name. That grasshopper he could also make up. No, it wasn't him who could make it up. It was Lin Xianchen who could make it up. This was what Yi Qingning had taught Lin Xianchen when he was a child. The unique patterns on that grasshopper required a special technique to weave. Kobayashi, I think I found you. In the evening, Mose returned to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and went straight to the room of the eldest princess. Brother Mose, is there something you're looking for me in such a hurry? Rapunzel asked suspiciously. Sister Yu, I want all of Yi Qingyi's information. The more detailed the better. Mose said with a grave expression and a serious face. Okay, just wait a moment. The eldest princess then beckoned a guard to fetch Yi Qingyi's information. A few moments later, Yi Qingyi's details were delivered to him, and Mose then directly began to look at it carefully. Is he the one you're looking for as an enemy? Not sure yet, but the odds are good. Why is it here? There is no information on Yi Qingyi before she was 12 years old. Mose looked at the information and asked with disappointment. Before Yi Qingyi was 12 years old, he was still just an underling, without any special features, so no one deliberately recorded anything about him. Moreover, time has passed. Those old servants who knew Yi Qingyi's past before she was 12 years old, died and dispersed, so the information is just a blank at the moment. The Rapunzel also had a helpless look on her face. I see. Thank you, Sister Yu. I didn't realize that this Yi Qingyi is actually still the disciple of Dean Yun of Xianyu Academy, Mose said with a surprised face. Yes, very few people know about this matter. It's just that Yi Qingyi has always been unwilling to break away from the Yi family, or else there will definitely be a spot for him in next year's quota to go to the Heavenly Academy of the Sacred World for further training. Thinking of Yi Qingyi's terrifying talent, the eldest princess also couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What's the use of you being strong at the 5th rank? Everything below the 6th rank is a mole cricket. Chapter 101, Cosmetic Allergies. For the next few days Mose and the others didn't go to Xianyu Academy. He used the Li Ji token and once again entered the Imperial Clan Temple to cultivate. The Emperor's cultivation room was much bigger than the one they had cultivated in before, and there was actually a small bed in the center. This time, they were still practicing together as a group of 4, and under the intimidation of Mo Zhang's 7-colored origin Qi. These Emperor Qi were as well behaved as grandchildren, coming over of their own accord to allow them to practice their Qi into their bodies. Since there was relatively more time this time, there was no need to rush. You could refine it while you were napping. 5 days later, the 4 of them ignored the gloomy eunuch next to them and walked out of the royal clan temple in high spirits. The eve of a storm is always quiet. In the next month, no one dared to trouble Mose and the others anymore. During this period of time, Feng Tianchen had been frantically pursuing Ji Xiuqing, but Ji Xiuqing had been treating him as if he was not there. Said he had only just broken up and wasn't ready to enter a new relationship. Feng Tianchen, on the other hand, expressed his understanding and said something about how he would always wait for her. Look at the ink straight shake his head. Licking dog licking to the end. Doomed to nothing. As far as Feng Tianqian is concerned, if he doesn't go on a little bit of technology and hard work, he probably won't be able to get into Ji Xiuqing's bed in this lifetime. I don't know if it's an illusion. Moze always felt that this Ji Xiuqing seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally seducing him. This woman wants to do it. Does she want a member to share 2 devices? And Zhao Shanfan didn't know if he had arrived at a stimulus, but he was actually madly infatuated with Li Wanqing. Boss, I genuinely like Li Wanqing. Just give me some ideas. Zhao Shanfan begged bitterly. Hey, really convinced you? Chasing a woman still needs the boss's help. Then in the future, do you still need help to give birth to a child? Moze was speechless. I'm not inexperienced, so help me out, boss. Well, there's really nothing I can do about you. Look, even though Li Wanqing is a princess, her status in the royal family is very low, and very plainly dressed, never wearing makeup, and who wouldn't love beauty in a woman of that age? And, this chasing a girl, is to see what she lacks, what you give her. You buy a few sets of better clothes and cosmetics, and you're guaranteed to move her to tears, Moze said with great certainty. In his previous life, chasing girls were not all about buying cosmetics and clothes and bags. He did not believe that there were still women who could resist the temptation of cosmetics. The next day, Xianyu Academy cafeteria, inside the VIP box. At this time on the table, it was already full of delicious food, and Moze and Feng Tianqian were hiding behind the screen. Zhao Shanfan, on the other hand, was sitting at the table with a nervous face when the door to the box was opened with a creak. A plainly dressed Li Wanqing walked in. She still had a purely vegan face with no makeup. Big brother Zhao, why are you alone? Where's boss Moze and big brother Feng? Li Wanqing was puzzled. Zhao Shanfan smiled awkwardly. They have something to arrive later. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat a little first? I'm not hungry. Let's eat together when they come. Saying this, Li Wanqing graciously sat down at the table. Zhao Shanfan secretly took a deep breath, summoned up the courage to take one out from under the table, and handed it over. Wanqing, I have something for you. Li Wanqing looked at Zhao Shanfan, whose face was red with shame, and giggled, stretching out her hand and pointing her index finger at herself. For me? Aha! Zhao Shanfan lowered his head with a reddened face. I'll open it then, said Li Wanqing curiously opening the brocade box, only to see that inside were various kinds of high-grade cosmetics. This is cosmetics. As if Li Wanqing had seen a flooding beast, her face changed dramatically, and her entire body retreated 3 steps in fear. What are you doing? Quickly take them away. Li Wanqing's face turned pale, and 2 lines of tears flowed directly from the corners of her eyes. Right, I'm sorry. I didn't know you hated cosmetics so much. Zhao Shanfan hurriedly put away the cosmetics. That scene just now had directly shocked him. It's none of your business. It's my own reasons, said Li Wanqing as if she remembered something sad, and directly cried on the spot. The 2 of them behind the screen were dumbfounded. What kind of weird disease is this? An allergy to cosmetics? Moze looked at Zhao Shanfan's hands and feet and hurriedly came out to help explain. I'm sorry, Princess Wanqing, this was all my idea. I didn't know you hated cosmetics so much. Li Wanqing cried and suddenly laughed again. Thank you all. Growing up, it's still the first time that someone genuinely gave me a gift. It's just that I do hate makeup. I see. No wonder she keeps her face veiled, making people keep thinking it's because she's in a bad financial situation. Thinking about it, how can you say that you are also a princess? How can you not be able to afford cosmetics? Moze could not help but blush for a while. I'm the one who didn't think things through this time. So tell me what you like and I'll make up a gift for you. Really? Li Wanqing's eyes lit up. Then she said excitedly, Boss Moze, I know you're a refiner. Why don't you send me a sword? A normal one will do. But I want it to have your signature on it. Is that okay? When he finished speaking, he looked at Moze with a brainwashed look. Ha ha, no problem. Moze casually took out a short sword of yellow grade medium grade for practicing from his storage ring, then with a flash of fire, he engraved his big name at the hilt and handed it over. Thank you, Boss Moze. Li Wanqing received the short sword as if she was a child who had gotten a beloved toy and was overjoyed. Could it be that I'm wrong? This Princess Wanqing is really a fan of mine. Looking at Li Wanqing's naive appearance, Moze couldn't help but have a moment of suspicion. The longer he got along with her, the less Moze could see through her. It was just that he really hadn't felt any hostility in her all this time, which was why he kept her around. Boss Moze, you guys have been in Dianjing for almost 2 months or so, and since you're on vacation tomorrow, why don't I take you guys around Qinghu Fang together? Wanqing, are you familiar with Qingha Place? Isn't it one of those places where it's convenient for us or cadets to go there? Moze asked doubtfully. Li Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed softly, saying in a delicate voice, Boss Moze, you don't know, although Qingha Fang is a red building. but most of them are Qing herdsmen. All of them are proficient in Qing, chess, calligraphy and painting. And it is a place for celebrities from all walks of life and dignitaries to have fun. And it's a very lively place. Feng Tianqian also nodded beside him and said, Qinghafang is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, with all sorts of well-informed information. There are quite a few children of the world's families, high officials and dignitaries who have their own exclusive private rooms over there, specifically for climbing relationships and enlisting people. So do you have your own private room over there? Mose asked curiously. Feng Tianqian smiled awkwardly. I used to have one. I sold it when I was studying at Yuanqing Academy. I have. Li Wanqing, who was on the side, laughed lightly. Mose and Feng Tianqian exchanged glances, revealing meaningful expressions. This can have their own private room in the Qinghe Square, that are either rich or noble, family distinguished generation. It seems that this Princess Wanqing is not as simple as they think. Good. Then we'll meet tomorrow. Mose had always seen Pavilion Master Rin running towards Qinghafang, and he had long wanted to go and see him. Chapter 102 Qinghufang. Qinghufang is not a single greenhouse, but consists of dozens of greenhouses surrounding the Qinghu Lake. Among them, Tianxianglu, Red Dust Pavilion and 100 Flowers Garden are the most famous. Tianxianglu has a royal background, and it is dominated by Qing officials, which is equivalent to a high-end club. The Red Dust Pavilion and the 100 Flowers Garden were similar to ordinary greenhouses, only the quality of the girls was better, and at the same time, these two families also fought very hard. Under Li Wanqing's leadership, Mose and the others came directly to Tianxianglu. Upon entering the hall, the eye was greeted by a huge chandelier of strange art, and below it was a large round stage, on which were dozens of beautiful and gorgeous women, dancing enthusiastically. There are countless private rooms all around, some with open windows, enjoying the performances on the stage, some with closed windows, where some secret deals are going on. There were 5 floors in the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, and Li Wanqing led them to a luxurious private room on the top floor. The two maids came over and saluted. Greetings, Your Highness. Prepare me the best wine and food, the best show. I want to entertain my friends. Li Wanqing commanded as if in the tone of a superior. Yes, Your Highness. A few moments later, 4 beautiful flower leaders led the band and danced in front of Mose and the others. Feng Tianqian had obviously experienced this kind of occasion before, and was enjoying a small drink and enjoying the dance with gusto. Zhao Shanfan, on the other hand, was obviously a bit formal, secretly looking at Li Wanqing from time to time. Wanqing, I didn't expect you to look so plain, yet you actually have such a large compartment in the Heavenly Fragrance Tower. Mose looked at the beauty around him, the beauty of the scenery, and sighed. It seems that he had underestimated this princess all along. Li Wanqing giggled. Boss Mose, I really don't usually dress like that because I'm not making a show of it. It's just that I really don't like flashy clothing and makeup dressing. Mose laughed and joked. You call that rich allergy? There's still this kind of disease. Feng Tianqian was astonished. Why no? I've seen people get you allergies before. Mose looked like you've seen a lot less. Seriously, you can be allergic too? Li Wanqing asked with an astonished and unbelievable face. Sure, that man was a very great artist and produced very many elegant works, and finally he got yell allergic. So that's how it is. It's really a big world. Li Wanqing had a higgledy-piggledy look on her face. These people have too little hair. They don't look good at all. Howling Moon turned his head condescendingly to Li Wanqing. Woman, isn't this a place where mating can take place? Go and get 10 ES over here for Master Canine. Master Canine isn't bad, said Howling Moon as he took out a stack of silver tickets from the storage ring hanging around his neck and placed it on the table. Where did you get the money? Zhao Shanfan asked suspiciously. From the former owner of this dog. How many masters have you had? Tsunami Howl picked up his paw and counted carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then looking seriously at Zhao Shanfan, 5. The crowd had an odd look on their faces. I'm sorry, this Mr. Demon Beast, we really don't have any ES here, or else I'll find you 2 beautiful girls, the maid at the side said awkwardly. Humph, there's not even a without one. And you still have the nerve to call yourself the #1 greenhouse. This dog is very dissatisfied. Howling Moon looked disgusted, then continued to the maid, girl, this dog wants a hairy one. Here's a tip for you. Go on. As it pointed with its paw, a 100-tael silver ticket flew into the maid's hand. The maid looked odd as she walked down with the silver ticket. Stinky master, this dog is hungry. Tsunami Moon Roar looked at Zhao Shanfan with a stream of harumphs. Didn't you come out to eat? Zhao Shanfan said with an ugly face. This dog is still growing, so naturally it is easy to get hungry. You find someone else. I don't have one right now. No, other people's this dog is not used to eating. It wants the masters. Hurry up. This dog needs to eat now. I'm not even full myself yet. How can I have anything to pull for you to eat? Either you gnaw on a bone now to pad out, or you find a new owner, said Zhao Shanfan as he threw down a meat bone with extreme impatience. Outrageous. How dare you talk to this dog like that, say? If it wasn't for the fact that you dared to poop in front of tens of thousands of people, this dog would have long ago replaced such a waste of a master as you. After saying that, wagging his tail, he gnawed the bones on the ground to himself. After the meal, Howling Moon was taken to a room for a bath and massage by two special women arranged by the maid. In order for Moze and the others to better appreciate the scenery of Qinghu Feng, Li Wanqing had specially arranged a luxury cruise ship to take them on a lake tour. My lord, come over and play. There are some new sisters here. Lang Jun, come over and take a look at the new poem my slave made. It's really good poetry. Young master, it's only 1,000 tales. You'll have a great time. Looking at the invitations that the girls on the various red buildings on the two shores of the Qing Lake enthusiastically extended to them, Feng Tianchen had a bashful face, while Moze and Jia Shanfan were blushing with shame. Sparing Moze's 2 lives, he had never seen such a bold way of soliciting customers. Li Wanqing laughed. Those who can raft in the clear lake are all non-rich and powerful, so for those girls on the shore, you are all golden turtles. Look at Pavilion Master Ren. Zhao Shanfan pointed to a luxury cruise ship. Moze fixed his eyes to see that Pavilion Master Ren was sitting on a boat playing chess with a beautiful woman. Holy, I can't believe we're actually playing chess here. Looking at Pavilion Master Rin with his head bowed in contemplation, it was obvious that he had fallen into a disadvantage again, so he didn't notice them. The girl from Clear Lake Place actually knows how to play backgammon, Moze said with an odd expression. Li Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed. Those who are in this line of work have to be a little bit proficient in Qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. Otherwise, how can they cope with all these guests from the south and north of the world? Just then a huge luxury cruise ship slowly swam towards the center of the lake with dozens of beautiful women singing and dancing in various performances. Li Wanqing introduced, this is the flower boat of the 100 Flowers Garden, and the 4 prettiest ones on it are their flower leaders of this term. Every few days they put on a talent show in the center of the lake as a way of recruiting guests. You guys can enjoy yourselves. The 100 Flowers Garden's flower leaders performance is still of a higher caliber. This Bianjing people are so good at this. Looking at the various wonderful performances on the flower boat, Mose felt a pang of emotion in his heart. Just as the crowd was immersed in this wonderful performance, a shout suddenly came from the sky, demons of the Ascension sect, where to run? A red and a black figure flew from the sky, one chasing and one escaping. The red figure was a woman wearing a blockhead mask, and the black figure was dressed in a black flower, bird, fish and insect costume, clearly a Yan Huang Sacred Dynasty Shadow Guard. Chapter 103, The Conspiracy Emerges. As the dark concealed guard bellowed, a heavenly sword chi shot out, and the masked woman reached out and waved her hand, a fiery spear striking out. Boom! The spear crushed the sword chi, and itself was chopped into pieces by the sword chi, turning into several balls of flames and scattering in all directions. 3 of the flames happened to be just right, and landed on the flower boat in the center of the lake, instantly causing a huge fire. Demoness, look at the sword. Seeing that the dark hidden guards were chasing down the Ascension sect's demons, the ship's pavilion master Rin naturally stepped in to help. A green long sword with a strong sword chi chopped out. Caught off guard, the masked woman appeared in the hands of a short sword with a strong fury to resist. Bang! A loud bang. The masked woman spurted out a mouthful of blood and plummeted downward, disappearing in the houses below, and pavilion master Rin and the dark hidden guard followed closely behind. So strong. Moze and the others watched the battle in the air with a shock in their hearts. Boss Moze, can you save them? Li Wanqing pointed at the center of the lake, the flower boat that was burning with a blazing fire. At this time the boat was in a big mess. Some women who can swim have jumped into the water to escape, while many are in the boat anxiously calling for help. Moze, Feng Tianchen and Zhao Shanfan glanced at each other and executed their yellow-grade higher-level body techniques to tread the water, heading to the flower boat to rescue the people. At this time the ship has burned a little tilted. The cabin also has a number of water ingress. Moze and others a beautiful woman will quickly transfer it to other nearby cruise ship. As the women on the first floor were finished being rescued, Mose told the 2 of them to head to the second floor while he himself headed to the third floor. All 3 floors were filled with private rooms, and already a number of them were burning with a roaring fire, but luckily there weren't a lot of rooms on the third floor. Inkbrand stood in the hallway and yelled, anyone, if anyone screams, Shu Yao, the flower leader in the 4th private room, was overjoyed when she heard someone shouting outside, call out, now. It seemed a bit embarrassing, but I couldn't care less in a time of life and death. Ah, a high-con scream rang out. Mauser, awesome. It's moments like this that you're still having a pipe bowling session. This one is a must. To be observed. Murazawa kicked open the door of the compartment from which the sound had come and rushed in excitedly. Ha! I can't believe I'm wearing clothes. Are you alone? Inkbrand asked suspiciously. Aha! Shu Yao nodded seriously. That sound just now? Wasn't it you who said you wanted me to scream? Wasn't I screaming real enough? I could have screamed a couple more times in a couple different ways. Oh, false alarm. I was so happy for nothing. No need. Let's get going. This ship is about to sink. Saying that, he picked up Chu Yao and executed the Pingxing 9 turning technique to run outside. Feeling Mose's broad chest, Chu Yao couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. As they left, the flower boat disintegrated with them, slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake. Watching the scene, Chu Yao, who had landed on Li Wanqing's cruise ship, had a surprised white face. Many thanks for saving your life. Chu Yao will definitely remember it. May I ask your name? Saying that, Chu Yao bowed and saluted at Mose. Mose haha laughed and said without any concern, my name is Mose, a student of Xianyu Academy. So long as it's smooth, don't worry about it. So you are the Heaven's Pride Mose. No, the favor of saving your life must be repaid. Otherwise how about letting me serve you for one night without charging you? Chu Yao's eyes flashed with an inexplicable meaning. Mose's great name. She had heard her benefactor say it more than once. Is this payback or revenge? Thinking that he had been a teenager in both his previous and current lives, he couldn't help but blush in his old face. It's really not necessary. I'm still a cadet. The main purpose now is to study. I can't talk about my children's love. It's okay, we don't talk about feelings. I just want to repay you properly. Am I not pretty enough? Said Chu Yao, also spun around in front of Mose. This Chu Yao is worthy of being a flower leader. Born really beautiful, plump buttocks, willow waist, condensed fat muscle, Zhu lips, shui dai, face like jade. Bitch, if you ever on my boat again, I'll throw you overboard. Li Wanqing couldn't stand to watch from the side and came out to threaten. Chu Yao looked at Li Wanqing, who was dressed in plain clothes and didn't even put makeup on her face. Thinking that she was just a maid, she immediately scolded angrily. I'm talking to your master. When is it your turn as a maid to interrupt? Coming. Throw this down for me. As Li Wanqing finished speaking, the two maids directly kicked Chu Yao down, allowing her to take a few good gulps in the water. After he came up, he was really a lot more honest and looked at Li Wanqing with respect in his eyes. After the boat came ashore, the lost girls were sent back to where they should go, and Mose and the others returned to the emperor's side harnessed by the side of a team. Looking at the lost Zhao Shanfan, Mose asked, What? Do you think you don't deserve her? Zhao Shanfan nodded with a gloomy face. Today's Li Wanqing was completely different from what they usually saw. Although still dressed in plain clothes and a plain face, the kind of nobility that emanated from his bones made him feel ashamed of himself. Hi, my brother Fan. Don't underestimate yourself. You're the disciple of a powerful 6th order god refining realm master. In terms of status, you're even a step above her as a princess, Feng Tianqian said angrily. Really? Mose nodded and said, with the talent you're displaying now, in the future, you'll be at least a 5th order Chaoyuan realm expert, or even a 7th order cavernous sky realm powerhouse. Even if she, Li Wanqing, is a real power princess, you are still completely worthy of her. Hearing Mose and Feng Tianqian's persuasion, Zhao Shanfan instantly felt powerful and his entire body became much more confident. For the next few days it was very quiet, like the calm before a storm. On this day, Mose had just finished his class and was about to return to the emperor's son-in-law's mansion when a female cadet handed Mose a letter. This scene is familiar. It should be a love letter from some female classmate who has a crush on her to confess her love. Truly, my charm that goes nowhere. Mose opened the envelope triumphantly, only to see it written inside. Boss Mose, please come to the private room of the Heavenly Fragrance House. Wanqing has something to discuss. Remember to come alone. Li Wanqing. Mose looked puzzled after reading it. Li Wanqing is looking for me alone. What is this about? Still, thinking about the days spent together, he decided to make the trip. Tianqian. Shanfan. You two go back first. I have something to do. Remember to help me talk to the Rapunzel. I won't go back for dinner tonight, Mose said and walked towards the outside of the academy. Zhao Shanfan seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by a look from Feng Tianqian. What do you know? Boss Mose is going on a date, so be careful. After saying this, Feng Tianqian walked in the direction of the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. After Mose arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance building, he directly went upstairs and pushed open the door of Li Wanqing's exclusive box. Wanqing, I'm here. What are you looking for me so mysteriously? No one answered, and with a puzzled look on his face, Inkbrand continued toward the bedroom, only to see the door hidden. Mose shouted again. Still no answer, and after a moment of hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered the bedroom, only to see Li Wanqing wearing a brocade-embroidered Chinese robe. With exquisite makeup on her face, the whole person appeared graceful and magnificent. It's true that women are very beautiful even in their natural skin, and even more so with makeup, but she was lying across the bed at that moment, and her face was pale, without a trace of blood, for she was dead. There was a short sword stuck right in front of her chest, and it was the same one that Mose had given her. Chapter 104, Alibi Witnesses. It's a trap. Such a thought instantly popped up in Mose's mind. At the same time a noise came from downstairs and countless footsteps sounded. The killer is upstairs. We can't let him get away. Definitely can't be caught. Or you can't even jump into the yellow river to get clean. Mose's hydrogen energy bulged around his body, and his body quickly rose upwards, and soon he flew out of the window and up into the sky. Mauser took advantage of the night to hide in the clouds and look through his binoculars at what was going on below, only to see countless officials and soldiers rushing into Li Wanqing's private room and searching carefully. Nobody, Commander. There's no one in sight. Impossible. Is this person looking to grow wings and fly? Mose, who was high in the sky, had a face as heavy as water, and his eyes flashed with gusts of murderous aura, while a burst of thought went through his mind. This greatly empire flying feather guard comes so fast. Who in the world wants to harm me? Then the binoculars glanced outward, just in time to see that in a box in the 100 Flowers garden, the flower leader Chu Yao was sitting in front of the window sighing melancholically. Mose suddenly had a plan in mind. Although many people had seen him enter the heavenly fragrance mansion today, but as long as one is not caught in flagrante delicto, it's completely deniable that there are quite a few chi in this world that have a disguise effect that, with his own background, as long as there was no solid evidence, who would dare to do anything to him? Of course, it would be nice if someone could give him an alibi. And isn't this flower girl Chu Yao the best candidate? Then he took advantage of the night and slowly flew towards the garden. 100 Flowers garden. Chu Yao sat in the box, remembering that broad chest again some time ago. A trace of complexity flashed in her eyes. Even though she was already a veteran of the flower world, she couldn't help but blush for a while. However, she also understands that people are young and proud. Soaring above the sky, their own a dusty, can only stand in the dirty gully silently look up. At that moment, the sky seemed to have a meteor streaking across. She put her hands together and hastily closed her eyes to make a sincere wish. God, please let me see him again. If only I can spend one night in the spring with him. I won't be cowed even if the sword and axe are added to my body. After making her wish, she slowly opened her eyes and a soulful face looked at her with a genuine smile. God, show yourself. You're making a wish? Inkbrand asked suspiciously. Yeah, I made a wish hoping to see you again, and I didn't think it would come true this soon. Chu Yao had a look of excitement in her eyes. By the way, this is but the 5th floor. Why don't you come in through the front door? Chu Yao was puzzled. You're a flower girl. It would cost a lot of money to see you. How nice. After saying that, Mose heatedly smiled, then stepped over the fence on the window and dashed into the house. Did you really come here specifically to see me? Aha! Mose nodded bashfully, then smiled mysteriously. And of course there's something I want you to help with. You say, I must satisfy you with everything. Saying that Chu Yao's whole body was pasted up, exhaling her breath like orchids staring straight into Mose's eyes. Enketo leaned back slightly and said awkwardly, I hope that if anyone asks you about me, you'll just say that we were together all night today. A strange smile flashed across Chu Yao's eyes. Good. But I also have a small request. Just now he said he could fulfill anything, and now he's making demands. Women really do want to climb up the ladder as soon as they can. You say. Mose frowned slightly. Chu Yao straightened his collar. Her eyes contained autumn waves. Softly biting her lips. I want you. Don't leave tonight. Another woman who coveted his body. The last 2 women who coveted his body. One's body had reeked and one's body had been beaten to a pulp. Okay. Seeing as you're still quite energetic in your looks, I'll take it from you today. Okay, I promise. Really? Chu Yao was happy like a little girl, her little face blushing as she delicately said, I'll definitely let you have an unforgettable night. Chu Yao then proceeded to hug Mose and lay down on the bed. And then there was no more then. Mose looked at the delicate woman in his arms. His face was reddened, his body was hot, and that part of his body was swollen and slightly painful. This is to take the initiative. But I do not have much experience. In his previous life, he was still a teenager until he died. And in this life, no one taught him, and the last time he kissed for the first time, it was he Ilian who took the initiative. He looked through Lin Xianshan's memories in his sea of consciousness. As a young master of a worldly family with no knowledge in this area at all. What a waste. He also didn't think about it. Lin Xianshan was only 11 years old when he died. Whatever. Let's get undressed first. We can't be underestimated. Just as he was about to make his move, a gasp sounded. And don't move. No. Girl, that's more or less disrespectful. Chu Yao's heart was thumping at the moment, and she wimped out. From the physical contact with Inkbrand, she was sure that Inkbrand was still a teenage boy, which made her feel very inferior. She didn't want to defile Inkbrand with her dirty body, and at the same time, she hated herself immensely for who she was now. With Merzel dripping with testosterone, she fell into a deep sleep and had a very beautiful dream. In the dream again she went back to her childhood. Her parents didn't sell her because they were poor, and they lived very happily together as a family. That is, until a smiling face that had led her to her soul scurried through the flowers in an endless sea of purple orchids. Steeply, she opened her eyes, and the face that had haunted her was looking at her in a very stifled way. It's bullying. It's ing bullying. Mose's face was red, and he couldn't wait to find a crack to drill into. He secretly vowed that he would take this revenge. Getting up and straightening his clothes, Mose said blandly, Miss Chu Yao, please remember our agreement. After receiving an affirmative reply, Dayo walked out of the 100 Gardens, and this time there were a lot of people who saw it. Isn't that the Xianyu Academy's heavenly pride Mose? Why is he coming out of Miss Chu Yao's room? A talented man loves a beautiful woman. What's so strange about that? Not to mention he saved Sister Chu Yao last time. By the way, when did he come to our 100 Flowers garden? It seems like he came in just after dark last night. Right. I seem to remember a bit when you say that. He was here around that time. The passing Mose would smile. He had just used his laughing gas to create some vague illusions in the minds of these ordinary people. After leaving the Clear Lake place, he went straight to the Xianyu Academy as if he didn't know anything about it. Just what he didn't know is that the flower girl Chu Yao used all her savings to ransom herself after he left, saying that from now on she would be a purveyor who sells her art but not her body. The moment he appeared at the entrance of Xianyu Academy, a large number of Feiyu guards instantly surrounded him. One of the generals shouted, Mose, you are suspected of killing Princess Wanqing. Please come with us. Chapter 105, She's Pregnant. At this time on the other side, the Rapunzel rushed over with a group of red-armored guards. Mose is the personal disciple of Yuanxing Academy's Vice President Pang. I'll see who dares to touch him. It turns out that just as Mose was cuddling with Chu Yao at night, the Fei Yue and the princess's people were looking for him all over the city. Eldest princess, Mose killed Princess Wanqing and must come with us. Please don't make it difficult for the last general. Tu Jin, the commander of the Flying Feather Guards, respectfully saluted. The eldest princess laughed coldly and said disdainfully, what kind of a thing are you? Mose is the personal heir of a 6th-ranked god-refining powerhouse. Not to mention that this case hasn't been investigated yet, even if Li Wanqing was really killed by him. So what? Can you afford the wrath of a 6th-order powerhouse? Then her aura rose greatly. A 5th-order Chao Yuan realm's pressure spread out in all directions, looking out of the corner of her eye before coldly saying, no one can move Mose without an order from Yuanxing Academy. Eldest princess, you are the princess of the Great Li Empire. How can you be so protective of a murderer? Tujin's face was white and unusually ugly. Humph, a murderer? You saw him kill with your own eyes? Then the eldest princess turned her head to ask Mose, have you been to the Heavenly Fragrance House last night to kill Princess Wanqing? Your Highness the eldest princess. The student stayed with Miss Chu Yao in the 100 Gardens all last night and never went to the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion. Mose bowed respectfully. It was not convenient for him to address the eldest princess as Sister Yu outside. You're lying. Quite a few of the maids of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion saw you enter the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion last night. Mose glanced disdainfully at Tian. Yesterday, there were many people who saw me immediately go to the 100 Flowers garden after class, and it wasn't until this morning that I came out of Miss Chu Yao's room. This is impossible. Tujin was still about to say something when he was directly interrupted by a furious shout from the eldest princess. Well, the matter is clear. Mose didn't have time to commit the crime at all, so get lost. You guys, no way. Eldest princess, it's a matter of royal face. Mose must come with us. Saying this, Tujin drew his long sword and confronted the eldest princess. Although he was only at the 4th stage of the Mingyi realm, this matter was of great importance and he could not back down. Humph! As a cold snort came out, an icy cold murderous aura filled the entire arena. Yi Qingyi walked out with a team of school discipline division experts and said to the two parties, this is Xianyu Academy. Mose is now a student of Xianyu Academy. His matters must be handled by the academy. Said two school disciplinary officers, came over and prepared to take Inkbrand away. The eldest princess blocked in front of Mose and said sternly, I'll see who dares to touch him. Yi Qingyi let out a cold snort, and his substantial killing aura condensed into a white tiger silhouette, pouncing towards the eldest princess. The Rapunzel's face turned pale, and she was directly forced to take several steps back. Take it away. Yes, Director Yi. The two 4th Order Mingyi realm experts directly pressed Mose into the academy. The eldest princess with a gloomy face shouted at Yi Qingyi's back, Yi Qingyi, What do you want to dare Mose? The Yi family will be destroyed. Humph. A disdainful cold laugh came out. School discipline office. In the cell, Mose seriously said to Yi Qingyi, Commissioner Yi, Princess Wanqing was not killed by me. Yi Qingyi looked indifferent and said without a care in the world, I don't care if this is a matter. Just stay here honestly for me. Tomorrow the dean will personally interrogate you. Then he glanced at Mose again and continued, but you can also rest assured that no one can enter the dungeon of this school discipline office without my permission. After saying that, he walked straight out, leaving Mose alone in the cell. Who the hell is trying to hurt me? Li Ji, Li Chan. They don't look that capable, Mose thought bitterly. Judging from Li Wanqing's various actions, it was obvious that she had just contacted herself and was already starting to lay out her plans. Could it be the Yi family? No, they shouldn't have discovered his identity yet, and even if they did, they shouldn't be treating him like this. After all, he was at least considered the grandson of the old Yi family master. Just as he was thinking hard, Pavilion Master Rin and the princess's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, as well as Feng Tianchen and the others, led by the school disciplinary officer and the others, walked in. Mose was overjoyed and hurriedly said to Pavilion Master Rin and the others, Pavilion Master, Sister Yu, brother-in-law, you finally come. I really didn't kill anyone. Pavilion Master Ren nodded. I know. Tell us in detail what happened. Then Mose told all the things that happened with Li Wanqing. After hearing this, the Rapunzel and the others frowned. Looking at their serious expressions, Inkbrand asked worriedly, well, will I be alright? Pavilion Master Rin blankly glanced at him. What can you be up to? Not to mention Li Wanqing, even if you do get a real power princess of the Great Li Empire killed, at most, the academy will just lose some resources to the Great Li royal family. Our teacher is a sixth-order god-refining powerhouse. God-refining powerhouses can't be insulted. That's not just talk. Hearing Pavilion Master Rin say this, Mose also settled down. From what you've just said, you guys were targeted by the other side right after you came to the academy. The other party definitely spent so much more than simply wanting to throw sewage at you. There must be a deeper purpose behind this, said the Rapunzel looking at Mose meaningfully continued. Now our main purpose is to figure out who the other party is and what purpose they have. Mose nodded and smiled, with Miss Chuyao as my alibi. They shouldn't be able to convict me without evidence. This pot of sewage should be thrown down. Pavilion Master Rin and the others looked odd and shook their heads in silence. Zhao Shanfan looked ironic and said through gritted teeth, they have evidence. A lot of evidence. What evidence? Mose was puzzled. Even if the murder weapon that killed Li Wanqing was a weapon that he had refined, this didn't mean anything. Feng Tianchen looked at him with a complicated expression and said, the Feiyu guards searched Li Wanqing's room and found many love letters between you two, and a diary. And Li Wanqing is already more than a month pregnant, saying that it's yours. After saying that he also glanced at the sad Zhao Shanfan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is going to victimize me like this when the time comes? Mose punched the wall in anger. The love letters and diary recovered from Li Wanqing indicated that she and Mose had known each other for a long time and had been betrothed to each other, that the short sword was their love token, and that they were still pregnant. But after Mose became a heavenly pride, he began to dislike Li Wanqing and tried to force her to have an abortion. So they began to argue often, and Li Wanqing's diary indicated that Mose threatened her more than once that he would kill them together, mother and child, if she did not want to have an abortion. Brother Mose, you don't have to be in a hurry first. The other party can use a princess's life and innocence to frame you. They must still have a backhanded plan. We'll quietly watch how the opponent makes his moves tomorrow. As long as we can figure out our opponent's identity and purpose, then we'll naturally know how to respond. I know. Thank you, Sister Yu. Mose gave a big salute to the elder princess. Chapter 106. The other side's goal is the crown prince. Well, a family doesn't talk about two families. You take a good rest today. Get well and cope well with tomorrow's court hearing. After saying that, the eldest princess patted Mose's shoulder comfortingly. Then together with Pavilion Master Ren, they went out of the school discipline office dungeon. Mose was a mess for a moment as he thought about the whole thing. He didn't expect that Li Wanqing would actually be pregnant. No wonder she had been blind to Zhao Shanfan's display of affection. Zhao Shanfan is also really pitiful. Li Wanqing should be considered his first love. It ended before it started. There are so many questions in this case. Who is the child? Who is the father? Who is the murderer? Who's behind it? The following day, the school disciplinary office. Student has met teacher. Yi Qingyi bowed to Dean Qin Hai as he walked towards the front. Humph. I wouldn't dare. Qin Hai let out a cold snort, then continued to chide, Yi Qingyi. You were trained by the academy. I hope you can set yourself straight. Dean Qin, what has made you so angry? An old man in a yellow fancy dress walked over with a smile. He was the vice president of Xianyu Academy, Song Iliang. Humph. The dean snorted coldly as he sat in the first seat in silence. His dean had failed miserably. Xianyu Academy was almost completely infiltrated by the royal family and the lineage, and Vice President Song Yilian's main proposition was the deep bundling and cooperation of the royal families. The leader of the faction of the royal family and the families. With all parties present, the public trial officially began. Mose, you and the night before last killed Princess Wanqing of the royal family. Do you know the crime? Tuzhen took the lead in asking for the crime. Nonsense. What crime am I confessing to? Mose had a disdainful look on his face. Then how do you explain these letters and correspondence? Fake after my handwriting. That murder weapon was a token of love that you personally gave to Li Wanqing. Are you going to deny this as well? Joke. I'm a refiner. There are 800 weapons that have passed through my hands without 1,000. It can't be that every weapon refined with me is my lover. But you were seen entering the heavenly fragrance mansion one night, and then Princess Wanqing died. Miss Chuyao of the 100 Flowers Garden can prove for me that I hadn't even been to the heavenly fragrance house that day. Soon a heavenly fragrance mansion maid and Miss Chuyao were also invited to the scene. On that day, I saw with my own eyes that Duke Mose entered Princess Wanqing's room. And it wasn't long before I heard someone say that Princess Wanqing had been murdered. The heavenly fragrance mansion maid said with a trembling voice. Nonsense. That day, Mr. Mose was with me for the entire night and never left my boudoir at all. Miss Chuyao retorted. You said that Mose was with you all night. So what did you guys do? Tuzhen scolded sternly. Chuyao giggled and delicately said, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He has a green dragon and I have a yin. What do you think we do? Is it hard to play 5 pieces of chess? Pavilion Master Ren, who was jurying from the side, gave a dry cough. What's your words? It's degrading. The unconvinced Tuzhen continued to ask, you said that he didn't leave for a night. It's hard to believe that you guys didn't do it for a night. Chuyao's pretty face reddened. Who says it isn't? Mr. Mose can be very powerful? That night he insisted on wanting my slave 7 times. Pavilion Master Ring coughed dryly once again. This is the Xianyu Academy School Discipline Division. Please pay attention to your words. Then he said to Dean Xin, in that case, it seems that there should be an outlaw, posing as Mose, who entered the heavenly fragrance house and killed Princess Wanqing. Dean Xin nodded his head and was about to pronounce the sentence when Vice Dean Song let out a cold laugh. Why? It wasn't Mauser who found someone who looked close to him and went off to give himself an alibi. Vice President Song, what are your intentions in distorting the facts like this? Pavilion Master Ren asked with an icy expression. I'm just saying that there's this possibility. For what it's worth, this is the Xianyu Academy. And if Courtier Ren wants to shake off the wind, then go to your Yuan Xing Academy. Saying that, Vice President Song's 6th stage God-refining realm powerhouse's mighty pressure was released. And at that moment, everyone on the scene's face changed in unison. It was never a playful statement that a powerful God-refiner could not be insulted. Just then, a member of the school discipline office, panicked, ran in and shouted, Dean, as well as all the leaders, the academy has been surrounded by countless civilians who are shouting for us to thoroughly investigate the murderer and return justice to Princess Wanqing. The Rapunzel frowned slightly. A parade of so many ordinary people must have been inspired by someone with good intentions. Have you found out who is organizing it? The school discipline member nodded and said in a deep voice, it was co-organized by the 8 powerful royals other than Li Kan and Li Ji. 8 imperial princes. It's impossible for them to be so generous. There must be someone high up behind them, the eldest princess said in a deep voice. What kind of place do you think my Xianyu Academy is? To actually want to rely on these civilians to pressure us? Pass the order down. But anyone who dares to cause trouble in Xianyu Academy will be killed on sight. Dean Qin's eyes flashed with a gust of murderous aura. Dean. Yi Qingyi saluted and then led the school discipline office out to maintain order. The case of Princess Wanqing ended up after some deliberation and arguments. Dean Qin, believing that both sides were currently in disagreement and lacked crucial evidence, temporarily took Mose into custody in the dungeon of the school's disciplinary office. Retrial at a later date. At night, just as he was tossing and turning and having trouble sleeping, a gray-robed middle-aged man walked in carrying a lunchbox, then directly opened the door to his cell. Yi Qingyi, your grandfather. Is your dungeon a public toilet? Anyone can enter. Mose is not in a hurry to quietly watch. Gray-clothed man set up the wine and food. Can so easily enter the school discipline office dungeon? The identity is bound to be not simple. Did you set me up? No. The gray man reached out and gestured for Inkbrand to chat while he ate. Mose graciously sat down, picked up his wine glass and clinked one with the other, and said after drinking it, well, who are you? What do you want with me? And who is laying the groundwork to harm me this time? The gray-robed man's brows were furrowed. We also don't know who the other party is. The other party's layout this time is extremely secretive. 3 hours ago, a major event happened in the Imperial Palace. Oh, what's the big deal? 3 hours ago, a group of men in black abducted Li Wanqing's mother from the palace. What? You're saying that a group of people, in broad daylight, robbed an emperor's woman in the palace? Robbed, not stolen. Moze was incredulous. The grey-robed man nodded, in front of the feathered forest army, killing more than 500 people and robbing them in a dignified manner. So it can be seen that the other party is very powerful. Moze nodded in agreement. Then what is the purpose of the other party? They want to use the hand of the eldest princess as well as the Yuanqing Academy behind you to deal with my master. Who is your master? Your Highness. So it is. In this way Moze probably clear about the whole thing. Then he seriously looked at the grey man and said, then the black hand behind this should be the several powerful imperial princes. Chapter 107, Zhu Yao's death. The grey-robed man nodded and shook his head again. It should be more than that. According to our intelligence, these imperial sons shouldn't have this much power to be able to do so. Li Wanqing is the crown prince's person? Moze asked suspiciously. The grey man nodded, before, but now we're not sure. And we don't know if she was willing or coerced in this case. What is her status in the prince's camp? Moze had too many doubts about Li Wanqing. He knew early on that Li Wanqing should have some kind of purpose in approaching him, but there had been no sense of hostility from the other side, so they had gradually let their guard down. She's the real owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, and has helped the crown prince with many unseemly things. This sister is too good at pretending. If he hadn't been sure that the grey man wouldn't have lied to him about such a thing, he would never believe to death that the woman who was dressed in plain clothes and had a veiled face all day long, and who dared to curse against tens of thousands of people, would be the owner of the largest greenhouse in Dianjing City. So, if I'm not mistaken, Li Wanqing should have a lot of evidence against His Highness the Crown Prince in her hands. The grey man nodded in agreement. But what does this have to do with me? And why do you want to get me involved? Moze asked angrily. The grey-robed man laughed. You are the most crucial part of their plan. Saying this he stood up and looked in the direction of the Eastern Palace. With all the respect in his eyes he continued. Don't look at these real power royals, one by one seems to be quite powerful. Tie them all together. Also not enough for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to pinch with one hand. The Crown Prince is so strong. Mo showed a surprised look on his face. The grey-robed man nodded proudly. Right now, the only ones in Dianjing who can arm wrestle with His Highness, the Crown Prince, is the eldest princess faction that represents the Yuanqing Academy. So the other party's purpose for doing this is to force the eldest princess and His Highness the Crown Prince to oppose each other through me. The grey-clothed man nodded. Yes. So this matter is also very simple to break. As long as you recognize that Li Wanqing is the one you killed, His Highness the Crown Prince would use all means to suppress this matter. Then all of the other parties' plans would all go down the drain. With your status, and with His Highness the Crown Prince mediating from there, the most Yuanqing Academy can do is to symbolically compensate the royal family with some resources. Moze was silent with a black face. Of course, this black pot can't be taken by you for nothing. The resources that Yuanqing Academy compensated to the imperial family, we'll pay back double, and at the same time, we'll compensate you again, with 10 cultivation slots for the emperor's breath. After hearing the grey-robed man's offer, Homaja sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at him with a complicated expression. At this price, it was indeed fascinating. Those resources even, the cultivation quota of a third-grade chi point, its preciousness was self-evident. I need to discuss this matter with the eldest princess and Pavilion Master Ren. The man in grey nodded. Understood. I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, he got up to leave. After walking out of the dungeon, he bowed to Yi Qingyi who was not far away. Many thanks, Director Yi, for helping out. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is mindful of Director Yi's kindness. Yi Qingyi nodded his head and was silent. The other party had the Empress Dowager's token in his hand, and the Empress Dowager was the full sister of the old master of the Yi family, so he had to help. The following day, the school discipline office dungeon, Moze told the Rapunzel and the others about the grey man's deal. When Pavilion Master Ren heard this, he couldn't help but be a bit impressed. The Emperor's Qi was one of the top-ranked existences amongst the 3 qualities of Qi, and this next time, it was 10 places. Ren Chengcheng didn't catch up with this batch of exchange students because he had cultivated marsh Qi in advance. If these 10 spots were obtained all at once, then Ren Chengcheng's 4th Dao of 3rd grade Qi was considered to be in good hands. I don't agree. If Moze recognizes it, won't he become a backstabbing, wife-killing, son-destroying scumbag? This will damage the reputation of Yuanqing Academy along with it. The Rapunzel righteously objected. As long as the benefits are big enough, Dinya won't care about this district's reputation. Pavilion Master Rin said confidently. He knew that Dean too well. Then the two of them looked at the extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side. Xiao Yu, with inquiring eyes. The Emperor's son touched his nose, and said in a deep voice, This is the Yang plot that the Black Hand has set up for us this time. If we get to the bottom of Li Wanqing's death, we're bound to touch the interests of the Crown Prince's party. If we don't investigate, then Mo's and Yuanqing Academy will have to take the blame. Emperor's son-in-law Xiaoyu looked at Moze and inquired, Moze, what do you think? Moze was silent and in deep thought. The prince's side did give a lot. This thing is like someone with $1 million to let you eat a mouthful of. Although the money is very cool, but really want to go to eat the you find disgusting hard to swallow. Although he could also find someone randomly to take this matter down. The people behind the scenes were so well prepared that they definitely wouldn't let them have their way. Seeing his hesitation, the emperor's son-in-law, Xiao Yu, uttered another piece of news that shocked him. Miss Chu Yao, who testified for you yesterday, is dead. How did you die? Moze's complexion was ice cold, and his body radiated killing intent. The Crown Prince's people were too eager to do something. They tortured Chu Yao, trying to force her to change her statement, forcing this to be held against you. But Miss Chu Yao's mouth was too strict, and she didn't utter a single word against you until she died. The eldest princess looked at Moze with a complicated expression. Moze's expression was cold, and his eyes were ice cold as he said to Pavilion Master Ren, Pavilion Master, I can't recognize this. Pavilion Master Ren let out a long sigh. This way we've fallen for this Black Hand behind the curtain scheme. Then find out who's behind this and fight together. The Rapunzel said in a domineering and incomparable manner. Turnip Moon, let it go. Yuanqing Academy will fully support you. And if necessary, I'll ask a teacher to come over. Many thanks, Senior Tianxing. Rapunzel was overjoyed. If she had the support of Vice President Pang, she would dare to show her sword to the Emperor. Although Vice Dean Pang wasn't the strongest god-refining realm powerhouse in the Great Li Empire, he was definitely the 6th-ranked god-refining realm powerhouse that couldn't be messed with. This was because he had cultivated 6 truly heavenly students for the Heavenly Yu Sacred Academy, and 2 of them had already broken through to the 6th-order god-refining realm. Yi Yuxuan, you old hag, see how I will pull down your most valued grandson this time. The Rapunzel's eyes flashed with hateful anger. The next day, the morning court, the ministers watched. Extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Xiao Yu, wearing a court dress to the temple, could not help but look sideways for a while. This extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side was too special, and although he did not have the slightest official position, his influence was indeed enormous. Normally he would not come to the court, but today is so grand there must be something big happening. With the arrival of all the officials, Emperor Li Taiyuan sat on the dragon chair surrounded by a group of eunuchs and palace eunuchs. The great court meeting officially began with a shout from the eunuch, waiting for a group of ministers. After shouting long live, the emperor smiled and looked at Xiaoyu said, Today brother-in-law, how again time to come to the morning court? Chapter 108, Li Wanqing's suicide note. Although the emperor was polite to him, Xiaoyu didn't dare to be careless. After all, the other party was the head of a country and a 6th-order god-refining realm powerhouse. Your Majesty, I have come for the case of Princess Li Wanqing. Emperor's son-in-law Xiaoyu bowed respectfully. Wanqing's case? It's fine to have the flying feather guards to look into it. Why should brother-in-law labor over it? Li Taiyuan was already a bit patriarchal, and he was even less impressed with Li Wanqing. This time, someone deliberately used the matter of Princess Wanqing to smear Yuanqing Academy. Xiaoyu really can't just ignore it. It is necessary to find out the truth about this matter in order to clear the name of Moze and Yuanqing Academy. And this is also Vice President Peng's intention. After saying this, Xiaoyu bowed. Your Majesty, the death of Princess Wanqing is a matter of the reputation of the royal family, and the old minister also implores your Majesty to decree a thorough investigation. As this minister from the Imperial Prince faction took the lead and stood out, then dozens of officials from various Imperial Prince factions knelt down as if they had discussed the matter. I implore your Majesty to decree a thorough investigation. Mrs. Li looked at the dozens of ministers in front of her and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Since it's Vice President Peng's intention, then let's investigate it properly. Brother-in-law, then I'll trouble you to be the person in charge of this case. Make sure to do it to satisfy Vice President Peng, Li Taiyuan said blandly. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Emperor's son-in-law Xiaoyu bowed and bowed down. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers shouted in unison. In the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Prince Li Cheng angrily smashed the table in front of him to pieces. Outrageous. Lao San and the others actually dared to join forces against me. Has the Black Hand behind this not been found out yet? The other party does things cleanly and acts extremely stealthily. And the 8 emperors are all in single-line contact as well. An old eunuch with a face beside him replied gruffly. Humph. Rubbish. Li Cheng roared angrily. He had never been so passive before, and by now he hadn't even returned a clear picture of who the real enemy was. Since the prince-in-waiting, Xiao Yu, became the main person in charge of this case, He naturally had the right to raise Mose from the dungeon of the school discipline office. As the investigation deepens, Xiaoyu realizes that Princess Li Wanqing is not only the actual boss of Tianxianlu, but also collects the handles of countless ministers of the world through Tianxianlu. At the same time, she also secretly organizes the black market, smuggling, human trafficking, and even privately trading with foreign races and selling out the interests of the human race, etc. The list of crimes is long, and naturally, her purpose in doing all of this was to help the crown prince consolidate his position as well as gain greater power. In fact, the investigation to the present, Mose's suspicion has basically can be cleared, but the eldest princess and all the real power of the royal prince naturally will not be willing to let go. This time not such a good opportunity. They naturally want to investigate to the end, and finally jerk the crown prince down. The resistance of the prince's party was also fierce, with 3 of the 8 powerful princes directly assassinated and a dozen ministers exterminated. For a moment, the entire situation in Bianjing turned tense. At night, the roofs of the houses were like a fair, with men in black flying everywhere, and it was impossible to tell exactly who was a scout for whom. Master, this dog is hungry. Woof woof. The tsunami moon roar looked blearily at Zhao Shanfan. I'm not in the mood right now, so go find yourself something to eat in the back kitchen. Zhao Shanfan hangs his head. Sadness is not with words. With the depth of the investigation, Li Wanqing's true face is also revealed. He cannot accept his favorite woman. Actually, is that a demon on earth? Stinky master, this dog hasn't eaten your poop for 3 days. Today no matter what you have to give this dog a big poop. Woof woof. Scram. Either go away or get yourself a new owner. I can't afford you. Humph. Isn't it just a woman who looks like she's going to die? Look at all the ES going away from this dog. When has this dog ever been sad? Woof. You're an animal. What do you know? Play aside. Stinking master, who are you calling an animal? This dog is the noble Tsunami Howl. Originally, this dog also wanted to give you a letter that your woman left this dog here today. Now you don't even want to think about it. Woof. Tsunami roared angrily. What? You're saying that Wanqing left me a letter? Zhao Shanfan said excitedly with a shocked look on his face. Yeah. Woof. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Give me the letter. Humph. It was last time at the Celestial Fragrance House, when she secretly got 10 big ES for this dog, and then got rid of this dog for a month before she could show it to you. Why should this dog talk to you? You don't even give poop. This dog eats it. Woof woof. Tsunami Howl. I really can't pull it out. Give me the letter first. I'll definitely let you have a full meal after I read it. Okay. No. This dog has to get poop today. Don't humans eat bocce and poop? You can go eat bocce. Tsunami roar. Count yourself cruel. A few moments later, after Zhao Shanfan had dried down 2 bowls of Bazhoin, the howling moon was finally eating the delicacy it had been longing for, and then took out a letter from the storage ring around his neck and handed it to Zhao Shanfan. Getting the letter, Zhao Shanfan couldn't wait to open it. Shanfan, when you read this letter, you must think that I am already dead. Don't grieve and feel sorry for me. People like me have no right to live in this world long ago. In fact, I've always known how you feel about me. It's just that I've long been a broken flower, and I don't deserve you at all. My mother was made a promise to the emperor because she was beautiful. You all know that, but what you don't know is that the emperor was not the only one who liked my mother, but also the prince. The prince, he's a demon. All these years, my mother and I have been under the prince's control. I don't even know if I should call him brother, or father, and the sinful seed in my womb is his. I've done a lot of mean, dirty things under his control over the years. Aren't you guys wondering why I'm always in plain clothes and with a plain face? That's because every time I change into gorgeous clothes and put on delicate makeup, it means I'm going to receive powerful people arranged by the crown prince. I am the biggest head flower girl in this heavenly fragrance mansion, and the aura of a princess is also my biggest capital, while making those customers even more crazy and excited. Throughout the years, I have never given up resisting and retaliating, though each time I've gotten back nothing but merciless destruction and trampling. Payment is rewarded after all. Over the years I have collected evidence of many crimes committed by the crown prince and his henchmen. Smuggling, trafficking in young girls and children, buying and selling of officials and titles, and so on. I know that with the power of the prince these are far from being able to do him any substantial harm, but there's one that's enough to send him to the 18 layers of hell, never to be born again. That is, in order to cultivate. He colluded with the Ghost Realm Ghost Clan and used the blood and flesh of countless populace in exchange for the cultivation resources he needed. I've hidden all these evidences in the secret compartment of the Heavenly Fragrance House. As for what you want to do with them after you get them, you can just decide by yourselves. As soon as I found out I was pregnant, I knew my time was running out. I've never had any friends in my life. and I'm really content to have met you in Boss Mo's and Big Brother Wind at the end of my life. I know I've lied to you all terribly, and I don't ask for your forgiveness. I know you must also be wondering who orchestrated all this, and I have no idea. A final word of advice. Beware of Pei Xiaohu, death sentence of Yuan Qing, 1927, whose last words were written by Mao Zedong. Chapter 109, The Crown Prince's Fall. After reading the letter, Jia Shanfan sat in his room and was silent for a long time. He wanted to cry but couldn't. Finally he handed the letter to Mauser. Hey! I can't imagine that she's so pitiful that I no longer hate her. Feng Tianqian sighed. Mo Zhe was also staring, unable to speak for a long time. This royal family is too damn dirty. Actually father and son double row. Pei Xiaohu. So it's you. This son must not be kept. Mo Zhe handed the letter to the elder princess and told her to go to Tianxian Lu to get the evidence. Then bring Feng Tianqian and Zhao Shanfan Academy to look for Pei Xiaohu. Mo Zhe had just entered the academy just in time to see Pei Xiaohu walking towards the outside of the academy. This was good. A lot of things were inconvenient at school, and when he went out he had no scruples. They hurriedly followed, looking at the direction Pei Xiaohu was going. It should be to Qinghu Feng. I can't believe I'm still in the mood to visit a greenhouse. Qinghu Square was crowded, and immediately Mo Zhe decided to make a move, blocking Pei Xiaohu in an alley. Boss Mo's. What are you guys doing? Pei Xiaohu looked at the three men's faces and smiled apologetically. You can, little fatty. So it's just you who is shading me behind my back. Mo Zhe's face was gloomy as he sneered. Boss Mo's. What are you saying? I can't understand. Are you mistaken? I'm your Iron fan. Don't say it right. It doesn't matter. I have ways to make you say it. Saying that, Mo Zhe let out a fierce laugh, and the two laughing chi directly sprayed towards Pei Xiaohu. At that moment, only Pei Xiaohu's eyes lost their gleam, and a wry smile surfaced on his face. What's your name? Hey, Pei Xiaohu. Hey, Li Wanqing, did you kill her? Hey, no, she didn't want to live a long time ago. It was suicide. Ha. Mo Zhe's trio looked stunned, and sympathy flashed in their eyes. Who is the man behind all this? Hey, Spooks Will. Hey, Ghost Club, never heard of it. Mose continued, who is the leader of the Ghost Society and what is your status in the Ghost Society? Hey, the leader of the Ghost Society is... Just as Pei Xiaohu was about to say the name of the leader of the Ghost Society, a grey bone arrow shot in, directly exploding Pei Xiaohu's head black. The three of them were startled and scattered, then looked in the direction from which the arrows came. A black-robed masked man was looking at them coldly before disappearing into a black shadow. Mo Zhe's face was as gloomy as water. His heart was appalled for a while. Just now that black-clothed man struck out with a hint of ghost chi, and only had the cultivation of the Mingyi realm. It should be a ghost realm ghost clan. So it seemed that this so-called ghost society should be involved with the ghost race, and this was no longer something they could handle. Rushing back in a hurry, he informed the Rapunzel and the others of this matter. Ghost society, haven't heard of it? Emperor's son-in-law Xiaoyu looked at Pavilion Master Ren with a puzzled expression. You guys have been in Dianjing for so long and haven't even heard of it, so how would I know? Pavilion Master Ren was speechless. Crown Prince colluded with the ghost race. Ghost Club made a game to mess with the Crown Prince. And now Ghost Club is also related to the ghost race. How is this matter getting more and more complicated? The extra horse harnessed by the emperor's side, Xiao Yu, had a look of bitter thought. The eldest princess snorted coldly, whatever plots and tricks they have. Anyway, if they dare to collude with the ghost race, they must be killed. Pavilion Master Ren nodded approvingly. Turnip Moon, how is the evidence prepared? Are you sure about tomorrow? The eldest princess laughed loudly. Li Chang, this beast, tomorrow is dead. Other than that, when by virtue of colluding with the ghost world, this one, I see who dares to harbor him. The following day, the great dynasty, the emperor's son-in-law Xiaoyu, the five powerful princes alliance, and a group of great families joined hands to pressure the emperor, requesting that the crown prince be given a death sentence. Emperor Li Taiyuan's eyes were gloomy and silent as he looked at the evidence in front of him. The crown prince was the most gifted of all the royal sons, and now that he was already at the fifth order Chaoyuan realm, he had already begun to prepare to apply to the Yan Huang sacred dynasty for the qualification to cultivate the second grade chi points. Once the crown prince returned from breaking through the sixth order god refining realm, he was prepared to abdicate his throne and then go on a cloud tour of the heavens and the worlds, seeking the opportunity to break through the seventh order cave realm. How could he not have thought that the titular prince would actually go and collude with a foreigner? The Yan Huang holy dynasty had zero tolerance for those who dared to collude with a foreigner. If he didn't handle this matter well, the great Li royal family would probably have to be replaced. Li Taiyuan let out a long sigh, as if he had aged 10 years, took out a token and handed it to the eunuch beside him. and said to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, "Xiao Yu, this case is your responsibility to organize. You have full authority to deal with it. I am tired. Retreat from the court. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." The crowd knelt in unison. Emperor's son-in-law Xiao Yu took the token given to him by the eunuch and mobilized the flying feather guards to surround the crown prince's residence. Looking at the prince who was already as crazy as he was, Xiao Yu, the emperor's son-in-law, questioned with cold eyes, "As the prince, you actually dare to collude with the ghost tribe? Do you know the crime?" The crown prince laughed madly. "Crown prince? Ha ha ha. I wasn't born a crown prince. If I hadn't made a deal with the ghost race, do you think I could have become a crown prince? So, for the sake of the power of the district, you became a human traitor." Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. "You're noble. You're marvelous. For the sake of a woman, you gave up your identity as a direct disciple of Yuan Xing Academy. How about it now being stuck at the peak of the fifth order Chaoyuan realm? Is it good? Ha ha ha." The prince looked at him like a little cutie. Looked at him as if he were. And then continued. "Everyone below the sixth rank is a mole cricket. The royal family is unlike your academy. Each generation only has one qualification to go to the Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty's second-grade Qi acupoint to cultivate. So you can imagine how fierce the competition is." Xiao Yu snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "To do anything for the sake of power, even if you break through to the sixth rank, you will only be a devil. I can't talk to people like you." The prince coldly disliked back. What he had been pursuing all his life, Xiao Yu easily gave up for a woman. How he could not understand. In order to be with the eldest princess, Xiao Yu took the initiative to give up the identity of the direct lineage heir of Yuan Xing Academy, which was also equal to giving up the opportunity to go to the Tianyu Sacred Academy for further training. "Are you going to cut yourself? Or do I have to do it?" The prince laughed. "I won't bother you. The lover? I've already drunk the poison." Then he turned the tables. "Who do you think is really behind this time?" Emperor's son-in-law Xiao Yu shook his head. "I don't know." The crown prince smiled mysteriously. "You watch. After my downfall, whoever is the biggest gainer of benefits, then whoever is behind this incident." When these words came out, the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Xiao Yu, immediately raised a chill in his heart. "Ha ha ha ha." The crown prince laughed madly, and suddenly a building overflowed from the corner of his mouth before his entire body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Emperor's son-in-law Xiao Yu took out a short sword, cut off the crown prince's head, and put it into a box. This matter involved the ghost race, and they had to give an explanation to the dark hidden guards of the Yanhuang Holy Dynasty. Chapter 110, Attacking Ji Xiuqing. After the death of the prince, the case of Princess Li Wanqing was finally closed. Dianjing City, too, had finally come to peace. There was still no news from the Ghost Society. As if this power did not exist in Bianjing, this caused a layer of gloom to fall over the hearts of Moze and the others. In order for the royal family to compensate for the loss of Moze's reputation, the previous opportunity to enter the royal clan temple once a month for training was increased to twice a month. "Boss Moze, do you think Shou Qing likes me or not?" Feng Tianqian had a sad face. Moze gave a disdainful sneer. "With your way of chasing girls, you won't be able to hold Ji Xiuqing's hand for the rest of your life. So what should I do? If you really like her very much, get on some technology and hard work, so that even if you can't get her heart at least you can get her person." Moze let out a cold laugh in his heart. He was now basically sure that this Ji Xiuqing was just seducing him from time to time. "Not a good woman. What do you mean?" Feng Tianqian was puzzled. "Get some aphrodisiacs and perform a blood drop ceremony on her, and if she really likes you then you're bound to be together. But what if she doesn't like me?" Moze let out a sinister laugh. "You spent so much to chase after her. It wouldn't be bad to recoup a bit of interest. Isn't that not very friendly?" Moze hated it and said, "It's this time. You still care if she's friendly or not. You deserve to jerk the iron pipe for the rest of your life. Besides, is she friendly to you?" In the end, after thinking for a long time, Feng Tianqian still agreed with Moze's idea. Inside a secret room in Xinghu Feng, a woman wearing a blockhead mask on her head reprimanded, "Suharu, what's wrong with you that you haven't gotten rid of Moze after all this time?" "Master, I've hinted many times, but he didn't respond at all. I suspect that he doesn't like women at all. Should we arrange for a man to try it out?" Ji Xiuqing proposed with an aggrieved face. The masked woman shook her head. "I've poked around. Moze has a date at Yuan Xing Academy, so there shouldn't be a problem with his surname orientation. Let's do it this way. Let's be more direct." Saying that, he took out a small medicine bottle and continued, "This is the easy divine water. Just one drop can turn a man into a wild beast. You find a chance to directly cook rice with him, and then ask him to be responsible for you. Will this work?" Ji Xiuqing's pretty face turned red. The masked woman nodded. "I've observed Moze's character. He's a man who values love and justice, and once you've had an informed exchange, he shouldn't abandon you. Ji Xiuqing thought about it and finally nodded. Women will have their first time anyway. Mose's conditions in all aspects are also good. He should not lose. In the emperor's son-in-law's mansion, Feng Tianqian looked at the packet of white powder in Mose's hand and asked curiously, will this work for you? Mose gave him a blank look. Don't worry about it. Just this packet of springtime dispersal. I'll make sure that you'll be the groom tomorrow night. Seeing Mose's look of certainty, Feng Tianqian couldn't help but get excited. He had been secretly in love with Ji Xiuqing for a long time. Tomorrow night, you go to the Rujia restaurant and reserve a luxurious private room. I'll ask Ji Xiuqing out, and secretly drug her in her wine. And then I'll find an excuse to go out to the bathroom, followed by you pretending to stumble upon her and entering the room, by which time she should be just about drugged up, and then you'll all be done. Feng Tianqian asked doubtfully after hearing this, why do you need to be so troublesome? I can't just ask her to go to the hotel directly. Howling Moon knows all about what you have in mind for her, and she's bound to be wary if you ask her out alone. Mose explained. At the same time, in his heart a burst of ridicule. This woman is obviously taking you as a spare tire. You want to be able to ask her out alone. That would be the hell. Humph. There's a price to pay for using my horsey as a spare tire. The next day, after class, Ji Xiuqing looked at the note in her hand, her eyes full of doubts. Mose actually asked me to go to Rujia restaurant. Is he finally discovering this girl's beauty? Touching the easy divine water in her sleeve, she walked towards the Rujia restaurant with a swirl in her heart. At this time, Mose had already ordered a good table of wine and food in the box, and had put down a whole packet of spring heart-swinging scatter in the other party's wine. There was a knock on the door. Come in. A red dress with exquisite makeup Ji Xiuqing walked in. Boss Mose, did you find me over? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Ji Xiuqing said with autumn waves in her eyes. Mose smiled awkwardly. Yeah, you sit down first. Come have a drink first. Saying that, he handed her the wine glass, then also lifted his own wine glass and clinked one with her. Ji Xiuqing already had thoughts about Mose, and without any doubt, she generously drank the wine in her cup. Mose watched her finish her drink, revealing a satisfied look. Xiuqing, you sit down for a while. I'll go to the outhouse and come back to talk to you about something, said he. Immediately got up and walked out. Oh, hurry up then. I'll be waiting. Ji Xiuqing looked at Mose's had gone away and dropped the bottle of easy divine water in Mose's wineglass, then quietly waited for Mose's return. A moment later, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Xiuqing, why are you here? Are you alone? Said Feng Tianqian as he walked in on his own. Yes. Ji Xiuqing smiled awkwardly. She naturally didn't want the other party to see her and Mose together. Tianqian, I'm meeting my girlfriends for something today. It's inconvenient. Can you leave first? So, then that's fine. At this time, Feng Tianqian was frantically spitting in his heart. How come it hasn't kicked in yet? Boss, your medicine doesn't work. Then he tensed a dry mouth, so he just straightened up the glass of wine on the table and drank it. It's too late for Haim Suyong to stop it. Feng Tianqian looked at her and said suspiciously, I'm sorry, Xiuqing, I'm too thirsty. Can't I drink this wine? Oops. Ji Xiuqing held her forehead with one hand and smiled awkwardly. I can drink. You'd better go. My girlfriends are coming soon. Oh, then I'm leaving, said Feng Tianqian as he made a gesture to walk towards the door. At the same time, the heart will Mose a scolding. Mose boss, you get what the hell medicine how has not yet attacked this next how to get No, I can't go out there. What if I go out and wait for her BFF to arrive and she's in the middle of a drug attack then? Thinking of this, Feng Tianqian retracted his stepped out leg again and said with a smile, Xiuqing, I suddenly remembered. I have something to say to you. Ji Xiuqing hurriedly interrupted him and anxiously roared, Get lost. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to hear it now. Feng Tianqian was stunned by the roar, and suddenly felt a surge of heat coming from his abdomen. And then he felt a brutal all-beastly desire rush straight to his brain. Then he let out a roar with a reddened face and lunged at Ji Xiuqing like a wild beast. Feng Tianqian, what are you doing? Wake up, Ji Xiuqing shouted in terror, revolving the water elemental energy in her body, trying to resist. Chapter 111, The Wrong Medicine. It was a pity that the difference between her and Feng Tianqian's cultivation was too great, not to mention that Feng Tianqian was still in a berserk state, and her strength was flat out 30%. A water ball that had been gathered with great difficulty and panic was directly shattered by Feng Tianqian's punch, and then she was punched in the abdomen, which hurt so much that she almost lost the power of resistance. Then she was pounced on by Feng Tianqian again. Her clothes were madly torn to shreds, and at the same time she felt a violent churning coming from her stomach. Rujia restaurant thatched toilet. At this time Mose was happily going to the toilet. Feeling that the time was almost up, he murmured, This kid. Feng Tianqian should have gotten off on it. This Ji Xiuqing actually dared to be unkind to me. So I'll let you suffer a bit today. Then he was about to take out a tissue from his pocket and actually fished out a small white packet of pills along with it. He couldn't help but stare. What was this? He opened it and squeezed it, smelled it, and instantly his face changed. This is the springtime dispersal. Then what did he just give Ji Xiuqing under ah? Thought for a moment and tremblingly spat out 3 words from his mouth. Ba do powder. It turns out that in the past few days, Howlet the Moon has always complained about not having enough to eat. And when he saw that Mose was mixing up the springtime dispersal, he asked Mose if there was any medicine that could make people poop more after eating it. So Mose casually said that configuring a little bit of special effects croton powder would be fine. After hearing this, Howling Moon was very happy and directly gave him 100,000 taels of silver tickets to help him allocate more. There's money to be made, not to be made is so match some of it. I didn't realize that I had just gotten mixed up in a moment of inattention. This scared him so much that he hastily wiped his ass and rushed towards the booth, only to see that Feng Tianqian was acting like a beast while Ji Xiuqing was being ravaged like a white rabbit. Seeing that one of his own hadn't suffered, Inkbrand carefully closed the door to the room and then stood guard. At the same time, the intense commotion on this side attracted the hotel's fellows, and Mose took out a 10-tael silver ticket and handed it over. Don't be nosy, little one. Understand. The fellow happily received the silver ticket and listened to the movement inside, his heart bursting with envy. It's nice to be rich, playing with women with bodyguards standing at the door. After dismissing the fellow, Inkbrand sighed as he listened to the commotion inside. It's hard to see. This Feng Tianqian usually looks like a human being, but he's actually so brave at the critical moment. Seeing that the aphrodisiac had no effect, he actually used force directly, and in such a beastly way. That's just in the other world. If we were in the previous world, we'd be sentenced to 10 or 8 years. As for whether or not there would be any consequences for Feng Tianqian raping Ji Xiuqing, Mose wasn't worried at all, knowing that even if he had killed a princess, Pavilion Master Ren had said that there was not much of a problem. Feng Tianqian was Di Niao's personal disciple, and the Ji family was just a medium-sized family that was dependent on the Feng family. If the Ji clan's main family knew about it, they would probably just be happy and say, "Good job. This Ji Xiuqing ate the special effect Ba Do powder. Wait for the top to come. Will it be before and after?" Thinking of this, Mose actually had the urge to go in and take a look, but in the end, he held back. After an hour had passed, Inkbrand saw that there was no more movement inside and opened the door to look inside. What a sin! The scenes inside are just too ferocious. Men look at people going crazy. Women look at them and break their menstruation. Gentlemen get kidney cramps when they look at it. And villains chop off their ding-dongs when they look at it. At the same time, also accompanied by an extremely unpleasant odor coming out. Rapping Mose smelled the smell of swamp gas, also did not have the courage to wake up the sleeping duo. Looking at the duo's heaving special chests, Mose decisively closed the door behind them and waited for the duo to wake up on their own. There was no other way. Mose could only book the room next door for his own rest. An hour later, Feng Tianqian's beastly roar and Ji Xiuqing's agonizing screams of pain came from next door again. Mose sighed. Cannot see ah. Win Tianqian, this kid physical strength can ah. Just see him, still a dead dog general appearance. This again, dry up. Back and forth. Feng Tianqian tossed and turned 5 times. The next day, Mose opened the door to Feng Tianqian's room. Ji Xiuqing, wrapped in a sheet, gave the two of them a spiteful look, her eyes glistening with tears, and ran out. Mose sneered. Self-inflicted. From Feng Tianqian's state yesterday, Mose knew that he should have been drugged with an extremely potent aphrodisiac. I'm sure this woman, who was originally supposed to deal with him, didn't think of harming herself. Mo's boss, you yesterday put how to put the medicine down to me ah, and this spring heart swinging loose is also too fierce. I forced the out of Xiuqing, and now she hates me. Feng Tianqian was also wrapped in a bed sheet and looked at Mose with a melancholic expression. Mose let out a cold laugh. You don't want to frame me. I took the wrong medicine yesterday. That packet of spring heart swinging scatter didn't go out at all. So you're saying that the drug I was drugged with last night was Sejong's doing? You finally got it. That means that Xiuqing and I have thought of the same thing, and she also wants to have an in-depth exchange with me. Feng Tianqian immediately looked delighted. Mose laughed a cold laugh. This kid's brain has entered the water. Hopeless. By the way, Boss Mose, you said that you took the wrong medicine yesterday. So what medicine did you end up giving to Xiuqing? Feng Tianqian asked with a puzzled expression. Mose's face sank, his brow furrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, it's flour. Yesterday, accidentally brought over a packet of flour as medicine. Flour, oh. Then I'm relieved. I was afraid that you'd put some weird poison and give it to Xiuqing. That would be bad. In Xinghu Feng, in a secret room, Ji Xiuqing knelt on the ground and kept crying. The masked woman was also furious after listening to Ji Xiuqing and the rest of me. Outrageous. I didn't expect Moze to be so despicable as to find someone to come over and insult you. Xiuqing, don't worry. This revenge will definitely be avenged for you by our soaring sect. I will lock the two of them together with the manhwa lizards that have been fed the water of the free god, so that they can also taste what it is like to be treated by wild beasts. Ji Xiuqing gritted her teeth and said. At the same time, her eyes were filled with endless anger. She had never been humiliated like this before. Xianyu Academy. Heavenly Grade 1 classroom. Feng Tianchen looked at Ji Xiuqing's empty seat next to him and fumed. It had been 3 days since Ji Xiuqing had come to class. Feng Tianchen also went to Ji family to look for Ji Xiuqing, but the subordinate reported back that Ji Xiuqing refused to see him. Boss Mose, did we do something wrong? Feng Tianchen asked with a face of remorse. Mose glared at him without a good mood. What did wrong? I just ask you, cool or not? Feng Tianchen recalled the experience of that day. A flush flashed across his face and he shyly said, cool. It's just a little too exciting. Moze laughed, chasing a woman's skill thousands of times. Romantic stimulation accounts for half of it. Before you romantic so many times have no effect. This time so stimulation. Absolutely will take her down. But it's been so many days. Why can't we see her yet? Feng Tianchen had a bitter look on his face. Chapter 112, The Underground Black Market. Moze gave him a blank look. You also don't look at you. How brutal that day was. Ji Xiuqing was made like that. Recuperating for 3 to 5 days is normal. Feng Tianchen nodded his head in recognition, and at the same time, as a result, in the afternoon, Ji Xiuqing came over to class and walked a little unnaturally. Xiuqing, are you alright? It's all my fault for being so rude. Feng Tianchen looked at the emaciated Ji Xiuqing with a guilty expression. Ji Xiuqing forcibly suppressed the raging anger within her and smiled. Brother Tianchen, I'm fine. Feeling the change in Ji Xiuqing's attitude, Feng Tianchen was overjoyed and gratefully glanced at Moze. Then he held Ji Xiuqing's hand and said tenderly, Xiuqing, don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you. Ji Xiuqing's hand trembled for a moment, but she didn't dodge it, her pretty face slightly red as she nodded. Aha! At the same time, his heart was roaring madly. Moze, Feng Tianchen, you too, I must make you pay back 100 times the humiliation I have suffered. Moze felt that Ji Xiuqing no longer threw any small ambiguous gestures at him, and he couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. Sure enough, this woman has to see blood. See blood will be honest. Hope that the two of them can talk about a sensational love. Time flies and another month has passed. After diligent cultivation, Moze's emperor's chi had already been cultivated to the middle stage, and according to this progress, he should be able to cultivate to the perfect realm by the middle of the next semester. Xianyu Academy. In the cafeteria booth. Brother Tianchen, I've gotten 3 tickets to the underground black market. Let's go see it. Shall we? Ji Xiuqing pouted like a little daughter-in-law. The underground black market is illegal. It's not good for us to go. Feng Tianchen was a bit hesitant. You're all heavenly prides. Naturally you don't lack resources. I don't have a teacher at the 6th order god refining realm. If you guys don't go, I'll go myself. After saying that, Ji Xiuqing looked like she was pretending to be angry. Go? Who said we won't go? Xiuqing, don't worry. I will definitely get you the cultivation resources you need. Feng Tianchen hurriedly consoled deeply from the side. Mose also nodded his head in agreement from the side. With this kind of opportunity, we really should go over there to get a long look. Who could ever have too much of something like resources? And the more of this illegal black market there was, the more good stuff there was. But, there are 4 of us, and Xiuqing only has 3 tickets. Saying that, Feng Tianchen glanced at Zhao Shanfan next to him in difficulty. I don't have anything I want to buy lately, so you 3 go ahead, Zhao Shanfan said, still not caring, and then added to them. If you guys see any yellow grade high-level dog leashes in the black market, remember to buy one for me. Recently he was going crazy from the tsunami howl. This dead dog had gotten a strong laxative from somewhere and put it in his meals from time to time. It made him have to pull at least 7 or 8 times a day, and his whole body lost a whole circle of weight. The next day, Moze and Feng Tianchen arrived at an underground casino after 7 turns under Ji Xiuqing's leadership. Then after passing through 7 or 8 more secret doors, he finally arrived at a secret manor. Boss Mose, this underground black market is too secretive, Feng Tianchen whispered. Little wonder. If it wasn't secretive, it would probably have been terminated a long time ago. Also, then Ji Xiuqing led them into a small room next to them, and a staff member said to them enthusiastically, welcome to the 3 of you who have come to join us in this trade rally. Please come and exchange your contribution points first. What are contribution points? Mose asked in confusion. The staff member explained, we organize trading rallies, not with gold and silver. Instead, we use our unique contribution points. And the purpose of doing so is also mainly for security. So I hope the three of you can understand. Mose nodded his head to show understanding. This is a concept with the previous life casino exchange chips. Immediately took out 1,000,000 silver tickets handed over to the past bar. The staff took out an ancient identity token and handed it to him. Sir, this is your identity token. 10,000 contribution points have been deposited for you inside. Please keep it. If the contribution points aren't used up this time, you can continue to use them the next time you come to us. Mose nodded and graciously accepted the token. Feng Tianchen also followed Mose's example and directly took out 50 million taels of silver tickets, placing them on the tabletop and said in a domineering manner, "Exchange them all for contribution points for me." "Ah, that much?" the staff member asked, trembling. Feng Tianchen frowned slightly. "What? This trade fair of yours? You can't even exchange this amount of money, so I guess there's nothing good." "No, it's just that there are very few people exchanging so much money at once, so just wait a moment while I go in and ask the supervisor." After saying that, this little brother smiled apologetically, then quickly ran towards the back. "Helm Master, they want to exchange too many contribution points. I don't have enough on me," little brother said to the masked woman. "How much are they going to redeem?" 500,000 contribution points. The masked woman sucked in a mouthful of cold air, gritted her teeth, and handed over her identity token. "Transfer it from me. If I had known they were so willing to spend money, I would have adjusted the exchange rate higher." Little brother respectfully received the token. "Helm Master, isn't this price a bit too much?" The masked woman shook her head. "This Mose is a proper seedling of a 5th rank heavenly pride. As long as we can pull in our ascension sect, everything is worth it. Subordinate understands." Little brother respectfully received the token, then quickly ran out. "I'm sorry for making a few of you wait for a long time. I've already asked for instructions. I can now exchange it for you," he said, smilingly handing an identity token to Feng Tianchen. "I hope you won't let us down with this trade fair of yours." Feng Tianchen received the token in a condescending manner. "Don't worry, I'll guarantee your satisfaction. 3 honored guests, inside please." Little brother respectfully invited them in. Then they were led by the staff to a card table on the second floor. A lot of people came into the venue one after another, and soon the card seats on the second floor were already full. And a lot of people stood in the hall on the first floor as well. Many people looked at the two new faces, Mose and Feng Tianchen, and revealed a curious expression. Soon an auctioneer in a red robe approached the auction table and looked around. Without further ado, this contribution point redemption conference has officially begun. So the price of the items is. Then a staff member brought up the first item. The auctioneer withdrew the red silk, ice-cold essence crystal. The roll is not explained. The reserve price of 100. The need for their own bidding. Upstairs, Mose immediately brightened up. "This is an extremely high-grade weapon refining material directly shouted, 200 contribution points. The countless people around him looked at him in unison with odd expressions. "So who is this? Straight up doubled. Great credit. Great right." Countless people cursed in their hearts. Chapter 113. In the Ascension sect, the only way to get contribution points was to make merit for the sect. Of course it was fine for others to give them to you. There are no further bids. The deal is struck. With a shout from the auctioneer, a job delivered the ice-cold essence crystals and then scratched 200 contribution points away from Missouri Zay's identity token. Next item, July Heart Orchid. Base price 150. Bid by yourself if you need it. In the hall on the first floor, a gray-robed man shouted, 152 points of contribution. 300 contributions. Mose on the second floor shouted loudly, while giving the gray-robed man downstairs a contemptuous look with a poor man. "You don't deserve to grab it from me, look." This July Heart Orchid was a precious alchemy herb. Buying it back for He Lien to make pills was just right. The gray-robed man downstairs clenched his fists and glanced angrily at Mose. But in the end, he didn't continue bidding. The contribution points of these people of theirs were all fought back with their lives, and it was usually only when it was indeed something they needed that they would redeem it. As for Mose and Feng Tianchen, their contribution points came with the wind. So naturally, they wanted anything good. Next, some of the remaining materials and medicinal herbs were basically pocketed by Mose. Only some that he really couldn't see were not offered. The following yellow-grade high-level battle skill Shan Shui Soft Fingers has a reserve price of 1,000 and needs to be bid on by itself. 1,100, shouted a man on the first floor. 1,500, Feng Tianchen shouted blandly. This battle skill just happened to be suitable for Ji Shouqing, so he naturally wanted to snatch it. 1,550, shouted the man on the first floor through gritted teeth. Feng Tianchen sneered. 2,000. The man on the first floor glared at Feng Tianchen before helplessly giving up on the price. As the items that were auctioned off, the level became higher and higher. The contribution points that Mose had on him were soon used up. And of course, the harvest was full. Next it's up to Windy Tennessee Tutor. Ink Blue Meteorite. Good stuff. Tian Chen buy it quickly. Canley Fire Control Decision. Xian Grade Primary Technique. It will be used in the future. Tian Chen buy it quickly. Spectral Flame Lotus. Good stuff. Tian Chen buy it quickly. As the auction was about to come to an end, 80% of the items were bought by Mose and Feng Tian Chen. Man, did these two come over here to stock up? At the same time a huge question surfaced in the minds of the group of Ascension sect members. These two guys, what kind of merit had they made for the Flying Immortal sect to earn so many contribution points? And among the crowd of Ascension cultists, there was also an undercover agent of the Dark Hidden Guards, who was now looking at the two of them with a face of abhorrence, while roaring angrily in his heart. These two human traitors, just how many things have they done to betray the human race in order to obtain so many waiting for me contribution points? I must bring them to justice. On the auction stage, as the auctioneer lifted a red cloth, revealing two small 2-finger-thick stones that shimmered with a golden light. This is the last item. 2 immortal stones. Although an alchemist of less than the 6th rank cannot directly absorb its immortal chi, but wearing it for a long period of time, it can nourish the flesh of a chi refiner to increase his longevity. Bidding on the base price of $200,000. As soon as these words came out, everyone present all had red eyes, eagerly staring at the 2 immortal stones. However, the people in the hall knew that all of this had nothing to do with them, and that only the people in the second floor cardholders were qualified to compete for these 2 immortal stones. 210,000. 220,000. Mose looked at the crowd on the second floor who were frantically bidding, and excitedly said to Feng Tianchen, no matter what, make sure to buy these 2 immortal stones. Feng Tianchen was also filled with excitement and nodded his head frantically. Anything with the word immortal was invariably top quality goods. It didn't occur to me that a small underground black market would actually have so many good things, and they were also damn cheap. Next to Ji Xiuqing looked at the 2 people who had already fallen into madness, a cold smile in her heart. You too. This time I will make you lose your reputation. 400,000. With Feng Tianchen's shout, the entire room instantly quieted down, and the crowd on the second floor looked at them jealously. $400,000. No more bids. The trade is successful. Then a staff member respectfully sent over 2 immortal stones, while at the same time scratching away 400,000 contribution points on Feng Tianchen's identity token. After walking out of the secret manor, Mose excitedly thanked Ji Xiuqing. Xiuqing, thank you so much this time. I didn't expect this underground black market. There are actually so many good things. This time we made a big fortune. Boss Mose, there's no need to be polite. I've gotten a lot of benefits this time as well. Ji Xiuqing happily said back, looking at this Ji Xiuqing like a changed person. Mose inwardly sighed. This woman. Ah, see, the blood is not the same. Not so much flowery. People are also much more humble. Xiuqing, when is this underground black market going to be held next time? I didn't buy too much today. Next time I'll make sure to bring some more money over. We don't know yet. They'll have someone send advance notice when the time comes. Ji Xiuqing looked at the excited Feng Tianchen and mocked in her heart. You don't have a next time. The next day, Xianyu Academy's Heavenly Grade 1 classroom. Mose and the others were attending the class seriously. Feng Tianchen looked at the empty seat next to him and complained in a small voice. Suharu, why did you take another vacation? Inkbrand gave him a blank look and wasn't going to bother with him. While this was going on, 4 of the school discipline team walked in and interrupted the teacher's lesson. Feng Tianchen, Mose, the 2 of you come with us to the school discipline office and take a trip. Mose and Feng Tianchen looked at each other, both of them showing puzzled expressions. Then they all got up, then were led by the 4 school discipline team members towards the school discipline office. School discipline division. Outside an interrogation room, a dark hidden guard captain wearing a black flower, bird, fish, and insect costume asked to the undercover agent lurking in the Ascension sect in this body, is it the 2 of them? This undercover agent nodded affirmatively as he looked at the 2 of them through the one-way glass of the interrogation room. That's right, it's the 2 of them. Next to him, Pavilion Master Ren's face turned white as he said incredulously, the 2 of them can't possibly be from the Ascension sect. Is it a mistake? There's absolutely no mistaking it. I'm pretty sure it's the 2 of them, the undercover agent said with great certainty. Okay, I know. Go ahead and go down. Take care of yourself. The Shadow Guard captain patted the undercover agent's shoulder. Yes, Captain, said the undercover agent and walked out. All of a sudden, the 2 of them, Pavilion Master Rin and the captain of the Dark Hidden Guards, were left in the room. Senior Jifeng, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Mose is teacher's most valued disciple. How could he join the Ascension sect? And there's no need for him to join the Ascension sect. Pavilion Master Rin said with a serious face. Ji Feng had a complicated look on his face. Tianxing. Let's interrogate them first. If they really are from the Ascension sect, teacher won't be able to protect them. Chapter 114, Re-entering the dungeon of the school discipline office. I understand, but they definitely won't be from the Ascension sect. Pavilion Master Ren's expression was incomparably grave. As the door to the interrogation room was opened, Pavilion Master Ren walked in with Ji Feng with a serious expression. Pavilion Master, what exactly happened? Why are you doing this to us? Moze asked with a puzzled expression. You two brats, you've gotten into big trouble this time, Pavilion Master Ren said angrily. Alright, the two of you will first hand over your storage rings out. Ji Feng glanced at Pavilion Master Ren before saying to the two of them. Why? Moze hurriedly protected his storage ring, which was a personal item that was normally not given to just anyone. Feng Tianchen also shook his head in disbelief. Where's the why? Hurry up and give Captain Ji a check. Looking at the serious expression on Ren Pavilion Master's face, Moze knew that this time things were big, and helplessly took off the storage ring and handed it over. Ji Feng rummaged through their storage rings for a while, and took out 2 black market identity tokens, and 2 immortal stones, placing them on the table. That's fine. The two of you, 1 Deacon Mo and 1 Wind Fragrance Master. You have quite a high status. The Moze duo was dumbfounded. What do you mean? What deacon? What incense lord? These 2 are the identity tokens of the Ascension cult, 1 for a deacon, 1 for an incense master. Someone saw the 2 of you attending the Ascension sects gathering with their own eyes. Quickly give an honest account with Captain Ji about what this is all about. Pavilion Master Rin roared with an angry expression. What? The Moze duo stood up in shock, with an unbelievable look of horror. In an instant, Moze thought of many things. It's Ji Xiuqing, she's from the Ascension sect. She's the one who's harming us. It can't be. Impossible. Feng Tianchen shouted in disbelief. Moze grabbed him by the collar and yelled, that underground black society. It's a setup. We're screwed. You sperm-ridden fool. After saying that, he angrily pushed Feng Tianchen directly to the ground. Ji Feng knocked on the table and said sternly, alright, the two of you, stop bickering and talk to me properly about what's going on here. Then Moze talked about Ji Xiuqing's grudge against them, and everything about the underground black market. One by one and so on. Ji Feng and Pavilion Master Rin listened and walked out with grave expressions. School Discipline Office. Director Yi, we haven't investigated the matter of the Moze duo clearly yet, so we'll trouble to keep them in the dungeon of the School Discipline Office for good custody first. Ji Feng said politely. Yi Qingyi respectfully saluted. It's no trouble. Cooperating with the dark hidden guards is what we should do. Then Ji Feng and Pavilion Master Rin quickly rushed towards the Ji clan. School Discipline Office dungeon. Yi Qingyi looked at the Moze duo inside the cell and said indifferently, Moze, I really didn't expect that you are actually someone from the Ascension sect. I'm not. I'm a full-fledged student of Yuanxing Academy. I don't have the need, at all, to go to Ascension sect to be a traitor, Moze proudly retorted. Yi Qingyi sneered and said disdainfully, Crown Prince Li Chang, isn't he just as much of a traitor who defected to the ghost race? Maybe you were a member of the Ascension sect before? After saying that, Yi Qingyi didn't care about Moze's angry expression and walked out on her own. Ji Xiuqing. You, Moze angrily punched the wall of his cell. Crossing over? He hadn't suffered such a big loss yet. Boss Moze. Could this be some kind of misunderstanding? Feng Tianchen still couldn't believe to this day that the woman he loved so much would harm him. Rolling calf. I have long detected that this is a bit wrong. I just did not expect that she would actually be a person of the Ascension sect. At this time, Moze's heart was full of regret. In the middle of the night, Pavilion Master Rin came to the cell with a grave expression. Pavilion Master, has Ji Xiuqing been captured? Moze asked with a nervous expression. Pavilion Master Rin shook his head. The Ji family head and his family's important personnel have long been unknown. For this result, Moze had expected it. Since Ji Xiuqing wanted to count on him, naturally she would have arranged a back way. Pavilion Master, then what will Captain Ji do with me next? Moze calmly asked. Pavilion Master Rin let out a long sigh. Captain Ji, we'll be investigating in Bianjing for 2 more days, and if you still can't clear your suspicions, you'll be brought to the Tongzhou Dark Hidden Guards Inspector's office for trial. And in my case, how will the Inspector General's office deal with me? In your case, when you arrive at the Inspector's office, the best result will be the abolition of your cultivation and a lifetime of labor. Then Pavilion Master Rin helplessly continued, I'm sorry, you're too big this time, and your teacher can't protect you. Captain Ji is willing to investigate here for 2 more days, or because he is also a student of the teacher. Inkbrand nodded his head in knowledge, then sat crouched in silence. I'm sorry, Boss Moze, I caused you harm this time. Feng Tianqian guiltily apologized in a rush from the side. Pavilion Master Ren once again let out a long sigh, shook his head, and helplessly walked out of the cell. In the past 2 days, the eldest princess had frantically sent people to look for news of Ji Xiuqing and Ji's family, but nothing was found. All the major families also knew about Moze, and although they all believed that Moze was innocent, it was useless. With the dark hidden guard's attitude towards the Ascension sect, it was better to kill by mistake than to let go. In the Feng family, Feng Qingxue said to Feng Tianming with a face of fear, "This time, it's good that Xin Tianqian blocked the way for you. Otherwise, you and our Feng family would be finished. Damn. It turns out that all these years has been lying to me, at the expense of me still unforgettable to her." Feng Tianming had an angry look on his face, but at the same time, it was more of a gloating one. "Feng Tianqian, I told you to steal my woman. Now you've got what's coming to you. Ha ha ha, it's so cool." Feng Qingxue let out a long sigh. "Tianqian, what a pity, obviously having such a good future, but because of a woman, it's all ruined." Then he glared fiercely at Feng Tianming. "You must take this as a warning and never talk about your children's personal feelings again. Third uncle, don't worry, Tianming won't easily get involved in children's affairs in the future." Thinking of his past with Ji Xiuqing, Feng Tianming was also scared for a while. This woman was too damn scary. 2 days passed quickly. The eldest princess and Ji Feng and others, will Bianjing City digging 3 feet? Have not found any evidence that can clear the suspicion of Moze. School Discipline Office, Dungeon, Pavilion Master Ren, the Rapunzel and the others prepared a large table of food and wine. "Brother Moze, I'm sorry, it's my sister's uselessness. My sister punishes herself with a cup." Saying that, the Rapunzel picked up her wine cup and drank it all in one go. Moze drank a cup with a bitter smile. "Sister, it's not your fault. It's my own carelessness. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Oh, Feng Tianqian was crying on the side, sobbing uncontrollably. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ji Feng brought the people from the dark hidden guards over. "It's getting late, we need to get going." Chapter 115, The Rhesus Monitor. In the air, inside a flying boat, Moze and Feng Tianqian were wearing handcuffs and shackles and were locked inside a prison cell. Ji Feng and the other 2 members of the dark hidden guards, piloting the flying boat with all their might, were flying towards Tongzhou. Suddenly a fiery blade gas appeared in front of them, and the flying boat that couldn't dodge in time directly crashed into it. Boom! A loud bang. The flying boat was chopped and fell hard towards the ground. Ji Feng's face changed greatly as he flew out of the flying boat to directly confront, in the air, the 3 fifth-order Chao Yuan realm powerhouses. As for Moze and Feng Tianqian, they were directly stunned after the flying boat crashed into the ground. It was also good that they were second-order Qi realm refiners with strong physical qualities, or else if they fell so high, they would definitely die. As for the 2 fourth-stage Mingi realm dark hidden guard members, after landing, they were also quickly surrounded by the surrounding members of the Ascension sect. Unbeaten, he fled in a hurry. The airborne Ji Feng, who was fighting 1 against 3, was also beaten back and had no choice but to retreat. After Mose woke up, he realized that he was in a dungeon, and there were 2 other jailers guarding him outside. "What do you think is so special about this kid? Why would single helmsman spend so much effort to rob him overall?" a tall and thin jailer said in disbelief. Another bald jailer replied, "I heard that it was Miss Ji who had her eye on one of them, and it was only natural that Single Helm Master would satisfy her since he was so good to Miss Ji." The tall and thin jailer glanced at Moze and Feng Tianqian, and gave a disconcerting poo-poo. "Little white boy, surely he's a good-looking guy. Hello, 2 big brothers, may I ask where this place is?" Moze got up and asked with a flattering face. "Yo, wake up." The bald jailer glanced at Moze and continued, "This is the Yuju Ascension Sect's branch rudder." Moze heart a lump. The original Ji Xiuqing they hid to the Yuzhou. No wonder the eldest princess Wu Bianjing searched all over cannot find their traces. "Right, you 2 brothers you just said single helmsman. What's her full name?" Moze asked curiously. The tall, thin jailer snorted coldly. "Why should I tell you? This brother, look, this single helmsman spent so much effort to get us over here, mainly because he wants us to join the Ascension sect, so that sooner or later we'll all be family, and we're still on good terms with Miss Ji Xiuqing. So just tell me." The tall and thin jailer thought for a while, and felt that Moze said it was very reasonable, and with the importance that the single helmsman attached to these 2, maybe they would become a senior member of the sect in the future, so it was better not to offend them first. "Single helmsman, full list so it's her. Shan Xing Sheng, I've found your mom." A brilliant light flashed in Moze's eyes. Soon Feng Tianqian also woke up, and Moze roughly told him about the current situation. "That means that Xiuqing is also here." Excitement flashed in Feng Tianqian's eyes. Moze sneered. It's not always a good thing that she's here. No, I believe she still loves me. Feng Tianqian's eyes were filled with determination. Mose let out a helpless sigh. I hope you'll still be so optimistic later. A moment later, Ji Xiuqing walked over with 7 or 8 Qi refining realm devotees. Boss Mose, Brother Tian Chen, you guys are awake, Ji Xiuqing said with an excited face. Xiuqing, you've finally come to my rescue. These days, I've missed you to death, Feng Tianqian said excitedly. Men, open the quick cell. The jailer opened the cell door and Ji Xiuqing walked in with a smile. Su Qing, get someone to hinge my handcuffs. This is too much. Snap. Ji Xiuqing slapped Feng Tianqian, directly sending him spinning in place 3 times. Brother Tianqian, are you still having a hard time? Ji Xiuqing said gently. Xiuqing, you, said Feng Tianqian, covering his face, his eyes full of unbelief. Snap. Another slap. Feng Tianqian was directly knocked to the ground, watching the muscles on the face of Mo next to him twitch. You what you? Feng Tianqian, you've ruined me, do you know that? Ji Xiuqing roared angrily. Xiuqing, I love you. Feng Tianqian, who was sitting on the ground, said in a resigned voice. Ji Xiuqing directly kicked over viciously, while shouting with reddened eyes, love, 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 why don't you go and die? As he spoke, he frantically kicked Feng Tianqian until he got tired of kicking. Then she twisted her head to look at Mose and said with a smile, Boss Mose, am I pretty? Bleach, beautiful, Miss Xiuqing, outstanding style, pouring out the country, a male looking at it all legs swinging, can't straighten up. Mose trembled and said, giggle, giggle, Boss Mauser, you're so bad. Ji Xiuqing covered her mouth and laughed, then suddenly turned her words around and said with an icy expression, you seem to look down on me. No, absolutely not. I actually like you a lot too. It's just that a brother's wife can't be bullied. I'm the one who has been repressing my emotions. It's been hard for me to hold back all this time. Mose, his eyes penetrated with determination. His heart panicked. Ha 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 ha. Ji Xiuqing let out a loud laugh with a wry look in her eyes and said, good. Since you like it so much, then let's go straight into the cave tonight. Good. Just go straight into the cave. Mose hurriedly replied in the affirmative. Humph. You think so? Ji Xiuqing said to the congregation behind her. Pull the 2 of them inside the hall for me. Yes. Now Mose and Feng Tianqian not only have their hands and feet shackled and locked, but their purple mansions are also sealed at the same time, and their cultivation cannot be utilized in the slightest, so they have to be at the mercy of others. The duo was then brought inside a hall, and besides him, there was actually another person who had also been tied up and kneeling here long ago, the same undercover agent who had reported Mose and the others. The undercover agent looked at Mose and Feng Tianqian and showed a guilty look, where in this matter he didn't know that he was being used. Has what I want arrived? Ji Xiuqing said to a congregant on the side. Miss Hidaru, it arrived early in the morning, alive and very much alive and healthy. Okay, carry on. Not long after, 3 large iron cages were carried up, each holding a mighty and domineering Ganges lizard. Do you guys know what this is? Ji Xiuqing took out a jade bottle and mysteriously said to the 3 Mose. The 3 of them shook their heads in disbelief, and Mose looked at the 3 giant lizards with a vague sense of ill will. Ji Xiuqing walked over to Feng Tianqian and slapped him again, gritting her teeth. This is the aphrodisiac you ate the other night, named Easy Divine Water. Then she changed her expression and said as if she were a curious baby, it is said that just 1 drop can turn a man into a beast, but what does a beast become when it eats it? Ha ha ha. Then in the horrified eyes of Mose's trio, she took out 2 more bottles and gave them to the congregants at the side. Take these 3 bottles of medicine and pour them down on these 3 giant lizards. Chapter 116, I want him to marry me. Yes. The religious man excitedly took the pill bottle, then prepared to drug the giant lizard. No, Miss Zioharu, you'll die if you play like that. Mose shouted in horror. Ji Xiuqing giggled. Boss Missouri Zay, don't worry about it. We in the Ascension sect have a 4th order mini-realm powerhouse who cultivates Wood Yuan Qi, so we can guarantee that you won't die. Today, you guys will just commit to letting these 3 giant lizards have a good time, and then tomorrow, you'll be replaced with the easy divine immortal water. She laughed madly when she finished. It's over. It's over. This is crazy. Everyone else is bad with revenge. She's perverted with revenge. Miss Chi, I know you're single helmsman. Can you let me see her? Please, Mose pleaded. Great. Ji Xiuqing giggled. Then her complexion turned cold and said to the side of the congregation, be the first to throw him into the cage later. Yes, Auntie, you can't do this. I haven't harmed you. I really know your single helm master well. You can't do this. Mo shouted madly. He was afraid. He was really afraid. Crossing over, he felt the fear of non-death for the first time. Who is it that knows me well? A female voice came from outside the hall. And it was none other than the single helmsman wearing a blockhead mask, followed by a group of Mingi realm elders. Greetings, master. Greetings, elders. What brings you here? Ji Xiuqing asked as she saluted the crowd. A black-bearded, bald elder replied with a smile, we came over to watch the show. And in the meantime, we'll see just what that bastard did to you so badly. Ji Xiuqing pointed at Feng Tianqian and Moze and said angrily, it's the two of them. Elder Miao. You must decide for me. Elder Miao glared fiercely at the Moze duo. Today, we will definitely make their lives worse than death. You're the one who said you know me? Single helmsman looked at Moze with a smirk. Moze hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Servant Master Shan. Do you still remember Shan Xing Shan? He was my teacher. No, I was his teacher. I was very good to him. I even saved his life? After saying that, Moze nervously stared at this single helmsman. At the same time, his heart frantically cried out, God bless, but don't be the same name and surname. After listening to what Moze said, Single Helm Master was silent for a long time, and because she was wearing a mask, the crowd couldn't see her expression. Is he okay? At these words, Moze's heart let out a slight sigh of relief. God, I finally made the right bet. He once again bowed to the single helmsman and respectfully said, Mother Shan, he's not good at the businessman. No, he's very good. What I mean is that he was very bad before, and after he met me he changed for the better. After you left back then, he stayed alone in Ling'an City, in order to avenge your death. He made money like crazy. He ate white bread every day and couldn't even eat a single pickle. Finally, when I had almost enough money to pay for preschool, I lost all my money because of a failed investment. Having lost his faith, he was about to commit suicide when he happened to meet me. After some education from me, he finally gave up the idea of lightening his life and, at the same time, became my student. Right now, he's the champion of the Yuanqing Academy's first-year Heaven's Pride ranking, as well as a full-fledged cadet of the Academy. After listening to Moze's words, Servant Master Shan remained silent, but Inkbrand could clearly feel her sobbing softly. So Moze continued, Mother Shan, please, for the sake of the businessman, let me off. I'm very useful. I'll build the third-grade methane gas cave. As soon as these words came out, a group of fourth-order Mingi realm elders immediately brightened up, but they were all still short of a chi to break through to the fifth-order Chaoyuan. You really know how to build a third-grade chi point? Miao Chang asked suspiciously. I'm now the Yuanqing Academy's Swamp Chi Pavilion Master. If I didn't know how to build this Swamp Chi Cavern, how could the Yuanqing Academy let a Chi Transformation Realm Cadet be the master of the pavilion? Elder Miao nodded approvingly, then said to Helm Master Shan, Helm Master, I think that this Moze is a talent. We should take him in. The group of fourth-order Mingi realm elders agreed. The third-grade Chi points were too important to them. Single helmsman also seemed to have gotten his emotions under control, and seriously asked Moze, that I ask you, are you willing to join my soaring sect? Moze glanced fearfully at Ji Xiuqing, then said very frankly, willing, very willing. Single mother, why don't you let me repair a letter to the lineman, so that he can come with us, and then we will be a family of 3, and make the Ascension sect bigger and stronger, and create another glory. Single helmsman coughed dryly, no need for that. It's fine for the lineman to be at Yuanqing Academy. Then she looked at Ji Xiuqing, who was at the side, and said, Xiuqing, since Moze is willing to join our Ascension sect, then let's forget about the grudge between you two. Since you, teacher, have given the word, I can put aside my grudge with Moze, but I have a condition. You say? Ji Xiuqing's beautiful eyes glared, I want him to marry me. This is good, so that Moze will be a real family with us. Double happiness. Double happiness. Ha ha ha. Elder Miao laughed out loud in approval. Single helmsman also felt that this proposal was good, and nodded his head and said sternly to Moze, what do you mean? Moze, is that your tone of voice asking for my opinion? Moze respectfully said, everything is up to Mother Shan. Good. It's settled. Then she looked at Moze with an odd expression and said, you can just call me Single Helm Master from now on. Walker and I look like master and disciple, but we are actually brothers. You are his mother, and that means my mother. If you do not abandon us, Zay would like to worship you as his righteous mother, said Moze directly kowtowed 3 times on the ground. Single helmsman smiled awkwardly, Moze, I don't have the habit of accepting a righteous son. Just call me Single helmsman, or call me teacher like Xiuqing. Then thank you, teacher. Moze bowed, while the heart that was hanging in the air was finally put down. Finally, I was able to preserve my innocence in the crotch of the Ganges giant lizard. It's not easy. Xing Sheng, this time I owe you a favor. Feng Tianqian looked at the iron cage of the giant lizard that had fallen into madness, and hurriedly shouted to Moze, boss, save me, save me. Moze bowed once again to the single helmsman and said, teacher, Feng Tianqian is also a brother of the student. I wonder if I can let him off the hook as well. Before servant Master Shan could speak, Ji Shiqing hurriedly jumped ahead and said angrily, "No, Feng Tianchen must pay the price for what he has done, or I will kill myself on the spot." Single helmsman looked meaningfully at Mose and said, "What you guys did to Xiuqing was too much. To actually put laxatives on her. This is a breath she has to take out, or else it will be an obstacle to her cultivation in the future." Mose helplessly showed an expression of pity to Feng Tianming. "I'm sorry, brother, I really tried my best. Who told you to love anyone but such a crazy woman?" Chapter 117, The Other World is Too Dangerous. I want to go back to Earth. With Ji Xiuqing's shout, Feng Tianchen and the undercover agent were pushed into the iron cage. The picture that follows is just too tragic to look at. Ji Xiuqing looked at the crazy laughter. Mose could not bear to turn his head bar. At the same time the heart cried out, sinning these two giant lizards, her mother is a male. This other world is so crazy and perverted that I want to go back to Earth. An hour later, after the duo was pulled out, already dying, a fourth-order Mingy realm powerhouse approached them and a green light shot out. The injuries of the two were basically given a stabilization. Ji Xiuqing walked over and squatted in front of Feng Tianchen, and said in a delicate voice, "Brother Tianchen, how does it feel? Is the beast fun?" Feng Tianchen's eyes were dead, glaring at her viciously. "Devil, you're the devil." Ji Xiuqing huffed another slap. "Didn't you say you love me? What? Now you don't." Feng Tianchen was silent. His eyes were filled with thick hatred. At this time, he no longer had a trace of love for Ji Xiuqing. Crazy. Perverts. All of you in the Ascension sect are crazy. All of you are perverts. Sooner or later the dark concealed guards, will eliminate you all one day. The undercover agent roared madly. Ji Xiuqing stomped on the undercover agent's face and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with being an undercover agent? You're going to be a traitor. Do you think you're hiding it well? In fact, we found you on the first day. Humph. Demon girl, if you have the guts you can kill me," the undercover agent said indignantly. Clearly a hardened person. Tough, huh? Well, let's see if you're that hard there too. Then she commanded to a member of the congregation, "Men, bring me 2 pokes of Bado over here and force feed these two. Then pour the easy divine immortal water into them. I want to see them attacking and defending the different lines." Next, Feng Tianchen and the undercover duo, in the guise of beasts, madly retaliated against the giant lizard for the beastly acts it had done to them. Looked at Ji Xiuqing laughs with flowers and twigs, joy bent waist. Looked at Mose shocked to the soul of fear, but eyes shaking. 2 hours later, Feng Tianming and the undercover duo were carried dying into the cell. After the play, the crowd dispersed, and the single helmsman asked him to build out the methane gas cave as soon as possible, and at the same time gave a room to stay next door to Ji Xiuqing. "Brother Mose, do you think I'm extremely cruel?" Ji Xiuqing blinked her big innocent eyes and asked. "No, they deserve it." Mose hemmed and hawed with a fawning expression. "You're not cruel. You're sick. Brother Mose, I'm not a perfect body now. You won't mind me. How could I? Xiuqing, you are so beautiful. I love you more than I can say. How could I dislike you?" Ji Xiuqing was complimented and so on. I giggled. "Then Brother Mose, you must hurry up and make the marsh gas cave. Then we'll finish the marriage right away." "Good. I will now write down the materials for building the methane gas cave. We'll start construction as soon as everything is ready." With that, Mose took out a piece of wan paper and began to write furiously. A moment later, Ji Xiuqing looked at the wan paper in her hand and frowned. "Poisonous dragon guts and poisonous dragon endodermis. I can understand. What the hell is this duck? Pig? These things, it stinks. Think about the properties of my swamp gas." Mose had a look of entitlement. "And what does the whale oil from this killer whale do? Cooking these things together stinks on top of the stink. And what are these highly poisonous things like the erosive deadly grass and the silver mist flower used for? They can enhance the lethality of the swamp gas. You're sure that you can create a methane gas cave this way?" Ji Xiuqing had a skeptical look on her face. Mose nodded affirmatively, sure as well as sure. Ji Xiuqing nodded, "Alright, I'll give this to the teacher, so you can rest first." Watching Ji Xiuqing walk out of his room, Mose let out a long breath. The sense of oppression that this woman gave him was too strong. When in the face of a 7th-order demon king was not so terrifying. Sure enough, perverts are not to be messed with. Let's hope that Pavilion Master Rin and the others will arrive earlier. 2 days ago, Pavilion Master Rin and the others knew that the Ascension sect had spent such a large sum of money. Definitely more than simply wanting to make Mose and Feng Tianchen lose their reputation. There must be other plots. It was then decided to use Mose and Feng Tianchen as bait to lure the snakes out and find their lair, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. Although Mose's storage ring had been seized and his cultivation had been sealed, Pavilion Master Ren had left a sword chi inside his soul weapon. Pavilion Master Ren could find his location at any time through his sword chi. These people from the Ascension sect must have never imagined to death that a small chi refiner at the chi transformation realm would have a soul weapon in his body. Ascension sect council hall. After the single helmsman and the group of elders read the Chi point construction materials handed over by Ji Shiqing, each of them looked odd and silent. Can you really create a third-grade chi cave this way? Elder Miao asked suspiciously. Single helmsman said in a deep voice, Moze has been scared out of his wits by Shou Qing. He shouldn't dare to lie to us. We'll see in a month's time. If he really dares to lie to me, I'll have him punished even more brutally than that duo did today. Then she looked over at Ji Shouqing and smiled. Shouqing, you've done a good job this time. This Moze has a strong talent. You have to control him well. Thank you, teacher, for the compliment. I will definitely keep him firmly under control. Saying that, Ji Shouqing clenched her fist with one hand, a cruel light in her eyes. The rest of these materials are fine. It's just that we can't get our hands on this poison dragon's inner dan and poison dragon's gallbladder, as well as the whale oil of the orca whale. Elder Miao looked at the list of materials in his hand and said with a bitter expression, I'll come up with this idea. You guys get the other materials together as soon as possible first. I want to see the results in the fastest time possible. It's the helmsman. In Moser's room, Ji Shouqing pushed open the door and said with a smile, Brother Mose, after the single helmsman and the elders looked at your list of materials, they were very happy and appointed you as a deacon's assistant. Moze pretended to be overjoyed. Many thanks, Helm Master. Then which deacon's assistant am I specifically? Ji Shouqing laughed out loud, hooking his chin with her finger and said in a delicate voice, Of course it's this deacon's assistant. Is it hard for you to want to be an assistant to someone else? Why yes, I am willing to be your assistant for the rest of my life. Saying that, Moze bowed and made a bow. My subordinate has met Lord Deacon. Watching the heavenly pride Moze, who had overwhelmed the younger generation of Xianyu Academy, just submit in front of herself, Ji Shouqing's vanity was greatly satisfied. Sure enough, it was a wise choice to join the Ascension sect in the first place. Shouqing, can I go see Feng Tianchen? After all, he and I are brothers. You don't want to get him killed so soon. Moze said pleadingly. Well, you have a point. So let's go see him. After all, is he kind of my ex-boyfriend? Ascension sect Yuzhou branch dungeon. At this moment, Feng Tianchen and that undercover agent were lying on the ground, motionless, their faces pale, their pupils lax, as if they had lost hope for life. If it wasn't for the fact that the chests were still heaving, one would probably think that there were two dead men lying on the ground. Chapter 118, That Woman Must Die. Moze put the lunchbox aside and asked softly, Tianchen, how are you doing? Remember to live. Upon seeing Ji Shouqing behind Moze, the duo's lax eyes flashed with resentment. Brother Tianchen, why are you looking at people like this? Back then you said that you were willing to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for me. Ji Shouqing pretended to be aggrieved. You devil! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Feng Tianchen gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words in his mouth. Ji Shouqing stomped her foot directly on Feng Tianchen's handsome face. Have you forgotten how you treated me that day? I'm a devil, and that's because you forced me to. After that, he kicked a few more times hard to relieve his anger and walked out of the cell with a big smile on his face. Moze took out the golden sore medicine and carefully applied it to Feng Tianchen's wound. It was miserable. The ass was about to split into 8 pieces. Then Moze also gave the undercover agent a little medicine, then took out some food and fed it to them. I'm sorry, I actually reported you too. The undercover agent looked at Feng Tianchen and said guiltily, So it's you, asshole. I'll fight you. Saying that, Feng Tianchen forced himself to endure the severe pain and got up, about to pounce on the undercover agent. Moze pulled Feng Tianchen and persuaded. Forget it, Tianchen. Ji Shouqing, this demonic woman has long had her eyes on us. Even without this undercover comrade, we will have to fall into her hands sooner or later. Boss, I must kill her. I must kill her. Feng Tianchen said with madness in his eyes. Don't worry about it. I won't let her go either. Get well, the wind and water will turn. Sooner or later she will have to fall into our hands. Moze's eyes also flashed with endless killing intent. He had never wanted to kill such a person so badly. After pacifying Feng Tianchen, Moze returned to his room to quietly wait for Pavilion Master Rin and the others to come to his aid. On the third day, the single helmsman brought him 2 poisonous dragon gallbladders and inner pills and whale oil from the killer whale. At the same time all other materials have been prepared and he was asked to start work as soon as possible on the construction of the biogas cavern. It is said that once this person goes down the path of perversion, he will go further and further down that path. And the ancients are true to their word. After Ji Shouqing's giant lizard hadn't had enough fun, she got 2 more big black bears. 3 seconds of silence for Feng Tianchen and that undercover agent. Brother Mose, do you think this bear will get pregnant? Ji Shouqing looked at the black bear in the cage that had been tortured for 2 days and said innocently, This time the two bears were females. I don't think so. Different species shouldn't get pregnant that easily. Moze looked compassionately at Feng Tianchen and the undercover duo whose eyes had turned crimson after drinking the easy divine water. Ji Xiuqing glared at him and said in a cold voice, "Brother Moze, if you dare to apologize to me in the future, these two will be your downfall." Moze's face turned pale as he hurriedly waved his hands. "Xiuqing, don't worry, I am absolutely single-minded towards you and will never betray you." Ji Xiuqing giggled, "Alright, I believe you." Then she mysteriously, "At night, you come to my room. Oh, my god, I'm going to lose my innocence." Moze secretly screamed in his heart. But being screwed by a pervert was better than being screwed by a beast. Just as Moze was rambling, a powerful sword chi directly lifted the roof of the hall. Pavilion Master Rin descended from the sky like a heavenly god. Looking at Moze was infatuated. He had never felt that Pavilion Master Rin was so handsome. Ran Tenqing. Ji Xiuqing's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly fled toward the back of the house behind her. Pavilion Master Ren's expression was cold and his gaze was like a torch. The sword in his hand was like a rainbow, directly breaking through Moze's seal. Then, his hands were like electricity, and with two swift hand slashes, Feng Tianchen and the undercover agent were instantly knocked out. "Moze, you kill out with me." Pavilion Master Ren's voice was calm and firm. He was carrying Feng Tianchen in one hand and the undercover agent in the other. His body was covered in sword chi. A green-colored flying sword surrounded him, emitting a stern sword chi. "No, that woman must die." Moze, who had regained his power, had crimson electric flowers flashing in his eyes, and his hair stood up at the roots, as his entire body transformed into a crimson lightning bolt and quickly chased after Ji Xiuqing in the direction she had fled. Right now, the Ascension Sect's 5th Order Chao Yuan Realm experts and 4th Order Mingyi Realm elders were fiercely battling the Dark Hidden Guards experts in the sky above. He was confident that no one could stop him in this entire rudder, and even if he encountered an ordinary 4th Order Mingyi Realm expert, he would dare to go through a few moves with the other party under his full power. "Moze, I have your storage ring here." Looking at Moze's back, Pavilion Master Rin shouted helplessly, but unfortunately Moze had already disappeared all the way with sparks and lightning. In the end, he still chose to send the two hostages back to a safe place first, since Moze dared to kill the past alone. He believed that Moze had the capital to protect himself. Looking at Moze alone, blocking in front of them, Ji Xiuqing laughed madly. "Moze, you traitor, how dare you come charging over alone? Let's all go together and catch me alive." With her shout, hundreds of devotees quickly killed towards Moze. Among them, there were also 10 or so experts of the 3rd Stage 3 Flower Realm. "Ji Xiuqing, my dear maiden, today you must die." Moze let out a fierce laugh, and the light chi and marsh chi within the purple mansion spread out in all directions together. Those 1st and 2nd Order devotees who rushed over sprayed blood from their mouths, then fell to the ground in unison and died. Only a dozen or so 3rd Order 3 Flower Realm experts were able to barely carry on, half crouching on the ground and coughing up blood non-stop. This was the terror of light chi, and since the killing power was simply too great, he had never dared to cast it within the academy. Now he finally went all out. Electricity flashed in his hand, and his entire body transformed into a human-shaped lightning, quickly rushing towards the 10 or so 3 Flower Realm experts who had already lost their resistance. There was a burst of sparks with lightning, and these 10 people were directly electrocuted into charcoal. How is it possible? How could he be so strong? Ji Xiuqing and the 3 3rd Stage 3 Flower Realm experts still remaining by her side all had shocked expressions on their faces. "Everyone together, kill him for me." Ji Xiuqing shouted at the team that came over to support yet another team. Then herself and the 3 Flower Realm experts beside her quickly fled to the back. Moze's body was filled with a great release of aura, like the descent of a thunder god, his hands flashing with electricity as he quickly rushed towards the support team coming over. Under the powerful attack of this thunderbolt, none of the Ascension sect members around him were a single match for him. Soon the group was either poisoned or electrocuted. After killing it, Moze continued to chase after Ji Xiuqing. Ascension sect warehouse. By the time Moze chased him here, Ji Xiuqing and the 3 Flower Realm experts beside her had already ridden a small flying boat and ascended high into the sky. "Moze, next time you fall into my hands, I'll let you know the consequences of betrayal. Ha ha ha." Looking at Moze's helplessness against them on the ground, Ji Xiuqing laughed madly. The flying boat, under the control of a 3rd Order 3 Flower Realm expert, quickly moved away from this battlefield and flew off into the distance. "Ji Xiuqing, you don't have a next time." Chapter 117, I don't trust others to kill you. Only to see that directly in front of the flying boat, Moze was covered in electric light, flying in the air like a heavenly god, staring at them with scrutiny. "Impossible, impossible. You're only at the 2nd stage chi transformation realm. How could you possibly be able to fly? Ji Xiuqing shouted frantically in disbelief. The three flower realm experts were also as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes filled with shock. Ha ha ha. Left 0. Right fire. Thunder God help me. With a shout from Moze, 2 powerful lightning bolts in his hand slashed fiercely towards the flying boat. Boom! There was a loud bang. The flying boat staggered and smashed towards the ground, while Moze followed closely behind, while still firing lightning bolts in his hands and slashing at the flying boat. Bang! A loud bang. The flying boat was smashed and directly disintegrated, and Ji Xiuqing and the other 4 were lying on the ground unable to move with serious injuries. Moze, why must you cling to me? I'm not doing you any favors. Just let me go. Okay, Ji Xiuqing pleaded. Ha ha, we're an unmarried couple. I don't feel comfortable if someone else kills you. After saying that, Moze laughed fiercely, and 2 lightning bolts shot out from his hands, directly electrocuting Ji Xiuqing out of the aroma of roasted meat before he stopped. Then in passing, he killed 3 third-order 3-flower realm experts as well, just to be on the safe side. Moze twisted Ji Xiuqing's head off raw. Uneasy, he picked up the sword on the ground and stabbed a hole in each of Ji Xiuqing's left and right chests before stopping. Yama fall. This is the other world. Maybe what weird things can happen. Interceptor is not headless, but also still cut the Emperor of the Sky? So hydrogen filled the air, an electric spark flashed, and a blazing fire raged until he burned Ji Xiuqing's body to ashes. Meanwhile, on the Ascension sect's side, the battle had also ended, and other than the single helmsman who escaped with serious injuries, all the other top brass were put to death. How come we haven't seen Moze? Emperor's son-in-law Xiao Yu asked worriedly. I seem to have just seen that he flew up to go after Ji Xiuqing, the eldest princess said suspiciously. You're looking at it wrong. Right. Moze is only at the 2nd rank. How can it fly? Emperor's son-in-law Xiao Yu said with disbelief. Rapunzel nodded dubiously. Should. Possibly. It's because I really misread it, isn't it? A few moments later, Moze returned with Ji Xiuqing's head in his hands, and the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he was unharmed. After cleaning up the battlefield, Moze returned to Bianjing with Pavilion Master Rin and the others. This time, the plan to lure the snake out of the hole could be described as dangerous. If he didn't happen to find out that Shawnee Yi was the chief helmsman, it was estimated that he was now also in the same general shape as Feng Tianchen. Feng Tianchen woke up from his sleep, looking at the familiar surroundings of the Emperor's son-in-law's mansion, and Moze's and their concerned gazes. He said shakily, Boss Moze, are we saved? Moze nodded, yes, we were saved. The Ascension sect's Yuzhou branch has been destroyed by the dark hidden guards, and our suspicions have been cleared. What about that devil Ji Xiuqing? Is she dead? Feng Tianchen asked with incomparable nervousness. Moze took Ji Xiuqing's head out of his storage ring and placed it on the tabletop. Feng Tianchen endured the severe pain all over his body and directly scurried up from the bed. Trembling and trembling, he walked to the desktop and picked up Ji Xiuqing's head, then laughed madly. Dead at last. This devil finally dies. Ha ha ha. Moze did not tell the crowd about the torture that Feng Tianchen had suffered in the Ascension sect. After all, it was about Feng Tianchen's privacy. Tianchen, didn't you love Ji Xiuqing very much? It should be very sad right now. Zhao Shanfan asked suspiciously. She's a devil. Who loves her? Ah, Zhao Shanfan. I'm warning you, don't ever mention that woman's name in front of me again, or I'll fight you to the death. Feng Tianchen roared angrily. You punk, how dare you yell at this dog's master? Outrageous. This dog will mention Ji Xiuqing. Ji Xiuqing. What can you do to this dog? Woof. Tsunami Roar was spinning happily on the ground. You dead dog. I'll fight you, said Feng Tianchen as he was about to pounce at Howling Moon. Moze hurriedly stopped it and comforted it. A beast. What are you bothering with it for? Hurry up and lie down and recuperate from your injuries. Moze, who are you calling an animal? This dog is a noble Tsunami Moonroar. If you don't obey, go out and fight with my master. Tsunami Moonroar said arrogantly. I'll go teach this dead dog a lesson. You rest first, said Moze as he pressed Feng Tianchen back onto the bed. Outside the door, Moze and Zhao Shanfan and the others said, Feng Tianchen is in deep this time. You guys mustn't go around saying that. Then he told everyone about Feng Tianchen's encounter in the Ascension sect. I can't imagine that this Ji Xiuqing, who looks so delicate, is actually so perverted. Zhao Shanfan was staggered for a while, and at the same time, he was glad that he hadn't messed with this woman. Why only giant lizards and black bears? This dog expresses his displeasure. Those ES of this dog can be tough. Tsunami Roar had a haughty face. After more than half a month of absence, Moze and the others finally returned to the classroom. The surrounding students all cast a new and surprised gaze light on them, not expecting them to be swept up in the Ascension Church event, but actually still able to return safely. Boss Mose. Congratulations on clearing your suspicions and returning safely. Li Qianzhou enthusiastically came and said. Thank you, Brother Boat. We did come back from the dead this time as well. This ascension religion also really too hateful. And that Ji Xiuqing is also. Looking at the growth of so beautiful unexpectedly is a snake heart. By the way, you guys were at the ascension sect's branch rudder this time. Did he make things difficult for you guys? Li Qianzhou looked at Mose and Feng Tianchen with a curious face. Scram! If you mention that to me again, we'll see you in the life and death ring. Feng Tianchen angrily roared at Li Qianzhou. He, what's going on here? Why such a big reaction? Li Qianzhou asked Mose in confusion. Mose hurriedly pushed him away, and after going out of the classroom, he found a corner and told him what happened to Feng Tianchen. So that's how it is. I can't imagine Ji Xiuqing is so perverted. I even wanted to pursue her in the beginning, but XIN how my mother consort disliked her family's smallness and didn't agree. Li Qianzhou had a sighing face. This matter is after all Tianchen's privacy. You know, even if. Do not go around saying oh. Otherwise Tianchen should not be able to do. Understood. Don't worry. I'm tight-lipped. Li Qianzhou patted his chest and assured. In the afternoon, when the day's lessons were finally over, Mose and the others were about to leave. Feng Tianming walked over and earnestly said to Feng Tianchen, congratulations, you have returned safely. Aha, thanks. Feng Tianchen indifferently replied back. Did you see Xiuqing this time in the Ascension sect? Is she alright? Feng Tianming asked in a small voice. Scram! If you dare to mention that in front of me again, I will kill you. Feng Tianming's 5 senses twisted as he roared. Mirazawa rushed over and pushed Fei Tianming away. How is he so I am at least his brother. Just to inquire about news with him, actually yelling at me like this. Feng Tianming had a look of not being surprised. After Mose pushed him to the side, he said with a serious expression, I'm telling you you must keep this matter a secret. Chapter 120, They're Not Friendly. So soon, Feng Tianchen's encounter in the Ascension sect became known throughout the entire courtyard. The crowd's fear of the Ascension sect was also renewed at a higher level. Time flew by, and soon the first semester of the second year came to an end. And because Mose and the others had to cultivate the Emperor's Qi to perfection within this one more year's time, they still stayed in Bianjing during the summer vacation. Boss Mose, why did you buy so many houses in Bianjing, and also bought one in each area of the southeast, northwest, and north? Do you want to invest in Bianjing's real estate? Looking at Mose's strange behavior, Feng Tianchen and Zhao Shanfan were puzzled. Goddamn real estate. It's just this hole with a housing bubble like this. Sooner or later it's going to crash. Mose broke into a rage. Having just bought 4 properties, he actually spent more than 20 million taels of silver bills. Then what are you doing this for? Mose's face was grim with a hint of coldness. These forces in Bianjing City are too unfriendly to us. In the past 6 months, we've either been targeted, used as pawns, and framed. Do you really think I'm made of clay? But what does this have to do with you buying these properties? Zhao Shanfan asked in disbelief. Mose smiled mysteriously. Do you guys still remember how I took out that old eunuch beside Li Chan in the first place? A methane gas cave explosion. The two said in unison. That's right. The Ascension cult, the Ghost Society, and all those other messed up forces. Aren't they able to hide? I'm going to build a large gas cave in the southeast, northwest and north of Bianjing, and on the day we leave, I'll detonate them all. I don't care that they are hiding in that corner. Anyway, the whole city is covered in all directions without any dead angle. I can't get him to die and discuss them. Isn't this a bit hurtful to the innocent? Zhao Shanfan was a bit intolerant. Innocent? Mose gave a disdainful sneer. This Bianjing city is not rich. Innocent people don't even live here. Think about Li Wanqing. Then he said to Feng Tianchen, think about what happened to us in the Ascension sect. *******. Boss, we have to them. I'll reimburse you half of the money you spent on the house. Feng Tianchen roared with red eyes. Boss, I support you too. But I don't have any money, so I can only support you spiritually, Zhao Shanfan said with embarrassment. Good. Brothers united. Their profits will break the gold. Then Mose began to study the program with them in detail. No way. No way. I don't think 4 is enough. Feng Tianchen looked at the map of Bianjing City on the table and shook his head. Then he pointed next to the Wind family. Here I think we need to add 1. Are you sure? Mose's eyes looked at him oddly, and Zhao Shanfan also had a surprised look on his face. I'm sure. Feng Tianchen's eyes were firm and sharp. Okay, but this money, boss, don't worry about the money, leave it all to me. Feng Tianchen patted his chest with an air of I'll take care of it. Mose nodded. In that case, I actually think 1 should be built next to the Yi family. Eventually the methane gas pockets, instead of 4, became 8. Once the plan was finalized, action was taken. and 8 large biogas digesters were quickly constructed, thanks to the power of the banknotes. Then Mose, besides letting people put all kinds of feces, stinky fish and shrimp, and all kinds of highly poisonous drugs into it as well. Does a swamp cicade need so many highly poisonous things? Feng Tianchen asked doubtfully. A hint of coldness flashed in Mose's eyes, and he sneered. It's not like these marsh gas air pockets are used for cultivation anyway. Add some poison, and when they detonate at that time, the power will definitely be stronger. Feng Tianchen revealed an expression that looked like this. Then I don't think these poisons are enough. I'll go to the merchant's house to buy some more. In the end, Feng Tianchen spent a huge amount of money and bought a large batch of poison. And now how powerful the explosion of the methane gas cavern would be exactly, he himself didn't know. In order to control the time of the explosion well, he had installed 4 remote-controlled bombs in each of the 8 digesters, and the remote control was naturally in his hands, while the 3 poisonous dragon bile and inner elixir on his body were placed in the swamp pools next to the Yi family, the palace and the academy respectively. Once everything is ready, just wait for it to ferment naturally. Tian Chen, haven't you already severed ties with the Feng family? Why do you still have so much money? Mose asked the question that had been puzzling him for a long time. Feng Tianchen laughed and said smugly, although the Feng family sold me to the Yuanxing Academy, they hoped that I would be able to take care of the Feng family in the future after I became stronger. So they gave me a lot of cultivation resources and money all at once. And that is, I've jacked up a lot of loan sharks, and I'm never coming back to this hole in Bianjing. Those who lend money and wait for me can go to Ling'an City to find me if I have the ability to do so. But if you don't have the ability to do so, you can consider yourself unlucky. At that moment, Mose and Zhao Shanfan's eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, where to find these loan sharks? We want to go and jerk one off as well. The reason why they are willing to lend me money is because they don't know that I have severed my relationship with the Feng family yet. You guys go there and you won't be able to lend a single hair. Feng Tianchen said disdainfully. Mauser, Zhao Shanfan. In the emperor's side, harnessed by the emperor's side, Mose was resting in his room when Court Master Ren knocked on the door and walked in. Pavilion Master. You're not going to Qinghu Fang to play chess today, Mose said teasingly. Pavilion Master Ren coughed dryly. Don't talk nonsense to me. I came to find you today for a serious matter. The day after tomorrow is the Yi family's old master's 70th birthday, and an invitation has been sent to our Yuanxing Academy. Do you want to go or not? Pavilion Master Ren knew that Mose was Yi Qingning's son, and that the old head of this Yi family was also his grandfather, which was why he had come over to ask for his opinion. Want to go along with it? Pavilion Master Ren blankly glanced at him. Of course the academy has to go along with the share. As for you, that's not necessary. Oh, that can go for nothing. Why don't I go? Good. Then you're okay to prepare. Don't lose the prestige of our Yuanxing Academy the day after tomorrow. Understood. By the way, will the Rapunzel and the prince consort go? It's not like you don't know what kind of relationship the eldest princess has with the Yi family. It's good enough that she doesn't go to send the bells, and you expect her to go to the birthday celebration. Yi Heng, the old master of the Yi family, a peak 5th order Chao Yuan realm powerhouse. It was a pity that he didn't have the chance of obtaining a 2nd grade Qi acupoint, or else a 6th order god refining realm powerhouse might have appeared in the Yi family. Looking down at the following high-profile audience, Yi Heng couldn't help but be filled with a radiant glow. Director Yi has arrived. With a shout from the subordinate, Yi Qingyi walked in assisting an old woman with white hair. Greetings to your righteous father. May you be as blessed as the Hanxi and live longer than the Kuan mountain. Greetings, my lord. I wish you all the best and good fortune. Ha ha ha. Quickly please get up. Qingyi, bring your mother. Sit over here. Yi Heng warmly invited Yi Qingyi to sit at the main table. No need, master. We can just sit at the table next to us. Yi Qingyi's mother hurriedly waved her hand. Old woman Ye's phoenix eyes glared. Joey, sit over if I tell you to. Chapter 121, Old Family Master Ye's birthday. Mose, who was sitting at the next table, pointed at Yi Qingyi's mother and asked, Pavilion Master, what is Yi Qingyi's mother's status in the Yi family? Pavilion Master Ren smiled awkwardly. I haven't really paid attention to his mother. Yi Qingyi's mother's name is Lu Chouyi, is used to be the Yi family's nanny. Yi family head Yi Peng's generation almost all grew up drinking her milk. Next to him, Feng Qing Shui of the Feng family explained with a smile. Then Yi Qingning also grew up drinking her milk. A hint of color flashed in Mose's eyes. That's for sure, Feng Qing Shui said rightfully, then glanced at Mose in surprise. He didn't understand why the other party cared so much about the Yi family's former old subordinates. Mose nodded his head, with a meaningful smile on his face. This is not connected, right? Yi Qingning and Yi Qingyi, 2 people of similar age, and still drink the same human milk, grew up. This is not a proper childhood friend. Just what happened between the two that ended up like that? While Inkbrand was rambling, a shout came out. the Empress Dowager has arrived. A magnificent, wise and majestic old woman walked in, surrounded by a group of courtesans. Greetings, Empress Dowager. Some knelt and saluted, others bowed. Moze and the others represented Yuanxing Academy, so naturally, they didn't have to kneel down to an imperial empress. I wish you, brother, a long life and deep blessings. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Yi Hong hurriedly bowed and saluted. He had to maintain his respect for the royal family in public. This is Sister Yu's enemy. It looks like it's not easy to deal with, Moze secretly muttered. Although the Empress Dowager was in her 60s, she was also a fourth-order mini-realm chi refiner. Coupled with the skill of keeping her face intact, she looked like she was in her 40s. When the auspicious time arrives, the banquet has begun. Yuanxing Academy's share of the money have followed. Moze naturally had to eat well back, not to mention that this Yi family's food is really good. Yili, I heard that you are now wimpy as a grandson in Xianyu Academy, right? A young man in a blue and purple fancy dress carrying a glass of wine arrogantly walked to Yili's table with a mocking look on his face. Yi Jing, today is Grandpa's big birthday. I advise you to be honest, or else I won't blame me for beating you to death. Yili slammed the table and roared angrily. He, do you have the skill? If you have the guts, let's fight in front of Grandpa. Come on, who's afraid? The two then walked to the center of the hall and saluted the main table, indicating that they wanted to fight each other. Good. To be young is to be energetic. Let the guests here see the poise of the younger generation of our Yi family. Then a fourth-stage mini-realm powerhouse pulled out 4 boundaries in the middle of the hall, enclosing a makeshift ring. Yi Jing was a trainee of the Yusun Academy, said to be the second in his grade, with a cultivation that had already reached the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Cultivating the Yi family's 3rd grade Heavenly Flame Qi and the Yusun Academy's 3rd grade Sharp Gold Qi. Yili's cultivation was now in the middle stage of Qi transformation and he was at a disadvantage in comparison. With a shout from one of the Yi family elders, the match begins. Yi Jing was covered in golden light and a 7-ringed greatsword in his hand was the first to attack Yili. Yili's eyes glowed with a purple light, and the heavenly flame Qi around him formed a path of sword light under the dance of the long sword. Tinker. Soon the two of them had gone through a dozen moves, and although Yili's cultivation was slightly inferior, with the powerful calculating ability of the vast Qi, he actually still had a slight advantage. Yin Yang Chop. With Yi Li's shout, an arc of fiery sword Qi chopped towards Yi Jing. Seeing that it was already too late to dodge, Yi Jing sneered, Golden Light Curse. A golden light shield instantly protected his surroundings. Boom! There was a loud bang. The sword light chopped the golden light shield and turned into dots of red light, dissipating without a trace. How is it possible? Yi Li rubbed his eyes incredulously. His own full-force strike had actually failed to break through his opponent's defense. How is it impossible? This golden light mantra in conjunction with my sharp gold Qi, less than the 3rd order 3 flowers realm. It's impossible to break through my defense. Ha ha ha. Yi Jing shouted madly, and then 3 sword lights chopped out one after another. Ye's complexion was grave, and the vastness in his eyes flickered rapidly as he carefully dodged. Although Yi Li was able to anticipate the enemy every time with his ability to project with his Haoran Qi, it was useless if he couldn't break the opponent's defense. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Finally, one of Yi Li's carelessness was given a hard blow to the ground by Yi Jing's elbow strike. A mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out. I concede. Yi Li looked indignant and uttered 3 words in humiliation. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, I, Yi Jing, am the #1 heavenly pride of the Yi family. Yi Jing laughed madly in excitement. He had been suppressed by Yi Li since he was a child, and after his playful and hard work at the Yutri Academy, he had finally proved himself today. Yi Hong from above nodded his head in satisfaction. Jinger, this child is not bad. It can be seen that he has suffered a lot in these 2 years at the Yaori Academy. Father, my son understands. The resources given to Yi Jing for the next semester this year will be doubled. The current family head, Yi Peng, replied respectfully. Actually, Yi Li is not bad. It's just that during this period of time, he's been suppressed too hard by Moze of Yuanxing Academy. If he can break through his own demons, he'll definitely soar. Mrs. Yi explained on the side for Yi Li. Oh, this Yuanxing Academy's Moze's talent is really so strong. A hint of disbelief flashed in the Empress Dowager's eyes. Moze's talent is stronger than mine. Yi Qingyi drank a cup of wine and said indifferently. The moment these words came out, all the people at this table showed shocked expressions. Yi Qingyi was someone who could sit at the Yi family's main table with a subordinate's origin. What's there to be proud of for defeating me? If you have the guts to challenge Moze, Yi Li said with an indignant look. Humph. Moze, I'll step on him sooner or later. No need to sooner or later. He's right where he is. Saying that, Yi Li pointed at Moze who was gnawing on a chicken leg. At once all the room looked toward him in unison. With grease stains all around his mouth and a chicken drumstick in his hand, Merzel looked at the crowd with a blank expression. What are you looking at me for? I'm here to eat. We paid our dues. Pavilion Master Ring kicked him out and directly fell in front of Yi Jing in a dog dash asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't degrade the name of our Yuan Xing Academy. Pavilion Master Ren let out a sneer in his heart. Let you brats mock me for playing futsal. Are you the Yuan Xing Academy's second year number 1 heavenly pride, Moze? Yi Jing looked at this eccentric youth who had been kicked out and said suspiciously. Mose half got up and sat on the ground and continued to gnaw on his chicken leg saying, I am. You want to challenge me? That's right. I'm challenging you. Yi Jing looked arrogant and unbeatable. Okay, I'll take it. Then Moze looked up at him with an odd expression and asked suspiciously, do you know that the number 1 third-year student of Xianyu Academy was defeated by me? Chapter 122. Bragging. The number 1 in the 3rd year of the Xianyu Academy is a 3rd order 3-flower realm expert. And you, a middle stage of the Qi transformation realm, dares to speak out of turn. Yi Jing had a disbelieving look on his face. Mose glanced around and said teasingly, look at the expressions of the people around you. Do you think I look like I'm lying? Yi Jing looked around to see several family elders, frantically nodding their heads at him, and a wave of horror rose in his heart. How is it possible to go over the top? Yi Jing, today is your grandfather's big birthday. Don't fool around. Come down and toast tea. Yi Peng was at the main table. He quickly got up and gave Yi Jing a step. Yi Jing dryly coughed, I still have things to do today. We'll compete next time. Saying that, he was about to walk towards the main table. Moze laughed out loud, worthy of being a direct descendant of the Yi family, really prudent enough. Even the knife has a ring on it. This main hit a safe ha ha ha. When these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. The men all looked odd, and the women all blushed. Bah! Hooligans! Many women, whispering dark curses. What did you say? Yi Jing turned his head and looked at him with angry hair. Moze gave a disdainful smile. I'd say the Yi family are all goons. There was a momentary silence, and all the guests looked cautiously at the main table. What an arrogant brat! Empress Yi slammed her palm on the table, a cold aura in her eyes. No need to be nervous. No need to be nervous. Young people, sometimes the fire is a little bit strong. Mouth is not covered. When it is not true. When it is not true. Pavilion Master Ren got up and smiled to round off the scene. Yes, young and wild. I was like this back then, when I met the God-refining realm seniors. I dared to go up and say a few words. Haha. Feng Qingshui also stood out to stand up for Yuan Xing Academy, and also reminded the crowd present that they had a 6th order God-refining realm powerhouse. So weigh yourselves. Feng Tianming is also looking at Moze with admiration. This pussy pretends to be really domineering. If I had known, I would have killed myself to go to Yuan Xing Academy to pursue my studies, or else I would be the one who has the backing of the big brother of the God-refining realm now. Damn Feng Tianchen actually dared to rob my old man of his chance. At this time, a young man wearing a green-colored robe walked out, his eyes cold and stern. Mose, didn't you claim to be able to challenge over the levels? So dare you fight me? Who are you? Yi family? Yi Ziyu? Yi family underlings? Mose looked like he hadn't just come out of the Yi family's first family's tables. Sensing Moze's mocking look, Yi Ziyu's expression was chilly with a hint of murderous intent. Yi family's collateral lineage. Family Master Yi Qingyi. Mirtha nodded in understanding. The trash of trash. You. Yi Ziyu took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed her anger. Cut the crap. Just directly say whether you dare to fight or not. Why not? After saying that, Moze stood towards the center of the hall, his kingly aura leaking out. Well, let's see if your skills are as hard as your mouth. After saying that, Yi Ziyu took 2 big strides to the center of the hall, and a 4th order mini realm powerhouse of the Yi family once again pulled out 4 boundaries, surrounding the 2 of them in the middle. With a shout from a Yi clan elder, the match begins. Yi Ziyu's aura blossomed, and a dark red Dao flower emerged above his head. Countless people in the surroundings let out bursts of shock. He's actually already condensed a Dao flower, and it's still a mutated Bane Dao flower. This time this Mose will definitely lose. Once he condenses all 3 Dao flowers to form the 3-flower gathering, then he will be able to cultivate the 4th Dao Qi. So young, to cultivate to such a realm. This is another genius. The Yi family's depth is truly unfathomable. Yi Ziyu danced out a gunflower and said with cold eyes, if you apologize to the Yi family now, I can forget about it. Moze let out a sneer. Just by you. A guy who can't even make it to the main table for dinner. You also want me to apologize. It really kills me with laughter. Seek death. Yi Ziyu's long spear danced, his body moving with the spear, and his entire body was like a vicious dragon as he swiftly stabbed towards Moze. Inkster's head was covered in a gas mask, and his swamp gas and hydrogen were unleashed at the same time. flashes of electricity all over his body. The love sword in his hand quickly clashed with the lance with sparks and lightning. There was a loud ding. Mose was directly knocked away and fell hard onto the boundary, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. So strong, is this the strength of the condensed Dao flower? It is really not comparable to those scum of the Ascension sect. With the flash of sparks just now, the marsh gas within the boundary was ignited, instantly turning into a sea of fire. Yi Ziyu sniffed the disgusting and stinky level of odor in the air and forcefully suppressed her desire to vomit. He admitted that he was gullible. If he had known that it was so stinky, he should have borrowed a mask from someone just now. It seems that he must have a quick fight. His body's fury chi condensed. Yi Ziyu's long spear flew, and the three-spear fury quickly chopped towards Mose. Spinning, jumping, Ink Zephyr dodged the second gunbuster with his superb micromanagement and flexible positioning. At the same time, the generator in his body was running wildly, and a powerful electric aura shot out from the tip of the sword to quickly strike at the third gun fury. Boom! The sound of the gun fury and the electric aura disappeared at the same time, turning into a wave of air that spread out in all directions. The surrounding boundary splashed with a ripple. At that moment, Merzel struck a blow to his heart and deliberately leaned towards the edge of the knot. Yi Ziyu's gun fury attacked again. Mose no longer hard and superbly avoided it with his flexible stance. Boom 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 su. Several powerful gun fury struck the boundary, once again splashing a ripple on the boundary. As he couldn't attack for a long time, Yi Ziyu slowly started to become impatient. The stench was so bad that he couldn't help but stop and vomit several times. So the attack in his hand, also the heavier and heavier. He also can no longer care about the identity of the other party. Just want to end the game early, so that he can go out to get some air. At the same time, without realizing it, a creepy smile that he didn't even notice himself began to appear on his face. Looking horrible. Hey hey, hey! The people around them who had seen Mose's fights had a look of fear on their faces. Again! What the hell kind of skill is this? Can't even a three-flower realm expert who has comprehended the Dao flower resist it? Why is Ziyu laughing? And laughing so hard? Yi Hong asked Yi Qingyi, who was at the side, in puzzlement. This seems to be a mental skill that can control the enemy's laughter. As for what damage it can cause, it is currently unknown. Yi Qingyi's expression was incomparably grave. Hearing Yi Qingyi say this, everyone at this table had complex expressions, controlling the enemy's laughter. There's actually this kind of oddball skill, but it doesn't seem like it's of much use other than being a bit scary. Empress Ye's eyes were also filled with doubt. Yi Hong shook his head. Often the weirder the skill, the more powerful it is. Have you noticed that Ziyu seems to be getting more and more impatient? The crowd nodded in agreement, while wondering in their hearts, could it be that the effect of this skill was to control people's emotions? Chapter 123, I'll buy you all a fart. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ink Zephyr made a slide and added a drift to distance himself from Yi Ziyu. With a flash of electricity in his eyes, he shouted, left 0, right fire, thunder God help me. A wrist-thick lightning bolt swiftly struck towards Yi Ziyu. Good coming. Yi Ziyu's eyes flashed with excitement when she saw that Mose was finally willing to fight a hard hero with him, while a weird smile remained on her face. Hey hey, hey! The long spear in his hand danced out, and the fury around him condensed. As he shouted, broken moon slash. A half-moon-shaped baleful aura chopped out with a thick aura of destruction. Boom! The flying waves of air once again splashed a ripple on the boundary. Take another move from me. Double dragon out of the sea. Yi Ziyu simultaneously operated his fury chi and heavenly flame chi. And as the lance danced, the dark red fury chi and the crimson heavenly flame chi circled on both sides of the lance like two auger dragons, quickly stabbing towards Mose. It's now. Mose's body made a rotation, and the Emperor's chi permeated around his body, unleashing a spiritual deterrent, while the laughing chi was also quietly unleashed. Yi Ziyu suddenly only felt a blur before his eyes, and his expression froze as he lost control of his lance and ruthlessly struck on top of the boundary. At the same time, Mose put his love sword away and shouted, 100, 000 volts. Two arm-thick red-colored lightning bolts blasted out, but Mose didn't attack Yi Ziyu. Instead, he and Yi Ziyu's lance jointly struck on the boundary. This boundary was originally casually set up by a fourth-order Mingyi realm powerhouse, the main purpose of which was to block the aftermath of the two battles without having to affect the guest seating. The successive battles, coupled with the duo's all-out strike, the boundary was finally overwhelmed, and like glass, it shattered into dots of light. At the same time the swamp gas of Murasaki quickly filled the entire banquet hall. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Countless vomiting sounds came from the air, accompanied by countless people fainting. Humph. I compete in martial arts and you guys watch the show. Then don't blame me for buying you guys farts. Mose let out a sneer in his heart as he watched the ugliness of the crowd. The moment Pavilion Master Rin shattered the boundary, he skillfully took out a gas mask from his storage ring and put it on. At the same time Feng Tianming, who had a similar experience, quickly took out a piece of gas mask and put it on. Vomit. Why does it smell so bad? Feng Qingshui let out a dry heaving sound, then directly took the gas mask on Feng Tianming's head by force and put it on his own head. Third uncle, you vomit. Feng Tianming's eyes turned white and he fell to the ground with foaming mouth. Moze, you're doing this on purpose. Yi Heng growled as he trembled with anger. Ye old family master, you've wronged me. The competition sword has no eyes. It's normal to miss. You can blame it on the fact that the boundary the referee set up was a tofu dregs project. Moze had an innocent face. At the same time, a cold laugh in his heart, interrupting Lao Zi's meal. Then don't even eat. You. At the same time, the Yi family members who were still standing were all looking at Moze with angry faces. If their eyes could kill, then they could already be wrapped in dumplings by now. Yi Ziyu looked at Moze with a complicated face as well. Just now those two lightning bolts, if they had struck him, then he would most likely have died. Now that the scene was in such a state, there was definitely no way to eat this meal, and the crowd could only bid farewell to the Yi family. Thus, the 70th birthday of the Yi family's old master was declared over without even finishing the meal. When Court Master Rin and Moze would return to the Emperor's son-in-law's mansion, they asked the kitchen to make a new table because they had not eaten enough. Didn't the two of you go to pay your respects? Why are you here? Rapunzel asked suspiciously as she passed by the dining room and saw the two of them, Moze and Pavilion Master Ren, eating. Back. Ah, the Yi family didn't even have a banquet this year? Did it, but didn't get enough to eat. Brother Moze, you're too picky of an eater. Can't you get enough of the Yi family's banquet? Rapunzel, don't listen to his nonsense. Today all the guests didn't have enough to eat. Then, Pavilion Master Ren told the Rapunzel everything about today. You are the one who didn't see. When we left, Yi Heng and Empress Dowager Ye's faces were blue. Ha ha ha. Pavilion Master Ren laughed out loud as he finished speaking. After hearing this, the Rapunzel laughed so hard that she could barely straighten her back. Brother Moze, you've taken a breath of fresh air for your sister today. At night, my sister will surely prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. Thanks, Sister Moon. 2 days later, Yi Qingyi's mother, Lu Qiuyi, was being accompanied by her maid to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Suddenly a man in black tore off the maid's purse and ran. Catch the thief! Catch the thief! The maid shouted anxiously from behind. Suddenly a white boy appeared, knocked over the thief with one punch, picked up the wallet on the ground, and then walked dashingly toward the maid to return it to her. You guys are okay? The teenager's smile was as warm as the spring breeze. We're fine. Thank you. The maid only felt her cheeks burning and her little heart pounding. The teenager was really Moze. The thief just now was naturally hired by him with money. He found Lu Qiuyi was staring at him and asked suspiciously, is there something on my face, old lady? Oh, no. Lu Qiuyi smiled awkwardly before explaining. Your eyes resemble a deceased person of mine. If I remember correctly, your name is Moze, right? And you were the one who caused havoc in the Yi mansion the day before yesterday. Moze laughed. Old madam, you've wronged me. I was in a normal match. Besides, that boundary wasn't broken by me alone. Lu Qiuyi laughed. You should have something to look for me today. Saying that, she also glanced at the direction where the thief had just escaped. Moze smiled awkwardly. It's really true that I can't hide anything from your old man. Why don't we find a place to drink tea and talk slowly? Lu Qiuyi bowed her head and contemplated for a moment, then stared carefully into his eyes again, then let out a long sigh. Let's go. What's coming will always come. Moze found a teepee and poured tea for both Lu Qiuyi and the maids. Old madam, I want to ask you about someone. Yi Qingning, I wonder how much I know. Lu Qiuyi looked at Moze, revealing an expression that was surely so. Yi Qingning is old family master Yi's favorite daughter, and grew up drinking my milk. Then she grew up with Commissioner Yi as a child. Yes, Miss grew up very close to Chiron. Is Chiron, Director Yi's alias? Yes. When young Miss was attacked by stragglers, Xianlin used his body and blocked an arrow for Miss. The master promoted him to guard and gave him the name Yi Qingyi. So then the two of them fell in love? Lu Qiuyi nodded with a bitter expression and shook her head again. What do you mean, old lady? Lu Qiuyi sighed helplessly. A guard and a lady, how can they be together? Chapter 124. Yi Qingning's past. As the chat with Lu Qiuyi deepened, Moze was also finally able to learn about this part of Yi Qingning's past. After they fell in love, Yi Qingyi was opposed by the old head of the Yi family because of the issue of household registration. And tell Yi Qingyi, Yi Qingning is going to enter the palace to be the queen in the future. How can you, a guard, be worthy of her? With an inferiority complex inside, he voluntarily signed up to become a dead soldier of the Yi family, stating that he would guard Yi Qingning's side for the rest of his life in the future. As he dared to kill and fight, he soon made a lot of credits for the Yi family, and at the same time, during a mission, he happened to find a killing chi point in an ancient battlefield, and successfully practiced chi into the body, becoming a chi refiner. After returning to the Yi family, old family master Yi appreciated him so much that he arranged for him to study at the Xianyu Academy, and at the same time warned him that Yi Qingning was destined to marry into the royal family and become the empress admired by all. He could not get too close to Yi Qingning, and Yi Qingning was very happy to see Yi Qingyi again, and did not blame him for leaving without saying goodbye in the first place, and said that she was not married to him. As for Yi Qingyi, he had been educated in slavery since he was a child, plus he had an inferiority complex, so naturally he did not dare to accept Yi Qingning's feelings. But Yi Qingning is a person who dares to love and hate, and indeed will love in the end, and will not turn back without hitting the south wall. She thought to herself that Yi Qingyi was afraid to accept her feelings because she was too weak and had no self-confidence, so she had gone through a lot of trouble to find a spirit item, the essence of weak water, which could make the 4th grade water elemental chi evolve into the 3rd grade weak water chi. Under her imposition, Yi Qingyi fused the essence of weak water and became a minor genius. Yi Qingyi said that he was willing to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for Yi Qingning, but getting laid, no. Angry Yi Qingning, she casually found an obedient boyfriend around her, trying to irritate Yi Qingyi in this way, which knew that Yi Qingyi had directly picked up an off-campus mission from the academy for as long as a year before returning, and had actually raised his killing chi to the level of a 3rd grade, becoming a veritable flyover. Yi Qingning was filled with the thought that Yi Qingyi had become a heavenly pride and would no longer have an inferiority complex and could face her emotions head-on. However, Yi Qingyi's 10 years of slavish thinking, which is so easy to change, he still feels that he is just a lackey, expressing his willingness to be Yi Qingning's guard for the rest of his life. He also told the Yi family that they had already arranged everything for her long ago, and that after graduation, they would immediately let her marry into the royal family. After learning all this, Yi Qingning went home to find her father and theorize, and Yi Heng told her that in order to ensure the prosperity of the Yi family, every generation of the Yi family would have one person marrying into the royal family. The last one was her aunt, and this time it was her. This was the mission of being a woman of the Yi family. The mission. The rebellious and fierce Yi Qingning finds Yi Qingyi and expresses that she only loves him and doesn't want to be any kind of queen and wants to elope with him, but low self-esteem, weak and cowardly, a slavish thought of Yi Qingyi, plus also felt by the Yi family's great kindness, naturally do not dare to do this abduction of the Yi family miss things. The disheartened Yi Qingning agreed to Lin Tianhu's marriage proposal in a fit of rage, and also took the initiative to sever all ties with the Yi family. Moze, who knew all of this, was speechless for a while in his heart. One of these two was a wimp and the other was a simpleton, harming people in themselves. Thank you, old madam, for clearing up my confusion. I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. After saying that, he got up and saluted before heading out. Miss, have you lived well these years? Lu Qiuyi looked at Moze's back and suddenly asked. Mauser paused and didn't answer, continuing to walk forward. His surname is Mo, not Lin, so it seems that the young lady hasn't had a very good time all these years. Lu Qiuyi let out a long sigh of helplessness. She was just an underling. If it wasn't for the Yi family taking her in, she would have died a long time ago. She couldn't do anything before, and she still can't do anything now. In the evening, Yi Qingyi came back, ate dinner, and then braided grasshoppers in the study. Lu Qiuyi walked over and asked in a low voice, Shenlin, do you want to go check on the young lady? Yi Qingyi shook his head. She's already a wife and a mother. I'll disturb her life after I go over and bring her unnecessary trouble. What if she's having a bad time? Miss? Yi Qingyi continued to shake his head. It won't be. The Lin family is just a small family. They wouldn't dare to do anything to Miss. What's more, Lin Tianhu was obedient to Miss. And even in the event that she isn't, Miss is still a 4th order mini realm expert. Lu Qiuyi let out a long sigh. Then her words changed. That Moze who made a big fuss about the Yi family last time. What kind of person is he? Yi Qingyi frowned. Absolute heavenly pride. However, the sharpness is too exposed for my liking. Lu Qiuyi nodded her head and secretly muttered in her heart, worthy of being Mrs. Sun. Time goes by and soon the summer is over and a new semester begins. Yi Ziyu, who had fought against Moze last time, was the 4th place in the 4th grade, and since the news of Moze's victory over him had spread, Xianyu Academy was once again in an uproar. Moze had already been upgraded to a monster in the hearts of the academy's teachers and students. No one would dare believe it when they say that the 2nd grade beat the 4th grade and actually won. 5th year cadets, who have usually started their internships, basically don't go back to the academy. So in a way, Moze was already invincible among the Xianyu Academy students. Another month passed. Moze's emperor's chi had already been cultivated to the late stage. and it was expected that in another month he would be able to cultivate it to perfection. But the other three are still a little short of the mark. Coming is coming together, going is naturally going together. On this day Mose and the others finished their classes and walked normally towards the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Upon arriving at the door, Mose saw that the upper and lower parts of the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side house were permeated with a heavy, sad atmosphere. What a day this is! Mose and the others walked in and found that they discovered that Xiao Yu, the emperor's son-in-law, was actually lying horizontally in the hall, while the eldest princess was kneeling beside her and crying with grief. What's going on here? Mose shouted with an incredulous look on his face. The emperor's son-in-law has been murdered. Pavilion Master Ren had a saddened look on his face. How could it be? Who did it? Who did it? Mose cried out in grief and indignation. Over the past half a year or so, the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side had taken care of them in every way, and he had long since treated him as his own brother-in-law in his heart. There's a ghostly aura lingering on him. It should be the Ghost Society, Pavilion Master Rin said with a gloomy expression. Damn it! It's this gang of rats hiding their heads and tails again. We must take this revenge. Mose's face reddened as he roared in anger. Pavilion Master Ren nodded his head. Although Xiao Yu quit the academy, Dean Yao has always still treated him as a student, and he definitely won't let up this time. Xiao Yu said to me before the accident. He suspected that the Yi family and the Ghost Society were related, and he wanted to investigate, but I didn't expect to actually. Ooh. Saying that, Rapunzel cried sadly again. Chapter 125, Does Yi Qingyi dare to fight? Damn! It's the Yi family again. I won't let them go. Mose's fists were clenched and his eyes showed a fierce light, as if he was a beast that chose to devour people. The Yi family has a deep relationship with the royal family, and the current emperor, Li Taiyuan, is also considered half of the Yi family, so it's hard for us to move the Yi family without solid evidence. Pavilion Master Ren gave them a complicated look. After all, Li Taiyuan was a sixth-order god refining realm powerhouse and an emperor. Once a Qi alchemist refined the second-grade Qi and became a sixth-order alchemy realm powerhouse, he had already departed from the realm of human beings in terms of nature. Up until now, even the most stunning of the great prides had not been able to achieve the ability to cross over and battle the sixth rank with the fifth rank. That's why it was said that a strong person of the god-refining realm could not be insulted. Then let's investigate. I don't believe it. The Yi family will leave no trace at all. As long as we find out the evidence, I'll see if Li Taiyuan still dares to harbor the Yi family. The storm is coming. The news that Xiao Yu, the emperor's son-in-law, had been killed had stirred up 1,000 waves, and the whole situation in Dianjing was instantly tense. Everyone knew that the Yuan Xing Academy would definitely not let up. The newly arrived helmsman of the Ascension sect, after receiving this news, took the remnants of the Ascension sect and fled out of Dianjing city in the night. At the same time, the forces belonging to the Rapunzel also opened a frantic attack on the Yi family. The Yi family obviously didn't dare to touch the princess's mold at this time, and contracted all their forces to fully defend against the princess's attack. Xianyu Academy. Yili has been miserable for the past 2 days, grinding and plugging the corners every day. Why are you bullying your classmates? School discipline member Matthew looked at Yili, who was beaten to a pig's head, and asked Mose and Jia Shanfan as well as Feng Tianchen. He's blocking me from getting fresh air. Mose replied arrogantly. You, said Matthew, pointing angrily at him, too angry to speak. Mose, Xiao Yu's death has nothing to do with the Yi family, so stop messing around. Yi Qingyi walked over and looked on with an icy expression. How much can you? A Yi family slave? No, Mose unceremoniously despised. Arrogant. Put them in the confinement room for me. Yi Qingyi roared angrily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Just then, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly walked out of the school discipline office and looked into the distant sky. One could only see a large flying boat flying in the sky, and 25th Order Chao Yuan realm experts wearing gas masks in the air above the flying boat were emitting a strong aura like 20 small rounds of sun. Leading the way in the middle was a woman with disheveled hair, surrounded by red lightning and emitting a strong stench. It was like an amalgamation of the Electric Mother and the Plague God. Emperor Li Taiyuan transformed into a rainbow light and flew out of the palace, confronting them high in the sky. What is the purpose of so many powerful people from the Yuanqing Academy coming to my greatly Dianjing city? Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. The crowd saluted, still maintaining a minimum of respect for a sixth-order powerhouse. Your Majesty, we have heard that there is a ghost race causing chaos in Dianjing, and we are here to assist the dark concealed guards in their investigation by order of Dean Yao. Emperor Li Taiyuan's brow furrowed. Where is this dark hidden guard? This time, 3 black figures flew from the sky, and they were the 3 shadow guard captains. Greetings, Your Majesty. We are here to investigate the murder of Xiao Yu by the ghost race under the orders of Director Lu Chuan. the head of the Tongzhou Inspectorate in the Great Li Empire. Here are the documents. Please check them, Your Majesty, said Jifeng, handing the Emperor a Zhangbiao-like instrument. Good. I hope that you can get to the bottom of this case and return justice to Mr. Emperor's son-in-law. After reading the paperwork, the Emperor returned it to Jifeng before returning to the palace. Then, Pavilion Master Qi entered the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team with a group of experts in tow. In addition to avenging Xiaoyu this time, she was also demonstrating to the major forces in Bianjing. These so-called families have been doing things more and more excessively over the years. Greetings to Lord Qi Pavilion. All of you senior teachers, thank you for coming over to do my husband justice. The Rapunzel looked sad as she expressed her gratitude to the academy for coming to the aid of all the powerhouses. Where is Xiaoyu's body? We want an autopsy. Lord Qi Ji's attitude towards the eldest princess was obviously not very favorable. All of you inside please. With that, the eldest princess invited them to enter the spiritual hall. The news that the strongest members of the Tian Yuan Xing Academy had entered Bianjing city quickly spread throughout the city. All of the worldly families and sects were shocked at how powerful the Yuan Xing Academy was, with 25th order Chaoyuan realm powerhouses as well as 104th order Mingyi experts. This was clearly not the full strength of the Yuan Xing Academy, and it might not even be half of it. This strength throws off Xianyu Academy by more than 10 streets. Dean Qin looked at the list of Yuanqing Academy's strongest players sent by the school discipline team and let out a long sigh. It seems that I am indeed not a good dean. Xianyu Academy. Moze's trio was currently in the confinement room of the school discipline division, drawing circles and counting ants. At this time a voice he was familiar with suddenly resounded throughout Xianyu Academy. Yi Qingyi, come out and fight. Moze looked delighted. This is the voice of Pavilion Master Qi. At the same time, many academy teachers and students looked at the domineering figure in the air. Pavilion Master Qi, this is Xianyu Academy. There is no room for you to be reckless. Yi Qingyi walked out of the school discipline office, and his eyes were also filled with wariness. Cut the crap and come fight. The entire dome of the sky was instantly covered in countless red-colored lightning bolts. At the same time an extremely strong stench swept through the entire academy. Unlike Moze's swamp gas, the stench of Lord Qi Ji's swamp gas could actually affect the divine souls, and those three flower realm experts were unable to reach it, fainting to the ground. Although the fourth order Mingyi realm expert could barely resist, he was also weak and limp on the ground, vomiting non-stop as he looked at the figure above him, his eyes filled with horror. At the same time, this methane gas just happened to envelop the entire Xianyu Academy, with not a single trace of stench leaking out. It was evident that Pavilion Master Qi's control over the methane gas had already reached a peak level. Inside the confinement room, the joy on Moze's face hadn't yet receded, when suddenly he only felt a familiar yet unfamiliar odor coming from him. Vomit. Then he collapsed to the ground with white eyes and foaming mouth. The distant Pavilion Master Rin and the elder princess, among others, also had their faces changed drastically, showing a look of horror. Horrible as hell. Horrible as hell. She had actually put down 80% of Xianyu Academy's people with her own strength. The two deans also looked grave, but as long as there were no fatalities, it was not convenient for them to step in, and besides, Yi Qingyi would not necessarily lose. Pavilion Master Qi, you've gone too far. After saying that the spear was sheathed, Yi Qingyi's body was surrounded by a murderous aura, and his entire body transformed into a white tiger silhouette and flew toward the sky above. Humph. Excessive. There's even more excessive. A heavy sword suddenly appeared in the hands of Lord Qi Pavilion. It chopped downwards with 10,000 pounds of thunder. The heavy sword is ink black in color, with an open blade on both sides, and the sword is inscribed with the word Huinju in the two words. The long gun is surrounded by greenish gray. The head of the gun kills the cold light sternly. The gun body is engraved with the three clear and incomparable words of Nyang Nyang Gun. Chapter 126, You need a background to be a gangster. The swords and spears exchanged hands first, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The two of them were both sent flying by a powerful wave of air, and Pavilion Master Qi's heavy sword pointed to the sky, surrounded by crimson lightning. Left 0, right fire, thunder God help me. With the heavy sword as a guide, a powerful crimson lightning bolt slashed viciously towards Yi Qingyi. Broken Moon triple kill. With Yi Qingyi's shout, the long spear in his hand danced. 3 arcs of killing chi were in a zigzag shape, chopping at the lightning. Boom! There was a loud bang. Killing chi arcs of electricity were rampant, as if they were simultaneously staged in the sky above the Xianyu Academy, a special fireworks show in general. With a wave of the heavy sword in the hands of Pavilion Master Qi, countless crimson lightning bolts shot out in all directions with her as the center point, instantly covering the entire firmament. Electric light poison dragon drill. As Pavilion Master Qi let out a shout, a huge one-horned dragon's head emerged from the endless lightning in the sky. finally transforming into a one-horned crimson thunder dragon that pressed downwards with an endless aura of destruction. Below, Yi Qingyi's face changed slightly. His body was boiling with killing energy, and as his lance danced, a huge white tiger condensed from killing energy emerged behind him. White tiger robbery. Chop! As he pointed his spear, the killing white tiger, with monstrous ferocious flames, lunged at the thunder dragon in the air. The dragons and tigers fought each other, emitting loud noises, killing chi, thunder and lightning, overflowing in the air. Enough! With a shout, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire battlefield, and the thunder dragon and white tiger high in the sky instantly turned into points of light and disappeared into nothingness. Greetings, Dean Chin. Greetings, Sensei. Pavilion Master Chi hurriedly bowed to the visitor. No matter how mad she was, she had to maintain her respect for a sixth-order god-refining realm powerhouse. Dean Chin nodded appreciatively. The Yuan Xing Academy is indeed formidable. The last time I saw you, you were still searching around for a suitable third-grade Chi acupoint. Now you can actually already fight a tie with Yi Qingyi, who is one small realm above you. I'm impressed. Dean Chin, you flatter me. It's all because teacher his old man taught him well. Pavilion Master Chi slapped a rainbow fart out of the air. Dean Chin laughed and said enviously, old Yao has finally taught a good student. Pavilion Master Chi smiled awkwardly. Dean Chin, can I go see Moze? Go on. Thanks, Dean. Dean Chin looked at Pavilion Master Chi's back and said to Yi Qingyi in a conspiratorial manner. See, this is the real heavenly pride. I think it won't be long before there will be one more god-refining realm powerhouse in the Tianyu Sacred Academy. Then he looked at Yi Qingyi and said angrily, when you come out, you have to have a background. What can you get by being a lackey in the Yi family? Help me govern the academy well, and the next opportunity to further your education at the Holy Academy will be yours. Teacher, I'm thinking about it. That's something else to consider. When will this slavish nature of yours change? This time Yuan Xing Academy is coming on strong. I advise you to stay away from the Yi family, otherwise even I may not be able to protect you. Qingyi understands. Thank you, teacher. Hey! Dean Chin flung his sleeve and went back to his office. School discipline office. Inside the lockup, Mose wobbled out of his stupor and then vomited. Began to vomit furiously. Pavilion Master Chi, why is the stench of your marsh gas so powerful? I now feel like my sea of consciousness is shivering. Moze asked with a pale face. The Chi Pavilion Master on the opposite side laughed. When you reach my realm, you will naturally be able to do the same. At first, I don't know which one said that the methane stench is ineffective against those who are stronger than the third order. So I really want him to come and smell my methane gas. Then she turned her words around. Alright, down to business. Tell us everything you experienced in Bianjing, especially about Xiaoyu. Moze nodded his head and said everything he knew. Even Feng Tianqian's encounter in the Ascension sect was not concealed. After hearing this, Lord Qigong hilariously laughed. Pavilion Master Qi, you've gone too far. The Emperor's son-in-law is dead and you're still laughing. Moze had a saddened look on his face. Humph. It's none of my business. I don't know him well. I came to investigate the case. It's just a task given to me by my teacher. What's the matter? You want me to cry and mourn for him? Pavilion Master Qi had a disdainful look on her face. She was quite a bit younger than both Pavilion Master Rin and Xiaoyu, and by the time she joined the academy, Xiaoyu was already Bianjing's emperor's son-in-law, so they didn't know each other very well. How can you say that when the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and the eldest princess are such good people? Moze said with a sad face. Pavilion Master Qi gave him a blank look. What's the matter? It's only been more than half a year and you've been corrupted by sugarcoating. Or else why don't you just don't go back and stay in Bianjing how good it is? Pavilion Master Qi, that's not what I meant. The emperor's son-in-law and the eldest princess have really treated us well. We must avenge him. Mose's gaze was firm, and his eyes flashed with hatred. Lord Qi Pavilion let out a cold laugh. Li Turnip Moon is not only good to you guys. She's good to all the teachers and students who come to Bianjing Yuanqing Academy. That's why there are many trainees who have defected to her after graduation, and that's why her power has grown so quickly. Pavilion Master Qi, what do you mean by this? Brat, Li Turnip Moon. It's not simple. Before I left the house, my teacher specially explained that I should be careful of Li Turnip Moon. It's a dangerous woman, said Qi Pavilion Master meaningfully looked at Moze continued. Otherwise, you think when the teacher why strongly opposed Xiaoyu and her together. In the eyes of the teacher, the royal family background fart is not. Moze's face went pale, and he hastily shook his head. Impossible. The extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and the eldest princess were very affectionate. It's impossible for her to kill the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. I didn't say that she killed Xiaoyu. I just want you to be careful. Don't just get 3 gua and 2 jujubes from anyone and make yourself forget your last name. Aha! I understand. Mose nodded his head with a grave expression. His face was somber, not knowing what he was thinking. Alright, your confinement time is over. Go back with me. After saying that, Pavilion Master Chi got up and led Mose right out the door. Pavilion Master Chi, how many people have we come this time? It's not much. Counting me, it's only 25th order Chao Yuan realm plus 104th order Mingyi realm. Asterisk. Is our academy this strong? This can go and attack the palace. Humph. What did you expect? Why else would the Holy Academy agree to the Academy's application to be promoted to a first-class academy? The ones who came this time are still only some people from the Dean's line and Xiaoyu's good relationship. The Vice Dean's line hasn't moved yet. Then how come Xianyu Academy, which is also one of the 4 great academies, is so much worse? Who made them so deeply entangled with the lineage? The greater the lineage, the less their hearts will turn toward the academy. Look at the Xianyu Academy's Heaven's Pride list. How many of them are direct lineages of the academy? The resources are all held by the lineages. How can ordinary trainees be promoted up? Mose nodded with approval. These children of the world's families would basically go back to their own families after graduation, so Xianyu Academy wouldn't be able to keep anyone. Chapter 127, Ambush. Over the next few days, the people from the Dark Hidden Guards and the Yuan Xing Academy launched a sensational investigation in Bianjing, with the Dark Hidden Guards in the dark and the Yuan Xing Academy in the open. At the same time, the Yi family is also honest these days. Yi Li and other Xianyu college students, these days directly is a leave of absence in the home. But this ghost club is extremely secretive. The people have been investigating for so many days, but there are no clues at all. As if this organization does not exist in Bianjing at all. Xianyu Academy. On the campus forest path, Mose took Feng Tianchan and Zhao Shanfan and was preparing to go to the cafeteria to eat. On the other side, Li Qianzhou was walking towards this with a large group of guards. Boss Mose, are you guys going to the cafeteria to eat as well? Li Qianzhou greeted with a smile. Yes, Brother Boat has been mixing well lately. The guards are using 4th order Mingyi realm powerhouses. Mose looked at the 2 old eunuchs behind Li Qianzhou and said meaningfully, this is all thanks to the blessing of Boss Mose. Since the fall of the Crown Prince, the forces he left behind have been divided up by all parties, and all of us real power royals have gotten some. Saying this he suddenly laughed and said, of course, Li Kan and Li Ji the duo got nothing. These 2 old sixes, they don't have the slightest bit of eyesight. When you were framed, Boss Mose, I, along with several other princes, were trying to figure out how to fight the Crown Prince. Only these 2 are bent on pressing the charges on Boss Mose, you, and deserve the isolation they're getting right now. Mose laughed out loud. This is a whale falling in all things being born. I hope that Brother Boat will be able to sit on that throne as he wishes in the future. It's still too early to talk about this, but being born in the royal family, I naturally have to fight for it. Not to mention this. Let's go, Boss Mose. I'll treat you guys to dinner. Li Qianzhou issued a warm invitation. He was naturally happy to have the opportunity to make friends with a future equal powers. Good. Then respectfully, Mose readily agreed. It was naturally cool to be able to whore for nothing, and it was always cool to whore for nothing. Inside the cafeteria box, after 3 rounds of drinks, Boss Murazawa, you guys are checking out the Ghost Society. How's it going? Don't mention it. This Ghost Society is too damn good at hiding, and now there's not a single clue. Oh, actually I do have a clue here. Mauser was instantly energized. What clues? Li Qianzhou smiled mysteriously. Do you know who else hates the Ghost Society the most besides you guys? Who? The former Crown Prince. It said that he investigated the Ghost Society very deeply in the first place, and had quite a few clues. Mose rolled his eyes. He's dead. Can I still go down and ask him? He's dead. But there are still a lot of people alive who worked for him. It was a word that woke up the dreamer. Many thanks to Brother Boat. This time, I'll count Mr. Mo as owing you a favor. Mose bowed to him and was about to head out. Li Qianzhou hurriedly pulled him back with one hand. Boss Mose, don't be in a hurry. Hear me out. It said that the Crown Prince told the prince's son-in-law important clues before he died. I think that's why the prince was killed. There could have been quite a few flying feather guards who went with the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team that day, and there should have been quite a few of them who heard what the Crown Prince said at the end. Brother Boat, a great favor. In the future when you go to Yuan Xing Academy, I'll cover you. After saying that, Mose rushed back to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team in a hurry to tell the eldest princess and Pavilion Master Qi and the others about this news. Lord Gu immediately ordered his men and horses and rushed towards the Fei Yue Yamen. Brother Mose, I really thank you very much this time. With this clue, we will definitely be able to find out the Ghost Society without any problem and take revenge for Xiaoyu. The eldest princess looked at the back of Lord Gu and the others and gratefully said to Mose, well, this time, The ghost society must be completely annihilated to console the spirit of the emperor's son-in-law in heaven. In the evening, Lord Chi Pavilion came back with his men in a murderous rage. How about it, Pavilion Master Chi? Did you find any clues? Mose asked with an expectant face. Lord Chi Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shook his head. What's going on? Did no one hear the prince and the prince consort talking that day? No. When we went there, the ghost clan was in the middle of a massacre of the Feiyu guards, and all 500 of the Feiyu guards team that day were slaughtered to death. What? This is too rampant. That should have captured quite a few ghost clans. Mose asked with anticipation. As long as there was a live one, he could find their lair. No. Pavilion Master Chi's expression was gloomy and his face was blue. No way. Not a single one? Mose asked incredulously. The other side are all dead soldiers, and after they kill someone, they directly commit suicide on the spot. Not a single survivor. So mean. Pavilion Master Chi patted Mose's shoulder and comforted, but this time, the other party monkeying around also shows that this is the right direction. As long as we continue to investigate in this direction, sooner or later, there will be clues. Aha! Mauser nodded in approval. By the way, this time, from the time you came back, to the time we were ready to set out for the wind-flying feather guard's yamen, the time was no more than 2 hours. As a result, the other side just jumped ahead of us to silence us. And you should understand what that means. After saying that, Pavilion Master Chi gave Mose a meaningful look before returning to his room. This meant that there was a mole on their side, or that there were spies from the other side in the palace of the emperor's side. As expected, from the old ministry from the crown prince's past, Lord Chi-Go and the others quickly found quite a few clues about the ghost society. As long as they followed the clues, it was believed that they would soon be able to find out the true identity of the ghost society, which caused a group of Yuan Xing Academy people to be in high spirits. On this day, the three of them, Mose, returned to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team from the academy in a normal manner. When they were walking to an alley, Tsunami Roar suddenly said strangely, "Why haven't Little Flower and Little Yellow come out to greet this dog today?" Woof. Little Flower and Little Yellow are the ES of the people in this neighborhood. And since one day after Howl at the Moon did something extremely inhumane to these two dogs, every time Mose and the others passed by, the two dogs would howl non-stop. And today the alley was indeed surprisingly quiet. Mose's three people looked at each other, and very tacitly each took out a gas mask and put it on, while carefully guarding their surroundings. Woohoo! So cool. This dog wants one too. Tsunami Roar looked enviously at the masks on the faces of the three. Just as the three of them were advancing cautiously, Mose suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind. With a flexible walk and an ethereal turn, Mose smoothly dodged an anti-arrow that was shot from behind. The three of them looked at the same time in the direction where the bone arrows had come from. A black-clothed and masked ghost clan member was slowly walking towards them, his body filled with murderous intent. This was the same fourth-ranked ghost race that had previously silenced Pei Xiaohu in front of them. Mose's 3 men and a dog quickly spread out in a horns formation. Woof! Tsunami Moon Roar roared. Its body's aura rose greatly, and actually did not know when it had already broken through to become a third-order demon general. Chapter 128, The Ghosts Show Their Traces. Mose, I want you to pay for the lives of 1,000 of my people. Saying that, the 2 short knives in the hands of this ghost clan quickly chopped out 2 cold ghost chi, transforming into 2 ghost heads that roared towards Mose. Left 0, right fire, thunder god help me. Ink Zephyr swung out 2 red lightning blasts at the ghost head. Boom! There was a loud bang. The lightning was directly shattered, and the 2 ghost heads dimmed a lot as they continued to slash towards Mose. Mauser slipped and added a spin to avoid 1 ghost head, but was still knocked out by the other. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Mose. If not for the fact that he was wearing a gold silk soft armor, he would have been seriously injured if he didn't die from this strike just now. So strong. Is this a 4th-ranked powerhouse? It's really powerful. Injuring himself with just 1 strike. On the other side, the whistling moon roar growled and transformed into a silver light to quickly pounce. The 2 dog claws swung towards this ghost race with a cold and chilling aura. The ghost clan's figure was as easy as a ghost's to dodge the attack of Tsunami Howl and kicked it away. Obviously he didn't want to get too entangled with Howl at the Moon, and quickly rushed towards Mose, a ghostly blade flying in his hand. A ghostly blade rushing towards Mose. The attack just now had already startled quite a few people, so he had to fight quickly and finish off Mose as soon as possible. The attacking ghost blades were so swift and incomparable that Mose knew he couldn't avoid them, and his physical hydrogen chi stirred. A red orb appeared steeply in his hand, and if you looked closely, there were countless spots rapidly colliding inside the orb. This was precisely the weakened version of the nuclear flatness, which Mose named the small fireball technique. As he pushed his palm, the small fireball quickly slammed into the ghost blade. Boom! There was a loud bang, a small cloud of mushrooms rises. The powerful airwave lifted Moz and this ghost clan out. An unbelievable look flashed across the eyes of this ghost clan. He did not expect that Moz, a human of the second stage chi transformation realm, could actually block his full force strike with his strength. At this time, the tsunami roar, who had just been kicked away, had anger in his eyes and was actually ignored. Woof! It roared at the moon, and a powerful wave of silver light shot out from its mouth, quickly attacking the ghost clan. A flash of color flashed in this ghost race's eyes. The short sword was put away, and a curved bow without a bowstring appeared in his hand. As he pulled out of thin air, an arrow condensed with ghost chi appeared out of thin air on his curved bow. Then he let go of his hand, and the arrow quickly shot towards the flying wave of privacy light. Boom! With a sound, the silver-colored light wave was directly crushed. He then had a surge of ghostly chi around him, and with another pull of the curved bow in his hand, an even larger ghostly arrow shot towards Moz at great speed. He didn't look to see if this strike could kill Moz and turned into a ghostly shadow, quickly disappearing into the distance. This was because in the direction of the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, a red-colored lightning bolt and a white sword light were swiftly making their way this way. Boom! There was a loud bang. Moz, who couldn't dodge in time, was shot by a ghostly arrow and smashed directly into a residential building. Boss Mauser, Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen anxiously shouted, then quickly ran towards the pile of smashed residential buildings, wanting to see if Moz was alright. The level of the battle just now was so high that the two of them couldn't even capture the figure of that ghost race and couldn't intervene at all. As a puff of smoke tumbled out, Moz rushed out unharmed. Boss Moz, it's great that you're okay. Feng Tianchen and Zhao Shanfan shouted in excitement. That strike just now had scared them. At the same time Pavilion Master Rin and Pavilion Master Qi flew over and asked with concern, Moz, what's going on here? I just encountered an assassination by the ghost race, and if it wasn't for this yellow court jade pendant, I would already be dead. Moz picked up the yellow jade pendant that had been broken into two at his waist. His eyes flashed with a hint of clubbing. Just now, if it wasn't for this piece of yellow court jade pendant to protect his master, he would have never been able to arrive at that strike. It's a pity that this such a good treasure weapon. I don't know if it can still be repaired. It's good that the people are fine. These ghost clans won't be able to bounce around for long. Pavilion Master Qi said with a cold expression. That ghost clan, who was just there, has a lot of the stench of marsh gas on him. This dog can track his location, and he's running in that direction right now. Woof. With that, Tsunami Howl pointed his paw in the southeast direction. Tsunami Roar. You're wonderful. Moz looked ecstatic as he stroked its silky fur. Pavilion Master Qi and Pavilion Master Ren's faces were also overjoyed. This was really a windfall. Then this dog helped you guys find him. Moz, are you able to reward this dog with a special mask? Woof, said Tsunami Howl excitedly. Of course, I'll be sure to refine the most handsome mask for you. Alright, Pavilion Master Rin and I will go after that ghost race. You three, go back and wait for news first. With that, Pavilion Master Qi grabbed Tsunami Roar and chased after it in the southeast direction. Pavilion Master Ren followed suit. Moz naturally also wanted to go over to join in the fun, and with hydrogen chi drumming around his body, he also flew over to follow. Boss Moz has flown. Feng Tianchen shouted as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Moz. Flying is flying. Little wonder. Zhao Shanfan gave Feng Tianchen a despicable look, although he was also shocked. But Moz had created too many miracles. He had long gotten used to it. Chi transformation realm. Can fly. Isn't that strange? Feng Tianchen said in shock, feeling that his view of chi refining was shattered. When did you know how to fly? Pavilion Master Qi looked at the catching up Moz with a shocked expression. It hasn't been long. Just a couple months. Moz laughed and scratched his head. The ghost clan is too dangerous. You go back first and wait for news. Pavilion Master Ren had a shocked look on his face. Then he advised Moz. We are just going over to spy. Besides, there are two Pavilion Masters. I'm not afraid. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Moz said with a firm expression. What's there to fear from a mere ghost clan? Woof. The two Pavilion Masters saw that Moz's attitude was firm, so they let him be. A few moments later, 3 people and a dog stopped 2 miles away from a secret manor. That ghost clan is inside that manor. Woof. Tsunami Howl pointed ahead with his paw. Moz took out a telescope and looked up carefully, realizing that there were indeed quite a few ghost clans inside. He was so happy. This place was felt to be an important stronghold even if it was not their lair. Lord Qigong himself grabbed his binoculars and scrutinized them, then said, Nice little thing. This one belongs to me. In that manor in front, there are quite a few ghost clans, and there are at least 4 of them in the 5th rank Chao Yuan realm. Moz once again took out 2 binoculars and gave one to Pavilion Master Ren. This dog wants it too. Woof. No more. Humph. Your species is discriminating. This dog is not convinced. Woof. So what do we do now? Pavilion Master Ren looked inside and said seriously. You just kill it. What about you? I'll go back and gather the men. Lord Ren Court. In the end, it was decided that Moze and Pavilion Master Ren would watch here in case any special circumstances arose, while Pavilion Master Chi would go back and request for support. Tsunami roars. Chapter 129, the case of the Emperor's son-in-law ended. Boiling back to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Lord Chi Pavilion summoned all the strongest members of the Yuan Xing Academy in the name of a meeting. In the gazes of all the people who were unsure, he led the crowd to rush up to the sky and quickly rushed to that secret manor. Ghost race demon. Suffer death. As Pavilion Master Chi let out a shout, countless red-colored lightning flashed above the sky, and a huge one-horned thunder dragon swooped down with brilliant heavenly might. Accompanying them were 25th Order Chaoyuan realm powerhouses from the Yuanqing Academy as well as 104th Order Mingi realm experts. Although the ghost race had a large number of people, roughly around 5,000, and there were also more 5th Order Chaoyuan realm powerhouses than previously expected. There were 5 of them. However, there were too many strong people from Yuanqing Academy, and the battlefield was completely one-sided. And in the end, except for a 5th Order ghost ruler who was captured, all of the other ghosts were killed in battle. Afterwards, the crowd began to clean up the battlefield. In the end, they found the old Yi family master's secret correspondence with the ghost race in one of the study rooms. Without saying a word, Pavilion Master Chi directly led his men to encircle the Yi family, and at the same time, he also called on the 3 captains of the Dark Hidden Guards. Seeing that Pavilion Master Chi and the others were coming on strong, Yi Hung, the old family head of Yi, had fear in his eyes. All of you are murderous. What are you doing here in my Yi family? The Yi family has colluded with the ghost race. The evidence is overwhelming. The whole family should be executed. With that said, Lord Qigong threw the captive 5th Order demon monarch to the ground and was about to make his move immediately. Wait, Pavilion Master Qi, my Yi family definitely did not collude with the ghost race. This must be someone framing my Yi family. Yi Heng's face was white with a panic look. Each and every one of the other Yi family members were also in a state of shock. Pavilion Master Qi took out a letter and held it up. Here's also the personal seal of your Yi family's head. So you're telling me that someone set you up? Brother Yi, the ghost society is finished. That ghost clan said with sad eyes. Who the hell is your brother Yi? Old man doesn't even know you. Then, old family master Yi, who had just turned 70, directly knelt down in front of Pavilion Master Qi and begged. Pavilion Master Qi, this ghost clan is planting evidence against my Yi family. You must be clear about this. That ghost race looked at Yi Hung, a mocking look flashing in his eyes. Pavilion Master Qi impatiently glanced at Yi Hung and disdainfully said, if I had known this, why did I bother? Now that the evidence is overwhelming, there is no room for you to deny it. After saying that, the Qi Pavilion Master had crimson lightning surrounding his body and was about to start killing people. Slow down. A majestic voice rang out as Emperor Li Taiyuan walked in. Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. The crowd saluted. Pavilion Master Qi, I know my uncle. It's impossible for him to collude with the ghost race. This must be investigated clearly. Yellow Emperor Li Taiyuan said with a serious expression. Your Majesty, but the evidence is overwhelming. Yi Hung, he is the one behind the collusion and harboring of the ghost race. Saying that, Master Qi handed the letter to the Emperor. Your Majesty, you have to believe the old minister. I really didn't collude with the ghost clan, and the Yi family didn't have to do this. Yi Hung knelt on the ground and hurriedly kowtowed to the Emperor. Right now, only the 6th Order God Refining Realm Emperor could possibly save their Yi family. On the side, Yi Qingyi also said with a serious expression. I know old family master Yi. He definitely won't collude with the ghost race. The Emperor finished reading the letter in his hand and frowned slightly as he walked over to the 6th-ranked ghost monarch. His imperial chi exploding around him as a majestic and incomparable aura rose from him. I ask you, is Yi Hung really colluding with the ghost race? The spiritual deterrence of the Emperor's chi was unleashed. At this moment, in the eyes of the 6th Order ghost monarch, Emperor Li Taiyuan's figure became incredibly tall, as vast and majestic as the Emperor of Heaven, and there was no way for him to lie, only to see his expression twisted for a moment. His face a shade of green and a shade of red, the way he wanted to say something but couldn't. Put, with a mouthful of dark green blood spraying out, this ghost monarch directly died horizontally on the spot. He killed himself by cutting off his heart vein. It seems that this is very strange. Saying that, Emperor Li Taiyuan handed over the epistle to the Dark Hidden Guard Jifeng. Dark Hidden Guard Tongzhou Inspectorate. There should be someone who can identify the authenticity of the private seal on this letter. So I'll trouble Captain Jifeng to make a trip. Yes, Captain Jifeng took the letter, set up his flying sword, and quickly rushed towards Tongzhou. Pavilion Master Qi, Then let's wait for the Tongjo side to wait for my results now. Yes. Pavilion Master Chi nodded approvingly. It would take about a day for the results to come back, so all the people in the Yi family were put under house arrest and not allowed to take a step out of the Yi family. This day, the Yi family was living in fear. If the result was true tomorrow, then the Yi family would definitely be exterminated. A day later, still in the hall of the Yi family, Captain Jifeng brought the results of the appraisal. The private seal of the letter was a fake. Emperor Li Taiyuan handed the appraisal results to Chiga meaningfully said, Master Chiga, you almost fell for the ghost race's treacherous plan again. After reading the results, Lord Qi Pavilion's face turned blue, and he bowed to Emperor Li Taiyuan before leaving the Yi family with a group of experts in ashes. Yi Heng sat paralyzed on the ground and let out a long breath, then hurriedly bowed deeply to the emperor. Thanks to your majesty this time. Otherwise, our Yi family would have definitely been exterminated with our entire family. Uncle doesn't have to be polite. I naturally won't sit back and watch the Yi family being wronged regardless. Saying that, he hurriedly helped up the 70-year-old Yi Heng. Although there were still a lot of doubts in this case, the Ghost Clan stronghold had already been destroyed, so there was no reason for Lord Qi and the others to continue staying in Bianjing City. Moze, we're going back to Yuanxing Academy. That hypocrite has a pit in his head, so be careful with everything yourself, Pavilion Master Qi said seriously. Aha, Kigaku Master, thanks a lot this time. You guys have a safe trip. After saying their goodbyes, Pavilion Master Qi and the others set up their flying boats and flew in the direction of Yuanxing Academy. The case of the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Xiao Yu, was also declared over, although the Ghost Clan was eliminated. But the princess, because of the death of the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, she also became silent, as if she had become a different person. Moze seldom saw a smile on her face again. Time passes. 2 months later, Moze's Emperor's Qi was also finally cultivated to perfection, but Zhao Shanfan and the others were still a bit short, so they had to wait for them to be cultivated to perfection before Moze could return to Yuanxing Academy together. Today, as Zhao Shanfan and the others went to the Imperial Clan Temple to cultivate, Moze, who had nothing to do, wandered blindly around Bianjing City. Without realizing it, I came back to this famous fireworks place, Qinghu Feng. The girls here are still very welcoming and the hustling is still as spirited as ever. Only there is no more Tianxian Lu here. There is only the newly opened Yihan Lu. The flower leader of the 100 Flowers Garden has also long been replaced, and the former Miss Chu Yao is no longer remembered. Moze looked at this green building by the lake, and for a while, he fell into infinite memories. Be careful. There is a ghost chi, but this ghost chi is refuted beyond measure. The energy level is only around the 3rd order. You should be able to handle it. The 7-colored origin chi within the sea of consciousness transmitted a warning. Chapter 130, The Reappearance of the Ghost Clan. Moze was startled in his heart and looked in the direction indicated by the 7-colored origin chi. Red Dust Pavilion. One of the 3 major green houses in Qinghu Square. Guest inside please. Led by a heavily made-up girl named Spring Flower. Moze walked into the Red Dust Pavilion. Who's that dancing in the center? Moze asked, pointing at the gorgeous woman in the middle of the lobby, who was dancing with many difficult moves. That's our new flower leader, Miss Shinya. It's her turn to be on the big stage today. For a public talent show, you're in for a treat. Sir, Spring Flower's eyes flashed with envy. There was a time when she could also perform on stage and be sought after by more people. Only now Spring Flower was gone and only the remnants of the moon remained. Ink Brand nodded in understanding, then found a card seat and sat down. The performance of the flower girl, Shinya, was indeed wonderful. Not only was she beautiful, but her dance moves were also beautiful, and she also did a lot of moves that ordinary people simply couldn't do, because she was not a human being. Although she hit it well, she secretly used ghost chi, which others could not detect, but could not hide it from the 7-colored origin chi in Moze's sea of consciousness. What a nerve! A mere 3rd-order ghost general, but he also dares to secretly use his ghost chi in public. Moze couldn't help but let out a scoff. Gongzi, do you want to find a few girls? Come over to drink with you. Our girls here have great talent. They're good at zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Can you play backgammon then? Moze asked with a smirk as the corners of his mouth turned up. Chunhua froze for a moment, then smiled enthusiastically. 5 pieces of chess. This elegant art. Of course the girls know it. Then find me a couple that won't. Ah, alright, just kidding. I'll take her. Saying that, Moze smiled and pointed at the flower girl Shinya who was dancing in the middle of the stage. Sir, Miss Shinya is the flower head. Even just accompanying a drink would require 2,000 taels of silver. Are you sure you must have her? Chunhua asked cautiously. This was her strategy. Usually rich customers would listen to her like this and the next thing they knew, They would take out a large amount of silver bills and even give her a good tip. What? 2,000 taels on light drinking. How ah? She will air turn 360 degrees. No dead angle to the bottle blow ah. Mose's face is angry color. This ing charge is also too black. In the past, Tian Xiang Lu was not so expensive. Chunhua looked stunned, then smiled awkwardly and said, if this is your special request, I can go and talk to Miss Shinya about it. Then she turned her words around and continued to say enthusiastically, actually, our other girls here are not bad, and the charges will be relatively cheaper as well. I can't imagine that this gentleman looks quite rich, but I didn't realize that he's a poor man. A silver spear with a wax head, and a good-looking man. 2,000 is 2,000. Go get her for me, said Mose as he flung 2,000 taels of silver tickets on the table. Okay, please wait a moment. Your Excellency. Springflower picked up the silver ticket on the table and smiled as she walked towards the backstage. On the big stage in the center, Shania, who had just returned backstage after dancing, the pimp came over and reprimanded her. Shinya, do you want to get everyone killed? How dare you use ghost chi in public? Elder One, I'm very careful. I just secretly used a little bit. No one will notice. Shinya explained without thinking. The human realm is full of strong people, and there are countless magical powers. If you have such a mentality, sooner or later you will get everyone killed. I really regret bringing you to the human realm now. How can it be as serious as you say? Elder One pointed at Mose who was drinking at the second floor card table. Do you know who that is? Shinya shook her head in bewilderment. She had only just arrived a short time ago and obviously didn't recognize Inkbrand. His name is Mose. Thousands of our compatriots are dead because of him. He just came in and has been staring at you, and now he wants you to go over and drink with him. What? He's Mose. So did he find out about me? Then let's hurry up and kill him to silence him. Shinya's face was white with a horrified look. Are you an idiot? Ren Tianqing is right outside playing chess on the clear lake. Do you want to lure him over? Elder Wen scolded sternly. What then? Elder Wen, you won't kill me to silence me. I've only just come to Earth. I haven't even eaten anyone yet. I don't want to die. Shinya had a panicked look on her face. Panic. Calm down. I don't think he's fully noticed you yet. This packet is ghostly ecstasy. You go over to him for a drink later, and secretly knock him out. Remember, keep the commotion down. This stronghold is very important to us and cannot be exposed until absolutely necessary, said Elder One, handing over a packet of medicinal powder. Okay, I promise to get the job done. Shinya nervously took the packet of powdered medicine, then changed her clothes and headed for the Murasame deck. Shinya has met you, sir. I heard that you want to see your slave. 360 degrees in the air with no dead angle string wine, is it? What? You will? Of course. A hint of color flashed in Moses' eyes. His hand reached forward, and he said blandly, please begin your performance. He'd like to see what kind of tricks this little kid clan could play. Shinya owed a slight curtsy, picked up a bottle of wine on the table, and then leapt upwards, her body spinning rapidly, while with the bottle in her hand, she began to gulp it into the corner of her mouth. Me, it's really a 360-degree string wine. This ghost tribe chick is very energetic. Turning up is really something else beautiful. Looking at him actually a little infatuated. Just as Mose was looking frozen, a handful of white powder popped directly on his face. Just watching out of focus, coupled with not sensing the killing aura, for a moment actually forgot to dodge. That's for you to put in the wine for him to drink. Why are you raising his face? How did I get such a stupid henchman? The elder one in the background was filled with shock, and his heart was filled with a pang. Girl, what is this talent of yours? Merzel was at a loss. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is my little snack that I accidentally flung out. Shinya's face was red and she stumbled awkwardly. At the same time her heart was frantically vomiting. Didn't she say that this was a strong ecstasy? How come it doesn't make me dizzy? It's a snack? Then you'll eat it for me. With a grim look on his face, Mauser grabbed a towel and wiped the powder off his face before slamming it on the table. At the same time, the heart of a burst of fear, just watching the show a little too absorbed. Which if the hidden weapon's poison or something, he planted. But the main thing is not to feel the murderous aura. I'm sorry, this guest, Shinya is new and doesn't know the rules. My concubine is apologizing to you. All of your son's consumption today will be counted on the Red Dust Pavilion. Elder One was full of apologies as he held a jug of wine, while behind him were several attendants, each carrying a pot of exquisite dishes. As a token of apology, these are for your son. Come concubine, toast to the princess. Saying that, Elder One picked up the wine pot and filled Mose's wine cup, pouring a cup for himself. Mose looked at the wine glass and said doubtfully, this wine won't be poisonous, right? Elder One laughed out loud. Your Excellency is joking. Our Red Dust Pavilion is one of the 3 major red buildings in Qinghufeng. How could we do such a thing? After saying this, Elder Wan directly drank his cup of wine in one go, signaling that the wine was not poisonous. My lord, this Shinya is new. Do you want a new one for you? Our Leah flower girl is also very good. Seeing that Elder Wan was so sincere, Mose's face eased up, and he picked up the cup of wine and drank it down in one gulp, and he really didn't feel any discomfort. No, just her. Elder Wan hemmed and hawed. Good. Then have fun, my lord. And if you have your eye on Shinya, I'll give you a 50% discount on the overnight fee tonight. Good. Then many thanks to the pimp. Mose raised his eyebrows and gave Elder Wan a you-know-what look. Elder Wan laughed and expressed his understanding before taking his attendants to retire. What are you doing standing around? Why don't you come over and drink with Gongzimi? Yes. Shinya hurriedly went over to pour Mose a drink. Looking at her clumsy and silly appearance, Mose shook his head for a while. Does this ghost clan have no one? This kind of little cutie. Also sent out. How can you just drink and not eat food? Mose casually clamped a piece of fish and ate it. The flavor is quite good. This don't want to pay for something. Eating is fragrant. Suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness, Mose was horrified in his heart. You don't speak martial arts. Then his eyes went black. He lost consciousness instantly and fainted. The spectral ecstasy was for you to put in the wine. Elder Wan in the background walked out and said breathlessly, is that so? Elder Wan, you don't say it clearly either. Shinya had a sultry look on her face. She had just been terrified. So what do we do now? Do we just kill him? Chapter 131, Yili's death. Lock him up first, and wait for the Lord Ghostmaster to send him off. Elder Wan looked at the excited Shinya with a grave expression, secretly regretting in his heart that he shouldn't have brought her to the human realm. When Mose woke up again, he was already on a street in Bianjing. I can't believe you let me go. Merzel hastily checked to see if there were any parts missing from his body. Nose, eyes, ears are in. Pulled up his pants and looked down. Luckily, Tinkerbell was there. A quick look inside shows 2 large loins as well. Checked the storage ring again. Nothing was missing. Then he took out the silver tickets in his storage ring and counted them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 10 tails of silver tickets are missing. Mose was in deep thought. This ghost tribe chick mesmerized me just to steal my 10 tails of silver tickets. Forget it. Whatever. The matter of the ghost race is still too dangerous. Go back and report to the Elder Princess and Pavilion Master Ren. Let them handle it. When he had just stepped out of the street, Yi Peng, the head of the Yi family, who had come to meet him, led people to surround him with a sad face. Yi family master, what kind of expression do you have? Has your son been made dead? And what do you want by surrounding me? Mose said with a teasing face. He didn't have the slightest bit of respect for the Yi family, and at the same time, he didn't believe that the other party would dare to harm him, and, especially in public. You still have the nerve to say that. I want you to pay for my son Yili's life today. Yi Peng roared angrily. What? Yili is dead. What does this have to do with me? Mose had a shocked look on his face. Still giving me sophistry. Someone come and tie him up for me. With Yi Peng's roar, the Yi family's crowd quickly tied up Mozei. In front of Yi Peng, a 5th order Chao Yuan realm expert, Mose was naturally defenseless. Yi Peng, I'm the personal disciple of Vice Dean Peng of the 6th order alchemy god realm. If you want to touch me, you'd better consider whether the Yi family can bear the consequences of my teacher. Humph, a disciple of a god-refining realm powerhouse can be killed at will. My Yi family's first son? Take them away from me. Yi family, in front of Yi Li's spirit hall. Mose was bound and kneeling in front of Yi Li's effigy. Family head, don't be impulsive. This matter is very strange. Don't fall for the traitor's scheme. We should still understand the matter clearly before saying anything. Yi Qingyi stopped Yi Peng, who was about to chop Mose to death, and persuaded with a serious expression. Qingyi is right. If Mose is really innocent and we kill him, then His Majesty, the Emperor, won't be able to protect our Yi family. On the side, Yi Hung, the old Yi family head, said with a grave expression, the evidence is overwhelming. Where he is innocent. Yi Peng shouted angrily. Family head, even if you want to kill him, there's no rush. Wait for me to interrogate him first. Yi Qingyi patted Yi Peng's shoulder and patiently calmed him down. Then he asked Mose seriously, why did you want to kill Yi Li? I really didn't kill Yi Li, and can you guys tell me when Yi Li died? And why you guys think I'm the murderer? Yi Qingyi looked at Mose's bewildered face with a complex expression and proceeded to talk to him about what happened. 2 days ago, they found Yi Li's body in Qinghe Fong, and judging from his death wounds, it was very similar to Mose's churn. Meanwhile, there were traces of methane gas left at the scene. It was then that Inkbrand realized that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Then Mose also talked to them about his experiences in the past few days. Ridiculous, Mose, you really push the ghost clan whenever something happens. The ghost society has already been exterminated. There will still be a ghost clan there in Bianjing. Yi Ping had a look that said, you're not going to try to fool me. Yi family head. The ghost society is so powerful. It's normal to have a few ghost remnants. Okay? Mose looked helpless and looked at Yi Peng with an expression of you have to replenish your brain. If you really were captured by the ghost clan, why did they let you go? Yi Qingyi hit the nail on the head and asked the crux of the matter. I can't figure this one out, but they definitely have a bigger plot, Mose explained with a serious face. While the crowd was arguing, a Yi family member walked in with a hurried appearance. Reporting to the family head, the eldest princess has surrounded our Yi with her army, demanding that we hand over Mose. Yi family people look at each other. Look all unnatural. Since the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team Xiaoyu died, the princess acted in a crazy style. They really didn't want to mess with this crazy woman if they didn't have to. Yi family meeting hall. Hand over Mose. The Rapunzel's expression was cold and her body was filled with a murderous aura, while Pavilion Master Rin on the side was also surrounded by a sword aura. Mose, killing my son Yili. There is no way the Yi family will hand him over. Yi Peng's heavenly flame chi filled his body and confronted him without showing any weakness. The eldest princess sneered, murder. What a great crime. Who set the crime? The Dili Flying Feather Guard Yamen or the Xianyu Academy? Or maybe the Yan Huang Holy Dynasty Dark Hidden Guards? Then she scoffed with a change in her expression. It can't be that your Yi family set it up themselves. Mose, killing my son. The evidence is conclusive. He is the murderer. There is no need for anyone to convict him. Yi Peng's expression was cold and stern, his eyes raging with killing intent. The Yi family is so powerful. One sentence of evidence and you can kill my Yuanqing Academy's heavenly pride. I'll go back and report to the two deans right now, saying that the Yi family's collusion with the ghost race is well documented, and that there's no need for the dark hidden guards to take action. As we, the Yuanqing Academy, will eradicate this tumor for the human race. Rin Pavilion Master's eyes are ice cold. A sword chi straight to the clouds. Naked threat undisguised. All of you calm down a bit. Mose, Yili, are both students of Xianyu Academy? This case can be handed over to Xianyu Academy to investigate. Yi Qingyi eyed both sides and proposed. Pavilion Master Rin and the eldest princess looked at each other and nodded their heads. Yes. As long as he entered the Xianyu Academy, then no matter if Mose had killed someone or not, he wouldn't die. Our Yi family also agrees. Yi Hung, the old Yi family head, calmly nodded his head. Father, Yi Peng shouted with an indignant expression. Enough! Do you want the Yi family to bury your son with you? Yi Hung roared angrily at Yi Hang, then he calmly said to Yi Qingyi, you take the person away. If Yili really killed him, Yuanqing Academy must give my Yi family a tape. Old family master. Don't worry, I won't let Yili die in vain. Yi Hung nodded his head in relief. The right thing I did in my life was to accept you as my righteous son. Speaking here he let out another long sigh and said, maybe I really did wrong on that Qing Ning thing back then. After that he walked out of the hall with a grim look on his face. Inside the Yi family's study, Yi Ping knelt in front of Yi Hong and said with a defiant face, Father, here in Bianjing, why should we be afraid of Yuanqing Academy? Have you refined your brain all these years of cultivation? In the world of qi refining, the strong are honored. Do you really think that with a trace of blood ties, the emperor will defend us against a sixth-order god refining realm powerhouse? Yi Hong looked at his foolish son in anger, and finally shook his head inside. If the Yi family wants to be truly powerful, they must have their own god-refining realm powerhouses. Chapter 132, The Princess Rebels. Xianyu Academy. Within the dungeon of the school discipline office, Mose told both the elder princess and Pavilion Master Ren all about what had happened to him in the past few days. This ghost society is really a ghost that won't leave. There are actually remnants left in Bianjing. Pavilion Master Ren's expression was grave, with a contemplative look, not knowing what he was thinking. The eldest princess patted Mose's shoulder and comforted, Brother Mose, don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to you. When we have investigated everything clearly, we will naturally let you out. Aha! Thank you, Sister Moon. After saying that, Mose bowed to her. Rapunzel hardly revealed a hint of a smile. A family doesn't talk about two families. You take a good rest, and in a few days, Sister will personally come over to pick you up and take you out. After saying that, the Rapunzel and Pavilion Master Ren exited the school discipline office cell. Yi Qingyi looked at Mose, who treated this place like a home, and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Mose, this is the third time you've been in the school discipline office's jail cell, isn't it? Mose lay down on the grassy collapse of the cell, crossed his legs, and said leisurely, yes, you people of Bianjing City are too unfriendly. When I leave, I must give you a big gift. Then can't figure out. Mose sat up again and said angrily, no, why do these people catch me in a trap? Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen are also the dean's disciples. Ah. Yi Qingyi revealed a light smile. Haven't you ever thought that it's your own problem? What could be wrong with me? I'm positive. Help my classmates and have a good heart. Saying that, Mose revealed a look of sudden realization. Oh, I see. So it's because I'm too kind and people are good. Yi Qingyi didn't pay attention to Mose's self-importance and said indifferently, Red Dust Pavilion, I sent people to check. Nothing was found. The flower girl Shinya, also with 3 days ago, suffered a fire to burn to death. The body burned beyond recognition. Come to think of it, they won't be stupid enough to wait around for you to catch them. Mose wore an expected look. Stay here for now. When I find the real culprit who killed Yili, I will naturally let you out. After saying that, Yi Qingyi walked straight out. Commissioner Yi, I'd like to eat braised pork in the cafeteria tonight. In the next few days, the Rapunzel and Pavilion Master Rin would come over every now and then to see themselves, and sometimes Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen would also come over. However, these ghost clans were too capable of hiding, and the Rapunzel and her team had not found any clues after checking for more than 10 days. Time flew by and several more days passed. Mose was a bit anxious because Pavilion Master Rin and the Rapunzel hadn't come to see him for several days, and Zhao Shanfan and the others hadn't come either. A feeling of uneasiness vaguely rose in his heart that something might have happened outside. Just then, Yi Qingyi walked in carrying a lunchbox and opened them one by one in front of Mose, almost all of which were his favorite foods. Commissioner Yi, don't come up with this. It's been so long and you guys can't find any clues at all. The school discipline teams are all a bunch of losers. With that, Inkbrand picked up the chicken leg in the bowl and gnawed on it with panache. Eat up. I'll send you on your way afterward. What do you mean? Mose's complexion froze as he looked blankly at Yi Qingyi with an expression of having just heard it wrong. The eldest princess has rebelled, and the emperor desperately needs the support of the Yi family. So the head of the family, Yi Peng, asked the emperor for you to pay for Yi Li's life. The emperor promised? Mose asked incredulously. Yi Qingyi nodded. You are the eldest princess's godbrother, and His Majesty the emperor has the intention to use you to sacrifice the flag, as well as to give the eldest princess an opportunity. The emperor isn't afraid of retaliation from our Yuan Xing Academy? The living are called the proud, but the dead are nothing. The emperor can use the reason that you are privately involved in a battle for imperial power to execute you, so that Yuan Xing Academy can't say anything. But I'm not involved in a royal power struggle? You've called the Rapunzel's sister. Who would believe you when you say you weren't involved? Mose's face instantly became ugly to the extreme. That's not right. The emperor is a sixth-order god refining realm powerhouse. How could the eldest princess dare to rebel? Mose's face was unbelievable. Yi Qingyi said flatly, everyone has underestimated the elder princess. Vice President Song is the elder princess's man, and President Qin didn't want to get involved in the royal family's affairs, so he chose to wait and see. And the military has also long been infiltrated by the Rapunzel, and now the 300,000 strong army is almost at the bottom of Bianjing City. There are quite a few top-tier families in this Bianjing. So even if the eldest princess has the help of a sixth-stage god-refining realm powerhouse, it's still hard to have a chance of winning, isn't it? There are many top families in Bianjing City, but not all of them are on the same page with the royal family, and the only one His Majesty can truly trust right now is the Yi family. Saying this, Yi Qingyi got up. His killing aura condensed around him and his expression was ice-cold. It's about time. Are you going to plant yourself or do I have to do it? Yi Li, I really didn't kill him. It doesn't matter. Both the Yi family and the emperor just want you dead. Saying that, a spear in Yi Qingyi's hand that was condensed from killing Qi slowly took shape. Wait, Commissioner Yi, wait a little longer. I still have something to say. Sensing the intense killing intent, Mose shouted with an anxious expression. Don't struggle. Today you will definitely die. The killing Qi spear in Yi Qingyi's hand was slowly raised and was about to shoot out. Wait a minute, Commissioner Yi. Wait a minute, Xiao Linzi. Wait a minute. The spear that was shot out deflected and shot a large hole in one of the walls of the cell. What did you just call me? Yi Qingyi's eyes shot out a horrifying gaze as he stared dead at Mose. That was close. Just almost ga. Inkbrand said with an odd expression on his face as he patted his chest with a palpitating heart and calmed down. Kobayashi, do you think there's such a possibility that you're actually my father? Yi Qingyi's expression froze and the corner of his mouth twitched. Nonsense. He then stared at Mose's eyes with a stark expression, and asked suspiciously, You're Ning's son? Originally, I just wanted to get along with you Yi family members as ordinary people, but I didn't expect to get nothing but hatred and killing intent in return. Okay, no more pretending. Showdown. That's right, I am Yi Qingning's son. Yi Qingyi looked at Mose and was silent for a long time before finally popping out 3 words, Is she alright? Mose rolled his eyes breathlessly. If you care about her, why don't you go and check on her? Although Guanghe City is far away, to you Qi refiners who can fly, It's only a round trip a day. Yi Qingyi looked cold and lowered her head and said, I can't go. Lin Tian, who was jealous, if he knows that I still have an affair with Ning, he will definitely cause trouble. As soon as this line came out, Moze roared angrily, if you knew what kind of person Lin Tianhu was, why didn't you stop her in the first place? Looking at Moze's agitated expression, Yi Qingyi grabbed Moze's shoulder and said nervously, Ning, is something wrong? Chapter 133. Moze broke away from him, waiting for my hands, and said with a serious look, I don't want to talk about her, so that you don't think that I'm lying to you in order to stay alive. Although Guanghe City is far away, with the Yi family's intelligence network, it would only take a day to check it. Yi Qingyi gave him a complicated look and quickly ran out of the school discipline office cell. No one is allowed to approach Moze without my order. Not even the emperor. Yes, Commissioner Yi. Listening to the growls coming from outside, Inkbrand knew that his life had been saved after all. Now the situation is very chaotic, he has to run through it. And he is not surprised that the eldest princess wants to rebel. It just didn't occur to him that she was hiding so much strength and that the Ghost Society would always be a thorn in his side. Sister Moon, you can rebel if you want to, but don't collude with the ghost race. Then he began to review all the things that had happened since he had entered Bianjing City, from the Princess Wanqing case to the Ascension cult incident and finally to the elimination of the Ghost Society's headquarters. Piece by piece, he felt as if there was an invisible pair of black hands behind everything manipulating it all. Xianyu College, School Discipline Office. The 3/4 stage Mingi realm experts received orders and flew their flying boats quickly in the direction of Guanghe City. It's an extraordinary time. The princess's 300,000 strong army is watching from outside the city. As a 5th stage Chao Yuan realm expert, Yi Qingyi naturally couldn't just leave Bianjing City, so he could only send his men to Guanghe City to spy on the news. Lin Tianhu, if you dare to apologize to Ning, I will definitely exterminate your entire Lin family. Yi Qingyi's fists were clenched, and his eyes were ice cold. Although not completely sure of Moze's identity yet, but from that sentence Shaolin Zi Yi Qingyi already believed 90%, and Moze didn't have the surname Lin, which made Yi Qingyi feel very bad in her heart. But there was one thing that Moze was right about. Yi Qingning's news, he had to be personally sure before he would believe it. Family master, what brings you here? Yi Qingyi looked at Yi Peng, who had an angry face, and asked suspiciously, Qingyi, what are you up to? Why isn't Moze dead now? Is a Qi transformation realm that hard to kill? Family master, Moze can't die now. I still have some things to make sure. Yi Qingyi, what do you mean? Are you trying to betray the Yi family? Yi Peng growled incredulously. Family master, Moze really can't die now. Yi Qingyi hesitated for a moment, and eventually said in a tangled voice, he might be Mrs. Sun. What? That young lady? Then thinking of something, Yi Peng asked in shock, he's Chengning's son. Yi Qingyi nodded, I've already sent people to investigate, and I'll have the results as soon as tomorrow. However, from the information I have now, he's 80% real. Yi Peng stared at him for a while and finally said with a serious expression, let me know tomorrow when you have the results. And don't talk to Dad until this is confirmed. Understood. It wasn't hard to find out about the news of the Lin family in Guanghe City, and the 3/4 stage Mingi realm experts returned that night. A detailed intelligence about Yi Qingning was quickly placed on Yi Qingyi's office desk. Yi Qingyi opened the first page and his pupils contracted violently. What? She's dead. As he looked at the detailed information about Yi Qingning page by page, past events came to his mind one by one. Shaolinzi, why are you so stupid? When you see arrows shooting over, you don't know how to dodge them. I can't hide. If I do, that arrow will hurt you, miss. Fool. I'm wearing soft armor. That arrow can't hurt me. That won't work either. The arrows will hurt you. Kobayashi, when you grow up, will I marry you? Yes. Ning, we can't be together. Why? I'm just an underling. I'm not good enough for you, and the master won't agree. We like each other just fine. Why should anyone else agree? Little Lindsay, this is the essence of weak water. If you refine it, your water elemental chi will be able to advance to the 3rd grade weak water chi, and when you become a genius, we will be able to be together. Yi Qingyi, are you really so desperate? Let me tell you, if you don't love me, there are people who do. Ooh, little Lindsay, take me with you. The heavens and the earth are good anywhere. I really don't want to marry into the palace. I'm sorry, Ning, the family head has been so kind to me. I can't take you away. Yi Qingyi, I hate you. My Yi Qingning's fate can only be my own. From now on, I, Yi Qingning, sever all ties with the Yi family. As Yi Qingning's information was read, Yi Qingyi couldn't stop crying with sadness. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. Ning, I was wrong. At the same time, An identical piece of information was also sent to Yi Hang, the old head of the Yi family. After Yi Hong finished reading, his mouth murmured, the poem that Moze had once used to taunt Lin Tianhu. The frost is white and cold, and the wind is bitterly cold. A heartless man with no love. A woman with a broken soul has no place to tell her. The child is 14 years old, and cries alone in the twilight of his years. Changing his name and forgetting his past, he has been proudly treading the path to the top ever since. Ching Ning, father was wrong. School discipline office. Inside the dungeon. What? You guys want me to return to the Yi family? Moze looked at Yi old family master Yi Hong and the others in front of him and mocked without mercy. I'm now a direct descendant of the Yuan Xing Academy, a third-grade Qi Cave Swamp Qi Pavilion master, and with the importance the academy places on me, I'll definitely be sent to the Tianyu Sacred Academy in the future to further my studies. With my talent, advancing to the 6th order God refining realm is inevitable. The 7th order Cave Heaven realm is also promising, and the 8th order Void Breaking realm can also be put up a fight. You want me to give up all this, join the Yi family, and play house with a bunch of ordinary people in this Bianjing city from now on? What a joke! If it weren't for the fact that I'm not strong enough right now, and my life is still in your hands, I would have directly destroyed your Yi family right now. And you actually want me to join the Yi family? Wanted to fart, eat it. Yi Hong was silenced by the dislike, and Yi Peng said unconvincingly, you carry the bloodline of our Yi family, so naturally, you must recognize your ancestors. Then I thank you, oh, ancestor. Alright, Panger, Moze is right. As a Qi refiner, one shouldn't be dragged down by the lineage. Yi Hong interrupted Yi Peng, who was still trying to speak, and then said to Moze, worthy of being the outstanding bloodline of our Yi family, with such excellent talent, Moze hopes that you will look after the Yi family in the future when you have achieved success in your cultivation. Moze laughed, well said, well said. Then he asked with a change of seriousness in his expression, I remember when the crown prince fell, his power was divided by all parties, and I would like to ask which family's share was the largest. Yi Hong oddly glanced at him and said, when the crown prince fell, 20% was divided by the various families, 40% of the 5 real power royalties, and the eldest princess contributed the most to a family that got 40% alone. It's really her. Moze's face went pale as he took 2 steps back. Sister Moon, you're so cruel. You even killed your own husband. Chapter 134, Goodbye Shinya. At this time, Yi Qingyi also reacted and said in shock, you mean to say that the mastermind behind the Ghost Society is the elder princess? Moze nodded with a complicated expression, it's 80% her. Yi Peng was overjoyed, that means that the eldest princess, she colluded with the ghost race. Let's report this news to the dark hidden guards. Then she's finished. Ha ha ha. Moze gave him a helpless look, these are just speculations. Do you have proof? Yi Peng, what are your plans now? Yi Qingyi asked indifferently. I don't know. My heart is in turmoil right now. Moze still couldn't accept the fact that the eldest princess had killed her extra horse's sidekick. The situation in Bianjing is very chaotic right now. Your emperor's qi has already been cultivated to perfection. It's better for you to return to the Yuanqing Academy as early as possible. What's going on here isn't something you can get involved in as a tiny qi transformation realm qi refiner. Aha! Moze nodded. Yi Qingyi was right. Regardless of whether or not the eldest princess had colluded with the ghost clan, these matters were not something they could handle. The Bianjing city was now filled with a solemn atmosphere. Soldiers with armor could be seen everywhere, and Zhao Shanfan and the others had moved back to live in the academy. The Rapunzel gave the emperor a list of 10 major offenses, one of which was mutilating Yuanqing Academy students. Now Yuanqing Academy's attitude also wait-and-see state. Obviously also do not want to intervene in the battle of imperial power. Like a god, Moze walked to the emperor's side harnessed by the side of a team, and the emperor's side harnessed by the side of a team had long been empty. Moze pushed the door and looked at the familiar scenery for a moment. He still can't accept that the warm, gentle sister Yu would be a traitor who killed her husband. Suddenly there was actually a figure in a compartment in front of him. It's you? It's you! Moze's love sword came out of his body, surrounded by electric light, pointing at the other party, coldly saying, Miss Shinya, what a coincidence. We meet again. Let me see what other talents you have today. Yes, what a coincidence. But with your second stage Qi transformation realm cultivation, what else can you do to me? Shinya wore a mocking face, her third-rank ghost general aura on display without a doubt. Moze didn't talk much, directly put the gas mask on, and the swamp gas around his body quickly and silently diffused. Vomit. Did you just fart? It stinks. Vomit. Shinya's complexion was incomparably ugly, doing dry heaving state one after another. The smell was just too disgusting, more than 100 times worse than her going to the toilet. Moze didn't pay attention to him, and electric sparks flashed in his hands. Instantly the surrounding area burned with a blazing fire. As he danced with the stirring stick in his hand, the flames transformed and converged into 4 fire dragons, lunging at Shinya. Shania forced herself to hold back that intense feeling of nausea, and 2 curved blades suddenly appeared in her hands, chopping several ghost blades one after another as her body rotated. The 4 fire dragons were directly twisted into countless sparks, and then her figure was as fast as a ghost, and her 2 curved swords swiftly slashed at Mose with a morose ghostly aura. Mose's body flashed with electricity, and a dashing walk, coupled with a nimble turn, drifted to avoid the strike. At the same time, the churning stick pointed a mighty arm-thick bolt of lightning to strike. Boom! Although in her haste, Shinya chopped out a ghost energy to resist. However, she was still electrocuted and her hair exploded like ionic heat. Ah, Mose, I'm going to kill you, Shinya shouted angrily, clearly unhappy with her new look, while a wry smile spread across the muscular leaves of her face. Hey hey, hey! The masked Mose let out a cold laugh as the spiritual deterrence of the Emperor's chi was unleashed along with the laughing chi. Shinya suddenly only felt that Mose's figure was suddenly taller and taller, and her expression was in a trance. Left 0, right fire, thunder God help me! With Mose's shout, 2 red-colored lightning bolts instantly shot out. Boom! The frothing Shinya was directly sent flying, a mouthful of dark green blood spurting out as she fell hard to the ground. Mose pressed his stick against the front of her chest cavity and sneered, "Is the 3rd rank awesome? How is it possible? How can the 2nd stage chi transformation realm be so strong? You must not be human." Shinyu's face was white with an unbelievable expression. Honest duct tape, where the hell are you ghost remnants hiding? And are you doing anything here? Bah! You're dead to me, I'd rather die than say anything. Humph, your mouth is still quite tough. I have ways to make you tape. After saying that, Mose was about to prepare to unleash his laughing gas confusion skill. You let go of her. She really doesn't know anything to. A familiar and cold voice came. Sister Yu, is it really you? Mose turned his head to look. The eldest princess was walking towards him with a cold face. Sister Yu, Xiao Yu's brother-in-law loves you so much. How could you lay your hands on him? 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes as she shook her head. I didn't kill him. I never wanted to kill him either. Then how did he die? He committed suicide. Before he died, the prince left him clues about the Spectre Society. He followed the clues and realized that I was the one behind the Spectre Society. He also found out a lot of my secrets. He couldn't agree with what I was doing, and he couldn't go against me. In the end, he chose to kill himself, trying to use my death to lure the strongest of the Yuan Xing Academy and at the same time persuade me to turn back. Saying that, the Rapunzel lowered her head sadly. So the Spectre headquarters we eliminated in the first place was actually a fake? Yes. When you were going to check on the flying feather guards, I knew that if I didn't find out something for you guys, Master Chi and the others wouldn't leave that easily. Then you arranged that assassination I suffered as well. You have the yellow court jade pendant that I gave you, so it's impossible for you to be killed. And then, as I had planned, you managed to find the estate that I had arranged. I sacrificed 5 Fifth Order Cha Yuan realm subordinates and thousands of ghost slaves to finally dispatch Pavilion Master Chi and the others. So you also framed the Yi family at the same time, trying to get Pavilion Master Chi and the others to get rid of you from the Yi family. Yes, the Yi family is the Emperor's die-hard loyalist. I had thought that with the dark hidden guard's form style of preferring to kill by mistake and not letting go, the Yi family will be destroyed. I didn't expect that the dog Emperor would die to protect the Yi family. Hearing the eldest princess finish, Mose was also finally able to understand everything. He let out a long sigh and said with some weakness, Sister Yu, then what are you going to do with me? You won't really want to kill me. The eldest princess shook her head and said with an icy expression, Mose, I truly treat you as my younger brother, and if I don't have to, I really don't want to kill you. Then she let out a long sigh. After Xiaoyu left, I have no more relatives in this world. If you are willing, when I take the Great Li Empire, you will be the crown prince. Sister Yu, the Emperor is a 6th stage god-refining realm powerhouse. Even with Vice President Song, you won't be able to take down the palace that easily, right? Mose said doubtfully. Rapunzel smiled coldly, a cold and weird chi emanating from her. Mose's face changed drastically as he said incredulously, Ghost Chi. 6th Order God Refining Realm. This chi was not the same as the incomparably refuted Ghost Chi on those ghost clans. This was a true 2nd grade Ghost Chi. And it turned out that the eldest princess was a 6th ranked alchemy spirit realm powerhouse. Chapter 135, To be a prince or to die. A hint of smugness flashed across the Rapunzel's face. Not bad. I've long since broken through to the 6th stage alchemy realm. And at the same time, I also have an accompanying cavern. And a 2nd grade chi acupuncture point ghost domain. Now you understand why. After you guys turned Bianjing upside down, you couldn't find a single trace of the ghost race. They usually hide inside your portable cave. Rapunzel nodded her head, yes. Brother Mose, come with sister and, when I become the Empress of the Empire, I'll apply to the Yanhuang Sacred Academy for a cultivation quota for the second-grade Qi acupoints. In your capacity as the heir to the Empire, coupled with the second-grade Ghost Qi points that I myself possess. This way you won't have to worry about resources anymore even when you cultivate to the 7th stage Cave Heaven realm. But, you colluded with the Ghost race. The Yanhuang Holy Dynasty is already lucky if they don't destroy you. How could they still agree to the application? Mose said with an odd expression. The Rapunzel suddenly laughed and said mysteriously, who said I colluded with the Ghost race? That's not even colluding with the Ghost clan. Mose pointed to Shinya, the Ghost clan girl next to him. The Rapunzel's eyebrows raised. Those great powers collect demon pets and immortal slaves for I don't know how many. What's wrong with me collecting a few ghost servants? Right. We are all ghost slaves of Lord Ghostmaster. Shinya nodded her head very cooperatively from the side. Mose mentally rolled his eyes. You call that a few? The Rapunzel knew what Mose was worried about and persuaded. Brother Mose, don't worry. I've dealt with all the evidence cleanly. I can withstand the investigation. Mose sighed inwardly. That meant she still colluded with the Ghost clan. Brother Mose, I really don't want to kill you. Don't try to force me, said Princess said with an icy expression, the threat in her eyes undisguised. Brat, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Our Ghost Lord, when he's ruthless, he even kills his own people. Shinya screamed from the side. Mose glared fiercely at Shinya, then said seriously to the eldest princess, Sister I think you're right. I'm willing to be the crown prince of your new empire. When he finished, he even gave a respectful salute. Rapunzel laughed happily. I knew it. Brother Mose, you'll understand me. So give me the stay mirror you just secretly recorded. It's so embarrassing to be found out. Before he came to Bianjing, he had looked for Lord Qi Pavilion to order a few shadow-retaining mirrors, and just now when he had a conversation with the eldest princess, he was in his sleeve, secretly turning on the shadow-retaining mirrors to record it all as evidence. Ha ha ha. It's true that nothing can be hidden from Sister Moon. Mose awkwardly handed over the retaining mirror. The Rapunzel received the shadow retaining mirror, sneered, and with a forceful finger, the shadow retaining mirror turned into powder. What a sinister human! Lord, this son cannot be kept. Shinya admonished with an angry face. The eldest princess gave him a blank look, to be called young lord. From now on you'll be his maid. Shinya said with an incredulous look on her face. From now on you have to be called young lord. Mose laughed triumphantly. You girl who doesn't talk about martial virtues. You have finally fallen into my hands. See how I can temper you. With the Rapunzel leading them to the study. A switch was flipped within a dark compartment. The bookshelves slowly opened, and a secret passageway appeared in front of Mose's door. There are actually secret passages here. Mose's face showed surprise. I've been operating in Bianjing for more than 20 years. What's so surprising about having a secret passage? The eldest princess had an air of entitlement. Aha! Makes sense. Then Mose walked into the secret passage along with the princess, and after 7 turns, he walked out of the secret passage and actually came to the princess's barracks outside the city. With this secret passage, the high walls of Bianjing City are like a sham, and it seems that he is sitting on this crown prince, the center tent. This is my younger brother, Mose, who will be the future heir of our Crescent Moon Empire. The eldest princess majestically introduced Mose's origins to the group of senior ones. Greetings, young lord. The crowd saluted. No need to be polite. Please take care of everyone in the future. Mose smiled and greeted the crowd. Fellow student Mose is a supreme talent. Our Crescent Moon Empire has a successor. Ha ha ha. Vice Dean Song laughed out loud. Vice President Song, you are too kind. For a god-refining realm powerhouse, one still had to maintain a minimum level of respect. When Mose walked out of the middle army tent, Vice President Song immediately changed his face and arched his hand at the eldest princess. This son, I'm afraid that he's not on the same page as us. Your Highness should still be more careful. I know that he still has a grudge against Xiaoyu's death, but he's a man who knows what's good for him. After we take Bianjing City, he will naturally be willing to properly be the crown prince of our empire, said Rapunzel. A confident look flashed in her eyes. She didn't believe that besides Xiaoyu, there was anyone who could arrive at the temptation of the second-grade Qi acupoint. As the young lord as well as the future crown prince, Mose naturally had a separate military tent as well. Young lord, are you tired? Do you want the slave girl to press your shoulders? Shinya said with a flattering face. Not bad. Enter the role quickly. Just that look like death. So quickly yielded. Mose's eyes were filled with a teasing look. Young master, you're joking. Before that was the leader watching from behind. The slave girl naturally had to perform well. Now you're my new leader. What you say is what you say. Well, then, let's perform a talent show first, to relieve the boredom. Yes, young lord. After saying that, Shinya began to dance in front of Inkbrand. Stop, stop, stop. These dances are so boring. Change it. Shinya stopped dancing and said helplessly, young lord, then what talent would you like to see? Mose thought for a moment. Don't you know how to spin? Then just keep spinning until I yell stop. Ah, how long is that going to take to turn? Cut the crap and turn around or I'll file a complaint against you. Unable to do anything else, Shinya then began to spin in place with a complicated expression. Not bad. It's a little colorful. Let's make you not be Marshall and throw ecstasy in my face. 2 days later, Rapunzel, who had everything ready, began to attack Bianjing City. Due to the temporary rebellion of 2/3 of the city's lineages, coupled with the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team's tunnel, in less than half a day, the princess led a 300,000 strong army to attack the city. The palace, at this time, had been surrounded by the 300,000 troops of the princess. Li Taiyuan, if you surrender, I can save you a decent one. The eldest princess looked at the emperor on the city floor and said with a cold expression, ha ha ha, surrender, Li Yu you're thinking too naively. In front of a 6th order god refining realm powerhouse, these mortal soldiers aren't even considered ants. With that, he suddenly bowed in the direction of the Xianyu Academy and said, please ask Dean Qin to step in and help kill the rebels. After saying that, a rainbow light flew into the high sky and confronted the elder princess and the others. And it was none other than Dean Qin Hai of the Xianyu Academy. Chapter 136, Master Qi comes to help. Dean Qin, do you also want to meddle in the battle for imperial power? The eldest princess' expression was cold and stern, her killing intent undisguised. If I let you become the emperor, my Xianyu Academy will definitely be reduced to a vassal of your imperial family. This is absolutely not acceptable. Dean Qin's expression was serious and his gaze was firm. Then he scolded Vice Dean Song. Song Yiliang, you asshole, Shan Chu, was really blind to find you to be the vice president of the academy. Look at what you've made the academy into. After 50 years, our Xianyu Academy hasn't produced a single heavenly pride for the Holy Academy. Song Yiliang sneered. Qin Hai, you idiot, people don't take care of themselves, the heavens and the earth. The contribution points needed for the Holy Academy's 2nd grade Qi acupoints are too high. So if we teach students honestly, when will we have enough? If we don't think of some other way, we won't be able to break through to the 7th order cave realm in this lifetime. When Dean Qin heard this, he trembled with anger and pointed at Song Yiliang. You selfish and self-serving fellow, have you forgotten the oath you made when you joined Xianyu Academy? Our responsibility is to train excellent students, not to damage the reputation and interests of the academy for your own selfish desires. Song Yiliang, however, smiled disbelievingly and said, Humph, that's all just empty words. Who would take it seriously? Only strength is the most important thing. As long as you can raise your realm, sacrificing something is worth it. Dean Qin was enraged and rebuked loudly. Your behavior like this is simply shameless. You don't deserve to be a vice dean, much less a tutor. Song Yiliang still had a disinterested attitude as he responded. Whatever you say. Anyway, after today, Xianyu Academy will be under my control. You either choose to obey or get lost. Dean Qin's heart was filled with disappointment and anger as he watched the former colleague in front of him become such a stranger. Your obsession with power has already caused you to become a demon. With this state of mind of yours, even if you were given more 2nd grade Qi points, you wouldn't be able to break through. Today I'm going to eradicate you. The scum, on behalf of Xianyu Academy. After saying that, Dean Qin exuded a 2nd grade aura, and with a long stick in his hand, he battled towards Song Yiliang with the might of a mountain and a tsunami. I've long since seen you as a fellow who doesn't look good. Let me see how many kilograms you really have today. After saying that, a long knife also appeared in his hand, also emanating a 2nd grade aura. He chopped out daggers and battled with Dean Qin Hai. The two were of equal strength, and for a while, they were unable to distinguish a winner from a loser. Li Turnip Moon, surrender now and I'll leave you a whole body for the sake of the bloodline of the same clan. After saying that, Li Taiyuan exuded a 2nd grade dragon aura, like a ferocious beast of the ancient world, and looked at her mockingly. Is the 6th order god refining realm amazing? The Rapunzel let out a cold snort. Her body's aura soared. The 2nd grade ghost aura came out morosely, and her eyes stared at the other party grimly. How is it possible? When did you break through the 6th order god refining realm? Humph. Anyway, it's earlier than you. If it wasn't for my father's preference for sons, when would it be your turn to sit on this throne? And today I'm going to take back everything that should belong to me. Just as Rapunzel was about to launch an all-out attack, a large flying boat flew in from the distance. Li Turnip Moon, you really colluded with the Ghost Clan. Above the flying boat, A woman with disheveled hair and a heavy sword in her hand shouted. It was precisely Chi Pavilion Master and the others. When the Ghost Society's headquarters was eliminated earlier, Chi Pavilion Master felt that everything was too simple, and all the evidence was as if it had been sent up by others of their own accord. And in the end, it was also confirmed that the Yi family was framed. Immediately, she knew that there was a black hand behind this. Therefore, she had made a trick out of it, and deliberately was saying that her mission was complete and she was returning to Yuanqing Academy. But in reality, she was hiding nearby, waiting for the eldest princess to take the initiative to reveal her footsteps. Pavilion Master Chi, you guys came just in time. Li Turnip Moon colluded with the ghost race. She's a human traitor. Quickly kill her. Emperor Li Taiyuan shouted in excitement. Truly the sky is the limit. Although Pavilion Master Chi and the others didn't have any 6th order god refining realm powerhouses, but they did have 25th order Chaoyuan realm powerhouses, so as long as they themselves dragged down Li Yue, then the battle could be reversed very quickly. The eldest princess had a frosty look in her eyes and said with a serious expression, Pavilion Master Chi, is Yuanqing Academy going to meddle in the battle for imperial power as well? Pavilion Master Chi laughed. The Yuanqing Academy never interferes with imperial power, but if you collude with the ghost race and kill our Yuanqing Academy students, then we'll have to take care of it. Which did you see me colluding with the ghost race? I killed that Yuanqing Academy student again. You are surrounded by ghostly aura, and you still dare to argue? How dare you say that Xiaoyu didn't kill you? Xiaoyu is my husband. How could I kill him? And my ghost chi surrounding me is colluding with the ghost clan? Then is his being surrounded by dragon chi colluding with the dragon clan? Saying that, the eldest princess pointed at Emperor Li Taiyuan with a sneer on her face. Then she pointed at the two deans fighting in the sky above. Then the two of them were covered in aura. Also spirit world spies? Sharp-tongued. No matter what, I'll assume you're the ghost race spy. After saying that, the Chi Pavilion Master was surrounded by lightning, his aura compelling. Chi Mengqi, are you determined to be my enemy? The eldest princess' expression was ice-cold, her eyes boiling with killing intent. So what if I am? I just don't like the look of you. Pavilion Master Chi's expression was bland, and he wasn't the least bit weak in the face of the killing intent of a 6th stage god refining realm powerhouse. Well, do you guys think I'm going to lose? With that said, the Rapunzel waved her hand and a black hole steeply appeared behind her, and a dozen or so 5th-ranked ghost monarchs walked out one after another. Carry on cave. Emperor Li Taiyuan and the other 6th order god refining realm powerhouses all changed their faces drastically. And you say you didn't collude with the ghost race? Pavilion Master Chi pointed at the Rapunzel and shouted angrily. These are the ghost slaves I took in. The Yanhuang laws have never said that enslaving ghosts is against the law. After this matter is over, I will personally ask the dark hidden guards to come over and investigate. Immediately, the Rapunzel's face was grave, and her eyes were filled with the color of madness as she sternly said, Now, do you guys still think that I'm bound to lose? These dozen or so 5th order ghost monarchs, together with those 5th order Chao Yuan realm lineage powerhouses who had defected to the elder princess, were already vaguely stronger in terms of strength than the powerhouses on the side of the Chi Pavilion Master and the Emperor. And the princess still has 300,000 troops. The Emperor's side only has less than 50,000 featherwoods. Although these ordinary generals would not be able to do much damage to a high-level Chi refiner, it was still no problem to rush into the palace and kill off a bunch of ordinary royal family members. All generals obey. Kill the palace for me and leave no chickens or dogs behind. Kill. Crazy. This is crazy. Mo's face white. Unsightly, he has long been aware of the princess. Since the death of extra horse harnessed by the side of the team, the spirit of some began to be out of place. But I did not expect her to be so crazy. Chapter 137, Don't Whistle Black in Your Next Life. As the eldest princess gave the order, the 300,000 strong army began to kill the palace. Li Turnip Moon, how dare you poison ordinary people? Emperor Li Taiyuan roared with anger in his eyes. The Rapunzel smiled coldly. Isn't that what you said? These people are all mole crickets, so I'll just kill them all and I won't just kill them all. When this battle is over, I'm going to massacre the city of Bianjing for 10 days. If you pity them, then surrender, or all you will get in return for your resistance will be a lot of killing. You're a madman, Pavilion Master Chi shouted angrily with an icy expression. Just as the soldiers were about to rush under the palace walls, Mose on the ground took out a remote control from his storage ring and pressed down. Boom boom boom. 3 loud bangs were heard, 3 giant-shaped cloud mushrooms rose up, and an extremely disgusting stench swept around the entire imperial city. Mose had just detonated the 3 methane pools around the imperial city and Xianyu Academy together. All those below the 3rd order 3 flower realm, smelling this stench, without any resistance directly fainted to death with their eyes white and foaming at the mouth. Due to the fact that this time in the methane pool, Mose added a lot of poisons into it, the strongest of the three flowers realm powerhouses, although it was not so much that they fainted, but he was also vomiting non-stop. His legs were soft and weak, and he couldn't fight in the slightest anymore. The duo of Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen from Xianyu Academy immediately put their gas masks on when they saw the cloud mushrooms rising. As for the crowd of Yuanxing Academy's strongest members, after smelling the familiar yet unfamiliar smell, they also picked up their gas masks and put them on one by one. Ever since the establishment of the Swamp Gas Pavilion, nowadays, at Yuanxing Academy, no matter if it was a teacher or a student, who didn't carry a few gas masks with them just in case, Mose, the eldest princess, stared at Ink Zephyr and shouted angrily. Mose smiled awkwardly. Rapunzel, that's fair enough, now that both of you are equal in strength, and you have no more worries. If you win, I'll willingly be your crown prince, and if you lose, I'll honestly go back to Yuanxing Academy to study. How good is that? Mose, you'd like to think that no matter what the outcome is, you won't suffer. Pavilion Master Chi laughed out loud. This is all learned from Pavilion Master Chi. Mose smiled stoically. Good. Very well then, let's see who can have the last laugh. The Rapunzel finished her speech with a huge rise in her aura. The black long sword in her hand danced, and her body's ghostly aura condensed behind her to form a ghostly shadow with a huge grip on a scythe. As she reached out and pointed, the black figure with its eerie ghostly aura killed Emperor Li Taiyuan. Anon! Emperor Li Taiyuan let out a dragon's voice, and behind him, a five-clawed golden dragon silhouette quickly pounced towards the black shadow. Meanwhile, Li Taiyuan was not idle either. A long spear snapped out and battled with the Rapunzel swiftly. The guns and swords clashed, erupting into layers of airwaves. Lord Kigaku and Yi Qingyi's people also variously attacked the Fifth Order Cha Yuan realm powerhouses on the side of the eldest princess. For a moment the entire battlefield was in chaos. Who should I help? Even though Sister Moon was crazy now, she had treated him well. Help the Emperor's side? No way. This Emperor is not a good person at first sight. It's better to see who gets the upper hand later. As Mazurjan was thinking about watching, a figure covered in fire dropped down. He butt-eyed over to see that it was none other than Teacher Yuan who had refereed them earlier when he had just come to Xianyu Academy. Teacher Yuan, are you alright? Mose ran over and asked with concern. Murazawa-san, save me, help me. Mr. Yuan rolled on the ground a few times to extinguish the fire on his body, while a large mouthful of blood sprayed out, obviously already seriously injured. Teacher Yuan, don't worry, I will definitely save you. Saying that, Mose hurriedly went over to help him up, while rapidly inputting chi into Mr. Yuan's body. Feeling the majestic chi instilled by Mose, Mr. Yuan couldn't help but feel a little guilty, thinking that when he was a referee, he so deliberately targeted him. Mauser is such a nice guy. Just those chi into the body of Mr. Yuan, and not as imagined to the middle of the way to go. Treatment of injuries, but quickly destroy its organs and bowels. Mose, you. A mouthful of blood spurted out before Mr. Yuan finished speaking, and then he died of his serious injuries. Mr. Yuan, remember in your next life, blowing a black whistle will lead to a bad death. After saying that, Mose made sure that he was completely dead, and then threw his body to the side. And at this time, the battle in the sky had also entered white heat. The Yi family's old master, Yi Heng, was directly blown up, and Yi Peng was also seriously injured. Yi Qingyi let out a murderous cry. The white tiger's shadow emerged behind him, and he fought the two Fifth Order Ghost Monarchs alone without losing the battle. Pavilion Master Chi, on the other hand, wasn't so good, and was surrounded by three fifth-ranked Ghost Monarchs, who were beating him up. Luckily, she was a refiner and armed herself to the teeth with a luxurious outfit, otherwise she would have been unable to carry it off long ago. Although the average low-ranked ghosts had refuted their ghost chi and were far from reaching the strength of a second-grade authentic ghost chi, they were still quite a bit stronger than the average third-grade chi of the human realm. Therefore, when the ghost race below the sixth rank fought with the human race, they could usually gain the upper hand, with the exception of the human race's celestial pride. Teacher, the signal's been out for so long, why aren't you here yet? Just as Pavilion Master Chi was secretly screaming in pain, a rainbow light swiftly flew over, and a pressure of a top-ranked six-god refining realm powerhouse swept across the scene. Di Niao is here. The Yuanxing Academy side had their spirits lifted. The Rapunzel's side, on the other hand, had their faces changed drastically, and they all leaned towards the Rapunzel in fear. Ha ha ha, Di Niao is here. Li Qiyu, you're going to lose. Emperor Li Taiyuan was so excited that he was trembling. His face was filled with madness, and then a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, staining the ground under his feet. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries in the fierce fight with Li Yeye just now. Dean, Why do you just have to go against me? Eldest Princess Li Yaya stared tightly at Din Yao, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. Humph, Li Turnip Moon. Ever since the first time I saw you at Yuanqing Academy, I knew that you were an extremely dangerous lunatic. It's a pity that kid Xiaoyu just refused to listen to my advice. Now, he's finally eating his own words. Din Yao's face was filled with anger, and his eyes showed deep disappointment and helplessness. Xiaoyu was his most outstanding disciple before the QI Pavilion Master, and he had poured a lot of his heart and soul into Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu ended up being mesmerized by this demoness and wanted to be with Li Qiyu even though she turned against him. It's all because of you. If you weren't so determined to stop me and Xiaoyu from being together. He has long since entered the Holy Academy as a direct disciple of the Academy to break through to the God-refining realm, and I have long since succeeded in my vengeance, and in the end, he will not die. Saying that, the eldest princess frantically pointed at Din Yao and angrily yelled, "This is all because of you. Because of you. Humph. Those who are blinded by hatred will only blame others for their faults and will never see their own shortcomings. Li Yu, you have become a demon." Din Yao's expression was cold and stern, exuding a murderous aura. "Old thing, do you think you're going to win? Ha ha ha." The Rapunzel laughed madly, and the surrounding void shook as if it was about to shatter at any moment. Din Yao's face changed drastically. He hurriedly persuaded, "Li Yu, calm down. Stop it. We'll fulfill you if you want to be an emperor." Chapter 138, The Ghost King's Advent. Ha ha ha, it's already too late. The Rapunzel laughed madly, her laughter sharp and piercing, as if she wanted to tear the whole world apart. At the same time, the space behind her began to tremble violently, and countless cracks appeared and spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, these cracks connected with each other, forming a huge black hole. It turned out that the Rapunzel had actually blown up her own accompanying cave. This was an extremely dangerous and crazy behavior, because once the cave exploded, the powerful energy contained in it would trigger devastating consequences. Moreover, the Rapunzel's accompanying cave was obviously from the ghost realm, so it forced open a passageway to the ghost realm after blowing itself up. "Welcome, Lord Ghost King, to the land." As the Rapunzel respectfully bowed, a low and terrifying sound suddenly came from within the black hole. Immediately afterward, a tall man with skin as pale as paper slowly walked out of the black hole. He was clad in a long black robe, the sleeves of which fluttered in the wind, giving off an eerie feeling. This man was none other than a seventh-order ghost king from the ghost realm, with an unfathomable strength that caused a chill to run down his spine. After the ghost king stepped out of the black hole, he coldly scanned the surroundings, his eyes revealing endless majesty and dominance. His gaze finally landed on the elder princess, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. "This is the human realm. Well done. Did you open this passage?" The Rapunzel pointed at this entire Bianjing city and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Ghost King. All the human beings here are my sacrifice for you. Only please can you shelter us back to the ghost world?" Ha 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 ha. "Good. This king appreciates you very much. From now on you will be the general under this king." After saying that, the ghost king waved his hand and a majestic ghost chi shot out like a torrent. The black hole rapidly expanded as if it was a huge mouth, and countless hideous ghosts inside whistled and fishtailed out. "Ghost cubs, enjoy this sumptuous meal of blood." The ghost king let out a sharp and piercing maniacal laugh. Countless ghost race soldiers wailed in excitement as they rushed towards the ordinary people in Bianjing City who had fallen into a deep sleep with their teeth and claws open. These innocent people were powerless to resist and could only allow the ghosts to wreak havoc, while those powerful 4th Order and above ghost race were staring dead at those 4th Order Mini Realm and 5th Order Chao Yuan Realm experts in the air. Greed and ferocity shone in their eyes, impatient to taste the fresh flesh and blood. The face of Lord Kigaku and the others were ashen. Facing such a huge number of ghost clans, they also felt a pang of fear, not to mention the fact that there was still a 7th-ranked ghost king with a dozen 6th-ranked ghost lords. Watching intently, Din Yao's heart was appalled at this time. If he had known this, he would have let this emperor do it to Li Yu. It's none of his business. Now it's good. Messing with the 7th Order Ghost King, everyone will have to die. Just as countless ghost clans jumped into the city. Boom, 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 boom. Another 5 huge cloud mushrooms rose up. Suddenly the entire Bianjing city, no longer a dead corner. Sour stench swept the entire city. The countless 1st and 2nd Order ghost clans without any resistance had their eyes whiten, foamed at the mouth, and directly collapsed to the ground with a bang. Although some 3rd-rank ghost generals didn't faint outright, they kept squatting on the ground and vomiting. Under the dual erosion of the poisonous gas and the swamp gas, each of these 3rd-order ghost generals were weak and their legs went limp, and some of them even tried to flutter and jump up. But in the end, they still fell straight down. Some tried to cover their noses with their hands or hold their breath. But that didn't help because the unpleasant odor had long since permeated the air and was everywhere. This is a trap. Damn human race, how dare they trap us? The Ghost King was furious, and a majestic ghost chi chopped out from the halberd in his hand. Lord Demon King, please let me explain. The Rapunzel's face changed drastically. Before she finished her words, that stern ghost chi had already chopped in front of her body. She hurriedly sacrificed a defensive treasure weapon, forming a light curtain over her entire body. Boom! Only a loud bang came. The Rapunzel was actually directly chopped out and ruthlessly fell into the ghost realm passageway. Her life and death unknown. Damn it! You're all going to die. The Seventh Order Ghost King looked around and let out an angry roar. The face of Moze below turned pale as he hurriedly asked the seven-colored origin chi in his sea of consciousness. Are you sure? Are you really able to lure in an undying realm powerhouse? It should be possible. Anyway, last time, in less than a minute, 3 indestructible realm powerhouses appeared. Good. Let's do as you say then. Are you sure? If we get caught, we'll be refined as super quality chi. It can't be helped. We're going to die left and right anyway, so we might as well put up a fight. Moze gritted his teeth. Then again, without anyone noticing, a faint trace of 7-colored chi appeared behind him. After 10 seconds or so, the 7-colored origin chi quickly burrowed back into Moze's sea of consciousness again, not daring to leak a single breath. Inside the palace of the holy capital of the Yin Huang Holy Dynasty, the human emperor who was in seclusion steeply opened his eyes flashing with astonishment before he quickly got up and crossed the layers of space, rushing towards the Bianjing of the Great Li Empire. Along with him, there was also Dongfang Shuabe, the head of the Tianyu Sacred Academy, and Tian Duanzi of the Heavenly Tao Sect. Lord Ghost King, this is the Earth. Within a few moments there will be strong people from the human race arriving. If you go on a killing spree, then the consequences are bound to cause very serious consequences. Please think twice. Despite Ding Yao's high level of strength, facing a Ghost King that was one realm higher than himself, he knew in his heart that the consequences would be unimaginable in the event of a conflict. The Ghost King smiled disdainfully. How serious is it? After I kill all of you and then loot some more, I will return to the Ghost Realm. At that time, if you human powerhouses have the courage to come to the Ghost Realm to find me. Ha ha ha. As the Ghost King's words fell, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by his laughter, carrying an aura of unspeakable terror. Combined with that hideous face and fierce eyes, it was chilling. However, right at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Is that so? But you can't go back. This voice was like thunder, echoing in the air, causing people to be shocked. Immediately afterward, a figure stepped from the void, and this person was none other than the human emperor. He exuded an endless pressure, as if he was a lofty mountain that inspired awe. At the same time, Tian Shenzi from the Heavenly Tao Sect and Dongfang Shuabe from the Heavenly Yu Sacred Academy also arrived. Undying Realm Powerhouse. Upon seeing this scene, the Ghost King's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that such a powerful figure would appear here, and there was more than one. In the face of such a situation, a wave of despair welled up in the Ghost King's heart. He knew he was in a desperate situation, and if he didn't do something, he would surely die today. Esteemed human powerhouse, I've actually come over for a trip. So far, I haven't harmed a single human, so please, Senior, give a way out. With that, the Ghost King directly bowed down. Chapter 139. Its breath is gone. Tian Duanzi's face was ugly as he looked at the Ghost Realm passageway, his heart filled with doubts and uneasiness. It doesn't necessarily go to the Ghost World. It's so capable of hiding. It could be hiding right here. Dongfang Shuabe said with a serious face. The human emperor stretched out his finger and a vast golden light shot out, instantly blocking the entire space of Bianjing City to death. Immediately after that, the human emperor opened his cavernous sky, and a team of generals clad in golden armor came out. These generals were the human emperor's personal guards, the martial dragon guards, and each of them had a cultivation level of at least the 6th order refined god realm. Search for me, the human emperor gave an order. Yes. The crowd of golden armored generals acted swiftly as they rushed towards those ghost clansmen and launched a comprehensive search without mercy. As long as they encountered the ones that didn't look good to them, they immediately proceeded to behead them. Never being soft, the human emperor could tolerate any human obtaining that super quality chi, but he could never allow it to fall into the hands of an alien race, much less let it stray into the other world. The Ghost King and a group of ghost clans were well behaved like elementary school students at this time, waiting for the martial dragon guard to inspect them. And Ding Yao and Pavilion Master Qi and the others were all too terrified to move, not even daring to breathe a single breath, let alone open their mouths to speak, although they didn't know exactly what had happened. Seeing those 3 imperishable realm powerhouses with such serious expressions, They all understood in their hearts that something big must have gone wrong. After a while, they only saw Dongfang Shuabe slowly walking over, and the crowd hurriedly saluted respectfully. Greetings to Dean Dongfang. No need to be polite. Dongfang Shuabe waved his hand, signaling the crowd to get up, then turned his head to Dean Yao. Xiao Yao, give me a detailed account of what just happened here. Not a single detail should be left out. Seeing what Dean Dongfang remembered about himself, Dean Yao was very happy, and immediately told everything that had just happened in detail. After hearing this, Dean Dongfang's frown deepened, and then asked a few more questions, which Dean Yao answered one by one. A few moments later, Dean Dongfang called Moze over again and asked seriously, Moze, have you seen that senior today? Moze hurriedly shook his head and said in a deep voice, back to the dean. No, ever since the last time we parted ways in the northwest, we haven't seen that senior since. Dongfang Shuabe nodded thoughtfully. Then the martial dragon guards over there finished their inspection and found nothing. In the end, Tian Duanzi suggested that he go to the ghost world to check it out, and the human emperor escorted all the ghosts here to the sacred capital. This civil unrest eventually came to an end with the defeat of the eldest princess, and Vice President Song was severely injured and had to leave Xianyu Academy. The Yi family, as die-hard loyalists of the royal family, suffered heavy losses. Yi Heng's old family head and 3 5th Order Cha Yuan realm clan elders had died in battle, and Yi Peng was also seriously injured, and without a heaven-defying chance, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive for long. Yi Qingyi chose to leave the Yi family after the war ended. He first traveled to Guanghe City to avenge Yi Qingning's death by destroying the Lin family, but unfortunately, Lin Tianhu received the news in advance and escaped. In the end, he left the human realm and traveled to the heavens and the worlds to train, searching for the chance to break through the 6th Order God refining realm. And the ordinary people of the entire city of Bianjing in the next few days finally understood what it meant to stink like a prison. Due to the fact that the amount of marsh gas this time was too much and the density was too high, in addition to the fact that many high-ranking qi refiners were injured in this battle, the marsh gas that permeated Bianjing city only slowly receded on the 3rd day. At the same time, this battle also allowed Emperor Li Tai to understand the power of the Yuan Xing Academy, and no longer dared to use means against Zhao Shanfan and the others to prevent them from cultivating the Emperor's qi. After Moze's group had all perfected their Emperor's qi, they also set off on their return journey. It is said that the day they left all the teachers and students of the entire Xianyu College, that is, firecrackers and drums to send off. Time passed, and by the time they returned to Yuanqing Academy, the final examination for the semester had just ended. Since Moze and the others didn't participate, this time the first in grade was Rin Chengchang, and the yellow grade 5 class was still the first class in grade. Ling'an City, Moze's house. Teacher, I heard that you saw my mother. Is she really not dead? Shan Xingshang asked with a complicated expression. Moze nodded, yes. In the end, although we annihilated the Ascension Sect's Yuzhou branch, she still escaped with serious injuries. Is hatred really so important that you are not willing to come over to see me for so many years? Saying that, 2 lines of tears flowed from the corner of Shan Xingshang's eyes. At first he was very happy to know that Shan Yi was still alive, but when he thought that his mother hadn't come back to see her for so many years, he was again lost. This meant that he would not be able to join the academy after graduation, and at the same time, he would not be able to get the opportunity to further his studies in the Tianyu Sacred Academy after reaching the 5th stage Chaoyuan realm. As for the 2nd grade chi points, one could only rely on oneself to find a solution. Originally, according to the rules of the Dark Hidden Guards, if Shan Yi had a problem, then all of his family members should be implicated. But this time, it was because of the assurance of the Academy's senior management that he was exempted from being implicated. Well, there is a meeting in the landscape, so don't think too much about it, cultivate well, and wait for the day when you have the opportunity to be able to walk in front of him and ask her nicely. Moze patted Shan Xingshang's shoulder comfortingly. Well, thank you teacher. The next day, Mirazawa was at home before his ass was even warmed up to city, when he was informed that he had to assemble at the school disciplinary office. When he arrived, he found that 4 people, including Ren Changchang, Zhao Shanfan, Feng Tianchen and He Ilian, were already here waiting early, and through the window of the school disciplinary office, Inkbrand could clearly sense Vice President Pun arguing with Dean Court. According to this teaching method of yours, these few trainees will surely fall into your hands again. Vice President Peng pushed open the door to his office with an angry face. Be reasonable, will you? Where is the problem with my teaching method? Don't think that you're great just because you've brought out a few Heavenly Pride trainees. This dean also has 5th rank Heavenly Pride trainees. Dean Yao came out after him and shouted defiantly. Vice President Peng disdainfully pooh-poohed, foolish and irredeemable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Peng. You don't want to be reasonable. Right. Fine. If you don't want to be reasonable. Old me is also slightly proficient in some punches and kicks. After saying that, Dean Yao rolled up his sleeves and looked like he wanted to talk about martial arts. Both Deans. What exactly are you arguing about? Mose hurriedly rounded up the scene and asked Yet with a curious look. If this was a fight, his own teacher would definitely suffer. After understanding, Inkbrand also knew the reason why the two deans were arguing. It turned out that in order to get into the top 5 in the next 100 houses competition, the academy had decided to conduct special training for a few of them. The dean's intention was to take out the best resources of the academy and prioritize the 5 of them to cultivate, allowing them to break through to a higher level. The vice dean meant that there should be different cultivation methods based on each person's characteristics, and that reading thousands of books was better than traveling thousands of miles, and that he would take the 5 to the other worldly worlds for training. Is the 5th candidate Hylian? Isn't she an alchemist? Isn't it a bit difficult to go to a competition? Mose asked doubtfully. Chapter 140 The 5th choice, Elaine Ho. Mose, don't underestimate alchemists. Even though alchemists' battle power is worse, but with the various magical elixirs and poisons, not only do they have a very large number of auxiliary abilities, and there are also very bizarre and unpredictable means of attack that often leave people defenseless. Vice Dean Peng explained seriously. Hylian smiled playfully and said proudly, Azay brother, don't underestimate me. I'm now the #1 alchemist in my grade, and I've already been accepted by Dean Yao as a personal disciple. Ever since she had refined hydrogen into her body, her strength had skyrocketed, and her alchemy skills had become increasingly refined with the aid of hydrogen. Soon she drew the attention of the vice dean, but Dean Yao, the old 6, rushed straight into He Jingqing's office, and made a threat plus a lure. In the end, with a cultivation quota for a 3rd grade chi point and the preferential purchasing rights of the alchemy pavilion and the chi refining pavilion, Hylian was bought over. Hylian also abandoned the vice dean under the persuasion of her own teachers and parents, and successfully worshipped under Dean Yao. This caused Vice President Peng to angrily curse old man Yao for being shameless. Mose, did you make Elaine's hydrogen? Dean Yao's eyes were like torches as he said suspiciously. Mose quickly shook his head. No, I've never even heard of this gas. Teacher, have you ever heard of hydrogen? He had now figured out Dean Yao's character, and if he knew that he would be hydrogenated, he would definitely have to hand himself over again. Hydrogen is not like methane gas. It's too powerful, and at the moment he doesn't want to hand it over so early. This hydrogen gas is also the first time I've seen it. The properties are somewhat similar to marsh gas. It can raise the temperature of the flame, and it also possesses the attribute of raising speed. It's simply a perfect match for alchemists. Saying that, Vice President Peng glared at President Yao. Whether or not this hydrogen is made by Mose, it's someone's private property, so don't give me any wrong thoughts. Alas, old Peng. Mose, why don't you guys understand me? Am I doing this for myself? I'm doing this for the school, for everyone. For the academy to be promoted to a first-class academy, it must have at least 5 3rd-grade chi points, and it's still missing 2. Mose, if you have a 3rd-grade chi point, contribute it. Don't worry, the academy won't treat you poorly, Dean Yao said meaningfully, with an expression of being selfless for the hospital and the people. If it is not Mose in his hands over when, but also really give him cheated, when the methane gas cave, to be in accordance with the value of the words, even if it is $100 million of golden ticket is not more than. The result was that this old man, stealing the concept, used 1,500 taels of gold to give himself away. Although the soul tool refining generators behind himself were all paid for by Dean Yao, he still suffered a big loss when he did the math. 3rd grade chi point, such a precious thing, I really don't have it anymore. Saying that, Mose sheepishly touched his nose. However, what kind of person was Dean Yao? With this small action, he instantly affirmed that Mose definitely still had a 3rd grade chi point in his hand. Master Mose, you're now at the top of the academy, you have to be dedicated. In the future, when the academy advances to a first-class academy, the Sacred Academy will grant a 2nd grade chi cave, so you'll be able to gain from it then as well? Seeing that Mose was a bit impressed, Vice Dean Peng interrupted, Old man Yao, you're less likely to paint a big pie for my student here. With Mose's talent to the 5th order Chaoyuan realm, he will definitely be able to go to the Sacred Academy for further training. If you can't use it in the 5th order Chaoyuan realm, you still have a chance to use it when you break through the 7th order Cave Heaven realm. I poo. You dead awful old man. You only used 2nd quality chi when you advanced to the 7th rank. Saying that, Vice Dean Peng scowled at Mose and the others. Although it is possible to break through from the 6th order alchemy realm to the 7th order cavern realm with both 2nd grade chi and 1st grade chi, there is a heavenly difference between. The first thing is that there will be a huge gap in strength, And the second thing is that if one is using the second grade chi to advance to the 7th stage cave realm, it will be very difficult to have a chance to advance to the 8th stage void-breaking realm later on. Finally, Vice President Peng glared at Dean Yao and sneered, "You guys really think that this guy this selfless, after the academy advances to a first-class academy, he would receive a large amount of contribution points as the dean, and with these huge amount of contribution points he would be able to apply to the Tianyu Sacred Academy for the qualification to cultivate the first-grade chi acupuncture points. With his talent, if he breaks through the 7th order cave realm with his second-grade chi, there is hope for the 8th order in the future." After saying that, an envious look appeared in Vice Dean Peng's eyes. Although he had cultivated 6 5th order celestial pride for the sacred courtyard, he was also still quite a bit short of the contribution needed to redeem a first-grade chi acupoint. However, it was still early to think about this. He was only in the middle stage of the 6th order god refining realm, unlike Dean Yao who was already in the late stage of the god refining realm grand completion. Upon hearing Vice President Peng's words, everyone had a look of that was the case. Dean Yao coughed dryly and said righteously, "Personally, I'm small, but mainly for the sake of all of us. Once we have our own second-grade chi acupoint, then those teachers within the academy, who were stuck with the peak of the 5th order Chao Yuan realm, would have a chance to break through to the 6th order god refining realm. You should know that the 6th order god refining realm is the watershed that distinguishes between mortals and transcendentals. After breaking through, not only will your strength be greatly increased, but your lifespan will also be increased by at least a few hundred years." Open-mouth benevolence and morality, closed-mouth moral benevolence. It's obvious that it's for his own breakthrough, and he's still talking in such a grandiose manner. Vice President Peng had a disdainful face. "Old man Peng, I've tolerated you for a long time today. Go out and I'll reason with you." After saying that, Dean Yao rolled up his sleeves, revealing his developed biceps. "Alright, Dean Yao, don't worry, when it comes to the critical moment, if I really have a third-grade chi point, I will definitely offer it to the academy." Fearing that his teacher was going to get beaten up again, Mose hurriedly came out to round up the situation. But hydrogen he certainly wouldn't hand over that easily. Oxygen and phosgene would be something to consider. As for laughing gas, that's just too weird and has an addictive effect if you let people inhale it for a long time. The two deans. "Let's discuss the main matter we came here for today," Zhao Shanfan proposed from the side. "Jade cannot be made into a tool without cutting it. If you want to compete with those top-tier academy geniuses, it is impossible to rely on a single bitter cultivation," Vice Dean Peng said with a firm expression. "Then there's no need to go to the other world. They haven't even broken through to the 3rd order triple blossom realm yet. What's the difference between going to the other world now and sending them to their deaths?" Dean Yao firmly stated his position. These 5 heavenly pride were gathered by him with great difficulty. If there was any damage from going to the otherworldly training, what the hell would be the point of participating in the 100 Quartz competition? Ignorant. The human realm is too peaceful. There isn't much danger at all, and all the chances basically already have owners. Although the other world is dangerous, opportunities also exist side by side. Wanting to get a good result in the 100 Quartz competition, how can it be possible without taking a little risk? Just as the two of them were at loggerheads, Mose stepped forward and said, "The path of cultivation is inherently full of risks. I think Vice President Peng's method is very suitable for us." Chapter 141, Sword Chi entering the body. Ran Cheng Cheng and the other 4 also chimed in, expressing their support for Vice President Peng's decision. The other world is dangerous. What if there's an eventuality? Don't worry, the academy doesn't lack resources. I'm confident that I'll teach to become a true heavenly pride. Saying that, Dean Yao's eyes were filled with powerful confidence. During this time he profoundly studied his teaching notes of more than 30,000 words. Having a deep understanding of how to teach trainees, he couldn't wait to experiment on Mose and the others now, to prove that he is long past his prime. Mose and the others looked at Dean Yao's resolute eyes and shook their heads frantically, indicating that they firmly supported Vice Dean Peng's teaching policy. Old man Yao, with your few brushes you still teach students. Please be a man. It's not easy for the academy to produce a few good seedlings. Vice Dean Peng laughed out loud, his eyes filled with a mocking look. Dean Yao was still unwilling to give up as he said to Mose and the others in a calm tone, "You must trust me. I am different. I now have a deep understanding and insight into teaching students. If you support my teaching program, I'll fully cover all the resources you need to break through to the 4th order Mingi realm." Mose and the others sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Dean Yao is putting down blood money, but the more it is like this, the more they dare not let agree with Dean Yao's teaching policy. The 5 looked at each other and took a step back in unison, their heads shaking like rattlesnakes. The children are unteachable. Dean Yao was furious and directly whisked his sleeve away. Vice President Peng harumphed and laughed. according to the cultivation guidelines that Vice President Peng had set for them. First of all, they had to cultivate the third Dao Qi to the highest level possible during this winter vacation. When the school year started tomorrow, they would go to the Wood Realm to practice, looking for opportunities in the process. The reason why he chose to go to the Wood Realm was because the academy didn't have any third-grade Qi suitable for Heilian's cultivation. According to Vice President Peng's planning for Heilian, it would be best for her to find a wood attribute or water attribute third-grade Qi at this stage. Time was running out, and the 5 were directly cancelled by the academy for winter break for special training. Ren Chengcheng and Zhao Shanfan entered the Xianhuang Pagoda to cultivate Xianhuang Qi. Feng Tianshan entered the Marsh Qi Pavilion to cultivate Marsh Qi, and Mo Zhe entered the Sword Pavilion to cultivate the Sword Qi that he had his heart set on. As for He Ilian, she was going to cultivate the cultivation of hydrogen Qi to the Great Perfection Realm during this winter vacation. However, her current Qi refining technique had been replaced with Dean Yao's Earth-grade Tongxian Qi refining technique, and within 2 months, cultivating to the peak of the Qi transformation realm shouldn't be much of a problem. Yuanqing Academy, Sword Pavilion, Pavilion Master Ren, what's going on with your face? Mo Zhe looked at Pavilion Master Ren's face. The obvious woman scratches asked suspiciously. She how that actually dared to sue me for blackmail in front of Sue, saying that I shopped at greenhouses every day in Dianjing. Saying that, Pavilion Master Ren suddenly looked cold and looked meaningfully at Mo Zhe. You were able to defeat Easy You and the E family. She how shouldn't be a match for you either. Pavilion Master Ren, what do you want? Mo Zhe suddenly felt a bit cold and shivered inexplicably. 500 credits to teach Qi Hao a lesson for me. Pavilion Master. Senior Qi Hao is a brother who shared the hardships with us. 1,000 credits. Deal. Mose would smile and shake hands with Lord Qi Gu. However, Senior Qi Hao has gone back home, so we'll have to wait until school starts next year to challenge him. It's okay. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Then Mo Zhe took out the Vice Dean's token and made his intentions clear with Pavilion Master Ren. This time, in order to prepare for the 100 Quartz competition, all the resources for Mo Zhe and the others to cultivate could be counted towards the academy. Pavilion Master Rin symbolically checked Mo Zhe's token, and then led the way into the inner wall of the legendary third-grade Sword Chi Point Sword Pavilion. It was a 3-story pavilion with 8 rooms on each floor, and in the center was a huge sword pool filled with countless treasured swords, flashing with a stern sword aura. These swords were of different grades, with the lowest of them being of high yellow grade, and there were countless Xian grade and earth grade swords. In the center of the sword pool, there was a huge sword that was black in color. The sword body was more than a zhang long and about a foot wide. The hilt of the sword was beautifully carved with exquisite patterns, and the entire sword exuded a stern sword aura. If Mose hadn't guessed correctly, this should be a heaven-level sword. Furthermore, around this heaven-grade treasure sword, there were countless other swords arranged in a complex and arcane sword formation. A burst of sword chi spread out from outside the sword formation, filling the entire pavilion. And around the pavilion, there was a static room spread out. Each static room had a door and a window, and the inside was decorated in a very minimalist manner, obviously used as a place for them to cultivate. Pavilion Master Ren brought Mo Zhe to a quiet room on the 3rd floor and said with a serious expression, Mose, this time, in order for the academy to allow you to go to the 100 Quartz competition and achieve good results, all the resources of the academy will be prioritized and supplied to you. Seize the opportunity. After saying that, he patted Mose's shoulder before walking out of the attic. Mo Zhe suppressed his shocked expression and began to sit on his knees, exercising the underworld Qi swallowing technique, refining the sword Qi into his body. These sword Qi were overwhelming, and after Mo Zhe refined them into his body, a few tendons in his body were actually directly cut by the sword Qi. The frightened Mose got up in a hurry and went to find Pavilion Master Ren, inquiring about the situation. After learning that this was all normal, Inkbrand started working hard to catch up on his grades. 2 days later, Mo Zhe managed to walk out of the sword pavilion in high spirits. A cultivation level had also finally broken through to the 3rd grade 3-flower realm. Swamp Court. Inside the underground chamber, Murray Zephyr exuded red lightning, and a large amount of lake water, by electrolysis, was broken down into hydrogen and oxygen. Elaine, this hydrogen should be enough for you to cultivate. Looking at the 4 large airbags that had been restocked, Mose couldn't help but feel a sense of pride rise in his heart. Aha! Thank you, Brother Aze. He Lian had a look of excitement on her face. Then her complexion changed oddly. Ah, Zay brother, is that Chu Yao girl pretty? Ah, Lian, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Miss Chu Yao and I are innocent. Mo Zay's face changed drastically and he hurriedly explained. Clean? I heard that you guys did it 7 times that night and didn't rest for the whole night. Lian pouted, her face full of jealousy. That's what Miss Chu Yao said on purpose to perjure herself for me. In fact that day we didn't do anything. Speaking of this, Mose couldn't help but reveal a sad look. In hell, I haven't even had a chance to get my revenge yet. Feeling Mose's sad look, Elian hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Brother Azer. I've really missed you all this time you've been gone. It's okay, it's all in the past. I let it go a long time ago, and I've missed you terribly in the meantime. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other in all directions and then hugged each other tightly. Unraveling the garments, the gestures are infinite. I will keep the lamp in front of my tent, and when I am ready, I will look at Ijiao's face. Chapter 142, Love is Forbidden in the Academy. Time is running out, and another freshman competition at One Star College is on schedule. Since the champion trainees of the last two sessions were the Mose master and disciple, Lu Xiaoyu's call was also the highest in this session, and she didn't let everyone down in the end, winning the championship with her cultivation at the 5th level of qi refining. Lu Xiaoyu not only has superior talent, but also especially likes refining weapons. As always, Dean Yao wanted to come over to dig the foot, but of course in the end is still failed. As the new semester begins, cadets are returning to the academy one after another. Dean's office. Dean Yao looked at the duo of Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianxian, and a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. The duo are now both 3 Dao and 3 pints of qi of the 3rd level of quasi-heavenly pride, as long as they are properly cultivated. The 5th level of absolute heavenly pride is also very promising. The two of you are here together with the teacher today. Is there any doubt in cultivation? Quickly say it with the teacher to listen. The teacher will definitely solve the confusion for you. Dean Yao had an expectant look on his face. The two of them smiled awkwardly and shook their heads in unison. They didn't dare to casually ask Dean Yao for guidance. Often when they had any doubts, they would directly ask Pavilion Master Qi or Mose. Feng Tianxian bowed and said with a grave expression, Teacher, this time we had a very profound realization during our trip to the Xianyu Academy. Lust is a bone scraper. Love is a gut-busting drug. Falling in love only makes one's will fade and spirit drift, makes one's lower body bleed and one's buttocks open up. In order for the college to be more accessible, this kind of behavior should be completely eliminated so that the cadets can only concentrate on their studies. Yes, teacher. The reason why we've been able to progress so quickly this time is because we've broken through the love barrier. That's why we've come here today to suggest to you that trainees be banned from falling in love. Zhao Shanfan said with a sincere face. Dean Yao nodded thoughtfully. You guys are right. If Xiaoyu could have had your kind of realization back then he wouldn't have ended up with a dead body. A day later, the college public address loudspeakers sounded. Announcement, firstly, due to the previous school rule that first year cannot fall in love, which was a complete success, in order for all of us to be more dedicated to learning and practicing, it is now decided that academy students are forbidden to fall in love, and once found to be counted as a major fault. Secondly, in order to promote the great spirit of hard work and study, it has been decided that the decision to have morning and evening study sessions will be implemented in all classes, with the exception of the 5th-year internship trainees. If you are in the middle of a retreat, you will need to ask the counselor for a leave of absence, and violators will be penalized with a credit, and in serious cases, a demerit and expulsion will be dealt with. Once this announcement came out, the entire academy wailed. Asterisk. Mose, you less god. I curse you to be dumped by women for the rest of your life. On what grounds? I'm in 4th grade. Why can't I fall in love? I'm a 9th-generation member of our family. 3rd grade. Yellow grade 5. Ren Cheng's body shook violently after listening to the broadcast, and then quickly stood up with an excited glint in her eyes. Slapping his hands hard on the table, his voice was loud and excited as he shouted, Class, here's your chance to earn credits. Everyone, come with me and go out and catch someone. After saying that, Ren Cheng did not hesitate to put on the badge of the school discipline team, her eyes revealing a kind of firmness and determination. At the same time, she made it a point to glance at Zhao Shanfan and cast him an appreciative glance. This idea was exactly what she came up with, because as her own strength continued to rise, she had lost interest in wool gathering for those weak first-year students. Hearing Ren Cheng's call, the trainees also stood up, their faces filled with excitement. They have been following Ren Cheng for the past year, earning credits in a variety of ways that have been very rewarding. Now, with a new opportunity in front of them, how can they not be excited? There was a greedy glint in their eyes, as if they saw countless credits beckoning to them. Yuanqing Academy, the dating mecca, the shore of the goddess lake, the yellow grade class 5 trainees, each wearing a gas mask on their heads, led by Ren Cheng and Zhao Shanfan, killed over in great numbers. Countless couples were taken away by them, and if any senior cadets resisted, they didn't stop them, they just memorized the names and reported them all according to the arrests. What do you guys want? I've graduated and now am an assistant professor. Who are you to control me? A recently graduated cadet roared angrily. Li Shaokai laughed. You have graduated, but she hasn't yet. Beautiful senior sister, take a walk with us to the school discipline office. Saying that, he also made a gentlemanly bow to this beautiful school sister. This assistant coach's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly pulled Li Shaokai to the side. This student, give some face and be accommodating. Your senior sister will graduate the year after next. I'll give you guys wedding candies then. Li Shaokai let out a cold snort in his heart. Scum! Actually picking up a schoolgirl 2 years younger than himself. Outrageous. Sister Chang Chang, there are trainees resisting arrest here. Ren Chang Chang, who was not far away, suddenly ran over with his eyes flashing with electric sparks. All the way to sparks with lightning. Who dares resist arrest? Ren Chang Chang had now broken through to the third stage of the three flowers realm, although he had yet to condense the Dao flower. But with the 3 channels of third grade Qi, other than a few fifth-year Heaven's Pride trainees, she really didn't put anyone else in her eyes. Student Ren Chang Chang, I'm also a full-fledged member of the academy, so give me some face, and let's just let this go, shall we? That assistant teacher said in a deep voice. All men are equal before the school rules. Take the lady with you. Wait, Ren Chang Chang, 500 credits to put Xiao Jing a yard, said the man, handing over his teacher's license. The surrounding crowd of yellow-level Class 5 trainees very silently turned away, pretending that they hadn't seen anything. Ren Chang Chang dryly coughed and very naturally took the documents and scratched away 500 credits. Sister is the first time today, so let's give face and pay attention later. Ren Chang Chang handed the documents to the assistant teacher and said with a big smile, Sister Chang Chang, I seem to have seen the class president and Heilian over there, a female cadet said as she pointed in the southwest direction. Pavilion Master Ren's eyes flashed with brilliance as he excitedly exclaimed, Let's go catch the traitor together. No, it's not good. Sister Chang Chang, that's the class president, Zhao Shanfan said with difficulty. What happened to the squad leader? The class president commits the same crime as the common people. Ren Chang Chang remembered that she had been screwed over so miserably back then, and now that she had the opportunity she naturally wanted to find a way to get her revenge back. Mose only became obsessed with the feeling of being in love after that one night of flavor, and whenever he had the chance, he went out with Heilian at the academy. At this point, he had just finished listening to the college radio, and was dumbfounded plus incredulous. Ah Zay, do you not want to be with me? Heilian looked at him with a grumpy face. It's not my doing. With a girlfriend as beautiful as you, how could I possibly go to the academy to prosecute such a thing? Mose had an innocent face. Heilian's small face flushed and shyly nodded her head. Aha, I believe you. So what do we do now? Chapter 143, Teaching Chihao. And I don't know which was the one who made the comment to the college. I curse him to be raped 100 times by the Ganges gargoyle. Mose said with a face full of hatred. He had only just enjoyed the wonderfulness of love. The academy made this whole thing up. So how could he not be angry? The academy rules can only govern things within the academy. Can they still govern us dating outside the academy? Mose said with a disdainful face. Heilian nodded with a flushed face. Then you come to my house at night. While the two of them were having a good time, Ren Chang Chang's icy voice came from behind them. Mr. Mose, Mr. Heilian, the two of you will come with me to the school disciplinary office. The two of them quickly backed away, and Mose stopped in front of Heilian, looking at the crowd of yellow-level Class 5 trainees and coldly saying, Okay, you guys have gotten hard. You actually dare to come over and mess with your class president. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads and hid behind Ren Chang Chang, with a look that we were also forced to do so. Humph. Everyone is equal before the rules of the academy. Mr. Mose, you'd better obediently tie your hands. Resisting arrest is a very serious matter. Ren Chang Chang's eyes were full of smugness. You want to arrest me for what? Didn't you hear the academy radio just now? All the students in the academy are not allowed to fall in love now. It's only just been broadcast and you're here. How fast can you get here? College notices, once issued, take effect immediately. Mose, you'd better be honest and go with me to the school disciplinary office to receive your punishment. Discipline me? Who dares to discipline me? You guys say I'm in love. Do you have any proof? Did you see me smooching or hugging? Classmate Elaine, he and I are just here to discuss the philosophy of life. What? Is this also a violation of the hospital rules? The corner of Mose's mouth hooked up an arc, seemingly smiling, looking at Ren Chang Chang. His eyes were full of disdain. He clasped his hands on his chest. A look of what can you do to me? Deadly denial. Right? Very well. I'll keep an eye on you. Ren Chang Chang was so angry that her face turned red and she gritted her teeth. She glared fiercely at Inkbrand before turning around and leaving with the people behind her. In fact, Ren Chang Chang knew very well in her heart that even if she brought Mose to the school disciplinary office, he wouldn't be disciplined too much, but she just wanted to disgust the other party. 4th grade, Heavenly Class 1. Mose, are you really going to challenge me? Chihao asked with a skeptical look on his face, knowing that Mose had the strength to cross the level of the challenge. He also knew that Mose had once defeated Yiziyu, who had condensed a Dao flower, and that the probability was that he was not Mose's opponent. It's just that he shouldn't have offended the other party recently. And then with a change of expression, he thought, did Pavilion Master Rin send you here? Chihao continued with a gloomy expression. Mose rubbed his nose and mocked, cut the crap. As the number 1 in the 4th year, you wouldn't be afraid to accept my challenge, would you? I knew it was that hypocrite's idea. What a waste of time. Chihao had an indignant look on his face, then angrily shouted, come as you are. I'm not one to be bullied. As the number 1 in the grade, Chihao also has his own self-pride. Whether he can fight or not is one thing, whether he dares to fight or not is another thing. Martial arts arena. The colleges under the stage looked at the duo in the ring, and there was a flurry of discussion. Is this god already this rampant? Actually openly provoking the number 1 4th year. Can Senior Chihao beat it? Hang on. This god, have you seen him ever lose? Not to mention this time he took the initiative to challenge. Hey! 3 seconds of silence for Senior Chihao. Chihao majored in 3rd grade sword chi, and his cultivation had already reached the late 3rd stage of the 3rd flower realm, vaguely showing signs of condensing the first Dao flower. Although his talent was strong, his chances weren't very good, and his first chi was only a 4th grade golden yuan chi. Over the years, his teacher, Hu Su-yun, had been trying to find metallic spiritual objects so that his golden yuan chi could advance, but unfortunately, he had not been able to succeed. Otherwise, he was also very hopeful of becoming a heavenly pride. Mose, let me see just how strong you are. The so-called number 1 heavenly pride of the academy in 500 years. With that said, Chihao quickly brought up a gas mask, surrounded by sword aura, and held a long sword as he quickly attacked towards Mose. Mose hurriedly ran his stance and retreated, waving the stirrer in his hand as waves of sword chi shot toward Chihao. This was a new yellow grade high-level battle skill he had practiced in the book depository. Spiritual Rhinoceros Sword Wave. Mainly with the sword chi cohesion becomes sword wave shot at the enemy. Into the side can be cut while shooting. Cut up people to double the pleasure. Retreat can be run while throwing, blocking the enemy to break the back without worry. It was a very powerful long-range attack sword technique, and the only drawback was that it consumed a bit too much. With his current strength he would have to lie down in 20 minutes at most. Chihao's long sword danced, and his sword power formed a wall of air around him, blocking all of Mose's sword waves from advancing half a step. Sure enough, the cultivation of sword chi is still short of fire right now. Mose's sword chi was internalized. His body flashed with electricity, and his swamp chi and laughing chi filled out at the same time. With a flash of sparks, the entire ring was instantly transformed into a sea of fire, and the 4 fire dragons swiftly lunged towards Chihao under Mose's control. The long sword in Chihao's hand fluttered as 4 sword chi tore the fire dragon to shreds, and then the sword chi coalesced around his body, an unconscious and bizarre smile on his face. Wag-wang chop. Hey hey, hey! A white, moonlight-like sword chi swiftly chopped towards Mose. Left 0, right fire, thunder god help me. Mose was not the least bit vain, and 2 lightning bolts struck out directly from his hands. Boom, boom, with 2 loud bangs, the moonlight-like sword chi was shattered by the lightning, while the other lightning bolt ruthlessly struck Chihao. At once, a burst of black smoke rose, and Chihao was electrified with a convulsion of scorched blackness, and his hair stood up. I'll fight you. Sensing that he had been insulted, Chihao gathered all his strength and was about to fight for his life. Suddenly, he felt that Mose's figure instantly became magnificent, and his mind went blank. It was Mirazawa who used laughing gas and mental deterrence on him. 100,000 volts. Pikachu! An arm-thick bolt of lightning struck directly at Chihao. When he only reacted, it was already too late. Lightning is close at hand. There was a loud boom. Chihao was electrocuted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out before abruptly fainting directly on the ground. The referee rushed over to survey whether Chihao was alright. Realizing that Chihao had only fainted, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As the referee shouted, Mose wins. The game is over. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd of watching trainees. Although it had been expected, the crowd was still unable to accept this outcome. Even the number 1 heavenly pride of the 4th year has lost. Who else among the cadets would be a match for this shameless god now? Does it take a 5th year senior to step in and defeat him? Think fart eat. The 5th year seniors are all out on internships, technically not considered cadets anymore. How could they come back and fight the god? Not far away, Pavilion Master Ren, touching the scratches on his face, a smug look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 144, entering the Wood Realm for the first time. As the 5 ended their seclusion one after another, their journey to the Wood Realm was officially on the agenda. As the official channel from the human realm to the worlds of the heavens, the Yanhuang Sacred Dynasty's Tongtian division possessed teleportation arrays for thousands of worlds. However, surprisingly, even in the other world, there is a need to apply for a visa. Mose looked at the form in his hand with mixed feelings. He never expected to have to deal with such a cumbersome procedure in this strange world. However, the so-called visa here is not a visa in the true sense, but something called a charm disc. Without this identity talisman disc, once discovered in other worlds, they would be treated as spies or stowaways. Of course, for those who were strong enough to ignore these rules. But still, for Murazawa and the others, they had to queue up honestly and fill in the forms. In a small room, Mose and the other 5 people were sitting in front of the desk as if they were elementary school students, and opposite them were a man and a woman in yellow uniforms signing the disc. "Why are you going to the Wood Realm? How long do you plan to go?" the man asked, looking at them seriously. "We're going to go to the Wood Realm to practice for about a year or so." Mose snatched the answer. "You guys are still students, right?" the woman asked, frowning. "Yes," the 5 nodded in unison. The woman bristled and shook her head. "I'm sorry you guys didn't pass the interview. Go back to school," he said, and returned the 5 copies that he hadn't even looked at directly to them. "Your Excellencies, we are cadets of the Yuan Xing Academy. This time we are practicing with our vice president in the Wood Realm. It is very important to us, so please be accommodating." Feng Tianchen looked at the 2 staff members, to please wait for them to leave, and immediately got up and begged. "Vice Dean of Yuan Xing Academy? You guys came with Vice Dean Pang." The man wore a surprised look on his face, then retook the 5 people's information and looked at it carefully. "Yes, I'm Vice President Peng's personal disciple, and this time, it's our teacher who brought us along to the Wood Realm to practice," Mose hurriedly added. The 2 disc-signing clerks looked at each other and each took their own stamp and stamped on each of the 5 people's charm discs. "Since you have a 6th-order god-refining realm powerhouse leading you, you'll be given a pass." With that, the duo handed the talisman discs and information to the 5. "Thank you, 2 lords." The 5 of them proceeded to the information and the various talisman discs and thanked them in a hurry. "How about it? It's all done, right?" Vice President Pang looked at the crowd with a smile, and he often traveled to and from all walks of life, so he had long ago run a 200-year time limit charm disc. Then Vice Dean Mozapeng led the way towards the teleportation array leading to the Wood Realm. "Teacher, when I look at filling out the information, how about not seeing the options for the worlds of the immortal world, the underworld, the god world, and the demon world?" Mose asked curiously. Vice President Pang patiently explained to them. The immortal world, the underworld, the divine world, and the demon world, the 4 worlds that possessed the first quality of chi, didn't have teleportation arrays open with the human world. Among them, the immortal realm had always wanted to annex the human realm, and was the human race's #1 enemy in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. If the human race wanted to enter these 4 great worlds, they would either have to break the boundaries with their great strength or go to other worlds for transit. Like the immortal realm has a very strong connection with the spirit realm. As they spoke, Mose and the others arrived in front of a palace called the Wood Realm Passage. After presenting their information to the guarding generals, and paying a certain amount of yuan stones, Vice Dean Pang led them into the main hall. In the middle of the hall was a very large portal, and after the guards checked their rune discs again, Inkbrands and the others walked into the portal. With a feeling of heavenly rotation afterward, they appeared in an ancient bronze hall. Vice President Pang skillfully handed over the talisman disc to the guards who came over to inspect it. After determining that there was no problem with the identity of the crowd, Mose and the others then exited the Great Hall and officially entered the Wood Realm. The Wood Realm, which was filled with various wood attribute energies, was filled with dense forests and flourishing vegetation. In this land, all kinds of spirit medicine resources were also exceptionally abundant, and it was rumored that 2nd-grade wood attribute auras would even appear in some places. This precious resource was extremely attractive to cultivators, and could help them raise their cultivation and break through bottlenecks. And Mose and the others came to the Wood Realm this time, precisely to travel to a tribe called Yuan. Legend has it that this tribe possesses an aura cave of the 3rd-grade spirit wood chi. This chi cave contained a rich 3rd-grade spirit wood chi, which was very suitable for alchemists to cultivate. The main purpose of this adventure was not only for them to build a deeper understanding in battle, but also to search for spirit items that could enhance their strength. And the Yuan tribe's 3rd-grade wood spirit chi was into their primary goal of this trip. Vice President Pang left on his own after bringing them to the Yuan tribe's main city, Carmel City. According to Dean Pang, they're all on their own. After the 5 of them found an inn to stay at in the city, they then started prying for news about the Yuan tribe. In front of a small wooden house, Mauser carefully knocked on the door. "Who? Mr. Darim, we were introduced to you by Elder Harry." Creak, a door was opened, and a thin, waxy-skinned wood spirit clan member with 2 green beards walked out. Human? What business have you come to see me about? Mr. Darim, we want to join the Yuan tribe, and we heard that you have a way to do it, so we've come to ask for advice, Mose said respectfully. Darim nodded thoughtfully. That's right, the 5 of you all want to join the Yuan tribe. Mose nodded with a smile. Darim, with a flat expression, held out 5 fingers. 500 yuan stone introduction fee per person. Yuan stone was the crystallization of the condensation of yuan qi, and in addition to being able to be cultivated by those who cultivated the 4th grade 5 elemental yuan qi, it was also one of the main materials for various formations. It was the main currency in circulation in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Mose took out 2,500 yuan stones from his storage ring and handed it over, politely saying, please also ask Mr. Darim for more help. When Vice President Pang left, he left 5,000 yuan stones for each of them as startup capital. Meanwhile, Elder Harry was also introduced by Vice President Pang, saying that if they had any difficulties, they could go to him. They still had trust in the person introduced by Vice President Pang, and eventually, under his guidance, they found this Darim. Darim received the yuan stone. His eyes flashed with joy enthusiastically. Okay, you guys come over to me tomorrow and I'll take you guys to join the Yuan tribe. Mose was overjoyed. Then thank you Mr. Darim. The next day, the 5 of Mose followed Darim around 7 corners to a large compound. The door to the compound was left open, and one could see that there were quite a few guards inside, among which there were those of the 3rd Order Triple Blossom Realm and the 4th Order Mingi Realm Throw. You 5 wait outside for a moment while I go in and negotiate. Tough. Mr. Darim did. Good talk. After all, I've collected your yuan stones. Darim laughed, and then took a big step inside. The guards obviously knew him and didn't stop. Murazawa looked through the door and saw that Darim was dealing with a leader-like man inside, and looking their way from time to time. Murazawa and the others, too, made matching smiles. A few moments later, the leader was seen taking out a bag of yuan stones and handing it to Darim. Darim happily accepted the yuan stone and bowed respectfully before retreating. You guys go in. I've already made a deal with them. You can join the Yuan tribe directly. Thank you, Mr. Darim. Inkbrand thanked him in a hurry. Chapter 145, Sold. After Mose's 5 people walked into the courtyard, that leader nodded his head and revealed a satisfied look and said, not bad. 4 of them are at the 3rd rank of cultivation and 1 is at the peak of the 2nd rank. The money was well spent this time. Spend money? Mose couldn't help but ask in confusion, what's spending money? Do you still give money for joining the Yuan tribe? The leader frowned slightly and said in a hard tone, join the Yuan tribe? Well, it counts. After all, you have now become slaves of the Yuan tribe. Naturally you are also people of our Yuan tribe. Hearing this, Mose and the others stared wide-eyed, an incredulous look on their faces, as if they hadn't heard what the leader had said. What? Slave? Mose's face instantly became gloomy, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he stared tightly at the leader and said word by word, Lord Commander, we came here to join the Yuan tribe in hopes of becoming tribal warriors, not to come here as slaves. However, the leader let out a cold laugh. His eyes filled with disdain and mockery. He replied coldly, still want to be a tribal warrior? That's really ridiculous. You've been packaged and sold to me by Darim for 20,000 yuan stones each. From now on, you're my slaves. As the words fell, the leader released a powerful 5th stage Chao Yuan realm aura, pressing toward Mose and the others. This aura was like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, causing Mose and the other 5 to instantly turn pale, their bodies involuntarily trembling, and their expressions becoming extremely unsightly. Zhao Shanfan cried out unwillingly, we never agreed to this at all. You can't force us to be treated as slaves like this. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Darim, but I've already spent my yuan share. You're my slave, and I don't mind having a few less slaves if you dare to resist. Saying that, a leather whip appeared in his hand and fiercely lashed out at Zhao Shanfan. Zhao Shanfan still wanted to dodge, but how could it be so easy to dodge the Chao Yuan realm's whip? This whip directly cracked his skin and let out a heart-rending howl. Obviously this leather whip was a special treasure weapon. Otherwise Zhao Shanfan couldn't have screamed so miserably. How dare you hide? The leader wielded the whip and continued to lash hard. After a dozen whips went down, Zhao Shanfan was directly fainted by the whip, looking at the 4 people next to a burst of chills. Then the leader's eyes looked coldly toward the 4. Mose and Feng Tianchen as well as Ren Qingqing's faces changed drastically as they directly knelt down. Greetings to the master. He Lian's face was pale, obviously not yet reacted, was pulled by Mose, also hastily kneeled down in fear. Defeat, greetings to the master. You seem to be a bit unconvinced. The leader raised his whip and was about to lash out at He Lian. Mose's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped in front of He Lian, and the whip lashed at his body. and a sharp pain that drilled into his heart and gouged out his bones immediately came. Mose let out a miserable howl, and when he saw that the chief looked ill, and that the whip was about to be raised high again, he hastened to cry out, "Master, stay under the whip. My lady just got shocked. She never meant to offend master. Besides, she's an alchemist. She's very useful." Alchemist. The chief's raised whip stopped the man at once, and his eyes flashed with an unexpected joy that, although there were many alchemists in the wood realm, compared to ordinary people, the status of an alchemist was still quite a bit higher. It was unthinkable that 20,000 yuan stones could actually buy an alchemist slave, which couldn't help but put him in a good mood. She's actually an alchemist, so I'll spare her for once, but you actually dare to stand in my way. So what's your specialty? Saying that, the leader teasingly looked at Mose. Obviously if he wasn't of any great use, this beating would be unavoidable today. Back to my master. I am a refiner. What? You're a refiner? What grade of treasure weapon can you refine? The leader said with an excited expression. The wood world is rich in spiritual medicine resources. Alchemists are naturally abundant, but weapon refiners are extremely scarce. And with all the forces fighting for resources and frequent battles, the demand for weapons is also very high. A normal middle yellow rank treasure weapon won't be a problem. And if the materials are particularly good, a high yellow rank can also be refined. When the chief heard this, he walked straight over to help Mose up and said appreciatively, "Ha ha, not bad. Our Yuan tribe is lacking excellent refiners right now. After you accumulate enough contribution points, I'll let you out of slavery and become my vassal." "Many thanks, master's favor." Mose will not let master down. Mose pretended to be respectful and said, Good. Ha ha ha." The fact that he was able to obtain a refiner today put this leader in a good mood. Then he looked at Feng Tianchen and Ren Chengcheng and asked, "What about the two of you? What are your specialties?" Ren Chengcheng hesitated and lowered her head. "I'm especially capable of fighting." "Waste." Feng Tianchen thought for a moment and carefully said, "My knife is especially long." "Humph. Waste of a 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 waste." Perhaps it was because of the arrival of Mose, the refiner, so the chief didn't make a move to beat them again. In the end, Mose was given the status of a first-class slave, he Elian a second-class slave, and Feng Tianchen and the other 3 fourth-class slaves. At the same time, they learned that their master's name, Yuan Tuosi, the sixth son of the patriarch of the Yuan tribe. Mose was given a separate room because of his status as a refiner, plus the fact that he and he Elian were also husband and wife. Ren Chengcheng and the other 3 slept in the big bunks, and the men and women were mixed. The skin of the wood spirits is either yellowish or white. Hair comes in 2 colors, blue and green. Pupils are basically brown, and very few are green. Their aesthetics weren't quite the same as the human race either. Plus both of them had done a certain amount of uglification on their faces, so they hadn't caused any unnecessary trouble yet. "You 3, go and clean the toilet for me. No eating today until you've done so." A soldier in armor threw a bucket of water and 3 dirty towels in front of them and said viciously. Ashen-faced as they were, the 3 men picked up buckets and towels and stumbled toward the outhouse. And after Mose and he Elian respectively refined a yellow-grade middle-rank long sword and a furnace of second-grade pills for them on the spot. The Yuan Tuosi praised the 2 of them, holding the long blade that Mose had refined and laughing openly. At the same time, the storage rings that had been collected from Feng Tianchen and the other 3 were also bestowed upon him. Mansion thatch at first. The 3 of them, Feng Tianchen, were covering their noses and struggling to rinse the ground when a nasty voice came from behind them. "Not bad. Wiped very clean. Ah. This wood world food is quite a special flavor. Just eat more. You guys let me go to the toilet," said Mose. A pair of dirty big feet directly stepped on Ren Chengcheng just rinsed clean on the wooden board. "Mose," Ren Chengcheng shouted through gritted teeth. "Sister Chengcheng, don't be general with Oz. Quickly come over to eat. I've brought food over for you." With a smile on her face, he Elian carried her lunchbox over. Chapter 146, The Laughing Gas Immortal Crossing. "It's still Elaine's sister who's good to us." Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen hurriedly dropped the towels in their hands and surrounded them. Watching he Elian bring out pots of rice from the lunchbox, the 3 of them feasted with glowing eyes. At night, inside the slave quarters, Ren Chengcheng looked at the duo with a serious expression. "I warn you, if you dare to have any plans for me at night when you sleep and wait for my words, don't blame me for being impolite. Just put your heart at ease. I've long since lost interest in women." Feng Tianchen smiled indifferently. Zhao Shanfan also said with a serious face, "I said, Chengcheng, don't worry, my heart died a long time ago." Ren Chengcheng gave the duo an odd look and finally slept in the bunk between them. Compared to the other wood spirit race slaves, she obviously still trusted the Feng Tianchen duo more. Granted, the aesthetics of the wood spirits were a bit different than humans, and she had done a certain amount of uglification on her face. But if she was starving, some of them would even let a lizard go. The next day, within the refining room inside the mansion, Mozesian was hard at work refining weapons. Yuan Tuosi had assigned him the task of refining at least 20 yellow-grade middle-rank treasure weapons for him every month. No wages, finally a small amount of points, and surprisingly as long as he worked hard at smithing, he could be out of slavery and become a vassal in 20 years. 2 half-days, 1 day. He'll show you Wattos that there's a price to pay for being a shady boss. He's the new refiner slave you bought. Father, is he any good? Utina and a woman with long dark green hair and green eyebrows and pupils of her eyes walked in. Greetings, master. Yuan Tuosi is temperamental, and he likes to whip people when he is not moving, and Moze hurriedly saluted, fearing that he would accidentally touch the bad luck again. Get up. This is my daughter Yuan Ingyu. From now on you will be called Little Master. Greetings, Little Lord. Moze heart a burst of spit. No wonder this woman looks not smart look. The original is not good at math. Do not say. This Yuan Ingyu long or very strong. Rich buttocks, willow waist, skin yellow through white, with a delicate, green eyebrows, almond eyes, jade cheeks flow light through the waves, with a demon. Even in terms of human aesthetics, it's a beauty that combines ornamental, performance, and class with practicality. This sword, can you repair it? Yuan Ingyu took out a long sword broken into 2 sections and handed it over and asked. Moze took it and scrutinized it, nodding seriously, yes, but it needs golden flame sand and red peak shin iron. No problem. I'll have someone send it over later. Yuan Tuosi's face showed joy. This was a yellow-grade high-grade treasure weapon. Originally he had only come over to ask about it and didn't hold too much hope. You can really repair it. You wouldn't be bragging. Yuan Ingyu asked with a puzzled face. Young master, your sword is like this anyway. Leave it here with me, whether it can be repaired or not. Won't you know if you come over tomorrow? Good. Then leave the sword here. I'll come and get it tomorrow. If it's fixed then this young lady will be heavily rewarded. The corners of Yuan Ingyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smirk, but his eyes revealed a hint of cunning and threat. However, if you dare to deceive me, there will be consequences for you. At that time, I will make you regret coming to this world. Her voice was cold and merciless, as if she was a demon from the depths of hell. Moze's heart tightened, and a layer of fine sweat couldn't help but appear on his forehead. This little master didn't seem to be a good master to get along with. If I can't fix this sword, I'm afraid I will be in trouble. Little lord, don't worry. I'll definitely return you a good yellow-grade high-grade sword tomorrow. His tone was firm and confident, seemingly confident in his abilities. Yuan Ingyu sniffed and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Her laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. Good. I hope you're someone with real skills, but don't be a silver gun. When she finished speaking, she even gave Moze a coquettish glance with a teasing glint in her eyes. Moze was a bit flustered when she looked at him like this. This little master must not have any special hobbies. He scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. Don't worry, little lord. I won't let you down. The next day, Yuan Ingyu looked at the brand new yellow-grade high-grade sword in his hand that shone with precious light and shouted in excitement. Moze, I can't imagine that your art of refining weapons is so powerful. Then to Yuan Tuosi, he pouted, Father, this slave is very resourceful. Bestow him upon me. Yuan Tuosi shook his head and said meaningfully, Ingyu, the refiner is very important to the tribe, or else let it be given to you to fool around. Humph. Yuan Ingyu had a displeased look on her face. Since then, Yuan Ingyu would often come over and order Moze to refine some treasure artifacts for her. She even actually had to ask Moze to refine 2 moving fairy wands for her, which is simply the world's wind, moral degeneration, and disrespect for women. Little lord, slave here has something fun. Do you want to play with it? Dog slave, there is something fun. Why don't you hurry up and bring it out for this young lady to take a look? Mo smiled mysteriously and took out a metal bottle and handed it over. Yuan Ingyu had a puzzled look on her face. Isn't this just a bottle? Where's the fun in that? Dog slave, your skin is itchy, isn't it? Young master, the fun stuff is inside the bottle. You open it and smell it. Then you'll know. The report will satisfy you, Moze said with a flattering face, not feeling that a lowly slave would dare to harm her in her own home. Yuan Ingyu opened the cap of the bottle and asked. I felt a sweet scent. Straight to the head. All the pores of my body are open. At the same time the whole person seemed to float as if he were floating, and it seemed, all his troubles were saying bye-bye to him. The feeling was wonderful. Something she had never enjoyed before, and for a moment it made her obsessed. As the laughing gas in the metal bottle was sucked up, Yuan Ingyu slowly opened her eyes with a look of fascination and intoxication in her eyes. A contented smile spread across her face, as if she were immersed in an uncontrollable pleasure. Dog slave, is there any more of this bottle? Yuan Ingyu asked softly, with a hint of eagerness and longing in his tone. Mose let out a loud laugh and once again handed over a golden bottle, saying, "Little lord, this divine immortal fairy is not easy to refine, and today this is already the last bottle." His voice revealed a hint of regret, but it also hinted at the scarcity of such precious items. This so-called fairy is actually laughing gas scented with some vanilla. Yuan Ingyu couldn't wait to receive the bottle, opened the mouth of the bottle once again, and took a deep breath of the gas therein. She closed her eyes and felt the intoxicating scent, an expression of immense enjoyment appearing on her face. She rocked her body gently, as if she were in some kind of wonderful dream, completely forgetting everything around her. Suck it, how good it is now, how bad it will be later. Mose looked at Yuan Ingyu, who was already completely absorbed in the laughing gas. A cruel and weird smile appeared in his heart. Chapter 147, Can a Flying Stick Add Vibrations? After Yuan Ingyu finished her second bottle of laughing gas, she lay across the recliner giggling like those drug-addicted women in her previous life. There was still drooling around his mouth, as if he was having a passionate wet dream. After a few moments, the spring tide gradually faded, and Yuan Ingyu slowly regained her senses. With a look of hope and curiosity in her eyes, she excitedly gave her orders to Mose. Dog slave, to think that you have such a wonderful treasure yet you didn't bring it out earlier. Tomorrow, you must refine a few more bottles of divine fairy duo for this young lady. Hearing this, Mose secretly snickered in his heart, but on the surface, he still put on a pitiful look and replied, "Little lord, the refining materials for this divine immortal duo are exceptionally scarce and difficult to find, and the refining process is extremely tedious and complicated. 2 bottles a day is already the minion's limit." Yuan Ingyu was a strong 3rd stage 3 flower realm practitioner, so if she were to inhale too much divine immortal duo at once, it might trigger some unexpected side effects. By then, she was wary, and that would be a problem. Therefore, Mose decided to adopt a gradual strategy to make her more and more toxic without her realizing it. When she can't help herself at the end of the day, then let her taste what it means to be a real slave girl. Humph. Rubbish. After you refine the divine fairy duo tomorrow, send it directly to my room. After saying that, Yuan Ingyu left the refining room in a refreshed state. I don't know if it was because she had inhaled laughing gas, but she now felt relaxed and refreshed, as if she had inexhaustible energy. This god's fairy, is it still some kind of elixir that quenches the body or not? Thinking of the floating, soul-stirring, exciting sensation after inhaling it, Yuan Ingyu couldn't help but tighten her buttocks with a burst of spring. Tomorrow, there will be 2 more bottles of Shenandoah to smoke. There's something about this slave boy. In the evening, Mose was trying to catch up on his progress when the mansion butler came over and said, "Mose, Madam is summoned. Come with me for a moment." Yuan Tuosi's wife, named Yuan Yumu, is also said to be the real power of the Yuan tribe, and Yuan Tuosi is considered a strong combination, though he didn't know what the lady wanted from him, but as a slave, that naturally had no right of choice or refusal. Mirazawa probably collected his grooming and followed. "Ma'am, Mauser is here." Outside the door of one of the compartments, the butler stood respectfully saluting with Mose. "Well, butler, you go down first. Mose, come in." The voice was as flat as water. "Not in a hurry." "Yes, ma'am." After saying that, the butler saluted and then turned to leave. Mauser took a deep breath and, with trepidation, pushed open the lady's door, only to see a beautiful woman of about 30 years of age inside the house looking at him coldly. Unexpectedly, this Yuan Tua see a big old man look. This daughter-in-law actually so water spirit. Eyebrows like green willow, eyes like spring tide, skin as white as jade, 100 winks and 1,000 daughters, although the age is slightly higher, but the jade cheeks as if the spring breeze brushed the bracts, double peaks at the as if the high handsome and upright proud. Buttocks between the abdomen is just like a soft and delicate saw, even if Ink Brand was a human. His legs unconsciously wobbled and he couldn't straighten his back. "Minion." Mose pays his respects to the lady. "Get up." Then the lady took out a short stick, placed it on the table, and said with an expressionless face, "Did you refine this?" Mose's pupils shrunk slightly. That was actually the toy that Yuan Ingyu had asked him to refine. "This is the small flying stick that Minion refined according to young Lord Ingyu's request." Mose replied sheepishly. "A little flying stick?" "Yes, ma'am." This broken stick was refined with a 3rd order Elmwood heart, a treasure weapon for healing. "For healing injuries?" "Yes, ma'am." This short stick is one that emits wood yuan qi when it's activated with qi, possessing a very good healing effect for injuries, and it's small, delicate, and easy to carry, whether it's for soldiers on the battlefield or out on an adventure. "I see. What a subtle design." This was all young Lord Ingyu's idea. The slave just helped her refine it. Mose's face is not red, Heart does not jump a serious answer. It's just that if you look at this little flying stick, now why can't it come out of use? Saying this, you pointed at the short stick on the table. Mose went up and picked it up to check it out. Then respectfully said, report back. Ma'am, this little flying stick is broken. When the lackey takes it back and repairs it, it will be fine. Yu's eyes nodded, and a hint of color flashed in his eyes as he said, this little flying stick, see if you can add some other effects, such as a concealed weapon, a mental deterrent or repelling mosquitoes and insects, and so on. As a refiner, you need to use your imagination a bit more so that it can have some offensive effects in addition to healing injured generals. Mose rolled his eyes in his heart. He naturally understood what effect this woman wanted, and said heartily, Madam, wise, slave will go back to improve. Although you are good at refining weapons, you are always just a slave, and those fantasies that you shouldn't have, it's best not to have them, A hint of coldness flashed through Yu's eyes, a stark warning, undisguised. Mose naturally knew what the other party meant by that, and hurriedly said respectfully, Ma'am, don't worry, I definitely don't have any thoughts about little Lord Yu, and I will appropriately distance myself from her in the future. Well, good for you, you know what you're doing. Yuma was very satisfied with Mose's attitude. She carefully stared at Mose for a while and sighed. Your skin should be considered good within the human race. It's no wonder that girl Yu would look at you differently. It's just a pity that you're a slave. What do you mean by nice? It's handsome. Okay, ma'am. In fact, you have misunderstood. Little Lord Yu is just customizing some treasure weapons with the lackey. There's no other meaning. Mose explained with a serious face, fearing that this Yumo had some misunderstanding about himself. Yu had a mouthful of tea and nodded lightly. Well, I know myself. You work well for me, and after a while, I'll help you get out of slavery and transfer you to my side as a guard. Many thanks, ma'am. My slave will definitely bow and die for the Yuan tribe. Mose looked ecstatic. He had long since had enough of this slave status. In this mansion, he had to pretend to be a grandson to anyone he met, and without his master's permission, he couldn't go anywhere except for the refinery room and the slave area. Every day there are endless things to do, and if you don't do a good job, you'll be whipped and disciplined, and even arrested and tortured. If it wasn't for the tight guards here and the fact that he wanted to plot to take the Yuan tribe's third great spirit Chi, he would have planned to escape long ago. It seems you didn't get the point. I want you to work for me and only me. Yu's eyes stared at Mose with a wry smile, a meaningful smile flashing across her face. My slave understands. I have only one master in the future, and that's ma'am. Chapter 148 New Uses for Small Flying Sticks. Yumo cackled and walked over with a light step, stretching out a slender finger to pick Mose's chin, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. Don't worry, as long as you obediently work for me, I will never treat you poorly. Regarding this matter of you breaking away from slavery, it will soon be resolved. Mose couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart when he saw this look. He was too familiar with this kind of look, having seen similar looks in the eyes of Mrs. Su, Ji Xiuqing, and some others. It's over. This is actually a pervert. Mose took a careful step backward, then bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, madam. Mose will definitely be loyal to madam from now on, and will follow her instructions in all matters. If your ladyship tells me to head east, I will never dare to catch a chicken. Ha ha ha. Well, you go down first, and when the little flying stick is improved, bring it to me personally. Yes, ma'am. Mose picked up the small flying stick on the table and ran back to the refining room as if he was escaping. In the evening, Heilian completed the day's alchemy task and returned to her room with a tired face. Heilian, this mansion has perverts. We can't stay. We have to find a way to run. Mose's expression was grave. Heilian nodded with approval. The alchemy task that this Yuan Tuasi had arranged for her was really too burdensome. Back when she had licked the entire yellow level 5 class alone, she wasn't this tired. Act immediately when your heart is set on it. The duo immediately sneaks off to find Rin Chung Chang and the other three, planning how to escape. Butler, where did Feng Tianchen and the three of them go? Mose searched several times in the slave area, but could not find the three of them. Feng Tianchen. So he could only come over to ask the housekeeper. The housekeeper knew that Mose was the red man in front of Yuan Yu, so he was quite polite to him. When he heard Mose inquiring about the three Feng Tianchen, he was instantly enraged. You mean those three assholes? They've been put in the dungeon and won't get out for a month. What did the three of them do? Mose had a grim look on his face. Going into the dungeon meant being tortured. The three of them actually installed an extremely smelly stench bomb in the toilet, blowing several guards over and into the latrine. And 3 of the maids are still in a coma even now. Mauser. After coming out of the housekeeper's residence, Moses' face was as gloomy as water, and he didn't say a word. Ah Zay, we're a team. We can't give up on them, He Lian said with firm eyes. Lian, I'm now quite certain that this Yuan Yui's is a pervert. If I stay any longer I might lose my innocence. Mose had a helpless look on his face. What? Then we'd better hurry and run. Sister Chung Chang and the three of them are lucky. They'll be fine. He Lian had an anxious look on her face. She could be fine, but Mose must not be fine. Of course, in the end, they didn't run in the end. Yuan Tuosi knew that the five of them were together. If the two of them ran, they would inevitably implicate the three of them. Feng Tian Chen. With Yuan Tuosi's ferocious character, he would definitely beat the three to death alive. What's more, Yuan Yu's eyes should not want to kill him. At most, just play a little bit of flowers. Really can't be from it, right? Anyway, this Yuan Yu's eyes are not bad looking, and it is also a different kind of flavor. Ah Zay, if you can't handle it, just do it, don't offend that pervert, or she'll kill you if she wants you dead. He Lian said with a concerned face. She now as long as the Mose people are fine the other has not dared to ask for. He Lian's words caused a warmth to rise in Mose's heart. He kissed He Lian's forehead and said gently and firmly, don't worry, it's not that easy for her to want my innocence. The next day, Mose gave a bottle of laughing gas to Yuan and Yuan smiled as he watched her wake up in a fit of ecstasy. How's it going, little lord? Is it cool? Cool. Didn't I say 2 bottles? How come there's only 1? Yesterday, Madam asked me to help her mend a treasure weapon, promising to hand it over to her in the afternoon, so I really didn't have time to refine a second bottle of. Why don't I refine it this afternoon and bring it to you when I return from the ladies? Humph, dog slave, can't you boost your production? This 2 bottles a day sucking is not at all energizing. Yuan Yu had a dissatisfied look on her face. Little lord, it is really that this raw material is too difficult to get. At the moment besides me others can't refine it. Don't believe you go and ask if there is that refiner who can refine laughing gas. Yuan Yu once again grunted in dissatisfaction. This wood realm refiner was incredibly scarce. Asking her to go there and ask. Their family also had traitorous luck to buy Mose. After dinner in the afternoon, Mose took the improved healing rod and apprehensively knocked on the door of Yuan Yu's room. Who is it? Ma'am, it's me, Mauser. Come in. Mose pushed open the door to his room gently, and when he entered, he very knowingly closed it behind him. Yuan Yu's eyes looked at Mose who was acting like a thief, and could not help but let out a light laugh. Mose looked at Yuan Yu's eyes, which were only wearing a green muslin, and couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of water. Ah, the green goblin. Ma'am, the healing rod you asked for is improved. With a fawning smile on his face, Inkbrand placed 2 healing rods on the table. Bring it over and I'll take a look, Yuan Yu said lazily as she half reclined on the recliner. Mauser picked up a small flying stick and carefully handed it over. Yuan Yu's eyes received the small flying stick and looked at Mose who was close at hand, as if a mysterious mist filled his eyes. How does it work? Mose was helpless and pulled Yuan Yu's hand, teaching her step by step how to use the small flying stick. First, you need to turn on this switch. Then, you can adjust the intensity and range of the treatment as well as the frequency of the vibration. Finally, remember to turn it off when you're done with the treatment. What do you say about this thing? Is there any other use for it? Yuan Yu eyed Mose and said teasingly. This thing, 1,000 people have 1,000 uses. As for how you, ma'am, want to use it, it's still up to you, ma'am, to figure out and develop it on your own. Mose carefully replied. Yuan Yu hooked one of her hands around Mose's neck and exhaled. You're a refiner. You have to give me the responsibility of developing new uses. Mose felt Yuan Yu's eye breathing. His heart swirled, but he still tried to maintain his composure and replied seriously. Don't worry ma'am, I'm going back to research and develop more uses for the healing rods. After saying that, Mose's entire body stepped back, wanting to break away from Yuan Yu's eyes to take over the arm. But with his strength at the 3rd order 3 flowers realm, how could he break free from the arm of the 5th order Chaoyuan realm Yuan Yu? I want you, right here and now, to start working out new uses for it for me. If you can't satisfy me, you're not leaving today. Yuan Yu had a meaningful smile on her face, as if she was a small wildcat that was admiring her prey. Chapter 149 Language and English to the rescue. It can actually be used for massage. Yuan Yao's head indicated that she was not satisfied with this answer. Actually it can be massaged like this. Mose made a gesture that both men and women could understand. Yuan loosened her arm that was hooked to Mose and let out a loud laugh. With a crazy look, obviously very satisfied with this answer of Mose. Uptight. Your wife's crazy. You know that? Mose inwardly spat madly, his eyes flashing a hint of awe. Ever since Ji Xiuqing had passed, he had already had a mental shadow towards perverted women. Then you can use it to massage me. Yuan Yu's eyes flashed with dull springiness in a commanding tone. Ah, me? Use it? Press massage. Mose had an unbelievable look on his face. His eyes seemed to have just seen something he shouldn't have seen. A bit astringent, as if he hadn't heard clearly. Do you have to play so fancy? Didn't you say that I was your only master? Didn't you say that if I told you to go east, you would never dare to go west? What? Don't you listen now? Yuan Yu's eyes smiled coldly. His expression indifferent. An invisible killing intent swept through the room. Inkbrand shivered and hastily blurted out. Obedient, absolutely obedient. It is a great honor to serve my master. And just now I just wanted to believe that my master would be so honored as to bestow it on his slave. LOL. Yuan Yu's eyes laughed and fluttered. A killing machine suddenly faded into nothingness. I really wasn't wrong. You're an interesting person. No wonder you can design such a marvelous treasure. Just as Mauser, small flying stick in hand, tried to give him a massage, there was a sharp knock at the door. Who? Yuan Yu's eyes reached out and quickly put a brown robe on her body, and her expression was also in a moment, from crazy and lustful to dignified and virtuous. The whole set of movements flowed as if they had been rehearsed many times. Sichuan opera is not as fast as that. Inkbrand looked dumbfounded. Mother, it's me, Ying Yu. Is Mose here with you? I'm looking for him in a hurry. Yuan Yingyu's urgent voice came from outside the door. Yuan Yu's eyes looked odd as she glared at Mose. Her warning was self-evident. I have him here. Come on in. Mauser had the sense to open the unlocked door to his room. Yuan Yingyu walked in with a sharp look on her face and kicked at Mose, then roared angrily. Damn minion. You've made me look for it. Where's the fairy you promised me? Quickly bring it to me. This morning's Shenandoah somehow seemed to have less energy than yesterday's. By dinner time, she was feeling irritable and uninspired, and she couldn't wait to take 2 puffs of the goddess's dodo right away to get high. Mose and she said that today will come to her mother here. Originally she did not want to come, but in the end has not resisted the gods and goddesses fairy and so on temptation. What is the divine fairy? Yuan Yu asked with puzzled eyes. Yuan Yingyu's pretty face was slightly red, and she was about to say something when she was interrupted by Mose, reporting back to the vice. Ma'am, the divine immortal fairy I refined for little Lord Yingyu's special treasure weapon has the effect of assisting in refining qi. Is that so? Yuan Yu looked at Yuan Yingyu with serious eyes. Yes. Yuan Yingyu knew in her heart that if her mother knew that she was playing with such strange things in private, she would definitely reprimand herself, so she immediately nodded her head to cover each other up. Little Lord, I've already refined the item, but I didn't bring it with me, but placed it within the qi refining room. Then why don't you come and fetch it? Like a dumb goose. What are you doing standing here? Yuan Yingyu shouted angrily. Mose looked at Yuan Yumo with a difficult look of being at a loss for words. Mose, you should go back with Yingyu for today. If there's something, I'll send someone to call you over. Yes, thank you ma'am. Mose had a regretful look on his face. Just now it was still a little bit short. He could have tried Yuan Yu's eyes. Pity. Inside the refining room, Mose looked at Yuan Yingyu, who was sucking in laughing gas in front of him, and an uncontrollable feeling of smugness couldn't help but well up in his heart. Yuan Yingyu had fallen into a state of ecstasy at this point, a demented smile on her face, her eyes disoriented and empty, her body leaned limply against the chair, completely defenseless. According to the development of this situation now, it shouldn't take long to absolutely control Yuan Yingyu. At that time, she would become the most obedient tool in Moses' hands, at his mercy. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. In this way, Heilian's third-grade spirit would chi was considered to be in place. Early the next morning, Yuan Tuosi went out and returned, which made Yuan Yu eyes this pervert, became very well behaved, and did not dare to casually find Mose trouble again. This also made Mose breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to face that pervert. A dark corner of the slave quarters. Mose looked at the 3 people, Feng Tianchen, who had just been released, with a concerned expression. Are you guys okay? Boss Mose, let's build a few methane gas caves here. I'm going to blow up the Yuan tribe. Feng Tianchen gritted his teeth and said, Boss, this Yuan tribe are all a bunch of ing beasts. Oh, said Zhao Shanfan with a sad, aggrieved face. This revenge, we must avenge. Run Cheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. They tortured you? Mose asked with complicated eyes. Feng Tianchen nodded his head and ripped off his shirt with an indignant face, only to see that his body was densely covered in whip marks. Zhao Shanfan also had a pained look on his face as he pulled open his own top, which was also full of various wounds. Mose turned his gaze to Ring Cheng, who was on the side. What? You still want to see mine? Run Cheng's gaze was cold and angry as he chided. Mose hurriedly averted his gaze, and on the side, Heilian also gave Mose a blank look. Sister Cheng, don't pay any attention to him. This is me refining healing pills. The red ones are applied externally and the blue ones are taken internally. Helian took out 2 bottles of red and blue pills and handed them to Ren Chengcheng and Feng Tianchen as well as Zhao Shanfan. This Yuan tribe is not bad in terms of strength. Within this mansion alone, there are as many third-order 3-flower realms as dogs, and fourth-order bright intent realms are everywhere. The methane gas cavern explosions don't do much of anything substantial other than create a certain amount of minor panic, Mose said with a serious expression. Let's just run away. This Yuan tribe is too dangerous and there are so many perverts, Helian suggested. The 3 of them, Feng Tianchen, nodded in agreement. If this continued, they would sooner or later be killed. There's no rush. Now that I'm close to being able to control Yuaningyu, I should be able to utilize her to get us out of slavery when the time comes. We can even utilize her and other me special status to get the cultivation qualification of the 3rd grade Chike for Elian. If we leave now then the bad sins we suffered before will be in vain. Chapter 150, Freedom from Slavery. After hearing Mose's words, the 3 of them, Feng Tianchen, looked at each other and fell into silence. Zhao Shanfan pondered for a moment before saying with a serious expression, I support Boss Mose. This mansion is heavily guarded. Even if we escape, we may not be able to succeed. We might as well break away from slavery and go out in a big way. Feng Tianchen nodded and agreed. It really isn't worth it to leave now and have everything go to waste. To me, these injuries are but a little wind and frost, greater pain and humiliation than this I have endured. Ren Chengcheng and He Lian looked at Feng Tianchen with a surprised expression, unable to imagine that his state of mind was so high. Mauser, Zhao Shanfan. I don't agree with leaving it like that either. This youngling Tops has to pay for what he's done. For what he's done. Ren Chengcheng's face was like frost, and a murderous aura surrounded her eyes. As the proud daughter of Yuan Xing Academy, she had never suffered such an insult. This shovel must be found back. You guys get well first, my side will speed up the attack on Yuaningyu. Mose's expression was soft, comforting the 3 people. At the same time in his heart there was a vomit. You guys have nothing to blow up other people's toilets for. Deserved it. Over the next few days, the tasks given to him by Yuan Tuosi were suddenly doubled, keeping him busy for a while, probably because Yuan Tuosi came back. Yuan Yumao was very honest these days, didn't send anyone over to harass him, couldn't see that she was actually still a husband control. Mose, Madam is asking you to come over now. An escort came over to inform him. That's awesome. Looking at the midday sun, Mose shook his head for a while. So her mom is suffocating, how difficult. Okay, I'll be there now. Yuan eyed the boudoir, and after Mose received consent, he carefully walked in, looking at Yuan Umo, who was sitting above with a solemn face. Mose fawned and smiled. Ma'am, slave has come over to give you a massage. Yuan Yu's eyes glared at him and said seriously, behave yourself. If Yuan Tuosi finds out, you'll be dead. You were so flirty before, but now that your husband's back, you know you have to be serious. Mose recovered his emotions and humbly and seriously said, understood. Mistress, do you have any orders for finding slave over here? Yuan Yumu nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, last month, 3 of our major towns were captured by the flamingos and suffered heavy losses. Now that the flamingo army is pushing straight towards Carmel City, everyone has to participate in the war, and the slave battalion is even more at the forefront of the battle. With that she handed a paperwork release to Inkbrand before continuing. You're my man. I'll naturally ensure your safety. I've already released you from slavery. You're my escort now. Thank you, ma'am. Mose will be at your service. Mose received the paperwork with great joy. After being free from slavery, at least he could freely enter and exit this mansion. Then his demeanor changed and he pleaded. Ma'am, can my wife and 3 friends also bother to help them get out of slavery? Mose would like to bow down and die for ma'am. Humph, you're a slave. Just mind your own business, and you're in the mood to mind others. I'm sorry, ma'am. It was the slave who was abrupt. Looking at Mo's face, Mose hurriedly apologized. Alright, work well for me from now on. I won't treat you badly. Go down. Yuan Yu eyed a mouthful of tea and coldly gave the order to expel the guests. Ruthless women. Yes, ma'am. After saying that, Mose turned around and left. Slave quarters. Those slaves looked at Mose, who had been the same as them yesterday and had changed into his guard attire today, with envy in their eyes. According to the rules set by this Yuan Tuosi, these slaves will not have a chance to get out of slavery until they die. In his capacity as an escort, Mose packed a few meals in the cafeteria and ate with Ren Chengcheng and the others. They were also told about going out to fight the flamingos so that they could prepare early. In addition to the 2 large wood spirit tribes in this area, there was also a very large demonic beast tribe, the Firebird tribe. The leader of the Firebird clan, Fire Phoenix, was a 7th order demon king, with a dozen 6th order demon marshals under his command. and countless fifth-order demon monarchs. Originally, the Firebirds were a very docile community, and as long as they did not infringe on their territory and actively provoke them, they would generally not initiate an attack. However, from 50 years ago, the Firebird tribe did not know what wind, began to constantly attack the Yuan tribe, and it is more than once tragic. Both sides also go or heavy losses. With the emergency on the front line, Ren Chang, He Lian and the others were recruited into the Slave Battalion Daredevil Squad. Mose also took the initiative to apply to join the army because he was uneasy about them. It was only that Mose was enjoying the treatment of the regular army, while Ren Chang and the others were cannon fodder. Good sword. A Yuan tribe battalion commander of the Fourth Order Apparent Realm admired the yellow-grade high-grade sword that Mose had sent over, his eyes glowing with color. Battalion Commander Coley, the four of them are my friends, and I'd like to ask you to take care of them, Mose said respectfully. You're welcome, Master Mo. It's just a trivial matter. How about this? This battlefield is dangerous. I'll let them protect your safety closely. Mose is now a red man in front of you in you's eyes. Coley is also the existence of the intention of bending. What's more, Mose was so on the ball that he gave him a yellow-grade high-grade treasure weapon. His own original yellow-grade high-grade treasure weapon had long since shattered, and now that he had obtained a new weapon, he was naturally very happy. Then thank you so much, Battalion Commander Collett. I'll be sure to buy you a nice drink when we get back to Carmel City. Then Mose frowned slightly and said with some concern, it's just that they're all slaves. If they're transferred over like this, will anyone be disobedient? Collett laughed out loud, I'm in charge of this team. Who dares to disobey? Then he turned his words around and came over and whispered, don't worry, Master Mo. I'll give them the first credit in that merit book. Helping them out of slavery, I dare not say, but making them first-class slaves is still no problem. Mose bowed, thank you, Battalion Commander Cole. I am grateful. Don't call me Battalion Commander. Battalion Commander. If Elder Brother Mo doesn't mind, just call me Big Brother Colai directly. Respectfully, Big Brother Colai. Little brother will toast you with water instead of wine. Okay, cheers, ha ha ha, just like that. Ren Chang and the others finally didn't have to squeeze in with those slaves. Since Mose was a refiner and had a noble status, he had a separate military tent. This gave Ren Chang and He Lian a good bath. But inside the slave camp there was no distinction between men and women. Just as they were heading towards their destination, Tower Town, suddenly a whole bunch of flamingos flew over and launched a fierce sneak attack on them. Mose and the others naturally didn't choose to fight the demonic beasts to the death, retreating as they fought, and soon lost contact with the large group. Chapter 151 A Strange Village. After resolving the last sneaky flamingo, Zhao Shanfan asked with a serious face, Boss Mose, what should we do now? Is it better to head straight to the frontline Tower Town? Mose frowned slightly and looked at Zhao Shanfan with a speechless expression, saying without a good mood, go what go ah, do you really want to sell your life for the Yuan tribe? Zhao Shanfan scratched his head, somewhat at a loss for words as he replied, so are we going straight back now? Mose helplessly shook his head and sighed. Going back now. Yuan Tuas that will definitely deal with us as deserters. He Lian, who was on the side, cautiously opened her mouth. Why Don? We just escape. Anyway, it's not like the Yuan tribe is the only one that is third grade would attribute chi. She had always had a nagging feeling about the fact that Yuan Yu's eyes were going to have mischievous intentions towards Mose. A hint of cunning flashed in Mozedu's eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said confidently, we'll just skulk around here for a bit, and then we'll head back to Carmichael when the fight is over in Tower Town. When the time comes, with Battalion Commander Collett covering for us, not only will nothing happen, but we may be able to get a great deal of credit. Are you sure this will work? Run Chung Chang asked doubtfully. Don't worry, you guys took orders to protect me, and it's not unusual for us to be out of contact for a few days when we're under a sneak attack. Then Mose chose a direction away from the battlefield to go. Yuan Yu's side. He gave her a one-time amount of 10 days of Divine Fairy Dodo. When we get back this time, we should be able to just show our cards and control her completely. Not long after, they came to see a village of the Wood Spirit clan in front of them. In front of the village, there was a small withered bone on a rock. Looking at the size of the skeleton, it should be a child of 11 or 12 years old in life. It's pathetic, and the people in this village won't help tighten things up. Saying that, He Lian's motherly heart overflowed and dug a pit next to him to bury him. Well, I'm going to the village to take a break and find something to eat. This dry food is making my mouth fade out like a bird. Then the five walked into the village. Most of this village were ordinary people who did not have cultivation, and only a few people, such as the village chief, had the cultivation of the chi refining realm. The whole village seemed peaceful and the people were simple and maintained a great deal of goodwill towards them coming in. Moze walked to the door of a middle-aged man with the 8th level of Qi refining realm cultivation and took out a yuan stone and handed it over. Big brother, we're passing by here. Can we beg for a bowl of water and exchange some food for us? The young man laughed and said graciously, no problem. Come in and sit down. Soon a whole bunch of specialties were on the table. The family was richer than they thought. You guys eat first. There's more if you don't have enough. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man said very enthusiastically. Thanks big brother. You are too enthusiastic. Here are a few more yuan stones. Keep them. Otherwise we are a bit weirdly embarrassed. After saying that, Moze also gave a wink to He Lian. Ha ha ha. No need to be polite. We rarely have outsiders in Korong village. You guys try our food and see if it's to your liking. Okay, big brother. Your village is very rich. There's so much delicious food. Moze smiled awkwardly, but didn't move the food on the table. At this time, He Lian sneaked over and whispered, it's all been checked. There's no problem. Ha ha ha. Everyone eat. After saying that, Moze took the lead in picking up a piece of meat from an unknown animal and ate it. Zhao Shanfan and the others were also like wolves, feasting on the food. Not to mention, it's delicious. During the conversation, Moze knew that the middle-aged man's name was Skill, a hunter in this Korong village, which was very ordinary and had no characteristics. Recently that little liar, Ryun, said that Shaka wolves have appeared near our village. You guys say it's ridiculous, Skill said with a scoffing face. Shaka wolf is a pack-dwelling demonic beast. The general strength is around the 2nd or 3rd order, mainly living in the desert area. Here is the jungle area. Here is really unlikely to appear here. Seeing that Murazawa and the others were eating honestly and ignoring him, Skylar didn't get angry and continued. Lu Yun, this little bastard with a father's birth and no mother's upbringing, sooner or later we'll have to beat him to death. Moze frowned slightly. Is this Lu Yun very bad? Big brother, see, you seem to hate him. A hint of anger flashed in Skill's eyes. This Lu Yun doesn't know that it's the wild seed born by that woman. When he was about 4 or 5 years old, he was secretly dropped off in our village. Every day he either steals rice from the east or vegetables from the west, and we all hate him very much. How old is this Lu Yun now? Moze asked as he ate his melon. 11 or 12 years old now. I think. A bad seed who will surely grow up to be a thief, Skylar said angrily. It's a bit much, but this village is a mess, and Moze and the others don't want to be in charge of it. He Lian sympathized and said that Lu Yun is just a child, right? Brother Skill, aren't you going a bit too far in saying that? Skylar slapped the table as angrily as if he had exploded. Can a child do evil? You don't know. Once I saw him put a poisonous snake into the only well in our village, and it was good that I discovered it, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. He Lian wanted to say something else, but was stopped by a look from Moze. They were Qi refiners. There was no need to argue about these things with a villager. After dinner, Skylar told them to rest in their rooms while he went out to pack his things. Moze and the others didn't go to help. After all, they didn't eat for nothing and gave yuan. Sure. Moze, this village is very odd. It gives me a very uneasy feeling. Ren Chang had a worried look on her face. How? Moze frowned slightly, half lying down. A leisurely look. In fact, he also felt a little wrong, but exactly where it was wrong he could not say. Generally speaking, in a simple village like this one, the villagers shouldn't have seen much of the world, and Skylar has said that there are few outsiders here. He said, but we're human, and when we just entered the village, the villagers here weren't curious about us at all. The people listened to what Ren Chang, said and fell into deep thought. Indeed, when I first entered the village, everyone had a kind, hospitable demeanor, as if they had known they were coming in. It does seem weird now that I think about it. Boss Moze, then we'd better go out. This village, I feel oozy too. Zhao Shanfan suggested a bit timidly, his voice revealing a hint of uneasiness and fear. Moze nodded in agreement with a grave expression. Resting anywhere was fine. There was no need to put himself and others in danger. Then he led the crowd out of Skylar's house. Chapter 152, Attack of the Shaquille Wolves. There really are Shaquille wolves here, and there's more than one of them. Everyone has to believe me. An anxious child's voice came as soon as Nirazawa and the others were out the door. Looking for the sound, a child of about 12 years old, with a thin body, waxy skin, and tiny fleshy wings on his pointed ears. This was a child of the Wind by Wing tribe. The Wind tribe is another large tribe in this region. The strength is comparable to the Yuan tribe. The two tribes have a feud and often clash. At this point, the kid is anxiously arguing with the crowd. Will you guys trust me? I really did find the Shaka wolf. Everyone needs to prepare early or they'll be in danger. You little liar. The Shaka wolf is a demonic beast that lives in the desert area. How could it appear here? Humph. You little wild seed. You must be trying to trick us again. People won't fall for you. Don't care. let's go straight out of the village, Mose said to the 4 people around him, then walked straight towards the outside of the village. Feng Tianchen and the other 4 also followed with gloomy faces. When he was about to immediately reach the village entrance, Mose suddenly changed his face and shouted, "Be careful!" A vicious Shaquille wolf darted at Merzel from the side. Mose turned around and dodged, and a spiritual rhinoceros sword wave shot out. Bang! Bang! This Sha Kuei wolf, which was no more than a second-stage chi transformation realm, was directly exploded. Then, followed by 8 more Shaka wolves came at them from the hillside not far away. Mose and the others struck out, and these 8 Shaka wolves were quickly broken. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, dozens of Shaka wolves scurried out around them. Mose's hydrogen chi stirred as he slowly flew upwards. His gaze crossed the hillside and the woods, looking into the distance, only to see that behind the woods on the hillside, densely packed Shaka wolves were running wildly this way. They were surging like a tidal wave in shocking numbers. At a glance, the wolves seemed endless, with no end in sight, and in the depths of the pack, there was a particularly large alpha wolf, which was several times larger than the others and exuded a powerful aura. From the aura emanating from its body, one could tell that this was definitely not comparable to an ordinary 5th-stage demon martial. Moses' face changed drastically, and he hurriedly flew down to the ground for fear of attracting that wolf's attention. After landing on the ground, Mose quickly pulled up He Lian and the others and quickly walked towards the village. At this moment, the village was bloody, and countless Shaka wolves were frantically slaughtering these innocent villagers. The villagers are terrified and flee in all directions, but they cannot escape the wolves. The entire village was filled with a strong odor of blood, like hell on earth. At the same time, there were also countless Shaka wolves, pouncing towards Mose and the others, but they were all killed by a few people. The sharp-eyed Mose realized that a 3rd-ranked demon general level Shakue was about to pounce on that wind-pursuing tribe's child. A spiritual rhinoceros sword wave shot out, and that Shaka wolf's neck was directly shot through, collapsing to the ground with a loud bang. The child ran over to Mose and the others with a palpitating heart. "Come with me. I know a path to get out of the village." The 5 were overjoyed and rushed to protect the child in the center so that he could help lead the way. After 7 turns, Mose and the others finally escaped from the Shaka wolf's encirclement. "You guys follow this direction and you should be able to escape." The child pointed in the southwest direction. "Aren't you coming with us?" Mose had a puzzled look on his face, and the other 4 also had puzzled looks on their faces. "No, I'm going to wait here for my mom to pick me up," the child said with firm eyes. "This place is about to be overrun by the Sha Kuei wolves. You'll die if you still stay here," Heilian said anxiously. "Even if I die, I'll wait here for her to come back," said the child as he ran straight toward the village. The 5 people looked at the child's back that had disappeared in the twinkling of an eye and looked at each other with a strange expression. At this time a loud and clear wolf howl rang out. Mose and the others were so jolted that they couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly ran quickly towards the distance. After running for a while, Zhao Shanfan panted and said, "Boss Mose, we should be safe." Mose nodded, "It should be safe. Let's find a place to rest up ahead." A few moments later, the 5 people looked at the village not far ahead, their expressions grave. The village was peaceful and quiet, with a curl of smoke rising above it, and at the entrance of the village there was a large stone with the skeleton of a child on it. "Boss Mose, what should we do now?" Zhao Shanfan said shakily. Mose's expression was gloomy as he took a deep breath and said, "Run backwards." The crowd hurriedly turned their heads and ran backwards, while paying close attention to their surroundings. A few moments later, another village appeared ahead. The village was peaceful and quiet, with a curl of smoke rising above it, and at the entrance of the village there was a large stone with the skeleton of a child on it. "Mose, what should we do? Do we still run?" Run Cheng Cheng said with a complex expression. After so many years of cultivation, it was the first time he had encountered something so bizarre. "No more running. It seems that if you want to get out of here, you have to go into the village." The crowd nodded in agreement, all of them looking grave. Upon entering the village, it was almost the same as before. It's just that the characters in it, the villagers remained consistently kind and hospitable, and some even smiled, nodded and greeted them warmly. This familiar atmosphere made Mose and the others feel incredibly awkward, but at the same time, it also brought more doubts and uneasiness. This time they didn't go back to Skill's house, but went straight to the biggest house in the center, the village headman's house. Since you want to know what's going on here, it's natural to go to the family with the most power here. "Friends from afar, welcome to the village of Kuranon. I am the village headman. Have Ida, please come and have a drink in the humble abode." An old man at the 9th level of the Chi refining realm greeted them warmly. "Then I'm sorry to interrupt." Mose and the others were not polite and walked straight into the room and sat down. Looking at it again, they finally realized why they had felt weird before. It was as if these people had been designed in advance, and although they were enthusiastic, They did not have a trace of emotion, as if they were puppets. As the village headman served the delicacies on the table one by one, Mose and the others' jaws dropped. Just see the table are some leftovers. The bun is still thin. There are a few pig intestines, obviously with a bit of yellow and white things. Are you really the village chief? Mose asked with a puzzled look on his face. Of course, my humble self is truly the village head of Corrosion village, and the richest person in this village. Ida had a proud look on his face. Mose looked at the meal on the table and couldn't stop shaking his head. You're the mayor and the richest man in the village, and you're entertaining guests with this? How can I say that I am also an expert of the 3rd stage 3 flower realm, and you, a 9th level of the chi refining realm, actually dare to take this kind of thing to entertain me? It's not ing looking down on me. What to do? It's so tempting to lift the table. Chapter 153. Looking at Mose and the others who hadn't been moving their chopsticks, Ida said with a gloomy expression. Several honored guests, why aren't you eating? Is it because the food is not to your liking? Mayor, we're not hungry. We just wanted to ask you about what's going on in this village. It seems that a few guests dislike the food from a small place like ours and won't take a single bite. As if he hadn't heard Inkbrand's question, Havilda whispered there to himself. Village chief, I'd like to ask what's the situation with the child called Lu Yun. Mose once again pursued the question. Is it really that bad? But every time the awang at the entrance of the village, they eat it very happily. Havilda had a sultry look on her face. Village chief, I would like to ask, in this village of yours, has anything strange happened recently? Is it true that we don't eat at all? These guests don't seem to give our Curon village any face at all. Havilda still doesn't answer Inkbrand's question, muttering to herself. Mose and the others stared at the village chief with grim expressions, their eyes filled with anger. Havilda, on the other hand, looked at the table with a mournful expression of sadness and disappointment as he sat silently without speaking. The entire house was suddenly plunged into an eerie silence, as if time had stopped flowing. Finally, Feng Tianshan couldn't help but speak up. Boss Mose, let's switch to another one. His voice was low and firm, and asking him to eat the pile in front of him was worse than killing him. The others chimed in. Yeah, it's too much here. Let's go. Good. Since the village chief is unwilling to talk, then we'll go to another house to take a look. After saying that, Mose got up and prepared to leave. I am the mayor of this village, and any guest who leaves from me will not be received by the other villagers, and you will never know what goes on here. Havilda looked bland, without a trace of emotion. Murray Z doesn't believe it. The people here are very kind and welcoming. He didn't believe that the other party, a small village chief, could just cover the sky here. When Mose came out from the village head's house, the whole village was quiet. All the villagers were cowering at home and not coming out. The doors and windows were all tightly closed. Mose and the others went around the village and none of them dared to open the door for them. It was as if the enthusiasm that had just entered the village was fake. In desperation, we went to the village headman's house again. It is not a pleasure to have friends from afar, so you all might as well have a quick meal. The village headman warmly greeted them as they resumed their seats. Does it have to be us eating these things before the village chief is willing to tell us what we want? Mose asked with a grim look on his face. The village chief smiled and nodded his head. If the guests don't eat after I prepared such a large table of sumptuous food with all my heart, isn't that looking down on me and our Corrosion village? You do have a heart. A sinister heart. Inside, Mose was spitting madly. If this place wasn't just too weird, he would have drawn his sword a long time ago. Then Havilda looked at Hylian again and softly said, however, I see that this girl has a benign look on her face, so she won't need to eat. You're making a difference, aren't you? A mere rookie at the 9th level of the chi refining realm dares to treat us so. It is simply outrageous. Angry Mauser raged for a moment. There is no way. Now the situation is not clear, but also can only follow him first. Mose tearfully ate its piece of fat intestines. Ran Chang they saw Mose move chopsticks, also forced to hold back the nausea, clip up the food in front of them carefully eat up. Seeing that everyone had eaten, Mose turned his head to look at the village chief on the side. He was seen smiling and holding out his left hand in a gesture of invitation, as if he wanted them to finish eating. A few moments later, the table was soon empty of food, and the 4 of the enquêtes were dry heaving in disgust. Now you can talk. Mose's eyes were chilled, and his cold killing intent was undisguised. Recently that rabbit brat, Lu Yun, I don't know what kind of wind he's been smoking. He's been going around the village saying that there are shaka wolves around here. You guys say it's ridiculous or not? Ha ha ha. The village chief had a scoffing look on his face, and when he saw that Moses and the others looked grave, he coughed dryly and continued. Such a shaka wolf is a demonic beast of the desert area. How could it appear here? It must be that Lu Yun is thinking of some bad ideas again. Does the village chief hate Ryun too? Nirasame asked him suspiciously. Humph, this little wild seed. who spends his days plying and stealing in the village. Who doesn't hate him? Even the big iron pot we use for cooking at home was secretly sold by him. You guys say it's hateful or not? The village chief spoke of Ryun with an angry expression on his face, as if Ryun was the most hateful person in the world. Hyelian couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart when she heard the village chief say that, if she hadn't guessed correctly, the child who had saved them earlier was Lu Yun. But he's still a child. Village chief, isn't it a bit much to keep calling him Wild Seed and Wild Seed like that? Hyelian couldn't help but speak up. The village chief glared at Hyelian, seemingly displeased with her words. What? He's just a wild seed, and he still won't let anyone call him that? I don't know how many bad things he's done in the village over the years, and we've been merciful by not beating him to death. Hyelian was angry and speechless for a moment. It was hard for her to connect the stubborn boy who had saved them earlier with the bad boy the villagers were talking about. Mose stopped Hyelian, who still wanted to argue with the village chief, with a look, and then continued to ask, and are there any other strange things going on in this village? Havilda laughed. Our village has always been peaceful and stable. What could be so strange? Alright, several guests. You're also tired. Just rest here. I'll go and get busy first. After saying that, the village chief got up and saluted them and walked out. I probably know what this place is? Run Cheng Cheng suddenly said gruffly. The four looked at her in unison, waiting for her to solve the puzzle. If I'm not mistaken, we should be in a Mirage Air cave right now. Mirage Air pockets? There was a gasp of surprise from the four Inksers. That's right. Mirage Air caves are usually formed by mirage beasts after their deaths and possess a strong ability to create illusions. We should be trapped in them now. The more Ring Cheng Cheng said, the more certain she was of her suspicions. That means it's all fake. And the ones we just ate are fake too. Feng Tianchen raised his eyebrows and said with some excitement. Ren Cheng Cheng nodded and said with an odd expression, it's possible, but it's also possible that it's something even more disgusting that manifested. Then she looked around before continuing. Although, everything can be fake here, but the injury or death is real. That's how powerful the Mirage is. Chapter 154 88 rounds. Great luck. Although Mirage Chi was only a 4th grade Chi, the ferocity of a Mirage Chi cave depended on the strength and brutality of this dead Mirage beast in its lifetime. Some mild Mirage beasts. The Mirage gas cave formed after death is not only not dangerous, inside will also be visualized out of the pavilion and pavilion, can be used for people to refine the gas cultivation. There are also some ferocious and brutal Mirage beasts. After death, Mirage gas cave directly into hell on earth. The average person to go in 10 deaths. Then what should we do now to break through the illusion and leave this place? Mose asked doubtfully. Run Cheng Cheng shook his head. The strangeness and ferocity of the Mirage Chi cave mainly depends on the character and residual will of the Mirage beast during its lifetime. We should have to figure out why it's illuminating this village before we can find a solution. Mose nodded and said in a deep voice, this should all be related to that child called Lu Yun. Let's go out and make contact with him. Understand the situation. And then think of a way to break the situation. Then the people went out of the village house to look for the child named Ryun. At this moment, the villagers in the village came out of their rooms one after another again, some chatting, some working. However, Mose and the others searched the village, but they did not find Liu Yun's figure, and the previous scene of Lu Yun arguing with the villagers did not appear either. So Mose and the others could only go and inquire with the villagers about Liu Yun's whereabouts, but they said that they didn't know, and they kept on scolding Lu Yun for being a wild seed that no one wanted. This one said that Lu Yun stole their family's chickens. That one said that Lu Yun beat up their family's dog. And there was a widow in her 60s who actually said that Lu Yun peeked at the bath. Me? What does a teenager know about peeking in her shower? Angry, Hyelian wanted to flip out on the spot. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a loud wolf howl came from outside the village. Immediately after that, countless heads of Shaka wolves rushed into the village and began to go on a killing spree. The Shakuei wolves that appeared this time were obviously much stronger than the previous ones, and were basically third-order demon generals. Mose and the others were shocked and scrambled to put on their gas masks and disperse the flow of methane gas as fast as they could. At this moment, Mose, Run Cheng Cheng and Feng Tianchen had reached the third-order Three Flowers realm, and the stinky poisonous attribute of the marsh gas was also much stronger than before through condensation. When a group of third-stage demon general-level Shakuei wolves pounced on them, even though they weren't immediately fainted by the stench, the strong stench caused their limbs to go limp, and they kept dry heaving on the ground, their strength greatly reduced. Mose continuously sent out spiritual rhinoceros sword waves, instantly killing countless Shakuei wolves on the spot. At the same time, the other four people had executed various martial arts techniques, and despite the large number of Shakuei wolves around them, none of them were able to get close to them for a while. Ha ha ha, this marsh gas is too strong. It's simply invincible at the same level. This stench can't even be blocked by an animal. I love this stench attribute too much. Feng Tianxian shouted in excitement. He turned on the marsh chi, and one person killed dozens of shaka wolves of the same rank one after another. This battle record no one would dare to believe if they said it. Looking at Zhao Shanfan on the side with a look of jealousy, Vice Dean Peng said that he was suitable for the defensive route, forcing him to cultivate the Xian Huang Qi, and now he had turned into IT that focused on defense. The crowd retreated as they fought as there were more and more waiting for me shaka wolves around them. Luckily, they still remembered the last time, the retreat route that Lu Yun took them on, and after 7 turns, they finally escaped the village. It was also strange that only when they were out of the range of the Korong village, there was no shaka wolf chasing after them anymore. As the crowd continued on, it was not to be expected. A familiar village appeared ahead. The village is still peaceful and quiet. There is still a curl of smoke rising above it, and there is still a big stone at the entrance of the village, and on top of the stone there is still the skeleton of a child. Mose walked over to the skeleton and observed it for a moment before sinking in. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the drift cloud skeleton. That means that Ryan ended up not being able to wait for his mother to come and get him. Heilian thought of that stubborn boy. Suddenly a wave of pity, surging to the heart. Feng Tianxian let out a cold laugh and sighed. How could it wait? If her parents wanted him, how could they leave him in a strange village? Ren Chengcheng nodded in agreement. Now, it seems that this Mirage Chi Cave was most likely influenced by the residual consciousness of the Lu Yun, before it manifested the Korong village. Then how are we going to break the situation? It's not like we're going to have to find him a mom. We're not going to go there either, Zhao Shanfan said with a depressed face. Moze gave Heilian a meaningful look and softly said, it's better for you to bury it. He suspected that he had just been targeted by the village chief for not collecting this skeleton. Heilian hummed and carefully buried the skeleton. There was also a monument carefully erected for them, which read, Tomb of the Flowing Clouds. Then, from his storage ring, Mose took out some dry food and placed it on the grave, while also pouring 3 cups of wine. Then with a flutter, he knelt down and bowed his head, paying 3 obeisances. Little friend Lu Yun, the 5 of us have mistakenly entered the treasure land. If we have offended, please bear with us and let us off the hook. After saying that, Mose picked up a glass of wine and respectfully spilled it on the ground. Rite of passage, rise. Then he thought about it for a moment, always feeling as if something was missing. In a sudden flash of inspiration, a ball of compressed hydrogen shot up into the air, and then a spark of electricity set it off. Boom, boom, boom. A firework blooms above. 88 rounds, great luck. The other 4 looked dumbfounded. In this world, ancestor worship was usually done in front of the ancestral hall, or the family's spiritual seat. However, looking at Moze's serious face, the other 4 also followed suit and knelt down to kowtow. When everything is ready, go into the village. The surrounding villagers were as kind and hospitable as ever. This time they found the house of a woman in her 30s and walked in. A few moments later, another table of food was served. Looking at this table of truly delicious food, Mose and the others nodded in relief. Sure enough, collecting the skeletons leads to a warm reception. However, having already gone through the second round, the 5 were already very full, and although the delicacies were in front of them, they didn't have any appetite at all. Honorable guests, you've come a long way to work hard. A little bit of special food, please don't mind, the woman said enthusiastically. This grand lady, before Mose could finish, he was directly interrupted by the woman. Call what damsel? Call sister. Sister, I'm really sorry, it's my younger brother who's too bad at talking. I want to ask you about Lu Yun, Moze said with an odd expression. Sister, auntie, you're good for it too. These are all carefully prepared for you by sister. I'll tell you after you eat them. The woman looked at them with an expectant face. The 5 people looked odd for a while, looking at the table of delicious food with fear on their faces. Sister, we're really not hungry, said Inkbrand, and burped. Chapter 155, if you don't eat, you don't give me face. No, if you guys don't eat it, you're looking down on me. Do you think I'm a woman's family with bad craftsmanship? The woman said with an angry face. No, sister, the meal you prepared was very good, but we really aren't hungry. The woman's face was disbelieving. Then she sighed heavily and grudgingly. I know that our family is not in good condition, and that all of you honorable guests can't look at our family's meals. So let's do it this way. I'll go find the village chief and ask him to entertain you. When these words came out, the faces of the 5 people changed drastically in unison, revealing a look of horror. Don't, sister, let's eat. When the woman heard this, she smiled and pouted. To finish it, yo. A few moments later, the food on the table was swept away. The 5 were propped up on the table, not wanting to move, watching Moze finish the food he had prepared. The woman smiled like a flower and was very happy. Lu Yun, this wild child, He doesn't learn at a young age. He always likes to do some sneaky things. Everyone in the village hates him. You guys are not aware of it. He even stole my belly band, the woman said with an angry face. It can't be. He's still just a child. How could he understand this? Elian said with an unbelievable face. Why not? Some kids are just born with bad seeds, especially uneducated kids like this one. He stole my belly band, but brother Miley next door saw it with his own eyes. Feng Tianqian said with an odd face, sister, have you ever thought that there is a possibility that this stealing your belly band is actually this big brother Miley? The woman looked stunned, then shook her head and said, impossible. Big brother Miley is a man of integrity. How could he do such a thing? Seeing that this woman seems to be unable to get any more useful information here, Mose and the others went out of the house to see if there were any new clues outside. As soon as he went out the door, he saw that Wind by Wind tribe kid arguing with the crowd again. I really did see a Shaquille wolf hanging out around here. People need to believe me. You little feral, you can't even bother to think of a good idea if you want to trick us. There's going to be Shaquille wolves here. Laugh me to death. That's right. Wind by Wind Luyun, you were born a bad seed, destined to be a thief and a liar in this life. Oh, I'm not a thief. I'm not a liar. There really are Shaquille wolves here. You have to believe me. The wind-driven Luyun cried out anxiously, but the people around him still had nothing but abuse for him. The five most people looked at each other and rushed over shouting, we believe in you. Wind-driving Luyun raised his head and looked in amazement at the five people who had suddenly appeared. A hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Hey, you guys really believe in me? We believe you. Mose walked over and tenderly wiped his tears, then turned to a group of villagers and through his voice. There are indeed Shaka wolves infesting this neighborhood, and we saw it with our own eyes. Wind by Wind Luyun didn't lie. Lies. What's up maybe? Wind by Wind Luyun. This little wild seed actually found a few outsiders to come along and cheat us. How outrageous. Drive them out of Kuron village. Get out of Korong village. Get out of Korong village. Ren Chengcheng let out a loud shout, and his powerful sword erupted, forcing a group of villagers who had surrounded him away. This place is indeed infested with Shaquille wolves, and you will have to be so to believe it. Ren Chengcheng's eyes were ice cold, exuding killing intent as she stared fiercely at the group of villagers. Laughing my ass off. For me to believe that there are Shaquille wolves here unless one is immediately in front of me right now, a young villager said with a face full of ridicule, and the other villagers let out a wild laugh. Just then a huge Shaka wolf suddenly jumped down from the roof. In the stunned eyes of this young villager, the Shaka wolf lunged directly at him, and his bite directly snapped his throat. Then countless Shaka wolves jumped out from all around, and for a while, the scene was a mess, and countless villagers were bitten to death, possibly because, having collected the skeletons before entering the village, these Shaka wolves that rushed in first only had the strength of a second-stage great demon. Some of the Shaka wolves that lunged towards Mose and the others were decimated. I know a hidden path to escape the village. You guys come with me. Saying this, Feng Luyun led Mose and the others towards the hidden path. After 7 turns, Mose and the others once again escaped the village. You guys are safe. I still have to go back to the village to wait for someone, so I won't go with you. After saying that, wind-driving Luyun returned to the village once more. Mose and the others looked at each other in disbelief. A few moments later, Mose and the others once again stood in front of the boulder at the entrance of the village. Looking at the skeleton in front of him, Mose sighed in his heart. Xinhao the first time Heilian was kind-hearted and collected the skeleton. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they didn't have the wind-driving streaming cloud appear the first time. Boss Mose. No, it's too bracing. Let's digest it before we go in. Zhao Shanfan sat paralyzed on the ground and said helplessly. Mose nodded. Everyone take a break. We're going to have to discuss how we're going to do it this time. Judging from the results just now, we should be heading in the wrong direction. It's useless for us to believe in Wind by Wind Luyun. Those villagers won't believe in it, and they'll still end up being bitten by the Shaka wolves. Run Cheng calmly analyzed the bits and pieces of what had just happened. Humph. A bunch of fools. They deserve to be bitten to death. Feng Tianqian said angrily. It's deserved. But if we keep failing to break the illusion like this, we can only keep reincarnating like this. Zhao Shanfan blankly glanced at Feng Tianqian and said mockingly. Feng Tianqian said fiercely. If we really can't, we'll tie up Wind by Wind Luyun and force him to take us out of the illusionary realm. Mose hurriedly shook his head. Absolutely not. The power of this illusionary realm definitely exceeds the 5th rank. If it comes to be strong, it will inevitably cause unforeseen consequences. He had seen with his own eyes how terrifying that Wolf King's aura was. If he forced it out, the few people on their own weren't even enough to stuff its teeth. Is it hard to really go find a mom for Wind by Wind Luyun? Pavilion Master Rin said breathlessly. Wind by Wind Luyun is obviously from the Wind by Wind tribe. We're stuck here now. We can't go anywhere. What's wrong with giving it to his mom? Mose had a helpless look on his face, then continued, I think that since he made such an illusion, the way to break it must be inside the village. So let's think again and see if we've overlooked any details. Suddenly Lian said with a puzzled look on her face, I've just been paying attention to little Luyun. I remember him saying that he's not a thief or a liar, and I don't feel like he's the kind of bad boy the villagers say he is. So you guys think there could be some kind of misunderstanding here? At these words, Mose immediately brightened up. Go into the village. He, Boss Mose, wait a little longer. If I eat another meal, I'll die of exhaustion. Chapter 156, The Stubborn Gufuzi. The five rested for a while before preparing to enter the village once more. The illusion was also amazing, and if you counted according to time, it should have gotten dark long ago, but the sun is still shining here. Mose still let Lian collect the skeletons, and after a round of 3 kowtows, the 5 of them once again entered the village. All the characters, the plot is still exactly the same as before. This time, Inkbrand didn't choose to enter the house again. It was just too much to eat. Next to a private school, Mose saw a beggar sitting on the ground begging. This little brother, I wonder if I could ask you about something. Saying that, Mose took out a yuan stone and placed it in his bowl. With this beggar's condition, it should be impossible to buy them dinner. The beggar looked at the yuan sure in the bowl. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he suddenly shouted towards the private school. Master Gu, there's a guest. Having friends from afar is not fun. A few honored guests. Please come in quickly. Ha ha ha. An old man in a green shirt walked out, smiling warmly and loudly. The 5 looked at each other with a bitter look on their faces. This meal, it seems this is something you can't escape. For the first time, Inkbrand felt that white whoring was a pain in the ass. Looking at the wine table, a hearty meal, Mose had a tangled look on his face. Master Gu, we're really not hungry. Can we not eat? Husbandman Gu directly took out a ruler and tapped it on the table with a serious expression. If you don't eat, you're not giving me face. The 5 of Mose, with a long sigh, buried their heads in dry rice once again. Unlike before, this time, in addition to them, the beggar also sat aside and ate with them. It's really delicious. Today I have dipped into your light. Usually the stingy old man. How can he afford to take so many delicious food for me to eat? The beggar ate while expressing his gratitude to Mose and the others. Gufu Z, do you usually give you food often? Mose asked suspiciously. The beggar laughed. Yes. Don't look at this old man with a very stubborn look, but he actually has a good heart. Whenever I can't beg for food anymore, I sit in front of his private school, and he brings me some food, but of course it's not as hearty as it is today. He. Mose nodded, and instantly felt much better about this old, pedantic-looking man. A few moments later, a hearty table of food, they built finished, this time with the help of beggars, relatively not so propped up as before. Master Gu, I would like to ask you about the matter of the wind by wind Luyun. After finishing his meal, Mose began to get to the point. That's a thief of bad character. Learning what's bad at a young age. Learning to be a thief. Mrs. Gu had a look of anger on her face, obviously hating the wind-driven Luyun very much. And has he ever stolen anything from you? Inkbrand asked suspiciously. Of course, he's been caught stealing books from me personally. But, he's still just a kid. Stealing books is just to learn and get ahead. Lian, with an unsurprised face, explained for little Luyun. Mrs. Gu snorted disdainfully. No matter what the reason, stealing is stealing, and Windrunner is a bad seed with a bad character. Some people also saw him put poisonous snakes with strong venom into the water well. Fortunately, he was discovered early. Otherwise, he would have made a big trouble. At this point the well-fed beggar suddenly interrupted. In fact, I was there that afternoon, and I saw that the poisonous snake ran into the well on its own, and I think that Luyun boy, was trying to get a stick to fish the snake out. Mose and the others were instantly shaken in spirit. Then are you willing to go and help chasing wind and flowing cloud as a witness? Mose looked at the beggar expectantly. The beggar rubbed his belly and nodded contentedly. Well, who let me have a full meal today in your honor? Then Mose hurriedly pulled the beggar up and headed out. At this time, the head of the village, wind-driving Luyun, was still arguing with a group of villagers about the infestation of Shaquille wolves. Mertzer pulled him along and headed for Skylar's house. You little feral, what are you doing in my house? Are you trying to come to our house to steal? Skylar looked warily at the wind-by-wind streaming clouds. Brother Skill, Ryun, he's not a thief and he didn't poison the well. Mose told the truth about what the beggar had seen. So, I've wronged him? Skylar said with a grim look on his face. The beggar nodded. You have indeed wronged him. I saw with my own eyes that day that the snake ran in by itself, and he was trying to fish it out. So it is. Skylar apparently believed the beggar's words and walked over to the wind flow cloud to apologize. I'm sorry, it's me who wronged you. In fact, the day Linus's bib was stolen, I saw it. It was Miley from next door who stole it. It's just that Miley is a vicious person. I didn't dare to say anything. With that, Skylar lowered his head guiltily and his form slowly turned into a phantom and disappeared. Mose and the others were ecstatic that they were headed in the right direction. Ha ha ha, I was right last time, wasn't I? That bellyband thief was indeed Miley. Feng Tianchen laughed excitedly, as if he had solved a big case. Lu Yun, you didn't do any of those things right. He Elian squatted down and looked at Wind Lu Yun, asking gently. The wind-driven Lu Yun nodded firmly. Silly boy, why don't you explain? He Elian looked at him compassionately and continued to ask. A color of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the wind-driven Lu Yun. I've explained. It's no use. No one will believe a child. Since I didn't have parents to argue for me, whatever was lost in the village, they would put it on me and say I did it. Hylian's eyes flashed with a hint of tears after hearing this, and she said lovingly as she held him in her arms. Sister will argue for you. Sister will tell everyone that Ryun is a good boy. Feeling Hylian's sincere emotion, a touching color flashed in bypassing Wind Lu Yun's eyes. Then Mose and the others took the wind-driven Lu Yun to the home of the woman in Linas. With the beggar's testimony, she also finally believed in the wind-driven Lu Yun. I didn't realize that Miley was actually a dead pervert. I'm sorry Lu Yun, I was wrong about you. I know that the village chief's iron pot was actually broken by his grandson, and he was afraid of being chastised by the village chief, so he said you stole it. Linus also apologized with a guilty look on his face, and then his figure also slowly became transparent and finally disappeared. Another one. Next stopped the village headman's house, then came the blacksmith's house, the butcher's house. In the end, the entire village, all of them disappeared, leaving the private school's Gu Fuzi and this beggar in front of him. Seeing that this game was about to be cleared by them, the crowd was in a great mood. Finally, I don't have to eat the food here anymore. In front of the door of the private school, Mr. Gu watched them come and scolded angrily. Why have you brought this thief here? He is not welcome here. Hylian took a step up in defiance and snapped, Master Gu, as a gentleman, how can you casually call someone a thief? Chapter 157, almost there. Then she pulled Wind Lu Yun in front of her and softly said, Lu Yun, you tell this old man that you are not a thief and did not steal his book. The wind-driven Lu Yun glanced at Gu Fuzi, then at Hylian, and lowered his head guiltily. Mose and the others felt bad when they saw this. Hylian squatted down and looked at the Wind Lu Yun and said gently, Lu Yun, you tell your sister if you have taken Gu Fuzi's book. The wind-driven Liu Yun's eyes were rolling with tears, and with a sobbing voice, he said, everyone doesn't like me, so I just want to see if there's a way to make people not hate me in Fuzi's book. A small child, just wanting to learn. You as a husband forgive him, Mose persuaded bitterly. As a scholar, I will never forgive such behavior as stealing. How can you call it stealing when it's a scholar's business? At most it's just taking. People are still children, husband and son. You can forgive him. Taking without telling is stealing, and I respect you as a guest, so don't you dare give me stolen ideas. Gu Fuzi lived up to his name and was very stubborn. How much did you pay for those books? I'll pay you back. Knowledge is priceless, and cannot be measured in such mundane things as money. Mose and the others had black lines on their faces. Asterisk. I can't stand it. I'm going to hack this old codger to death. Zhao Shanfan drew his long sword and was about to charge up. Feng Tianchen, who was on the side, hastily pulled him back with one hand. Van, calm down. These are illusions. Illusions. Husbandman Gu looked at Zhao Shanfan with a disdainful face and said, a scholar, with a strong iron bone, would not be subjugated by force. Asterisk. Don't stop me. I'm going to chop him up and see how much he earns his iron bones. Zhao Shanfan shouted angrily. Feng Tianchen beside him pulled tighter, his mouth hurriedly shouting, Brother Fan, calm down. Hylian looked at Wind Lu Yun and softly said, Lu Yun, where are those books now? Those books have been returned to the husbandman. Mose bowed and pleaded, Master Gu, since Lu Yun has already returned all the books to you, please forgive him. Gu Fuzi's condescending head raised slightly. The book is returned, but the knowledge cannot be returned, and this master will not forgive this plagiarism. Just then, a sword light was seen rushing up into the sky, and Gu Fuzi's head exploded on the spot. The crowd was dumbfounded. This girl just can't stand it, Run Cheng said with an angry face and gritted her teeth. And at this moment, Gu Fuzi's headless corpse, after falling to the ground, unexpectedly instantly transformed into a fourth-stage demon monarch-level Shakue wolf. Ow! With a howl, this Shaka wolf tilted its head back and let out a howl at the moon. Instantly, countless Shaka wolves appeared all around. pouncing towards Mose and the others. These Shakuei wolves, all of which were third-stage demon general level existences, were numerous and imposing. However, this fourth-stage demon monarch level Shakuei wolf didn't pay any attention to the others, and instead, it directly pounced towards Ren Chengcheng. Ren Chengcheng quickly took out a gas mask and put it on. His body was filled with swamp gas, and his eyes flashed with electric light, while a sword Chi Dao flower on his head appeared and disappeared. It was actually the case that he had already condensed a third-grade sword Chi Dao flower, which dazzled Mose and the others, their eyes filled with envy, only to see the white long sword in Ren Chengcheng's hand flying. A lightning sword Chi chopped out and attacked the pouncing Shaka wolf. This was the Thunder attribute yellow-grade high-grade sword technique that Pavilion Master Ren had specially found for her, the running Thunder sword technique. The fourth-ranked Shaka wolf was directly blasted out, with several scorched sword marks electrified on its body. However, the demonic beast's body was strong and didn't injure the vitals, and after shivering a bit, it continued to pounce at Ren Chengcheng again. Mose and the others were also quick to put on their gas masks, and the methane gas quickly spread out in all directions. At the same time an electric spark flashed and a sea of fire appeared all around. That beggar fainted straight away the moment the swamp gas filled the air, while wind-chasing Luyun acted as if nothing had happened. Ryun, don't you think it stinks? It stinks. It stinks. What's wrong? Okay, you're the main character. You're awesome. The spiritual rhinoceros sword wave in Moses' hand shot out one after another, and dozens of Shaka wolves were instantly killed. Zhao Shanfan's black and white Yuan magnetic chi was activated, and a black and white field shielded the crowd, and the countless Sha Kuai wolves that rushed over were all bounced off. Feng Tianchen and Heilian also blasted out all sorts of stances, and countless Shaka wolves were killed or repelled. This time, the Shaka wolves were more vicious than the previous times, and they opened their bloody mouths, revealing their sharp fangs as they lunged at the five. The five fought hard, though the Shaka wolves were numerous, and they retreated as they fought, eventually escaping through that hidden path. This place is already safe. You guys leave in that direction, wind-driving Luyun said as he pointed ahead. His face was filled with exhaustion, but his eyes were determined. Heilian pulled him down. Luyun, leave with us. Wind by wind Luyun looked at her and was touched for a moment in his heart, but he still shook his head. No, I have to wait here for my mom. Sister Elaine, I'm really very happy to meet you. Thinking of the skeleton on the rock, Heilian tears welled up in her eyes, and she choked back a sob. But you may never wait for your mom. Wind by wind Luyun broke away from Heilian's hands, returned a bright smile, and said firmly, then I'll wait until forever. Then without looking back, he ran towards the inside of the village. Heilian looked at his back, not knowing what she was thinking. Her mood became heavy. Don't think about it too much. You'll get to see him again later. Mose consoled. Heilian gave Mose an odd look. Brother Aze, is that skeleton outside the village really Luyun? Mose nodded with a grave expression. 8 or 9 is not far from it. Then what were the stray clouds we saw in the village? Heilian continued to pursue the question. Ren Chengcheng glanced in the direction of the village and said in a deep voice, judging from the way Gufuzi behaved just now, these villagers, including Luyun, should all be evil spirits controlled by this swamp gas cave. If we can't break through the illusion and escape, we might end up becoming like these villagers, one of the many evil spirits. Mose nodded in agreement and added, but little Luyun seems to be very special, as if he can control this illusion to a certain extent, and the key to breaking through the illusion is also in his possession. Luyun, he's too pitiful. His body has turned into skeletons and he's still waiting for his mom, Heilian said. 2 lines of tears unconsciously flowed down from the corner of her eyes. That Gufuzi is so damn stubborn. We almost made it just now. It really pisses me off. Zhao Shanfan angrily punched the ground in anger for a moment. I'm sorry, I did lose my temper just now, or there's a chance we'd have made it. Ren Chengcheng took the initiative to apologize, though there was no remorse in her eyes. Chapter 158, Attacking Gufuzi. Mose laughed. It's fine. This Gufuzi is indeed detestable. If you hadn't made a move just now, I wouldn't have been able to resist. Then his words turned serious. But I think that since this illusion is set up like this, it's definitely not a dead end. So let's comb through the plot from the beginning and see if there's any oversights. The people were in front of the boulder at the entrance of the village, combing through the plot of the village over and over again, and in the end, Mose set the key to breaking the game on that beggar. At the last moment, all the villagers disappeared, but only the beggar and Mr. Gu still existed. Gufuzi is because he has been refusing to forgive little Luyun. Then this beggar is because of what? There must be a secret in him that we haven't discovered yet. Mose's gaze was firm, and his eyes shone with wisdom. Good. I think what Boss Mose said makes perfect sense. Zhao Shanfan hastily applauded with a rainbow fart. Feng Tianchen had a chagrined look on his face, and was again preempted by this guy. Horse's ass. Ren Chengcheng gave Zhao Shanfan a disdainful look. Then she thought carefully. Mo's speculation did have some truth to it. They each ended up taking a dump to clean out their bowels. After all, when we go into the village later, it will inevitably be another big meal. This time, the task of collecting the skeletons was still given to He Ilian. After all, she had already brushed up her goodwill with little Lu Yun. So let's continue. The crowd then proceeded to make 3 more obeisances, toasts, and fireworks, none of which were left behind either. After learning that little Lu Yun was most likely the final booze here, the crowd worshipped with extra respect and seriousness. Once everything was ready, Murazawa led the group into the village once more. Everything was exactly the same as before, and Mose went straight to the point this time, finding the beggar, Master Gu, picking up the guests. With a shout from the beggar, the crowd was once again invited into the private school by Mr. Gu. Another hearty meal was served, and the crowd had no choice but to start feasting once again. Looking at Zhao Shanfan, who was eating with gusto, Feng Tianqian said with a complex expression, "Van, you're awesome to have such an appetite." Zhao Shanfan hemmed and hawed, "I just pooped and now I'm hungry again. If you don't eat it, then give it all to me." Saying that, he took all the food in front of Feng Tianqian. Moze and the others watched Feng Tianqian's appetite, and they all pushed all the food in front of them over as well. Zhao Shanfan was also all about coming to the table. The third Dao Qi he cultivated was the Qi of Xian Huang, which itself could extract energy from food and counter-complement itself. A few moments later, Zhao Shanfan sat on the side with his stomach, burping contentedly. Husbandman Gu watched as the crowd ate all the food he had carefully prepared, through and through, and laughed in triumph. Then, it took the initiative to talk about the information related to the wind-by-wind flow clouds, but the content wasn't too different from the previous ones. Then Mose and the others followed the plot and took the beggar and little Lu Yun to visit the villagers one by one. On the way, Mose also kept asking the beggar about various things, but unfortunately there had been little useful information. While on the way to the widow's house, Mose suddenly asked the beggar, "You and Gu Fuzi seem to be very familiar with each other." The beggar laughed and said, "Yes, although the others here don't treat me very well. But Mr. Gu has always been kind to me, and without his succor, I would probably have died long ago. It's not right. It's not right. This beggar is good for food and lazy. With the character of the kind of person like Mrs. Gu, how could he be so good to him? You guys take and go with Lu Yun to the rest of the villagers. I'll wait for you at Gu Fuzi's place." After greeting the crowd, Mauser once again made his way to the private school. There are friends who come from afar, and it's not a pleasure. "Honored guests, if you don't mind, can you come up for a cup of tea?" Gu Fuzi warmly invited. Moze was also not polite and directly sat down opposite of Master Gu. "Then I'll disturb you, guest. There is no need to be polite. Please drink tea." Master Gu poured tea for Moze and made a gesture of invitation. "Good tea." Mose took a sip and praised it loudly, although he didn't know tea, but good words are liked by anyone. Sure enough, Gu Fuzi burst into a frown. "Master Gu, are you familiar with that beggar?" Moze asked suspiciously. Husbandman Gu took a sip of tea and said with a bashful smile, "He is my savior." It turned out that Mr. Gu was not a native villager here, but had fled outside to come here. When he first came here, Gu Fuzi was so exhausted and poor that he fainted right at the entrance of the village. As he was dying, he felt someone stuffing a lumpy bun into his mouth while feeding him water. As his consciousness was already blurred at that time, he vaguely saw that he saw the person who saved him holding a broken bowl for begging. Eventually he slowed down, and when the village chief saw that he was a literate man, he asked him to stay and teach the village children to read and write. And he liked the peaceful and quiet village so much that he agreed to the mayor's request. Finally, with the help of the villagers and the village headman, just such a private school was built, and he has always been convinced that the person who saved him in the first place was the beggar. And there is only one beggar in this village. That's why he is so good to the beggar. Mose nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. In the middle of chatting with Gu Fuzi, Run Cheng and the others finally arrived with Lu Yun and the beggar. "Why have you brought this thief here? He is not welcome here." Husbandman Gu yelled at Rin Chengcheng and the others with an unpleasant expression. Another tug ensued, almost exactly like the last one, and it was soon in trouble. "Have you saved Gu Fuzi before?" Moze suddenly stepped aside and asked seriously. The beggar must have been bewildered. "No?" Moze then said what Gu Fuzi had said to him. Once again, the beggar laughed out loud. "Misunderstood. Misunderstood. That was saved by little Lu Yun." "What are you saying? It was Lu Yun who saved me in the first place?" Gu Fuzi was incredulous. "Yes, when little Lu Yun didn't have anything to eat, he would also beg. You just entered the village that time. It was indeed little Lu Yun who saved you," the beggar said with certainty. He Ilian, who was squatting on the ground, also asked Chiefling Lu Yun softly, "Was it you who saved Master Gu in the first place?" The wind-driven Lu Yun nodded, yes. At first, when I saw my husband fainting and dying by the side of the road, I fed my husband the steamed buns that I could not easily beg for. Ha ha ha, you old thing. Little Lu Yun would rather starve himself and give you what he begged for to eat. But you're beneficent. What kind of a reader are you? Zhao Shanfan taunted madly from the sidelines. Martyr. Finally pulling back 1%. Gufu Zi was struck by lightning and staggered 2 steps, remorse appearing in his eyes. So, I've been beneficent. Then he flopped down and knelt directly in front of bleeding in remorse. I'm sorry, I've been prejudiced against you because of the rumors. I didn't expect to almost harm my true savior. I don't deserve to be a scholar, much less a teacher. Chapter 159, Breaking Through the Illusionary Realm. Saying that, Gufu Zi kowtowed 3 times to the wind-by-wind Lu Yun, and then his figure slowly became transparent as well. That beggar suddenly looked shocked and also knelt down, guiltily saying to the wind-by-wind Lu Yun, Little Lu Yun, I'm actually sorry for you. All along I knew that you were wrongly accused, but I was too lazy and, nor did I go to the trouble of explaining it for you. But instead I still hope that you can forgive me because you have been under the care of Gufu Zi for many years. Saying that, the beggar also kowtowed 3 times to the wind-driven Lu Yun, and then his figure also became transparent until it disappeared. Is it finally over? Mo-Zhe couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He acutely felt that a heavy and oppressive aura in this illusionary realm seemed to have dissipated quite a bit. Lian looked seriously at Feng Yuyun, her eyes filled with pity and heartache. Lu Yun, sister explained it all for you. You're a good boy. Leave this place with us. Okay, Sister Elaine. Thank you. I can't leave. I'm going to wait here for my mom. Wind by wind Lu Yun replied with firm eyes. But you've waited so long. She's not coming back. No. Mom said for me to wait here for her. She'll be back to get me. Then by and by. Feng Lu Yun took out an off-white bead and handed it to Lian with a smile. Sister Elaine. It's really very nice to meet you all. This is a mirage bead. It can give one the ability of illusion. It's for you. And you're welcome to come over and play again next time you have the chance. After saying that, the body of the wind-driven Lu Yun also slowly became transparent and disappeared. At the same time the surrounding scenery slowly faded into a thick white fog. Ren Cheng was overjoyed and said excitedly, the illusion is broken. Lian cried and shouted to Bai Mu, Lu Yun, don't worry, she really won't come back for you. The sound traveled far, but there was not a single response. Lu Yun has his own obsession. Let's go. Otherwise, if the illusion is recovering later, it will be troublesome. After saying that, Mo-Zhe pulled Lian and Ren Cheng with him, recognized a direction and ran straight away. As they ran further and further away, the white fog around them slowly became thinner. Finally they stopped at a creek. Can't. I just ate too much to run. After Zhao Shanfan stopped, he suddenly covered his stomach and vomited a bunch of vomit onto the ground, only to see that inside that pile of vomit, there were actually a lot of spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits. The crowd instantly understood that just now, in the illusionary realm, what they had eaten should have been all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Mo-Zhe looked inward and realized that within his body, he contained countless grass and tree essences, and was instantly overjoyed. It turns out that this is their reward for exploring the illusion. Of course, in comparison, the Mirage Pearl that Lian had gotten was the real treasure. The Mirage Pearl was a 6th-order advanced weapon refining material. Even without refining it could give one the power of illusion, and no one below the 6th-order god refining realm would be able to see through it. Only a simple mirage bead can only change once a day. Then wouldn't Lian be able to change her appearance every day after she possessed the Mirage Pearl? Then wouldn't he be able to spend a single bride price and experience 1,000 flavors? Blah blah blah. What to think? This place should already be out of the range of the Mirage Chi Cave. So let's take a rest here and refine the grass and tree essences in our bodies. Mose proposed to the crowd, while a mysterious smile spread across his face, making people wonder what was going through his head at the moment. The crowd then directly began to meditate in place, and Zhao Shanfan released the tsunami roar to protect the crowd. Humph. As soon as you come out, you want this dog to work for you. It's just inhuman. Woof. Tsunami roar looked at the 5 people who were meditating and practicing, and let out a growl of dissatisfaction, while at the same time, paying close attention to the surroundings. Just now, Zhao Shanfan had promised it that he would pull a big throw for it later. Suddenly, it realized that a mighty and domineering first-order lesser demon-ranked wolf dog had scurried out from the side of the road. This wolf dog has black hair all over its body, and its eyes are gleaming. It is simply the dream love dog of Tsunami Howl. Without saying a word, Tsunami Roar left his harangue and pounced straight over. When the wolf dog saw the 3rd stage demon general level Tsunami Howl, with a fierce expression, pouncing at it, it was so frightened that it turned around in a hurry and ran backwards. Little, don't run. This dog will cherish you. Woof. With that, he directly turned into a silver light and chased after them. As for the matter of protecting the five, it had long been put behind it. The wolf dog had obviously been trained, and although it was only of the first rank, it was fast. In a few moments, it ran out a long way. But it was fast, and Tsunami Howl was even faster, and in no time it was neck and neck with it. The more you resist, the more excited this dog gets. Woof woof woof. Howling Moon's eyes flashed with a lecherous light, molesting this wolf dog with the look of a cat playing with a mouse. Where did the wild dog come from? Actually daring to bully my little black. A long spear instantly pointed at Tsunami Roar. A group of soldiers around them immediately surrounded them from the shadows. Despicable. I can't believe I'm using the beautiful dog trick on this dog. Woof woof woof. Tsunami Roar looked around at these soldiers, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. The soldiers in this team were generally of the third order three flower realm. There were quite a few of the fourth order mini realm, and the leader was even a fifth order Chaoyuan realm existence. Reporting to the general, caught a talking dog. The owner of the wolf dog that had just been captured reported to the leader. This general in green armor came over and looked at Tsunami Howl in amazement. It's actually a juvenile grade Tsunami Howl. It can still talk. What a high spirituality. But it seems to be already owned. What do you want to do with this dog? This dog warns you. This dog's master is nearby. If you dare to do anything to this dog's master will not let you go. In the face of Tsunami Howl's threat, the general frowned slightly and asked seriously, what is your master's cultivation level? Tsunami Howl raised his dog's head divinely and said proudly, although the strength of this dog's master is not high, only at the three flower realm, he dares to poop in front of tens of thousands of people. So let's ask if you guys are awesome. Woof woof woof. The soldiers looked at each other in disbelief, then let out a loud laugh at the same time. By the small stream, Mose's five people finally refined the herbal essence in their bodies. After meditating and cultivating, each person's cultivation had refined quite a bit, while Zhao Shanfan ate the most and benefited the most, and a black and white Dowflower shadow actually appeared faintly on his head. Watching the crowd was a fit of envy and jealousy, especially Feng Tianchen, who was now regretting that he had just given up all those delicacies to Zhao Shanfan. After everyone had collected their energy, Zhao Shanfan looked around and asked suspiciously, where is that dead dog? Mo shook his head and said, I don't know. I was just the first to wake up and I haven't seen Tsunami Roar. This dead dog must have run off to eat somewhere again. Let's go. This dead dog doesn't want it. Zhao Shanfan had a look of anger on his face. He had wanted to get rid of this dead dog for a long time. Mose gave him a blank look. Tsunami Howl was a demonic pet with great potential. How could he give up so easily? Chapter 160. A lover is a lover and a husband is a husband. Just at this time not far away came the voice of Tsunami Roar. Lord General, they're right over there. This dog is now abandoning his darkness. Does this count as a great achievement? Immediately after that, a group of soldiers from the Wind by Wind tribe surrounded Mose and the others. The general sized them up and stared at Mose and said, a soldier of the Yuan tribe, actually bringing 4 slaves with you. It seems like your status is not low. At this moment, Mose was wearing the very attire of a soldier of the Yuan tribe, while Ren Cheng Cheng and the others were wearing the attire of slaves. Mose had an idea and suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. General, help! I'm a refiner under Commander Yuan Yumao, and these slaves had the audacity to take advantage of the war and kidnap me. If you save my life, Commander Yuan Yumao will definitely thank you properly. When he finished, he kowtowed frantically. The general laughed out loud after hearing this. You actually asked me for help. Don't you know that our Wind by Wind tribe and Yuan tribe are mortal enemies? Zhao Shanfan, who was on the side, immediately reacted and respectfully said to the general, General, the people of this Yuan tribe are animals. Saying that, he directly lifted his top off, revealing countless horrifying whip marks. His eyes filled with endless rage. They simply don't treat us as human beings. This time our 4 siblings took advantage of the war and kidnapped this refiner, wanting to defect to the wind expelling tribe. Then he revealed a mysterious smile. General, the reason why we kidnapped this refiner is because he holds a big secret of the Yuan tribe. Oh, what's the big secret? The general instantly came to interest, not expecting to casually come out to make an autumn breeze, but actually have an unexpected harvest. Zhao Shanfan directly kicked Mose to the ground and sneered, are you going to say it yourself? Or am I going to say it for you? That means, do you make it up yourself or do I make it up for you? Mose was on the ground, his mind working frantically, and then, trembling, he said, I know the location of a 6th order cold sun hematite vein. What? 6th order cold sun hematite vein? Are you sure it's a vein? The general revealed a shocked expression. 6th ranked cold sun red iron was originally a very high ranked weapon smithing material. If it was a whole vein of ore, then its value would be incalculable. This is a good thing that can boost the overall strength of the tribe, so you must get it. Where are the veins? What is the ore content? And how did you get this information? The general pressed down his excitement and asked Mose with a serious expression. I'll tell you everything I know. Can you spare my life? I'm also willing to join the Wind by Wind tribe. I'm a refiner. It's very useful. Mose was on his knees looking nervous as hell. The general nodded after a moment of contemplation. Yes, but if you dare to hide anything from me, then I will definitely let you die without a burial place. After saying that, a stern killing chance enveloped Mose. General, my subordinate will not dare to hide the slightest bit. The vein is not far from here, and now the Yuan tribe has not yet mined. The ore content hasn't been surveyed yet either, but it's supposed to be a big mine. As far as how the news came about. Speaking of this, Mose suddenly smiled awkwardly. It was Yuan Umo who told me. You're a third-order 3-flower realm refiner. Yuan Umu would tell you such important news. The general's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes were murderous. In fact, I'm Yuan Umu's lover. She told me this news because she wanted me to go ahead and mine some. Mose carefully replied. Nonsense. The general laughed at Mose's words and mocked. Do you know what you're saying? Yuan Umu is the wife of Yuan tribe's young lord Yuan Tuosi. You're saying that you're her lover. Are you trying to laugh me to death? With a serious face, Mose rightfully replied, General, a lover is a lover and a husband is a husband. This is not a conflict. The general's laughter came to an abrupt end, and he looked at Mose with an odd expression of doubt. Are you really the little white boy raised by Yuan Yu's eyes? Mose shook his head. General, it's not a gigolo. We're in true love. Then he took out his own personal guard token and continued, General, look, Yuan Yumu has even transferred me to be her personal guard in order to be able to stay with me for a long time. The general looked at this token of Yuan Yu's personal guard, and was somewhat convinced that even if this person in front of him wasn't Yuan Yu's little white boy, just by virtue of his identity as a personal guard, knowing this kind of confidentiality wasn't a strange thing. You just said that the vein isn't far from here, right? So take us there. Yes, General. It's just below a small village up ahead, and right now the Yuvan tribe is fighting the Firebird flock. Neither of them have the heart to take care of this place yet. With that, Inkbrand led the way. This maneuver of Mose and Zhao Shanfan stunned Fei Tianshan and He Lian. Ren Shengcheng had experienced a similar scene in the Blood God sect before, so she wasn't surprised. Instead, there is a hint of gratitude that these two finally did not abandon her this time. Tsunami Moon Roar is even more admiring to Zhao Shanfan. Not worthy of being the master of this dog. This mind, this acting skill, this reaction, in the future will become a big brother. That Mose is not bad, but it's a pity he doesn't dare to poop in front of tens of thousands of people. Otherwise it would be nice to recognize him as his master. Master, it's so good that we're on the same side again now. Woof. The howling moon circled around Zhao Shanfan's, his tail wagging wildly without stopping, in a very intimate manner. Humph. Zhao Shanfan snorted coldly, not really wanting to talk to this dead dog. Saying too much is wrong, and they'll all be dead if it's revealed. Kid, your whistling moon roar is very good. Your spirituality is very high. When you join our Wind by Wind tribe, come under my command, the general said to Zhao Shanfan appreciatively. Zhao Shanfan was overjoyed and quickly saluted to show his loyalty. Many thanks. General, I am willing to serve the general. Feng Tianchen, who was on the side, cursed in his heart, horse's ass. A few moments later, they once again arrived at the entrance of Korong village. Ren Shengcheng casually adjusted his stand just enough to block the skeleton on the boulder. In fact, there was no matter if they didn't block it. With the personality of these soldiers, there was absolutely no way that they would do anything to collect unfamiliar skeletons. The vein is just below the village? The general said doubtfully. Mose hemmed and hawed. General, it's all here. Is there any cold sun hematite here? Don't you know if you have someone dig it up? Looking at Mose's affirmative look, the general couldn't help but believe a few more points as well. General, in order to keep the news from leaking out, are these villagers going to? Mose made a neck-wiping gesture. The general nodded approvingly. These ordinary villagers were no different from ants in his opinion. Slaughter the village. With the general's order, these soldiers rushed towards the village in a murderous rage. Chapter 161, Dead Dog. Put down that bone. As each villager was massacred, their corpses instantly transformed into a shaka wolf, which was extremely fast and pounced on the group of soldiers in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a large number of shaka wolves emerged in all directions, encircling them heavily. What's going on here? The general's face changed drastically and he stared at Mose with a deadly intent in his eyes. Mose was so scared that his legs went limp and directly flopped down on the ground. Panicking, General, I really don't know what this is all about. Will this be a demonic beast guarding the vein? The general's brows were furrowed, and after thinking for a moment, he reluctantly accepted this explanation. After all, in the cultivation world, there would definitely be powerful demonic beasts guarding the vicinity of heavenly treasures, and this had become an iron law. At this point, he no longer had time to care about whether or not Mose was guilty, and his top priority was to lead the crowd to break out, form up to meet the enemy. With a shout from the general, the soldiers began to organize themselves to meet the Shaka wolf's attack. However, the number of these Shaka wolves was simply too many, and each one of them was also intrepid. In no time the soldiers suffered countless casualties, and Mose and the others were also deliberately dispersed by the wolves, getting further and further away from those soldiers. The general had also long since been pestered by the fifth-order demon martial Shaka Wolf King, and in no time at all he was overwhelmed by the wolves. It was as if these Shaka wolves were being controlled, basically pouncing on those soldiers, and not many of them pouncing on Mose and the others. Seeing that the defeat of these soldiers was finalized, Mose led the crowd to sneak out of the village through that hidden path. Listening to the bursts of wolf howls coming from the village behind him, Tsunami Howl said with a palpitating heart, "Master, you're so powerful. You easily pitted hundreds of generals." Woof woof. Zhao Shanfan glared viciously at it. "Dead dog, don't you want you to protect us? You actually brought someone to mess with us. This can't be blamed on this dog. It's really because the enemy is so despicable that they actually used the beautiful dog trick on this dog. And this dog was caught in a moment of inattention." Woof. Zhao Shanfan snorted coldly and no longer cared about it. Walking straight forward with Mose and the others, Howling Moon quickly walked in front of Zhao Shanfan, wagging his tail and fawning. "Master, this dog is hungry. You promised this dog earlier that you would give this dog a big poop." Woof. Humph. AWOL. No more. Zhao Shanfan bypassed the Howling Moon and continued forward. "Master, you can't keep your word. This dog is hungry. This dog wants poop." A few moments later, the familiar village reappeared in front of the crowd. "Dead master. Stinking master. This dog is going to complain about your mistreatment of small animals." Howling Moon cursed Zhao Shanfan as he walked, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and his mouth watered as he said, "Ha! There's bones to eat." With that, he turned into a silver light and quickly rushed towards that boulder. "No! Dead dog! Tsunami roar! Shut up!" The crowd looked shocked. "Tsunami roar! Put down that bone!" Mose roared with a horrified expression. Tsunami Howl held a leg bone in his mouth and shook his head in a hurry. "That means obviously, it's hungry. It wants to eat. Tsunami Howl, I beg you, put down Lu Yun." Elian was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Tsunami Howl was as fast as lightning, dodging the crowd's grasp, biting his bone and shaking his head in quick succession. "Dead dog, put down the bone and I'll pull it for you," Zhao Shanfan shouted through gritted teeth. Tsunami Howl instantly put down his leg bones and said excitedly, "This dog wants to eat it now, or else he'll eat all the bones in that pile." Woof. Fine. Fine. I'll go pull it for you now. Zhao Shanfan walked indignantly towards a small hill to the side. A few moments later, Tsunami Howl finally ate the food he had been longing for. The people laid the skeleton carefully to rest, and then filled it with dry food and wine. Then one by one the five began to kowtow and apologize. "Ren Chung Chang, little Lu Yun, it's all that dead dog's fault. If you want to blame it, blame it. Feng Tianshan, little Lu Yun, it's none of my business ah. If you're blaming just blame the dog. We're innocent ah. Zhao Shanfan, little Lu Yun, if you really mind, just take that dead dog and get rid of it. It's not with us." Elian, Lu Yun, "I'm sorry, it's all my sister's fault for not keeping an eye on that dog." Mose, little Lu Yun, "I'm really very sorry. Take that dog if you want it. His owner is Zhao Shanfan next to him. The rest of us are innocent." Zhao Shanfan. After Howling Moon finished his big meal, he came over and looked at the crowd in this humble, respectful manner and couldn't help but sneer. "It's just a pile of bones. What's so good about it? Look at you all scared." Woof woof. "Dead dog, come over here and kneel down to apologize," Zhao Shanfan shouted sternly. "Stinky master, are you crazy? You actually want this dog to apologize to a pile of food? This is absolutely impossible." Woof. Howling Moon strongly refused, with a look of preferring death. When the people saw that it really refused to do so, they let it go, and once everything was ready, the five of them prepared to enter the village. Ren Cheng looked at the village above as if there were more ferocious demons, and said with a gloomy expression, "This village, it seems to be different from before." The crowd looked at Tsunami Roar with odd expressions. "Why? It's none of my dog's business. It's only natural for my dog to eat bones." Woof. Howling Moon had a haughty look on his face. "It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Let's go into the village." With an exclamation from Mose, the crowd once again entered the Kurenge village. This time the villagers no longer had kind smiles on their faces, and all of them were staring at them with a look of hatred and anger, staring at a dog next to them, to be precise. As one of the villagers roared at the moon, he directly transformed into a Shaka wolf. then quickly pounced towards Tsunami Roar. Then the other villagers also transformed into Shaka wolves and joined the fray to tear at Tsunami Howl. Tsunami Howl was being beaten all over the place. Why? These Shaka wolves attacked this dog alone. Master, save me. Tsunami Roar kept scurrying around the crowd, hoping that Mose and the others would help share the pressure. However, these Shaka wolves straight away saw that they ignored Mose and the others, and just chased after the Tsunami Roar and attacked. Moser and the others looked at the wolf dog chase before them with relief. Luckily, little Lu Yun made a clear distinction between grudges and didn't make things difficult for them. Zhao Shanfan was even looking and laughing as if this wasn't his family's dog. Eventually Tsunami Howl remembered the route he had just retreated and escaped through that hidden path. The villagers had all been transformed into Shaka wolves, so naturally there was no way for this plot to unfold any further, and the 5 of them followed the path out of the village. Watch the 5 come out leisurely. Tsunami Howl's 2 hind legs trembled slightly, tearing his teeth and roaring angrily at the roar. You guys are too much. None of you have helped this dog. This dog is going to cut you off. Woof. Zhao Shanfan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, who told you to bite people's bones? Deserved it. Cut off friendship right. I begged for it. Chapter 162 Return to the city of Kamak. Moments later, in front of the boulder, Tsunami Howl knelt down on all 5 legs and respectfully kowtowed to Ryun's grave. Little brother Lu Yun. It's this dog's eyes that don't recognize him, Taishan. I've offended you many times. I hope that you will spare this dog's life for the sake of this dog being an animal. Once everything was ready, the crowd once again entered the village. This time the villagers were finally returning to their previous kind, welcoming attitude. After a set of familiar processes, the villagers disappeared one by one, and finally the wind-by-wind flow clouds were left. Lu Yun, if we bring those people in, will it have an effect on you? Hylian asked with concern. Wind-driving Lu Yun shook his head and smiled. This chi cave is a mixture of mirage chi and fury chi, and the more people who die, the stronger it will become. Knowing that it had no effect on Lu Yun, Mose and the others were relieved. After exiting the mirage chi cave, Mose and the others realized that 7 days had passed since they exited. He had left Yuan Yu a total of 10 days of laughing breath divine fairy, and it would be troublesome if she went crazy with her addiction after smoking it. After some inquiries, Mose was also finally able to get the latest news from Tower Town. The Yuan tribe 7th Order Cave Heaven Realm Elder Ancestor had gone out to battle the 7th Order Demon King Fire Phoenix for a day and a night, finally repelling the Firebird tribe. In this battle, although the Yuan tribe suffered many casualties, the Firebird clan suffered even greater losses, and was unable to organize another effective attack for at least 10 years. Mose and the others waited on the path the army must take back to the city, and finally, they saw the dust rising in the distance, the sign of a slave camp. Big Brother Karai. Moses' eyes lit up as he looked at Battalion Commander Kalei, who was riding his steed at the forefront in front of him, and hurriedly greeted him. Old Brother Inks, you didn't die. That's great. A look of surprise appeared on Kalei's face. He had previously thought that Mose and the others had been sacrificed in that attack. At this moment, when he saw Mose appear intact, his heart was relieved. His gaze swept over Mose and the others, realizing that they didn't even have a single wound on their bodies, and he seemed to understand something in his heart. But he didn't ask more questions. He just smiled and said, well, hurry up and get back in line. Thanks, Brother Khaled. Mose glanced gratefully at Khaled before turning around and arranging for Rin Cheng Cheng and the others to rejoin the slave camp. Then, he marched forward with the group along with Khaled. Elder Brother Mose, it's fortunate that you guys didn't go to Tower Town this time. The attack of the Firebird clan this time was just too crazy. The battle loss of the entire slave camp was as high as 90%. Kolei said with his heart in his mouth. This time, if it wasn't for Mose giving him a new weapon, he might have sacrificed himself as well. Mose smiled awkwardly. We were also dispersed and lost by the Firebirds, and it wasn't easy to keep up with the large group. Khaled chuckled meaningfully. Elder Brother Mose, you guys didn't get lost. You were arranged by me to carry out a special mission, which also decimated dozens of Firebirds. Yes, it was Big Brother Kolei who set me up on a mission. Ha ha ha. Mose would smile, and then took out a pair of yellow-grade middle-ranked boots and handed them over. These are the boots that my brother refined in his spare time. They have a very good addition to speed. I hope that Brother Kolei will not mind. The Wood World's refiner was originally less. Even the 4th Order Mingyu realm couldn't get their hands on a high-grade yellow treasure weapon, let alone a special type of treasure weapon that was even more precious than a weapon. Kolei hastily took the shoes and said with great joy, what did Brother Mose say? How could a brother resent a gift from his brother? Then he took out a merit book from his storage ring and shook it. Don't worry Brother Mose. You and those friends of yours are the first to get credit in this battle. Mose laughed, thanks a lot. Brother Korei, let's go back and have a few good drinks. That's a must. This time the slave battalion fought valiantly under my command. No surprise, brother will be promoted this time as well. In the future, if there is anything in Carmel City, you can just come to me. Then we'll be in trouble from now on. Brother Colai. Amidst the laughter, Inkbrand quickly entered the city of Carmichael with the group. Inside the young city lord's residence, Yuaningyu looked at the last 2 bottles of Divine Fairy Duo left, his expression somewhat grim. The mouths of these fairy bottles are fitted with special latches that will only open at a specified time. This is exactly why. Otherwise, with Yuaningyu's character, 20 bottles of Divine Immortal Duo is estimated to be created in 2 days. Mose, this dead minion won't die out there. Will he? If he dies, where am I going to get a Divine Fairy from now on? A pang of fear and emptiness rose in his heart at the thought. Ever since the first time she inhaled a kamikaze dodo, she had become deeply enamored with the ethereal, stimulating sensation. She couldn't imagine how she would have lived without the fairy in the future. Just as she was rambling, there was a knock at the door. Which one of you has come to disturb my lady's sleep at this late hour? Little master. It's me, Mose. Yuaningyu instantly blushed with joy and hurriedly opened the door to think. Dog slave, you still know to come back. I thought you died out there. Mose hemmed and hawed, fawningly saying, Little master, what are you talking about? Slave has always remembered you. No, I came over as soon as I got back, and I stopped by to see if you'd run out of fairies yet. Dog slave, you still have the nerve to say that. Before you said that you could only refine 2 bottles of Divine Fairy Duo a day, and you ended up giving me 20 bottles at once. Speaking here, Yuaningyu angrily looked at Mose and said with an unsurprised expression, Tell me honestly, how many bottles can you actually refine in a day? Mose smiled awkwardly, mainly because this raw material is hard to get. Right now, I can only refine a maximum of 5 bottles a day. The last 20 bottles were from the previous stock, and they're all used up now. 5 bottles is 5 bottles. Hurry up and bring out the Divine Fairy Dodo. I'm going to suck it up today. As Mose took out 5 bottles of Divine Fairy Duo from his storage ring, Yuaningyu couldn't wait to inhale it. Looking at her intoxicated appearance, Mose laughed coldly in his heart. You're the one who wanted to up the volume. You can't blame me. Inside the slave camp, Khaled looked down at the group of slaves seated below with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Without a nobleman's eye, these slaves will never be able to break free from slavery. All of you have shown great bravery this time, and now I will reward you one by one. The crowd of slaves under the stage all looked excited. After paying so much importance, it finally paid off. Lemu, kill 4 third-order firebirds and be promoted to a third-class slave. Duress, kill 6 third-order firebirds, 2 fourth-order firebirds, promoted to first-class slave. Ren Chang, killed 9 third-order firebirds and 1 fourth-order firebird, promoted to first-class slave. Zhao Shanfan, killed 10 third-order firebirds and 1 fourth-order firebird, promoted to first-class slave. After saying that, Khaled closed the merit book, looked at the group of slaves and said encouragingly, Congratulations to all of you. I hope that you will be freed from slavery soon. Battalion Commander. I'm not convinced. Chapter 163, Thinking only of one's own pleasure and not caring about others hurts. A slave with a broken arm stood up with a ferocious light in his eyes, pointing at Ren Chang and the other 4. Not surprised. I killed 5 third-order firebirds and broken arm before I was promoted to a second-class slave. These 4 are clearly deserters. Why are they promoted to first-class slaves? I'm not convinced. You're a second-class slave now, aren't you? Khaled looked at him coldly and expressionlessly, with a cold gleam in his eyes. Yes, this is something I traded back with my blood. The broken-armed slave looked haughty, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Not anymore. Offense, sir? Relegated back to a 5th-class slave. Kolai's merciless words were like a sharp sword, instantly piercing the pride of the broken-armed slave. What? You can't do this. I've shed blood for the Yuan tribe. I've made merits. I'm going to sue you. The broken-armed slave shouted angrily, his voice filled with resentment and indignation. Men, pull me out and give me a heavy beating of 100 military clubs, front and back. Khaled's tone was calm and cold, as if he was giving an insignificant order. Yes, Battalion Commander. 2 soldiers quickly stepped out and without hesitation, they racked the broken-armed slave out. This was followed by a chilling cry of misery from outside the door. A tiny slave who dared to be arrogant and domineering in front of him was simply asking for death. Doesn't he know that in this world, power is everything? Kolai's eyes stared icily at the group of slaves below, pondering in his heart. Is there anyone else who doesn't have a problem with that? Kolai's voice was flat, but it carried an invisible pressure that made the slaves present not dare to raise their heads easily. They knew that if anyone else dared to challenge Khaled's authority, they would end up worse off than the slave with the broken arm. The entire scene was plunged into a dead silence, with only the screams of the slave with the broken arm still echoing, sending shivers down one's spine. Just like that, Ren Cheng and the other 4 became first-class slaves without any problems. 10 days later, Yuan Yumao also came back to Carmel City, and let people summon Moze that night. Ma'am, should my subordinate be proper today, or should he be immodest? Now that Moze was out of slavery, so finally, he didn't have to call himself a slave. Yuan Yui's lying in the chair, as if a very tired look, half-squinting eyes said lazily, Tops is still there in Tower Town dealing with the aftermath of the war and won't be back for 5 days. Then her beautiful eyes lifted and her eyes were cold. Moze, you've got a lot of guts. How dare you disobey my orders and join the army to go to the front line without authorization? The reason why she raised Moze out of the slave camp was because she was afraid that he would get into an accident when he went to the front line. In the wood world, refiner is very precious. Skillful refiner is even more precious. Skillful work is good. Long and good refining that is precious in the precious. With the talent that Moze was displaying now, when his cultivation broke through, he would definitely become a master refiner. She also had the intention of promoting Moze before he became her personal guard. Moze flopped down and directly knelt down, respectfully explaining, Ma'am, my subordinate is really relieved to have those few brothers of mine, and I actually didn't go to the front line this time. I just skipped around outside and came back, and I didn't encounter any danger. Yuan Yu's eyes snorted a laugh, You're quite resourceful. Then his complexion changed and he sneered, You can't bear to part with that little lady of yours. I am a poor and humble couple who share the same suffering with my lowly wife. I really can't see her going to her death. I hope that your ladyship understands, Moze said with a serious expression. I can't believe you're still a lover. A trace of color flashed through Yuan Yu's eyes, and his expression was somewhat complicated, as if he had recalled certain past events. She hooked her finger to signal Inkbrand to come over, then picked up his chin seductively. So who do you think is prettier, me or your wife? Feeling Yuan Yu's eyes seducing him, Moze's heart rippled. He was a normal man. Naturally he would have the reaction that a normal man should have. Swallowing her saliva, she said, Your ladyship is delicate and incomparable. My humble self is not as good as you. Yuan Yumu giggled happily, Then go kill your wife and focus on serving me from now on. This is nuts. Moze's face changed drastically. His heart was appalled, and he hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed, pleading, Madam, she is innocent within the, and if you do see her in a bad light, I can break up with her and send her far away from the. I only ask that you spare her life, and my subordinate is willing to do anything for you. After saying that, Moze kowtowed in a hurry. Crazy guy, he really can't afford to mess with him. He was really afraid that Yuan Yumu would go crazy and have someone kill He Lian. Ha 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 ha, Yuan Yu eyes madly laughed out loud. Then his expression changed. His eyes flashed with appreciation. Not bad, count on me not having misjudged you. What this madam has always hated the most is people who are thin-skinned and uncaring. Get up! What a ing lunatic. Sichuan opera can't change its face as fast as you can. Moze let out a long breath and thanked him before getting up and standing respectfully to the side. I thought you said you'd do anything for me? Then come over here and give me a massage, he said, beckoning him to keep coming. Mauser carefully walked over to her and gently squeezed her shoulders. Yuan Yu's eyes closed with a look of enjoyment, then faintly said, Use the little flying stick to heal my wounds. Ah, shall I heal your wounds? Didn't you say you'd do anything for me? Yuan Yu's eyes were half closed, and a weird smile appeared on her face. Then her complexion changed and she delicately said, Or do you actually want me to kill that little lady of yours? Ma'am, you are mistaken. My subordinate is willing to do anything for you. Saying that, Moze hurriedly picked up the small flying stick of the healing treasure weapon that had been prepared in advance on the table, and at the same time, he also noticed that there were also rare and strange gadgets on the table. 2 hours later, Moze walked out drenched in sweat with a complex expression. This Yuan Yu Eyes is not only a madman but also a pervert. Hobbies are strange, tricks are strange, means are novel and bizarre. Men look at the leg cramps will be autistic. Women look at the eyes of the bewildered shouting daddy. Moze had also been careful to tell her that he had a treasure weapon that had better healing effects than the small flying stick, but the woman let out a laugh, and directly kicked Inkbrand over to the ground, and then ruthlessly said that she couldn't get pregnant. Scumbag girl, that's a damn good point. He only cares about his own pleasure, not caring about other people's injuries. Light tease not on, do not want to take the responsibility at all, simply a beast plus perverted. Heartless, I can't beat you. But I can't beat your daughter? This shovel, it must be recovered. After Moze walked out of Yuan Yumo's room, he went straight to Yuan Yu's room with a full of evil fire. Chapter 164, Controlling Yuan Yu. Moze, you dog lackey, you finally came over. Hurry up, bring out the divine fairy duo. I can't stand it anymore. Yuan Yu's hair was disheveled and her expression was frantic as she grabbed onto Moze and kept shaking. Ever since Mose started not restricting her from inhaling Shinxian Duo, she's been on a roll, starting with at least 5 bottles a day, sometimes even 8 or 10. At the same time, the horrific toxicity to Shinxian Duo is slowly becoming apparent. Previously not inhaling was at most agitated and uncomfortable. Now if you don't inhale, your body convulses and your whole body feels like it's being torn apart by tens of thousands of poisonous insects, making it painful. She also felt that Mose was playing tricks on her, but every time she inhaled it, that kind of soul-stirring, mesmerizing feeling made her unable to stop, and all this suspicion was put behind her. Just now she had been calling for someone to summon Mose to come over, but the subordinate replied that Mose was with the lady on an important matter and couldn't come over. Addiction kicked in and she nearly collapsed in her room. I sucked up all 10 bottles I gave you yesterday. Mose shrugged off Yuaning Yu and sat directly on the main seat of the room. Daring, you dog slave, is that a seat for you to sit in? Mose sneered and took out a bottle of Shinshindu and shook it in his hand. Give it to me, quickly give it to me. Feel free to sit in this seat if you want. Yuaning Yu, like a, hurriedly crawled over and was about to grab that bottle of Divine Fairy Duo. Mose's hand exerted force, and this bottle of Divine Fairy Duo was directly pinched and burst. What are you doing? Yuaning Yu roared like crazy, looking at Mose with a look of disbelief. She couldn't imagine that a slave she despised would dare to do that to him. You have more. You must have more. Give it to me, I beg you. Give it to me. Yuaning Yu begged frantically, and at this moment, the severe pain that came from her body like 10,000 ants gnawing at her body made it impossible for her to mind who was the master and who was the slave anymore. You really want it? Want it? Want it badly. You want you to give me another bottle of Shenandoah. I'll fulfill whatever you want. Yuaning Yu nodded frantically, looking at Mose with incomparable anticipation. Then you call out to your master first to hear it. An evil smile twinkled in Mose's eyes. Mose, when our parents find out, they will definitely break you into pieces. Yuaning Yu looked insane and shouted through clenched teeth. Mose's face changed drastically, and he said in incomparable panic, then what should I do? If your parents find out about this, I will definitely be worse than dead. Then his expression changed and he blandly said, it's all death anyway. Why don't I kill myself first? It's just that only I can refine this Divine Fairy Dodo, and in the future you'll never have a Divine Fairy Dodo to suck on again. Saying that, Mose really took out a knife from his storage ring and prepared to wipe his neck. No, you can't die. I promise I won't tell my mom and dad. Please, just give me one more drag. Just one. Whatever you want me to do. Yuaning Yu hurriedly pulled Mose and begged frantically. So, then I'll think about it, said Mose as he sat down on a chair and made a contemplative gesture. Mauser, there's no need to think about it. I'll give you whatever you want, even if it's myself. After saying that, Yuaning Yu directly tore open her own clothes, revealing her snow-white skin and exquisite figure. Combined with the green fur all over his body and his green eyes, he looked demonic. Mose reached out to touch her delicate face and said with an icy expression, what did you call me? Master. You my master. Please, give me the Divine Fairy. I can't stand it. Feeling that this Yuaning Yu should almost reach his limit, Mose sneered and a laughing gas appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Yuaning Yu took a deep breath, and suddenly his eyes went white as he directly paralyzed on the ground, then revealed an incomparably enjoyable look, and a weird smile appeared on his face. In an instant, hell and heaven. A moment later, Yuaning Yu slowed down and curled up naked on the ground, looking at Mose with a gaze of fear and longing in his eyes. Mose's imperial aura filled his body and his spiritual intimidation was unleashed as he stomped on Yuaning Yu's body, half bending his body in a threatening manner. In fact, this Divine Fairy was refined from one of my chi, and I'm the only one in this world who has it. If you're good, then you'll have an inexhaustible supply of fairy dodgers. But if you try to finish any tricks, then yes, more than that, we'll both die. No, I'm wrong. I might die, but you'll be worse than dead. No, I'll be obedient. I can't live without Divine Fairy. Yuaning Yu said obediently with a sobbing voice. Very well, in calling for a master. Mose had a smug look on his face. There were a lot of things that could be unfolded after putting Yuaning Yu under control. Master. It was late at night when Inkbrand returned to his residence, being teased by Yuan Yu's eyes for half a day and tossing around with Yuaning Yu. The evil fire that filled him at this time could only be vented on He Lian. The next day, under Yuaning Yu's arrangement, Ren Chengcheng He Lian and the other 4 also shed their slavery and became her personal guards, with Ren Chengcheng and the others guarding Yuaning Yu at all times. This could also control her better. The Yuan tribe's 3rd grade spiritual wood Chi Point was a huge psychic ancient tree that was situated in a large compound on the west side of the city lord's mansion. The psychic ancient tree absorbed the energy in the wood realm and transformed it into spiritual wood chi, which filled the surroundings of the ancient tree. On several large tree trunks, dozens of tree houses were constructed, and those were the cultivation rooms for practicing the third-grade spirit wood chi, the Tongling ancient tree. In addition to being able to transform third-grade spiritual wood chi, would bear around 10 Tongling wood fruits every 50 years. The Tongling wood fruit could allow wood attribute chi below the third grade to directly advance into wood spirit chi, making it a rare wood attribute spirit item. As a result, the Yuan tribe's control over the Tongling ancient tree was extremely strict, and apart from the elders and direct members of the tribe, it was very difficult for other people to get close to the Tongling ancient tree. As the daughter of the Yuan tribe's young lord, Yuan Yu was naturally qualified to cultivate the wood spirit chi, and Mo Zay's plan was simple. Using He Lian's Mirage Bee to transform into Yuan Yu's appearance, and the Li substituted for the peach. Yuan Yu was now being controlled to death by Mo Zay with his laughing chi, so he naturally cooperated to carry out Mo Zay's plan. She brought Run Chang Chang and He Lian into the mansion where the psychic ancient tree was located, and after going through layers of inspections, she finally arrived in front of the psychic oddity. Then on the pretext of going to the toilet, he took Rin Chang Chang and He Lian, the two personal guards, into the outhouse. After she came out, she was already He Lian after being disguised by Mirage Pearl, and she was also wearing Mo Zay's dark concealment cloak that could conceal her cultivation. According to Yuan Yu's explanation, she entered that cultivation room that belonged to her, and then sat down to start cultivating the wood spirit chi. The real Yuan Yu, on the other hand, was sitting happily inside the thatched toilet sucking on the divine dodo with a look of incomparable enjoyment on his face. Today's situation was special, and Mose gave her a full 20 bottles of divine fairy dodo, allowing her to inhale enough in one go. Ren Chang Chang, on the other hand, was outside the thatched toilet, staring at Yuan Yu with a disgusted face in case anything happened. Chapter 165 Teacher, you sold us. Time rushes by and night creeps in. He Lian slowly opened her eyes. A bright light flashed in her eyes as she finally ended her day of cultivation and successfully stepped into the third stage of the Three Flowers realm. At this moment, outside the mansion, Mo Zay waited anxiously, and when he saw He Lian, Yuan Yuaching, and Azi walking out safe and sound, the stone hanging high in his heart finally fell. Mose let out a long breath, a relieved smile on his face. Great, you guys finally came out safely. With this experience, they'll be light on their feet next time. Now that Mo Zay and the other 5 had gotten rid of their slavery and officially became part of the Yuan tribe, their freedom was no longer restricted, and He Lian even managed to advance to the third stage of the Three Flower realm. All things were moving in a good direction. However, the beauty of it was that Mose had to play with Yuan Yuaching every few days. Sometimes, he had to admit that those scenes were indeed fragrant and touching, but Yuan Yuaching's tricks were really numerous. Often, they just want to feel good and don't care about others. From time to time he was made to feel that his character had been greatly insulted, but there's no way, not enough strength right now, and vengeance can only be a few clicks ahead. 2.5. One of these days, he's going to get that shovel back. Carmel City, outside a small detached compound. Mo Zay carried 2 pans of good wine and brought Feng Tianchen and Zhao Shanfan with him as he knocked on the door of this house. Brother Cullet, it's me, Ink Brand. With a creak, the door was opened. Elder brother Mose, why are you guys here? Come on in. Kalei enthusiastically invited them in. At the table, after 3 rounds of drinks, older brother Mose, you guys are really great. Just in these few days, you helped your friend get out of slavery. Brother, I admire you. Come on, I'll toast you guys. Big brother Kalai, you flatter me. You're the one who's awesome. It's only been a few days since I've seen you, and you've already risen to the position of vice commander of the Black Fury Heavenly Prison. The 4 of them laughed and toasted. Big brother Kalai, this Carmel City can't use force, but my younger brother has 2 major enemies. I wonder if my older brother has any way to give my younger brother an outlet for his anger. Thinking of the torture that he and the others had suffered during this period of time, Mose hated the duo, Darim and Harry, with a passion. Is your enemy one of the Yuan tribe? No, then there's no problem. It's all covered by brother. After saying that, Kolai patted his chest with a look of having a plan in place. The next day, Mose followed Kolai with a group of soldiers and directly surrounded Darim's home. General, what are you doing? I'm a good citizen. Darim hurriedly took out a bag of Yuan stones and stuffed it into Kolai. Khalid went with his nature and waited for me to put the metastone away, then kicked it away. Asshole, how dare you bribe this general? Tie him up for me. Soon Darim was tied up. Why, Darim, don't you remember me so soon? Murazawa looked at him mockingly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You're called Moore. What's his name? Darim thought about it for half a day, but still couldn't remember Murasame's name. Mauser. Yes, it's Mose. Grand Master. I was wrong. Just be generous and let me go as if I were a fart. Darim looked horrified and begged bitterly. He didn't expect that Mose could come out of the slave camp so quickly, and by the looks of it, he actually got rich. You want to forget about it after you tricked us so badly. Think too much. Saying that, Inkbrand laughed coldly and slapped his face. And I didn't lie to you. I took your money, but I did let you join the Yuan tribe. And that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I thought you guys knew, Darim said with an innocent look on his face. Mose backhanded him and slapped him right across both of his front teeth. You asshole. Selling us out and you still have a point. Then Moses' hand rose up and stabbed him directly. Men. Darim was killed resisting arrest. Push his body out and feed it to the dogs. With a shout from Khalid, 2 soldiers dragged Darim's body straight out. Thank you big brother Karai. I'll keep this favor brother. Without Kalai's identity, he would not have been able to kill anyone in the city of Kamai. Brothers, family doesn't talk about family. Kalai enthusiastically patted Mose's shoulder. He was also very happy to be able to make good friends with a refiner with unlimited potential. Then they continued on to Harry's house. Mose, listen to my explanation. All of this was arranged by Mr. Pang, and I was just following orders. Tied up Harry said with a panicked look. You mean to say that my teacher betrayed us? Mose's complexion changed, mocking in disbelief. Then he drew his long sword to strike directly. Stop! A familiar voice came. Mose and the others looked in search of the sound and saw Vice Dean Peng walking over wearing the attire of an elder of the Yuan tribe. Greetings, elder. The crowd saluted in a hurry. Sensei, you're finally back, Mose shouted with an excited look. Vice President Pong nodded with a smile at Mose, then said to Kalai, you guys go back first. I'll take care of it here. Aye, elder. Then Kalai returned to the Black Fiend Heavenly Prison with his team, and he was envious inwardly as he listened to Mose call a 6th stage god refining realm powerhouse. He didn't expect that his casually recognized brother actually had such a hard backstage, and at the same time, he was secretly glad that he had befriended Mose. In a private room of a restaurant, Mose, Feng Tianchen, and Ning Chuan stared at Vice Dean Peng, who was sitting across from them, with grudging faces. At this moment, they finally realized that they and the others had indeed been betrayed by Vice Dean Peng. Vice Dean Peng smiled helplessly and explained, don't look at me like that. In order to obtain the 3rd grade spirit wood chi, you must first blend into the Yuan tribe. The Yuan tribe is heavily guarded, and regular people will face very harsh scrutiny if they join, and it's the quickest way to blend in as a slave. Hearing this, Feng Tianchen couldn't help but feel a wave of aggression as he muttered and complained. Then you could have just explained the situation to us. You have no idea how much we have suffered in the Yuan Tuasi mansion. Vice President Pang glanced at him and replied disdainfully. It's just not telling you guys that you're the ones who really can't just rely on your poor acting skills. I'm afraid you'll be dealt with as a spy right after you enter the house. Teacher, then how did you become an elder of the Yuan tribe? Mose asked suspiciously. I also participated in the Battle of Tower Town and killed a 6th order firebird for the Yuan tribe, which is how I became an elder of the Yuan tribe, and it's still the kind that doesn't have any real power. Then he changed his expression and continued with an odd expression on his face. Originally, I was prepared to use my status as an elder to fish for you guys this time, but I didn't realize that you've actually already gotten out of slavery on your own. Chapter 166 The Vice President's Task. Then Mose told the general story of what happened to him and the others in Yuan Tuasi's mansion, including the fact that he had taken control of Yuan Ingyu. But it's really hard to talk about things with Yuan Yeye's eyes, and straight up she's a pervert, but instead she admires him very much. Vice Dean Pang gave him a meaningful look and instructed him to be careful, and to run if he couldn't. The 3rd grade spiritual would chi other also had. Then he looked at the 3 of them appreciatively. You guys are very good, even better than I imagined. Heilian has already been to the Tongling ancient tree, so you guys should know about the Tongling wood fruit as well. The 3 of them, Mose, nodded their heads. They had also inquired from Yuan Ingyu afterwards. This Tongling wood fruit was indeed a good thing. It could raise the wood attribute chi to the 3rd grade spirit wood chi, but the Yuan tribe looked at them too closely, and only full members of the Yuan tribe could be exchanged for tribal contribution points, and it required 1 million contribution points. This price directly cut off all thoughts of Mose and the others. We have to find a way to get one, Vice President Pang said with firm eyes. Vice Dean, this is too difficult. That's 1 million contribution points. Yuan Ingyu, a full member, only has less than 50,000 contribution points on him, Zhao Shanfan said with a difficult look on his face. This Yuan tribe's contribution points might not be that good. Mose had refined so many treasure weapons for them and had only gained more than 500 points. Ren Chung Chang and the others had even less at all. 1 million contribution points. According to their current situation, don't even think about it without 20 years. Vice Dean Peng coughed dryly. Last time, I killed a 6th stage demon martial level flamingo and gained 200 000 contribution points. Everyone think of a way to do more quests together during this period of time. And we must find a way to raise enough for 1 million contribution points. Feng Tianqian rolled his eyes, slaying a 6th order powerhouse to only gain 200,000. Then why don't we pull the Academy's large force over and directly destroy the Firebird clan? Then this remaining 800,000 will come together. Vice President Pang glared at him. How do you talk to a teacher? When you encounter a problem, you have to find a way to solve it. As long as you are willing to use your brain, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Feng Tianqian shook his head disdainfully. He was Dean Yao's student. He wasn't afraid of the vice dean. Teacher, why do you have to have this tumbling wood fruit? 800,000 contribution points is just too difficult. Moze also had a difficult look on his face. Viceyard leader Pang sighed. Tianqing's talent is actually very good. It's just a pity that the first Dao Qi cultivated was only the 4th grade Wood Yuan Qi. He's been suppressing his cultivation from breaking through all these years because he wants to raise his last Qi to the 3rd grade before cultivating the 2nd grade Qi. Then he gave the trio a meaningful, admonishing look. If one can't cultivate themselves to perfection before the 6th order God refining realm, once they cultivate 2nd quality Qi to break through to the 6th order God refining realm, then this side of their life will be very difficult to break through to the 7th order cave realm. So, this is actually the main reason why you insisted on coming to the wood realm. Teacher, Mose said with a complicated expression. Vice President Pang nodded. This is indeed one of the reasons, but the main thing is for you guys to get experience. But Vice Dean, 800,000 contribution points is just too hard. Do your own thing. Let Pavilion Master reign his own way. Zhao Shanfan also had a bitter look on his face. This level of mission was too difficult for a few of them who were trainees at the 3rd order 3 flower realm. Yes, Vice Dean. Let Pavilion Master Rin come by himself. We are not related to him. Isn't it a bit difficult to force this kind of thing on us? Feng Tianqian laughed and also shrugged it off. Vice President Peng angrily glared at the two of them. I'll relay what you said today to Tianxing one by one. If you retreat when you encounter something, you will never want to enter the sword pavilion and cultivate sword chi in your lives. The two men's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Vice Dean, we're wrong. We'll definitely help raise contribution points. Sword chi was the #1 offensive chi among the currently known 3 qualities of chi, and their two had long included it in their cultivation plans, which would be embarrassing if they were stuck with it by Pavilion Master Ren. Mose also nodded with a grave expression. Teacher, we'll try to raise it. Although 800,000 contribution points was not a small amount, there was still a chance if one went for it. Moreover, Pavilion Master Ren did treat him well, almost equivalent to half of his teacher, and this matter was something he naturally had to do his best to do. In the evening, after returning to Yu Weningyu's room, Moze told Ren Changchang and He Ilian about the encounter with Vice President Pang. Naturally, He Ilian wouldn't say anything, and everything she did was up to Mose. Ren Changchang, on the other hand, had a glint in his eye and said with a determined expression, we must obtain this tumbling wood fruit no matter what. Moze and the others gave her a blank stare in unison. Your own real father. Of course you say that. Now with Yu Weningyu's 50,000 contribution points, they were still short of 750,000. Right now the highest quest reward in the tribe is the quest to hunt the firebirds. You guys can team up and go together. Yu Weningyu proposed to them from the side. You're not thinking of sidetracking us and pulling some little stunt, are you? Moze said with an icy expression. Yu Weningyu directly kneeled on the ground as soon as he kept kowtowing and said with a horrified expression. Master, it won't be. I definitely won't have any bad intentions. As long as Master can give me the divine immortal fairy, I'm willing to be Master's obedient slave for the rest of my life. Mose nodded with satisfaction and casually rewarded him with a bottle of God's fairy dodo. Yu Weningyu took it with great joy, and hastily opened the bottle cap and sucked it up, then lying on the side with a face of enjoyment. He giggling. Suck it up. The more you suck it up, the more you'll crave the goddamned fairy. Ren Changchang and the others were also convinced by Moze. This bizarre means. The next day, a group of 5 people went to the city lord's task hall to receive a task. Oz, brother, which one do I want? He Elian pointed at the quest reward exchange with an excited face. Armor of Thorns, yellow grade high-level auxiliary battle performance. Can use wood attribute chi to create a piece of armor outside of the body. It possesses the effects of increasing defense, speed, and recovering from injuries, and the higher the grade of the wood attribute chi, the stronger its increased attributes. Exchange price, 20,000 contribution points. Without saying a word, Moze directly transferred the 50,000 contribution points that he had transferred from Yu Weningyu and transferred 20,000 to pay the bill. The skill book arrived, and Halian laughed with joy. Thank you brother Azer, I always buy you what you want. The other 3 felt a sudden pang of flesh. There are rules at the academy that cadets can't fall in love. Run Chang Chang gritted his teeth and said, that was the contribution points used to buy spiritual objects for his father. Ah, this has not even begun. It is negative 20,000. Your family lives in the sea. Ah, the tube is so wide. Besides, this is not an academy. What can you do to us? Moze nonchalantly mocked. Chapter 167 Ambushing the Red Flame Sparrow. The Liaoyang mountain range, with its high mountains and dense forests, curving and undulating, is high up into the clouds and meets the blue sky. This is the habitat of the Firebird clan. As a powerful flying creature, the Firebird clan usually lives on top of high mountains or in deep valleys. They possess the power of fiery flames, which they can manipulate to protect themselves and attack their enemies. However, this race is not as warlike as other ferocious creatures. Instead, they are very gentle and friendly, and generally do not actively attack humans. But just 50 years ago, everything changed. The Firebird clan seemed to have suddenly become unusually violent and kept attacking the Yuan tribe. In these 50 years, both the Firebird clan and the Yuan tribe had each suffered deaths and injuries, especially in the Tower Town battle some time ago. Both sides suffered heavy deaths and injuries. The leader of the Firebird clan, the 7th Order Cave Heaven Realm Demon King Fire Phoenix, was seriously injured, and the clan lost half of its experts. It would be difficult to organize a major attack on the Yuan tribe. The Yuan tribe had also placed a large number of bounties on the Firebird clan in an attempt to weaken the Firebird clan's power in this way. After Moze's group of 5 people received their mission, they came to this Prairie Sun mountain range and started hunting firebirds. With the strength of the 5 people's peripheral 1st and 2nd order firebirds were naturally unimpressive, and after easily killing a dozen or so 3rd order demon general level firebirds, they directly dived towards the deeper regions of the mountain range. Boss Moze, there is a red flame sparrow's nest on the cliff in front of us, and inside there are 2 4th-ranked demon monarchs and a nest of red flame sparrow pups. After observing with his binoculars, Feng Tianshan carefully reported the situation. Moze also used his binoculars to look in the direction that Feng Tianshan was pointing to, and after measuring the battle strength of both sides, everyone get ready to fight. Then the 5 of them sneaked off in the direction of the nest. The male bird that was feeding in the nest suddenly let out a screech, and at once a fireball shot in the direction where Inkbrand lurked. Everyone be careful. This red flame sparrow is not simple. With a shout from Moze, the 5 of them scattered in a hurry, while putting their gas masks on at the same time. The ink swamp gas spread out and was ignited by the flames, then turned into a sea of fire in the vicinity. Rang Cheng Cheng and Feng Tianshan also released the marsh gas they went for, and the flame range continued to expand. At the same time, a foul odor quickly filled the air in the direction of the bird's nest. At this moment, the 2-headed 4th-ranked red flame sparrow stared at the crowd in an eerie manner, its fire elemental energy rapidly condensing around its body, emitting a faint crimson glow. As their wings flapped, a hurricane appeared, directly blowing away the stench. This was the first time Stinky had been cracked since Inkbrand had been through so many battles. Moze didn't talk nonsense, and really couldn't talk nonsense with the 2 unenlightened demonic beasts. Waving the stirrer in his hand, a spiritual rhinoceros sword wave shot towards the male bird. Ren Cheng Cheng was also like a sharp sword coming out of its sheath, exuding red-colored lightning all over his body, and his white longsword chopped out sword chi to attack the mother bird. Feng Tianshan and Zhao Shanfan also assisted Ren Cheng Cheng in attacking the mother bird according to the planned strategy. He Lian, on the other hand, shot out a fire blade along with Moze to attack the male bird. Moze waved the stirrer in his hand, and a huge fire dragon attacked the male bird under the control of the royal fire skill. The male bird was very fast, and Moze's spiritual rhinoceros sword wave was dodged by an easy drift. With a flap of its wings, countless flame feathers were like a flying dagger, directly sifting Moze's flame dragon, and with unabated momentum, it attacked towards Moze and He Lian. There were too many flaming feathers. Wanting to completely avoid them was definitely impossible. Moze's mind moved and a fiery shield appeared around his body. This would be the very same yellow-grade high-grade defense battle skill that he had obtained in the Blood God sect back then. He Lian also summoned a green light shield to block in front of her. Although this flame feather was numerous, the attack wasn't very strong, and after a burst of splintering, Moze and He Lian didn't have any major injuries other than being a bit of a mess. However, it was obvious that in the aspect of playing with fire, Moze was obviously quite a bit worse. After all, the male bird was 1 realm higher than him, with the male spreading his wings once more while letting out a chirp. A huge tornado of flames quickly came at them. Moze's face changed drastically. The strength of this male bird was beyond his imagination, only to see his palm flip. A red orb appeared in his hand, and within the orb there were countless small specks colliding at a rapid pace. It's really a little nuclear fireball from Murray Zephyr. As he pushed with his palm, the small fireball quickly crashed into the flaming tornado. Boom! There was a loud bang, The huge wave of air pushed Moze and He Elian directly away by several feet. The battle situation on Ren Chengcheng's side was also not optimistic. Several times it was close to death. If it wasn't for Zhao Shanfan and Feng Tianchen assisting from the side, it was estimated that he would have died. All along, Moze and the others had relied on the powerful stinky poison attribute of the marsh gas, and were almost invincible in the same rank. Even if it was a fourth-order mini-realm powerhouse under the weakening of that stench of the marsh gas, they had defeated it a few times, which gave them the idea that the fourth order was nothing more than that, but today seems to have kicked the iron plate. This two-headed red flame sparrow is at least the middle stage of the fourth rank. A gifted fire art is used in a perfect way. Even if Moze and the others were all third-rank celestial pride with 3 channels of third-rank chi and were working together well, they were almost beaten without any power to fight back. Just as Moze was struggling to think of a way to break the situation, a young bird on the edge of the cliff was directly overturned by the aftermath of the battle and fell towards the bottom of the cliff. The male let out a screech and flapped his wings as he rushed to the cliff to catch the young bird. Seeing this, Moze immediately brightened up, surrounded by lightning, and shouted, "Left 0, right fire, thunder God help me." The 2 red-colored lightning bolts directly attacked the 5 young birds inside the bird's nest. The male and female birds were startled and let out loud and clear screams in unison. Boom! The sound of the mother bird directly gave up attacking Ring Chang Chang and turned into a red shadow, directly blocking the front of the bird's nest and blocking the 2 lightning bolts with her body. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mother bird, her fiery red fur exploding from the roots of electricity while 2 scorched black wounds appeared on her body. The male bird chirped miserably in the air. His body's fire yuan chi stirred around him, and a huge flaming giant claw with monstrous fury swiftly grabbed towards Moze. Its momentum was incomparably swift, directly cutting a red mark in the sky. Moze didn't dare to be careless. His body's hydrogen chi was running at full strength. His body was like a rock. He turned and rolled, and with his exquisite micro-manipulation, he narrowly dodged this strike. Bang! The bang! The flaming giant claw struck the small hill next to it, sending out a violent explosion that directly flattened the hill. And Feng Tianchen followed suit, the soul tool generator in his body working frantically, and the 2 red-colored lightning bolts quickly attacked the bird's nest cub. The male bird once again let out a high-pitched chirp, as if cursing, "The humans! Despicable!" At the same time, its wings flapped and a giant blade of red flame directly split the lightning. And Ren Chengcheng didn't stay idle as the 2 red lightning bolts also quickly attacked the bird's nest cub. The male bird, who was too late to send an attack back, could only block the blow with his body. The battle was instantly reversed. Chapter 168, Fire Phoenix's Request. Next, Moze and the others also stopped launching attacks on the 2 large birds, and instead focused all their skills on the cubs in the nest. Those 2 big birds kept trying to block the attacks of Moze and the others, and if they were unable to do so, they would use their own bodies to fend them off. Before long, the 2 large birds were all over the place, while the cubs behind them continued to chirp miserably. The voices seemed to say, "Poop, mama, run away, you guys." The 2 large birds twisted their heads and looked at their young in the nest, 2 lines of sad tears flowing from their eyes. They seemed to blame themselves for not protecting their children. Just as Moze was about to launch the final blow, He Elian suddenly said with some impatience, "Ah, Zay brother, why don't we leave them alone?" "Good, let them off the hook then." Moze immediately retracted the skill he was about to release, while his expression was gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking. What? Zhao Shanfan was shocked, as if he hadn't heard clearly just now. "No way, Boss Moze. We've been fighting for so long and you're saying you're giving up. This is 20,000 contribution points." Feng Tianchen was puzzled. "Do you know what you're talking about, Mauser?" Ren Chengcheng was also incredulous. She had her sword raised. "And you said that you were going to let these 2 demonic beasts go." Knowing that this earning contribution points was for her father to buy spiritual items, she definitely wouldn't give it up. "This bird is so cute. How can you guys bear to kill them?" Saying that, Moze gave a mysterious wink to the crowd. "Lovely?" Feng Tianchen stared with wide eyes. Where was the cuteness in this? 2 large, menacing birds, and now covered in black and purple from the electricity. The 6 little birds didn't have all their fur and looked ugly as well. Zhao Shanfan seemed to understand something and hurriedly exclaimed, "Yes. If it wasn't for the Yuan tribe detaining our teacher and forcing us to come over to hunt the Firebird clan, we wouldn't have laid our hands on these little birds." Feng Tianchen looked at Zhao Shanfan and Moze with a shocked expression. "It's not that you guys are shifting the plot so fast that I can't keep up." Ren Chengcheng clearly understood what was going on. Her whole body tensed up and carefully guarded her surroundings. He Elian also had a questioning look on her face, looking at Moze with an uncertain expression. "Yeah, this Yuan tribe is really too abominable. Such a kind firebird. How can I be told to lay my hands on it?" Moze raised his volume and shouted, as if he was afraid that some being around him wouldn't hear him. "Humph, there's no need to act in front of me. If it wasn't for that girl child just now, you'd already be a corpse." A nice cold, lonely voice came from above behind him. The crowd turned their heads to look for the sound. Not far from the tip of the tree, a demonic man wearing a red robe with red hair all over his body was slowly flying towards them. "Greetings, senior." The five of them hurriedly bowed respectfully. It turned out that just now, just as he was about to strike, the seven-colored origin chi in the sea of consciousness frantically warned him. Hence the scene just now. With a wave of the demonic man's hand, a red aura shot out, and the injuries on the two large birds on the ground were instantly restored. The two large birds prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing to the man and chirping incessantly. The demonic man turned his head to look at the five and explained himself. "My name is Fire Phoenix. I am the clan leader of the Firebird clan in this area." Fire Phoenix, 7th Order Cave Realm Demon King. Greetings to the Fire Phoenix clan chief. The five of them hurriedly saluted again, while a bad feeling rose in their hearts. "You guys are human, and although you are wearing the clothes of the Yuan tribe, I have a feeling that you shouldn't be from the Yuan tribe," Fire Phoenix said as she carefully sized them up. Mose nodded his head in a hurry. To say that it was related to the Yuan tribe at this time now, wasn't that looking for death? "We are trainees from the human race's Tianyu Sacred Academy who have come to the Wood Realm to practice." Now that the situation was unclear, he hurriedly withdrew the big flag, hoping to make this demon king have some scruples. As expected, the Fire Phoenix revealed a look of surprise and scorn when she heard the four words Heavenly Sacred Academy. "So you guys are the celestial pride of the Tianyu Sacred Academy. No wonder you possess the strength to challenge over the levels. It's inconvenient to talk here. I'll take you to a different place." After saying that, he reached out his hand and waved. A red light flashed, and then Mose and the others were brought to a large hall. The hall was dark red, as if it was carved from jade, with countless more or less murals on the second side, on which various demonic beast patterns were drawn. And on the jade wall directly in front of the hall was a huge picture of a phoenix in nirvana. There were 6 stone cases in the hall, and the Fire Phoenix greeted them as they sat down. Then several fire birds flew in and offered them pots of spirit fruits. "Actually, I noticed as soon as you guys entered the Prairie Sun Mountain Range, you're the only non-wood spirit race team to enter the Prairie Sun Mountain Range recently. That's exactly why I haven't killed you yet after you've killed so many third-ranked Firebird clansmen of my clan. I'm sorry, Fire Phoenix clan leader. We were also compelled by the Yuan tribe, and we are now very sorry for doing atrocious acts against the Firebird clan." Mose hurriedly apologized, fearing that Fire Phoenix would hold them responsible. The Fire Phoenix showed a sad face and let out a long sigh. "Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. This time, calling you guys to come is really because there's something I want you guys to help with." Mose hurriedly got up and patted his chest, saying, "Fire Phoenix Patriarch, if there is something you can command, in order to make up for the wounds we caused to the Firebird clan, we will definitely try our best to complete the mission." Now the strength is not equal, no matter what time first agreed to say, originally is their own and other people are in the wrong. If the other side of an upset will be their own GA, there is no place to say reason to go. Seeing that the Fire Phoenix's expression eased a lot because of his attitude, Mose also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seemed that his and other people's little lives were saved. The next step is to see what the other side wants them and others to do, and if it's too hard, then run away. A 7th Order Demon King couldn't make any big waves on Earth. "Do you know why our Firebird clan has been attacking the Yuan tribe? Please, Patriarch, solve the problem." The Fire Phoenix stood up and looked at the piece of Phoenix Nirvana diagram. Her expression fell into sadness. Then she told Mose and the others about the causes and consequences. The Firebird clan had a gentle and undisputed temperament, and had always maintained good relations with all clans in this area. It wasn't until 50 years ago that Yuan Laoshi, the new generation leader of the Yuan tribe, succeeded to the throne, and he began to wantonly capture the young of the Firebird clan for the sake of profit. In the end, even the daughter of the chief of the Fire Phoenix clan was poisoned. The Firebird clan's inheritance is linked to the Phoenix, an ancient divine beast, and his daughter even showed signs of her bloodline returning to her ancestors. It had a crucial role to play for the Firebird clan, so some time ago the Fire Phoenix mobilized the entire clan to try to save her daughter, but ultimately failed. "You are human and can enter Carmine City with honor, so I ask you to help me save my daughter." Chapter 169. Mose and the others were also sighing after hearing this, not thinking that the Yuan tribe was actually so ruthless. "Fire Phoenix Matriarch, are you sure your daughter is in Carmel City?" Mose asked seriously. "I'm sure. I have a bloodline connection with my daughter, and I'm sure that she's locked up in Carmel City," the Fire Phoenix Patriarch said with incomparable certainty. Mose nodded. "Good. Fire Phoenix Matriarch, don't worry. As long as she's still in Carmel City, we'll definitely find a way to get her out." "Good. Then thank you several little friends. After this is accomplished, my Firebird clan will be grateful, said Fire Phoenix bowed to the crowd. Then he said to He Lian, you should have practiced his 4th grade Fire Yuan Qi. If my daughter can return safely, I'll give you a drop of my Fire Phoenix True Blood, which can advance your 4th grade Fire Elemental Qi to 3rd grade Fire Phoenix Qi. He Lian's eyes lit up, and Moze was overjoyed as he hurriedly got up to say thank you. Many thanks, senior. We will definitely save your Qianjin. Then the Fire Phoenix matriarch made a move with her hand, and a middle-aged woman wearing red armor with a stern face walked in, carrying a black bag in her hand. Matriarch, the things are ready. The middle-aged woman's expression was cold, and there was still a deep sadness in the depths of her eyes. It's hard for you. Go down first. Fire Phoenix nodded faintly. The middle-aged woman was obviously also a 6th order god refining realm demon lord. She turned around and looked at Moze and the others and said seriously, I hope you guys can really save the young lord. Otherwise, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will definitely take your lives. After saying that, the middle-aged woman walked out of the hall without looking back. Moze and the others were dumbfounded. Fire Phoenix looked at the black bag that the middle-aged woman brought over, and her eyes were also filled with sadness. I know you're here, and you must have taken up the mission to hunt the Firebird clan from the Yuan tribe. These are the bird crowns we cut from the heads of our fallen clansmen this time, so take them and turn them in, and in the process gain the trust of the Yuan tribe. Moze stood in awe upon hearing this. Fire Phoenix matriarch, this gift is really too valuable. The Fire Phoenix clan chief beckoned and said with a gloomy expression, as long as we can save Burning Yao, this is all worth it. Moze once again respectfully saluted the Fire Phoenix matriarch. Matriarch, don't worry, we will not dishonor our mission. After Moze and the others left, the middle-aged woman who had just entered the Great Hall once again. Matriarch, do you trust these humanoids so much? Fire Phoenix smiled helplessly. Yenji, do we have any other choice now? The last great defeat has already caused my tribe to already be wounded, and I won't be able to pose much of a threat to the Yuan tribe for at least 20 years. Carmel City, in a hotel box. Vice Dean Pang looked at the bag of bird crowns as if he had seen a ghost, especially since there was also a refined God Realm Firebird's crown among them. How did you guys do that? It was with the bird crown that the Yuan tribe used to calculate the contribution points for the Firebird hunting quest. Moze then told Vice President Pang about the situation of the Firebird clan. I see. If there is a chance, I will help the Firebird clan rescue their young lord. So many Firebird clan bird crowns were enough to exchange for 2 psychic wood fruits. After receiving such a heavy gift from the Firebird clan, it was natural to do something for them. According to Moze's speculation, the most likely location where the Firebird clan's young lord would be imprisoned was the Black Fiend Heavenly Prison. In the Black Fury Heavenly Prison, Moze walked over with 2 jars of good wine in his hand in a big way. My name is Moser. I'm Vice Commander Cole's brother. Can you help go and inform us? Moze said with a smile. Eventually one of the guards. Wait a moment, I'll go and inform. After saying that, the guard ran in to inform. Not long after, Kalai walked out and smiled broadly when he saw Moze. Older brother Moze, how come you're free to come over and see me today? I've been rather idle lately, and I don't have any friends, so I thought I'd come and see big brother Cullet. Suddenly Moze looked around and said awkwardly, will I disturb your shift like this? Kalai laughed out loud. I'm the vice commander, not a jailer. What's the point of being on duty? Let's go into my office for a drink. Good. Then Moze followed Kalai and swaggered into the Black Fury Heavenly Prison. The Black Fury Heavenly Prison was divided into 2 parts. The upper part consisted of a council hall and dozens of offices, where all the top brass worked. Underground, there is 1 cell, divided into 5 levels. Among them, the bottom 2 floors held some high-strength felons, and only the Chancellor's permission allowed no one to go in. The 2 of them, Collet and Inkbrand, were in the office, and after a few glasses of wine, Inkbrand's face was flushed with envy, and his eyes were mesmerized as he looked at Collet, or Brother Kula, the vice commander of the Heavenly Prison. Thousands of soldiers under his command. Majestic. Every day there are so many brothers accompanied by drinking and eating meat. So happy. Unlike my younger brother, I work as a personal guard for the young lord's wife, and I have to take leave even when I go out of the house. It's a really hard life. Kulai looked condensed, seriously said, brother cannot underestimate this young master's wife guards this position. How many people begged for not come it? Even if our lord commander wanted to move you, he'd still have to ask the young lady's opinion. And if the young lord becomes the leader of the Yuan tribe that day, then brother, as someone who came out of the young lord's mansion, that would be a step up. Moze threw his glass of wine onto the table, exasperated. That's not even known how many years from now. Now that I'm trapped in the young lord's residence every day, it's inconvenient to go anywhere. Far from it. Let's just say this heavenly prison is the first time I've been here. Collet laughed out loud at that. Ha ha, Do you want to see what this Black Fury heavenly prison is like? Moses' eyes rolled with a longing look, but he quickly shook his head again. I can't. It'll get you in trouble, brother. I'll go back after the wine later. I just don't know when the next time I come out is. When he finished, he sighed heavily and looked very forlorn. I'm the vice commander here. Who dares to find trouble with me? Go, brother will take you to see it today. After saying that, Colei directly pulled Moses towards the underground cell. Moses' mouth said he was embarrassed, but in reality, his heart was already happy. This one killed a soldier of the Yuvan tribe in the city of Kamai. This one is a rapist. I don't remember this one. Over. Khaled walks around as he gives him information about the various inmates in the cell. Soon they arrived at the third basement level, and as Mose glanced around, countless Firebird clan cubs were being held in countless cells on both sides. Aren't we mortal enemies with the Firebird clan? How come these Firebird clans haven't been executed? Mose asked with a feigned puzzled expression. These Firebird cubs are treasures. Don't look at their ugly appearance now. When they grow up, they will be very beautiful battle pets. The Firebird clan has strong battle power and high face value, so it's a very popular battle pet in the worlds of the heavens, especially for women, Colei explained with a smile. After saying that, he didn't forget to push Mose and smiled mysteriously. Tell brother which one you fancy. I'll give it to you. Chapter 170 Delivering the Firebird clan cubs. Can I have a couple more? Mauser said jokingly. Khaled said with a serious face, if it was one or two. Brother, I'd have made a direct offer to send you. If you want more then you'll have to exchange it with contribution points. And I can do the honors of lowering the market price by 30%. A trace of excitement flashed in Moses' eyes, but he still pretended to be a bit hesitant as he asked, can I do this? The tribe won't say anything if I buy a lot of Firebird cubs, right? Khaled patted his chest in reassurance. Don't worry, the tribe catches so many Firebird clan cubs mainly for trading. As long as you have enough money, you can buy as many as you want. Mose was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't move. Big brother Colei. In fact, little brother has a way in the human world. If we smuggle these Firebird cubs over there and sell them, the price can definitely double. How about the two of us join forces to do this business? As soon as Khaled heard this, his eyes lit up with excitement. Is that true? If we can really sell this batch of Firebird cubs to the human world, that would be a huge profit. The two discussed some more details of the cooperation in detail. In order to curry favor with Mose, Colei took the initiative to let 20% of the profits go to the other party. In the end, it was decided to split the money on a 60-40th basis, with Mose taking 60% and Khaled getting 40%. Although he didn't find the daughter of the Fire Phoenix patriarch on this trip, if he could save these Firebird cubs, it would be considered as returning part of his favor. Murazawa finds Vice President Pang and talks about his plan, and the Vice President is very much in agreement. After all, those Firebird clan bird crowns were cut from the corpses of their own people. He had received such a great favor for nothing, and if he did nothing, it was really a bit unjustifiable. After Vice President Pang converted that batch of bird crowns into contribution points in batches, he managed to exchange them for a tonling wood fruit, while the remaining contribution points were all used to exchange for Firebird cubs. Prairie Sun Mountain Range. Inside the Firebird clan's Great Hall. I'm sorry, I admit I didn't have a very good attitude last time, and I apologize. Yenji looked at the countless Firebird clan members who were reunited with their children below, and one of them was her own nephew, and hurriedly apologized to Mose and the others. Mose laughed and said without a care in the world, Elder Yenji is polite. The Firebird clan treats us with sincerity, so we naturally have to make a small contribution. I really wasn't wrong about you guys. Those who said that your human race is the robbers of the heavens and the worlds are all slanders. My Firebird race is willing to befriend the human race for generations. Fire Phoenix had a sincere face. He didn't expect Mose to give them such a surprise. Although he didn't save his daughter, but he saved so many clansmen, and they only paid for it. Some organs of dead clansmen that were of little use. Yes, those who say that our human race is abandoned are mostly immortal realm minions who want to tarnish our human race's image in the heavens and the worlds. In fact, most of our human race are still simple and kind people, and we also often help the weaker communities in the heavens and the worlds. The Firebird clan has a good nature and treats people with sincerity. Our human clan is very willing to make friends with you, Mose said with a kind face without blushing. Most of these Firebird people were too simple and too good to be fooled. A little small favor made them grateful. It would be great if they could fool a few of them and give them the initiative to be their mounts. Then Mose smiled awkwardly, embarrassed, and continued, Patriarch, this is still only the first batch. There are still several batches of Firebird clan cubs behind it one after another. But the Firebird bird crowns that you guys gave last time have already been used up. So, I can't help you save your lives and have to pay for it myself. But, We don't have any extra bird crowns left, so we can't just cut them now on the heads of our living clansmen. The fire phoenix showed a look of difficulty. A 5th stage demon martial level bird that had already opened its spirit walked out and said sincerely, "Matriarch, I am willing to cut off my own bird's crown if it will save my daughter." "Matriarch, we are all willing, to offer our bird crowns, if we can save the children." Other firebirds had chimed in as well. Without the crown it would be ugly at best. How could they get the children back? They were willing to sacrifice. Mose coughed dryly and exclaimed, "Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be a bird's crown. Some other finances would be fine. The Yuan tribe catches firebird cubs mainly in exchange for money, and I now have channels to buy them from them at a low price." Upon this statement, all the firebirds let out a big breath. After all, most of the firebirds were still very much in love with beauty. "This is very good. My firebird clan has been entrenched in the Prairie Sun Mountain range for tens of thousands of years, so I still have some home base." The fire phoenix looked delighted. As long as it didn't harm his clan birds, the district money was nothing. At the same time, his good feelings towards Mose increased a few more points. Finally, in the midst of the firebird clan's thousands of thanks, Mose's 5 people walked out of the Prairie Sun Mountain range with a large pile of spiritual pills and spiritual materials. After the next few days, Mose rescued several batches of firebird clan cubs one after another. Now that Mose and the others could walk sideways in the Prairie Sun Mountain range, all the firebirds had already treated him as a benefactor. Even if Mose couldn't save their young master in the end, the Fire Phoenix clan chief wouldn't say anything more. In his opinion, Mose and the others had already tried their best, and Mose had investigated for a long time in Carmel City, but he just hadn't been able to find any trace of Fire Phoenix's daughter. If it wasn't for Fire Phoenix's assurances that her daughter must be right there in Carmine City, he would have thought that the Yawabi tribe had sold it out. In these recent days, the Wind by Wind tribe had provoked the Yuan tribe one after another, and Yuan Tuosi had gone out to deal with official business again. As soon as he left, it meant that Yuan Yumu was going to start tossing him around again. Sure enough, that night Yuan Umo let someone call him over. After some fancy flirting, Yuan Yui's face of the flush has not yet receded. Lazy recline in the chair, seemingly smiling and not smiling, said, "Mose, I think you've been a bit absent-minded lately, and serving me hasn't been as attentive as before. Are you thinking of your own little lady in your heart?" Mose was immediately shocked in his heart. A chill went straight to his heart. He felt a strong killing chance. This woman is going crazy again. And he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Ma'am, there's no such thing. It's probably because I'm a bit tired from refining recently. I'll definitely serve ma'am with all my heart." Yuan Yu's eyes sat up and hooked his chin, her face showing a weird smile, her body radiating a chill. "I've been particularly annoyed with women these days, especially those who, all day long, hang their love on the side of their mouths. What do you think your little lady would do if she knew about our relationship?" "Ma'am, you said you wouldn't for my wife," Mose said with a grave expression. "Did I say that?" Yuan Yu's eyes smiled evilly, and then his complexion changed. His eyes turned cold aside. "So what? Whoever I want to die, will have to die." He then kicked Mose out, exuding monstrous grievances as he roared into the distance. "By what? Why do you get to do whatever you want? Why do you get to live like that? And I'm marrying a disgusting, brutal man, and I'm not convinced. I defy you." Chapter 171, Laying an Ambush. Mose looked at the crazy Yuan Umo. His heart was appalled for a moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and lay on the ground, not daring to move. This woman had gone completely insane. There had to be a way to get rid of her, or else she would play her to death sooner or later. "Get thee out of here." Without saying a word, Merzel buried his head and rolled out of the O. "Since we can't help this crazy woman now, let's take it out on her daughter." Yuan Yu's room. At this moment, Yuan Yu was lying on the bed. Her eyes were white, her body was twitching, and her face was still showing a weird smile. "How much has she sucked in here?" Mose asked Rin Chung Chang next to him with an odd expression. "These days, we often run towards the Prairie Sun Mountain range, so we gave a little more at once." "How long has she been in this state?" "It's been like this since this afternoon, and it's been 7 or 8 hours now." In the end, after Mose carefully examined, concluded that this sucked the goddess fairy too much, sucked himself into an idiot. The next day, Yuan Yu's room was surrounded by people. "Master Yeda, how is my daughter doing?" Yuan Yu's eyes were pale, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry as she looked at the therapist at the side. Yeda shook his head with a grave expression and said in a heavy tone, "Ms. Youngwa's divine soul has been eroded by an unknown chi that's very bizarre. I've been practicing for many years, but I've never encountered such peculiar chi before, and I really couldn't think of an effective treatment for a while." His brow was furrowed, and a hint of powerlessness was revealed in his gaze. Yuan Yu's eyes widened. her face filled with shock and despair. She couldn't accept this fact and asked eagerly, "How could that be? Your third-grade spirit Wuji has been cultivated to the realm of returning to the original. Is there nothing even you can do? She's bad and perverted, but she's really not bad for her daughter." Yeta sighed deeply and helplessly replied, "Her injuries have injured her divine soul, and the situation is very serious. If we can find an elixir of the 6th rank or higher that mends the divine soul, there might still be a glimmer of hope." His tone revealed deep regret and helplessness. It was important to know that 6th order spirit medicines were already transcendent and holy, and were alchemy holy grails, while 6th order spirit medicines that mended the divine soul were even more precious among holy grails, and their value even surpassed that of ordinary 7th order spirit medicines. Spirit medicines of this level were extremely rare and extremely difficult to obtain. In the back, Yuan Yumao looked for a few more healers who cultivated various kinds of qi, but all of them said that there was no way. At night, Yuan Yu sat in her room, looking into the distance, her eyes filled with mad hatred, while murmuring in a low voice, "You are so cruel to destroy the only person I hold dear in this world." At that moment there was a knock on the door outside. "Who? Ma'am, it's me, Mauser. Scram. I'm not in the mood today, ma'am. I may have news of a 6th order divine soul elixir." With a creak, the door was opened. Mose was directly pulled in by Yuan Yu's eyes. "Do you realize, Mose, how serious the consequences of lying to me are?" Yuan Yu's eyes stared at Mose in death, a chill in his eyes. Mose's eyes flashed with awe, and he nodded seriously. "Madam, you have treated me well, so naturally I will not and dare not deceive you. Okay, tell me what you know about the news, and if it can really cure young Wu, then I'll satisfy you for once." After saying that, Yuan Yumo revealed a meaningful smile to Mose. "Who then needs your satisfaction? You pervert, watch how I'll kill you this time." Then Mose told her that when he went out earlier, he found traces of a 6th rank spirit medicine near a small village. "It's just that there are demonic beasts guarding the place, and I wanted to wait until I was strong before I went to fetch it. Now the young lady is in trouble. That's why the news is out." "Good, go back and get ready. Tomorrow we'll go searching for spirit medicines." The next day, Yuan Yu eyed a team of people, of which she was at the 5th order Chao Yuan realm, 20 at the 4th order Mingyi realm, and 200 at the 3rd order Three Flowers realm. Now that the relationship between the Yuan tribe and the Wind by Wind tribe was strained, this was the maximum force she could mobilize. Because she was afraid that Mose would play any tricks, she purposely brought along Heilian as well as Rin Cheng Chang and the others. Soon Mose brought them to the outside of Korong village. "Have you really seen a 6th order spirit medicine in the mountains behind this village?" Yuan Yu's eyes looked at the village in front of him with a grave expression. Inkbrand nodded seriously, while panicking inside. At this time this village and he had seen a big difference before, although the layout of the scenery had not changed, but the village was filled with a strong aura of death. The main thing was that on the boulder at the entrance of the village, the skeleton was missing, or rather, this time, there was no appearance of little Liu Yun's corpse at all. "What's going on here?" Little Ryukin got angry. "That's not right. When I left last time, little Liu Yun even said that he was welcome to play often. Could it be that there were too many people this time?" "That's not true either. Last time, there were even more people from the wind-driven tribe soldiers than this time, and little Liu Yun didn't get angry." The 5 most people looked at each other with confusion written all over their faces. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong here?" Yuan Yu's eyes looked at Mose and the others with an odd expression. Mo smiled awkwardly. "No problem. Let's go into the village. Through this village we'll reach the cemetery grounds." Then Mose took the lead and entered the village, and Yuan Yumao also followed closely behind with his men. And this time, the villagers in the village had also changed a lot. No longer the kindness and warmth of the past, replaced by resentment and hatred. "Everyone be careful. There's something odd here. We seem to be caught in the middle of a huge illusion." Yuan Yu's eyes looked gloomy to warn everyone. It seems that as the young lady of the Yuan tribe is indeed extraordinary, she quickly perceived that this place is an illusionary realm. Then she looked at Mose and said seriously, "You should have been caught in an illusion before as well. The elixir wasn't in the mountains behind you after all, but was hidden right here in this village. This place is filled with the scent of countless deaths and grudges. It is indeed an excellent environment for the growth of divine soul elixirs. Mose, this time you have made a great achievement. If you can get this Shu Ling pill, you and your friends will be rewarded through and through." Mose hurriedly and modestly said, "Sharing your worries for madam is Mose's part." At the same time, the heart frantically vomited. "What the is going on here? Does this previous episode still have an effect? Everyone be careful to guard the surroundings. Don't move a single blade of grass or tree in the village. Let's first observe what kind of menace there is in this illusionary realm." Yuan Umo loudly ordered the surrounding soldiers, then turned his head to ask Mose, "How did you guys get out of this illusion last time?" Mo showed an embarrassed look. Last time was different from this time. There was no danger in the village. And after I saw a 4th-rank Shaka wolf on the back mountain, I knew I couldn't defeat it. So I retreated. Yu and Yu's eyes nodded and said, last time. This illusion realm should have felt that your strength was low and that you didn't have any malicious intent. So it let you guys off the hook. Chapter 172, the plot gets out of hand. As the crowd cautiously made their way towards the center of the village, a large number of villagers soon gathered in a square in front of an ancient temple. Wait, why is there an ancient temple here? It wasn't there every time I came before. Mose looked carefully towards the interior of the ancient temple and vaguely saw a huge statue standing in the center of the temple. The statue is of a giant dragon, and its form is strangely impressive. The giant dragon's head was born with 2 horns, sharp and pointed, as if it could pierce the sky. The dragon's body was as sinuous and coiled as a giant python, with strong limbs and 4 claws, and the most striking thing was that the dragon was full of reverse scales from the neck down. It's the Mirage Dragon. Mose was secretly alarmed. It seemed that the mirage here had something to do with it, and at that moment, a child wearing a wide black robe and a vicious wolf mask was tied up in the middle of the square. Countless villagers around him were hurling insults at him with righteous indignation, and some even threw stones and rotten eggs at him. Wind by wind, Lu Yun, you calamity. You're the one who attracted Shaka Wolf. You deserve to die. Beat him to death. Avenge the dead clansman. Beat him to death and sacrifice his flesh and blood to the Mirage God. What's going on here? This isn't the right script. Just as Mose froze, He Lian had already rushed up to the front, blocking in front of Wind by Wind Lu Yun, a green light shield blocking away all those rocks and rotten eggs. What are you guys doing? He's still just a kid. He Lian angrily yelled at the people around her. He attracted the Shaka Wolf. He's a calamity. He's the one who killed countless folks. He must die. One villager grimaced and growled in grief, and the others chimed in. You guys are talking nonsense. The Shaka Wolf is a ferocious beast. What does it have to do with attacking villagers and Lu Yun? You guys don't just wrongly accuse good people. How does it have nothing to do with it? He's the one who brought it on. Ask him yourself if you don't believe me? With a disbelieving look on her face, Hylian squatted down to look at him and said gently, tell sister that you didn't do these. And chasing the wind flow cloud silence, just has been silent. Looking at the periphery of the Yu eyes, the villager had a sneer on his face. Look, he's already admitted that the Shakwai wolf was attracted by him. Outlander, do you still want to defend him? He's just a kid. And even if the Shakil wolves were attracted to him, it wasn't intentional. Lian said anxiously. She didn't want little Lu Yun to suffer any harm, so she tried hard to defend him. Joke. He's killed so many townspeople, and he can be spared just because he's a child? Blood for blood. Kill him. Blood for blood. Kill him. Countless villagers had bloodshot eyes, as if they had lost their minds, like a beast that chose to devour people. Outside, Yu quietly watched this scene, his brows tightly furrowed, his expression looking very complicated, not knowing what he was thinking. Mose, on the other hand, silently watched what was happening in front of him, his mind constantly pondering on a way to deal with it. Now that the plot has changed so drastically, he must find a way to break the rut. Just then, Lian stepped forward and said firmly, with me here, you guys will never think of harming Lu Yun in the slightest. After saying that, the aura on her body steeply rose. A powerful aura of the Third Order Three Flowers realm violently erupted out, fiercely pressing towards the group of villagers. The villagers had their faces turned white and cursed angrily at Lian said, Wind by Wind Lu Yun, he is guilty of the most heinous crimes. You harboring him will surely be sanctioned by the Mirage God. After saying that, they intended to swarm and rush forward, collectively tearing Wind, driving Lu Yun apart. Ren Cheng directly jumped round stage. A stern sword chi on his body rushed straight into the sky. His white long sword danced a sword flower. His eyes coldly circled around and said fiercely, anyone who dares to take a step forward, I'll make sure he's dead. Feeling Ren Cheng's killing intent, the many villagers had their faces changed drastically, not daring to take a step forward. With a flash of fire in Hylian's hand, the rope binding Wind by Wind Lu Yun was directly burned off. Then, in the murderous eyes of the crowd of villagers, Hylian directly rescued little Lu Yun and brought him to Mose and the others. Lu Yun, don't worry with your sister here. She won't let any harm come to you. Sister Elaine. Thank you. Little Lu Yun, who was wearing a mask, said in a moved voice. Ryun, you remember me. He showed a surprised look on his face. Every time he entered the village before, those villagers including little Liu Yun's memories would be reset. However, this time there was an accident, and little Lu Yun actually remembered her. You're called Wind evading Lu Yun. Yu's eyes looked at little Lu Yun with a complicated expression. Yeah, my mom left me here and said she'd come looking for me, so I've been waiting for her. Little Drift Cloud lifted his head and looked at her quietly. Yuan Yuzai's body shook violently and took 2 steps back. His face was white. It's not true. The wind-driven Lu Yun died a long time ago. It's all an illusion. It's the illusion of this place that's playing tricks. Trying to sway me that way? Delusional. Yuan Yu's chest kept rising and falling, desperately trying to control the emotions that were about to get out of control. Moze looked at Yuan Yu's eyes. This peculiar performance, the heart cannot help but a shock. No way. It can't be that coincidental. Driving the wind and flowing clouds bitterly waiting for mother is Yuan Yu's eyes. Originally, he wanted to use the endless Shaka wolves here to ambush Yuan Yu, the pervert, here, but he didn't expect it to be such a situation. Why do you wear a mask all the time? Are you afraid to show your true colors? Little Lu Yun nodded and shook his head again. I'm injured and my appearance has changed. I don't know if my mother will still recognize me. Yuan Yu obviously didn't want to continue to fool around with him on this group, and asked directly, do you know anything about the 6th order elixir here? No, just below the temple. So can you take us there? Yes. Then under the leadership of Wind by Wind Lu Yun, Mose and the others found a basement entrance on the side of the temple. After going down, it was found to be a large underground chamber. The walls around the chamber were carved with countless mysterious runes, and there were countless night pearls inlaid on them, illuminating the chamber as bright as day. In the center of the chamber was a huge altar, and on top of the altar was a huge serpentine skeleton. At the same time, there was actually a pack of Shaka wolves in the chamber, and as soon as they came in, they were immediately attacked. The leading Shaka wolf had the strength of a 5th order demon marshal, and the other Shaka wolves were all 4th order demon monarchs. Yuan Yu's eyes held a long whip, surrounded by the 3rd grade weak water chi, and quickly battled with the head wolf. Moze and a group of soldiers also fought with these Shaka wolves, and in order to hide their strength, Moze and the others didn't utilize their swamp chi either. I don't know if it was an illusion or not. Inkbrand felt that these Shaka wolves were very perfunctory when they attacked them again, but for these Yuan tribe soldiers were ferocious, and soon there were casualties on both sides. Chapter 173, To Save Your Sister? You Must Die. Although these Shaka wolves were slightly stronger, the soldiers of the Yuan tribe were numerous and skillful in fighting and cooperated well. They gradually suppressed the Shaka wolf's offense with their numerical superiority and counterattacked. The strength displayed by Yuan Yu's eyes was even more shocking. Each of her attacks contained a powerful force, and at least 4 of her chi had reached the realm of returning to the original restoration. Even though the head wolf was strong, it began to feel overwhelmed in the face of Yuan Yu's such powerful strength and exquisite fighting skills. The long whip of Yuan Yu's eyes was like a ferocious water dragon dancing in the air under the enhancement of the weak water chi. Each swing would set off a powerful air current, making it difficult for the head wolf to resist. Suddenly, the head wolf tilted its head and let out a long whistle. Its body erupted with a shocking aura, and with a single strike, it knocked Yuan Yu's eyes long whip away, and then a ball of earth elemental chi light was shot directly towards chasing the wind and flowing the clouds. At this time, Yuan Yu's eyes had 2 choices. 1. Striking away the ball of earth elemental energy light and saving the wind chasing Lu Yun. Secondly, regardless of the death or life of the wind by wind flowing clouds, he directly killed the head wolf, and she decisively chose the second one. The long whip in her hand was as hard as a spear under the infusion of weak water chi, directly piercing through the head wolf. Ryun, be careful. Elian's 3rd grade spirit would chi rotated rapidly in her hands, and a green aura intertwined together to form a huge green armor that was placed over little Liu Yun's body. This armor was covered with dense barbs that looked hideous and terrifying, and this was precisely the yellow grade high-level defensive battle skill they had previously exchanged in the Yuan tribe Armor of Thorns. Moze's side of his face also changed drastically as he felt that powerful aura fluctuation. He didn't dare to slow down and immediately mobilized the hydrogen chi in his entire body, letting them stir up within his body. At the same time, a red orb that shone with countless points of light appeared in his hand. This red ball was filled with blazing energy, as if it could destroy everything. With a movement of his mind, the red ball flew forward steeply, and with a stern momentum, it ruthlessly slammed into the flying ball of earth elemental energy light. Boom! An earth-shattering roar rang out. The ball of earth Yuan chi light and the red orb collided in the air, triggering a terrifying explosion. Waves of air flew around, setting off a strong shockwave. Little Lu Yun was viciously knocked out by this shockwave, but due to the protective effect of the Armor of Thorns, he didn't suffer too much damage. After Yuan Yu killed the head wolf, she began to search carefully in the chamber. However, after some searching, she was never able to find any traces of the 6th order spiritual pill. Her face quickly turned gloomy. Didn't you say there are spirit medicines here? Where is the elixir now? Yuan Yu's voice was cold and stern, her gaze as sharp as a knife as she stared tightly at Wind by Wind Lu Yun, an icy cold aura flashing in her eyes. An austere killing machine emanated from his body. unreservedly displaying itself in front of Wind by Wind Lu Yun. Why didn't you just choose to save me? The wind-driven Lu Yun ignored Yu Yu's question. His tone was flat, not sad or happy. Don't come this way in front of me. Wind-driving Lu Yun died a long time ago. What a thing you are instead. Yu Yu's eyes shouted angrily, and the color of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Elian obviously also saw that this Yu Mao was little Liu Yun's mother, and wanted to go forward to say a few words for little Lu Yun, but was pulled back by Moze He. He had already sensed that Yu Yu's eyes were about to go out of control, and if he went to anger her, he would definitely die without a chance of survival. Ren Cheng and the others also looked at Yu Yu's eyes with an odd face. Their hearts have been for the little Lu Yun to feel worthless. I can't imagine that he's dying to get out of here just to wait for something like this. What am I? Won't you know if you unmask me? A faint cold smile flashed across the eyes of wind-driving Lu Yun. Humph, playing God. With a wave of the long whip in Yu Mo's hand, the mask on bypassing Wind Liu Yun's face was directly split open. There was a gasp from the crowd. Just under the mask was a horrible snake face with sharp little dragon horns on its head. The wind-driven Lu Yun retreated the clothes on his body, revealing the dense scales all over his body. And all of these scales below the neck grew upside down, all of which were reverse scales. The 4 dragon claws were porous and powerful, flashing with a sharp chill. This was actually a terrifying humanoid mirage dragon. Although the mirage dragon had dragon in its name, it didn't have any semblance of relationship with the dragon race, and it didn't have any semblance of dragon chi in its body. It is a type of augur, born with mirage, extremely good at changing and creating illusions. Although the mirage was only a 4th grade chi, its innate mirage could indeed evolve as it became stronger, with the highest said to be able to break through to the 2nd grade. Didn't you say you'd come and get me if I obeyed? I'm obedient. I haven't left Korong village even for a single step. Even if those villagers wronged me, bullied me, and drove me away with sticks, I'm still going to wait here for you to come back to pick me up. I'm afraid. How anxious you'd be if I left and you came over and couldn't find me. I have been waiting and waiting, until my final death. When I was transformed into an evil spirit and turned into a monster, I was still here waiting for you, and I was sure that you would come over to me. Saying that, 2 lines of clear tears flowed out of the icy snake eyes of the wind-driven Lu Yun. It is said that snakes are cold-blooded and do not shed tears, but by the wind flow cloud it shed tears, perhaps in that cold snake body, but also hides the human nature. It's not true. This is not real. Wind-driving Lu Yun died a long time ago. You're the monster of this illusion, and you're trying to beat me in this way. It must be. It must be. Yu Yu's eyes were in a state of insanity, with an unbelievable look, while the corners of her eyes unconsciously shed 2 lines of tears. Don't you want the elixir? It's in my heart. Come and get it yourself. The wind-driven Lu Yun's snake eyes were also flashing with the color of madness, while at the same time puffing out his chest with a look of if you want it, come over and take it yourself. Yu Yu's eyes twisted. A struggle flashed in his eyes, slowly closing his eyes before steeply opening them, while his expression instantly became cold and his eyes became firm. I'm sorry, she's your sister and I had to save her. Saying that, her hands were bubbling with 3rd grade sharp gold chi, and she directly plunged into Feng Yuyun's chest, and green blood flowed down her hands. The wind-driven Liu Yun's eyes were bleak. Disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes, but his expression was one of relief. As Yu Yu's eyes twisted with both hands, a dark green heart was dug out. I finally don't have to wait anymore. After the wind-driven Lu Yun finished speaking, his expression was one of relief, and then he slowly turned transparent and disappeared. Also disappearing was the fluttering heart in Yu Yu's eyes. Damn! How dare you deceive me? Yu Yu's eyes were grim. His expression was one of anger, and his eyes were filled with murderous anger. Chapter 174, The Truth About the Destruction of Kulong Village. Eyes. Right at this moment, a deafening augur sound suddenly came from outside the chamber, followed by 4 loud and clear wolf howls. The faces of Moze and Yu Yuaching instantly became extremely ugly, listening to the aura of this cry. It was definitely a powerful existence of the 5th rank or beyond. Not good. We have to get out immediately, or else the consequences of being trapped inside this chamber will be unimaginable. Murazawa made a snap decision and led the charge for the exit. The crowd followed close behind and quickly left the chamber. However, when they rushed out, the sight in front of them made them suck in a breath of cold air, only to see that the outside was covered with countless shaka wolves in all directions, and these shaka wolves had a red ferocious light flashing in their eyes, showing as much insanity as possible, as if they would pounce on them at any time and tear them apart. The 4 head wolves even exuded a terrifying aura, each of them possessing the strength of a 5th stage demon martial. At the same time, there was a black-green mirage dragon that was 100 meters long hovering in the sky, and looking at that aura, it had clearly reached the realm of a 6th stage demon lord. It looked like an emperor overlooking the bottom. its eyes glowing with this crazy red light while revealing endless majesty and killing intent, staring tightly at Moze and Umo and the others. Ryun. Ilian couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as she looked at the Mirage Dragon, which was covered in a fierce aura. Wind by wind Lu Yun is dead. I'm now called Ghost Mirage. Then Mirage Dragon stared at Yumu dead in the face, his eyes filled with crazy hatred. I've given you 3 chances, and all 3 times you chose to leave me behind. All of you will die today. As Mirage Dragon let out a loud roar, the countless Shakwai wolves' eyes glowed red, and one by one, with monstrous hatred, they quickly pounced towards the crowd. The 4 5th stage demon martial level head wolves, with monstrous roars and infinite hatred, directly killed towards Yu's eyes. Although Yu's eyes were strong, the 4 head wolves were completely intrepid and tireless. Soon Yumao fell behind, and several wounds were added to his body. As for Moze's side, although he had also encountered quite a number of Shakwai wolves, relatively speaking, the vast majority of Shakwai wolves still rushed towards those Yuan tribe soldiers. It was as if they had an undying grudge against them. Seeing that they were not doing the right thing, the 5 Murasawa people hurriedly greeted the crowd and retreated towards the hidden safe passage as they fought. It was also fortunate that the main target of these Shaka wolves was not them, or else Moze and the others would not be able to get out even if they knew that there was this safe passage. In the end, when Moze was retreating, he saw Yumao, who was unable to defeat the 4 head wolves in the sky, suddenly took out a purple golden token, and after crushing it, he directly transformed into a purple light and disappeared. That was the Qiankuan Transfer Order, a 7th order disposable treasure artifact that could randomly teleport the user 1,000 miles away. Pity. A pang of chagrin from Inkbrand. I guess. So close to pitting this sick woman to death here. It was unthinkable that she actually had a precious treasure weapon like the Qiankuan Shifting Order in her hands. After Moze and the others escaped from the village, they listened to the bursts of hissing and screams coming from the village behind them, and their hearts were flooded with chills. This time, it was really too thrilling. And everything was beyond the expectations of Moze and the others. How could they not have thought that the mother that little Lu Yun was waiting for so painstakingly would actually be Yu's? Little Lu Yun is too pitiful. Yu's isn't even worth waiting so long for him. Ilian recalled the ferocious and decisive look that Yu's eyes had just witnessed when he inserted his hands into the chest of the wind-expelling Lu Yun, and he could not help but feel a pang of sadness on behalf of the little Lu Yun. Moze patted Ilian's shoulder comfortingly. Yumu was originally a madman plus a pervert. All of her behaviors can't be speculated by common sense. Now that Lu Yun has seen her true colors, this is good. At least we don't have to be foolish and wait any longer. Ren Chengcheng also nodded in agreement, looking worried. Now this illusion, with such a big change, I don't know whether the way we surveyed the illusion before still works or not. Let's take one step at a time. There's not much else we can do now. I only hope that little Lu Yun will be able to take some of the heat off after killing those Yuan tribe generals. Then Moze and the others continued to walk forward. And sure enough, not far away, the village appeared again. That village, this time, was back to that peaceful and tranquil situation. This was a relief. And then the crowd looked again toward the large rock outside the village. Only this time, on the boulder, there were still no skeletons, but rather a man standing on the boulder, looking away in the distance with an expectant face. This person was none other than the human-looking wind-by-wind Lu Yun. What's this? Another change in the plot. Moze couldn't help but cry out in his heart. Ryun. Ilian couldn't help but shout in excitement as she looked at the human-looking wind-by-wind Lu Yun. However, it was as if chasing wind and flowing cloud treated them as if they didn't exist and continued to look into the distance. With a suspicious look on her face, Ilian quickly stepped forward and reached out to slap the shoulder of the wind-driven Lu Yun, but it directly penetrated through. Phantom. Moze and others surrounded by the wind flow cloud, studied for a while, and finally determined that this wind flow cloud is a phantom. No matter what they did or said, the wind-driven stream clouds could not perceive it. Just as Moze and the others were speculating on how the plot would go this time, in the distant distance suddenly appeared a group of Shaka wolves. Shaka wolf. How could a Shaka wolf appear here? Standing on the rock, the wind-driven Liu Yun's complexion changed drastically, and his face instantly turned pale. Immediately after that, a group of Shaka wolves also appeared on the other side, and after wind-driving Lu Yun saw this group of Shaka wolves on this side, the originally white face even revealed a look of horror, and at the same time, he shouted frantically in an unbelievable manner. Impossible! How can this be? How can this be? I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Moze's 5 people also followed the gaze of the wind-driven Lu Yun and looked this way, while expressions of shock and incredulity appeared on their faces. Heavens! Yumu, this crazy person. How could she do such a thing? Little Lu Yun, he's too pitiful. He actually saw such a thing with his own eyes. Oh. Hylian couldn't help but cry outright. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I originally thought that Ji Xiuqing was already perverted and vicious enough, but I didn't think that this Yuan Yumu was actually even more perverted and vicious than her. Feng Tianqian's eyes were also filled with deep fear. It's a ing animal. It's heartless. Bereft of heart. Zhao Shanfan roared in rage. This woman must die. Ren Changchang also had furious eyes, emanating a strong murderous energy all over her body. Mo shook his head in shock. I originally thought that she was already perverted and crazy. I didn't realize that my knowledge of her was far from enough, only to see that behind the oncoming group of Shaka wolves, there were several figures standing, and they were holding leather whips that were driving away the Shaka wolves. To the group. The direction of the drive was precisely Korong village, while from the clothes worn by this group of people, it was none other than Yu eyewitnesses.